Chapter 1, Enrollment. November winter, at the entrance of the city's second special education school. Two parents were speaking with a female teacher. A few leaves were blown by the cold wind and flipped to their feet. The second special school, commonly referred to as Second High, or colloquially known as City 2, was located on the east side of the city within the Third Ring Road, adjacent to a racetrack with the Lonquan Mountain at its back. It was conveniently accessible both into and out of the city. The only drawback was that almost all students here had some kind of deficiency. The mother looked very troubled. "Teacher, our son is different, please be more lenient with him. You can rest assured leaving your special child with us. However, I don't know how often you plan to come see him." After the teacher finished speaking, the Liu family parents glanced toward where their son was standing. The worried forehead of the mother was already sweating. "As parents, we also have it tough." Liu Jianqing was standing alone inside the iron gate of the campus. He placed his fingers between the railings of the gate, lightly tapping them one by one, without saying a word. He had been repeating this action for nearly 10 minutes. This was the new student welcomed by City 2 today, who was different from the other children. With a slight redness in her eyes, Mother Liu softly replied, "Once, every 2 months." Although Liu Jianqing's thoughts may no longer be interfered with by the outside world, he still heard the 3 words, 2 months. Liu Jianqing suddenly lifted his head, stopping the continuous actions of his hand. 2 months. Less than 10 minutes later, he saw his parents get onto the car returning home, waving goodbye to him from inside. Liu Jianqing showed no emotion on his face, hands shoved into his pockets. An indescribable reluctance surged within him, though he couldn't understand it himself. The teacher came over, trying to hold his hand to say goodbye to his parents. He exhibited evident resistance. A blue school uniform draped over Liu Jianqing's shoulders, the black locks of hair above his forehead were scattered chaotically by a strong gust of wind, and his eye corner bore a deep blue mole drawn by colored pen. As the car carrying his parents drove away, Liu Jianqing stayed silent, silently bidding farewell in his heart. If he were younger, his entire attention might have only focused on the round tires and exhaust pipe of the car, without any feelings for his family members. But he was already 17 now, he wasn't heartless. Liu Jianqing knew that he had always been different from others since childhood. In kindergarten, when all the little friends gathered happily playing hide-and-seek in the play area, he was just standing there, gazing motionlessly at a ball in the corner. Every afternoon when parents came to pick up their kids, he was always the most prominent among the small crowd in his class. Because he wouldn't run frantically towards his parents' embrace. He wouldn't laugh, make noise, or even speak, just quietly standing in the least conspicuous corner, beautiful like a porcelain doll. After a continuous month of only eating potatoes, his parents finally couldn't endure it anymore and took Liu Jianqing to the best hospital in the province for a checkup. Facing the strange, cold instruments and the white coats, he frowned and called out for "Mom." The next few hours were spent amidst tears and sighs from his parents. Liu Jianqing was subjectively diagnosed with high-functioning child autism. At 3 years old, his sky dimmed. Until he was 17, the amount of speech he directed at his parents was extremely scarce, and he was unable to participate in normal social interactions. Just moments ago, he had transferred schools for the 3rd time, to the most renowned special school in the neighboring province. City's second special education school wasn't big but divided into junior high and high school sections, responsible for educating and providing effective treatment to adolescents aged 11 to 18. His new homeroom teacher was a female teacher around 25 years old, named Han Tang. "Good morning, Teacher Han. We're going to have PE class. Teacher Han, are you bringing someone new again?" "Old she, me." A group of boys laughed and played as they bounded down the stairs and ran quickly toward the playground. Liu Jianqing stood silently by the corridor of the teaching building, watching as Tang Han bent down to tie shoelaces for a male student with a vacant expression. Once she finished tying the laces, Tang Han patted his shoulder and said, "Go play." The young boy didn't thank her, rushing away quickly. "Jianqing, this is what we're like here. It should be quite different from the regular schools you've attended before. Every student here has a minor flaw, but these are all temporary. Listen to the teacher, get along well with your classmates, and slowly open up your heart, okay?" After saying these words, Tang Han wiped her own sweat nervously. There are countless special children, but autism is the hardest type to connect with. It was rare for parents to send their children to special education schools because these kids would seal themselves in a fortress, refusing to acknowledge anyone. Tang Han's words reached Liu Jianqing's ears but were automatically reduced to half the volume. Moreover, Liu Jianqing's gaze was currently focused on the deep red bow tie around Tang Han's neck. Tang Han said again, "Jianqing, let's put our clothes on properly, okay?" Liu Jianqing didn't process this information. A gust of wind blew through the corridor, and Liu Jianqing, draped in his school uniform, turned around sharply, his clothes fluttering in the air, leaving an arc in the wind. The corridor, the wind, the clothes, and the fallen leaves were all he could perceive. He was like a nameless wanderer chasing the wind, leaving no trace behind. After seating Liu Jianqing back in the classroom, Tang Han returned to her office with her lesson plans and cards. Before leaving, she added 2 lines to Liu Jianqing's chest badge: "Liu Jianqing, 17 years old, high-functioning autism, class 7, grade 2. Next to it, she drew a red 5-pointed star symbol. Key focus object. Simply put, the city's second special education school had never truly admitted students with autism before. The campus was filled with diverse illnesses among the students, and fights were commonplace. However, autism was truly difficult to integrate into a group. Most affected families chose to keep their children at home or send them to specialized centers for autistic children, as that would better allow for intervention and treatment. Yet Lu Jianqing had grown up. Though he might seem compliant, he had a rebellious streak and never did what elders asked. If one said he was rebellious and unfeeling, then why did he clench his palm until it was bright red when faced with his parents' abandonment? In this unknown school, the piercing winter wind chilled him to the bone. He was accustomed to living day after day in the same manner and found himself extremely ill-adjusted to the sudden predicament. Ill-adjusted made his chest feel tight. Hesitating for a few minutes at the door of the classroom, Lu Jianqing walked inside, hugging his school bag. The school uniform draped over his shoulder had already slid down to his arm. A classmate came over to help him pick up the uniform, but it was as if he hadn't seen it. He could only feel the clothes in his hand, but couldn't feel a classmate helped me just now. Just sitting according to teacher Tang Han's assigned seat arrangement, Lu Jianqing slowly laid out his pencil case and books on the desk. In no time, a group of curious classmates gathered around him. One girl asked loudly, "What's your name?" Beside her, a stuttering boy said, Lu. Lu. His badge. Lu Jianqing remained motionless. Without realizing the weight of the situation, a classmate snatched his badge, causing him pain enough to make his neck retract and emit a low groan. Suddenly, a classmate yelled like they discovered a new continent, autism. "Whoa, little autistic one. Should we call you little autistic from now on? Little autistic, the more we call you that, the less autistic you'll be, right? Ho, how does someone incapable of communication even come to school?" Classmates began whispering amongst themselves, lowering their voices. But Lu Jianqing still heard it. With his head lowered, he organized his things, eyeing a spot specifically carved out for him on the desk before quietly moving anything not his to his deskmate's side. He wasn't at all curious about who his deskmate was, instead, he liked the small inscriptions on his pencil sharpener. Sheng, what? Can't read it clearly. Aren't autistic ones supposed to stay at home? Wow, little autistic isn't bad looking. Pretty delicate features. The girls from the next class are going to go crazy again. Someone started trying to talk to him. "Hey, little autistic, can you speak?" Another classmate, "Hey little autistic, do you want to play with me? I've got sensory integration dysfunction but spinning around poles doesn't make me dizzy." A girl nearby burst into laughter. "Shut up. Why don't you mention your poor hand coordination?" The scene felt like a flock of sparrows gathered together, each chirping their own tune. Too crowded. The chatter of surrounding classmates muffled Lu Jianqing's perception. Lu Jianqing sat stiffly there, looking very uneasy. On the surface, he seemed cold and silent, but in reality, his palms hidden in his pockets were drenched in sweat. Why have all the books on my table dropped onto the floor? Why are people talking around my table? Where is my badge? Lu Jianqing raised his head and looked vaguely lost at his badge which had been accidentally knocked to the floor by a student. Suddenly pushing his table away slightly, another student leaning against it stumbled and muttered, "Hey, ignoring people is one thing, but what does this mean?" Unable to reach his badge while bending down, Lu Jianqing shifted the table a bit more. The surrounding classmates began whispering again, "Are all people with autism like this?" No matter how dull Lu Jianqing might be, he could still feel the sting of those 3 words. He furrowed his brows and swept an indifferent gaze over them. Perhaps it was due to Lu Jianqing's strong presence, maintaining silence throughout, that the classmates who had come to be friendly suddenly all squeezed to the other side of the desk. Some of them may not have had bad intentions, but due to their innate deficiencies and lack of empathy, they couldn't control what they said. Suddenly, several figures quickly ran past in the corridor of the teaching building. A classmate opened the window and looked out from the classroom onto the corridor. After a moment, they hurriedly turned back and said cautiously, "Oh dear, stand far away. The ones in detention are back." As soon as the words were spoken, a basketball slammed into the door of Class 7, Grade 2. The basketball lightly hit the podium beside it. After rolling around for a bit, the basketball slowly came to a stop. Immediately after, a figure darted in beside the blackboard, towering quite impressively. On tiptoes, the top of this person's head almost reached the highest part of the doorframe. Lu Jianqing had been spacing out but for some reason suddenly found his gaze following the basketball. The basketball was round, brown, and on it, a rubber pen was stuck with the writing SYX. Then, the basketball was stepped on by a foot. Lu Jianqing's gaze moved upward, passing over a pair of long legs belonging to a young man, catching sight of a glimpse of exposed muscular waist. Further up, he saw a boy wiping sweat with the hem of his shirt. In even more detail, he noticed droplets of sweat sliding down from the boy's jawline, tracing along the toned arm muscles and soaking into the fabric of the shirt. Compared to the other chicken-like boys in the classroom, this individual already possessed an imposing manly aura. Yet all of Lu Jianqing's attention was drawn back to the basketball beneath the boy's foot. It's so hot even in winter while playing ball. The boy muttered, letting go of the shirt hem in his mouth, and fanning the air. Only then did he direct his gaze toward where the crowd gathered and called out loudly, "New student." A male classmate grinned mischievously and came over, tapping him on the shoulder, trying to shake him slightly. "Hey, this is just some little autistic kid. No fun. Don't touch me randomly," the boy warned once, wrinkling his brow impatiently. He kicked the basketball bag aside, leaned against the desk, and walked over toward Lu Jianqing. The students who were originally surrounding Lu Jianqing's desk all took a step backward. It seemed they all feared him. It was the kind of fear one has when encountering troublemakers, afraid of being dragged into the chaos. He arrived at Lu Jianqing's desk, glanced around at the crowd, and then looked down at the chest badge on the floor that had been stepped on. Dropping to half kneel, he picked up the chest badge. "Whose is this?" After posing the question, he lowered his head, glancing at the name on the badge, his lips curving upward as he read aloud, "Lu Jianqing." Lu Jianqing lifted his head coldly, looking at him. Staring at Lu Jianqing's face, the boy paused for a few seconds, saying, "My name suits you pretty well." Chapter 2, The Little Hedgehog. This person is called Sheng Yixing. He's known for his explosive temper, being difficult to provoke but also hard to manage. Manic, a term that has defined him clearly. Most of the students in the school would give him a wide berth when they saw him, as if avoiding a time bomb. Facing the distant gazes of his classmates, Sheng Yixing smiled faintly. But soon, his smile disappeared. "I'm not sick. I've already taken the medicine, I'm feeling fine." With that remark, he picked up his chest plate and placed it on Lu Jianqing's desk. Sheng Yixing looked up and signaled with a finger towards one of his friends who was following him, asking for paper. After getting the paper, he handed it over to Lu Jianqing. "Wipe your chest plate." Lu Jianqing acted as if he hadn't heard and showed no reaction at all. Ordinarily, given Sheng Yixing's nature, throwing the paper onto the table and walking away would have been standard behavior. Why should he bother paying attention to someone ignoring him? But then he glanced down and noticed a small bit of Lu Jianqing's neck exposed, which suddenly made him feel this person might be somewhat vulnerable. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire class, he personally wiped Lu Jianqing's chest plate clean using the paper. The more he cleaned, the more focused he became. The more focused, the redder his ears grew until finally, unable to control himself, he shouted, "Go back to your seats. Stop staring at me. Damn. Wasn't it just about wiping a new student's chest plate? Why did everyone turn their heads to stare, looking for trouble?" Sheng Yixing took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There was no need to get angry. He couldn't lose his temper, he couldn't become angry, he couldn't act overly aggressively. Otherwise, once the illness flared up again, he'd end up back in solitary confinement. In his subconscious, he knew he shouldn't let his emotions run wild, but he still couldn't help wanting to move those sharp eyes off Lu Jianqing. Just as the bell rang for class to start, Tang Han returned to the classroom hurriedly carrying a bunch of medication. Seeing Lu Jianqing sitting neatly in his seat, she breathed a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Sheng Yixing leaning casually against his chair twirling a pen next to Lu Jianqing, Tang Han started worrying again. She wasn't certain whether arranging Lu Jianqing and Sheng Yixing as desk partners was a reasonable decision or not. If Lu Jianqing was considered the hardest person in the whole school to communicate with, then Sheng Yixing was undoubtedly the most difficult student to manage in the entire school. He had been studying here for 2 years, scaring every teacher so much that they avoided even mentioning his name. Luckily, now his condition had improved slightly from frequent violent outbursts, he could take his medicine even while seething with anger. Sheng Yixing possessed a reckless wanderer temperament. He hardly ever stayed overnight, turning what should have been a 3-person dormitory into a double occupancy room. Moreover, he owned a motorcycle, making him the only student the school couldn't contain. Fighting was like eating 3 meals a day for him, with his activities covering the entire district. If any school in the district wanted to pick a fight, they'd even write Sheng Yixing a note requesting approval. Being sick was not an excuse for Sheng Yixing, he knew that too. Tang Han placed her textbook on the podium and glanced at the man whose school uniform hung loosely on his frame. "Student Sheng Yixing, please wear your uniform properly." With a "ho," Sheng Yixing zipped his jacket all the way up to form a stand collar, tucking half of his sharp jawline inside. Then, he shifted his gaze aside, scrutinizing Lu Jianqing. This little introvert, sitting stiffly without speaking, unresponsive even when called by name. Did his high school life have to pass so tediously from here on out? Absolutely not. Just as he thought of pulling his stool closer to sit next to Lu Jianqing, Tang Han suddenly spoke, "Classmates, we have a new student joining us today. His name is Lu Jianqing." The whole class erupted into enthusiastic applause. Sheng Yixing clapped slowly with his hands pressed together, exposing his arms full of scars due to his rolled-up sleeves. "Because of special circumstances, Lu Jianqing will not be able to introduce himself to us. In the days ahead, I hope all of you can take good care of him and speak to him often. Jianqing has excellent grades and yearns for a group lifestyle. I believe he will get along well with everyone." As her words concluded, another round of applause filled the classroom. Clap clap. There's one more thing I want to announce to all of you. Tang Han cleared her throat. Starting today, the school has decided to implement a paired therapy method, where classmates intervene with each other. 2 people per group, lasting for a year, with monthly evaluations. Upon announcing this new system, the class erupted into noise once more. Quiet everyone. Tang Han tapped the podium lightly with her pointer stick. To reduce unnecessary adaptation periods, I declare that each pair of desk mates will form a group. If anyone is unsatisfied, they may arrange themselves. Now, let's continue with our previous content. After dropping this bombshell, she began flipping through the book to find the text. Sheng Yexing propped his head on his hand, turning his face sideways to look at Lu Jianqing, noticing that the young man remained expressionless. What he didn't know was that Lu Jianqing harbored quite a few personal secrets. For instance, he was more perceptive than the average person and could remember many details. He also had a habit of using colored pens to dot tear moles, red when in a good mood, blue otherwise. He loved wearing hoodies and only walked in straight lines. He also enjoyed copying everything the teacher wrote on the blackboard onto his hands during class. Sheng Yexing watched with wide eyes from the side. How would such notes even be preserved? Wouldn't they wash off as soon as he went home? The small introvert seemed disinterested in communicating with others. Sheng Yexing had eagerly waited for a little star to sit next to him, but it turned out to be someone who didn't talk. Feeling bored, he lightly kicked the desk leg. It was as if Lu Jianqing had completely ignored his presence. Sheng Yexing started to become irritated. Teacher Han, he raised his hand while pulling his collar higher. I want to leave the classroom. What's wrong? Tang Han assumed his emotions were rising and quickly searched for medicine for Sheng Yexing in her medication pouch. Sheng Yexing stood up with his basketball bag. I just want to go out into the corridor and get some fresh air, no need for medication. The atmosphere in the classroom felt too oppressive, and he couldn't stay any longer. Oh, Teacher Han. He adjusted his collar, his gaze sharp, regarding the school's arrangement that 2 people form a pair for mutual treatment. I don't want to be in the same group with him. Sheng Yexing pointed at Lu Jianqing. He is closed off, I am manic. If a volcano collides with an ice mountain, aren't you joking? After saying that, he walked straight out. In the classroom, Tang Han couldn't help muttering to herself, I haven't even mentioned yet that the 2 of them have been assigned to the same dorm room. With Sheng Yexing's current unstable emotions, it would be better not to mention it for now. The corridors of the teaching building were spacious, specifically designed for students like them who had illnesses to use. Sheng Yexing lost count of how many times he had left the classroom halfway through a lesson just to get some fresh air. He began suffering from mania at the age of 10, and several years had passed since then. At first, he couldn't control himself at all, but after being in the school for a while, he learned not to let the disease take over his life. Mania is a mental illness where patients appear normal on the surface, but their condition can be extremely complex. He often experienced elevated emotions or irritability, had boundless energy, and was very active. Starting at the age of 16, he even experienced increased sexual arousal. During episodes, Sheng Yexing lacked awareness of his condition. Initially, he insisted on taking his medication, but later he simply locked himself up in the school's specially designated isolation room. Although his aggression wasn't originally strong, because of his cropped hair, high nose, thin lips, and prominent cheekbones, he came across as intimidating, which caused more classmates to keep their distance from him. Even though the school was boarding-based, it couldn't hold back a rebel like him who excelled at climbing walls and motorbike stunts. Sheng Yexing's name alone spread fear far and wide. But no one knew that he would make dumplings in the dormitory, filled with dandelion filling, his favorite from his childhood back home, for digestive health. As for family, unlike Lu Jianqing, Sheng Yexing didn't come from a stable household either. On the contrary, his parents were absent, and his symptoms developed severely. By the age of 12, he was sent to a special education center. He was raised by his uncle, who lived in the provincial capital and treated him like a son. His mother left behind a considerable sum of money before she passed away. He was essentially the triple nothing, no supervision, no discipline, and a short temper. His uncle was the older brother of his late mother, but his cousin was much younger than him. In terms of titles, Sheng Yexing should call her little sister, yet whenever he faced the 4 or 5-year-old girl, he always wanted to grab her pigtail and call her Sheng Shaokai. The sister did not live with their uncle in the neighboring province but stayed with her aunt in the city where Sheng Yexing lived. To avoid causing extra trouble for his aunt, Sheng Yexing only visited every half year. When Sheng Yexing went out to breathe fresh air in the corridor, he stood there for half the morning. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, he returned to the classroom, slung his school bag over his shoulder, and walked away. The accommodation building was outside the school campus, separated by a road. There was a tall fence under their dormitory building. Only people with access cards could enter, and there were teachers overseeing the area besides the security gates. Since most students at the school had mental disorders, many parents chose day schooling rather than boarding arrangements, so only a very small portion opted for dormitory living. Every day after school, the entrance of the school would gather a large number of parents. In school jargon, those who lived in the dormitory were truly abandoned in some corner of the world. Who cared? Sheng Yexing crossed the street with his basketball bag in tow. The winter in the south was cold and humid, and the temperature near the east gate was even lower. Wearing too little, his only warmth against the chill came from his standing collar uniform, so naturally, he had to warm up by running around. As he passed by a residential building, something suddenly fell in front of him, and he instinctively dodged. Sheng Yexing realized that this was an act of littering from a height and quickly looked up, shouting at the upstairs, "Who's throwing stuff? Come down here." Perhaps driven by guilt, a middle-aged man poked his head out from the 7th floor and shouted loudly, "Where did you brat come from? Why are you yelling in broad daylight?" Indeed, it was just hot air. Sheng Yexing raised his head and increased his volume. "The guy on the 7th floor, is this your stuff? Which eye of yours saw that it was me?" The man swiftly pulled the curtain and slammed the window shut, but not before hurling one last insult, "You're crazy." Sheng Yexing took his hands out of his pockets, rubbed them to warm up, and decided not to respond. Impressive, I guessed pretty accurately. And yes, I am mentally ill. He rushed all the way to the dormitory building and looked up at the wall outside. He noticed that several bricks were missing again. Did another kid have an episode last night and collapse the wall? He scoffed, then swiped his card to go upstairs. Sheng Yexing's dorm room was a triple occupancy, but since he was often absent, only 2 people lived there. Among them, apart from himself with mania, there were 2 students with ADHD. However, one of them had been picked up by their parents last week to study as a day student. So a bed in the dorm room became vacant. As an ominous premonition crept into Sheng Yexing's mind, he heard the sound of the door unlocking. Teacher Tang Han entered with Lu Jianqing. "Hey. Yexing came back first. So fast, how did you end up ahead of us?" Tang Han started tidying up the room while gesturing for the male teacher helping carry things to enter. "Brother Chuan, place Lu Jianqing's bedding here." Jianqing, bring your suitcase inside quickly." Sheng Yexing. "Shit, am I really sharing a room with the small introvert? Forget a double occupancy room, the low-pressure presence of someone like him who's nearly transparent cannot coexist with me in the same space. Living in the dorm is no different from not living there." Sheng Yexing was someone with a strong sense of territory. He almost rejected the intrusion of strangers, let alone the new arrival who would be sleeping with him. Furrowing his brows in annoyance frightened Tang Han, who clearly sensed Sheng Yexing's unhappiness and hurriedly asked, "Yexing, the teacher forgot to ask you, can Jianqing sleep on the bed next to you? This is how you should treat special teenagers, everything must be discussed and their opinion sought. Enough communication and interaction will gradually make them open up." Even if Sheng Yexing was extremely difficult to get along with. Hearing Tang Han's question, Sheng Yexing furrowed his brows. "What if I say no? The person sleeping next to me is Li Dingxi, who has ADHD. Despite being quite annoying, he unexpectedly got along well with me. Occasionally at night, when I climbed over the wall to leave the school, Li Dingxi would even add bricks under my feet to help." Tang Han persuaded him, "Yexing, you're desk partners and you'll also be treating each other." Sheng Yexing became impatient, "I can't treat him. Autism involves both psychological disorders and physiological aspects, it's not that easy to cure. Can't even teachers understand such basic knowledge?" Tang Han said, "He belongs to the high-functioning autistic type without intellectual impairment. Without intellectual impairment, it's even harder to interact." Sheng Yexing stopped talking, waving his hand dismissively, "Teacher, why don't you ask him if he's willing to be near me? Tell him, I'm mentally ill and when I lose control, I might even hit myself. Are you sure he won't get hurt? The teacher believes you can control yourself." Tang Han stated firmly. Indeed, over the years he had reined himself in significantly. Fewer secondary symptoms occurred, and only mild manifestations were present. He no longer smashed things, hit people, or jumped from heights. For that matter, he almost broke his leg once. Sheng Yexing tilted his chin upward and glanced at Lu Jianqing, "Ask him." Lu Jianqing remained silent but dragged his luggage to the bed next to Sheng Yexing, squatted down, opened his suitcase, and began hanging clothes in the wardrobe. Sheng Yexing fell silent again. Nothing left to say. Seeing Lu Jianqing revealing his intentions for the first time, Tang Han smiled, "I told you, Jianqing will definitely like you." Unable to resist effectively, Sheng Yexing chose to remain continuously silent. There were suddenly 4 people standing in the dorm room, which felt crowded to Sheng Yexing. He almost had a physiological aversion to crowds. "Fine, I'll rent a place outside after some time. Before, finding a guardian too troublesome, so I never bothered to move." He simply took the rest of Lu Jianqing's luggage from the male teacher helping out, placed them all on his empty table, and said, "Teacher Han, Brother Chuan, you can go now." "Huh. I've got this." Sheng Yexing pointed to Lu Jianqing and began ushering the guests out, "I won't bully him." At the very least, being 17 years old, Tang Han also knew that Lu Jianqing was capable of taking care of himself. Before closing the door, she clung to the doorframe and said to Lu Jianqing, "Jianqing, can you manage on your own?" Lu Jianqing turned his head to look at her, neither nodding nor shaking it. His gaze lingered on Tang Han for a few seconds before he continued tidying up his suitcase. This implied he could manage. Tang Han set her mind at ease and left with a parting message, then I'll leave it to you, Yexing, before closing the door and leaving. Pulling down the collar of his school uniform, Shen Yexing stared at Lu Jianqing's back for a while and found this person rather unbending. Despite being somewhat introverted, he still maintained an upright posture even while squatting. Lu Jianqing tilted his face, with long eyelashes covering his eyes as he folded clothes. It was at this moment that Shen Yexing noticed the blue mole under his eye and asked casually, "Why is your mole blue? It looks like something you drew on yourself." Lu Jianqing still didn't respond. His expression wasn't the typical, no emotion, often seen on most autistic patients but carried a distant coldness that repelled people. Shen Yexing's patience had almost reached its limit, triggering a red alert. After finishing tidying up his bed and clothes, Lu Jianqing silently spread all his belongings out on the table. He had quite a lot of items, mostly small things others couldn't understand, such as colored pencils, car models, notebooks, baseball caps, and even a globe. What was strange was that among the colored pencils, there were only 10 or so, all either red or blue. Curious, Shen Yexing didn't ask further. He knew Lu Jianqing wouldn't pay him any attention. Seeing the cars, Shen Yexing couldn't help himself despite being a man who should be more dignified. "I didn't expect you to like cars too." "Me too," Shen Yexing wanted to touch the model but restrained himself, saying, "Can I touch it?" Upon hearing the word car, Lu Jianqing shook his head slightly. "Fine, touching not allowed. How precious they must be. You, try saying one word to me, and I'll take you out for a midnight joyride tomorrow night. Deal?" Shen Yexing threw his motorcycle key onto the table in an attempt to get him talking. "I'll take you out to race on the widest road in the entire city." Lu Jianqing pursed his lips tightly, not looking at Shen Yexing at all. All his attention was on the keys. Shen Yexing thought to himself, there's no man who doesn't love cars. But what he didn't expect was Lu Jianqing moving to stand up with his face hidden under the hooded jacket, revealing a pointed chin. He clenched his hand and spoke the first word since arriving at the school, "No." Chapter 3, Little Tyrannosaur. "No." Shen Yexing was amused, shaking his head and remaining silent. Realizing he had embarrassed himself, he returned to sit by his own bed, fiddling with medicine while watching Lu Jianqing play with a model kit. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that after all those years in the second middle school, regardless of gender, everyone wanted a chance to ride on the back of his motorbike. It wasn't just about romance, it was more because they were restricted from leaving campus often, lacked entertainment, and admired Shen Yexing's freedom zipping around on city streets. Lu Jianqing was an enigmatic person. No one could get close to him, it was like having a hedgehog in the dorm, impossible to approach. How boring. Back then, Shen Yexing hadn't realized yet that while hedgehogs may have sharp quills, their bellies are soft. Tickling them until they spread out reveals a cute little hedgie wanting to be touched. "Fine, go if you want," Shen Yexing said nonchalantly. "Whatever, there's no point trying to persuade such a self-isolated kid." Feeling slightly irritated, he kept muttering under his breath, frustrated at being roommates with this big brother, almost kicking over the stool out of anger. He already had enough stress on his own every day. Casually glancing over, though, he noticed Lu Jianqing seemingly fixed his gaze on him. "You're still looking at me?" He stood up, brushing cotton fuzz off the edge of his uniform, laughing bitterly in rage. "Am I that interesting to watch?" At first, he thought Lu Jianqing would ignore him again. However, Lu Jianqing tightened his lips and actually let out a "yeah." The voice was faint but loud enough for Shen Yexing to hear. Shen Yexing couldn't help but sigh, this secluded boy was good at licking others' egos secretly. Poor communication skills yet rich inner monologues. Such people reminded him of a milk ball, seemingly cold on the outside, but fiery within. Sharing a dorm with someone like this felt more like playing games than living together, right? Besides, Shen Yexing didn't stay long at school anyway, most of his time spent riding through the city on his motorcycle, while the school administrators enjoyed letting him roam as they pleased, wishing this potential troublemaker stayed as far away as possible. If not for his uncle paying extra damage fees and management fees to the school, Shen Yexing doubted anyone would willingly care for him. Even a yam potato isn't as hot as him. Just as Shen Yexing relaxed his tensed body and prepared to say something, another beep sounded at the dorm entrance. His younger friend Li Dingxi came back. Li Dingxi was an excessively hyperactive child, or commonly known as ADHD, an adrenaline junkie whose movements couldn't be restrained, even with forks or tridents. Once entering the dorm, he jumped around energetically, grabbing onto Shen Yexing immediately. "Holy crap. Shen Yexing. Don't hang on to my clothes." Shen Yexing glanced briefly at his shirt, adding impatiently, "Let go." Reluctantly, Li Dingxi obeyed, saying formally, "Big brother, excuse me, I have something important to say." "Nope, don't want to listen," Shen Yexing replied without lifting his eyes. "Honest confession." Li Dingxi exclaimed dramatically. Shen Yexing paused mid-motion while buttoning up his jacket. "What? Truly, big brother, who knew you'd be staying here in the dorm? Our humble place feels radiant today." "Shut up," Shen Yexing snapped, annoyed by the racket. "The phrase is, brighten the humble abode. Alright, hey, but you really haven't been here for quite a while. Dang, Who's this handsome young lad? Noticing the unfamiliar face, Li Dingxi dropped the bandage strapped around his wrist and leaned his always carrying cue stick against the bed frame. While tying his shoelaces, Sheng Yexing spoke coolly, "New roommate." Li Dingxi asked bluntly, "Why cramming more people into our dorm? Are the teachers insane?" Sheng Yexing nodded, "Yes, they're crazy." Turning around, Li Dingxi grinned widely toward Lu Jianqing, extending an olive branch of friendship. "Hey." Lu Jianqing remained focused on his model. "Yo, new roommate. My name's Li Dingxi." Gradually, the smile on Li Dingxi's face faded along with his patience. Still no response. "Hello." Friendship's bridge crumbled instantly. The models absorbed all of his attention. Sheng Yexing's head ached due to Li Dingxi's incessant attempts at social greeting, so he nudged Li Dingxi's chair with his foot and warned, "Stop trying to say hi to him. He has autism. A severe case. Totally unresponsive to any form of interaction." Unnoticed by Sheng Yexing was that when he mentioned the word autism, Lu Jianqing's back had lightly trembled. "Autism?" Li Dingxi echoed. "Yeah, unable to communicate," Sheng Yexing confirmed. Realizing his limited knowledge in the field, Sheng Yexing added, "And can't perceive feelings either." "Come on, is it really that bad?" Surprisingly, today Li Dingxi seemed hyped up like he'd overdosed on stimulants, grabbing his cue stick and lightly poking Lu Jianqing's back, not hard enough to hurt, but just enough to provoke some kind of reaction. But just as he was about to put down his cue stick, Lu Jianqing had already stood up with the stool that was under his but a second ago, glaring at Li Dingxi with a sullen face. It wasn't really staring at Li Dingxi, rather, it was more like staring at his cue stick. This thing dared to poke him. His gaze focused tightly on the cue stick before slowly moving to Li Dingxi. It took quite some time for him to connect these two objects and conclude, "This guy poked me." Once the conclusion was reached, Lu Jianqing quickly shifted his target, raising the stool with one hand and swinging it forcefully. Then came Li Dingxi's startled cry. There was no time to dodge at all. He was going to smash Li Dingxi in the head. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Sheng Yexing stepped forward and immediately grabbed the leg of the flying stool, shouting, "Don't move." "Damn, trying to crack someone's head open." Sheng Yexing pulled the stool leg toward the ground, tightly restraining him. "Put it down first." Lu Jianqing. Looking into his eyes filled with unruly emotions, Sheng Yexing finally understood, Lu Jianqing wasn't just any ordinary quiet weirdo who kept to himself. Lu Jianqing was a self-centered tyrant with a temper who acted like a dominant CEO. "There's no one here indulging you, put the stool down." Sheng Yexing struggled to recall how Mr. Han usually intervened and redirected his attention, "Go play with your model cars." It sounded like they were dealing with a kid. His tone was almost at the peak of irritability. Li Dingxi, though loud and full of threats, was actually cowardly inside. He was thoroughly frightened by Lu Jianqing's sudden outburst and stood aside to avoid being involved. He calmed down a bit and realized he should have never provoked a roommate he'd need to coexist with for an entire year. Lu Jianqing failed to swing the stool successfully, and there was a trace of anger on his face. However, unlike common people, his anger was entirely focused back on the cue stick. If hitting people wasn't allowed, he subconsciously thought, "It's the cue stick that poked me." In his mind, there was no concept that a cue stick could only be used offensively when someone picked it up. Watching Lu Jianqing's unchanging gaze, Sheng Yexing roughly figured out what he was thinking about, and swiftly snatched the cue stick from Li Dingxi and smashed it onto the ground. Sheng Yexing said, "Step on it." Lu Jianqing obeyed this time, lifting his foot and delivering a strong kick to the cue stick, exerting a lot of force. The cue stick crashed against the bedpost, emitting a thunderous clang. "Damn!" Li Dingxi was obviously shocked. "Are you satisfied now?" Sheng Yexing wiped the ash off his hands and pointed at Li Dingxi's head. "Look, you can't smash people's heads carelessly, it might kill them. If you want to smash something, go for his legs," then pointed at Li Dingxi's legs. "If you break them, he'll recover in 3 months." Li Dingxi stood there dumbfounded. "Huh?" Sheng Yexing didn't even bother to raise an eyelid. "What, huh? You deserve that." After a moment of silence in the dorm room, Lu Jianqing still didn't say anything. "Help." Realizing what had happened, Li Dingxi jumped up and hugged Sheng Yexing's waist. "Boss, you can't leave me behind. How would I know he's a damn ticking bomb? Loud drums don't require hard hammering, remember that." Sheng Yexing pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it up, wiping the ash off his fingertips, and gave Li Dingxi a sidelong glance. "Will you mess with him again?" "No," Li Dingxi answered. Sheng Yexing nodded. "Good, get along well. I'm leaving." "What? You're not staying in the dorm tonight?" "Yeah, there's a game in the southern city area. They've built a new overpass which is deserted at midnight. I want to try it out." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dingxi started jumping around behind him, yelling, "Boss, are you going to wash your car with brandy again tonight?" "Damn it," Sheng Yexing wanted to kick his ass, amused. "I did it once, and now you won't stop talking about it." And that time was also when he was drunk, opening several bottles and pouring the liquor directly onto the seat pads, washing until the entire vehicle smelled strongly of alcohol. After driving 100 meters on a small road, the air was sweet and cloying. When you add it up, he'd done a lot of nonsense. Bring me next time you do it again. Li Dingxi said after that, reaching to pull him. A wrinkle appeared on his brow, scaring Li Dingxi into letting go again. Boss, have you brought medicine? I've got it. Sheng Yexing brushed off his hand, grabbed the car key from the table, tossed it into his pocket, and opened the door to leave. He seemed to remember something, turning slowly and pulling out a phone from his pocket, throwing it to Li Dingxi. Take it. Li Dingxi was confused. Huh? Didn't your phone get confiscated by Teacher Han last week? Take mine. What am I supposed to do with it? Li Dingxi asked. Even if it's your phone, boss, I wouldn't dare snoop through it. If he beats you up, remember to call 120 yourself. Sheng Yexing finished speaking and bent down to put on his shoes, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jianqing, leaving a cool back view for Li Dingxi as he said, I'm out. Bang. The door slammed shut. It slammed with immense frustration. Li Dingxi's eyes immediately shifted onto Lu Jianqing, who was still casually playing with the globe. His hair wasn't dyed, his skin was rather fair, his face small and delicate. Except for his piercing gaze, there was nothing about him that hinted at any aggression. It was as if the person who just lashed out wasn't him. Alertness and instinct for self-preservation silenced Li Dingxi, yet an uncontrollable restlessness compelled him to move around, so he took a shower and performed sit-ups on his bed to distract himself. In the past, Sheng Yexing always complained in the dorm room that he made too much noise and was too loud. Now, Lu Jianqing seemed completely deaf to his noise. Lu Jianqing quietly took a shower, changed his clothes, turned off his bedside lamp, got into bed, covered himself with blankets, and fell asleep. Once he closed his eyes, it was as if he didn't make a sound all night. Lu Jianqing, Li Dingxi tossed and turned sleeplessly, tapping the bed frame. Lu Jianqing. Hey, Lu Jianqing. Can we talk? Let's make a deal, don't hit me anymore. I just wanted to poke you, that's all. Beating is a sign of affection, cursing is love. The neighboring bed stayed silent. Hey, are you really unable to speak? Li Dingxi folded his hands and kept stirring them, he simply couldn't sleep and couldn't stop fidgeting. Suddenly, a voice came from the neighboring bed, tired. Lu Jianqing even felt that if Li Dingxi said one more word, he might lose control and smother himself with his blanket. Go to sleep, sleep slowly. Li Dingxi lost control of his volume, overcome with gratitude, almost ready to sing Lu Jianqing a lullaby. He rubbed his hands together and said, good night, little star. Lu Jianqing. He begrudged even giving him a nasal sound. Then, breathing in the dormitory slowed and weakened. Li Dingxi was so scared that he climbed out of bed in the middle of the night to check if Lu Jianqing was still alive. Though Lu Jianqing slept peacefully and sweetly, neither tossing and turning nor snoring, he rarely muttered even a few words in his dreams. How could he be like a baby T-Rex when he lost his temper? The last person to make him tremble with fear was Sheng Yexing. And now, two people who made him feel utterly intimidated were going to live under the same roof with him. Li Dingxi sensed danger. Continuing to tremble with fear. Hey. It feels pretty good shaking like this. That's what Li Dingxi thought, suffering from ADHD. Thus, the first night passed uneventfully. Chapter 4, True Fragrance. The next day, at dawn, Sheng Yexing returned to the dormitory in a hurry before the 7 o'clock wake-up bell rang. Reek went the door as it opened. He took off his coat, shook off the raindrops from it, hung his hat on the bed edge, and finally sat on the stool to take off his boots. After speeding all night, he was truly exhausted. The people from the southern part of the city relied on their better cars for reckless racing, with the engine sound so loud that Sheng Yexing almost got into a fight. Racing is racing, inevitably there's noise involved, but Sheng Yexing insisted on using a muffler. What made him ecstatic wasn't the deafening sound, but the adrenaline-pumping speed. He hated noisy environments. As soon as the volume grew too high, he stepped out of the car first, locked it, and stood silently nearby. No other car dared make louder noises on the road after that. Sheng Yexing was an orphan, everybody knew this. Not only had he established himself in this area despite being tough and stubborn, but he was also still a minor. Nobody dared mess with him. In the early morning, as the sky started to brighten, the cheap blackout curtains in the dorm room were no longer effective. The school was located near the 3rd Ring Road in the eastern part of the city, close to the city bypass highway. Behind the school gate lay a wide avenue often frequented by large freight trucks. These drivers, accustomed to driving at night, would frequently honk loudly late into the night, waking people up in the process. For Sheng Yexing, the sound of a freight truck's horn was now more effective than a wake-up call. With a swipe of his hand, Sheng Yexing wiped water from his hair, preparing to change into his school uniform when he saw Lu Jianqing climb down from the upper bunk. The little introvert seemed to have rested well, probably not disturbed by any noise last night. Lu Jianqing looked dazed and almost slipped, but surprisingly, Sheng Yexing instinctively reached out his arms to catch him. Fortunately, Lu Jianqing didn't fall. Watch your step while going downstairs, don't sleepwalk, Sheng Yexing said as he withdrew his hand. Where did this protective impulse come from? Lu Jianqing was hardly a weakling, nor did Shen Yexing feel compelled to help. He walked to the balcony, pulled open the curtains, emptied the ashtray on the windowsill into the trash can, and looked inside, noticing that Lu Jianqing wasn't wearing pajama pants. A pair of long, straight, white legs were exposed to the morning air, nearly blinding Shen Yexing. Even better looking than the girl group posters Li Dingxi used to stick on the wall. Shen Yexing quickly turned away, stunned. He wanted to ask why Lu Jianqing didn't wear pants to bed but realized he wouldn't get a response and thought better of asking. After washing his face with cold water, Shen Yexing noticed Lu Jianqing already done changing into his uniform and squatting in his seat tying shoelaces. Not very skilled at it, he tried binding them over 10 times until giving up and just shoving the laces into his shoes. Shen Yexing scared. Lu Jianqing turned to look at him. Then, Shen Yexing saw, under the morning light, Lu Jianqing say to him, "Morning." It was a greeting delivered with much courage. Shen Yexing remained silent like an elder, debating internally whether or not to respond. Of course, Shen Yexing didn't know that Lu Jianqing's "good morning" today was practiced countless times after waking up at 5 o'clock. At this moment, Shen Yexing was still frowning deeply. Tang Han was right about the paired therapy, but between him and Lu Jianqing, it felt like a dead-end alley they couldn't get through. Moreover, with his unstable condition during episodes, how could he possibly avoid harming those around him? And Lu Jianqing, neither crying nor explaining himself when beaten, such a situation complicated things. Subconsciously, Lu Jianqing also sensed Shen Yexing's attempts to distance himself. On their way to school, one walking in front and the other 10 meters behind, an invisible thread connected them both nonetheless. Neither wanting to acknowledge the other yet constantly checking if the other was still following. The outer area of the city's third ring was less regulated. Each morning, the streets and roads were packed solid with small vendors selling breakfast, making it crowded. Pancake vendors, sweet rice wine 10 yuan sellers, everything available. Shen Yexing didn't even glance at them, feeling not particularly hungry. Every few steps, Shen Yexing, leading ahead, would turn back to check if Lu Jianqing was keeping up. Thankfully, although the introvert didn't speak, he was obedient enough, quietly trotting along while carrying his backpack with a stoic face. Sometimes when Shen Yexing stopped suddenly, Lu Jianqing almost bumped into him, chin held high, acting proud with particularly defiant eyes. How does he do that? Appearing thoughtful, but saying nothing. Although school number 2 was a special education school, there was quite a lot happening at its entrance. Class bells would often ring, yet Shen Yexing lingered at the school gate unwillingly to enter. Taking out a banknote, Shen Yexing handed it to the vendor and said, "A can of Coke, thank you." Lu Jianqing's gaze lingered on the Coke bottle for a few seconds. Shen Yexing asked, "Hey, do you want one?" He intentionally waved the Coke in front of Lu Jianqing, hoping he would say, "I want one." But Lu Jianqing didn't. Whatever, who drinks Coke in the morning anyway? Shen Yexing slowly unscrewed the cap of the Coke bottle, then screwed it back on. Lu Jianqing thought, "Me." He bit his lips but didn't say anything. Because they were late, the security guard stopped them at the gate and registered their names. The guard was unsurprised to see Shen Yexing. He simply handed over the attendance book. "Shen Yexing from class 7, grade 2, late again." "Alright, follow the procedure." With an unfriendly expression, Shen Yexing grabbed the attendance book and pulled out a stamp from his pocket, pressing it firmly onto the book. There was a signature-like flourish that read, "Shen Yexing." In his first year of high school, instead of signing every time, he spent 10 yuan carving a personal seal. Because of this, he became somewhat famous in the school, with everyone treating him like a legendary figure. Although Shen Yexing didn't particularly enjoy this reputation, he knew he was different. Lu Jianqing stood by in amazement. This person really disliked trouble. Noticing Lu Jianqing's curious eyes, Shen Yexing reached back, tightly capped the Coke bottle and placed it into his hooded sweatshirt, freeing up a finger to point at the name roster and said, "Lu Jianqing, we're late." "Aha." Lu Jianqing blinked and pretended to be confused. "Sign your name here. Afterward, come back with me to class, quickly," Shen Yexing said. Lu Jianqing understood, with a cold face. Then, Lu Jianqing bent down to take the pen, carefully writing 2 square Chinese characters, "Xing Xing." F*******. Shen Yexing almost bit his tongue, unexpectedly feeling slightly charmed. "Lu Jianqing, sign your full name." After a brief pause, Lu Jianqing felt heat rush to his ears and awkwardly crossed out the nickname he'd written. Am I dumb? Did I forget to eat breakfast and got my brain messed up? In fact, he wanted to eat so much, but surrounded by too many strangers, without Shen Yexing, he probably couldn't even buy a pancake. Seeing Lu Jianqing meticulously finish writing his full name, Shen Yexing led him toward the campus. When they arrived at the classroom door, Shen Yexing glanced around at the empty classroom and slapped his forehead. Was he too distracted this morning or something? He actually forgot that the first class today was physical education. Come on, let's go to the playground. After finishing speaking, he walked away without waiting. Lu Jianqing didn't even have time to put down his school bag and hurriedly followed along. Seeing Lu Jianqing running red-faced, Shen Yexing's irritability rose once more. He slowed down, letting Lu Jianxing climb down the stairs step by step, and casually began chatting. Did you have PE classes in your old school? Lu Jianxing thought about this for a moment and shook his head. Sheng Yexing said, our PE isn't regular PE, it's training for body coordination improvement. It might benefit you. Knowing that Lu Jianxing wouldn't respond, Sheng Yexing continued, some students in our class suffer from sensory integration dysfunction, which leads to poor coordination. They eat and do tasks only with one hand, often forgetting the other side. They also easily fall, can't tell left from right, and move very slowly. After descending the final stair, Lu Jianxing paused and looked at Sheng Yexing. He pointed at the badge on his chest that said, Autism Spectrum Disorder, and then at himself, saying, me. Sheng Yexing disdainfully replied, it's a minor issue. After some thought, he added, since you won't harm others, the problem is not severe. What I have is incurable, I destroy the world when I get excited. Lu Jianxing hooked his lips slightly, trying hard not to laugh. Sheng Yexing wasn't sure if he comprehended the concept of mania. Typically, autism patients find it difficult to show interest in others. Damn. Even little autistic people look good when they smile. Can you secretly smile? Sheng Yexing watched as Lu Jianxing gradually came closer and unconsciously moved aside. Lu Jianxing noticed his dodging, and emotionlessly replied, you wish. Having said that, he ran down the teaching building steps, moving faster than Sheng Yexing. What did you say? Say it again. Sheng Yexing followed after a few steps, laughing while seeing Lu Jianxing raising his hands as he stepped down. Though slightly uncoordinated in movement. It was evident he had a temper and could talk. That's interesting. For physical education class, those with sensory integration dysfunction practiced running around poles, crawling through long wooden barrels, jumping high, touching heights, etc. For proprioception function training, they would need to stack blocks. The blocks on the playground were often left in a chaotic mess, and even the PE teacher would want to retire immediately upon seeing them. The school was known for combining therapeutic training with standard high school courses. However, they seemed to be missing out on some key aspects, as many of the exercises were not useful for students like Sheng Yexing, who had more severe mental issues. Lu Jianxing bent down to zip up his hoodie fully, then pulled his hood over his head and stood in the corner where there were fewer people. He lowered his head, trying his best to become invisible. While students with severe sensory integration dysfunction underwent absolute training, the boys without major problems gathered around and dragged Sheng Yexing to play basketball. Since Lu Jianxing couldn't blend in, he naturally squatted by the basketball court, playing with his phone. His gestures while using the phone resembled those of an elderly person, holding it in one hand and poking at the screen with the index finger of the other. Someone on the basketball court shouted, wow, little autistic isn't playing with us. Hey, Yexing, Gu Kunchen, who frequently played street ball with Sheng Yexing, said, I think our school only has this one autism case. Sheng Yexing responded casually, finishing off his bottle of mineral water in one go, twisting the cap, and throwing it into the trash can in a parabolic arc. Gu Kunchen pushed him slightly, you're showing off just by drinking water. I'm impressed. What's wrong with that? Sheng Yexing lifted the hem of his shirt to wipe his sweat, revealing the taut and explosive abdominal muscles of a young person, then smiled at Gu Kunchen, saying, why don't you build your biceps first before challenging me? I lose. Gu Kunchen raised his hands in surrender. Sheng Yexing took another sip of mineral water and said, work hard, win glory. Gu Kunchen helped adjust his clothes, laughing, it's pretty cold here recently. You should stop showing off your abs, or you might catch a chill. Can little autistic play basketball? A boy ran over, nudging Gu Kunchen's waist. Kunchen, why don't you ask him? Gu Kunchen glanced at Lu Jianxing, who had a stool but chose to squat instead, and inexplicably felt intimidated. No way, I'm not going. He doesn't play, Sheng Yexing said, leave him alone. Gu Kunchen hesitated for a second before grinning, holy shit, already protecting your new buddy? Bro, you're starting to favor outsiders. Sheng Yexing gave him a sidelong glance, are you growing elbows inward? Haha. Gu Kunchen scratched his head, how is Dingshi getting along with little autistic? Sheng Yexing pointed at Li Dingshi and asked, do you see how heavy his dark circles are today? I do. That's what happens when you piss off Lu Jianxing. Sheng Yexing put it succinctly. The surrounding area erupted in a collective intake of breath. Li Dingshi had ADHD but didn't start many fights, he just tended to cause trouble wherever he went. However, since he shared a dorm with Sheng Yexing, few dared to pick on him for fear that Sheng Yexing might suddenly take his side one day, leading to fireworks for everyone. Curious, Gu Kunchen poked Sheng Yexing's elbow, did you talk to Lu Jianxing yet? No. Little autistic wasn't interested in communicating and was quite intimidating. Since this morning, he hadn't spoken more than 20 words. Yesterday was worse, where he only said, no, throughout. And this morning, he simply greeted with, good morning, with a face that clearly said, don't bother me. But Sheng Yexing didn't say that. He wouldn't join the group of careless boys in calling Lu Jianxing, little autistic. After all, he himself was once called, little crazy, by a bunch of strangers when he was 10 or 11. Strange, Gu Kunshan muttered, they've been sharing the same dormitory, table, and treatment team but still haven't gotten close. Not familiar. Sheng Yexing dropped this sentence, tying his school uniform around his waist as he stood up to leave, saying, and we'll never get close. At the time he said this, he didn't expect how much regret he'd feel later. The bell rang for class dismissal, and a group of boys surrounded Sheng Yexing as they made their way upstairs. Lu Jianqing was still crouching beside the basketball court, playing with his phone. He had turned on the camera and was photographing a small sprout struggling to grow from between the basketball court cement and brick ground. Despite taking hundreds of photos, he wasn't satisfied. Within 40 minutes, he continuously repeated the same actions, taking pictures, editing, deleting, with no delay or variation. When the next class bell rang, Sheng Yexing returned to the classroom after sneaking a cigarette in the restroom and noticed that little autistic was gone. Tang Han, arriving to teach Chinese, also noticed the empty seat next to him and asked, where's Lu Jianqing? The playground. Sheng Yexing collected his books. Upon hearing this, Tang Han stormed out of the classroom, almost enraged, shouting, classmates, study independently for now. Before long, Lu Jianqing was brought back by Tang Han, feeling chilled to the bone. He instinctively took a step back upon realizing he had suddenly intruded into the class, his gaze locking tightly on the seat next to Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing lazily lifted his eyes and pointed at the empty seat with a casual gesture. For some reason, Lu Jianqing felt a pang of guilt, though it was he himself who had forgotten about little autistic, it was still little autistic who bore the brunt of the odd looks. But he had no obligation to hang out with him either. Pair therapy was all just empty talk. How could it ever be truly implemented? Lu Jianqing pursed his lips and took a big step forward to sit down. After sitting down, he seemed completely unfocused, staring only at the ruler in his hand, which had grown hot from gripping. Using its slightly sharp edge, he repeatedly tried to carve words onto the desk. Grind. The soft sound of the blade sliding over the desk caused Lu Jianqing's brows to furrow tightly as a bead of sweat rolled down his jawline onto the desk. Screech. All classmates involuntarily looked toward them. Sheng Yexing raised his chin. The whole class turned away again. Sheng Yexing continued playing with his phone while lowering his head. Though annoyed by the noise, he didn't want Lu Jianqing to get attacked, so he reached out to stop Lu Jianqing's restless hands, gently patting them as he said, pay attention to the lecture. Lu Jianqing clenched his molars, his ears twitching slightly as he pulled a notebook from the drawer and laid it on the table, burying his head to start writing. Sheng Yexing hadn't expected him to be this obedient. Fuck, wasn't it his twin brother who last night, without saying a word, swung a chair and tried to smash someone's head? Just a few minutes into the class, Gu Kunshan sitting in front twisted around and slipped a small notebook to Sheng Yexing. Boss, take a look at my middle school chronicles. Sheng Yexing laughed, are you slandering me? Gu Kunshan replied, what slander? This is called a biography. Did you write about me scaling the wall and breaking off glass shards with my bare hands? Wrote that. Did you write about me riding a motorcycle and chasing the hit-and-run driver at the school gate? Wrote that too. Sheng Yexing found it uninteresting, tapped on the desk and said, if I were writing it, I'd call it Middle School Chronicles too. Gu Kunshan asked curiously, hey, boss, what happened to part 1? Doesn't 2 sound cooler? Sheng Yexing said. We'll write 1 later. Very dignified, Gu Kunshan commented. Thanks, remember to hype up my sales, Sheng Yexing replied. While they were whispering nonsense, Sheng Yexing's hand holding a cigarette was hidden inside the drawer, idly grinding the filter. The other hand tightly held a handful of pills, preparing to take them with warm water after class. As soon as the bell rang for recess, the classroom erupted into chaos like a bustling marketplace. Irritated, Sheng Yexing pushed his stool to stand up and breathe some air. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianqing, who had been silent for almost the entire morning, suddenly kicked his stool, muttering softly, desk mate. The whole class fell silent, not because he spoke, but because he had kicked Sheng Yexing's stool. Sheng Yexing's anger surged instantly, amplified by the fact that he was already towering over the seated student, where he fixated once more on little autistic's exposed white nape. His heart inexplicably softened, as if soaked in something. Without water, Sheng Yexing directly swallowed the pills in his palm. After swallowing, he finally addressed Lu Jianqing, what is it? Lu Jianqing sullenly said, pay attention to the lecture. His gaze remained fixed on the back of the head of the student ahead, yet he flipped open 2 identical notebooks and tapped on one before pointing at Sheng Yexing. You. Meaning, it's for you. Chapter 5, Sleepless Night. Sheng Yexing took over the neatly copied notes from Lu Jianqing, unable to describe his feelings at that moment. Lu Jianqing had indeed given him the copied notes, but he hadn't looked at Sheng Yexing even once, from start to finish. What did this mean? This little recluse sat on the bench with dilated pupils, seemingly agitated, rocking the legs of the stool and aimlessly doodling something on the draft paper. No matter how he was called, there was no response. After school, Lu Jianqing was called by Tang Han to the training room for intervention therapy. The hardware facilities of the Second Municipal Special Education School were quite comprehensive, although some facilities were a bit old. The individual training room was located at the other end of the playground, hidden quietly among the trees, like a small forest hut mistakenly entered the campus. For better treatment results later on, Tang Han specifically asked if Xing Yexing had time to observe. After all, as roommates who have been together for a few days. Xing Yexing slung his basketball bag and yawned, no time. Yexing, Tang Han's tone softened, have your emotions improved recently? Xing Yexing closed his eyes briefly, feeling dryness, I'm fine when I take the medicine. The last time, because of his anger, he broke several stools in the dormitory and couldn't control his voice. In a fit of rage, he locked himself in the isolation room for a few days. After coming out, he became quieter. Inside the isolation room, he also wanted to smash things for venting but could not find anything suitable, so he hit the wall with his fists. Wall plaster fell all over the ground until the school doctor came running with a box to bandage him. Before applying the bandages, Xing Yexing said it was alright to let it bleed. I feel better when it bleeds. Faced with the doctor's slightly perplexed expression, Xing Yexing inwardly cursed himself. Shit, am I a freak or what? Do you want to go back to the dormitory to rest first? Seeing his pale complexion, Tang Han's tone softened again, it's alright if you don't want to help Lu Jianqing. Teachers do not force you. You don't have an obligation to necessarily help him. Teacher, I'll be straight with you, Xing Yexing had received much care from Tang Han and thus decided to speak honestly, I can't treat him. And I don't have the energy to manage. Tang Han attempted to persuade him, but you can help him. I'm busy. Xing Yexing rejected once more. He understood, if he didn't refuse decisively now, perhaps his future non-actions might affect Lu Jianqing's treatment. He couldn't do such unprofitable and harmful to all things. Besides, one day, he would lose control and fall ill. Tang Han sighed softly. Just as they were about to leave, Xing Yexing suddenly said, by the way, Teacher Tang, he is not a lamb. Tang Han glanced at the silent Lu Jianqing beside, a lamb. If you have time, ask Lin Teacher to teach him self-defense and reduce bullying. He shouldn't resort to fighting whenever there's trouble, it's not worth it. Fighting? Fighting. After speaking, Xing Yexing turned around and left. Annoying, why did he bother with others' business? Is this considered tattling? Still, Lu Jianqing wasn't entirely oblivious to others' presence. Xing Yexing looked down and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. This was the note that Lu Jianqing copied for him during class. It was strange. The little recluse didn't talk much. Then, was it possible for him to learn to speak? Or to open up to someone? Surely he couldn't be this lonely forever. The thought of someone popped into his mind, surprising Xing Yexing himself. He folded the paper back into his pocket, cursing himself under his breath. Pity myself first, will you? Within just a few minutes of entering the treatment room, the well-trained Tang Han was already on the verge of breaking down due to Lu Jianqing. She placed a basketball, 3 plush toy dogs, and added a toy cat. She arranged them to appear like playing basketball and said, Jianqing, tell me, what do you see right now? Lu Jianqing glanced once, taking several dozen seconds to digest the question, then wrote down on the paper, basketball, orange, 1, cat, nice looking, 1, dog, nice looking, 2. Tang Han understood, he felt no sense of group and did not believe that things had interactions or coexistence relationships. She then took out 3 pictures of a boy wearing a backpack going to school. The 3 pictures showed the same boy passing by the river, garden, and road respectively. Tang Han asked again, what are these 3 pictures telling? After waiting a few minutes, Lu Jianqing replied coolly, without any fluctuation in his tone, a river, B garden, C road. Tang Han struggled to decode, ABC refers to. Lu Jianqing, 3 people. These 3 people, passed different places. Tang Han repeated, they are 3 different individuals. Lu Jianqing nodded. He couldn't connect actions to the same person either, everything he saw was an individual. This terrible loneliness. That's how autistic people are, they are so isolated that they are called children of stars. The first time Tang Han heard Lu Jianqing's name, she thought it was coincidental. Later, she found out it was a deliberate change made by his parents, who said they hoped their son would be seen in others' eyes. To be seen as someone who is no longer lonely and can enter other people's lives. Tang Han noticed the crease between his brows tightening and realized he was already showing some signs of resistance. She patted his shoulder and said, Jianqing, you did really well today. Next week, we'll continue with separate training, okay? Lu Jianqing looked down while drinking, biting through the straw with a snap. Having him talk and drink water at the same time was already his limit, single-threaded behavior patterns had taken over his daily habits. Lu Jianqing was like a PC that could only play games but not connect to the internet, fine when playing alone but prone to issues when interacting with others. This computer could only concentrate on gaming, listening to music simultaneously was impossible. But he knew he was slowly installing apps on himself and learning. New environments always made Lu Jianqing feel uneasy, yet all his emotions sank deep like ice in the ocean floor, buried beyond comprehension. Issues with brain development don't equate to intellectual disabilities. He was putting in effort. The walk back to the classroom felt long as he leaned against the corridor wall and moved slowly. His congenital conditions required him to focus fully on each step, fearing even a small misstep might sprain his ankle and draw ridicule from classmates. His self-esteem wouldn't allow such things to happen. Lu Jianqing already understood what it meant to be mocked, and also what it meant to face strange looks. He was extremely sensitive about these matters. After returning to the classroom and putting away his school bag, Lu Jianqing went to the guard booth to pick up a package sent by his mother. His cold expression and silence led the guard to think this unfamiliar student was merely trying to act cool, until noticing the word autism on his badge, prompting the guard to refrain from talking too much. Most people believe it's best to avoid and not disturb autistic individuals, but actually more patient communication is the greatest help for them. During dismissal time, the campus was crowded with students rushing around. Lu Jianqing pulled his hoodie tight, almost wishing to breathe through just his mouth and nose. He couldn't help recalling the morning when following that person, a wide path seemed to automatically open before him. And all he needed to do was follow. As soon as he left the school gate, Li Dingxi saw Lu Jianqing walking alone from afar. He immediately left his friends and rushed over, grabbing Lu Jianqing's shoulder with a loud shout, "My little star." Lu Jianqing instinctively dodged his hand, leaving Li Dingxi embarrassingly reaching into thin air. Li Dingxi nervously rubbed his hands and awkwardly said, "Star, why do you treat your roommate this way?" Lu Jianqing glanced at him coldly. It was closer to glaring. But Li Dingxi couldn't perceive it. What Lu Jianqing lacked was knowing how to accept him in any manner. Li Dingxi regretfully patted his shoulder again, leaning close to show intimacy. Forget it. You cannot talk anyway. By the way, I'm going home tonight. Oh. Lu Jianqing cut him off for the first time. I can speak. Really? Say something. Speak more. Li Dingxi enthusiastically encouraged him. Once again, Lu Jianqing got stuck, unable to vocalize his thoughts. Although he'd already formulated what he wanted to say, his lips simply refused to move, as if mute. His mouth was completely unresponsive to his brain's command. It's alright, we'll work on it slowly. Oh yeah, I mean to say Xing Yexing won't be coming back tonight either. You'll be alone in the dormitory. Don't be scared, alright? But do you know who Xing Yexing is? Asked Li Dingxi. Of course. Lu Jianqing hesitated for a moment before nodding. Will you be afraid being alone? Li Dingxi questioned. Little Star nodded again. Before Li Dingxi could spout another chaotic remark, his face was suddenly covered entirely by someone's hand. Li Dingxi, spreading rumors will get you a beating. Haven't you heard? Xing Yexing twisted his cheek backward. I'm staying in the dormitory tonight. Move. Li Dingxi cried out in pain as he held his face and asked incredulously, older brother. Didn't you say you were going downtown tonight? Xing Yexing waved dismissively, not anymore. Every night now, the principal was waiting near the wall corner ready to catch rule breakers. It wasn't worth taking that risk. Why? Li Dingxi scratched his head, thinking there was no way Xing Yexing was doing it for Lu Jianqing. Questioning me. Want to end up as melon slices in the middle of the night? Xing Yexing shot him a look. Being beheaded by a sleepwalking roommate in the middle of the night was what Li Dingxi feared after his wandering thoughts, causing him to immediately shut his mouth. Seeing Xing Yexing about to leave, Li Dingxi couldn't help but ask, Big brother, where are you going? Buying food, Xing Yexing replied. After speaking, he looked at Lu Jianqing who had been stopped from leaving and asked, do you want to eat too? Shit. He seemed to have forgotten to tell this quiet boy where they could eat on campus. Since yesterday, how many hours had passed without any meal? Lu Jianqing didn't respond, so Xing Yexing took it as a yes. He realized that as long as he handled the situation gently with Lu Jianqing, there was no danger of getting hurt. Which meant, agreeable. What do you want to eat? Consider it my apology. I forgot to tell you where to eat. Xing Yexing wasn't sure if Tang Chunhan had informed Lu Jianqing where the dining areas were on campus. It even seemed like Lu Jianqing might have gotten thinner from hunger. His sharp chin looked beautiful. Li Dingxi interrupted beside them, Big brother, you're handling things differently today. Shut up, Xing Yexing shot him a glance and repeated his question to Lu Jianqing, what do you want to eat? Neither Xing Yexing nor Li Dingxi spoke for the next few minutes, both holding their breath while waiting for Lu Jianqing to open his mouth. Finally, Lu Jianqing moved his fingers slightly and managed to whisper a word, noodles. When 3 ounces of plain chili beef noodles were served, Lu Jianqing chose a bowl of clear soup bean paste noodles and began stirring it. Switching between his left and right hand, the noodles never managed to wrap around the chopsticks properly. By the time Xing Yexing had finished eating more than half of his own meal, seeing Lu Jianqing still hadn't started, he reached out to grab the chopsticks, let me help you. But Lu Jianqing was particularly stubborn about being self-sufficient when it came to daily living. He dodged the attempt, gripping the chopsticks firmly in his left hand, yet clumsily, managing to pick up one noodle at a time and eating them piece by piece. He glanced at Xing Yexing, as if wanting to say, I can feed myself. It took Lu Jianqing over half an hour to finish the bowl of noodles. Sheng Yexing, buried in his phone, finally unlocked all the levels and then scanned the shop's QR code before picking up the back collar of Lu Jianqing's shirt, saying, "Now that you've eaten, come home with me." Home. Confused by the look on Lu Jianqing's face, Sheng Yexing took advantage of the moment to pinch the back of his neck, which he had wanted to touch for quite some time now, and said, "The dormitory. Doesn't it become your home after staying here long enough?" Lu Jianqing shook his head, not daring to argue further, and slowly followed Sheng Yexing. On the way back through the market street outside school, Sheng Yexing noticed Lu Jianqing walked slower than others and had to slow down accordingly. He figured that post-dinner period was a good time for taking medicine, breaking it apart and chewing dry. The personnel outside the dormitory walls at night was complex. Who knows who might break in and bully these crazy kids from number 2 high school. To be honest, Li Dingxi would have been fine on his own in the dormitory, but not Lu Jianqing. Could it be because Lu Jianqing looks too appealing? After returning to the dormitory, Lu Jianqing mostly ignored everyone, obediently brushing his teeth, washing his face, and climbing into bed. However, he left the desk lamp on, intending to sleep in socks. Sheng Yexing poked his head out from the adjacent bunk bed, his voice hoarse, "Turn off the light." Lu Jianqing shook his head, unwilling to turn it off. A tiring day made anyone sleepy, but Sheng Yexing grew increasingly impatient. A familiar heat surged upward, he almost pinched his thigh bloody and demanded once again, "Turn off the light." "No." Lu Jianqing suddenly spoke. For the first time at school, he used 2 words clearly to express himself. Without letting those around him guess. Sheng Yexing sighed, "I can't sleep with the light on." Lu Jianqing only repeated, "No." As he said it, he sat up, using his palms to shield part of the light, significantly dimming the brightness in the room. Sheng Yexing was puzzled about why that small broken lamp could adjust its brightness. When he pulled the curtain aside, he saw Lu Jianqing squatting bare-legged at the foot of the bed, looking up at him with eyes that shone. Never mind, seeing his suffering appearance, Sheng Yexing felt sorry for him, got dressed and got off the bed. "I'll go sleep outside." There was a small hotel outside the dormitory wall. He even had a membership card there. It wasn't far from the bar street, so there were a lot of casual couples, with poor sound insulation often keeping Sheng Yexing awake all night. However, except for this point, Sheng Yexing enjoyed being alone there very much. He also endured the toughest episodes of his condition secretly in that place. With a loud bang, Sheng Yexing watched Lu Jianqing nearly fall off the top bunk, glaring at him while gripping a stool in his hand. "I can't sleep with the light on, it has nothing to do with you," Sheng Yexing thought it necessary to explain, "Put the stool down. Don't hit people." He felt that if he were Li Dingxi, he would definitely chatter away to Lu Jianqing with a bunch of explanations, and then the stool would come crashing down on his forehead. Lu Jianqing put down the stool, his throat feeling choked and uncomfortable. He couldn't say that the stool was actually meant to block the door. He didn't want this person to leave. When he saw Sheng Yexing bending over to put on his shoes, he quickly scrambled onto the bed and, snap, turned off his bedside lamp. He didn't say that he couldn't sleep without a light either. He was scared. Sheng Yexing glanced at the small black lump on the bed, staying silent for a moment, then took off his shoes which he had just put on and said to the upper bunk on the opposite side, "Why did you turn it off?" The little recluse ignored him again. Sheng Yexing didn't talk much and lay back down in bed. Because he was too tired, he almost fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Lu Jianqing squinted in the darkness, suffering from insomnia all night. How much he missed home. Chapter 6, First Embrace. As long as the pair therapy was not cancelled, Sheng Yexing could not stay calm. In addition to this, Sheng Yexing also unexpectedly discovered something. Lu Jianqing, though rarely speaking and without expressions, reacted extremely fast. He would always look up at him with wet eyes after he had made up his mind not to talk to anyone, as if he knew that Sheng Yexing would cave under softness but not harshness. Most of the time, Lu Jianqing remained cool. After getting up in the morning and finishing washing up, he would sit there and take out his drawing pen. He often hesitated for a long time choosing between navy blue or rust red, and after making his choice, he would dot a small circle at the end of his eyes by looking into the mirror. For several consecutive days, he had been dotting rust red, which from afar looked like a cinnabar mole at the end of his eye. The sun rose late in November mornings, and the sky still appeared gloomy when it was time to get up. It was so cold that one couldn't even bring themselves to get up. Sheng Yexing, who feared the cold, still had to persevere and rise. He got off the bed first, pulled out his boots and tied the shoelaces, biting the straps while heading to the bathroom half-naked to wash up. A boy who exercised regularly inevitably exuded a coppery glow, with abs trained based on the male models in magazines. After the brief 3-month summer vacation of freshman year ended, upon comparing himself, Sheng Yexing found, his own abs were better looking than those in the magazine. Wait. The quiet kid walked silently and was now mimicking his style by carrying a basin in freezing winter to rinse his hair with cold water. Sheng Yexing wiped the water off his head, frowned. "What are you doing?" Lu Jianqing pointed at his head. "Are you made of ice?" Sheng Yexing snatched the basin and said, seeing his rosy complexion, "There's hot water, no need to use cold water. You'll fall sick and no one will take care of you." A few seconds later, when Lu Jianqing saw him filling the basin with hot water for him, all his confusion dissolved into one word, you. You. Is your body better than mine? If I dived into the Yangtze River and swam some laps, there wouldn't be any issue. Shen Yexing washed his face again, becoming impatient. Use hot water. Lu Jianqing finally felt like Shen Yexing somewhat looked down on him. His lips whitened from biting, but he remained silent. Isn't using cold water in winter normal for boys? No one had ever interfered before, and frankly speaking, he too considered himself someone with a solid build. Lu Jianqing stubbornly thought that he could wash with cold water as well, so he obstinately refused to accept it. I'm different from you, Shen Yexing emphasized once more. Looking at Lu Jianqing as if he were a small animal, he doubted the condition of his body. Lu Jianqing stood cold-faced where he was, with an expression equivalent to 3 words, able to fart. My temper isn't good, and I won't repeat my words. Seeing Lu Jianqing remain unbending, Shen Yexing didn't want to say much more and directly pushed the hot water basin towards him. It's mandatory. With that said, he turned around and walked away. Lu Jianqing took longer to wash his hair in the morning, and Shen Yexing deliberately tied his shoelaces very slowly. After tying them, he leaned against the door waiting for Lu Jianqing, with a menacing yet impatient look, just like the junior high school fights where he used to ambush people. Lu Jianqing fidgeted while wearing his shoes. Just as he was about to follow, he realized that Shen Yexing was gone. When he came down the stairs, he saw Shen Yexing at the stairwell entrance looking displeased. You're so slow, Shen Yexing threw this line and walked away. The two continued their usual pattern of one in front and the other behind, passing the shop selling flowers and then the fragrant breakfast shop downstairs. Deliberately, Shen Yexing only bought 1 serving and asked him, do you want some? Lu Jianqing clutched the strap of his bag and still could not utter a single yes. Fine then, not eating it. Shen Yexing walked a few steps towards the crossroads but soon turned back, cursing softly. This was followed by an utterly resigned sigh. Still, he had to buy breakfast for him. After receiving the breakfast from Shen Yexing, Lu Jianqing fished out 5 yuan from his bag and handed it to him. Lifting his head, the red dot at the corner of his eye shone brilliantly under the morning light. An urge to touch it sprang within him suddenly. If it were Li Dingxi's illness, Shen Yexing thought he might not be able to resist giving the quiet kid a resounding slap on his clean forehead. Then, getting his head smashed by a trash can wielded by Lu Jianqing, bleeding all over as they entered the school hospital. Fortunately, he did not have ADHD. Come on, keep up. He walked a few steps forward and turned his head to draw a boundary. Lu Jianqing, if you lose sight of me, no one will come find you. As a key observation object across the whole school, leading a quiet kid, everyone looked at him once they passed through the school gate, but Shen Yexing didn't get annoyed. Stopping his steps, he shifted closer to Lu Jianqing, towering over others with his height advantage, using his gaze to overpower them all, and led the silently unspoken Lu Jianqing into the classroom. Helping a roommate stand on the street would often help avoid unnecessary trouble in many cases. Since bringing Lu Jianqing along, Shen Yexing no longer rushed or was late in the mornings. Tang Han took such good care of him, he couldn't possibly let the teacher's efforts go to waste by causing delays. Halfway through class, Shen Yexing realized he had forgotten to take a dose of his medicine in the morning. He raised his hand and asked to go to the office to get it, mentioning there was some personal business as well. While his personal matters usually meant skipping class or sneaking out over the wall, Tang Han noticed his stable mood and approved without hesitation. Shen Yexing intended to ask for a physical education leave, so he had to specifically visit the sports office. The sports office was at the end of the corridor. Shen Yexing walked slowly, eventually strolling to the door while enjoying the view outside. Right next to him was a 5-story high fence. He looked down and suddenly felt an urge to jump, always assuming he had wings. Realizing that emotions were surging again, he quickly dismissed those inappropriate thoughts, recalling that it had been a while since his last episode. The last time he was taken to the confinement room was because he had almost smashed the school infirmary's window with his bare hands. His fist came back bloodied from being cut by glass shards. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he faintly heard someone inside mention Lu Jianqing. He inexplicably stopped raising his hand to knock and leaned against the doorframe to listen. Hey, that kid is from the neighboring city. His exhausted parents dumped him on the school. Look, among all the special education schools, which one would send an autistic child to a closed school without sending them to a care center first? One voice said. Another continued, exactly. I don't know what Tang Han was thinking, having 2 of the most difficult kids in one class must be exhausting. Yesterday during my class, I called that autistic kid up to solve a problem on the board, and he didn't move. Who knows if he couldn't hear me or just didn't understand what I was saying. There's nothing visible about him that shows any issues, it's truly a pity. A female teacher added worriedly, could it be that he simply doesn't want to? I feel like he's very competitive and not as obedient as he appears. But, living with Yexing, the two are bound to fight sooner or later. Shen Yexing's eyebrows twitched slightly as he listened. After finishing a cigarette, he crushed the butt with his fingers and tossed it near the trash can, then adjusted his collar before knocking on the door. Knock, knock. Yes, I agree. That kid. The female teacher suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Shen Yexing opened the door expressionlessly, stepping over the threshold with his boots, swaying lightly. Entering the office, the physical education teacher shouted at him, "Yexing." "Yeah, teacher. I'm here to ask for leave," Shen Yexing said, pulling out the bag to prepare his medicine. It seemed more like a notification than a request. The teacher asked, "What kind of leave?" "To fix my bike," Shen Yexing replied. "It broke down." "If your bike is broken, why not just stop riding? You're always going out, it's dangerous." "I need exercise, teacher," Shen Yexing muttered, taking out the powdered medicine to mix, keeping his head low. This wasn't a controlled substance, he just had a cold. Seeing Shen Yexing's reddened eyes, the teacher became somewhat concerned about his unstable emotions, but the next PE class is important. "The repair shop I use only has time that afternoon," Shen Yexing explained. "Been feeling troubled lately?" The teacher glanced at the surveillance camera. "Went out to smoke a cigarette." "Already smoked," Shen Yexing smiled, "outside." The female teacher felt a little awkward but couldn't help laughing nervously. "Did you hear us for a while?" "Yeah," Shen Yexing stirred the hot water with a spoon as if making a promise, "I won't fight with him." He wasn't despicable enough to bully an autistic child. Just after he finished speaking, the office door opened again, and Ji Chuan, who had helped move their dorm a few days ago, came in. "Yexing? What are you doing in the office? Didn't you go to class?" Asking for leave, Shen Yexing elaborated. "To fix my bike. Jianxing's been in a good mood these days. Aren't you going to continue watching him closely? Next month is the evaluation," Ji Chuan muttered while biting a pen and sketching diagrams onto the textbook. Teaching special students required more complex lesson plans, leaving him almost no personal time. "I am me, and he is him," Shen Yexing frowned, "don't bring him up." Lately, everyone seemed to link him and Lu Jianxing together. He tilted his head and swallowed the bitter medicine in one gulp, then fished out a candy from his pocket to eat. The big jar of candies in the dorm came from Xiao Xingkai, who gave it to him saying, "Big brother will find this less bitter when taking medicine." Back in his freshman year, during one of his episodes, he got so excited he forgot who he was, crashing around like a drunkard and damaging the furniture at home. Xiao Xingkai crouched in the corner, crying and shouting, "Big brother." Shen Yexing still vividly remembered the scene. From then on, he started returning to his aunt's house every 6 months. Knock knock. Today was unusually lively in the sports office, and the door knocked again. Ji Chuan reached out to open the door, Tang Chunhan leading Lu Jianxing into the room, saying as they walked, "I've come to get a special training permit for Lu Jianxing. He can't practice with the class." The teacher hummed a little tune and stopped. "Why? The kids in your class don't want to play with him?" "That's one reason, and secondly, it's because he doesn't want to either," Tang Han sighed, "plus, he needs many individual interventions." While Tang Han was speaking, Lu Jianxing stood at the doorway of the open office, glancing down the corridor. It was break time, people were coming and going, occasionally a few would stop and greet him, but he gave no response. He seemed to be looking at the people, but if you examined his eyes carefully, you'd notice he was actually looking through them to gaze at the towering tree beside the teaching building. It was glittering brilliantly under the warm winter sun. For him, nature was always more interesting than people. After greeting Tang Han, Shen Yexing endured ignoring Lu Jianxing at the door. He had just finished signing his leave slip and was about to squeeze out of the office when his steps suddenly paused. A few rough guys from the neighboring class, probably those who liked touching during basketball games with Gu Kunshan, were now hanging around outside the office door trying to touch the little red mole below Lu Jianxing's eye. Today, the mole was an iron rust red. "Hey, isn't that Lu Jianxing who refuses to play ball with us?" "Long admired," someone said. Lu Jianxing turned his face away to avoid the strange finger reaching towards him. "I saw it blue last time," one boy turned to his partner, "and I don't know how it turned red." The unruly guy moved closer, staring straight at Lu Jianxing's face. "Damn, your mole changes color, huh? Say something, little autistic." Lu Jianxing stepped forward to walk away, but his way was instantly blocked. "Ho, don't look so annoyed, everyone in your class calls you little autistic." Lu Jianxing tilted his head, the fringe that should have been cut already cast a shadow over the skin around his eyes. He suddenly said, "Go away." "What the heck? Didn't you say he couldn't swear?" The guy smacked his companion's head and quickly grabbed Lu Jianxing's chin, forcing his face toward him, and tried to touch the mole. Slap sounded first as Lu Jianxing slapped his hand away, glaring angrily. Teenage boys once riled up were uncontrollable, completely ignoring right or wrong, just itching to be jerks. Another slap ended with Lu Jianxing dodging the touch rather clumsily. Right after that, amidst the screams of the office staff, Lu Jianxing snapped the broomstick by the door against the wall and swung it hard towards the lead boy's hand. The force was enough to crush his bones into pieces. Following a dreadful scream, Shen Yexing was the first to rush up and block a punch aimed at Lu Jianxing. "Calling you hand why?" Shen Yexing's eyes bloodshot as if all the calming medication he'd taken earlier had lost its effects. "All of you, back off. You dare create trouble right outside the office? Do you think the teachers inside are pacifists and won't dare to move?" Outside, maybe their group of children might each have flaws, and the outside world might look at them with some sympathy higher than usual, but in school, everyone in Shen Yexing's eyes was the same, no different from ordinary people. As long as controlled properly, he didn't consider himself special. Upon seeing Shen Yexing, this group from the neighboring class scattered immediately, still sneaking peeks while walking away. You're still looking. Shen Yexing got angry, provoking someone from my class 7 right in front of me. He wasn't sure whose ears his words fell on, he subconsciously didn't want to admit it was for Lu Jianqing that he lost his temper. Before Shen Yexing could throw another punch, Lu Jianqing suddenly turned and hugged his waist, dragging him back into the office. A thunderous sound echoed as Shen Yexing finally kicked the door shut with full force. His strength was enough, and his boots soles hard enough to make the window frames of the office tremble. Yexing. Calm down. Ji Chuan reacted first, opening the door and pulling in the bruised boy. After checking him briefly, he grabbed the boy and said, let's go to the infirmary first. Little Han. There's an incident with your student. Tang Han was originally copying files in the farthest corner of the office. Hearing other teachers shouting, she hurried out, grabbing both children to check on them. After confirming they weren't hurt, she wanted to take the broomstick still clutched in Lu Jianqing's hand. Teacher Han, Shen Yexing gasped, medicine. He clenched his fists tightly, his shoulders quivering along with the quickening beat of his heart. A deep blush spread across his ears, and it seemed like every pore on his body was stretching open all at once. Tang Han looked surprised. Are you feeling unwell? A little, Shen Yexing muttered, nearly bruising his own palm. He remembered back when he was in a regular junior high school, whenever his condition flared up, everyone thought it was solely his fault. However, no one ever questioned who started things first. Lu Jianqing wouldn't let go of the tool he used in his outburst, while Shen Yexing's body temperature had grown scorching hot. Tang Han had no choice but to quickly find medicine for Shen Yexing. Shen Yexing took a deep breath and glanced at Lu Jianqing's arm still wrapped around his waist as he asked Tang Han, no medicine? It's at my office, we don't have any here. Just wait, I'll get some. She said. Hold on, Shen Yexing attempted to adjust his breathing, there's no need to rush. His towering figure stood at the doorway, blocking most of the sunlight streaming in. From behind, Lu Jianqing hugged his waist, half of his face buried in shadow. Shen Yexing lowered his head, noticing Lu Jianqing's pale hands restlessly twisting at his abdomen. Here we go again. Just moments ago, Shen Yexing had looked like someone ready to kill. As he stared at Lu Jianqing's hands, an inexplicable sense of being needed began stabilizing him. Let go, Shen Yexing said softly. Lu Jianqing didn't respond. Shen Yexing tried prying his fingers apart one by one, but they clung too tightly. He could distinctly feel the trembling of the person behind him, so he softened his tone, Lu Jianqing, just let me go first. Seeing these two boys, one difficult to communicate with, and the other unwilling to do so, Tang Han felt her headache worsen. She decided to ask the other teachers in the office to step out temporarily, apologizing profusely. Sorry, could you please leave for a bit? The other teachers, accustomed to dealing with special needs students, understood. Once the last teacher left, Tang Han sighed and asked, Yexing, should I still fetch the medicine? There's no need, Shen Yexing realized he had calmed down. Teacher, you can go. I'll stay here. Tang Han was startled. What about Lu Jianqing? He stays here too, Shen Yexing replied, wait outside for an hour. If you hear us breaking stuff inside, come in to mediate. If not, everything is fine. I'll bring him out later. But Tang Han struggled to accept their non-violent yet uncooperative way of interacting. He doesn't want to let go, Shen Yexing pointed at his own waist, I'll handle it. The sports office door closed, leaving only the two of them alone in the spacious room. Shen Yexing lowered his head, his voice slightly hoarse. Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing remained silent. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing patiently repeated several times, could you slowly release me? Please. Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, finally repeating what he'd said earlier since coming to this school, no. Ah. Then you keep holding if you want, Shen Yexing straightened his back, I stopped the fight because you're from class 7 too. But why are you clinging on to me now? Is it because I remind you of someone? Lu Jianqing replied again, no. Lacking a deeper understanding of how autism manifests in terms of missing security or rigid behavior, Shen Yexing couldn't grasp why Lu Jianqing behaved this way. Perhaps Lu Jianqing simply wanted to hold on to him, finding it comfortable and unwilling to let go. For him, the act of hugging was no different from standing or sitting, it just happened to be the first time he initiated physical contact. But Shen Yexing wasn't aware of this. How fucking weird, Shen Yexing muttered quietly, you're hugging me, yet I haven't gone berserk. You, Lu Jianqing suddenly spoke another word. Shen Yexing sighed, Finish your sentence. You are, Lu Jianqing managed to say laboriously, struggling to form full sentences, you. Chapter 7, Caught in the Rain. Shen Yexing remained silent, unsure of what to say. He stifled an impulse to sigh and patted Lu Jianqing on the shoulder. Afraid of stirring up unpleasant memories, Sheng Yexing softened his tone as much as possible. Lu Jianqing, can you let go? Lu Jianqing stiffened for a few seconds before replying, sure. A few minutes passed, and Sheng Yexing was truly uncomfortable, having no idea where this small introvert strength came from, so he asked again, can you let go? Lu Jianqing's voice betrayed no emotion, no. Recalling the occasional conversations between teacher Tang Han and students from the neighboring class, Sheng Yexing probed further, so, is it, let go, or, not let go? Lu Jianqing replied, let go. Feeling his headache worsen, with his palm nearly swollen from his own grip, Sheng Yexing switched the order and continued asking, not let go or let go? Lu Jianqing thought for a moment and answered, not let go. Half an hour later, in an awkward atmosphere, Lu Jianqing finally loosened his grip obediently. Sheng Yexing understood that Lu Jianqing had become adept at slicing watermelons online. Moreover, his skills in coquetry, stubbornness, and silent protest were reaching their peak. Even resisting himself had become impossible. He would have to stress to the teacher again that Lu Jianqing needed to learn self-defense, he couldn't recklessly lash out anymore. But it seemed this time, Lu Jianqing had targeted the offending hand directly. That was good, showing improvement. Sheng Yexing pondered as he opened the office door, glanced at Tang Han waiting by the door, and said, he's fine now. I know you dislike meddling in others' affairs the most, Tang Han felt remorseful, but I really am indebted to you this time. It's nothing, Sheng Yexing whistled and smiled at the teacher, I'm heading back to the classroom. Before leaving, Tang Han looked at Lu Jianqing trailing behind Sheng Yexing and remarked, you really managed to calm him down. Who calmed whom wasn't certain. Sheng Yexing didn't reply with those words, adjusting his school uniform collar, stuffing his hands in his pockets, and walked away with a forged note. Standing there motionless, Lu Jianqing was still recovering from the moment. He always disliked being touched immensely, expressing the most emotions throughout his life as, don't touch me. He liked wearing hooded clothes because there was a need for something to bear the weight over the upper back area, making him feel comfortable, otherwise, any uncomfortable design or texture would irritate and oppress him. Now, Lu Jianqing realized he might like to use touch to perceive the existence of a select few people. Auditory sensitivity caused Lu Jianqing to be unable to endure any superfluous words and dislike sudden provocations. These were stimuli his physiology couldn't withstand. Fighting was also a reflexive reaction. He had become accustomed to most people's careful touches, whether with good or bad intentions, but encountering someone like Sheng Yexing who clearly intended to maintain a distance was new. Because sympathy was also a form of harm. Sheng Yexing understood, and so did Lu Jianqing, hence they maintained their distance. But embracing someone felt warm and satisfying. Lu Jianqing. What are you thinking about? He shook his head, trying to dispel the strange thoughts in his mind. Lu Jianqing understood that he was destined to never fully experience some things in the same way as others. Back in the classroom, Lu Jianqing found Sheng Yexing had already left. He had never paid attention to someone's presence in such a manner, which made this realization feel unfamiliar to him. The classroom wasn't large, yet it held nearly 30 students, each with their unique ailments. Lu Jianqing's pitiful traits among them seemed rather commonplace, and no one gave it much extra attention. What these classmates were discussing wasn't something Lu Jianqing cared much about either. In any case, even at a special school, everything still depended on oneself. They were gathered around Gu Kunshan's desk, listening to this all-knowing person talk enthusiastically. I specifically looked up the situation. Gu Kunshan's voice was neither too high nor low, carrying no intent to belittle. How to explain? For instance, if I were an autistic patient and you stood in front of me speaking, your voice would automatically decrease by 70%. It's as though my brain is trapped in a sealed container. I may even be incapable of understanding your speech or paying attention to your presence, possibly finding more interest in your clothes. Additionally, I couldn't tolerate other people's touches, and I would repeatedly perform stereotyped actions, like playing with bottle caps for hours. Lu Jianqing entered through the back door and silently returned to his seat. All those words from Gu Kunshan had been automatically filtered out by him long ago. Now, all he could see was the pencil sharpener on the desk that hadn't finished its task yet. Perhaps it was due to his rampage at the office entrance spreading across the class. When some girls saw him holding a blade, they nervously pulled themselves backward. Someone whispered, Lu Jianqing is holding a knife. Lu Jianqing sighed internally, thinking, I'm using the knife not for you, but for sharpening pencils. 2B, pencils. In the US, autism is the third most common developmental disorder. About 4 to 5 out of every 10,000 children are autistic. Gu Kunshan covered his face with his book and said softly in conclusion, therefore, Lu Jianqing's behavior isn't particularly rare. The bell rang as some students noticed that Lu Jianqing had come back. Seeing the blade in his hand, they instinctively moved backward. Although they didn't shun him like snakes or scorpions, this motion still caused Lu Jianqing to stiffen slightly. We shouldn't discuss anymore. Someone said. Thank you, Lu Jianqing, who usually never spoke, suddenly chimed in, with a completely calm tone, no more discussion. Hey, Lu Jianqing's back, Gu Kunshan turned around to look over. Small cases of autism can talk. He did not want to provoke Lu Jianqing, the earlier speech was meant for classmates, nor did he wish to see anyone bully him again. Moreover, after playing basketball behind Xing Yexing for so many years, there was a degree of camaraderie between them, so when his senior said this person couldn't be provoked, Gu Kunshan would follow the lead and avoid causing trouble. Scratching his head, Gu Kunshan felt his actions were inappropriate and sincerely said, "I'm sorry." There had been different kinds of classmates these past days, but Gu Kunshan was the first one to apologize. Lu Jianqing softened his stance somewhat, blinking and trying to hum a confirmation, though unable to get it out because it stuck in his throat. He could only nod instead. "I'm Gu Kunshan, same as Li Dingxi, suffering from ADHD. I was in your dormitory before." Gu Kunshan pointed to his deskmate. "His name is Lin Ting, deaf." He also pointed to his ears. Feeling the tug, Lin Ting slowly turned his head. The hearing aid on his ear looked very heavy. He gave Lu Jianqing a friendly smile, then knocked on the table with an unexpectedly loud voice, "Hello." Lin Ting became deaf later in childhood, entirely relying on cochlear implants to hear sounds. Consequently, the volume of his speech could naturally not be well controlled. Lu Jianqing heard him clearly, seeing his confident and friendly demeanor, his tightly pursed lips gradually relaxed, attempting to call him by name, Lin Ting. Lin Ting smiled again, pointing at the blackboard, then turned away. It seemed he didn't hear Lu Jianqing calling him. Xing Yexing, who had just kicked the basketball into the classroom, happened to witness this scene. Like always, he kicked the basketball to the corner of the class and pulled out a stool to sit down, but somehow felt uneasy. Why'd he call Lin Ting? Damn. They've been in school for several days now, and Lu Jianqing has yet to call his name. Jealousy brewed within him. Just as he was about to sit down, teacher Ji Chuan tapped on the desk at the front of the room, Xing Yexing. Here, Xing Yexing loosened his sweaty collar lazily answering. Ji Chuan looked at this boy, despite it being bitterly cold winter, dressed in merely a thin sweater, wondering where he'd gotten up to. With a sigh, Ji Chuan asked helplessly, "Where's your school uniform?" Xing Yexing paused for a few seconds, saying, "I gave it to a younger student." At the sound of these words, Lu Jianqing's hand unconsciously shook while gripping the pen. Ji Chuan curiously asked, "Why?" Xing Yexing waved dismissively, pointing towards the corridor outside, "We'll talk after class." His bearing made Ji Chuan unsure who was really the teacher here. Ji Chuan could do nothing but call the students back to class. As Ji Chuan turned around to write math formulas on the board, Xing Yexing impulsively glanced at the childish line of separation he had drawn during a previous brain surge. It seemed too immature for his pride. With a flick of his elbow, he accidentally pushed his eraser to Lu Jianqing's side and coughed. Lu Jianqing, dull toward people, but highly sensitive to objects, looked at the eraser and raised his eyes to inquire silently, "Yours?" "Yeah, move a bit so I can pick it up," Xing Yexing said. Lu Jianqing backed up a little. As Xing Yexing bent down to retrieve it, thoughts raced in his mind about what to say to Lu Jianqing once he straightened up. Unexpectedly, a severe pain struck the back of his head. Xing Yexing struggled hard to suppress the groan of pain, his eyes blurred with stars from the impact. After easing the pain for a moment, confused, he looked up, still bending over, glancing upward along a very low angle, assessing Lu Jianqing. Never had he imagined that even under such a deathly perspective, little autistic's facial contour remained impressive. Lowering his gaze slightly, he noticed little autistic's collar was also unbuttoned, revealing a light gray wool sweater underneath. The collar buttons were askew, but the exposed clavicle looked rather appealing. Damn. What am I thinking about? Xing Yexing pretended to be calm as he stood up and rubbed the back of his head. Before he could say anything, Lu Jianqing started struggling to explain, by accident. He pointed at the desk, then at the foot of it, "Sorry." Little autistic actually spoke 2 sentences with 5 words. Glancing back at the table, Xing Yexing thought this must have been what Gu Kunshan referred to when talking about weak spatial distance perception abilities. Lu Jianqing often misjudged distances, easily dropping or bumping into objects, and frequently collided with doors or walls. It probably happened when Xing Yexing bent down to pick up the eraser, inadvertently hitting the table. Will Xing Yexing become stupid after being hit by me? Lu Jianqing thought. But Xing Yexing just shook his head and said, "No problem, it doesn't hurt." Teacher Ji Chuan glanced over here, and Xing Yexing immediately sat up straight, acting like nothing had happened, nodding slightly at the teacher. Then, risking getting scolded, he used his toe to tap on Lu Jianqing's stool leg. Lu Jianqing turned around, puzzled. What does he want again? Have you heard that your grades are quite good? Can you teach me how to pronounce a few characters? Xing Yexing flipped open his rough draft notebook, wrote something, pushed it over, and pointed, "This one." Looking down at the notebook, Lu Jianqing pursed his lips, "Xing. What about this one?" Xing Yexing wrote again. "Yi. This one." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jianqing said, "Xing." Xing Yexing felt a sense of satisfaction inside, twirling the pen in his right hand with a smirk, "Read them together." "Qing Yi Hang." Lu Jianqing unconsciously blurted out before his hand was suddenly pinched by Xing Yexing. Xing Yexing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "That's wrong." It took nearly 5 minutes for Lu Jianqing to finally correct himself painfully, "Xing Yi Xing." Mission accomplished. Seeing Shen Yexing relax so suddenly, Lu Jianqing felt as if he perceived some purposefulness behind it, his lips curling upward with an uncontrollable smile before continuing to focus on his homework. His breathing was already a bit disordered. Don't pretend. Who doesn't know what you're thinking about? Though Lu Jianqing didn't bother exposing Shen Yexing's little schemes, for some unknown reason, the pressure Shen Yexing exerted on him was exceptionally strong. His silence always made Shen Yexing reluctant to get close. Yet, whenever they encountered each other, it was as if they were connected by threads, constantly sensing each other's presence. Lu Jianqing looked at Shen Yexing's nape, drew a tiny cartoon pill pattern on his palm with a gel pen, squeezed it tightly, and continued doing his homework. Seeing little autistic concentrating on studying, Shen Yexing didn't disturb him, lying prostrate until the bell rang, running off to the corridor corner to light a cigarette. He happened to meet teacher Ji Chuan coming to smoke. Where's your school uniform? Ji Chuan tossed him a bead capsule cigarette. Shen Yexing pocketed the capsule, pulled out a pack of strong cigarettes, lit one, exhaling, I already said it, gave it to a younger student. Ji Chuan, upon hearing this, stared so hard his eyeballs almost fell out. Younger student. School prohibits early. On the playground playing basketball, there was a little sister watching who suddenly got blood all over her but Shen Yexing took a drag of the cigarette, so I took off my jacket and wrapped her up, no big deal. Great job, Ji Chuan mimicked Tang Chunhan's tone to encourage him, then noticing Shen Yexing didn't smoke the cigarette he offered, scratched his chin and laughed. Nowadays, teenage boys all prefer strong ones. What teenage boy? I'm an adult, bro Chuan. Finishing his last puff, Shen Yexing rolled up his sleeves high. Besides, I've heard capsule cigarettes are for girls. Ji Chuan crushed the coffee capsule in his mouth, making a click sound. Oh, you have lots of principles. Where'd you hear that? Smiling, Shen Yexing put the cigarette butt in his mouth. From me. Hey, you always have a group of little followers trailing behind you, yet you never seem to socialize with them. Boys should participate more in group activities, not flipping fences every day and disappearing. Ji Chuan sighed at how clueless he was about teaching problem students. Or spend a little more time studying. Before Ji Chuan finished, Shen Yexing rarely interrupted. Isn't it written in books that a person should live like an army? Yes, that's correct. Ji Chuan adjusted his glasses. But it doesn't mean this army needs to study properly either. An army that coordinates perfectly while climbing walls is still pretty smooth. After saying that, Shen Yexing was about to walk to the other end of the corridor when Ji Chuan stopped him. Where are you going? Skipping class. My aunt sent me the money, so I'm not going to class anymore. He rolled up his sleeves even higher. Shen Yexing's mother had left him a substantial inheritance before she passed away. Since he was 15, his aunt had been sending him money every month. Shen Yexing wasn't extravagant, and he had already saved up quite a bit. Come back early. Ji Chuan knew the boy's complex family situation, so he didn't press him. Put your sleeves down. You gave your jacket to someone else, aren't you cold? Shen Yexing whistled and smiled. I need to climb over the wall. Alright, go ahead. Ji Chuan said. The cold wind blew through the empty corridor. Wearing only a thin hoodie, Shen Yexing climbed out of the schoolyard through the small woods to go to the bank to withdraw money. Though he seemed wild, he wasn't rash or naive, and some teachers, openly or subtly, leaned towards favoring him. Students who were too independent often found themselves in trouble. In the classroom, Lu Jianqing had been leaning on the desk, looking out into the corridor for quite a while. After waiting a long time and seeing no sign of his deskmate coming back, he started feeling restless. Teacher. Tang Han was squatting down to pick up a piece of chalk. What is it? I want to go outside. For the first time, he raised his hand to ask permission to stand by the corridor ventilator, expressing his intention. Tang Han, worried, also sent Li Dingxi along. Since Shen Yexing's declaration, Li Dingxi had been showing extreme respect to this new roommate, completely forgetting the near-death experience with the stool. Li Dingxi sighed, ah. Little star, if only you could talk more, that would be great. The boss rarely speaks anyway, and when he does, it's all yelling and intimidating glares. And since you don't chat with me either, staying in the dormitory is pretty dull. It took Lu Jianqing a while to process that the boss Li Dingxi was referring to was Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing looked at the crowd running on the playground, leaning on the railing with his elbows. In front of Li Dingxi's shocked eyes, he spoke those 3 words, I'm sorry. Ah, what are you apologizing for? It's my fault. I did start it, but from now on, please don't hit people's heads, it hurts and isn't safe, it can be fatal, Li Dingxi explained. Fatal means dying, you understand, right? Yes. Lu Jianqing nodded. When he was little, occasionally standing on the windowsill in his bedroom, he had thoughts of jumping down. Because he knew it would mean dying, truly disappearing from this world. He admitted that after becoming aware of his differences as a child, he was indeed lost. He couldn't do many things satisfactorily, and obstacles kept coming one after another, turning his colorful life into black and white. But his incredible focus pulled him back from the abyss. Seen from another perspective, being special wasn't entirely bad. I'm not hard to talk to, and I'm not mute. Lu Jianqing's ability to speak had improved a lot compared to when he first came to school, I just have difficulty communicating. Then he pointed to the distance between Li Dingxi and himself, emphasizing, communication. Li Dingxi's eyes brightened a bit. I got it. Lu Jianqing frowned slightly. Got what? Meaning, if we get along well, you might still gradually become a chatterbox, right? Ah. Lu Jianqing originally wanted to nod, but then struggled to understand the word chatterbox. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to agree or disagree. After an afternoon of classes until dismissal, Lu Jianqing still hadn't waited for his deskmate, the one who always seemed to look down on him, to return. After finishing tidying his drawer, he glanced again at Xing Yexing's table and spent a few minutes thinking about whether he should help collect. If he moved other people's things without permission, would he be disliked? It seemed like their relationship hadn't reached the point where he could clean up someone else's personal items. Lu Jianqing tightened his grip on the school bag strap and lingered by Xing Yexing's seat for a moment. His palms had already turned red from squeezing them so hard. Lu Jianqing. The last duty student to turn off the lights had a loud voice. Aren't you leaving? Lu Jianqing bit his collar on the school uniform, zipped it up, waved goodbye toward the door, and sat back down. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, the duty student turned off all the classroom lights. As he left, he muttered, weird. This young boy apparently still felt uneasy, so he came back to hide behind the door, careful in his tone as if afraid of startling Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing, remember to lock the door when you leave. Lu Jianqing replied, okay. Then, he bent down, tightening and untying his shoelaces. This action was repeated 34 times, and Xing Yexing still hadn't returned. In Lu Jianqing's lifestyle, repetitive routines and actions were his habit, naturally including running with Xing Yexing through the small road by the school gate every day after class. Today, without waiting for Xing Yexing, he had no intention of leaving. The silent clock in the classroom already pointed to 8, and Lu Jianqing shivered all over from a sleepy haze. He propped himself up on his elbows, laying his head on the desk for a while. After scanning the room and confirming there was no one else around, he decided to go home by himself. It was 8 or 9 at night, and the dark curtain of night had already descended. The school security office hadn't locked the main gate yet. On the corridor floor, a broken umbrella was trampled into pieces by students not looking where they were going. Step by step, Lu Jianqing descended the stairs carefully, silently counting the number of steps in his mind. One step was missed, so he went back up and began anew, recounting. This cycle repeated countless times until the evening patrol security finally entered the building staircase. A flashlight beam landed on Lu Jianqing, causing him instinctively to lift his arm to shield himself. At the end of the corridor, the security guard yelled toward him, almost 10 o'clock. Why haven't you left? Which class are you in? Lu Jianqing opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. Leaning against the wall, sweat dampened his black bangs on his forehead as his breath came out in short bursts. Can you speak? The security guard jogged closer, concerned that this might be a student with physical defects who couldn't produce sound. First spotting the flashlight, then noticing the person getting closer, Lu Jianqing quickly covered his name tag on his chest. He didn't want to be identified as autistic. Seeing Lu Jianqing silently crouching by the wall, the security guard softened his tone. Little classmate, you should go back soon, right? Do you need me to contact your homeroom teacher? No, Lu Jianqing stood up and said, thank you. He tightened the strap of his school bag and moved to leave, finally gathering the courage to add, I'm going back to the dormitory. The security guard nodded in understanding, watching him walk down the stairs before shouting across the hallway, be careful on the way. Yeah. Lu Jianqing quietly acknowledged it, uncaring whether the other party could still hear. At the new school, he'd managed to normally interact with a stranger. Lu Jianqing felt an indescribable mixture of emotions stirring inside him. Suddenly, he thought he might have a little talent too. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, the floodlights above turned on. Lu Jianqing felt most relaxed when he was alone. Trailing behind the crowd unnoticed, it wasn't apparent that anything was unusual about him, and naturally, no one would label him as impolite or weird kid. After all, he was just a bit special. Walking for not long, the sky began sprinkling rain, and at the same time, Lu Jianqing's phone in his pocket started vibrating. Opening WeChat, he discovered that Gu Kunchen and Li Dingxi had sent friend requests which he hadn't verified yet. Squinting his eyes, he read through the names repeatedly but found no request from Xing Yexing. With the rain intensifying, Lu Jianqing was forced to stop walking. He couldn't verify friends while walking, so he had no choice but to stand still and press agree one by one. Always willing to make up for missing out on social connections, he still didn't know how to do so. Raindrops fell one by one onto his phone screen. Lu Jianqing pulled up his school uniform sleeve to wipe it clean, and his vision blurred with pain as his eyes watered under the rain. He brought up the class group, scrolling over the warm screen with his finger, eventually landing on Xing Yexing's WeChat account. They were desk mates, and also dorm mates, adding him wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Lowering his eyes, Lu Jianqing stared at the motorcycle logo profile picture of this WeChat account emotionlessly, clicking Add to Contacts. And inexplicably, fireworks exploded in his heart. Crossing the street, he looked up, feeling like the rain had lessened somewhat. The rain was caressing him. Chapter 8, Slap in the Face. Drip. Around 10 o'clock at night, Xing Yexing was showing off on a bustling crossroad in the city center when he received a friend request from Lu Jianqing. He usually didn't pay much attention to WeChat messages, but today for some reason, he had an inexplicable premonition, so he pulled his motorcycle over to the side of the road, straddling the seat as he reached for his phone. The night breeze gave him a headache. Summer is still better. In the past, every summer night, he would wear basketball shorts that hadn't been changed after a game, a plain black short-sleeve shirt, and a red-black helmet with silver edges. He'd kick-start his motorbike and zoom into the second ring road, neither sunburned nor too hot, just reveling in the thrill. When it was most exhilarating, the sky would drizzle a little, making him feel cool and wet, always countering the small flames inside him. There were few people playing motorcycle racing in the city, and Sheng Yexing didn't blindly hang out with them. A high-quality bike was all he needed for thrills. Since he was still in his second year of high school, the circle generally believed he wasn't yet 18, though he had been for a while. Sheng Yexing's motorcycle was a black and white Hunter CK1-125. It was a gift from his aunt on his coming-of-age day, costing nearly 10,000 yuan and looking particularly sleek. His aunt said his previous one was too lightweight to handle him. He knew in the eyes of older people, he was like a mobile rocket cannon. Sheng Yexing laughed when he heard this, saying that people riding motorcycles were often worried about being too light and getting thrown off, but why, in his case, did the situation reverse? Stretching his long legs, half of his body leaned against the bike. Without taking off his helmet, he unlocked his phone. In the bustling commercial district, he didn't make his exhaust pipe too loud, but he still drew many glances because of his striking presence. Sheng Yexing disliked being stared at, lowering his eyebrows and scanning the surroundings, trying hard to suppress the irritation in his heart. Xiaozibi's, a name implying little self-closure, WeChat profile picture was a small microphone. After adding Xiaozibi, Sheng Yexing took the initiative to greet him, sending his name over, "I am Sheng Yexing." Over there came an instant reply, "Hi." A cool and somewhat cute "hi." It made Sheng Yexing's eyelids twitch. But Sheng Yexing felt relieved. It seemed Xiaozibi could communicate via mobile social apps. If future conversations didn't go well, they could just use WeChat messages. Upon seeing Lu Jianqing, Sheng Yexing's rare curiosity sprouted again, wanting very much to know why the profile picture was set as a small microphone. Is it supervising oneself to talk more? So, he revealed himself, "My fully black profile picture represents the night." Xiaozibi only coldly replied, Before Sheng Yexing could respond, Gu Kunshan started bombarding him with calls. "Hey." The sound on Gu Kunshan's end was chaotic, as if he was playing poker. "Big brother, I found the hotel you asked me to look for." Where is it arranged?" Sheng Yexing saw it was getting late tonight and didn't plan to return to the dormitory. Intercontinental Peninsula Chain Hotel, Hyatt Select Hotel, W Lux Hotel. Impressive, right? Our city has everything. Luxurious. Sheng Yexing paused for a moment, "Tell me the price, and when checking out, directly deduct it from your credit card." "I filled in your card number," Gu Kunshan said, "not expensive, just 100 or 200. "Ah." Sheng Yexing took off his helmet to breathe for a while, leaning down to bite the cigarette filter. "Oh, it's a counterfeit version you found. As long as the cost-performance ratio is good, isn't it fine? Around our school here, it's so remote, there aren't really many good hotels. Big brother, you've lived in such luxury for so many years and don't understand yet. Wait, I'll send the address to you, just go there and stay." Sheng Yexing had no intention of lighting up his cigarette. "I won't come to the morning self-study tomorrow." He paused. Sheng Yexing asked again, then. "Is Li Dingxi staying in the dormitory tonight?" "Ah. He is playing cards at my rental place tonight, probably not. Leaving Lu Jianqing alone in the dormitory? Would it be okay?" Previously, he had listened to Gu Kunshan explaining that 80% of autism patients couldn't live alone. Under the lamplight, shadows swayed in the night. Sheng Yexing moistened the softened filter in his mouth with his tongue. His sharp features softened under the lights. He moved his Adam's apple, slowly commanding the person on the other end of the phone, "Let him go back. Dingxi drank quite a bit tonight. If teachers suddenly inspect the dormitories and find alcohol, we're screwed," Gu Kunshan said. "Besides, Dingxi has ADHD. What if he gets drunk and starts bothering Lu Jianqing? You can control yourself, but Dingxi can't. Once worked up, he might wrap around Lu Jianqing not letting him sleep, which would surely give him a headache." "That makes sense." Sheng Yexing said, "Then you go to my dormitory and sleep." Belch. Gu Kunshan unexpectedly belched. "Shit. Forget it." Sheng Yexing threw the unlit cigarette into the crevices of his fingers and reached for the helmet. "I'll go back and sleep." Even though Gu Kunshan had been drinking, he was still relatively sober. He took a deep breath and asked boldly, "Big brother, why do I feel like you're very protective of Xiaozibi? You really care about him?" People in TV shows who know too much tend to get killed off early. Sheng Yexing was about to hang up when, just before pressing the disconnect button, he muttered towards the phone's microphone, "And, how could I possibly be protective of any guy? Just unwilling to expose too obvious sympathy." Sheng Yexing was quite afraid that expressing such sympathy might hurt Lu Jianqing's extremely strong sense of self-respect. After saying this, he hung up, shoved his phone into his inner pocket, and gripped the handlebars tightly. It was only 10:30, and Shen Yexing decided to ride around the city area for some wind and then head back to the dormitory. The roads in the city were mostly wide. Shen Yexing slowed down while riding his motorcycle and slowly cycled across the city from the downtown center back to the school area beyond the third ring road, only to find that it was raining here. The motorcycle tires rolled over the ground, splashing water, wetting the black leather heads of his boots. The school was located near a small mountain outside the third ring road, which is considered the boundary between urban and rural areas. Apart from Shen Yexing and classmates with good family conditions, few others would ever leave this area. Now winter had come, with more cloudy and rainy days in the city, leaving the streets largely deserted. The city followed a ring design, beyond the third ring road belonging to the new district and suburbs. To enter the city center, students usually had to take over 30 minutes on the subway. Shen Yexing's aunt lived in the city center, and his cousin studied there as well. Just a district away, their lives were split in two. But Shen Yexing didn't care much. With his motorbike, distance wasn't an issue for him. Shen Yexing had a strong and free-spirited personality. Due to his own condition, he often acted considering consequences yet couldn't control himself. He enjoyed the overwhelming excitement while riding a motorcycle, experiencing the wildness and untamed nature free from constraints. For Shen Yexing, when on a motorcycle, he became a hero. When he arrived at the dormitory building, Shen Yexing took off his helmet and raincoat, drying them in the yard of the dormitory building, knocking on the iron chain of the security guard. "Uncle Ming, I'm back." Uncle Ming, who was nodding off, suddenly woke up upon seeing Shen Yexing, surprisedly asking, "Little Shen, isn't your roommate back with you?" Li Dingxi has excused himself. Lu Jianqing is in the dormitory. Shen Yexing stood under the eaves to shelter from the rain. "Is there a room inspection?" Uncle Ming shook his head. "Oh, Aunt Zhang started the room inspection earlier today. The lights in your dormitory were not on, and no one was there." "No one?" Shen Yexing repeated. "Where's Aunt Zhang?" "Upstairs, go check quickly." Uncle Ming unlocked the door for him. The school dormitory had a curfew after 11, where no one was allowed to enter or exit. Shen Yexing used to be a walking explosive, so the school made some exceptions for him. Over time, Shen Yexing got along well with the dormitory staff, sometimes choosing to climb walls to avoid disturbing their schedules. Shen Yexing entered the dormitory building and bounded up the stairs in 3 steps. Just as he ran to the 3rd floor, he met Aunt Zhang, the living assistant, who looked anxious. "Aunt Zhang. Little Shen. Finally, you're back. Where's your roommate?" "The newly registered one, the fair-skinned boy, really handsome, looks like a piece of candy." "Where is he?" Aunt Zhang said. "Lu Jianqing." Shen Yexing paused at the stairwell, looking upstairs. "He didn't return with me." Yes, a very handsome kid." Aunt Zhang pulled out her notebook jotting things down. "Where did he go?" "Did he go with you?" Shen Yexing nodded. "No." "So that means he disappeared." "We also didn't receive a call from Teacher Tang requesting leave." "Oh dear, what should we do?" Aunt Zhang wiped her sweat anxiously. "Aren't you guys pretty close? You always go to and from school together." "Not familiar." After finishing his statement, Shen Yexing lowered his head and took out his phone, calling Lu Jianqing several times via WeChat but got no response. "Where are you?" "Send coordinates, I'll pick you up." After waiting a minute, there was still no reply. The rain outside was getting heavier, pitch black night enveloped everything. Delaying any longer, midnight would pass. Losing a student at school number 2 wasn't a small matter, it could end up in social news. In the silence between them, thunder exploded far away, lightning illuminating half the sky. "I'll look for him." Shen Yexing wiped the rain dripping from his chin. "Aunt Zhang, please don't notify our teacher yet." Aunt Zhang watched anxiously as he hurried upstairs to the dormitory. "Are you alone?" "Aha." The usually restless boy looked down and bit the hem of his shirt, taking off the damp hoodie. Shen Yexing grabbed a waterproof jacket from the rack and then went around Li Dingxi's spot to pick up a warm-down coat in hand. He immediately opened the door and prepared to leave. Aunt Zhang stopped him and handed over an umbrella. "Little Shen, take an umbrella." "No thanks," said Shen Yexing, closing the door behind him. "It would slow me down while running." Aunt Zhang chased after him shouting, "Why don't you ride your motorbike?" "No." Seeing his unstable mood, Aunt Zhang carefully asked, "Do you need some medicine?" "No." "Be careful on the road. Don't let yourself get lost too. There's no one within 10 miles that I can't find." After saying this, Shen Yexing didn't even go through the front gate but stepped on the wall next to a brick pile and climbed out of campus. With quick actions, his arm strength impressive and with powerful abs, Shen Yexing crossed the wall filled with shards of glass with ease, leaving Aunt Zhang and Uncle Ming dumbfounded as they saw how this troublemaker usually left the school premises. The location of the school was remote. At night, few shops remained open. Shen Yexing ran through closed stores under the rain, feeling increasingly uneasy. Breathing heavily, he felt Lu Jianqing was somewhere nearby. His confidence was such that he didn't even check his phone. He thought he could definitely find Lu Jianqing, not realizing his condition was acting up. From the moment Aunt Zhang mentioned Lu Jianqing had disappeared, he knew he hadn't been good to Lu Jianqing, nor had he taken full responsibility as a partner should. Teacher Tang trusted him, believing Lu Jianqing's calmness could soothe his violent tendencies and his own brightness could light up Lu Jianqing's small world. That's what life was like in school number 2, everyone was trapped in their own mire, none able to pull each other out. As soon as his phone rang, Shen Yexing instinctively thought it was Lu Jianqing. He pulled it out and found it was Li Dingxi. What do you want? Speak. Hey, why is your voice so out of breath, what are you doing? Li Dingxi's tone became mysterious, you're not climbing stairs, are you? Among teenage boys, suggestive talk was easily understood, but Shen Yexing looked down at the moss-covered stone steps beneath his feet and chuckled, yeah, I really am fucking climbing. After a brief pause, he added, call Gu Kunchen and have him. Initially, Shen Yexing wanted to say to have him contact friends outside the school to help find Lu Jianqing, but his current mental state wasn't stable. Subconsciously, he didn't want anyone else finding Lu Jianqing. He wasn't trusting enough. What's wrong? Li Dingxi noticed he suddenly stopped talking. The kid's gone missing. Shen Yexing replied. His hand holding the phone was trembling uncontrollably. Why? Fuck. Is the little introvert about to become pitiful? Quit calling him little, he's about your age. So, I'm the pity. Li Dingxi sniffled, is there anything I can do to help? No. Shen Yexing composed himself, wait for my message. After hanging up, he scrutinized every minivan driving past on the street, taking another look at their back seats. Preferably, the kid hasn't been abducted. Every time Shen Yexing ran down a street, blue and white road signs reminded him where he stood. Exhausted, he bent over his knees panting, occasionally looking up to catch the twinkling of a few stars and suddenly comprehending the meaning of Lu Jianqing's name. Could it be that his parents came to take him home? Should he inform Teacher Tang? No, in the past, cases of students going missing at school number 2 caused quite a commotion. The incident eventually forced the suspect to eliminate the evidence. Another overblown sense of self-assurance surged in Shen Yexing's mind. I damn well know how to find him. Chapter 9, Another Reprimand. Shen Yexing was now in a state of heightened will and action, his mind so chaotic that he had no clue what to do next, his body temperature rising considerably. He stood at the street corner, staring at the dark street in the distance, noticing its dim lighting. His gut told him Lu Jianqing was over there, so he ran off in that direction for about 100 meters. It wasn't until nearly 20 minutes of aimlessly circling near the school that Shen Yexing calmed down, his eyes vacant. He began to wonder if little Closed-Off had left the school premises. Was it an intentional escape or an accidental getting lost? He changed direction, heading towards the city entrance where there was a river bridge. This place was less populated at night but offered broad views with no tree cover. Standing on the bridge allowed one to see both sides of the ring roads clearly. Occasionally, late-night racers passed by, their headlights illuminating the road ahead. Rain, slopes, and slippery motor vehicles. Shen Yexing didn't dare to imagine what might happen if little Closed-Off walked along the road without paying attention to the passing vehicles. His focus during exercise was always a bit weak. The storm grew fiercer. With his hair cut short and stiff, being drenched didn't bother Shen Yexing too much. However, the winter night winds were bitterly cold, blowing against his half-soaked body and seeping into his neck. Even the strongest physique couldn't withstand this. At the moment the streetlights flickered, Shen Yexing saw a familiar figure on the bridge. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, dressed entirely in a blue school uniform, tall and upright, it was Lu Jianqing. Shen Yexing didn't shout out, afraid to alarm Lu Jianqing in case it was a genuine escape attempt, prompting a swift disappearance. Tightening his clothes, he approached quickly from afar and noticed something Lu Jianqing held in his arms. Lu Jianqing's backpack was soaked, as was his school uniform. Rain was still pouring relentlessly onto him from head to toe. His hair, longer than Shen Yexing's, clung damply to his forehead, eyebrows furrowed low, lashes glistening with water droplets. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing got straight to the point, blocking Lu Jianqing's path with a raised voice, where have you been? Lu Jianqing remained silent for a moment, not answering. Why don't you reply to WeChat messages? I try to find you and get no response. Then what's the point of adding you? Out of power. Shen Yexing's temper flared, you went into the city. Lu Jianqing tightened his lips, honestly replying, on the third ring road. A surge of helplessness, anger, worry and other emotions Shen Yexing rarely felt all rose together within him. 6:30 dismissal, 11 o'clock curfew, and you run away with such long stretches of time. Speaking made Shen Yexing ingest more rainwater into his throat. Ms. Zhang came to check the dormitories tonight, she was frantic with worry. You say you don't need someone to take care of you, is this how you prove it? The rain intensified. Slowly lifting his gaze, Lu Jianqing's eyes sparkled faintly, there's none nearby. None of what? Shen Yexing pressed further. Lu Jianqing shook his head, implying nothing. Forget it. Shen Yexing was done arguing, turning around to leave, but Lu Jianqing hastily followed. He led Lu Jianqing under the eaves of a newspaper kiosk to avoid the rain, pulling his arm forcefully, dragging him close, and said irritably, take off your school uniform. Lu Jianqing looked up, unsure what to do, not comprehending his behavior. The towering, brooding teenager repeated his command, take off your school uniform. When seeing Lu Jianqing still unmoving, Shen Yexing reached out and grabbed the collar of Lu Jianqing's wet school uniform, grabbing his arm and stripping it off. He then shook off some water from the down jacket of Li Dingxi which he had protected for quite a while, draping it over Lu Jianqing. No matter how carefully Shen Yexing tried to protect it, the hem of the jacket was still soaked through, creating a watery arc line in the dark. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing moved his lips wearily, finally easing some tension between his brows, don't cause me trouble in the future. As Shen Yexing turned around to lead them back, Lu Jianqing suddenly grabbed the collar of his waterproof jacket and called out, wait. Upon seeing Shen Yexing turn his head and stare at him gloomily, Lu Jianqing found himself tongue-tied, only managing to mutter, thank you. Then, he stared at him for a long while. Little closed off, soaked to the bone by the rain, completely lacked his usual arrogance and aloofness. His hair stuck wetly to his temples, the originally distant look in his eyes softened. Shen Yexing couldn't help thinking, who is Little Closed Off? Should call him Little Handsome. Perhaps because it was too cold, Lu Jianqing was still trembling. Just stepping out of the newsstand, the rain showed no sign of weakening, fierce like hailstones falling from the sky, beam after beam like swords, plunging into the ground. Shen Yexing tilted his head upward, pinching the hem of his shirt with his fingers. He took off his outer waterproof jacket and raised it over his head as he beckoned to Lu Jianqing, forget it, come here. Don't stand there getting drenched or no one will take care of you if you run a fever. Deceptive. Lu Jianqing stood in place, pointing at his down jacket, his voice hoarse as he said, I don't feel comfortable. Meeting Shen Yexing's puzzled gaze, he added nervously, I can't stand the material. It feels like taking baths when I was little, unbearable. Shen Yexing knew that his illness might be causing tactile sensory problems, making him overly sensitive to fabrics. But going back now without a jacket would definitely give him a fever. At this moment, Shen Yexing sounded stern, like a parent, you can't take off your clothes, you'll get a fever. Lu Jianqing pursed his thin lips and said, wear yours. Before Shen Yexing could agree, Lu Jianqing stubbornly stripped off Li Dingxi's clothes and put the small plastic bag he had been holding into the pocket of Shen Yexing's jacket. The rain lessened slightly, and only then did Shen Yexing notice the plastic bag Lu Jianqing had been holding. What do you have? Medicine. Lu Jianqing's tone was icy, faint. Since schools prevent students from accidentally ingesting wrong medications, there were no pharmacies within 2 kilometers of the campus. So, had Lu Jianqing spent the whole night walking 3 kilometers away to buy medicine after school? On foot? In the rain? What had Little Closed Off been thinking all day? Shen Yexing tousled his already soaked hair and asked casually, what kind of medicine? As he spoke, he opened the package and discovered a bottle of swelling and pain relief tincture whose packaging was already soaked, and a box of blood-activating and pain-relieving capsules. For some unknown reason, Shen Yexing instinctively grew tense and pulled apart Lu Jianqing's hand, wiping off the raindrops. Where are you injured? You. Lu Jianqing tiptoed and gently touched Shen Yexing's head with his soft palm. Shen Yexing was stunned, my head. Yeah, this afternoon. Lu Jianqing wiped the water stains from the corner of his lips and slowly said, I hit my head on the desk. At this very moment, Shen Yexing couldn't describe how he felt. It was like a brilliant meteor streaking across the originally serene night sky. The heart-shaped mark slightly left of center in his chest suddenly felt like it was filled with boiling water, hurting and throbbing, yet scorchingly hot. The image of the person in front of him became clearer in the rain, even the drop of water hanging from the corner of his mouth made his heart beat faster. Hitting your head against a table must hurt, the other continued explaining, you need medicine. Shen Yexing's eyes became deeply complex. He couldn't ask whether Lu Jianqing braved the rain for such a long distance to disappear just to buy medicine for him. After all, he hadn't been injured in the first place. But he couldn't say it. If he opened his mouth, Lu Jianqing would realize how unreasonable his behavior was, perhaps leading him to resist showing concern for others in the future. After several thoughts battled in Shen Yexing's mind, he grabbed Lu Jianqing's cold hands and tucked them into his hoodie pocket. I'll use the medicine, Shen Yexing said gravely. Lu Jianqing let out a relieved sigh, okay. Lu Jianqing, let's go back, Shen Yexing said. Okay, the other responded enthusiastically. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning now, and the rain gradually became lighter. The distance from the cross-district bridge to the school was far, streetlights were either broken or flickering, making the road conditions even more treacherous. They walked for over 10 minutes without seeing a single taxi pass by. At 1:30 in the morning, Shen Yexing led Lu Jianqing, who had remained silent during the journey, back to the dormitory building. He couldn't scale the wall with Little Closed Off, so he tapped on the iron chain of the gate and called out, Uncle Ming. I've brought Lu Jianqing back. Ah, finally came back. Ms. Zhang also got up from her seat at the guardroom, rubbing her eyes upon seeing Shen Yexing's serious expression. She didn't say much, just quickly gave the 2 boys dry tissues to wipe their faces. Where did you go? To buy medicine. Lu Jianqing answered. Ms. Zhang nodded, knowing this child was special and not asking more, she urged them, go upstairs and rest quickly. Xiao Lu, don't wander around aimlessly anymore. You've scared me to death. Sorry. Lu Jianqing stood obediently, pulling his hand out of Shen Yexing's pocket. Once they entered the dormitory, Shen Yexing turned on the lights, feeling exhausted, almost collapsing. Perhaps due to the noise while climbing the stairs, some guy in the dormitory woke up boldly in a stupor and shouted groggily, "Who the hell is awake at midnight?" Shen Yexing stopped, clenching his fists tightly. The hallway lighting wasn't bright enough, but Lu Jianqing moved fast and climbed a step higher than him. Shen Yexing looked at him and suddenly calmed down, swallowing the words that had almost escaped his throat, "Your father." At this moment, some guy from another dormitory woke up too, shouting back, "Which orphan is screaming in the middle of the night? Shit. Little shit." Both dormitories were exchanging words when Zhang Ma, who hadn't gone far, came back. She struck a board in the hallway and yelled, "Who can't sleep? Who doesn't want to sleep? If you don't want to sleep, go downstairs and keep watch. Why are you being so tough at midnight?" It instantly became quiet. Shen Yexing wanted to laugh and followed Lu Jianqing upstairs. After opening the door to the dormitory, the first thing Lu Jianqing did was take out the medicine and place it on the balcony. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing noticed how increasingly hard little closed-off's actions were to understand. "What are you doing?" "Drying." Lu Jianqing, as if fearing Shen Yexing wouldn't understand, added anxiously, "The rain stopped. I'm drying the medicine box." "Alright," Shen Yexing started removing his clothes while pulling out a dry towel and throwing it to Lu Jianqing. "The water has already been cut off, there's no way to shower. Dry yourself off, then drink hot water, and go to bed." "Okay." As soon as Lu Jianqing got tired, he became obedient, taking the towel to start undressing and wiping himself. Shen Yexing suddenly felt like he'd been electrocuted, turning around and starting to take off his own clothes, not daring to look at Lu Jianqing. He had just caught a glimpse of little closed off down to his chest, the collarbone area was still so white. Whiter than the occasional snow in the deep winter of the city. That snow tasted icy when eaten during childhood horseplay, melting in the mouth, soft without much taste. Is Lu Jianqing also cold? Ah, fuck. He took a deep breath, cursing himself as an idiot, and decided to learn some scriptures tomorrow to purify his mind from Gu Kunshan. After Lu Jianqing changed clothes, he hung Li Dingxi's soaked coat to dry, then put on his socks, ready to climb into bed. He hesitated in front of the table for a while before asking suddenly, "What do they mean?" In Lu Jianqing's world, people should not interfere with each other. He inherently lacked curiosity about others, and didn't care to know what others thought, but since meeting Shen Yexing, Lu Jianqing found himself becoming interested in more and more things. "It's just random talk." Shen Yexing drank some hot water. "Do you want to know what a wild child is?" A kid without parents." Shen Yexing thought about it, feeling those people who cursed were also pretty fucked up, adding, "Or someone who's born without being raised." Finished, realizing everything he said sounded like he was cursing himself. Lu Jianqing nodded, pointing at himself, slowly saying, "Me." Suddenly, a heavy stone seemed to press down on Shen Yexing's heart. He held Lu Jianqing's fingers and said, "You're not. They've dragged me down." Mentioning his parents, Lu Jianqing's expression darkened slightly. "Well, stop thinking about it," Shen Yexing said. Lu Jianqing put on his socks and then took them off again, and repeated this before finally replying, "Okay. My mom passed away early, my dad isn't very capable. My mom's family was pretty wealthy and left me a courtyard house in the south part of the city after she passed. But it hasn't been lived in for many years, and I don't like going there either." Shen Yexing said while looking down to pull up his zipper, "When you're ready to get on the back of my motorcycle, I'll take you to have fun." After saying that, Shen Yexing strangely felt his ears grow warm. He had never invited anyone before. Not even Gu Kunshan or Li Dingxi, his two sidekicks, had ever been on his bike. Lu Jianqing yearned to go but didn't want to trouble him, nodding and shaking his head. This reaction made Shen Yexing feel tenderly toward him. "We can talk about it later. I sincerely invite you, I'm not in a rush." Little Closed Off tried his best to respond to every word, Compared to relatively ordinary living conditions, Lu Jianqing's parents began running around for his medical needs ever since discovering his illness in childhood. For 17 years, Lu Jianqing's condition had worn out the entire family, impacting basic daily life. A few years ago, Mom had another child, making Lu Jianqing feel even more like a burden. Coming to City No. 2 High School was Lu Jianqing's proactive decision. It was because during one classroom conflict, a male student pointed at him and shouted loudly, "Lu Jianqing, people like you with special circumstances should go to City No. 2. Don't act all high and mighty in class. Look down on who? You're sick. Should the whole class serve you?" At the time, Lu Jianqing thought City No. 2 was a hospital, couldn't resist searching online, and found out it was a school. He promptly gathered information about the school and expressed his desire to his parents to attend. The tuition wasn't exorbitant, the accommodation was provided, it was a closed campus with a concentration of special students, and parents could visit every 2 months or even every 6 months. This was tailor-made for the overwhelmed Lu family. After washing his face, Shen Yexing noticed a faint red halo spreading under Lu Jianqing's eyes. "Is the mole under your eye drawn on?" Lu Jianqing nodded. Shen Yexing asked, "It was blue before. Why did it turn red?" "Depending on whether I'm happy or not." Lu Jianqing said, "Today I'm happy." "Are you still a kid?" A crooked smile tugged at the corner of Shen Yexing's mouth, but he held back his comment, finding it rather interesting. "What color do you plan to draw tomorrow?" Sheng Yexing asked seriously. Tomorrow, Lu Jianqing lowered his eyes, thinking seriously about the question, then licked his lips and said, red. Sheng Yexing stared blankly at his tongue for a moment. He snapped out of it after pinching himself. Before sleep, Lu Jianqing still sat up and rubbed his eyes. Not going to sleep? Sheng Yexing saw him sitting huddled in bed under the blanket. In certain matters, Lu Jianqing's illness made him extraordinarily stubborn. The medicine. Apply some. And take it orally. Sheng Yexing didn't know how to tell Lu Jianqing that he wasn't actually injured from the collision earlier. He rolled up his sleeves and got off the bed. I'll apply the medicine, but I won't take the oral dose, okay? Okay, Lu Jianqing rested his chin on his hand as he watched him applying ointment under the dim light. Sheng Yexing didn't dare to really apply the medicine, he only dabbed a tiny bit of medicated oil onto the back of his neck where there would be no effect beyond the burning sensation. Sheng Yexing said very seriously, Lu Jianqing, I have to tell you again, everyone here is a patient. You might be special on the outside, but here, you're not. My attitude towards you will be the same as others. Okay, Lu Jianqing replied softly, it's cold. Huh. Sheng Yexing sighed, scolding himself for being useless while wrapping the blanket around Lu Jianqing tightly. It felt like all those words before were intentionally spoken for his own ears. Forget it. Chapter 10, Protective Instinct. In the morning, there was no water in the dormitory building. As dawn broke, the wake-up call sounded beside the dormitory building. A group of boys stomped down in their slippers to fetch water downstairs, but before they could get it, a fight broke out among those waiting in line. Uncle Ming tried to suppress the chaos many times to no avail and could only shout Sheng Yexing's name from the hallway. The man called, half asleep in a short-sleeved shirt, stepped out of his room and glanced at the boys who had been fighting right outside the door. The crowd immediately quieted down. Sheng Yexing suspected that Li Dingxi and the others were hormonal imbalances who thought proving the value of adolescence meant fighting. After all, a few years older, and there wouldn't be any more urge to throw punches. Thankfully, his classmates held the upper hand, otherwise, Sheng Yexing might not have been able to control himself, and another bloody battle would have ensued in the boys' dormitory. In high school, he used to dump empty buckets on people's heads, back when he was reckless and full of youthful vigor. Is everything okay now? If so, I'll go back to sleep. He started walking upstairs. A bunch of cowards, Li Dingxi spat at those who instigated trouble. Adjusting his crooked collar, he shouted to Sheng Yexing, hey. Leader, aren't you going to class? Not today, I'm taking leave, Sheng Yexing replied without looking back. Lu Jianqing has a fever. What the hell does Lu Jianqing having a fever have to do with you? Li Dingxi was drunk last night and woke up hungover with a hoarse throat, not daring to talk much. He returned to the dormitory just after 6 o'clock this morning, narrowly avoiding getting caught by Uncle Ming. For a while, he talked in his sleep every day at 3 in the morning, as punctual as an alarm clock, with a hint of northern accent. When he woke up, Sheng Yexing asked him multiple times where he was from, but Li Dingxi always choked and claimed to be local. Unable to change his habit of talking in his sleep, Li Dingxi feared falling asleep and getting beaten unconscious by Sheng Yexing. It wasn't until he assured himself this senior wouldn't attack randomly that he finally felt safe living in the dormitory. During his freshman year in high school, Sheng Yexing often lay awake at night and stood smoking on the balcony, sometimes smoking through the entire night. Each sunrise brought agitation within Sheng Yexing, forcing him to punch walls in the restroom. Every time he did so, his hands bled. Yet if you asked him what happened afterward, he couldn't remember anything. Later, even when Li Dingxi was absent, Sheng Yexing learned how to bandage his wounds using alcohol and gauze single-handedly. He never wanted it to resemble a plain white rice dumpling too much. What Sheng Yexing didn't expect was that despite his fever, Lu Jianqing insisted on attending class as if his illness didn't matter at all. Even the patient didn't care, and since Sheng Yexing was neither a doctor nor a guardian angel, he naturally saw no reason to intervene. He quickly changed into several outer layers of his school uniform and whistled at the door. Lu Jianqing, are you actually capable? I can. Lu Jianqing ran after him, clutching his backpack straps. His cheeks flushed red in the cold winter morning air. I'm perfectly capable. Wow, impressive, Sheng Yexing laughed wickedly. You're quite cheeky too, huh? Seeing his smile made Lu Jianqing feel warm, unsure whether it was due to his fever or something else. He asked, what's cheeky? In that instant, Sheng Yexing felt an additional connection to Lu Jianqing. It wasn't exactly added affection but rather a growing sense that he might become an important figure in Lu Jianqing's life. Subconsciously, he found himself writing dense black words onto the blank page of Lu Jianqing's youth during his most critical developmental period. Or perhaps, painting on that blank sheet. Painting vivid, colorful pictures. Meeting Lu Jianqing turned his habitual phrase, can you fucking keep up with me, into, are you keeping up with me? By mid-November, the city's damp southern chill ensured they could feel bone-chilling cold in the air no matter how many layers they wore. Boasting about their robust health, these young teenagers began wearing only windbreakers and short sleeves. A basketball game could see them stripping off clothes in no time for showmanship. Sheng Yexing was no exception. But he traded his short sleeve for a more stylish long-sleeve hoodie, tucking a singlet underneath his waistband, a move calculatedly clever. Now unable to flaunt his 8-pack abs by casually lifting his shirt corner anymore. This morning, under the bright sunlight, Sheng Yexing walked lazily while Lu Jianqing trailed behind, carefully stepping on his shadow, holding a cup of soy milk and drinking it boldly, almost ostentatiously like showing off liquor sipping skills. With his head held high and chest puffed out, Sheng Yexing occasionally looked back at Lu Jianqing, thinking deeply about what a drunk version of the little recluse would look like. Speaking of which, this was Lu Jianqing's first time eating pancakes mixed with Laoganma chili sauce. Unaccustomed to it, he got choked. Choking to tears welling in the corners of his eyes, Lu Jianqing didn't utter a word of complaint. He behaved like someone incapable of uttering a vulgar swear word. Sheng Yexing had previously thought Lu Jianqing seemed a bit like a girl, but he no longer felt that way now. The outline of the little recluse was rather delicate and could be called exceptionally handsome, resembling someone from the area. The character revealed in his eyes was firm and stern, something that couldn't be hidden no matter what. He detested being touched by strangers. If bumped into accidentally on the street, his eyes would immediately become as fierce as a wolf's. It was quite frightening. Lu Jianqing had been in the class for a week. Classmates' curiosity about him gradually diminished. They found out that aside from not liking to talk, being good-looking, having good grades, and being a little fierce, there were no other distinct traits. Thus, they stopped discussing him in the classroom. Although the city had always prioritized support for education within its limits, the faculty capability at special educational institutions remained relatively weaker. Tang Han taught both Chinese and history. Today, he brought in a large map of ancient China and hung it in the classroom, telling everyone to review for half a class before spot checks would take place during the second half. Lu Jianqing didn't talk much in crowded places. Sheng Yexing knew this habit of his. In the classroom, the two almost had zero interaction. Gu Kunchen belonged to the group of underperforming students. As soon as he encountered a review class, he started searching for entertainment everywhere. Due to his attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, he couldn't sit still. During freshman year, he tied himself with ropes during classes, later even tying himself back-to-back with Li Dingxi. When the classroom turned quiet and the surroundings became static, Gu Kunchen's mind became extremely restless. He placed one leg over the footrest of his desk, thought for a while, then started shaking his leg. Feeling Gu Kunchen's table vibrating slightly with his thigh movements, Sheng Yexing hit his shoulder with a pen. Stop moving. Shit, Gu Kunchen looked pained. I can't help it. Then try to make less noise. Flipping the page, Sheng Yexing pretended to be very focused. Shake your desk upward so there's no sound. Damn, you're too inhumane, leader. Hearing this, Sheng Yexing wanted to laugh. He raised an eyebrow and said, do you even know me? Afterward, he ignored Gu Kunchen, reaching into his drawer to grab an earphone. He inserted it into his school uniform, pulled it out through the collar, covering his ear with his palm, and tilted his head, pretending to be deep in thought as he listened to the explosive remix electronic music playing in nightclubs. The city's nightclubs were famously fun, so much so that every weekend people came from all over the country by plane to rave. Sheng Yexing didn't like the noise but enjoyed the thrill it gave him. The more it clashed with his personality, the more he could absorb energy from alcohol. Squeak, each time Gu Kunchen shook his desk, the thrust of his body pushed his chair backward, and the desk followed. The silent Lu Jianqing behind moved his desk back. Squeak. Gu Kunchen's front desk slid another 10 centimeters back, and Lu Jianqing also adjusted his desk accordingly. Squeak. The last vibration ceased, Gu Kunchen stopped shaking his numb leg and turned his face to talk to Lin Ting. To his surprise, he'd shaken his way to becoming Sheng Yexing's front seatmate. Sheng Yexing removed his headphones and glanced over. Gu Kunchen. He hurriedly turned around, seeing the little recluse quietly lowering his head and writing homework, entirely unaffected and living alone as the last person in the row. Gu Kunchen inexplicably felt that the leader's gaze was a bit creepy. Sorry, buddy. Gu Kunchen quickly pushed his desk forward, creating immense noise in the classroom. Little recluse, come here. Ignoring Lu Jianqing still writing, Sheng Yexing stretched his arm and dragged Lu Jianqing's desk up close, glaring menacingly at Gu Kunchen. Don't call him little recluse. Gu Kunchen chuckled a few times. What should I call him? Little Star. Upon hearing this nickname, Lu Jianqing stared at Gu Kunchen for a while, frowning slightly as it wasn't something he was used to. In kindergarten, his parents called him Star. It became Little Star in elementary school, then Jianqing in middle school, and eventually Lu Jianqing. Regarding the changes in these nicknames, Lu Jianqing was initially dull towards them, but when he sensed changes in intimacy and distance, he gradually became sensitive to such things. Call him Brother Lu. Seeing Lu Jianqing's displeased expression, Sheng Yexing pressed down on Gu Kunchen's shaky stool leg after finishing his words. Understand? Got it, leader. Being intimidated made Gu Kunchen feel strangely pleased. He flattered Lu Jianqing with a grin. Brother Lu. At this moment, Tang Han walked into the classroom carrying newly distributed monthly test papers. After organizing the papers by groups, he picked up his teaching rod and tapped it a few times on the lecture desk, mock-angrily saying, you guys were still noisy during the self-study period. Pull out your textbooks and get ready to have random passages checked. Yes, the class's average grades weren't bad, but everyone worked lazily. Sheng Yexing began to wonder if the class atmosphere had been skewed by his own influence. It was cold, so the classroom heater was on. Tang Han, while removing his scarf, casually asked questions from the textbook. Let's check memorization of key provisions next. August 29, 1842, the signing of the Treaty of Nanjing. Though the school mainly focused on treatment and training, the academic progress of regular high school students still needed to be maintained. Lu Jianqing, who was playing with his pen while looking down, suddenly spoke up. Monday. Lu Jianqing's voice wasn't soft. Tang Han was delighted to hear his contribution but couldn't make it out clearly. He asked, what did Jianqing say? Gu Kunshan was particularly enthusiastic. Teacher. He said Monday. Did he like answering date-related questions? Tang Han thought about this and followed up with another question. How about the Treaty of Shimonoseki? April 17, 1895. Lu Jianqing blinked and said, Wednesday. Next to his desk, Shen Yexing had one hand in his pocket while the other quickly opened the perpetual calendar app on his phone, swiftly scrolling through the dates. After confirming the answer was completely correct, he looked puzzled. Was it memorized or calculated? This kid was truly a top scholar among top scholars. Little recluse, why does he know everything? Gu Kunshan cursed. Shen Yexing glanced at him dispassionately. Gu Kunshan quickly corrected himself. Oh, our brother Lu is truly amazing. He knew that deep down, Big Brother was probably shouting, little recluse, too. That was like allowing only himself to set wildfires while forbidding anyone else from lighting even a firefly flame. Looking into Lu Jianqing's clear eyes, Tang Han suddenly realized that Lu Jianqing might have the ability to determine the day of the week for any given date. She'd seen such cases in foreign documentaries. This revelation moved her, so she abruptly closed her book and started asking random dates. September 25, 1998. Friday, Lu Jianqing responded almost instantly within just a couple of seconds. Sweating palms, Tang Han asked again, October 2, 1996. Lu Jianqing didn't hesitate. Wednesday. Noticing Shen Yexing flipping through the perpetual calendar, Tang Han glanced over at him. Shen Yexing looked up and met Tang Han's gaze, nodding slightly. Classmates, you can continue studying. Tang Han snapped her book shut with a snap and tied her scarf back around her neck since she hadn't folded it yet. Lu Jianqing, come to my office for a moment. Seeing that Lu Jianqing hadn't moved, Shen Yexing tossed a small eraser towards him to divert his attention, lifting his chin to remind him, go to the office. Lu Jianqing slowly stood up after pushing back his chair and followed Tang Han out. Once the homeroom teacher and Lu Jianqing had left, most of the students expressed astonishment at Lu Jianqing's performance just now and whispered to each other in discussion. With the class president unable to maintain discipline, Shen Yexing tapped on his desktop loudly, saying, study quietly. As soon as Tang Han left, Gu Kunshan immediately went back to his old tricks, initiating WeChat drift bottle mode. Leaning sideways and whispering softly, big brother, Annoyed, Shen Yexing reached over and twisted his head back toward his work, saying, turn your head forward. I've got news. Turn your head forward. It's about brother Lu. Gu Kunshan said deliberately. With his palm on Gu Kunshan's head, Shen Yexing forced him to turn back and said, speak. So apparently when he was in his previous school, man, he was brutal, 1 versus 5 fights, anything goes, no one dared to mess with him. Whenever people heard about him at his old school, their expressions changed, as if they were scared I'd be seeking revenge. Speaking in low tones, Gu Kunshan leaned closer to Shen Yexing's ear. Do you know those triangular rulers math teachers use? They make a cracking sound when used to hit someone. He used one to smash a window in the classroom. Shen Yexing listened while twirling his pen. Cross-class fighting? Seemed like the little recluse was wilder than he imagined. Yes, Gu Kunshan replied. Can you guess how much older the opponent was? 1 year older. He was in the 2nd year of junior high, but fought against first-year senior high students. Did he win or lose? He won, Gu Kunshan concluded. Barefoot doesn't fear shod. Brother Lu is barefoot. He doesn't initiate trouble, Shen Yexing also summarized, but he follows the principle, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them, if others do offend me, I'll annihilate them. So those beaten deserved it. Even though he seemed indifferent on the surface, Shen Yexing was indeed irritated by Gu Kunshan's descriptions. For some unknown reason, the scene of Xiao Zibei being surrounded and bullied by a group of people vividly appeared in his mind. He could even imagine Lu Jianqing's ears turning red from holding back anger. His own condition often struck without warning and with great intensity, easily triggering that red line. Shen Yexing couldn't hold on to his pen anymore. He wasn't sure if he was feeling sorry for Lu Jianqing at that moment or for himself when he used to get into bloody fights frequently. Bang! With a loud noise, Shen Yexing's desk was kicked aside by him losing control. All the students in the front row turned their heads to look at the last row. Sweat broke out on Shen Yexing's temples. His hands were balled into fists as his breathing became rapid. An apology stuck in his throat, unable to come out. People with mania often are not self-aware during episodes, but this time he noticed something amiss in his reaction. You all study quietly. Don't stare. Gu Kunshan quickly waved his hand, signaling the classmates to stop looking behind. Then another whoosh, Shen Yexing pulled his chair out and stood up, exhaling deeply. He leaned his forehead against the wall nearby, trying to soothe himself with the cold temperature of the tiles. After several deep breaths, he told Gu Kunshan, I'll go sit in the isolation room. Don't go to the isolation room, it's suffocating and broken down, is that even a place for people? Aren't you the only one who uses it? Gu Kunshan tried to dissuade him. Sheng Yexing sneered slightly, no one else uses it either. Yes, usually, parents keep children like him at home for observation. But only he would be sent to live among a group. No problem. Sheng Yexing walked towards the door. Just as he reached the classroom entrance, Lu Jianqing returned after going to the office with Tang Han. Tang Han seemed to have forgotten something and went back halfway. So, at the doorway, only Lu Jianqing stood face to face with Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianqing suffered from pursued vision impairment, his attention would drift while walking, and he didn't look where he was going. Inattentive, he almost bumped straight into Sheng Yexing's chest. The two stood face to face at the doorway, each eyeing the other. Lu Jianqing was shorter, and his gaze directly met Sheng Yexing's prominent nose and lips. Below the other's flushed cheeks was an already too early mature jawline. His collar looked a bit messy. The zipper's small gear reminded Lu Jianqing of train tracks in his textbook. Choo-choo. Lu Jianqing snapped back from wandering thoughts, watching Sheng Yexing heading out and unusually spoke first, not coming to class. Sheng Yexing stared at him for a long while before uttering, yes. Today, the birthmark on the smaller boy's face was blue. Because he wasn't feeling well. Aha, Lu Jianqing's pupils shone amber-like under the morning sun slowly parting the clouds, come in. An internal battle waged fiercely in Sheng Yexing's mind, and he finally decided to return to the classroom with Lu Jianqing. He stood behind the younger student and watched him carefully pull out the chair, checking the distance between the chair and the desk before sitting down. In his previous school, the smaller boy must have often fallen due to obstacles in spacing, leading to others laughing at him. Sheng Yexing sighed. He sat down, taking the medicine from inside his desk and holding it in his palm for a long time, eventually deciding not to take it. He grabbed Lu Jianqing's draft book, flipped to a blank page, and called out, Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing turned to look at him. The small boy's focus had gradually changed from initially vague to now clearly finding his target. Sheng Yexing pointed at a blank spot on the notebook and said, in the future, if I don't have an episode that day, draw a stamp here. Lu Jianqing studied him for a while and nodded. Wasn't drawing a stamp easy? What should it look like? He pondered a bit with his pen, thinking that Sheng Yexing was in good shape today, so he wrote the date, November 20th, on the empty page of the notebook, then drew a curve beneath the date. Initially wanting to sketch a smiley face, he suddenly changed his mind and added another arc connecting the ends. A crescent moon distinctly appeared on the paper. In art classes previously, the teacher had mentioned what this pattern represented. It should signify companionship, right? After seeing what Lu Jianqing drew as the stamp, Sheng Yexing's earlobes burned painfully. He thought he was the one running a fever today. In the vast universe, stars shine brightly, and there aren't many things suitable to pair with stars, let alone their names combining to form planet. Regardless of whether Lu Jianqing drew a heart or a simple circle today, it was enough to make the already contemplative Sheng Yexing feel parched. Thirsty for water, thirsty for more. Sheng Yexing, who had always prided himself on ignoring all troubles, extended the back of his hand and lightly touched Lu Jianqing's forehead. You're feeling better, Sheng Yexing said. I'll go ask Teacher Tang for some cooling patches. Lu Jianqing repeated the gesture, touching his own forehead before sitting down. This was the sensation of being touched. He needed to remember it well. Since the start of their first year in high school, even when he was having an episode, Sheng Yexing had never gone to the office so quickly. He now stood by the doorframe, tapping his fingers on the door. Teacher Tang was about to enter the classroom and, upon seeing him, nodded for him to come in. Teacher, Sheng Yexing jogged over, still catching his breath. Teacher Tang adjusted his glasses. What's wrong? For the first time, Sheng Yexing felt nervous in front of his teacher. He pressed his lips together, his Adam's apple bobbing as he finally spoke up. I want to be in a group with Lu Jianqing. How quickly did karma come knocking? The other teachers in the office immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at him. Chapter 11, Something's Off. The library of the second special school was built next to the gym, sharply contrasting the bookworms and the underachievers. Sheng Yexing often led a group of boys into the gym with great bravado, a basketball bag slung over his shoulder, his silhouette cast long shadows on the scarlet track by the sunlight. They took pride in the spirit of competition in sports. Whoever lost had to squat outside the gym for half an hour or clean up for the opposing team after school. By this measure, Sheng Yexing hadn't cleaned anything for nearly 2 years. After Tang Han accepted the idea that Sheng Yexing voluntarily wanted to be in the same group as Lu Jianqing, she decided to find an opportunity to give Sheng Yexing a small lecture but rarely managed to catch him. Today, as she was about to go to the library to fetch materials, she saw Sheng Yexing only wearing a short-sleeve shirt in the cold winter, with a few light gray wristbands on his arm, trying to unscrew a soda cap. He patted Gu Kunshan's wrist, don't bother going to clean for other classes. You lost to me one-on-one today, so clean our classroom after school. After saying that, he tilted his head back and gulped down water, especially the last 2 rows of our class. Will those guys from class 2 agree? I said it counts. Gu Kunshan hung his head, understood, big brother. Late November is when the cold wave invades. Sheng Yexing, relying on his solid build, never considered keeping warm, directly wearing a thin layer of school uniform over his jersey, and called a group of people, all of you go back to the classroom for self-study first. Are we still studying, bro? Li Dingxi teased, we haven't been in class all afternoon, what, are we just handing ourselves over now? Sheng Yexing retorted, do you think you're really skipping classes? Mr. Chuan said we must return by 5:30. What time is it now? 5:25, Li Dingxi replied. Hurry up, Sheng Yexing almost kicked someone. Before the end of January vacation, City No. 2 would still participate in a district-level basketball tournament, preparing to make everyone wear autumn shirts and pants for big dunks in the cold winter. Sheng Yexing originally didn't want to participate, but a major reason that persuaded him to agree was because the school teachers unanimously requested that the City No. 2 team should compete in the normal age category instead. In previous years, they were grouped with orphanages and social educational organizations. This year, they were finally competing like regular middle and high school students. Huh. Gu Kunshan spotted Tang Han first, unable to contain himself, jumping around yelling, teacher. Tang Han saw a group of little rascals running to the classroom with flushed faces but didn't criticize them much. She looked back, where's Yexing? The teacher has something to discuss with him. Sheng Yexing's steps paused. I haven't climbed walls or gotten into fights these past few days. Come with me to the library, Tang Han pointed indoors, we need to talk about your grouping. A few young boys laughed. They all knew their leader had been grouped with the socially awkward kid. Being caught by Tang Han into the library, Sheng Yexing's footsteps became lighter. As someone who didn't care much about academics, he thought top students were particularly amazing, and he feared disturbing anyone. Tang Han was direct, cutting straight to the chase. Yexing, wasn't it yesterday you said you wanted to be in a group with Jianxing? If you truly want it, listen to what I have to say first. I'm sincere, Sheng Yexing twirled a cigarette in his pocket, you speak. Tang Han was pondering how to start, when Sheng Yexing couldn't resist asking out of curiosity, by the way, teacher, what's up with Lu Jianxing's skill where he tells which day it is according to the date? Children with his condition often have stronger focus and more obsessive personalities. A small percentage are very smart and once they set their minds on achieving something, they dive deep into studying it, Tang Han explained, he says he calculated it. Calculated it on the spot. Sheng Yexing nearly crushed the filter. Yes. The filter really got crushed. Seeing that he was restless, Tang Han asked, what are you fiddling with in your pocket? Sheng Yexing glanced up, do you want one? Tang Han decided to skip this topic. Moving from the historical books section to the medical section in the library, Tang Han found several shelves of books, talking while walking. Actually, there aren't many treatments for him yet, such as interpersonal relationship training methods, applied behavior analysis therapy, etc. But Lu Jianxing is already grown up now, his individual thinking pattern has been formed. For him, there is no specific medication for his core symptoms, but some medications can alter emotional and behavioral symptoms. So, what am I supposed to do? Though Sheng Yexing appeared nonchalant, he actually chewed on every word thoroughly inside. Tang Han said, interfere with him, invade his life more often. Although the best time for him is to be alone, it will seriously affect his social skills. Sheng Yexing thought about it, does he have social skills? Hardly any. So, am I doing all this for nothing? Sheng Yexing casually took a slightly old booklet from the bookshelf. Not necessarily. You need to make his emotions fluctuate more, like making him laugh or feel moved. Tang Han hesitated for a moment, if these don't work, crying or getting angry are also okay. The last two are pretty simple, Sheng Yexing flipped a page, but the first two are hard. Seeing how unreliable he looked, Tang Han became a little worried, but you can't bully people. Why would I bully him? Does he look like someone who can be bullied? While listening to the teacher, Sheng Yexing clearly lost focus for a second. This was an old lyric book from who knows when. He randomly opened a page and saw a line, just let me accompany you in the rain. On a previous page, I don't want to interrupt the sweetness you give me. And before that, should I send you back home now? Yes. That night, the sky suddenly started pouring heavily, soaking both of them into silent, drenched sparrows. When they finally made their way back to the dormitory building, Sheng Yexing took advantage of the chaos to grab Lu Jianxing's palm. The outer circle of fingertips was cool, but the inner part of the palm was warm. Is it like being with a socially withdrawn person? His gaze instinctively dropped, and every sentence he read made Sheng Yexing subconsciously move his throat. The small lyrics booklet also wrote, I like it when you secretly peek at me, out of shyness. Although Lu Jianxing didn't seem shy, his straightforward eyes showed no signs of sneaking glances. That kind of gaze still made Sheng Yexing unforgettable. I've seen him get angry, as for crying. Sheng Yexing closed the book, a sly smile on his face, what if Lu Jianxing's voice breaks from crying too much? Thinking about Lu Jianxing's explosive fighting spirit, Tang Han chuckled, is that possible? I'm just giving an example, Sheng Yexing coughed once, teacher, if he cries, don't blame me. Tisk, do you even know what you're talking about? Is Lu Jianxing someone to easily provoke? Tang Han finished speaking, and Sheng Yexing nodded. His fingers idly rubbed against the pocket of his clothes, coming up with 100 ways to make the socially withdrawn kid cry in his mind. Tang Han was still a bit worried. Are you sure you can cooperate? Sure. There's one important point, don't have episodes in front of him. I'm afraid you'll lose control over your emotions, and he wouldn't even know why he got hit by you. He might not even understand why you'd lash out at him. Tang Han continued, concerned, but Lu Jianqing's good point is that he knows how to express himself and protect himself. Even if his methods are too extreme sometimes. No, Shen Yexing guaranteed, I would harm myself before hitting him. Sighing, Tang Han patted Shen Yexing's back, don't talk nonsense. During his time interacting with Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing felt that he had empathy and could even look directly into his eyes. That's right, this is the misunderstanding most people have about autism, Tang Han said, he isn't emotionless and he can care about others. He just can't express himself correctly. He is very special. There weren't many people in the library during class time. As Tang Han carried books and walked with Shen Yexing past the reading area, she noticed a familiar figure within a few steps. She exclaimed, hey, isn't that Jianqing? Responding to her voice, Shen Yexing looked up and concluded, right. He voluntarily comes to the library to study too. I thought he'd be averse to public places. Tang Han walked over and patted Lu Jianqing's shoulder, causing him to instinctively jolt upright. You scared me, child. Patting her chest, Tang Han said, Nightingale and I came here to fetch some books, never expected to see you here too. Lu Jianqing covered the borrowed book with his notebook, looking rather flustered in his movements but with an unchanged expression, his lips tightly pressed together. Hearing Tang Han say this, he simply nodded. Shen Yexing stared at him for a while, reading. Lu Jianqing secured the notebook and slowly sat down again. His attitude was cold and distant. Shen Yexing asked, what are you reading? Lu Jianqing's earlobe suspiciously turned red. After pausing for quite a while, he replied, extracurricular books. Take good notes. Shen Yexing extended his finger, intending to tap on the desk, but for some reason ended up tapping on Lu Jianqing's shoulder instead. What was particularly differential treatment was that Lu Jianqing didn't mind his touch and even shifted his attention to Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing said, I've noted it. Shen Yexing hadn't failed to notice that the book Lu Jianqing had pressed tightly under his notebook was one he himself had borrowed before. The title consisted of 4 large characters. Although Shen Yexing forgot its exact name, he remembered the content, an interpretation of mania. Upon unexpectedly encountering Lu Jianqing, Tang Han naturally pulled Shen Yexing down to sit right in the library. She asked with a tone of negotiation directed at Lu Jianqing, Jianqing. The teacher would like to ask you some questions. Upon hearing he would be probed, Lu Jianqing became uneasy, simply responding with a brief, all right. Tang Han asked straightforwardly, what kind of treatments have you experienced in the past? Can you give us an example? The relaxed atmosphere was disrupted as Lu Jianqing's body tensed almost instantly. He paused, echoing Tang Han's words, give an example. Yes, an example. Tang Han patiently guided him, you can take your time. Lu Jianqing again repeated as if to himself, take my time. Take your time. Shen Yexing rested his elbow on the table and inadvertently touched knees with Lu Jianqing beneath it several times. At first, Lu Jianqing tried to avoid the contact, but after a few more touches, he leaned toward Shen Yexing. It seemed Lu Jianqing just realized. Between people, when warm skin could communicate, even without words there could be understanding. He disliked most people's touch, yet he enjoyed perceiving the presence of those who mattered to him through touch. As a child, his skin had been too pale due to a lack of trace elements, he wouldn't eat anything, and for a whole year at age 3, he didn't eat white rice. At the age of 1, he started learning to talk, but from the ages of 2 or 3, he spoke only 1 word per day, or sometimes not even half a word. His speech was very rigid, merely imitating what adults said, lacking skillful use of language. At 3 years old, Mom took him out to play, and a big sister thought he was so cute like a rice dumpling and handed him a red balloon. He didn't know to say, thank you, but answered that he was 3 when asked how old he was. Later, from 4 until 6, no matter who asked his age, he always said he was 3. He didn't understand that one grows older by a year each year. To him, all sounds were equally loud. Always wearing earplugs when stepping outside, neither speaking nor listening, many thought their neighborhood had a deaf-mute child. At one point, he used to fear bright lights, but now he could face the rising sun. That was already a great improvement. Facing these circumstances, Lu's parents made efforts as well, consulting gods, trying folk remedies, even trusting some primitive methods, such as feeding stove ash to Lu Jianqing or taking him to receive traditional Chinese acupuncture. Looking off somewhere else, Lu Jianqing started zoning out. Tang Han noticed his somewhat resistant attitude and thus said, there are many things you need to tell the teacher so we can help you. Acupuncture, every day for hours. 18 needles, pointing to his head and then behind himself, more than 20 needles. Tang Han recalled the radical therapies popular on the market and endured her heartache as she asked, then blood therapy. Piercing. Did you undergo these as well? Yeah, hesitating for several seconds, Lu Jianqing responded, venous blood withdrawal, laser full body. Tang Han inquired, which medications have you taken? Medicines. Lu Jianqing responded. Right, about the medicines, which ones did you take? Could you share? Tang Han continued to guide him patiently. Medicines that stimulate the brain. Lowering his eyes, Lu Jianqing said, as soon as I take them, I flush red. Where? Lu Jianqing replied, face. In the end, Shen Yexing suddenly spoke, having remained silent all this time. Lu Jianqing responded, I couldn't bear it anymore. Chapter 12 Milk Tea. The adolescent voice, undergoing changes, was slightly hoarse, with a detached tone, as if he wasn't talking about his own affairs. Tang Han had always cared for him deeply. To hear Lu Jianqing rarely mention his past made her eyes instantly water up. The party involved showed no visible pain, yet the onlooker cried instead. Lu Jianqing felt an inexplicable lump in his throat, unable to express countless unspoken words, could only let out a soft "eh." What are you ing? Shen Yexing glanced at him, remaining silent. That single sound again made Tang Han want to laugh but pretended to look serious while arranging a meal for Shen Yexing, then sent the two boys out of the library, telling them to go eat and then quickly return to the dorm to study for their final exams. After nearly half a month of transferring schools, not much had changed, except Lu Jianqing's status, which had evolved from a little follower to someone who could walk side by side with Shen Yexing. Judging from his expressions, Shen Yexing even seemed more like someone safeguarding Lu Jianqing's path. But he wouldn't admit it. At 6 o'clock, it was prime time for the small vendors near the school gate, selling all sorts of things, filling half a street's air with delicious scents and grease fumes. Even though Lu Jianqing usually paid little attention to the outside world, his attention was drawn to quite a bit of it now. The barbecue vendor fiercely waved a fan at his stall, grilled corn kernels. Smelling the aroma, Lu Jianqing stopped abruptly. Who knew how much he wanted to eat it? But he couldn't say it. He still felt a bit shy in front of Shen Yexing. Moreover, he found it hard to approach strangers and say, I want to buy this. He could hand over money or count the change, but asking a stranger directly for something still presented a barrier for him at this point. Shen Yexing acted as if he didn't notice, walking ahead with his hands in his pockets, forcing Lu Jianqing to jog to keep up. Passing a lamb rice noodle stall, the boss didn't shout loudly but the air was already filled with the pungent smell of well-cooked lamb. The boss noticed Lu Jianqing staring with bright eyes and seized the opportunity. School's out, kid. Buy a bowl of rice noodles and slurp away. I don't slurp. Shen Yexing raised his hand to stop it. He beckoned to Lu Jianqing, let's go. Lu Jianqing followed with his head down. As they passed a drink stall, the owner kept blaring through a loudspeaker, oat hot milk tea. Snow ear stewed coconut milk. Sweet, sweet winter hot drinks. It was almost predictable, Lu Jianqing swallowed. Shen Yexing stopped, pulling his phone out of his pocket to scan the code and asked the owner, how much for coconut milk? Unexpectedly, Lu Jianqing blurted out beside him, milk tea. Frowning, Shen Yexing said, milk tea will keep you awake. Moreover, this stuff was both bitter and greasy, yet why did everyone love it? Back in middle school at their class door, there'd be something called bifantang where girls would gather after school like they hadn't drunk water all day. Holding a cup of milk tea could make them happy for hours. Still wanting milk tea? Do as I say. Milk tea. After some thought, Shen Yexing raised 2 fingers at the owner, one each. The road back to the dormitory wasn't long, but these two stretched it into a few kilometers. Finally breaking free from the junk food market, Lu Jianqing now held a warm milk in one hand, had 2 miscellaneous grain pancakes hanging from his wrist, and even carried a bag of fried potatoes in his pocket. Seeing him smile with delight as he drank, Shen Yexing felt a similar joy bubbling inside himself. Do you know why I didn't let you eat barbecue or rice noodles? Before Lu Jianqing could answer, Shen Yexing kicked aside a stone obstructing their path and continued, because it's not good for your health. It should taste good, Lu Jianqing replied, looking up at him. The little introvert's thin double eyelids squeezed together to form broad ones, appearing deep despite being rather shallow. Shen Yexing, surprised, said, should. You've never tried? No. In the future, Big Brother will buy you some. Shen Yexing couldn't help but feel sorry for him again. Cursing his own overflowing sympathy inwardly, he continued, so do you know why you shouldn't drink milk tea? Following his lead, Lu Jianqing answered, not good for the body. Shen Yexing nearly laughed to death seeing him look proud after repeating that line, pretending to stay cold and saying, the biggest reason is because I'm afraid you won't sleep well at night, got it? Lu Jianqing licked the milk residue at the corner of his lips and nodded, On the way to the dorm building, Shen Yexing couldn't get that image of the little introvert licking the corner of his lips out of his mind. He also remembered the little lyric notebook from the library earlier that afternoon. He remembered another line, it said. The cream at the corner of your mouth makes me so attracted. Shen Yexing's heart skipped a beat, feeling something ominous. I'm attracted too. As soon as they returned to the dormitory, Lu Jianqing acutely noticed that a stool and the water dispenser had been moved, their positions changed, which made him quite uncomfortable. He always tended toward rigidity with things, feeling unsettled when changes occurred. Not only this, but there was also an issue with the clothes delivered by Aunt Zhang. The boarding students of No. 2 middle school always took their uniforms to the laundry room themselves, then had them sent back at a fixed time every week. They were rough and uninhibited in their ways, so even if 1 or 2 items got mixed up, no one thought it mattered much. But Lu Jianqing was different. His familiarity and comfort with his own clothes were highly sensitive, he immediately knew whether or not the clothes were his. After repeating the act of putting on and taking off clothes nearly 10 times, he finally stopped moving. This sense of discomfort persisted until midnight. After turning over several times, Lu Jianqing decided to climb down from his bunk to get some water. "Aren't you sleeping yet?" Sheng Yexing sat up and looked at him. "I drank too much milk tea," Lu Jianqing tried to come up with an excuse. Sheng Yexing turned on the bedside lamp, feeling so warm that he shed his shirt and said bare-chested, "I've told you to drink less." Lu Jianqing picked up on the slight reproach in his words and began to regret it, lowering his head. Milk tea tasted good, milk alone tasted good, but mixing the two together, even better. Who didn't love it? And forget about the business with the water dispenser and the stool, it seemed petty. Actually, Lu Jianqing really minded being special. "Do you want to take some melatonin?" Sheng Yexing said, preparing to get out of bed to fetch the medicine. After a moment of consideration, he frowned and added, "Never mind, I shouldn't give you random medications." "I want to take it." Lu Jianqing extended his hand to gesture, "1 pill." While saying this, he licked his lips and gave a small smile, whether it was mischievous or unintentional, his gaze carried just a hint of something extra. If Lu Jianqing weren't sick, Sheng Yexing would definitely think he was making a bold move. Sheng Yexing got out of bed to grab a melatonin for him. Lu Jianqing sat on the bed hazily, and Sheng Yexing had to say, "Open your mouth." Lu Jianqing swallowed it, his dry and soft lips brushed against the palm of Sheng Yexing's hand. A hand long used to playing ball, riding motorcycles, climbing walls, and fighting inevitably developed calluses, and the friction caused Sheng Yexing's eyelids to flicker. Damn, this world didn't originally have swear words, but here came baby Lu Jianqing. How sweet. Lu Jianqing never expected the melatonin to look like soft candy. After saying this, he still cared about Li Dingxi's feelings and glanced at the bed beside him where Li Dingxi slept soundly. Sheng Yexing, baring his arms, turned back to climb into bed, saying, "Eat and sleep." In the darkness, his exposed neck connected to the butterfly bones on his shoulder stood out due to the muscle definition. Sheng Yexing grew up wrestling in his uncle's courtyard since he was little, except for the nanny, no one managed him. His back bore scars scattered all over from fights and injuries during junior high and high school. Someone once stabbed him, with someone else's knife. Seeing all the scars on Sheng Yexing's body, Lu Jianqing felt as though a large hand squeezed his heart tightly, becoming calm and pulling up the covers without further antics, breathing heavily in the dark night. Why did he feel breathless? His back looked good, his neck was appealing, his waist and abdomen even more so. It was rare for Lu Jianqing to focus on others like this. He touched his own abs with his fingertips, pressing circles on his skin, finding it lacking. Resolved to increase exercise, he nestled in the quilt, both legs clenching the blanket edges. Unconsciously, his earlobes became flushed red. The new environment made him feel unfamiliar, leading him to subconsciously reject things he encountered. But over this period, it seemed number 2 middle school wasn't as rigid and harsh as he imagined, it was hoped that pair therapy would go smoothly. Seemed like, Sheng Yexing had become a little more accepting of him than before. Just a little bit. And that tiny step was already enough to motivate him to take a big leap forward. When the boys in the dorm woke up the next morning, another day brimming with vitality and excessive energy greeted them. Buckets and basins collided loudly in the corridor, creating a cacophony. While the wake-up bugle hadn't woken Lu Jianqing, the slamming door did manage to confuse him slightly. Li Dingxi rushed back holding a basin, tossing a towel over the bed and smiling at him, "Are you awake?" "Yeah," Lu Jianqing rubbed his eyes, sitting upright and getting ready to put on his pants. Suddenly, Sheng Yexing, who had gone out for morning runs, spoke, "Put on your pants in bed first before getting down." Li Dingxi exclaimed loudly, "Why?" "It's inconvenient on the bed." "It's cold." Sheng Yexing threw the pants that were draped on the chair over, raising his chin. "Wear them first before getting down, be obedient." Without uttering a word, Lu Jianqing grabbed the pants and started putting them on while seated on the bed. Li Dingxi was dumbfounded, confused for a while without regaining his senses. Shit, he thought, when did little self-clothes become good friends with the big brother? After wearing the fleece jacket and school pants well, Lu Jianqing simply refused to wear a school uniform. When he finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, Sheng Yexing had already finished his second cigarette in an attempt to perk himself up. Feeling restless after waiting for long, he called out from the stairway somewhat impatiently, "Lu Jianqing." "Ah." Lu Jianqing ran out. Sheng Yexing walked a few steps upwards and said helplessly, "Are you ready yet?" Lu Jianqing, who wore only a hooded sweatshirt, appeared to have a small face. "You go first." "What's wrong?" Sheng Yexing couldn't change the habit of speaking to Go Kunshan and his group of little followers, then added after thinking for a moment, "If there are any difficulties, I'll help you solve them." "The school uniform," Lu Jianqing replied seriously with a cold face, "I took it by mistake." "Is that all?" "Wear mine," Sheng Yexing said while biting on the filter and started taking off his clothes. "I won't wear the school uniform today." Lu Jianqing didn't take the school uniform and said earnestly, "We'll get scolded." "So what, big deal writing thousands of words as an apology, just close your eyes and wake up, it's easy," he said with a half smile. "Of course, you will write it for me." Half a day of classes went by and Sheng Yexing fell asleep. He almost slept straight through from 8:30 in the morning until the dismissal at noon. When he woke up, his school uniform was back on his shoulders again. The little self-closed one had been taken away by Tang Chunhan for separate training already. They said there were some new questions for him to practice with. Hey, big brother. The previous deskmate Go Kunshin propped up the chair legs again, swaying unsteadily. My brother Lu used his school uniform as a blanket to cover you. Xing Yexing glanced at him and said, isn't this my own clothing? Oh, I meant yours is too big for him. Wind was seeping through when he wore it, his clavicle even showed up, Go Kunshin whispered. Suddenly, his leader's voice became deeply ominous. Did you feel you should look? It's not. Go Kunshin felt aggrieved and wanted to ask in his heart, is it something for you to look at? Alas, probably the boss wasn't very interested in the little closed one's clavicle either. Hey, little Go, Xing Yexing kicked his seat leg, is the laundry room open? Already opened. Yesterday, a batch of uniforms hadn't been delivered yet, and Aunt Zhang said she would send them tonight. I think nothing feels as comfortable as a school uniform. In summer, I wear one piece, once winter comes, I layer 2 of them. Go Kunshin said. Alright, Xing Yexing hit the table and stood up, I'm going to the laundry room. I'm going. Go Kunshin quickly turned around. You stay here. Xing Yexing thought for a bit and added, it might take me a while. Would it be quick to find clothes among so many pieces that may or may not be screened out? Go Kunshin sighed with cold shivers running down his spine, almost hugging himself tightly. Leader, haven't you received your uniform yet? Xing Yexing left this word behind and walked out from the back door of the classroom. In the evening, the dormitory door of room 502 was knocked on by Aunt Zhang again. Little Sheng. Your clothes you searched for this afternoon were washed again and dried. Are they Lu Jianqing's? Aunt Zhang smiled, her fine wrinkles around her eyes curving upward. Such older women always couldn't bear seeing special kids, thus showing more maternal love towards those of polite demeanor like Lu Jianqing, thinking secretly and openly of providing extra care. Xing Yexing took the clothes, saying, thank you, to Aunt Zhang, and then handed over Lu Jianqing's mistaken school uniform hanging on the chair back to Aunt Zhang. After closing the door, Xing Yexing sat on the stool, draped his arms on the backrest like an old man, and stared at Lu Jianqing who had just come out of the bath. Every time little self-closed bathed, the area around the eyes connected to the ears would turn red, his chin lined hard yet handsome. Water drips would converge into a bright pool under his clavicles, looking incredibly weak and vulnerable. But Xing Yexing knew all too well, no one could bully Lu Jianqing. Except himself. Take a look, are these your clothes? Xing Yexing threw the school uniform into his garment basket, Aunt Zhang brought them. Lu Jianqing, still drying water with the towel, paused and came over to touch and check. Suppressing the urge within to be acknowledged strongly, Xing Yexing urged, are they yours? Yes, Lu Jianqing inhaled deeply, expressionless, did you find them? Xing Yexing shook his head evadingly, Aunt Zhang found them. Lu Jianqing paused a moment and made an affirmative sentence, you found them. Aunt Zhang. You. Lu Jianqing persisted with his instinct, you. Hearing this, Xing Yexing suddenly felt perplexed. The school uniforms all looked the same. When I went in, there were 100 or so uniforms laid out there, all with a fresh scent of laundry detergent. How did I manage to pick one out of 100? How come it took me 10 minutes standing in front of those 100 uniforms, and I ended up picking this little battle robe of Lu Jianqing's? It makes sense. When Lu Jianqing was wearing this little battle robe, he charged into his territory, swinging his long sword. He completely overturned Xing Yexing's, I don't give a damn about anyone, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 13, Escape. 20 seconds. Tang Han stopped the stopwatch and took over the record book to note down Lu Jianqing's evaluation score this time, feeling quite satisfied. Other students spent 10 minutes or so and still couldn't find it, but our Jianqing found it so quickly. Great job. Lu Jianqing nodded slightly, with no change in expression. It was as if this pleasing score had nothing to do with him. This time, the evaluation task was to find a specified person in a 1 square meter painting, but the difficulty lay in the fact that the painting was chaotic and disordered, its colors more dazzling. The small figures drawn within numbered in the thousands, and most people would find it extremely hard to locate the designated figure in a short period of time. Jianqing, how did you manage to do it? Tang Han knew that autistic individuals' focus could be much higher than that of ordinary people. Lu Jianqing remained silent, his gaze shifting towards a familiar figure outside the window, remaining speechless for a long while. He is waiting for me. Tang Han followed his gaze outward, the window was covered with anti-glare paper, making the silhouette too blurry to identify. Who are you looking at? Lu Jianqing didn't answer Tang Han's question completely but stood up with his pen in hand, enunciating each word carefully, I want to go back. Yes, the bell rang earlier. You can go back now. Tang Han jotted down some notes on the evaluation results, tore off a sheet of paper, and handed it to Lu Jianqing as a backup, encouraging him, you've made significant progress since you came to City No. 2 High School. Try interacting more with strangers, okay? Strangers. His perception of strangers was almost non-existent, forced contact would only cause physical discomfort due to certain frequencies being overly discordant. Lu Jianqing thought about those unbearable shrill sounds for a moment, frowning deeply. He opened his mouth and directly rejected the teacher, no. Why should I socialize? I don't want to socialize. Tang Han had read many related books and understood the directness of autistic patients without becoming annoyed. Instead, she patted his shoulder and advised, if you don't want to, I won't push you. We can start by getting closer to people around us. You can also learn to handle a lot of your own little issues, right? Lu Jianqing nodded. He was somewhat unaccustomed to Tang Han's teaching method, which always seemed like teaching children, but this patience and gentleness worked well for him, much like his mother who had always been confident in him. He couldn't quite comprehend why his parents, who once had confidence in him, had now placed him elsewhere. It took a great deal of effort for Lu Jianqing to understand this question clearly, and now he could barely grasp it just a bit. I really am troublesome. Most of the children at City Number 2 have some sort of illness, their empathy is severely lacking. Many things cannot be taught no matter what. Has anyone bullied you? Tang Han put on her sweater. After seeing Lu Jianqing shake his head, she sighed with relief and smiled, saying, then. Have you made any new friends? Friends? Can Cheng Yexing and I be considered friends, classmates and roommates maybe? Also, online friends via WeChat. In Lu Jianqing's one-way world, finding someone worth noticing was already commendable. Relatively speaking, objects were always the information he captured first. For example, there were 5 pairs of blue-black sneakers in the classroom today, one had untied laces, for had them tied very tightly, he noticed someone wearing an orange-red grease stain at the neckline, hanging a dark braid around the collar with a style he had seen in the ancient streets when he was little. He could remember these details. Cheng Yexing always liked to pull his school uniform collar all the way up, sometimes bitten taut by white teeth, then loosened again by hands with distinct knuckles before letting the 2 collars rest lazily on his collarbone. Accompanied by the hot sweat and breathing after a boy's exercise, the zipper swung loosely. Cheng Yexing preferred wearing sneakers with his school uniform, if not black boots that bound his calves tightly and whose straps were meticulously fastened. Even his stride surpassed the cool demeanor of the traffic officers at the crossroads downtown. There were even more memories stored in Lu Jianqing's mind, which was currently somewhat empty. He could only recall so much. Should we count as friends? Under Lu Jianqing's high-end cold iceberg, the glacier seawater was quietly melting with some small sprouting emotions. Yet, when it came to his lips, Lu Jianqing simply said, no. Tang Han's expectant eyes dimmed somewhat, regretfully rubbing Lu Jianqing's nape as she could only say, you can smile more often, smiling will lead to friendships. Lu Jianqing struggled even to curl his lips upward. It wasn't that he refused to smile, he was just too dull in this regard. After waiting too long, Cheng Yexing went to the staircase entrance and lit a cigarette, smoking until it reached its bottom. Only then did he see the small autistic boy emerging along the wall corner, giving him a peculiarly crooked grin. Ziazibi had his hands in his pockets, with an anti-world face, which looked pretty cool. Lu Jianqing usually didn't have much inner drama, but today he didn't know why he really wanted to catch up with Cheng Yexing and ask, do you take me as a friend? After thinking about it, he couldn't help scolding himself for being crazy. Who would take someone with autism as a friend? Autism is neither a psychological disorder nor a mental illness. To put it bluntly, Lu Jianqing thought it was like a brain disability. And the most important part of communication between people relies on the brain. Who wouldn't feel tired talking to him? Walking so slow. Cheng Yexing's expression looked quite impatient, but his step still slowed down anyway, not knowing if he was urging or encouraging, Lu Jianqing, take bigger strides and walk more steadily. Lu Jianqing tried walking a few steps following what Cheng Yexing said, then felt embarrassed, I can do it. At this speed of yours, the dormitory will be locked by the time we get back. Cheng Yexing reached halfway into his pocket for a cigarette but then pushed it back in. Lu Jianqing was getting a little mad. Noticing the slight drop in the autistic boy's head, and his gaze still fixed on him, Cheng Yexing instinctively glanced around. There were no weapons available for the small boy to attack him with, so he attempted to defuse the situation. Actually, you walk quite fast. Lu Jianqing suddenly laughed. He realized that he was laughing, slightly uncomfortable, turned his face aside, and directly let Cheng Yexing grab his chin to turn him back. You smiled. The longer he interacted with Lu Jianqing, the better Cheng Yexing understood that the boy with autism took half a beat longer to speak, required counting several seconds for responses, or sometimes playing with his phone for a while before responding verbally. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Jianqing finally answered, I didn't. Lu Jianqing resumed looking angry and stubbornly moved forward. Can you, Lu Jianqing? You've got such a big temper, Cheng Yexing teased, if you fall when walking faster, don't blame me. Before his words finished, Lu Jianqing lost balance for some reason and nearly fell flat on the ground. Are you? The last word, stupid, was forced down his throat as Cheng Yexing quickly stopped himself from speaking carelessly. Luckily, he caught the other person just in time, who told me he could walk perfectly fine. Lu Jianqing bit his lips tightly and stayed silent. He feared anyone looking down on him. Especially if it was Cheng Yexing. Their physical contact lasted less than 10 seconds before someone suddenly darted out from the corner. This person couldn't stop themselves and fell straight to their knees, half their body sprawled on the floor, arms flailing around randomly. They threw the soda they held all over the floor, tightly hugging onto Lu Jianqing's leg and shouting, I. This boy was wearing navy blue school uniform, with a white shiny emblem on his chest. He was from City Number 2 High School. Before Chen Yexing could pull Lu Jianqing away, several people dressed in dark red uniforms dashed out from the corner. It was clear they were chasing after the person. The leader ran too fast and almost crashed into Chen Yexing's jawbone. He shouted loudly, "Move! Move what?" Lu Jianqing grumbled inwardly, glanced at Chen Yexing's face, seeing how calm this person was, steadying himself. "Move! Move what?" "On my legs." This sentence made Chen Yexing unable to suppress his laughter. Fortunately, Chen Yexing managed to turn his face aside at the last second before laughing, preventing the young boy from seeing. "Too adorable. You should say, 'Move what, there's someone on my legs, come try moving me if you dare,'" Chen Yexing taught online, "look meaner. Understand?" Lu Jianqing's throat choked a few times, struggling to produce the words, eyebrows pressed low. But it was kind of intimidating anyway. "Don't meddle, showing off your ability." The one in the dark red uniform clearly came from the neighboring school but didn't recognize Chen Yexing, indicating they didn't hang out often. "Hey you, get off the legs." The elementary school junior who was being chased tightly embraced Lu Jianqing without letting go, practically wiping tears and snot onto the school pants. He looked up dazedly and immediately recognized Chen Yexing. Bro Cheng. Not paying in the supermarket. Who else should we chase? Don't give a hand in vain, mind your business quickly. Get lost. Chen Yexing gave them a glance. Then he spoke to the junior lying on the ground, "Get up first, stop holding onto his legs." "Get lost?" The leader in the red uniform had his speech interrupted, looking very unhappy. "What? Who are you talking to?" All right. The boy gripped the soda bottle and struggled to stand up, his knee covered in mud from the pants. Chen Yexing recognized that the boy was from a lower grade, but he didn't plan to get involved in matters too broad. Moreover, entering the supermarket without paying money was something he couldn't interfere with, since it was unclear whether it was an issue of moral character or physiological condition. The guy in the red school uniform kept on jabbering incessantly like a conch horn, ignoring us. So arrogant. Chen Yexing frowned and dodged the finger about to poke his forehead, jerking his chin toward Lu Jianqing nearby. "Go stand behind me." Lu Jianqing. "No, I'm arrogant too." Seeing that Lu Jianqing had no intention of retreating and even stepped forward, Chen Yexing called again, "Lu Jianqing." "I can," he replied with a chilly gaze, "stand next to you." Chen Yexing. Looking at how the chased boy moved slightly slowly and ran in an uncoordinated way, Chen Yexing realized it must be someone having issues with their sensory integration. "Forget it." Chen Yexing pulled out a $100 bill from his pocket and handed it over to the guys in red uniforms, tightening the cap of the soda bottle the boy was holding and returning it as well. The leader of the red uniform group accepted the cash somewhat surprisedly and exclaimed, "Oh wow. A big spender." Chen Yexing cast a glance at them, not taking offense to this teasing remark. The villain dies when talking too much. His body subtly shifted closer to Lu Jianqing because it was clear that 2 or 3 people were sizing up Lu Jianqing. Looking at Lu Jianqing's nameplate. Originally, Chen Yexing wasn't going to bother with this nonsense. But since Lu Jianqing was here and at least a younger student from City No. 2 High School, Chen Yexing felt he should offer some help. Money given, soda returned, Chen Yexing turned around completely shielding Lu Jianqing's side and draped an arm over him casually, as if they were just heading home after buying groceries. "Let's go back to the dormitory." "Damn, City No. 2 also accepts autistic kids," one of them mocked, "I've never seen this before." As expected, these guys knew exactly where to provoke. Chen Yexing couldn't morally force others to treat everyone specially, naturally he couldn't compel others to handle things uniquely. But he clearly sensed that when those words were spoken, little autistic Lu Jianqing's pace slowed down by half a beat. "Give me the soda." Chen Yexing suddenly turned around, holding out his hand. The leader of the red uniform group hesitated a bit. What are you going to do?" Before he finished speaking, Chen Yexing snatched the already opened soda from their hands, glanced at the accumulating bubbles inside, then single-handedly unscrewed the cap and lifted the bottom, directly spraying all the carbonated liquid onto the other person's face. When the soda cap was opened and the gas gushed out, it made a rather funny poo sound. This elicited a slight upward tilt of Lu Jianqing's lips. "Go screw your mom." Instantly, the several guys in red uniforms exploded into anger. Chen Yexing held the beverage bottle with only half left and slammed its mouth against the throat of the leading guy forcefully, then threw a punch at the chest of the other person, pushing them back several steps violently. "Your eyes," Chen Yexing's locked gaze pierced through their faces, his voice grinding out from the throat, "stop looking at his chest. It's not a girl anyway, so what if I look?" That person spat viciously, furious and blushing red, yet due to height and strength disparity, dared not make any rash moves. "All right Mr. Cheng, I'll comb through every corner of the East Gate one day just for you." From the side, Lu Jianqing's eyes were dimly ominous. After a long while, he heard Chen Yexing just laugh. "The East Gate is small, there are many people I can't offend. But absolutely not including you." Lu Jianqing's palm had already clenched tightly into a fist. He swore that if the guy in red uniform dared to step forward, all knowledge taught by Chen Yexing about not aiming at the head when fighting would be discarded. Chen Yexing didn't want to linger, and reached out directly to hold Lu Jianqing. Held by the wrist, Lu Jianqing was momentarily confused. "Huh. Run," Chen Yexing laughed. "Lu Jianqing. The winter evening inevitably marked the point of temperature drop. Lu Jianxing's hands were ice cold, unexpectedly held by Cheng Yexing's warm hands, still feeling unfamiliar with it. In the next second, Cheng Yexing dragged him and that lower-grade younger brother to sprint across the streets and alleys, the coldness in the air turning into blades, cutting faces until they were beyond recognition. Not far from the dormitory, Cheng Yexing stopped and looked at Lu Jianxing who was leaning on his knees panting for breath. Still okay? Lu Jianxing almost couldn't catch his breath, still fine. Cheng Yexing took a cigarette out and put it on his lips. I saw you nearly tripped. Lucky I was holding you. Who would fall if you didn't insist on running? Lu Jianxing didn't quite understand why Cheng Yexing suddenly wanted to run. Wouldn't that make him lose face? What Lu Jianxing didn't know was that people like Cheng Yexing, who were accustomed to being lone rangers, simply didn't care about who ran first in a fight. Moreover, Cheng Yexing wasn't the type to prolong a brawl unnecessarily, as everything could always be settled the next time around. The most important thing of all was that Lu Jianxing was present today, and Cheng Yexing couldn't just leave him out. Can you walk on your own? We're at the dormitory. Cheng Yexing steadied the younger boy. You shouldn't be a day student, right? A day student wouldn't be left unattended. Thank you, big brother. The younger boy bent over, supporting his knees for quite some time, his eyes reddening. We've arrived. Go upstairs and rest. If anything happens, find the gatekeeper. Be careful when going out recently, next time, it may not be me you encounter. Cheng Yexing added, and remember, you need to pay after purchasing something. Don't run blindly. Yes, today really, thank you. The younger boy bowed while speaking, one foot slightly unstable. Suddenly, Lu Jianxing, who hadn't said much, tilted his chin towards the stairs, let out a whistle-like breath, and said, go up. Looking at this younger student, Lu Jianxing suddenly felt uneasy. As soon as the younger student ran upstairs, Cheng Yexing's gaze slowly shifted to Lu Jianxing's face, wanting to smile. Impressive, little loner, you still have a bit of empathy. I'll take a rest first. Cheng Yexing took out fire intending to light up and looked at Lu Jianxing. Can you handle cigarette smoke? Lu Jianxing nodded and reached out, wanting to grab one too. Cheng Yexing smacked his lighter against Lu Jianxing's hand bones. Learning bad habits already? So you can. Lu Jianxing didn't reply, turning his head away. After a long pause, he said, you smoke. His expression was rather cool, as though he specially approved Cheng Yexing's smoking. I am smoking. Are you offering me one? Cheng Yexing shamelessly put the cigarette in his mouth and leaned closer. Lu Jianxing didn't quite understand and pressed the lighter, truly attempting to light it for him. Cheng Yexing immediately snatched the lighter from his hands, clicked it with a "ka" sound, lit the cigarette, took a puff, and swept his gaze over Lu Jianxing's face. Lu Jianxing, Cheng Yexing exhaled the smoke from his mouth toward a place without people nearby, his tone becoming serious. Has anyone told you not to randomly offer cigarettes to others? Lu Jianxing lowered his head, shoving his frozen stiff hands into his pocket without speaking. It's not random. In the evening, don't go back to the dormitory for now. Those several kids are from the neighboring high school, good students with big courage coming to chase others, unexpectedly getting involved in a 5-on-1 fight, yet still daring enough. Cheng Yexing held the cigarette, not smoking it but watching it burn with a sizzling sound. 8 o'clock, no later than 8. Lu Jianxing looked at him. Their teacher will come to the school to look for us, saying we bullied their students. For the 50-somethingth time. Cheng Yexing laughed. Lu Jianxing also laughed. He didn't know why he had to laugh, it was just something he really wanted to do. Seeing Cheng Yexing laughing, he couldn't help but feel happy. Cheng Yexing extinguished the cigarette when it burned down to the butt and whistled, let's go downtown. Take a loop and then return. After finishing his sentence, Cheng Yexing walked towards the street. Lu Jianxing noticed he didn't go near a motorbike and didn't know what he planned to ride until they sat on a tricycle heading towards the subway station. It was the peak hour for people returning home from work. Dressed in school uniforms, Lu Jianxing and Cheng Yexing stood out peculiarly among the crowd. Two youthful yet not entirely mature teenagers, with serious faces, were jostling around by the ticket-selling machines. Cheng Yexing very naturally pulled Lu Jianxing tightly towards him. Slightly pushed by others, Cheng Yexing's gaze became particularly intimidating, and Lu Jianxing mimicked him accordingly. But once their eyes met, Lu Jianxing didn't find Cheng Yexing frightening anymore. Instead, his heart was racing. Yet, obviously, it wasn't due to fear. Chapter 14, Entering the City. Subway line 2 runs from east to west through the city, and they got off at the station in downtown. Lu Jianxing, after arriving at this new city, had been stuck around the school campus every day, with hardly any opportunity to take a good look at the place. He was led by Cheng Yexing out of the subway and onto the surface. The night was descending, and people on the streets were each busy with their own affairs. There are so many people in the subway station. All going in the same direction. Cheng Yexing knew that Lu Jianxing disliked staying in crowded places, so they turned towards quiet alleys along the way. The alley lights were dim and black, but Lu Jianxing enjoyed the feeling of being enveloped in the darkness. When he was younger, he wouldn't step down at night because he was particularly afraid of the dark. Back then, his father used to comfort him, but as time went on, the patience eventually wore thin. The road was narrow, with brick walls of old residential buildings exposed on both sides. At the end, there were faint lights, and a glistening river could be seen beyond. The ginkgo tree is the city tree here, and when winter came, golden leaves scattered all over the streets like fragments of sunlight, spreading warmth. Lu Jianqing neither looked up at the sky nor paid attention to passers-by, his gaze was fixed on the ginkgo leaves on the ground. He avoided stepping on any leaf obstinately. Like a little kangaroo walking in the night. His bag in front held some rather interesting things. Sheng Yexing noticed his evasion and almost felt the urge to grab the back of his collar, but fearing that it might agitate the young introvert, he gave him a light nudge with his elbow instead. Walking's hard enough already, why avoid the leaves? Just walk properly, leaves aren't alive, stepping won't kill them. In certain aspects, Lu Jianqing was oddly stubborn. Once he decided not to step on the leaves, nothing else mattered. Watching him jump about while walking, Sheng Yexing grabbed a large broom leaning beside the trash can nearby and swept a clear path of about 6 to 7 meters right before Lu Jianqing. Returning to Lu Jianqing's side, Sheng Yexing put the broom back down and muttered, troublesome. Lu Jianqing's eyes shone brightly as he squatted down, picked up 2 ginkgo leaves, placed them flat on his left palm, and arranged them to resemble wings with his right hand. Looking up at Sheng Yexing, he gestured, finger. He grasped Sheng Yexing's exposed wrist with his right hand. Sheng Yexing extended his index finger, allowing Lu Jianqing to hold it, placing it between the 2 ginkgo leaves. After a 2-second silence, Lu Jianqing closed his palm and gripped both Sheng Yexing's finger and the ginkgo leaves, suddenly saying, catching butterflies. Under the yellowish glow of the streetlights, compared to the bustling bar street across the river, the night here on this side seemed peaceful despite the urban surroundings. Sheng Yexing laughed, this isn't a butterfly, it's a moth. Lu Jianqing glared at him. I'm checking if you're cold. Sheng Yexing reached out to touch his ears, hoping deep down for a warm sensation, but found only chill instead. Seeing no change in Lu Jianqing's expression, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. It made sense though, it was Xiao Zibing, little closed-off one. What else could one expect? Lu Jianqing didn't notice anything amiss, simply nodding, After clearing away the ginkgo leaves, Lu Jianqing's pace during the stroll quickened so much that even Sheng Yexing struggled to keep up. Passing by a trash can, he discarded a pack of cigarettes. The taste was too sweet. Sheng Yexing explained, seeing Lu Jianqing's questioning glance. Strangely enough, it seemed like now he'd somehow learned how to initiate conversations himself. With just a look from Lu Jianqing, he understood what the other wanted to ask. This kind of communication seemed simpler and more direct somehow. I don't like it. Lu Jianqing paused, sweet. Dislike, it's cloying. Sheng Yexing said. Lu Jianqing mimicked his tone, adding arrogantly, cloying. Sheng Yexing wanted to laugh but restrained himself out of fear of offending, covering his face first with his hand. Receiving a puzzled look from Lu Jianqing, Sheng Yexing pinched his nose and said, I've caught a slight cold. After finishing this sentence, he glanced again at Lu Jianqing, don't go buying medicine for me again, it's wasteful. Lu Jianqing turned his head away, nodded, his ears burning suddenly. How did he know what I was thinking? Ever since student days, buying medicine has always been an indication of close intimacy between individuals. Lu Jianqing remembered that when he was a child, he often saw his father buy medicine for his mother. Upon returning, the leftover tablets would be dumped together, which prompted young Lu Jianqing to sit alone in the living room sorting the pills by color, picking them out one by one to play with. Such games could last him an entire afternoon. Back in junior high, some of the students started dating early and seemed to enjoy buying medicine for each other. There could be so many stories hidden even within a simple packet of Isatis root. The wind by the river was gentle, withered willow leaves hanging down in clusters along the riverside. Lu Jianqing stared at them as if they resembled people. The streetlights were clear to him, but car headlights appeared blurry, and he couldn't quite make out the joggers on the sidewalk. He almost bumped into them a few times. Come here, stay on the inside. Sheng Yexing didn't say much and simply tugged him towards the railing by the river. Lu Jianqing couldn't take a step closer, he had a slight fear of water. Sheng Yexing's patience seemed to have reached its limit tonight. You don't like rivers? His throat tightened as though strangled by the night breeze, and Lu Jianqing's voice came out hoarse, water. Just come here then. Sheng Yexing beckoned with his fingers. As Lu Jianqing approached, Sheng Yexing naturally draped his arm over the other's shoulder, pulling him close. They took just a few steps before Sheng Yexing hugged Lu Jianqing's arm. From two buddies casually walking shoulder to shoulder, it somehow inexplicably turned into a lover's embrace while walking. Held unilaterally by one arm, Lu Jianqing felt uneasy all over, but he enjoyed this closeness somewhat. For the first time since he could remember in such a cold winter, he was being hugged by someone of the same age. It was this kind of feeling. Like an old dusty room that finally gets cleaned up one day, welcoming the morning light. He quietly looked up and observed Sheng Yexing, who was smiling under the streetlight. A song suddenly came to his mind. Apparently, every ray of light does pass over your face. The street musician packing up his guitar had left, and Lu Jianqing realized how late it already was. He coughed slightly, bed check. I've sent Aunt Zhang a text saying I'll bring you back by 10 o'clock, Sheng Yexing said. Did she agree? Don't know, Shen Yexing smiled, in matters of getting scolded, I prefer acting first and reporting later. Lu Jianqing glanced at him and remained silent. So, you're difficult to manage. You shouldn't look at me with that defiant gaze. I've never gotten lost. Remember who ran around the third ring road last time? Got soaked in the rain and ended up with a fever. Anyway. Staring at Lu Jianqing nestled in his arms, Shen Yexing went blank as if mesmerized and swallowed those words about taking care of you. There was nothing wrong with boys expressing this sentiment after all. They were partners, weren't they? But in front of Lu Jianqing, everything sounded too vulgar. Frequent sports cars drove past the riverside roads at night, warning from hundreds of meters away with roaring engines revving loud enough to reach the skies. Lu Jianqing instinctively hunched his shoulders, uncomfortable. Come a bit closer, Shen Yexing rolled up his school uniform sleeves slightly, covering Lu Jianqing's ears with his palm. Is that better? This little closed-off guy was obedient now, lacking any former resistance, responding with a mm. Listening to the sound of the racing cars, Lu Jianqing remembered that very first night when Shen Yexing confidently suggested in the dormitory whether he wanted to go out and cruise. Thinking about it, he managed to shut Shen Yexing up with a single phrase. Lost in thought, Lu Jianqing chuckled faintly, his nearly frozen hand unconsciously clutching the hem of Shen Yexing's school uniform. What are you pulling? Ah. Lu Jianqing emitted a monosyllabic sound, answering rather vaguely. What did you pull? Lu Jianqing didn't catch what he meant and replied with a vague cold. Shen Yexing immediately grabbed his hand and grinned indifferently, if you're cold, just hold my hand. Such a hassle, Shen Yexing cursed under his breath, grabbing Lu Jianqing's hand in his, I see that not only is your personality icy but your hands too. From Antarctica? Lu Jianqing was incredibly earnest, blinking, no. Ducking away from a motorcycle speeding onto the sidewalk, Shen Yexing pulled Lu Jianqing toward the safer side and swore under his breath, damn, people like this. I could race 10 laps around the second ring in one night without breaking a sweat. Lu Jianqing interjected, it's unsafe. So what? Shen Yexing glanced at him. Most people only cared about how cool he looked riding his motorbike, rarely worrying about safety. I've considered death and suicide, but I can't accept this. I'm ready on my own terms. What kind of person talks about their death so lightly? Why? Lu Jianqing shivered with cold after walking 2 steps, you ride a motorcycle. I thought that riding a motorcycle would turn me into a hero. I thought taking medicine regularly would bring freedom. Shen Yexing tiptoed to look toward the river and laughed, a song has lyrics like this. Of course, the lyrics aren't written that way. The first half is correct, the latter part is wrong. When I was a kid, I lived in the south. Whenever I felt upset, I would ride my bicycle down the main road all the way to walk by the river. This river splits into 2 parts, one called Nan River, the other Fu River, and they merge together under one name. I used to criticize the real estate here, Wangjiangximen, Wangjiangxilen, all looking but not finding any rivers. Later, I found out that this river exists here and it has an exceptionally beautiful name, Jinjiang. As Shen Yexing spoke, he stopped, in the year we were born, there was a zombie scare around here. Do you know what zombies are? Lu Jianqing thought for a moment, leveled his arm, and jumped forward twice. His fists had already touched the collar of Shen Yexing's school uniform. He smiled with curved eyes, like this. The Erhua accent at the end sounded pleasant to the ears. Shen Yexing looked down at the pair of fists gripping tightly onto his sleeve on his chest. For some reason, he blurted out impulsively, Lu Jianqing, jump again. Caught off guard, Lu Jianqing took another step, both elbows landing on Shen Yexing's shoulders, making it look like he was hugging his neck. Breathing was close. Lu Jianqing didn't feel anything amiss. Don't move. After Shen Yexing finished speaking, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Jianqing's waist, without excessive actions. Hearing Lu Jianqing stay silent, Shen Yexing put on his thick-skinned attitude, your school uniform has leaves stuck on the back. What kind of leaf? Lu Jianqing murmured. Ginkgo leaves, Shen Yexing's voice, between a young man's and a mature man's, bewitched as his eyes fixed on Lu Jianqing's slightly reddened earlobes, hinting, here, every winter turns golden everywhere. It's so beautiful. Lu Jianqing felt an itch near his ears. Warm breaths made every syllable sink inward. Who knows if Lu Jianqing did it intentionally, just hanging on, he tilted his head to observe a bridge over the river and quietly counted, 1, 2, 3. Counting bridge openings? Shen Yexing asked. Lu Jianqing sometimes got overly focused when encountering something, there aren't 9. This one's called Lang Bridge, above it is a restaurant. Shen Yexing also followed him, standing in the pavilion to gaze afar at the gilded ancient imitation building, certain like, one day, I'll bring you here to eat. Money meant little to Lu Jianqing, so he stayed quiet. Seeing Lu Jianqing not saying anything, Shen Yexing thought he was worried about the price. It takes an hour to get back, so Shen Yexing calculated the time well and started leading Lu Jianqing back. Wobbling, they sat at the subway station on East 3rd Ring Road, and Shen Yexing called for a tricycle after getting off the subway. Lu Jianqing actively let Shen Yexing sit inside, then struggled to close the car door himself. As the tricycle swayed driving towards the direction of Municipal No. 2 school, Lu Jianqing reached out and touched Shen Yexing's neck, making him shiver with cold. What's wrong? Sheng Yexing wasn't used to being touched by the introverted boy. Lu Jianqing rubbed his hands. I'm wearing a bit less, but I'm not cold. You. Sheng Yexing glanced at his autumn-style dressing method, hoodie inside the school uniform, and before finishing his sentence, a coat from Lu Jianqing suddenly landed on his shoulders. Lu Jianqing even confidently raised his eyebrows, meaning, wear it. This was showing concern, right? Sheng Yexing stared at him for a while, harboring doubts. Then, Sheng Yexing said, I have a way where neither of us will freeze. Want to try? Before Lu Jianqing could nod, Sheng Yexing opened the zipper of his coat, stretched out his right arm, fully opening half of his jacket, directly wrapping Lu Jianqing's entire upper body inside. Lu Jianqing was dumbfounded. Isn't it warm? I found this out by the riverside before. Sheng Yexing began to lie with his eyes closed. Lu Jianqing, don't move around, moving causes air leaks, and I only have one layer inside. If I catch a cold, I'll blame you. Lu Jianqing was even more bewildered. He dared not move, only feeling hot. Sheng Yexing, you bastard, why keep breathing near my ear? Is my ear red because of your blowing? Also, the school uniform is so thin, how come it feels as warm as a down jacket at this moment? No matter how long this road is, it only takes more than 10 minutes to get here. After getting off the vehicle, Sheng Yexing scanned the code and paid 20 yuan, somewhat reluctant to let the little socially withdrawn boy in his arms out. As soon as they got off the tricycle, Lu Jianqing's icy hands were almost purple from the cold. Sheng Yexing unzipped his jacket pocket magnanimously, put your hands in. Lu Jianqing shoved his hands into his own pocket stubbornly, I'm fine. Shit. Sheng Yexing regretted for a second and thought about putting 2 warm pads in his pockets next time. Fooling the little socially withdrawn boy shouldn't be much of an issue. He paused for a moment, then he acted like pulling up his sleeve and said, do you want to touch my abs? They're really warm, perfect for heating your hands. Lu Jianqing felt his own abs seriously and replied, I have them too. Sheng Yexing. Can I touch? Just as he was planning on being a bit naughty, Zhang Ma, who had been waiting at the door for the children to return, jumped with a feather duster in her hand. Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianqing. You finally remember to come back. Hey. Where have you been wandering around? Don't you know what time it is? Zhang Ma, Sheng Yexing took his hand out from inside his clothes and wanted to sneak through a small side door beside the gatekeeper's room to avoid being lectured for 3 or 4 hours. Hey, Jianqing came back. Zhang Ma magically pulled out an orange and shoved it into his pocket. Here you go. Sweet and juicy. Lu Jianqing felt a bit nervous when addressed by someone unfamiliar with warmth. Thank you. Don't mention it, go upstairs. Zhang Ma patted his head, treating him as if he weren't an adult at all. This is from me. Don't give it to Sheng Yexing. Ah, thank you, Zhang Ma. After Sheng Yexing said that and wanted to leave, Zhang Ma grabbed him and stopped him. I didn't tell you to go yet. Stay there. Zhang Ma also gave Lu Jianqing a kiwi. Eat more fruits, grow taller. Hurry up and surpass Yexing in height and make that kid angry. Kiwis are the king of vitamin C, eat more to look beautiful. Sheng Yexing couldn't help but chuckle hearing this. There's no way Lu Jianqing could grow taller than himself. His mother was from the north, his shoulders were definitely broader than Lu Jianqing's by at least 1 part. If Lu Jianqing could grow taller than him, Sheng Yexing would dare write his name backward. Seeing the little introvert still standing there, Sheng Yexing wanted to pat his waist so that he'd go up quickly, but instead, the little introvert stepped first. Sheng Yexing's hand shook and ended up slapping his butt instead. His mouth wasn't in control either. The fuck was barely held down. Lu Jianqing even looked at him full of confusion, as if truly asking, what's wrong? Just go back to the dormitory first. Sheng Yexing wanted to chop off his own hand right now. Zhang Ma just turned her back over to flip the name list and tapped Lu Jianqing's back, urging, go upstairs, Jianqing. She then pointed at the desk and indicated Sheng Yexing, sit down, Yexing. Okay, Sheng Yexing sat down. It was Zhang Ma's question session again, and Sheng Yexing was already familiar with it, reporting directly, hello Aunt Zhang, I got into a fight. Why did you bother those students from regular high schools? What will you do when their parents cause trouble at school? Zhang Ma sighed, brushing her pen over the roster like writing a police report and asked again, why did you fight? Sheng Yexing was succinct, the other party needed a beating. And you? Zhang Ma asked. I'm not that bad to beat, Sheng Yexing answered. Zhang Ma paused for a moment, then put down her pen and shooed him away, go sleep. Knowing she didn't want to talk to him anymore and that tomorrow, he still had to face questioning from the school administration, Sheng Yexing picked up his coat and ran upstairs. Upstairs, Sheng Yexing stared at the oranges and kiwis placed crookedly on the table for a moment, wondering how the socially withdrawn boy could forget everything Zhang Ma said completely. And it happened on this day. After all the cleaning activities were finished, Lu Jianqing slowly hung up his clothes and picked up the bucket, ready to go back to the dormitory. When he opened the door, he saw Sheng Yexing, just out of the shower, leaning on the table with his spine arched and breathing rapidly. It didn't seem like he was sleeping. He opened his mouth, wanting to call Sheng Yexing's name. Faced with this situation, even Lu Jianqing's dull perception vaguely sensed something amiss, but he didn't know what to do. Li Dingxi didn't return to the dormitory again today, saying he was taken away by some relatives in the city. Only the two of them remained in the dorm. Lu Jianxing coughed a few times, placing the bucket on the ground. The heat from the boiling water inside burned his hands badly. Are you back? Feeling the movement, Shen Yexing propped himself up on the table and stood up, his eyes bloodshot red. A cigarette in his hand was already crushed to pieces. Yeah, Lu Jianxing took a step forward, let's sleep. Time to return and sleep. Lu Jianxing. Shen Yexing suddenly stopped his actions, looked up, and fixed his gaze on Lu Jianxing. He asked, are you afraid of me? It had to be said that with his eyes bloodshot red and his whole body in a state of excitement, he looked extremely terrifying. Even his taut muscles seemed to have become weapons of aggression. Are you afraid of me? Shen Yexing asked again. Lu Jianxing wanted to take a step back, but he didn't. Chapter 15 Good Boy. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, Shen Yexing kicked another empty stool in the dormitory. The stool hit the ground with a loud crash, and all the books on the table were swept to the floor by Shen Yexing. You. Lu Jianxing choked and couldn't speak. After a moment, he directly gave up trying to speak, turned around, shut the door behind him, and locked it. Next, he leaned against the door, helplessly watching Shen Yexing throw a small potted plant that had been kept in the dormitory into the fully enclosed balcony. The soil splattered onto the walls, and red clay flower pot shards scattered everywhere. Seeing Lu Jianxing recklessly stepping forward, Shen Yexing's eyes changed. He became slightly more conscious, leaning tightly against the wall with his back, his fingernails digging into the flesh of his palms, his breathing getting faster and faster. Don't come near me. Lu Jianxing listened and didn't move any further forward. Shen Yexing commanded again, call Ji Chuan with your phone. I'm going to the solitary confinement room. He felt a splitting headache, everything before his eyes felt so novel, he had never been so full of energy. It felt like his spine was being scorched by a hot iron, like an animal's jaw clamping onto his neck, forcing him to dart around the room in pain. Lu Jianxing mulled over those two words, confinement. Pills. Breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his temple down to his chest, Shen Yexing said, there are pills on the table, give them to me. As soon as Lu Jianxing picked up the pills, Shen Yexing said again, throw them to me. Receiving the order late, Lu Jianxing hesitated for a few minutes without making a move. Impatient, Shen Yexing turned to face the wall and started pounding each fist against it, both hands bloodied from the force of the blows. His episodes usually began suddenly, lasted briefly, and he mostly returned to his normal state afterward, but this time it felt completely different, as though it had been suppressed for far too long. Under normal circumstances, he wasn't even aware when he was having an episode. He dared not get closer. Once near, he couldn't guarantee Lu Jianxing wouldn't get hurt. After Lu Jianxing threw him the pills, Shen Yexing watched as Lu Jianxing grabbed some tissues and boldly stepped closer, grabbing onto his hands and refusing to let go despite Shen Yexing's struggles. Lu Jianxing was completely oblivious to his dangerous situation. At times, he couldn't comprehend mutual aggression, or even interpret why he was being attacked, only knowing that Shen Yexing was ill. It took him a while to associate Shen Yexing with mania. Then, after some time, he also connected the blood-stained handprints already existing on the white bathroom wall with Shen Yexing's current state. Confused about why, he suddenly felt extremely angry. And yet couldn't fully understand it. Imitating Shen Yexing's behavior, Lu Jianxing extended his hand behind him, feeling around until he gripped the pool stick Li Dingxi always kept beside his bed for self-defense. Grasping the stick firmly, he raised it high above his head. Shen Yexing smashed a punch into the cold, hard frame of the bunk beds, scraping the skin off the back of his hand. Upon seeing Shen Yexing's injury, Lu Jianxing's first reaction was, the bed. In the next second, his pool stick swung through the air. Shen Yexing had no chance to evade, and the intense sense of inner inflation and excitement made him indifferent to dodging. Straightening his body to grab the stick, he didn't expect Lu Jianxing to turn sharply at the elbow, the pool stick crashing into the bed rail instead. A thunderous bang echoed as Lu Jianxing dropped the pool stick. Shen Yexing snatched up the stick first, throwing the long weapon onto the bed and seizing Lu Jianxing's wrist without paying attention to his own strength. His thoughts looped back to the beginning. Lu Jianxing, let me ask you, do you fear me? Lu Jianxing couldn't quite grasp his action, struggling to shake free of Shen Yexing's grip. Let go. Do you fear me? Why don't you fear me? Everyone else is scared of me, why aren't you? Once caught up in the moment, Shen Yexing couldn't conceal his agitation, his grip already leaving obvious red marks on Lu Jianxing's wrist. Why did you take the pills? Do you want me to take them? Why take them? After speaking, Shen Yexing irritably shoved him away again, shouting angrily, all you guys can ever think of is giving me pills. Didn't you tell me to get the pills? Lu Jianxing stared at him wide-eyed. The next question almost came out as a roar from Shen Yexing, speak up. Not afraid. Lu Jianxing started coughing violently but refused to yield, no. Shen Yexing glared fiercely, what nothing? You say nothing. Lu Jianxing clutched the medicine, moving his lips, I've never been afraid of anyone. There was absolutely no time to wait, Shen Yexing's condition had reached its limit by now. He grabbed the pills, popping two into his mouth dry, as his strength began to be drained away by the drug. Collapsing in a half-kneeling position, his hands and feet couldn't stop trembling. His hand was held by Lu Jianqing, but his head ached fiercely, feeling like his skull was about to split apart at the temples. Let go. Sheng Yexing reached to pull his hand free from Lu Jianqing's grasp, his expression of fury quite frightening. I'll fucking kill you if you don't let go. Lu Jianqing was dragged down and fell on the ground, sitting there with his palm braced against the floor, unable to rise. He saw Sheng Yexing pushing him, but all his force seemed concentrated on him. Sheng Yexing's hands were covered in crimson blood, gripping the collar of Lu Jianqing's school uniform like it was a murder scene. No calling the teacher. Lu Jianqing could think of nothing else but these 4 words right now. Otherwise, they would be locked in solitary confinement. He had heard about the solitary confinement room at City No. 2 High School. It was pitch black, crawling with insects, devoid of water to drink, even the seats were hard. All this was told to him by classmates when he attended a normal school. They said, Lu Jianqing, you should go to City No. 2. Their solitary confinement is pretty unique and suits you perfectly. Where nobody could disturb you, nor could you pick up any weapons. Lu Jianqing shivered involuntarily. After taking the new medication, Sheng Yexing's body went limp, having no strength left. He hugged Lu Jianqing and shakily stood up, tightly gripping onto the corner of Lu Jianqing's school uniform, dragging him with great effort towards the door. He must get Lu Jianqing out of here first. Even though Lu Jianqing wasn't very strong, he could manage to deal with Sheng Yexing during moments like this. Clutching the bed rail firmly, refusing to let go, his cheeks flushed red, Sheng Yexing. Heaven knows how much Sheng Yexing wished to hear his own name uttered from Lu Jianqing's lips. But when it finally happened, Sheng Yexing's mind was clouded, and he could barely hear anything. Desperately trying to push Lu Jianqing away, gritting his teeth, he said, "Get out." "No," replied Lu Jianqing, stubborn once again. "Go." Sheng Yexing bent down almost ready to grab his head. "Don't make me repeat that word a second time." Not leaving, Lu Jianqing bit his words clearly, "I'm not going anywhere." Before the sentence finished, a loud clang echoed beside his feet. His foot kicked an unattended stool blocking the doorway. The stool toppled over, flipping the bucket Lu Jianqing had used to fetch water, causing the boiling water inside to spill out rapidly. In a blink, a large amount of hot water splashed onto Lu Jianqing's exposed ankle. Wearing long sleep pants, his lower leg was quickly soaked in the scalding water. Lu Jianqing let out a low groan, enduring the pain without shouting. He knelt down instead, still tightly holding onto Sheng Yexing's hand. "It hurts." Lu Jianqing's face turned deathly pale, his teeth chattering. His hands arched protectively over his reddened calf, too scared to touch it. Sheng Yexing leaned against the edge of the bed, breathing heavily. Somehow finding some remaining strength, he grabbed the other ankle of Lu Jianqing that hadn't been scalded, rolling up the bottom of his sleep pants. Lu Jianqing's calf was bright red, looking like it had been scorched. While Sheng Yexing was lost in thought, Lu Jianqing sensed he was slightly more lucid. Seizing the opportunity, he embraced Sheng Yexing's head. He pulled Sheng Yexing towards the desk near the door, leaning on it, and tightly restrained him. Sheng Yexing couldn't make out the words Lu Jianqing was muttering. Overwhelmed with irritation, he struggled a few times. Yet, Lu Jianqing's strength was surprisingly great. Holding Sheng Yexing while coughing, he repeated haltingly, "It's fine. It's fine." Over and over, just those 4 words. Sheng Yexing's face was pressed against Lu Jianqing's neck, sniffing faint soapy aromas. Still shaking, all his fists pummeled the ground. Lu Jianqing instinctively stretched out his hand to encircle his fists. At first, Sheng Yexing didn't notice, continuing to smash them onto the floor. Fortunately, because of the drugs, his strength had diminished. He only made Lu Jianqing hum softly a few times, but not shout in pain. Realizing the softness beneath his fists was Lu Jianqing's hand trying to shield him, Sheng Yexing tried hard to suppress further impulses. Wanting to hit himself, he was stopped by Lu Jianqing, who exerted all his strength to restrain his wrists. "Don't lose control." In Sheng Yexing's mind started replaying scenes from the nightclub DJ spinning discs, speeding racing under flyovers late at night, even the masked underground fight club where he wrestled with people for combat. The rush of speed and strength made his head instantly swell, close to exploding. Seeing that Sheng Yexing quieted for several seconds, Lu Jianqing painfully reiterated, "It's all right. You let." Sheng Yexing was panting roughly, driven mad by the effects of the drugs, wanting to bash his head against the corner of the desk. Lu Jianqing struggled to hold on to him tightly, unable to even utter a comforting, "It's all right." He just tried to comfort Sheng Yexing in a clumsy way. Lu Jianqing had never let off steam like this when he was little, so now, feeling somewhat at a loss of what to do next, he almost completely forgot about his own pain. Their conflict was still in its resting phase. The neighboring dormitory had already heard the loud crashing from their side and skillfully called the dorm supervisor, also alerting the security guards from the ground floor to come up together. The door to their dorm room was unlocked with a key. Aunt Zhang burst in first, followed by Tang Han and Ji Chuan, 2 teachers overseeing the sophomore students. Lu Jianqing did not let go of Sheng Yexing, only calling out, "He's fine." Indeed, Sheng Yexing had calmed down. Teacher Ji Chun, being male, rushed in first, holding Sheng Yexing down and tying his hands with soft ropes. After Tang Han confirmed that besides Shen Yexing's hand injuries, there were no other wounds, she sighed deeply and quickly directed Teacher Ji to carry the now powerless Shen Yexing. She turned her head and saw Lu Jianqing pulling his coat over his leg injury, shocked exclaiming, "Aunt Zhang. Oh no, look how red it is. You've been scalded." Aunt Zhang helped support Lu Jianqing as well, urging Tang Han, quickly send the boy to the school clinic. It will leave a scar if not treated. Lu Jianqing couldn't stand up because of the scalding. Seeing his eyes still darting towards Shen Yexing, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but say, "We all know about Yexing's situation. We thought he'd stabilized. But, alas. And you're still worried about others. Look at your own leg." Lu Jianqing bit his lip and turned his head away. "It hurts so much." Aunt Zhang called again, "Tang Han. Go downstairs and call Uncle Ming to come up here and help Lu Jianqing. I can manage." Lu Jianqing leaned on the bed frame, stabilizing himself before silently watching Ji Chuan struggle to get Shen Yexing upright without saying a word. He wanted to ask where they were taking Shen Yexing, but instinctively felt uneasy dealing with such a scene. Just as they were leaving, Tang Han couldn't hold back tears. Such a scenario was not what she expected at all. After all, Shen Yexing's condition had stabilized for a while. It seemed recent emotional fluctuations had triggered some unstable factors to burst forth. The two were sent off separately. Teacher Ji took Shen Yexing to the school clinic surgery ward to remove dirt and brick particles from his hands. Shen Yexing was now fully conscious, looking pale and ill as his hands were bandaged like white dumplings. Sitting on a wooden stool, he said nothing. At this moment, the pain in his hands was incomparable to the psychological torment within. He could only vaguely remember the fragments of seeing Lu Jianqing doused with boiling water on his leg. Yet, he had ended up being embraced by Lu Jianqing in the end. His usual phrase, "I'll protect you," had flipped around to become, "You can take care of me too." In moments of vulnerability, Lu Jianqing resolutely embraced him without hesitation. In the end, both of them were tortured by illness and injuries until they were battered and bruised all over. "Do you realize you had an episode?" Now it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the school infirmary was empty. Teacher Ji took out a cigarette and handed it to Shen Yexing but didn't light it. Shen Yexing held the cigarette at his lips, nodding slightly, "Yes, I know. I discussed with Tang Han for a long time. We still don't trust you staying alone," Ji Chuan continued, "but we didn't expect you would still harm someone." "When was the last time?" "When I started high school during freshman year," Shen Yexing laughed bitterly, "they even gave me a sedative back then." Teacher Ji patted his shoulder, "True. If it weren't for Lu Jianqing calming you down this time, you would have gotten another injection." Shen Yexing vividly remembered how thick that needle was. The instant the liquid was injected into him years ago, he felt less human and more like an animal. "How is he?" Shen Yexing asked. Ji Chuan responded, scalded, probably still having medication applied. "He's in the adjacent examination room, want to see?" "No." Shen Yexing drew several deep breaths of tobacco flavor, then snapped the cigarette in half and threw it in the trash, "Take me to solitary confinement." "Really going now?" Ji stood up as well, "Wait till your hand gets better before going. My behavior, fighting with my roommate, street brawls outside campus, sneaking out at night, it's enough to lock me up for 3 to 5 days. Shen Yexing's voice sounded raspy, his throat burned as if there was charcoal inside it, painfully tightening. Teacher Ji waved a hand, "Go after your hand heals." Shen Yexing began being stubborn, "Carry out punishment immediately." "Why right now?" Ji tried to figure out the young man's thoughts. "Are you embarrassed to face Lu Jianqing?" Shen Yexing paused silently, shaking his head slightly, as though unwilling to admit it, eventually nodding. "You too." Ji sighed. Sighing, Ji Chuan began to ramble, "My nephew is a few years younger than you. After every fight, he always thinks he's great and that everyone else is wrong, he never looks for problems within himself. If only he could learn from you." "We didn't fight," Shen Yexing moved his throat. "I bullied him." "I thought the two of you had a brawl," Ji Chuan was surprised. "You already poured boiling water on him, and he didn't crack your head open." "No," Shen Yexing looked down, "he didn't resist at all." Ji Chuan didn't believe him, but Shen Yexing gave a faint smile, "Teacher Ji, I've taken my medication so I don't have much strength. Do you think if Lu Jianqing were to smash me with a chair, would I still be sitting here talking to you?" "That's true," Ji Chuan patted the back of his head. "You should carry that motorcycle helmet around with you, it's good for absorbing blows." Shen Yexing leaned on the table and stood there for a while. After a while, he wasn't sure whether he was speaking to Ji Chuan or to himself, "He's actually very well behaved." Ji Chuan turned around to fetch some bruise medicine for him and didn't hear clearly. "What did you say?" Shen Yexing fell silent for a moment. "Nothing." Chapter 16, Rainbow. Lu Jianqing had anticipated this day would come, so he remained calm as the school doctor tended to his wounds. The concept of mutual healing is inherently filled with uncertainties. He was still trying to catch his breath. Moreover, he learned through this experience that Shen Yexing's episodes came without warning. Once it hits hard, faster than the effects of alcohol. Considering his own reaction speed, there wasn't even time for a quick fight, let alone dodging. Not that he wanted to dodge. He couldn't help but think back to the dried bloodstains on the white walls of the dormitory bathroom, a kind of despair that layers of white paint couldn't conceal. After the doctor finished dressing his wounds, he said that burns should not be covered and must avoid water, otherwise, scars would ruin everything. Scars, he didn't care about them. His thinking didn't lead him in that direction either. Once the doctor gave the go-ahead, Lu Jianqing stood in the clinic with his pants rolled up for a moment and refused Uncle Ming's offer of support. He asked the school doctor for a pair of scissors, ready to cut off the bottom of his calf pant leg when Tang Han suddenly said, "Don't cut yet. Yexing has quite a few basketball pants. I'll have him give you one. Cutting your school uniform pants would be a pity, it costs over 100 yuan, Tang Han gestured at his waist, I'll get you a smaller size." After making a phone call, not long afterward, Yexing returned to the dorm to fetch a set of jerseys. Ji Chuan originally offered to fetch them himself, but Yexing's mind went blank, suddenly remembering that a red freshman team jersey from high school would suit Lu Jianqing perfectly. Afraid Ji Chuan might not find it, he insisted on going himself. Back then, as a freshman, Yexing was only 180 centimeters tall, now at the height of 186 centimeters, the first-year jersey was too short, but it'd fit Lu Jianqing perfectly. With his pale skin and thin legs, red made him look even paler. Moreover, Yexing vaguely knew what red meant to Lu Jianqing. I hope you are happy every day. There was no need to talk about the numbers on the back of the jersey, but along the side of the shorts, the number 1 was elegantly stitched in white thread. Below that was Yexing's name initials. And thus, a custom-made set of jerseys was to be gifted away. Upon returning to the clinic, Yexing hesitated before entering, handing over the plastic bag containing the jerseys to Ji Chuan. Ji Chuan exclaimed, feeling very apologetic toward Lu Jianqing, warming his hand behind until it turned red in his pocket while asking Yexing, "What medicine did you take? Did you buy it yourself?" "Yeah," Yexing nodded, "they said it works stronger and faster." "Can brain medications be taken casually?" "You're such an idiot. After taking it, you had no strength." "Luckily, it happened in the dorm, what if it happened outside? What would we do then?" Yexing fell silent for a moment, wanting to say something like, "Die outside," but afraid of offending the teacher who'd always believed in him, so he closed his mouth. Seeing Yexing's tense mood, Ji Chuan also felt heartache. Pointing at the bag with his fingers, he glanced at another room within the clinic. Lu Jianqing is still inside. "Won't you go apologize personally?" Yexing shook his head. Ji Chuan sighed, scratching his head, "Ah. You know, an apology won't work." Yexing furrowed his brows, "Next time. I'll go to the detention room first." Ji Chuan sighed again, giving the key of the detention room from his waist to him, "Go then, I'll write the application for the detention." "What will you eat these days? Noodles? Fried rice? Don't lose your mind and stop eating again, you're still growing." Yexing was quiet for a while, "Noodles." Before leaving, he added another sentence, "Clear soup bean soup noodles." The school's detention room was located in the main teaching building near the playground, on an unnoticeable corner of the second floor. At night, when campus street lights turned on, some light could spill in. In summer, you hear insects chirping, and in winter, you listen to the wind. Spending a whole evening leaning against the window, lost in thought, had the same effect as being locked up in the dorm copying the Heart Sutra. For Yexing, besides being a little colder and having harder bedding, there was no big difference between here and the dormitory. This place was almost becoming his second home anyway. After going back to the dormitory earlier to take a shower and prepare for bedtime cleaning, he conscientiously locked the detention room door from the inside. Standing on a wooden stool, Yexing looked out the window. Iron bars used to be installed on the windows here, but after years passed, fewer students entered the detention room, so the school dismantled the bars. City School No. 2 wasn't a place where students acted wildly. Students generally requested to enter the detention room themselves because their families couldn't control them or they couldn't control themselves. Yexing was a prime example. He understood that Tang Han arranging for him and Lu Jianqing to be together had good intentions. He realized he had overestimated himself after all. Awakening in the early morning, Yexing threw off his coat that was covering him and felt cold all over. He heard a flurry of footsteps echoing from the hallway outside, thinking it was some late students again. Immediately after, the class bell rang followed by the loud sounds of morning reading. Knock knock. There came a knock on the door. Yexing opened the meal slot on the door, asking toward the outside, "Teacher." "Boss, it's me. Since I didn't return to the dorm last night, Kunshan told me you're locked up again." "Hey, did you withdraw into yourself again?" Li Dingxi expressed deep regret, "Are you going to get punished?" "I." Yexing hesitated uncomfortably. He wanted to say that he hadn't fought anyone but couldn't bring himself to utter those words. "Han teacher bought porridge and eggs from the cafeteria and asked me to deliver them here." Li Dingxi proudly handed the breakfast through the meal slot, "and there are also our brother's contributions, your favorite. Pancake. With fruit filling and added ham sausage and crab yellow minced meat, the most luxurious version. Will it even hold with so much filling?" Yexing took it over. "Li Dingxi, I carried it into campus just for you." Yexing tapped 3 times on the detention room door. Li Dingxi responded cheerfully, tapping 3 times as well. At City School Number 2, knocking 3 times on walls or windows means, thank you. Initially created due to too many children like Lin Ting, this rule eventually became an unwritten tradition at the school. Later, as more mentally challenged students joined, many people forgot about this action, but thanks to Lin Ting, the students of Class 7 Grade 2 still remembered clearly. Big brother, Li Dingxi glanced at the empty corridor. Reform well then, I'll go back to the classroom. Road. Sheng Yixing opened his mouth to ask, yet felt he had no right to do so. Li Dingxi sensed the unusual and quickly said, little introvert is fine. He's doing morning reading in the classroom, wearing your basketball shorts. Surprisingly, he fits it pretty harmoniously. Hey, does he play basketball? Do we invite him to join our team? We'll see, Sheng Yixing replied. As Li Dingxi was leaving, he sincerely said, the gentle breeze of Class 7 waits for love and waits for you. Sheng Yixing was amused by his joke, go away. After finishing speaking, he turned his gaze toward the small window inside the detention room. Raindrops splashed on the eaves of the window. The area covered in moss had grown larger since the last time he'd been there, but he wondered if mushrooms might grow soon. The rain should stop, Sheng Yixing thought. In order to avoid falling asleep, Li Dingxi skipped the monotonous morning reading and reported the prison visit situation to Tang Han in the office. After all the hustle and bustle, he finally held a set square and rushed into the classroom, checking the corridor once, and shouting loudly toward the classroom, anti-pornography campaign. Everyone squats down and hugs your head. Inside the classroom, Gu Kunshan and a few other guys burst out laughing first. Lin Ting adjusted his hearing aid, vaguely recognizing the signal, immediately turning around and patting Lu Jianqing's hand while speaking loudly enough for the entire classroom to hear, Jianqing. The Dean of Academic Affairs is coming. Lu Jianqing nodded, his phone screen still glowing. After a short consideration, he slowly added a sentence, thanks Lin Ting. You're welcome. Lin Ting shouted again, then turned his head. As soon as the Dean of Academic Affairs came in, they went straight for Li Dingxi, hitting the blackboard fiercely with their pointer stick, making a clanging sound, Grade 2 Class 7. Always Grade 2 Class 7. You beat roommates, do you? And what else do you beat? Are you threatening me with a set square? Beat me? Li Dingxi looked at the principal's beer belly and blurted without restraint, even if I tried, I wouldn't be able to win either. What did you say? The dean leapt up in surprise, you're completely unruly. Stand in the corner now. Li Dingxi stood there, starting properly, but within seconds began fidgeting. ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is a chronic process. Symptoms persist for years or even lifelong, generally spanning from early childhood until adolescence, and for a minority, they remain incurable forever. Li Dingxi has suffered from ADHD for over 10 years, and there were teachers who forced him to stand as punishment or bind himself, but never had this happen in City School Number 2 before. The Dean of Academic Affairs barked sternly, stand properly. Dean, he has ADHD. A student in the class called out. Nonsense. Which of my students have what illness, don't I know? The Dean of Academic Affairs retorted, feeling somewhat embarrassed and swept his eyes like a machine gun around the classroom looking for the next target. Finally, he locked onto Lu Jianqing. When the principal saw Lu Jianqing holding his phone, he got angry again, you're still playing with your phone while I'm here. What about showing respect for teachers? Was it Tang Han who taught you to be so arrogant? No. Lu Jianqing quickly tucked his phone into his pocket and stood up straight with a crisp sound, keeping his back perfectly erect. Having been sitting for a long time, the corners of his clothes were curled up in discomfort, so he used his hand to smooth them out. The gesture resembled searching for a weapon. A few students nearby gasped in shock. Shit, the new dean is setting 3 fires upon taking office. My brother Lu is going to mess him up today. What a great start. Last night, Lu Jianqing had been injured, and teachers Tang Han and Ji Chuan took turns watching over his wounds. Aunt Zhang had also kindly washed all his school uniforms but didn't notice during washing, none of them dried. Today, Lu Jianqing didn't wear a school uniform and thus didn't have a nameplate on either. He was wearing basketball shorts. Normally, he was already someone not to be messed with, now he looked even tougher, his eyes cold, his pointed little chin arrogantly raised as if he were a thorn. He looked like someone who just returned after a whole night of street chaos and sneaking back by climbing over the wall. Classmate, come over here. Gu Kunshan hadn't had time to stand up and explain when the dean called Lu Jianqing to the podium. The dean first looked Lu Jianqing up and down. Where's your school uniform? The whole class fell silent. Damn, isn't this that newly arrived uncle? Clueless, Gu Kunshan whispered to Lin Ting. Lin Ting didn't fully hear the whisper, nodding then shaking his head. None of them knew that the decibel level of the dean's speech and the breathing sounds of the classmates all sounded about the same to Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing frowned, wanting to say washed, but couldn't manage it. Report. Li Dingxi understood the situation and immediately shouted, it was washed. The whole class began laughing. The dean roared in anger, shut up. Are you his press secretary? Indeed. Li Dingxi scratched his hands. The dean continued his tirade, your class, grade 2 class 7, famous. You fought last week, and this week again, fighting with your roommate. Is that proper? Dean, Li Dingxi raised his hand again, pointing at Lu Jianqing. He is that roommate. What? The one who got beaten. The whole class erupted in another wave of loud laughter. Lu Jianqing gave an emotionless side glance to the dean, staying silent throughout, his attitude quite adversarial. After hearing what Li Dingxi said, he couldn't help but curl the corner of his lip slightly. The dean hurriedly said, so you are. Road. Jianqing. Only after finishing did Lu Jianqing's body begin to slightly tremble, as he had been standing on one leg for too long. Gu Kunchen slammed his desk, feeling somewhat annoyed. Director, Lu Jianqing is injured. Can he sit down first? The dean had heard of Lu Jianqing and subconsciously felt that he might not be able to control this student, quickly finding an excuse to de-escalate. Does your leg still hurt? Last night, in your boys' dormitory. I fell. Lu Jianqing didn't want his dorm issues discussed under everyone's watchful eyes, thanks. Li Dingxi couldn't help but laugh. Why does my star talk like some bad attitude press secretary? The dean was stuck, scratching his head. Well, continue waiting for your teacher to come for the class. As soon as the words were out, Li Dingxi dashed to the door and opened it for the dean, who had just stepped out when the English teacher walked into the classroom. The new day's study life looped repeatedly, but Xing Yexing wasn't in the classroom, and Lu Jianqing felt uncomfortable all over, always sensing something wrong, like how if something in the dorm moved place, it would bother him all day. Occasional anxiety flaring up uncontrollably. The English teacher flipped open the book and started calling roll, greeting the first student. Good morning, Li Dingxi. Good morning, teacher. Li Dingxi bowed on the spot without any regard for the dean's previous punishment order and naturally went back to his seat, sparking more laughs among the class. Good morning, Lin Ting. After adjusting his hearing aid, Lin Ting responded loudly, good morning. The English teacher smiled as she marked attendance for the front row students and continued to greet those in the back rows. Good morning, Gu Kunchen. Good morning, teacher. Gu Kunchen grinned mischievously. The teacher then called out to a girl in the class, good morning, Lu Ruotong. Lu Ruotong suffered from delusional disorder. In the class, it was like having one person become a team. Her imaginary desk mates were always there, and she constantly felt someone was beside her. After receiving Lu Ruotong's response, the English teacher greeted the empty seat next to her, good morning. Lu Ruotong smiled with a gleam in her eyes. Thank you, teacher. Next, the English teacher's gaze turned toward the empty seat beside Lu Jianqing and paused for a few seconds before smiling and saying, good morning, Lu Jianqing. Good morning, Lu Jianqing slowly replied, teacher. After marking attendance on the roll sheet, the English teacher said softly, your classmate Xing Yexing. He's not feeling well, teacher, Lu Jianqing suddenly interjected. Gu Kunchen at the front desk froze. He hadn't had time to mention that Xing Yexing was in the detention room. To his surprise, the introverted Lu Jianqing had beaten him to it. However, Lu Jianqing didn't realize that news about last night's incident in the boys' dormitory had already spread everywhere. His throat hurt, his head ached, and his breathing became slightly more rapid. He wanted to say, Xing Yexing isn't as terrifying as everyone thinks. You all, please don't look at me or my table with those distant eyes. Seeing the reluctance in Lu Jianqing's expression, the English teacher didn't press further. She took out her phone and sent a text message to Tang Han to inquire about the situation, then opened the textbook. All right, let's continue with our last lecture's content. For the first time, Lu Jianqing laid his head down on the desk during class, feeling as if his heart and lungs were being compressed by the desk so much he couldn't breathe properly. Under his arm, he pressed a book borrowed from the library the other day along with a small notebook that could be carried around easily. Lu Jianqing flipped through the notebook and began sketching and scribbling aimlessly with his pen while feeling lost in thought. The book said, manic patients tend to have broad interests, they like lively environments, enjoy socializing, and take initiative to get close to others, even strangers, often treating them like old friends upon first meeting. They are playful and nosy, getting involved in others' affairs, sometimes taking up for justice. No, that wasn't really true about him. He didn't particularly enjoy getting too close to people or sticking his nose into other people's business unless necessary. Clutching his fists tightly, Lu Jianqing forced himself to continue reading despite the discomfort in his eyes. Decisions lack careful consideration, leading to impulsive purchasing, wiping out monthly salaries within days. Wasn't this an issue many modern young adults faced? Unreliable, keep reading. Abundant energy, never feeling fatigued, increased activity levels, finding difficulty staying still, or constantly changing plans and activities. This was true, though. Even though Xing Yexing wasn't a talkative person himself, he seemed to thrive in the chaotic noise of his surroundings, and it occasionally made him feel excited. Lu Jianqing used sticky notes to jot down these important points, continuing to read, reduced sleep, even remaining awake for days without significant fatigue. A heightened sexual appetite compared to usual. Sleep. Nights spent mostly still, but he did go to bed late and wake up early. The book also mentioned how such behavior might lead to liver problems. The last part concerning sexuality. This made Lu Jianqing blush until his ears burned red. He started taking deep breaths. Fine, none of my business anyway. Flipping another page, Lu Jianqing finally found what he'd been looking for, how to alleviate symptoms. He grabbed the sticky notepad and copied everything, jotting down things like, consume carbohydrates, vitamin B6 and calcium, among other notes, making 5 copies which he attached to the back of his textbook. 2 periods ended, and there was usually a long break for running. However, heavy rain poured earlier in the morning, just stopping moments ago, leaving the track muddy and slippery. The running session was temporarily cancelled, so the corridors and playground became areas where students roamed freely. Hey! Big Brother Lou! Upon returning from the detention room, Gu Kunshan shouted loud enough for all the students in the classroom to turn their heads toward him. Lu Jianqing looked over, seeing Gu Kunshan pull his school uniform collar bashfully while walking towards the window. The boss is in detention because he bullied you, so I'm apologizing on behalf of him. But you're my classmate, and the boss asked me to entertain you properly. As he said this, Gu Kunshan was actually quite puzzled inside since the boss and the quiet one didn't seem familiar with each other at all. Hearing his somewhat earnest explanation, Lu Jianqing involuntarily tensed up, his whole body stiffening. At his previous school, entertaining always meant fighting. Lu Jianqing confirmed again, entertain me? Yeah, the boss told me to entertain you. Gu Kunshan grasped the corner of the classroom curtain mysteriously, quickly waving his hand to shoo away a few classmates loitering by the window. The moment he finished speaking, a boy wearing a blue school uniform suddenly pulled back the curtain that blocked the sunlight. Rustle, a bright clean glass window appeared before everyone. Gu Kunshan leaned closer to Lu Jianqing's ear and whispered quietly, check out today's rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. Lu Jianqing softly counted each color one by one under his breath, his eyes glowing brilliantly. In the distance, a rainbow was forming along the third ring boundary of the city, just for him. Chapter 17, Black and White Match. That day, Gu Kunshan and a group of classmates spent quite a while in the classroom with Lu Jianqing watching a rainbow. Lu Jianqing had never paid attention to rainbows before, but now he was deeply moved. After being lost in thought for a moment, he realized that the treat Gu Kunshan mentioned was a gift for him, not a fight or harm. Gu Kunshan didn't realize that he had just walked through the gates of hell. In the following 2 days, apart from providing intervention tutoring treatment for Lu Jianqing, Tang Han also went to the isolation room to check on Xing Yexing's condition. However, Xing Yexing was very stubborn, insisting on staying there for 3 full days. Xing Yexing also said that if punishment was due, it should be given. Moreover, Xing Yexing clearly stated that apart from teachers, he would not accept any visits from anyone else. But he didn't know how many times Lu Jianqing had made excuses to go to the bathroom during class and come to the door of the isolation room. Occasionally, Xing Yexing caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure at the small window on the door, but didn't pay much attention. The day without Xing Yexing passed dazedly, and Lu Jianqing was still a little unaccustomed to it. Are you alright, Lu Jianqing? The task of bringing Lu Jianqing back to the dormitory was assigned to Li Dingxi. Li Dingxi was especially attentive, hopping and skipping around like he was street dancing. Does it still hurt? Let me blow on it for you. Before leaving school, Lu Jianqing had already gone to the toilet to change into his school pants. The rolled-up pant legs were held in place with hair clips borrowed from a girl, making him attract quite a bit of attention on the street, assuming some student from school number 2 had broken their leg. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Jianqing rubbed his dry eyes. You walk slower. Don't. Li Dingxi didn't even finish his sentence when Lu Jianqing, who lacked road sense and missed a bump, stumbled down, hitting half of his leg against the manhole cover. Li Dingxi's face turned pale as he quickly went over to help him up. Lu Jianqing. Why do you always make trouble? I'm fine. Lu Jianqing pushed his hand away and started acting stubborn again. I can stand. Alright, you stand then. Stand well. Li Dingxi let go of him. Where did you get this stubborn streak? Bull-headed. After walking halfway, Li Dingxi kept jumping around Lu Jianqing. Finally, Lu Jianqing couldn't take it anymore. You, walk properly. Nope, if I stop moving, I feel uncomfortable. Li Dingxi switched sides from left to right. I have ADHD. Do you? I heard that some kids with autism also get this illness. Lu Jianqing frowned coldly. I'm not a kid. TSK, nitpicking. Li Dingxi laughed until tears came out. Isn't autism congenital? Did your aunt cover you at birth? I've seen many cases where they're squeezed inside the mother's body. Hearing him say that, Lu Jianqing finally took a tiny interest in Li Dingxi's chatter. I don't know. Li Dingxi's thoughts leapt rapidly as he quickly changed the topic. Stars, your mole is so red today. Touching below his eye, Lu Jianqing pursed his lips. Why does it sometimes look blue to me? Li Dingxi widened his eyes. Oh my gosh, am I colorblind? Lu Jianqing chuckled. Li Dingxi's head hurt again. He suspected he had contracted another disease. He hadn't even spoken about it yet, but once he did, Lu Jianqing felt somewhat low, having risen early despite being beaten yesterday to pick a big red one. Oh yes, if Xing Yexing fell ill, he would need to mark it down on a notebook. Just past a snack stall, Lu Jianqing squatted down and opened his backpack, starting to make an X on his notebook right there on the street. Li Dingxi watched from the side with wide eyes. Were all geniuses ready to study anytime and anywhere? Then, he saw Lu Jianqing put his pen and notebook away, continuing to march forward confidently. Li Dingxi shouted, running after him again. Back in the dormitory, Li Dingxi was glad that he and Lu Jianqing had peacefully survived the night without Xing Yexing. When they woke up in the morning, Lu Jianqing lingered by the bedside for a long time. Slowly recalling the recent days, he discovered that Xing Yexing liked wearing dark shoes. Probably because black shoes were more durable and versatile, Xing Yexing owned black boots, black basketball shoes, gray basketball shoes, and even running shoes in darker colors. He also had several pairs of white shoes, though he rarely wore them. Early in the morning, Lu Jianqing sat on a stool thinking for a while, pulling out his few pairs of white shoes and picking a pair of pure white basketball shoes to put on. He bent down and tightly tied his shoelaces. Subconsciously, he just felt, black and white matched pretty well. After that, Xing Yexing spent 3 days in isolation and then released himself. First, he returned to the dormitory to change clothes and take a shower, then set an alarm to sleep for half an hour before deciding to attend class in the afternoon. The washroom in the detention room was too small to properly bathe in. Besides meditating during his time in detention, he also wrote a self-criticism report at the window as assigned by the principal of academic affairs, who told him to read it out loud in front of the class when he returned. When the afternoon nap ended and the bell rang for class, Lu Jianqing watched Xing Yexing enter the classroom with his backpack slung over one shoulder like a sling bag. He placed the backpack on the lectern, causing several pieces of chalk to fall to the ground. Then, Xing Yexing pulled out the self-criticism from his pocket, he'd nearly warmed it up holding it there, and unfolded it. All the classmates clapped skillfully. Gu Kunchen started whistling, Li Dingxi shouted, "Great," and other students followed suit, yelling, "Great." The principal of academic affairs who entered the classroom with Xing Yexing was so enraged that his face turned red. He banged his pointer stick against the blackboard a few times and roared angrily, "Is committing a wrongdoing and making a self-criticism something to be proud of? You applaud. Why didn't you applaud when I entered? Students, everyone good," Xing Yexing began seriously while shaking off the chalk dust from the paper. "I am Xing Yexing from class 7, grade 12. Shaking the paper again, Xing Yexing looked particularly solemn. "First, I should not have neglected to take my medication properly at school, which led to harming my classmate. Second, I should not have resisted treatment at the school infirmary, thus endangering public safety. Third, I should not have climbed over the wall, or even broken it." The principal became angry again, shouting, "That's not the point." "Oh," Xing Yexing coughed and continued loudly, "Fourth, in the future, I must double my efforts to cherish my classmates and make sure they don't get bullied by me again." The principal of academic affairs sternly asked, "Then what do you plan to do next? Take medication on time and cooperate with the treatment. What about climbing the wall?" "Xing Yexing, eat less." The principal went wild with anger, jumping and brandishing his pointer. "What does this have to do with your eating habits, Xing Yexing?" Xing Yexing replied calmly, "I won't break it down anymore. Shouldn't you just use the front gate?" The principal slapped the pointer down on the lectern, glaring fiercely, "You still haven't realized your own mistakes. If the school builds a proper gate and you refuse to use it, why climb the wall?" Xing Yexing remained silent. Wasn't it because the gate wasn't accessible? The whole class tried hard to suppress their laughter. Even though it was such a simple self-criticism, Xing Yexing read it out like it was a vow, a kind of declaration only possible within the confines of school number 2. Encouraged by Gu Kunchen, who loves chaos, the applause intensified once more. Amidst the teacher's scolding and the cheers of his friends, Xing Yexing cast his sharp gaze back at Lu Jianqing, finding the smaller boy quietly watching him with pursed lips, seemingly lost in thought. On the surface, Xing Yexing appeared calm, but his palms were actually sweating. Once the self-criticism was over, the first thing Xing Yexing did after returning to his seat was erase the 38 line. He felt at the moment he acted just like an immature elementary school kid, nitpicking over trifles with Lu Jianqing. It's not that Xing Yexing cared too much about appearances, but seeing Lu Jianqing accidentally spill soda onto the desk, he quickly borrowed some wet tissues from Gu Kunchen, throwing dozens onto the desk like cleaning a dining table. After ensuring the imaginary boundary line was erased, he threw all the used tissues into the trash can. Lu Jianqing. He noticed Xing Yexing's little deceitfulness and couldn't help but smile a little. "Humph. What are you looking at?" Xing Yexing's expression turned quite unnatural as he rubbed his frozen red hands. "Pay attention to your class." Lu Jianqing didn't move. Xing Yexing first slammed his hand on the chair of Gu Kunchen sitting in front of him, yelling, "Don't fidget," then immediately calming himself down, staring intently at Lu Jianqing. "Are you paying attention to the class, Lu Jianqing? If you're not, come out. I'll apologize to you. I really want to apologize to you." But Xing Yexing couldn't bring himself to say these words. "You bet." Lu Jianqing bit his lips, still glancing at Xing Yexing frequently. Apologizing, being sick isn't a mistake either. Why is he still so rude? He wanted to ask, "Are you feeling better yet?" but fearing he would upset Xing Yexing, he swallowed the question. Rarely did Lu Jianqing feel such an intense desire to speak, it hardly ever happened. Xing Yexing intensely disliked being stared at, but when facing Lu Jianqing, he kept tolerating it, inch by inch. Taking a deep breath, before uttering anything, Lu Jianqing suddenly leaned forward, reaching out to grab Xing Yexing's disheveled collar. A youthful hand tidied up the collar around his neck, patted it down, and tapped it gently. For a moment, their breaths were nearly touching. Lu Jianqing stepped back, hesitating to speak. "I feel uncomfortable." What? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Shen Yexing immediately became tense. He pointed at Shen Yexing's collar and explained, it looks messy, so it makes me uncomfortable. Shen Yexing paused for a moment. Thankfully, they sat in the last row, otherwise, Lu Jianqing's act of tweaking Shen Yexing's collar like this would surely have drawn the whole class's attention. Then a bunch of kids barely older than toddlers would chatter endlessly, which would annoy Shen Yexing to death. Lu Jianqing, let me check your legs. Shen Yexing leaned on his chin and beckoned him with his finger. Come on, stretch out your leg. Lu Jianqing didn't move, so Shen Yexing directly reached out an arm, pulled his chair closer to himself. Screech. The chair legs scraped over the floor tiles, producing a loud noise. Many classmates turned to look at them. As the classmates' gazes came over, Lu Jianqing felt completely uneasy. Just as he was about to pull away, Shen Yexing fixed his chair back with a posture that said, I'll just lean on it, I won't do anything else. Lu Jianqing thought his shin, burned and not yet scabbed, looked quite terrible, swollen and red. He wasn't too willing to show it to others. He pulled his athletic shorts up a bit, sounding reluctant. Well, take a look then. Just one look, cooperate a little. Shen Yexing kept his foot under the chair to block any movement. If you move, it might hurt your injury, you know. After saying this, he actually crawled under the desk, first grabbing hold of Lu Jianqing's restless knee, and then pulling on the edge of his shorts to bring him closer. What Shen Yexing meant by, take a look, wasn't just a glance but a close observation of the wound, bringing his heated breath close enough to tickle Lu Jianqing's knee, startling him into trying to pull his leg back quickly. After inspecting the wound, Shen Yexing felt a sharp pain in his heart, feeling blocked. The two words, it will hurt, kept swirling in Lu Jianqing's mind, making his knees tremble. Shen Yexing added, I told you not to move. Then, Shen Yexing's eyes glanced at the cuffs of Lu Jianqing's athletic pants where the three letters, SYX, were partially frayed but still clearly visible. A sudden wave of satisfaction washed over him, as if this person had already been tagged by him. Emerging from under the table, Shen Yexing's face was slightly flushed, as was Lu Jianqing's. I've finished looking. I. Shen Yexing wanted to explain something but felt it wouldn't help much. His throat was tight with discomfort, and his arms lay awkwardly on the desktop. His bandaged fist practically seemed like evidence against him. His arm accidentally touched Lu Jianqing's elbow, causing Lu Jianqing to react as if shocked, jerking his hand back, clutching his sleeve tightly, even breathing a little faster. Shen Yexing thought he was afraid of him and fell silent. Seeing Shen Yexing not speaking, Lu Jianqing assumed Shen Yexing was angry and also stopped talking. The two turned their heads in opposite directions. One pretended to look out the window, the other pretended to look at the door, neither said a word. Hey, brother Lu, let me show you something good. The bell rang at the end of class. Gu Kunchen grinned while passing his phone over. Lu Jianqing took a few seconds to raise his head, confused by what he saw. At the moment his face appeared in the camera lens, Gu Kunchen hit the selfie button and burst into laughter. Dang. Finally, I got a photo of brother Lu. Still bewildered by being pranked, Lu Jianqing chose to remain icily quiet. Gu Kunchen only then realized that Lu Jianqing might not fully understand. Coughing once, feeling somewhat guilty, he softly begged, Brother Lu, well. I secretly took your photo. Can I keep it? Not bad to give it to some junior schoolgirls, letting them know that besides Shen Yexing, our grade 12 class 7 has another handsome guy. But already, quite a few girls had begun to inquire. School number 2 may be a special school, but these kids are still going through puberty. Being special doesn't mean they can't fall in love. No one is an exception. Alright. Lu Jianqing nodded. The nearby Shen Yexing, who was spinning a pen, kicked Gu Kunchen's chair leg. Gu Kunchen quickly turned around, boss. Cough. Shen Yexing covered his mouth and coughed. What are you doing? Gu Kunchen shouted loudly. Shen Yexing nudged Gu Kunchen's chair again with his toe, glancing at Lu Jianqing who was seriously reading a book, touching his own nose, and coughed again. Gu Kunchen felt he couldn't quite grasp the leader's meaning, so he became a bit nervous. What's wrong? Can kicking my chair relieve the sore throat? Shen Yexing slowly stood up his textbook, covering half of his face, and whispered 3 words to Gu Kunchen. Send it to me. Shit. Gu Kunchen sucked in a cold breath. Boss, are you into this business too? Shen Yexing quickly returned to normal and raised an eyebrow. Gu Kunchen imitated him by standing up his book and said mysteriously, upperclassmen and underclassmen are paying for Brother Lu's pictures. Shen Yexing sneered, you're selling them? I'm not. Gu Kunchen hurriedly explained, I don't compete with you in business. Shen Yexing tweaked his head, turn around. As soon as he turned around, Gu Kunchen turned his head back again and said solemnly, hey, boss, let me tell you, my brother Lu's face, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth, combined together is much prettier than those pretty ones at our school. Oh, can we use pretty to describe a guy? It should. Shen Yexing glanced at Lu Jianqing and drew a conclusion, be fine. Really, don't you think he's better looking than Zhuang Rou? Gu Kunchen covered his mouth, holding a pen in his hand, pretending to be writing. Shen Yexing also grabbed a pen, pretending to write something. Who? Shit, isn't anyone as beautiful as Xiao Zibabi? That girl from last semester who always came to our class to see you, remember? She had an air and wore her hair in a ponytail. Forgot, Shen Yexing didn't like hearing these things, and poked the back of his neck with the pen but, alright, turn around. Your pen tip is already floating to the sky, what a bad performance. Gu Kunshan muttered, men are truly heartless, and then turned around. As soon as the phone was hidden in the drawer, Gu Kunshan sent that photo of Lu Jianxing to Shen Yexing through WeChat. Picture. Boss, don't let brother Lu know. Egg flower crying slash. Shen Yexing looked at Lu Jianxing who was carefully filling out the form beside him and quickly hid his phone on the other side of the desk. He pretended to be lying down and replied. Thanks, brother. The typing movement was too fast, and it tore his still unhealed hand wound. Shen Yexing inhaled sharply and continued lying there motionless. Lu Jianxing glanced at him. Is he asleep? At this moment, Shen Yexing was pondering about the picture Gu Kunshan had sent. Although Xiao Zibabi has a rather reclusive personality, why does he have a smiley lip? When he has no expression, the corners of his mouth slightly curve upward, it's hard to say what emotion it conveys. Seeing Shen Yexing lying there motionless as if unconscious, Lu Jianxing poked him with the pen tail, rescue card. Lifting his head, Shen Yexing realized that the campus rescue card for this quarter had arrived. It's a feature of school number 2, each student has one. It can be stuck inside the uniform, printing the student's photo, name, class, teacher's phone number, and the student's selected family member's phone number to prevent students from getting lost or having sudden illnesses outside the campus. Shen Yexing took the rescue card passed down by Gu Kunshan and looked at his hand injury, feeling troubled. He had never written down his uncle and aunt's phone number on his own rescue card. Even if he died outside, he didn't want them to be disturbed. Shen Yexing gave up hope on himself. Annoyed, he threw away a signing pen, picked up another one, and handed it to Lu Jianxing. Since his hand was injured and inconvenient for writing, he could only ask him for help. My rescue card, Shen Yexing sounded somewhat arrogant, can you help me write my phone number on it? My number is 186. Before he finished speaking, Lu Jianxing returned the rescue card. On the white card was a row of clear Arabic numerals, but it wasn't Shen Yexing's. Furrowing his eyebrows, Shen Yexing didn't react immediately. Whose? Mine. Lu Jianxing said. Then the number on your card. Shen Yexing glanced at Lu Jianxing's rescue card, noticed it started with 186, and paused for a few seconds. Lu Jianxing clenched his lips, looking very natural. Then, he grinned, yours. Chapter 18, Late Return. On the last weekend of November, Shen Yexing's aunt came for a visit with his younger sister. She mentioned that the anniversary of Shen Yexing's mother's passing was calculated according to the lunar calendar and this year it fell 2 days earlier than usual. The entire school thought Shen Yexing had no care in the world, but his aunt and uncle knew exactly what kind of person he was. They knew he had everything planned out clearly, including how he had already figured out the exact date. Shen Yexing followed his mother's family name, so his uncle's daughter also shared the Shen surname. She was cute and lively, with a great little face. When they were younger, people often mistook the two siblings for being biological siblings. By now, Shen Kai was 6 years old, still at the age where her hair was braided into pigtails. Though young, she had an inkling that today was a sad day. When she tripped outside the school gate and got back up, she immediately clung onto her brother's legs at the security booth and started wailing. Brother! Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Drama queen, Shen Yexing tried to move his leg, seeing his sister wouldn't let go, which made him chuckle. I'm not even sad. You've never even met my mom, why are you crying so hard? Glancing toward the security booth, his aunt was on the phone with Tang Han to sign the permission slip for Shen Yexing to leave the school premises. Seeing that Shen Kai was still unyielding, Shen Yexing decided to patiently cajole her. What's wrong? Is there some elementary school kid bullying you? Oil. Shen Kai grabbed onto her brother's leg as she sat on the ground, her voice still soft and childlike. I am also an elementary student. Shen Yexing quickly pulled the little girl up. He sighed helplessly. How old are you now to sit on the ground like that? Do you think you're still 3 or 4 years old, tiny bean? Soon, I won't be able to lift you anymore. Shen Kai was a chatterbox, though she wasn't very articulate. That trait had persisted since she was 4 and continued even at the age of 6. When her aunt's eyes glanced over, Shen Kai immediately stood up straight, grabbing the edge of Shen Yexing's school pants and declared, Brother, let's go racing cars. Stop pulling. You're about to rip my pants off. Shen Yexing squatted down and spoke to her, then spread his arms wide to pick her up and hoisted her onto one shoulder. Ever since you were 3, you've been pestering me to ride my motorcycle. Still haven't forgotten, huh? Yeah, it's been such a long time without seeing each other, she grinned. Shen Kai playfully tugged at the back collar of her brother's shirt, spouting random internet slang she'd learned. Brother, have you found your goddess yet? Shen Yexing glanced at his aunt walking behind them holding the note before pinching her chubby cheek. You're my goddess. Then he slapped her back lightly. Why is my little girl getting so heavy all of a sudden? Have you found a god? Shen Kai said while leaning on his back. I found my god already. So who's this amazing guy? Shen Yexing tossed her a snow cake from his pocket and chuckled. Is this god named Shen Yexing? If not, don't say anything. Snap. Shinkai crunched into the snow cake, nodding and smiling along. Knowing his aunt and niece would come, after class, Shen Yexing carefully escorted Lu Jianqing back to the dormitory and waited at the entrance for a while to confirm that Lu Jianqing didn't feel like eating lunch. Before leaving, he went downstairs and bought some food upstairs, saying that she could eat whatever she wanted and whenever she wanted. Lu Jianqing said she really didn't want to eat. Shen Yexing responded, then throw it away. He looked intently at the sapphire-colored mole under her eye, feeling a lump in his throat. Despite already having descended the stairs, he returned, patiently explaining that he needed to leave today and detailing who these visitors were, their relationship with him, when he'd return, and where he'd go. After explaining, Lu Jianqing ate a bit of porridge and caught the key point, 8 o'clock. Yeah, I'll be back by 8 tonight. Be good, okay? Shen Yexing was opening the door when the phrase, be good, slipped out, slowing his movements just slightly. Lu Jianqing's actions also paused for a second. He wasn't accustomed to this nod, realizing later why Shen Yexing explained everything to him. He thought his emotions were well hidden until he remembered the artificial mole. In the past, he used to break down in the classroom, begging teachers to let him be alone. Now, however, he had someone he overly depended on. He couldn't decide whether it was good or bad. Outside the campus, Shen Yexing held Shinkai and got into his aunt's car. Although the middle-aged woman maintained herself well, the strain of life was evident on her face. Shen Yexing clearly noticed his aunt looked older. As she drove, she looked at the two children through the rearview mirror and smiled tenderly. Yexing. Shen Yexing unlocked his phone, plugged in the headphones, and turned on some music for Shinkai. His aunt was connecting the call to his uncle via Bluetooth as she drove. She asked gently, are you doing well in school? Stay home tonight. Aunt will cook something you loved when you were a child. I'm doing fine. Shen Yexing hesitated for a moment before making his decision, but I have to go back to school. Knowing that Shen Yexing was relatively family-oriented, the uncle on the phone sounded surprised. Why? Shen Yexing shifted slightly in his seat and hugged Shinkai, who was half asleep closer to him. One of my dorm mates has autism and needs care. Does he pay you? The uncle asked from the other side. Upon hearing this, the aunt's expression suddenly changed. She exclaimed, oh dear, as if wanting to scold her husband a bit. But Shen Yexing didn't seem to mind too much. He adjusted his sister's position so she could sleep comfortably, raising an eyebrow while responding to his uncle, it's already good that anyone dares to room with me. Am I going to charge him money? Ah, said the uncle, well, Juejuan, you bring Yexing home first, then we'll eat something nice, and send Yexing back afterwards. Shinkai leaned against her brother's shoulder, her soft twin braids dangling down. Shen Yexing played a children's song on his phone and started braiding little plaits into Shinkai's hair. He used to love doing this when he had nothing better to do. Back then, her hair wasn't as long, with tips slightly yellowed. A few times, he teased her about whether she'd dyed her hair, but after asking, he realized how absurd it was. How could such a young girl dye her hair? Turns out, she really had dyed it. Shinkai justified it quite matter-of-factly, saying she only dyed the ends because she found it fun, and when they went to the salon, someone just randomly experimented on her. On the day of their mother's passing, the family did not go to sweep graves or burn paper offerings. Instead, they simply brought Shen Yexing home. Uncle firmly believed that this place where Shen Yexing's mother used to visit during her lifetime would let her come to see her son on the anniversary of her death. When the car arrived at the building where Aunt lived, Shinkai wouldn't wake up no matter what they tried. Shen Yexing switched from playing a nursery rhyme to some electro remix music typical for clubs in his phone, but she still didn't wake. Finally, with no choice, Shen Yexing carried his book bag on one shoulder and hoisted his sleeping sister onto the other, getting them upstairs. For dinner, Aunt made chicken with spicy peanuts and tomato meatball soup, specifically killing a fish for Shen Yexing and cooking it with chopped pepper, which is something people from their area love to eat since childhood. And Shen Yexing was no exception. Because of this, he was grateful that his adolescence passed without a single pimple. His skin tone might not be as white as his autistic roommate's, but his complexion was still pretty good. Afterward, he began to think of the autistic roommate. He wondered if the boy was okay being alone in the school. After eating, Shen Yexing watched cartoons with Shinkai. Despite himself, he took it seriously and even laughed when Shinkai analyzed the villains and heroes. That's impressive. So, do you think your brother is a villain or hero? Shinkai popped a candy into her mouth, holding a piece of mango with her fingers. A hero. Shen Yexing ate another piece of mango. Your brother is about to fight. She nodded. It's because your brother is sick. Even when I'm sick, I can eat 5 candies a day. My mom doesn't even stop me. His previously rather gloomy mood suddenly disappeared. Smiling, Shen Yexing stood up, holding the bag of mangoes and chuckled, you're not sick now, so eat less. The two siblings wrestled around, with Shen Yexing merely teasing her by taking a few slices and stating she couldn't eat any more otherwise worms would grow in her mouth. Terrified, Shinkai turned pale, lying lifelessly on the sofa as though worms had already grown in her mouth. Shinkai, are you tough like this? Shen Yexing thought it amusing and messed with her head, casually asking, is there anyone bullying you now? Nope. I always carry your photo with me. The crafty little girl dug through her pocket and pulled out a wrinkled photo, laying it flat. Xing Yexing was speechless. Wasn't this a picture of him playing basketball in junior high? It was posted on the school forum back then. How had she dug out this antique? If anyone bullied her, she told them, showing off proudly, "Look. This is my real brother." Xing Kai was especially smug. "You were already so fierce when you were young. Now imagine how scary you must be. You probably terrified all those kids." Xing Yexing chuckled, pinched her cheek lightly, pulling outward softly, "You're clever." Indeed, he was just starting to show early signs of illness during his junior high years. Fortunately, it hadn't progressed into adulthood, or else it would have been harder to control. Xing Yexing knew that his manic-depressive disorder was inherited from his father, and his father's death was somewhat related to this condition. Initially, he was afraid of dying, but now he was calm about it. An incurable disease will always be a ticking time bomb in the heart of the patient, waiting to explode any time and devour the host completely. By the time Xing Yexing finished his dinner, the sky had become almost entirely dark. As Xing Yexing prepared to leave, Auntie began urging him to stay longer. "Kai has missed you so much. You've seen each other only once every 2 or 3 months. There was one night when the little girl cried herself to sleep thinking about you, wiping her tears while saying that she wanted her brother." For all these years, Xing Yexing never allowed Xing Kai to come onto campus to visit him. At most, she could only stand foolishly by the school gate, because he was afraid that she might get hurt in some unnecessary ways. Since Xing Kai was only 1 or 2 years old, during those rare times when they were finally allowed a month's once meeting, little Xing Kai would be strapped into her walker with a string of bells tied around it, stumbling under Aunt's watchful eyes toward the direction where her brother would emerge from school. "Aunt, this time I really promised my roommate. He's in quite a tough situation and can't manage without me." After saying, "can't manage without me," Xing Yexing actually felt a pang of guilt. Clearly, Lu Jianqing was such an independent person, so how had it turned out in his mouth like he was a little bundle of weakness? Before leaving, Xing Yexing grabbed a huge box of milk and peach canned goods that could last in the dorm for 2 or 3 days. He tore open the packaging and glanced inside, laughing softly. "Aunt, do I look like I'm still growing even though I'm this tall already? You should save this for Xing Kai to drink." "Who says it's for you?" Aunt chuckled. "Take it back for your roommate." Xing Yexing felt warmth spreading through his heart as he grinned. "My roommate is also pretty tall." Aunt said, "Take it to him. The poor boy must need it." "All right." Xing Yexing lifted his arm and gave Xing Kai a high five with his elbow. "Xing Kai, after New Year's Day, brother will come back to see you again." As he pushed the door of his home open and stepped out, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. "Yexing," Aunt called out hesitantly, I heard from your teacher that you had an issue last week. If your body feels unwell anywhere, please don't hesitate to call home." Xing Yexing agreed, then squatted down to hug Xing Kai. Carrying a large bag of things, he loaded them onto the car. Aunt didn't say anything more but sat in the driver's seat waiting for the engine to start. It must have been because of being overly tired these past few days. Soon after Xing Yexing sat on the back seat, he fell asleep swaying back and forth. After bidding farewell to his aunt outside his dormitory building, Xing Yexing carried his stuff upstairs and opened the dormitory door. Checking the clock, it was already 9 o'clock, later than he'd anticipated by an hour. The dorm room was dark without any lights, making the place eerily black. Xing Yexing instantly grew vigilant. Had Lu Jianqing run off again? Sure, Li Dingxi was going home tonight as expected, but what about Lu Jianqing? It was only 9 o'clock, and usually Lu Jianqing would return to the dorm early in the evening to review lessons at his desk. Knowing that Lu Jianqing's thinking and responses were a bit slow, yet compensated by exceptionally high focus, studying hard enough that even an earthquake wouldn't drive him away. "Lu Jianqing." Xing Yexing whispered softly. Before he had the chance to switch on the light, someone came into view lying prostrate in front of his table. Lu Jianqing's hand was gripping his own ear, and his sleeping posture was unusually peculiar. Chapter 19, Christmas Gift. Xing Yexing touched the back of Lu Jianqing's hand to his face. It was icy cold. He panicked and checked the tip of the other's nose, then let out a sigh of relief. How could little introvert fall asleep while doing homework without even turning on the desk lamp? "What are you doing?" The workbook contained an English reading comprehension exercise with fairly simple questions. Xing Yexing couldn't resist curiosity and turned on the flashlight to take a look. Question: Why does I in the text want to stay in the host family? Answer: for love. Question: What does love mean for I in the text? Answer: Love to me is eating together, sleeping together, and watching rainbows at school. Question: What kind of person does I in the text hope to become in the future? Answer: An outgoing person. In the bottom right corner of the workbook, there was a drawing of a little snake with its tongue flicking, coiled up. What does it mean? Xing Yexing glanced over the material and started laughing. Clearly, the questions were related to reading comprehension, but little introvert's answers had little relation to the original passage. They seemed more like responses based on his own perspective. Love, rainbow, and an outgoing person. Xing Yexing took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and snapped a picture of the homework, saving it into his private album to check what exactly was written later. After saving, he closed the workbook and placed it aside, then picked up one of Lu Jianqing's arms, threading his arm through the latter's waist before hoisting him up effortlessly. He carried Lu Jianqing across his chest, looked up at the top bunk-style bed in the dorm room, and thought it might be difficult to put him up there. Before he could decide, Lu Jianqing woke up groggily, lifting his eyelids slightly and looking at him. Xing Yexing. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Xing Yexing. He called out. Lu Jianqing called his name. Xing Yexing pinched his cheek. Are you awake? Go to bed, don't sleep down here. Xing Yexing. Lu Jianqing opened his eyes again and called out once more. Xing Yexing replied, Lu Jianqing closed his eyes and smiled. Xing Yexing. He really wanted to say thank you for being willing to be his friend. But he felt, his perception of friendship in the past wasn't quite like this. With this unconscious call, it stirred something indescribable within Xing Yexing. Crouching in the darkness for a moment, Lu Jianqing broke out in cold sweat as Xing Yexing draped his school uniform jacket over him. A few minutes later, when he was finally fully awake, he rubbed his eyes, stood up, and only after hearing water sounds from the bathroom did he finish washing up and climb onto the bed. Lately, Lu Jianqing always went to bed when Xing Yexing was taking a shower. He didn't want Xing Yexing to see how slow and awkward his movements were. Because of the limited dexterity in his hands and feet, Lu Jianqing slowly climbed the steps on his knees, carefully planning which leg to move first. His back inevitably bent, sometimes his arms lacked strength, and he'd have to rest briefly by bracing his body against the edge of the ladder. It was so ugly, such an awkward posture. He couldn't let him see it. The next day, the bell rang for class, and Xing Yexing bit into his soy milk bag and led Lu Jianqing into the classroom. At the start of morning study, he went up to the rooftop to smoke a cigarette, then went to the infirmary for new medicine, and also removed all the bandages on his hand. Regardless of whether they would still be needed, these pristine white cloths were always reminding him who he had hurt. He hadn't finished his cigarette when Gu Kunshan and the gang came shouting under the main teaching building holding their sneakers. Xing Yexing. Zhuang Rou came around just to see you. Can you keep it down? Xing Yexing gripped the railing tightly and almost wanted to throw the dustpan by his side down to hit them. What are you shouting about during morning study? After saying that, he saw a girl with her hair in a ponytail standing below, smiling cheerfully at him and waving her hand. Xing Yexing had no choice but to nod and motion for her to go back to class. The girl ran off shyly, and Gu Kunshan appeared ghost-like behind Xing Yexing. Boss. Damn. You walk silently. Xing Yexing cursed and grabbed the back of his neck. Was it you who brought Zhuang Rou here? It wasn't me, the girl just waited here for you to light a cigarette of loneliness. So. Aren't you lonely anymore? Gu Kunshan poked him with his elbow, laughing mischievously. Hey, I think she's pretty decent. Xing Yexing frowned. Don't describe her like that. She's quite pretty and cute, right? You're 18 already, how come you really seem uninterested in these things? Bro, do you know how many girls from our area have asked about the short-haired biker from City No. 2 High School? What's this area? We're at least near the 3rd Ring Road here, a suburban area of a big city. He knew he looked striking. Xing Yexing cut him off. No interest. After pondering for a moment, he quickly stubbed out his cigarette and threw it in the trash can. However, are they actually interested in someone like me from City No. 2? You look good. And no one realizes you. Gu Kunshan swallowed the 3 words, mental illness, before continuing, seems perfectly normal. Xing Yexing gave him an oblique glance. Last week I even beat up little introvert. That's different. Girlfriend is girlfriend, and bro is bro. If my big brother Lu were your boyfriend, you wouldn't. No, Gu Kunshan felt something was off midway through his sentence. Wrong, my big brother Lu couldn't possibly be your boyfriend. Coughing lightly, Xing Yexing said nothing. Boss, if anyone else asks for your WeChat, should I give it to them? Gu Kunshan asked. Should I or shouldn't I? Yes. Xing Yexing glanced at him, then you keep it yourself. As he said this, he stomped on a cigarette but he didn't know who had discarded with all his might using the sole of his shoe. To dodge the girl and avoid the questions, Xing Yexing did not return to class for the entire morning but chose instead to participate in physical education activities with other sophomore classes. Aside from football and basketball, teachers would also arrange for students to interact with cats, dogs, and other animals. Among the teachers in Tang Han's office, some kind-hearted ones, aiming to cultivate Lu Jianqing's social skills, would often discuss beforehand via WeChat before calling Lu Jianqing to the office, hoping he could help deliver documents to other teachers. Sometimes Lu Jianqing chose to refuse, sometimes he didn't. His acceptance often coincided when Xing Yexing dominated on the basketball court. Every time he crossed the hallway from one office to another, he could see Xing Yexing through the window at the corner of the staircase. For some unknown reason, just looking at Xing Yexing made him feel calm. When the intrograde friendly match ended in the morning, Xing Yexing led 3 team members back to return the damp towels, buried his head under the faucet dripping icy winter water, completely pouring the freezing water over his head. Drenched in sweat, he lifted his head and shook it, water beads streaming down his chest and abdomen and disappearing silently at the edge of his school pants. He wiped his sweat with toilet paper and stared blankly into the mirror inside the men's restroom for a long while, not quite understanding why he'd been paying so much attention to his appearance recently. Leaving the restroom, Shen Yexing cast a glance at the players lingering by the stairs not moving forward, almost kicking their backsides. What are you staring at? Shoo, don't shout. The player spoke mysteriously in low tones, turned around suddenly, and got scared out of his wits upon seeing Shen Yexing. Oh my, big brother. We're spectating. Watching what? Little introvert, the player scratched his head. That guy sitting beside you whom you don't know well. Oh, Shen Yexing swallowed the cola, wiped his mouth with tissue, and then asked Gu Kunchen, what's happening? Giving Lu Jianqing Christmas Eve gift, an apple, very red. Gu Kunchen immediately chimed in, tiptoeing as he peeked. Hey, what do you think those girls are doing, liking someone who isn't okay to like anyway? It's not that I'm discriminating, but I unilaterally think my big brother Lu absolutely won't fall for any of them. Shen Yexing took another sip of cola, feeling increasingly uneasy, wondering why. This talk became more and more grating. Unable to resist, Shen Yexing snapped, you've talked too much unilateral crap, stop mumbling. Another player blurted without holding back, I've seen plenty of guys like little introvert. I think he likes Lolis. I bet he prefers older women, another said, those looking younger usually fancy people older than themselves. Shen Yexing. After tightening the cap, Shen Yexing flicked a brain bomb onto Gu Kunchen's forehead, shut up. Big brother, don't you think so? Gu Kunchen started firing rapid-fire commentary again. It'd be exhausting for a girl to date him. Not only deciphering his psychology but also taking care of him, eating with him, walking with him. That wasn't true. Shen Yexing's Adam's apple moved slightly, he also takes care of others. What? Gu Kunchen seemed somewhat confused whether he heard correctly. You fool. Shen Yexing swore again loudly, tilting his head back to gulp a few more swallows of cola. Unconsciously observing Lu Jianqing's next action along with everyone else's breathless anticipation, Shen Yexing asked himself aloud, so, will he accept it? Sure, I'd accept it too if I were him, one of the guys said, the girl giving it looks pretty cute. Right? I think she's kind of cute too. You think you're cute enough to confess? Shit, don't push me. Move back a bit, don't crowd so blindly. The team captain is right in front of us, you know. Damn it, I didn't see Big Brother Sheng just now. I'll step aside. Go find somewhere cool and chill. It's winter, everywhere's quite cold. Shen Yexing's face darkened, stop making noise. Feeling restless movement and increasing noise behind him, Shen Yexing finally turned around. To his surprise, he found that he had unwittingly led a group of more than 10 tall schoolmates from the entire basketball team to huddle behind a brick wall in the hallway watching Lu Jianqing receive gifts like a gang of sneaky spies. In an instant, Shen Yexing felt as prominent as a peacock spreading its tail feathers, the people around him all becoming arrows of flesh, all human weapons under his command. But none of them dared to answer his unspoken question yet. The next second, Lu Jianqing opened his palm, and as expected, accepted the gift. Hell yeah. Lu Jianqing's the man. One guy on the school team shouted first. Afterward, a chorus of whoops and shouts began erupting behind Shen Yexing. Oh, wow, ho, these sounds rising and falling in intonation. Gu Kunchen even stood on the steps whistling. Lu Jianqing looked at them briefly, his eyes empty and void of expression. He still wasn't completely clear why these people were stirring up such excitement over simply accepting a present. Looking at Lu Jianqing's perplexed little face, Shen Yexing felt inexplicably more at ease inside. He guessed, little introvert probably had no idea what receiving a gift from a girl actually implied, though he secretly hoped Lu Jianqing would inadvertently show off by ripping open the gift right back in the classroom and sharing it with everyone. As for himself, never mind. And thus, unconsciously and unpredictably, Shen Yexing started feeling jealousy creep into his chest. This was somewhat interesting. Christmas Eve won't be until next month, and people have already started giving presents in November. Fine, I'll send one too. Chapter 20, Focus on Key Points. The bell rang for class, and Shen Yexing threw the basketball into its bag as soon as he returned to the classroom, then hung the basketball bag behind the bench. He then began rocking the legs of his stool. Shen Yexing loosened his disheveled collar, changed out of his sweat-soaked clothes, crumpled his school uniform into a ball, stuffed it into a dirty laundry bag, and placed it in the drawer to be taken to the laundry room after class. Occasionally, he couldn't control his strength, making too much noise with his actions, which inevitably caught the attention of a few girls who would turn their heads to look at him. There was certainly some admiration in their eyes. Lu Jianqing didn't quite understand this kind of gaze, so he turned his head with those few girls to stare at Shen Yexing, often staring to the point where Shen Yexing nearly choked, coughed awkwardly, and asked, "What are you looking at? What are you looking at?" Lu Jianqing repeated the question, as if asking himself, then turned back around. Playing cute again? Shen Yexing's hand, poised to pinch Lu Jianqing's face, paused midair. He decided to draw less attention to the little recluse. We're all teenagers now, who doesn't have someone they like? Shen Yexing belonged to the handsome and self-aware type. He understood why every time he played basketball, there were always girls offering him water, and also why girls frequently sent him WeChat messages late at night asking, "Are you asleep yet?" Setting aside his manic episodes, Shen Yexing was considered an all-around god on campus. With high physical prowess and intelligence quotient, IQ, and emotional quotient, EQ, he naturally drew various kinds of gazes. Since Lu Jianqing arrived, many people had quietly started inquiring about him among the students. Sheng Yexing didn't know why, but he felt slightly annoyed by the whispering of those people and especially didn't want Lu Jianqing to interact with different people, although Tang Han said that such interactions could help improve Lu Jianqing's social skills. It was unclear whether Lu Jianqing even wanted to interact more with strangers. Sighing, Sheng Yexing tapped his fingers on the table a few times, glanced at Lu Jianqing who was lying face down on the desk sketching something unknown, pulled at the corner of his clothing, and tilted his chin upward. Sheng Yexing asked, "What are you writing?" "Homework," replied Lu Jianqing without looking up, even brushing off Sheng Yexing's hand to continue writing. He didn't think these actions were inappropriate at all. On the desk lay the Christmas Eve gift wrapped in red and green packaging paper from a girl in the neighboring class. Lu Jianqing hadn't even thought to hide it. The more Sheng Yexing looked, the angrier he became, but he still tried to make small talk. "Lu Jianqing, what gifts did you receive?" "I haven't looked." "Aren't you curious?" When Sheng Yexing saw Lu Jianqing shake his head, he continued, "I'm curious, let me see it for you." As Sheng Yexing sat up to unwrap it, Lu Jianqing blocked his hands, forcefully pushing both of Sheng Yexing's arms away. Subconsciously, he believed, this is from other girls. Sheng Yexing cannot touch it. Although he didn't understand the concept of jealousy, he was somewhat confused about whether he was upset with Sheng Yexing or that girl. Sheng Yexing instantly flared up, his gaze becoming dangerous. "What can't I see? Our school team just saw you receive it and said you already have a boyfriend." "I don't know." Lu Jianqing glanced at him, saying, "I don't have a boyfriend." "Can you even have a boyfriend?" Sheng Yexing wondered this but didn't say it aloud. He felt a bit frustrated, beginning to doubt whether he really had that capability. Looking at Lu Jianqing, who showed no change in emotion throughout, Sheng Yexing wasn't sure whether he should feel happy or frustrated. Completely unaware of his own oddity, he simply waved his hand and said, "All right, go ahead with your homework. I'll listen to the lecture." He cleared his throat, grabbed the English textbook sitting on Lu Jianqing's right upper corner, and started bluffing, "Let me take a look at this book." Glancing at Mr. Ji Chuan standing on the podium, Lu Jianqing reminded him, "This is math class." Ignoring him, Sheng Yexing kept his eyes on the rows of incomprehensible texts in the English book, feeling as though his vision was full of the prospect of having his first ever crush. Turning his head, Lu Jianqing watched Sheng Yexing's expression of, "Don't bother me," and felt utterly baffled. Fine, who doesn't know how to get angry? I have a temper too. Lu Jianqing took out pens and erasers from his pencil case and built a small wall at the former, 38th parallel line. Even though Sheng Yexing turned away his face, his gaze still secretly peered through his fingers. Intentionally tapping on Lu Jianqing's desk corner, he broke the cold silence first. "What's wrong with you?" When Lu Jianqing lost his temper, he struggled to articulate, pulling out the notepad in his drawer and slamming it onto the desk. Using a permanent marker, he wrote 3 big characters, "Berlin Wall." For the rest of the class, the little recluse really took notes and ignored everyone. Sheng Yexing, whose thick skin made it a common occurrence to have his face slapped, yet always sounded sincere when he said, "Hey, are you still upset?" "I'm not upset." Lu Jianqing thought. Not even a few minutes passed before the Berlin Wall seemed to collapse. He saw the pen he had used to build the wall now held like 2 crab claws between Sheng Yexing's fingers, with a super large turtle drawn on the back of his hand, carefully colored green. Sheng Yexing's hand was reaching over, pretending to climb over the Berlin Wall, then slowly opening his palm in front of Lu Jianqing. In his palm was a small snake that stuck out its tongue just like the one Lu Jianqing often drew. Lu Jianqing's eyes widened instantly. How did Sheng Yexing know? Ever since he was little, no matter what, while doing homework or during exams, Lu Jianqing would always draw a small snake sticking out its tongue at the bottom right corner of the paper. It gave him discomfort if he didn't draw it. Because of this, he'd been given 0 marks a few times, and his former homeroom teacher even worried he wouldn't change even for college entrance exams. After staring at the snake for a while, Lu Jianqing glanced at the Berlin Wall, feeling somewhat childish. He gathered all his stationery back, looking slightly unnatural as he said, "I'll read my book." "What are you reading?" Sheng Yexing wanted to bother him now. "Let's read together." Lu Jianqing moved away slightly. "What are you reading?" "Erotic novels." Sheng Yexing lowered his voice, teasing him deliberately, "Come on, let me see." "Erotic novels." Seeing Sheng Yexing get closer, Lu Jianqing blushed repeatedly, roughly understanding what he meant. He glanced at him and got firm, saying, "I'm not reading it." "You're not reading it, then why are you blushing?" He thought for a moment but couldn't figure out why. Why? Before he could answer, Mr. Ji Chuan suddenly hit the desk hard with his pointer stick, silencing the entire class. Ji Chuan's eyes scanned the last row multiple times, then looked ambiguously at a few other students in the class. After clearing his throat, he cursed silently in his heart about how this mischievous boy Sheng Yexing wasn't paying attention again. Sheng Yexing knew Ji Chuan was staring at him, so he had to sit up straight and put away his English textbook. Ji Chuan coughed once more, as if he truly had a cold, speaking seriously, "You're all high schoolers now, I understand some classmates have good relationships. Desk mates see each other every day and naturally grow close, but..." The pause dragged on as Ji Chuan said faintly, "That doesn't mean you can embrace during class." If you don't want to focus, then don't, but does that mean involving Lu Jianqing to go off topic? Is Lu Jianqing's wandering attention something to be easily interrupted? Sheng Yexing pretended to look around awkwardly. Lu Jianqing's ear tips turned red. After the whole class burst into laughter and started searching for the supposed, embracing classmates, both Lu Jianqing and Sheng Yexing's faces turned toward opposite directions. No one would ever suspect them. The Christmas gift incident was thus quietly forgotten. When the bell rang for the end of class, Sheng Yexing, from the start of dismissal, stared at the gift like a shadow, watching Lu Jianqing take it back to the dormitory and place it on the table to slowly unwrap it. A greeting card, an apple, a pair of gloves. Lu Jianqing slowly put on the gloves, glancing at Sheng Yexing as if asking whether they looked good or not. Are you even daring to ask me if they look good? Sheng Yexing was startled by this sudden thought and quickly turned around to clear his mind. After calming down for a long time, while Lu Jianqing repeatedly put on and took off the gloves, he finally asked, "Do you like these?" Lu Jianqing simply replied without a smile, "They're mine." Sheng Yexing nodded, "Did you thank the person who gave you the gift?" "Yes." Still clinging to his curiosity, Sheng Yexing lifted his chin and acted cool. "Then, do you feel anything special towards them?" "No." Lu Jianqing repeated, "They're mine." "Gratitude? Do you feel that?" Lu Jianqing shook his head. "Will you wear them?" "No, I won't." Lu Jianqing said, "I've never worn them before." Without gratitude, Sheng Yexing sighed with relief. Then there was definitely no chance for any other kind of feeling. For someone as introverted as Lu Jianqing, receiving gifts meant merely saying, "Thank you," but he clearly didn't grasp the true meaning of gratitude and didn't intend to use it either. Because he was accustomed to everything staying the same, unexpected items only made him uneasy. As if thinking of something, Sheng Yexing took a blanket from the wardrobe and handed it to Lu Jianqing, "An electric blanket, take it." While drinking water, he added, "Lay it on your bed, and it'll be warm at night. Don't tell me you don't need it, you'll be shaking like a sieve if you freeze in the middle of the night." Winter had set in, and Lu Jianqing's parents, perhaps too busy to find much time to visit, did not bring any additional warming items aside from sufficient bedding. But naturally, extra winter supplies never came, and Lu Jianqing didn't say a word, just sleeping at night under his cotton quilt. But this year's winter was damp and bone-chilling, obviously much colder than the previous ones. In the middle of the night, he almost coughed his lungs out, showing up deathly pale in the morning without uttering a sound. Facing the electric blanket, Lu Jianqing showed some resistance. Sheng Yexing demonstrated how the magical gadget worked inside. "Can you just accept it? Consider it as my apology gift. In fact, I've always wanted to say sorry to you." Lu Jianqing remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking, "Christmas gift." "Ah. Christmas gift." Lu Jianqing gestured, "Apple." Sheng Yexing got confused, unable to follow his line of thought. "What? It's missing an apple." Oh, the little introvert was starting to nitpick again. "This isn't a Christmas gift, it's my apology present because I bullied you last time." "Forget it, this piece of crap doesn't even count as an apology present, it's not fancy enough." Sheng Yexing felt like laughing but decided against it. "To put it simply, I just want you to stay warm at night so you don't wake up uncomfortable or sneezing. Do I make myself clear?" Lu Jianqing. Sheng Yexing slapped his forehead. "Lu Jianqing, get to the point." Lu Jianqing paused quietly for a few seconds, his voice brittle. "This, bullshit." Now it was Sheng Yexing's turn. The next day, after spending the whole night using the electric blanket, Lu Jianqing woke up looking fully refreshed. The moment the bugle sounded signaling the start of the day, he sprang up, pulled back the blanket, stood up, and started dressing, all movements as fluid as water. Sheng Yexing watched him on his bed for quite a long while, finally reassured that he wouldn't accidentally stick his arms into the wrong sleeve anymore. Their beds were placed side by side facing each other, but it felt like they were divided by the Milky Way. Fortunately, Sheng Yexing occasionally woke up at night, turned on the small bedside lamp, and could clearly see how Lu Jianqing slept, sometimes tucked in tightly, sometimes not, but one thing never changed, curled into a ball with his back pressed against the wall, not minding the cold one bit. Sometimes Lu Jianqing would crawl into the wardrobe to sleep at midnight, leaving Sheng Yexing unable to drag him out. Suburban areas are often colder than urban centers. Once the temperature drops, no matter what people wear, wind still seeps through everything, let alone school uniforms which are so thin. A blast of chilly air would leave one shivering cold from head to toe, with icy drafts finding their way directly to one's chest and back. Right now, Lu Jianqing was standing downstairs in the dormitory, holding onto his sleeves, with a pancake roll hanging on his left wrist. According to Li Dingxi, this was something Sheng Yexing spent over $20 buying, adding 7 or 8 kinds of meat and ingredients. It barely stayed together. He had pearl milk tea hanging on his right wrist. When buying breakfast earlier, Li Dingxi yelled from the side, "Big brother, why are you buying him milk tea early in the morning? Drinking too much of this can easily make one gain weight. Take a look, check, feel our bro lose face. Could he even get fat?" Sheng Yexing found Li Dingxi's touch on Lu Jianqing's hand disgusting and smirked, "Take your monkey paws off. He won't get fat." Li Dingxi retracted his hand. "Bro Lu has the face of an idol singer. So what if he gets fatter?" Sheng Yexing handed the milk tea to Lu Jianqing. To his surprise, Lu Jianqing displayed strong self-discipline and seriously said, "Can't get fat. That's right, drink less. You're still developing, your body is still growing." Sheng Yexing spoke maturely beyond his years, failing completely to realize he was only 1 year older than Lu Jianqing. Li Dingxi boldly asked, "Aren't I 17 too? Big brother, why don't you care about me? You're tall enough." Lu Jianqing is still shorter. Sheng Yexing glanced at him, asked Lu Jianqing if he's still growing. "Development," Lu Jianqing suddenly said. "Huh. 50 years old. Develop until 50 years old?" Lu Jianqing nodded. Amused, Sheng Yexing chuckled softly, "Then, do you still want to drink?" The hand poking the straw hesitated briefly. Lu Jianqing felt somewhat awkward yet took another sip of the milk tea, letting the pearls roll across his tongue before biting into them. He ultimately decided to insert the straw back in, with a solemn expression, "Drink." Sheng Yexing wanted to flick his forehead. Chapter 21, The Exam. Ever since that day, Lu Jianqing's breakfast had become a luxurious pancake, an egg cake, and a bowl of porridge. Occasionally, if Sheng Yexing was in a good mood, he would buy Lu Jianqing a cup of milk tea, making Lu Jianqing blush as he burped all the way. The egg cake could only be found in the alley outside their school when you turned the corner. An old grandma got up early in the morning to set up her stall, placing a radio nearby to listen to Sichuan opera, humming along with it from time to time without heating up the oil or pan. Sheng Yexing took Lu Jianqing there early in the morning. Before dawn, there were hardly any people on the side of the road except for street cleaners sweeping the ground. Lu Jianqing opened his mouth to exhale, creating white mist. Still half asleep, he reached out to grab it. Repeating this rigid action over and over again about 10 times, he even got angry because he couldn't catch it. There was a bump coming out of the dormitory, with a piece of iron wire near the manhole cover sticking up. Students often tripped over it while passing by. Sheng Yexing walked fast, only remembering that Lu Jianqing was still behind him after passing that spot. Turning around, he quickly grabbed Lu Jianqing who was about to trip and shouted, "Watch your step." This shout startled Lu Jianqing, making him recall the night they had a conflict in the dormitory. "Focus on watching where you're walking. Don't think about other things or space out," Sheng Yexing said, turning around and pulling him, "You keep falling even when I'm right beside you. Who will support you when I'm not? How many times have you fallen?" Lu Jianqing glared at him, unable to squeeze out a word for a long time, so he gestured, "I haven't fallen." "Who are you fooling? You can fall even on flat ground." After finishing his words, Sheng Yexing picked up a long branch from a flower bed by the roadside and held it in his hand, roughly arm length. "I'll hold the branch in my left hand," Sheng Yexing said, "You walk on my right side, parallel to the branch." After speaking, he lowered his voice and emphasized, "Don't walk too slow, nor too fast." Lu Jianqing took a step and felt like a little goat on the hillside being chased home by a shepherd with a whip. This thought made Lu Jianqing reluctant to continue walking, staring at Sheng Yexing for a while before finally saying, "No branch. What do you want me to carry then? Just try walking like this." Seeing Lu Jianqing's steps wobble again, Sheng Yexing used the branch to guide him back onto the path. "Do you know why I want you to walk on the right side?" "Why?" "There are cars, tricycles, e-bikes. I'm afraid they'll hit you. Your legs aren't fully healed yet." Sheng Yexing glanced at Lu Jianqing's school pants. "Can you just listen, okay?" After some deliberation, Lu Jianqing, who usually didn't like to be cajoled, gave up his stubborn stance and nodded. Following the lamplight, the two rounded the corner to the vendor's stall and saw the red umbrella from afar. Sheng Yexing led Lu Jianqing to the stall, but noticed that the elderly woman wasn't ready to prepare food. Curiously, Sheng Yexing asked, "Grandma, if you're not selling, why set up your stall?" Though already an adult, he still had traces of youthfulness in his facial features, with a sunny and sturdy jawline, broad shoulders like a small mountain. Standing under the early morning streetlight, he could block half of the bright light with just one shoulder. The old woman, whose view had been obscured by his shadow, now noticed the two young men. She slowly picked up a clean cloth with silver tongs to wipe the pot, muttering lowly, "Who eats egg cakes in the early morning?" The usually quiet Lu Jianqing spoke up, "I do." He wasn't very familiar with intonation particles, but he managed to say, "Yeah, quite well." Winter gradually grew colder, with daylight arriving later each day. To buy breakfast, the two woke up earlier and earlier. They stood tall and straight, one still and the other active, revealing no signs of oddity. Their school uniforms no longer kept them warm, so they wore thick cotton jackets over them, covering insignia and such. Sheng Yexing didn't particularly care to gain sympathy through them. "Could you make one?" Sheng Yexing pulled out money from his pocket. "He only eats yours." The old woman didn't move, pressing the radio button and beginning to examine Lu Jianqing. Perhaps Lu Jianqing's unusual tendency to zone out intrigued her. She observed him for a moment longer, sighed deeply, then heated the oil in the pan and started spreading the batter for the egg cake. Even though Lu Jianqing was somewhat sluggish, he still managed to say, "Thank you." Ham, shredded potatoes, and a bit more meat floss. Sheng Yexing folded the money neatly. "No cream, thank you." Lu Jianqing. "Why no cream?" Hiding his fists in his school uniform pockets, he clenched them tightly. As Lu Jianqing returned from his reverie, he noticed that the old woman had already started rolling up the pancake's outer layer to add ingredients. He decided to put up a fight against the authority, and said, "Cream." What did he say? The elderly woman paused, squinting at Sheng Yexing. This tall boy was easy to recognize. No cream. Sheng Yexing handed over the money and then took the egg cake, flashing a smile to the old lady, "Thank you." He tested the temperature of the egg cake with the palm of his hand. His ears' tips were slightly red as he first prevented Lu Jianqing from reaching out for it, saying, "Let it cool down a bit. Do you want to get burned?" Perhaps because of an accident during his childhood, Lu Jianqing was particularly sensitive to the word burn, so he quickly retracted his hand. Lu Jianqing wanted to say, "Thank you," but couldn't bring himself to speak it aloud. Looking at the expression of this introverted kid, Sheng Yexing felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle. "Do you want to say thank you?" "Yeah. There has always been an unwritten rule at Second Municipal High School, and I will teach it to you now," Sheng Yexing said. "Find a flat surface and knock on it 3 times like you're knocking on a door. It means, thank you." Lu Jianqing nodded. Sheng Yexing extended his open palm in front of him. "Ah." Lu Jianqing didn't quite understand what he meant. "Bring your fingers over here, tap lightly, knock." "How do you knock on a door?" Bending his index finger, Lu Jianqing flipped his palm over and gently tapped it against Sheng Yexing's warm palm using the joint of his finger. He also whispered quietly, "Knock knock." By the time the egg cake cooled down, Lu Jianqing looked longingly. Only then did Sheng Yexing feel confident enough to pass him the item, and continued walking ahead to guide the way. The student dormitory wasn't far from the campus, yet he seemed to have grown accustomed over the last month to having Lu Jianqing trailing behind like a proud little assistant, always sticking to him like a tail. They said foxes had 9 tails, but Sheng Yexing wasn't a fox, hence he only had 1. And it was very precious. Sheng Yexing walked fast while Lu Jianqing moved slowly. Their rhythm hadn't been synchronized for long enough, leading to frequent disconnections. Every now and then, Sheng Yexing would stop walking to wait for him, occasionally revealing hints of impatience that he himself couldn't control. After finishing the egg cake, Lu Jianqing began practicing his straight line walking on the brick seams next to the blind path, holding a glass of soy milk. His steps were slow, his temperament impatient, and he refused to lose face in front of peers. This often left him sweaty after much effort. At his age, he cared about his image, and so Lu Jianqing insisted that Sheng Yexing throw away the tree branch. It was too silly. The sensation of his shoe soles pressing against the raised bricks comforted Lu Jianqing greatly, like someone massaging his feet. Once done enjoying it, he took a sip of soy milk, meeting Sheng Yexing's indescribable gaze, and suddenly asked a completely unrelated question, "Why can't I eat cream? Do you know about trans fats? This stuff is unhealthy." Sheng Yexing finally caught up with the introverted boy's thought process and explained, "It's not good for your development, and hard to digest." Seemingly understanding, or maybe not, Lu Jianqing repeated, "Why can't I eat cream?" As the sky brightened, there were more vendors and pedestrians on the streets. Nearby high school students rode their bicycles down steep slopes, screaming and laughing as they passed by the 2. Morning light filtered through the tree branches onto the ground, brushing past the corner of Sheng Yexing's lips. Sheng Yexing didn't repeat the scientific explanation just now but stared at Lu Jianqing for a moment before answering seriously, "Lu Jianqing, I'll share a song with you later." Alright, Lu Jianqing didn't think sharing a song was odd at all. Another burst of bicycle bells flew by as the sky became fully bright, and the 2 entered school. Sheng Yexing warmed up a bag of milk, popped it into his mouth, shoved his hands in his pockets, and strolled past the school bulletin board. Not taking a few steps, he stepped back again. "Exam today." "Exam." Behind them came a gut-wrenching shout. Before Lu Jianqing could even look carefully, he felt a shoulder being grabbed by an arm. Conditionally reflexively, he swung his hand around and twisted the wrist, pressing his knee into the other person's groin area with all his might. Gu Kunshan cried out in pain, "Oh, damn, brother Lu, you're killing me." "Release him," Sheng Yexing quickly reacted, grabbing Lu Jianqing's arm, "He's our classmate. He's not going to hit you." After being coaxed to release Gu Kunshan, Lu Jianqing's brows were still furrowed, breathing slightly harder. Honestly speaking, Gu Kunshan's face only became clear in his sight right now, as he had no idea who attacked him just a moment ago. Oh my god. While rubbing his waist and pounding his legs, Gu Kunshan wouldn't stay quiet, muttering incessantly, "Brother Lu, your strength is immense, amazing." This was nothing yet. Lu Jianqing glanced at Gu Kunshan, coolly imitating Sheng Yexing by zipping his school uniform all the way up. Then he spoke, "Don't sneak attack. I'm not sneaking on you, my man, why would I dare cause you any trouble?" Gu Kunshan babbled on, "You're now the focus of protection for my senior, he depends entirely on your help in passing exams. If you cooperate with him, he won't fail." "Exam?" Lu Jianqing regained awareness. Seeing Lu Jianqing calming down, Gu Kunshan felt a little relieved and then mustered up the courage to tap Lu Jianqing's shoulder again. "It's the first evaluation test, about visual assistance." Sheng Yexing shot him a look. Being such a pest, huh? Gu Kunshan quickly moved farther away, standing more than a meter from Lu Jianqing. Sheng Yexing gave him another glance. "Why are you overreacting so much, Gu Kunshan?" After pondering, Gu Kunshan thought it was right not to let Lu Jianqing feel scared. So he stepped forward a bit, standing in front of Lu Jianqing, summoning his courage. Big brother Lu, accept me as your underling from now on. I'll willingly go through fire and water for you. I'll make sure everything inside and outside the campus is crystal clear to you. After hesitating for a long time, Lu Jianqing suddenly asked coldly, what is an underling? Gu Kunshan. Big horses giving birth to little horses. Sheng Yexing couldn't bear it anymore, grabbing Lu Jianqing's hand and heading towards the classroom direction while stuffing his hands into his pockets. Lu Jianqing, come on, it's time for the exam. Seeing the two Yama-like figures about to leave together, Gu Kunshan decided to slip off first for a bathroom break. Big brother, I need to go to the restroom to answer nature's call. Go. Sheng Yexing cast a side glance at him. You're an adult already, you don't need permission to use the restroom. Just as they turned the corner of the main teaching building staircase, Lu Jianqing quickened his pace to catch up, pulling the earphone wire out and shoving one end into Sheng Yexing's hand. Listen to the song. There's an exam coming up, no time for songs. Sheng Yexing tugged the other end of the headphone cord. Ears. Lu Jianqing finished, pointing at his ears, emphasizing, put it in your ears. I know, Sheng Yexing chuckled but quickly controlled his expression realizing that Lu Jianqing shouldn't find it funny, but we have an exam coming up soon. We can listen to the song another day. Lu Jianqing seemed a bit unhappy. From afar, it looked like both Lu Jianqing and Sheng Yexing were standing on the steps, each holding an end of the headphone wire, as if Sheng Yexing was guiding Lu Jianqing with it. Listen, Lu Jianqing persisted stubbornly, it's the song you sent me. During Gu Kunshan's disruption earlier, Sheng Yexing had shared the song he mentioned with Lu Jianqing. Sharing music somehow turned into an ambiguous gesture. Though Lu Jianqing hadn't reached that level of understanding, he simply assumed Sheng Yexing wanted to listen but forgot to bring headphones due to illness. That stubborn nature typical of someone incomprehensible due to illness came over him, forcing Sheng Yexing to listen to the song again right there at the stairwell entrance. Sheng Yexing stared at him for a while, reached out to ruffle Lu Jianqing's bangs covering his forehead, and gently touched the warmth of his temple with the palm of his hand before sighing helplessly, can we wait until later, go to the balcony upstairs. All right. Lu Jianqing saw Sheng Yexing take a step upward, the section of the earphone connected to the phone pulled out a little. Lu Jianqing still didn't want to let go of the left channel earphone he was holding. Sheng Yexing was holding the right channel earphone and climbing upstairs. The end connected to the phone popped out, and the phone music instantly played out loud. Despite the corridor being empty and devoid of people, only the two of them could hear what was playing on the phone. Just like this, I'll hold your hand forever, this time, never letting go. I will strive to become yours, the shooting star. Sheng Yexing stopped walking. Realizing Sheng Yexing wasn't continuing upwards, Lu Jianqing also stopped. He tilted his head upward to look at Sheng Yexing smiling slightly in his school uniform. Suddenly, his ears felt burning hot. Lu Jianqing directly said, ears, hot. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yexing immediately yanked out the earphone, rolled it up neatly, stuffed it into his pocket, and naturally reached out to take Lu Jianqing's hand. Let me lead you. Reacting slowly, Lu Jianqing hadn't even turned off the song in his phone, which had already reached the last line. My feelings won't be hidden anymore. Holding my hand like this now, are your ears still burning? Sheng Yexing guided him up several steps. Like a child withdrawing into themselves after being noticed, Lu Jianqing awkwardly touched his own cheeks. Even hotter. Lu Jianqing replied. Chapter 22, A Little Quiz. Sheng Yexing stood at the stairwell and stared at Lu Jianqing for a long time, a vague sense of satisfaction swelling in his heart without clear explanation. Are you feeling heated? So do I. He tightened his grip on Lu Jianqing's cool hands, coughed, and said, feeling heated is normal. You don't have to be nervous. Lu Jianqing lowered his head, unsure why he wanted to chuckle secretly. Although he really wanted to say, I am actually nervous. There were 7 classes in grade 12, with 24 people in each class. In total, they were divided into 12 groups. Because Sheng Yexing and Lu Jianqing's group was particularly troublesome, Tang Han directly placed them in the last group, saying it would give them more time for interaction. The midterm test content for City No. 2 school wasn't complicated. Apart from the written cultural exam, the oral part mainly involved simple conversations, but such exchanges needed 2 partners to complete together while the teacher recorded the entire process. After the written exam finished, the long queue for the oral interview stretched all the way to the main teaching building's bathroom entrance. Some restless students climbed up and down the railing, while others sat on the steps picking at their hands. They had undone their school uniforms and tied them around their waists, seemingly lost in thought about what they were doing. Besides the interview communication, Tang Han specially added an additional assessment item targeted specifically at Lu Jianqing, facial assistance. She made collages of paperboards featuring the 4 basic human expressions, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy, making it convenient for Lu Jianqing to recognize them. After observing Lu Jianqing for a while, she created additional paperboard collages with new expressions such as disdain and helplessness. In her eyes, Lu Jianqing's high-function capabilities always seemed to have more room for improvement, and she patiently continued expanding on them. Tang Han had a soft side, so whenever it came to exams, she worried a lot about students who might struggle. She would often stand outside the exam venue after just a few groups finished, checking if the subsequent groups were diligently preparing. Besides Lin Ting, whose primary difficulty was conversational interaction with her partner, there was another student that Tang Han worried about, Lu Ruotong. It was hard to describe the illness affecting the little girl, but she had an imaginary companion who seemed to have become her inseparable friend. Occasionally, Tang Han caught glimpses of these two people talking in the air, which did not seem as eerie to her as it did to others. Instead, it moved her deeply. City No. 2's main teaching building was not very tall, yet every part near open areas was equipped with adequately safe railings. There had been no incidents of students falling due to health episodes, but this school emphasized prevention. A corridor connected the main teaching building to a small pavilion, where the rooftop height roughly matched that of the third floor of the main building. The rust-red balcony railings of the small rooftop were covered in dust. Discarded textbooks lay scattered on the ground. Occasionally, students would climb up here after unlocking it. Upon stepping out onto the roof, one could see under the rain shelter, a discarded bulletin board posted notices such as, "No approaching the roof," and "Safety rules for students of City No. 2 Special School," yellowed documents that once bore official messages. Dozens of colorful wish notes stuck over them turned a serious ambience into something uniquely cute. Having spent too much effort communicating with the students, Tang Han picked up her teacup, added hot water, took a sip, and then walked to the window to gaze outside. She felt like her breath had momentarily stopped. From the corridor of the main teaching building, she could spot two students dressed in blue uniforms standing side by side, each ear budded with one headphone, looking rather intimate but gazing separately in different directions. Lu Jianqing and Sheng Yexing were standing close. Perhaps unfamiliar with showing affection publicly, Lu Jianqing had tried several times to take a step back to keep some distance, but Sheng Yexing always used his height advantage, grabbing the collar of Lu Jianqing's clothing and pulling him back beside him. Sheng Yexing's expression looked extremely impatient. Still, his elbows kept subconsciously moving closer toward Lu Jianqing. Even when the sunlight broke through heavy clouds piercingly in the morning, he pulled Lu Jianqing's sleeve closer to him. "Tang teacher," a student softly called from behind, "I'm ready. I'm coming." After finishing speaking, Tang Han glanced over at them. She felt warmth flowing through her heart, fidgeting with the hem of her dress as she started counting days on her fingers. Since Sheng Yexing's episode in the dormitory, the life teachers had alternated shifts setting up a small bed in the hallway, just to watch over the fifth-floor dorm room. They didn't dare to intrude too abruptly into the dormitory itself, fearful of hurting Sheng Yexing's self-esteem. Although Tang Han knew Sheng Yexing probably wouldn't mind, teenage boys' inner thoughts changed daily. Nobody knew whether he'd suddenly develop feelings of inferiority. On the rooftop. The song shared accidentally had already been played and repeat many times, forcing Sheng Yexing to switch to the playlist loop mode. However, upon examining Lu Jianqing's phone, he found only instrumental music. Whether fingerstyle or piano, the tunes were invariably delicate and gentle. "Have you listened to anything?" Sheng Yexing asked hesitantly. "Electronic music." Lu Jianqing had learned to interject, "I do." "Huh? You listen to those?" Sheng Yexing took the phone again and clicked on Lu Jianqing's electronic music playlist, stunned for several seconds before saying, "Lu Jianqing, you've got some stuff there. Your playlist has such a high overlap with mine. Aren't these the ones I usually listen to?" Lu Jianqing nodded, expressionless as he snatched the phone back and glanced at him. He seemed to be saying, "It's none of your business." Sheng Yexing was somewhat displeased by his attitude of refusing to answer and beckoned him over with his finger. "Did you secretly pair my phone with Bluetooth?" Lu Jianqing. What an arrogant guy. When I was bored in the dormitory, I scrolled through the music app and tapped on people nearby. All of Sheng Yexing's social media avatars were completely black, except for WeChat, where all other usernames were always random letters like Shudidius that no one could search for. They were too easy to recognize. Seeing the queue in the corridor of the teaching building get shorter, Sheng Yexing took off his headphones, patted the dust off his clothes, and very naturally went to grab Lu Jianqing's hand. To his surprise, Lu Jianqing, who seldom resisted, actually sidestepped, his cheeks flushed red either from the sun or for some other reason. He earnestly said, "We cannot hold hands." Sheng Yexing was holding one hand on his phone replying to messages. Lu Jianqing tried to shake free but couldn't, "are outside." "Oh, so inside the dormitory it's fine." Lu Jianqing was troubled. For a moment, he couldn't think of the difference between being outside and indoors and also didn't fully understand the concept of privacy. He nodded and then shook his head. Sheng Yexing followed up, "Are you afraid others will see? Do you know what holding hands means?" "Yes." "What does it mean?" Lu Jianqing struggled to comprehend for a while before slowly uttering, "If we deeply love each other, only then can we hold hands." Sheng Yexing understood what was bothering him, so if it's about liking someone. Liking? Although Lu Jianqing understood this term, he still found it hard to explain. Sheng Yexing, who always spoke briefly, took the initiative to get to the point. "It means wanting to be good to someone all the time." "So, if it's liking, can you hold hands? Or are you afraid of being seen?" Had the railing height on that day's rooftop not been high enough, had the weather not been sunny and clear, had the sunlight not been bright enough, Sheng Yexing might not have remembered this day. But, the instant Lu Jianqing quietly extended a finger from under his school uniform sleeve to hook his little finger, Sheng Yexing quietly engraved this day into the panels. Very quickly, Sheng Yexing flipped his hand over and held on to Lu Jianqing's. Their second handshake today. The railing was tall enough to block their view below chest level. Viewed from afar, they would only be considered two boys standing on the rooftop admiring the scenery. Sheng Yexing, who was avoided by many, the farther the better, had never been unexpectedly grabbed by the hand like this. All Lu Jianqing said solemnly was, "It's hidden. If it's love, there's nothing to fear being seen." Sheng Yexing started interpreting his meaning, so, if you want to be good to someone, you can secretly hold hands. Is that right? Lu Jianqing thought for a moment, nodded, and said, yes. Actually, he wanted to say that wanting to be good to someone was like wanting to always keep his hand clasped in your palm. But at that moment, Lu Jianqing's attention was entirely captured by the chasing clouds in the azure sky. He gazed upward for quite some time before looking down at his sleeve damp with sweat from being pulled by Sheng Yexing, and softly muttered, "Us." Sheng Yexing turned his head and looked at him, He hadn't yet grown into a fully mature man's looks, but his features were gradually forming distinct contours, and even the sharpness around his eyebrows became more defined. Sheng Yexing smiled well, when he didn't, his face became a ferocious appearance. His eyebrows weren't like swords nor distant mountains as described in books, but they were perfectly angled and bold black brows. Lu Jianqing watched him, letting his gaze fall from his face to the slightly open collar of his school uniform. After a few silent seconds, Lu Jianqing simply said, "Us." He originally wanted to say, "We should take the exam." Sheng Yexing didn't notice Lu Jianqing's abnormal behavior, merely nodding and understanding half of his meaning. He glanced toward the main teaching building, "Let's go." When it was their group's turn, the corridor had emptied out almost completely. Tang Han closed the classroom door and motioned for them both to sit down first. For her, the monthly test wasn't considered a formal school exam, so the atmosphere wasn't tense. Sheng Yexing had gone through it many times and handled it with ease, whereas Lu Jianqing was still somewhat nervous. As soon as Tang Han unfolded the auxiliary paperboard into a fan-like shape, she explained to Lu Jianqing how to use this helper tool. She pointed at the cardboard, and Lu Jianqing focused to start identifying the emotions on it, reacting quickly, happy, in a good mood. That teacher, Tang Han narrowed her eyes and smiled, "What state am I in?" Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, saying, "Happy." "Right. And this one?" Tang Han flipped the board to angry, and Lu Jianqing hesitated for a moment. "Him." Tang Han was surprised, "Ah." Upon hearing the sound, Sheng Yexing turned around. His gloomy eyes unintentionally locked onto Lu Jianqing. Despite showing no fear, Lu Jianqing simply said back with ease, "Sheng Yexing." Tang Han held back laughter, nodding, "Oh. Teacher understands. It's anger, right?" Lu Jianqing nodded. Sheng Yexing regretted joining in. Irritated somewhat as his teeth began itching, why couldn't little isolation remember him being gentle? The heated blanket, milk, canned peaches were all wasted gifts. Alas. He paid attention even to little isolation's sleeping habit of sticking close to the wall, occasionally crawling into the wardrobe, or having one leg dangling out of the bedding. But how come for little isolation, he was reduced to just a rage? Sheng Yexing felt a bit defeated. However, Sheng Yexing's attention was soon drawn back by the interaction between teacher and student. Flipping to sorrow, it showed an expression of a small person crying. Without thinking, Lu Jianqing blurted out, "Going home." Tang Han didn't say much, switching to another one, joy. This time Lu Jianqing thought for a long while. He grabbed the red pen used for grading, placing a red dot below the little person's eye corner. He put the cap back on, lowered his eyelids, falling silent again. After a long while, he finally said, "Want to be good to someone." Tang Han found this amusing. As the teacher of these young adolescent boys, her first thought was that Lu Jianqing had a crush on someone. However, even she found this notion hard to believe. She'd researched the subject, and abroad, many couples living together where one partner has autism often still struggle with understanding the concept of love. Yet there indeed existed a closeness between them that was inexplicably strong. The formal interview afterward wasn't difficult. It mainly revolved around questions about daily life, such as, what delicious food did you eat 2 days ago, have you made any new friends on social networks, how do you feel about your current state, how long do you crave solitude each day, and so on. Tang Han remembered when Lu Jianqing first arrived at school. He used to stay still in the office, refusing to communicate altogether. No matter who approached him, his response was always the same, "Please, let me be alone." When Tang Han asked, "What is the one thing you want most to say to your partner?" Sheng Yexing hastily responded, "Don't crawl into the closet anymore." Lu Jianqing glanced at him with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, "The milk candy will melt." What? Sheng Yexing struggled to follow little isolation's line of thought. Milk candy, Lu Jianqing blinked at him, shouldn't be kept by the bedhead. Tang Han began translating, "Are you saying milk candy shouldn't be placed by the bedhead?" At noon, Lu Jianqing pointed out the window, "The sunlight will make it melt." "Huh. When did you ever bring me milk candy?" Sheng Yexing paused for a moment, realizing that little isolation seemed a bit sneaky last night. Lu Jianqing only smiled without responding. Seeing that Lu Jianqing wouldn't speak, Shen Yexing started airing grievances in front of Tang Han. Hey, Lu Jianqing, you haven't explained why you crawled into the closet yet. Can we stop doing that next time? Every evening, as soon as you dream a little, you're crawling into the closet. Sleeping with your back pressed against the cold wall, doesn't that feel chilly? Lu Jianqing, lock. Shen Yexing, eh. If you're so capable, Lu Jianqing said, then lock me in. Shit, now you've got attitude. After Shen Yexing finished sighing, he was left speechless for a moment. Lu Jianqing lacked security when sleeping, what could be done about it? If he'd developed the habit of hiding in the closet, then let him have it. Not like he can hide in my bed too, right? Chapter 23, Basketball Game. After the test, Tang Han grabbed a pen and paper, giving both Shen Yexing and Lu Jianqing relatively high scores. Below the scores, there were comments: lack of precise interaction, weak control over medication, and insufficient enthusiasm for the courses. Actually, these 3 points were all directed at Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing had a unique illness that made it hard for him to understand and feel certain things, but Shen Yexing was different. Except when he was in a manic state, his condition was otherwise similar to an average person. Occasionally, Shen Yexing would exhibit some exaggerated or confident attitudes towards his own situation, things he himself didn't realize. In the 2 years since he realized he had this issue, he simply incorporated this situation into his original personality. The exam took half the morning, and after it ended, the classes stopped. Whenever there were no classes, the playground was always filled with people: basketball players, soccer players, participants in various sports activities, and those cheering on the sidelines who usually had poor motor coordination skills. Lu Jianqing had no feeling about teamwork, let alone participating in such activities. He just stood in places without crowds like before, either beside the track field wall or under the shade of trees next to the basketball court. For some reason today, he suddenly loved the feeling of being bathed in sunlight. He reached out and touched his cuffs. His school uniform was warm from the sun, making it hot like a winter hand warmer. Shen Yexing. He silently thought his name over and over again, glancing around the basketball court for a long time before finally locking his gaze onto one of the taller boys playing on the first court. Tall boys almost always played basketball, and there were plenty of them at City No. 2 High School. Added to that, the school team wore jerseys, so the 10 players on the field blended together, making it hard for anyone to immediately recognize who was who. Lu Jianqing had defects in his visual tracking ability, so in order to see clearly, he inevitably moved a few steps forward. He couldn't judge distances well, and his foot accidentally tripped near the flower bed. A sudden scream followed, as a basketball flying from somewhere smashed against the pole next to him before bouncing back onto the field. The student flipping the scorecard shouted, "Out of bounds just now. Rethrow the ball." On tiptoe, Shen Yexing caught a rebound and noticed Lu Jianqing standing nearby, almost getting hit by the ball. He immediately gestured to the referee and called out, "Hold on. Our pass-back defense was perfect," Gu Kunchen murmured. "Hold on. Boss. Don't push my patience too far." Shen Yexing dribbled the ball backward, pointing at the ball and then at himself. "I said, hold on." "Alright," Gu Kunchen ran back and shouted to the team, "Take a few minutes rest." Bringing the ball to the edge of the field, Shen Yexing saw Lu Jianqing standing there expressionlessly, and suddenly felt a pang of pity. That kind of feeling is hard to describe. Everyone else looked at him and only thought he was a cold guy who doesn't talk much. Aside from good grades and good looks, nothing else stood out. But nobody cared to know how deeply he yearned to be understood. Even at the breakfast stall, when the boss smiled and asked if the food tasted good, he'd feel happy for a long time. Lu Jianqing's eyes lacked focus, aimlessly looking around. When Shen Yexing finally approached, he seemed to react slightly, staring dazedly at the person who had already arrived in front of him, speechless. "What are you doing standing so close? Do you think the emergency window at the school clinic isn't enough for you?" With his temper flaring, Shen Yexing's words were harsh, but then he paused for breath and added, "This is a basketball hoop. Once a game starts, the opposing team just keeps throwing balls this way. They don't have great techniques, and if someone throws weakly, the ball could end up hitting you." Lu Jianqing. He glanced at the sweat on Shen Yexing's collar and flicked his hand to fan the air by Shen Yexing's ear. How could it be so hot in winter? Is basketball really that fun? What does it feel like to shout and pass to teammates? He had many questions, but he remained silent. Shen Yexing was slightly startled by the cool breeze from his palm, asking, "What are you doing?" "It's hot." Lu Jianqing said, "You're hot." Shen Yexing blurted out unconsciously, "Well, I think you're hot too." Facing Lu Jianqing's questioning stare, Shen Yexing decided not to explain the wonder behind it, instead directly pointing to their opponent's hoop, saying, "Lu Jianqing, look at that basket over there. See it?" "Yeah." "Go stand over there," Shen Yexing pushed him, "stand under the basketball hoop where I will shoot. I'm the small forward on our team, I handle the offense and keep scoring." Lu Jianqing looked like he was asking, "So? You stand under the basketball hoop, and I promise." Shen Yexing said a little embarrassingly, "I'll make every shot." As he spoke, he reached out to grab Lu Jianqing's hand and made a thumbs-up encouragement gesture, emphasizing, "Every time I score a goal, you give me this gesture, all right?" Mr. Tang Han had said they needed to enhance interaction. So, his request wasn't unreasonable. If. Lu Jianqing smiled slightly, you miss. If my shot misses and the ball hits you, then. Sheng Yexing started signing an oral agreement, you can crawl into the wardrobe tonight. Lu Jianqing said, electric blanket. What electric blanket? Sheng Yexing asked. There's only one electric blanket, Lu Jianqing gestured up, one, we, two people. Sheng Yexing asked, right, so what? Lu Jianqing answered, we use it together. Sheng Yexing thought for a moment. Sleeping together? What kind of plot is this? After thinking about it for a while, Sheng Yexing nodded, suddenly unsure if he should make the shots. Moreover, Li Dingxi had recently been staying at relatives' houses in the city. If he came back that night and saw him sleeping with Lu Jianqing, wouldn't he be shocked and possibly pass out? Ah well, who gives a damn? When he returned to the court, Lu Jianqing was already standing under the basketball hoop where Sheng Yexing would take his shots. Grabbing the ball, Sheng Yexing displayed his fierce, accurate, steady, and fast technique. Basketball emphasizes quick attacks, and after passing directly, he broke through with great momentum, making the opposing team shiver. After a series of 4 or 5 fast attack goals, Sheng Yexing finally had a chance to rest and glanced at Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing obediently stood there, yet there was a certain air of, don't approach. As soon as his eyes met Sheng Yexing's, he slowly raised his hand and gave Sheng Yexing a thumbs up with the message, you're amazing. Really? Just at that moment, Sheng Yexing suddenly understood a sentence. Previously, he always heard people say, after making a basket on the basketball court, the first person a guy looks at is the one he cares about. Gu Kunchen didn't know about the issue between these two, seeing that Lu Jianqing had been standing for quite some time, he directly called out, Brother Lu. Don't just stand there, come here and sit down to help turn the scorecard, alright? He shouted this while looking at Sheng Yexing for consent. Sheng Yexing nodded, let him go ahead. Lu Jianqing sat by the scorecard, and Gu Kunchen and Li Dingxi came running back all sweaty, their excitement making them jump around. Li Dingxi cheered for Lu Jianqing saying, brother, just listen to me. When I tell you to flip the blue team's card, you do it, and when I tell you to flip the red. Hey, stop it, that's enough, Gu Kunchen explained, brother Lu, flipping the card means adding 2 points, you know this, right? Lu Jianqing nodded, yeah. After explaining, the two returned to the field and said it was time to start serving again. Even though it was just a small match during the break, because Lu Jianqing came to watch today, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but become serious. Once he got serious, no one on the school team could match him. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Sheng Yexing widened the gap in scores. However, a basketball game lasts several dozen minutes, and one person doesn't have enough stamina to run the entire field. By the third quarter, Sheng Yexing was already feeling tired. The opposing team gradually closed in on the scores. Li Dingxi watched Sheng Yexing break through as he dribbled to the basket and shouted toward Lu Jianqing. Add 2 more points. Lu Jianqing, sitting solemnly, nodded and added 2 points. He stared at the scoreboard for a while, then flipped another 4 pages, adding 4 more points. Hey, Gu Kunchen glanced at the scoreboard and shouted, Lu Jianqing, did you add too many points? Everyone on the field stopped. Huh? What's going on? What are you doing? One of the boys from the school team said as he ran, the score should be 43-46, why is it 43-52 now? Yeah, did you make a mistake? At this moment, no one knew what Lu Jianqing was thinking. He expressionlessly flipped 2 more pages. Li Dingxi jumped up in surprise, Lu Jianqing, you added 6 extra points. Quickly turn it back. How much? Sheng Yexing took a sip of mineral water under the basketball hoop, tightened the cap, and asked behind him. Li Dingxi passed the ball back to the teammate, 6 points. Alright, Sheng Yexing pulled at his jersey and shouted to the teammates, pass the ball back to me. Big brother, you. Gu Kunchen was still bewildered, thinking this might be a problem since Lu Jianqing seemed very thoughtful. Randomly flipping the scorecard will just have the points deducted later on, so it doesn't matter, Gu Kunchen said, what's gotten into him? Is he trying to show off? Don't your hands hurt? Sheng Yexing wiped his sweat, took the ball, and glanced at Lu Jianqing. He slowly dribbled the ball to the 3-point line by the sideline. Then, with a slight jump, he put force into his arm and pushed the ball toward the hoop. The ball hit the backboard and smoothly dropped into the hoop. 3 points, Sheng Yexing showed the opponent players a 3. His team quickly understood his intentions. The point guard directly intercepted the other team's inbound pass in the backcourt, then forcefully lobbed it to Sheng Yexing. After receiving the ball, Sheng Yexing stepped outside the 3-point line and made a step-back shot. With a swish, the ball fell into the net again for 3 more points. Breathing heavily, Sheng Yexing jogged to the center of the court and gave a hand signal to the opponents, 6 points. A group of teammates on the court exchanged excited glances and began shouting, double kill. What the hell? Li Dingxi ran along with the team while muttering, can we really do this? Before anyone could fully recover, Lu Jianqing flipped 2 more points. Sheng Yexing quickly grabbed the ball, taking advantage of the foul committed by an opposing player as they tried to block him, scoring the basket plus a free throw, 2+1. Li Dingxi was already pumped up and shouted to Lu Jianqing, flip 1 more point. Obediently, Lu Jianqing flipped another point. Then he quietly stared at the court. Xing Yexing glanced at him again. Lu Jianxing didn't quite understand what Xing Yexing was trying to do, but he found flipping the scorecard fun. After not sitting long, he started feeling tired from all the flipping, looked around on the court, and then stood up. Lu Jianxing took out his phone and tapped on it. Because of his coordination issues, using his phone was like that of an elderly person, holding the body with one hand and poking the screen with the other. He switched to the camera mode, took a picture of the scoreboard, and sent it to Xing Yexing via WeChat. Although he wasn't sure why he did that. Why had he done that? He didn't know. While pondering, his attention was captured by an automatic vending machine on the edge of the playground. Without telling Xing Yexing where he was going, he zipped up his school uniform jacket and walked straight off the court towards it. Gu Kunchen noticed Lu Jianxing was no longer in his original spot, nudging Xing Yexing's elbow. Brother, road big brother has left. Is it okay if he wanders alone? Xing Yexing pulled out his phone from the pocket of his jersey hanging on the basketball stand and swallowed the almost dissolved Jinxing lozenge in his mouth. It's fine. His recent state is pretty good. Did he do well in today's exam too? Teacher Tang even praised him, Xing Yexing said, just that interaction is still a little difficult. Gu Kunchen said, I think it's much better than the first few days when he came. Yeah. Xing Yexing nodded. Yeah. He speaks willingly much more frequently now. You go eat after a while, don't run aimlessly. Rice slash, 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 pig head slash, rice slash, rice slash. Lu Jianxing didn't reply for several minutes after the message was sent. Xing Yexing kept checking his phone while playing, unable to wait until halftime. Gu Kunchen saw his restless behavior, narrowed his eyes, and began gossiping while jumping. Yo, I'm wondering why you haven't been able to focus during the game today, seems like there's something on your mind. Could it be, you've got a sister-in-law already? There is one. That tree finally blossomed. Who's lucky enough, haha. Our captain's stamina, unmatched. The whole team began teasing him. Xing Yexing hooked the ball in his hand, glanced at Gu Kunchen and asked sarcastically, what's it to you? Holy shit, he didn't deny it. Gu Kunchen pointed at Xing Yexing first and jumped up. Li Dingxi followed and screamed nonsensically, early love at City Secondary School number 2. At this moment, Xing Yexing wanted to pretend to be serious, wanting to get angry and punish him. But his mouth wouldn't stop wanting to laugh, like it was possessed. He caught the ball passed by a teammate, dribbling it while sending messages with one hand in the midst of their teammates' tactical defense. He sent another 2 messages to Lu Jianxing. Ah damn it. Sorry, accidentally pressed pig head instead. Holding the phone stupidly for a while, Xing Yexing thought about how to explain to little seclusion that the pig head wasn't an insult. It was because it was cold in winter, and as soon as he stopped, his hand trembled, making him press the wrong button. There's a pig head emoji next to the dining system emoji. And there's even a rose next to the pig head. How come I didn't press wrong myself? Chapter 24, Chirp. After a game, the sky had already begun to darken. The 10 players on the field were gathered by their coach for a few rounds of scolding. The coach took out his tactical analysis book, copied down the names, and noted each player's deficiencies during the match. This coach was specially invited from the city by City No. 2 High School. He was very patient and had his own methods for teaching these special youths. At first, the team members were afraid the coach would look down on them, so they did everything carefully. But now they realized not everyone saw them as outsiders. Yi Xing. The coach called out, noticing the boy was still in a daze. He originally intended to tap him on the head with his pen, but realizing the height difference, he patted the boy's shoulder instead. What are you spacing out about? It's your turn to write. The rule in the school team was that after the game, each person had to give advice to the other 9 players on the field. These labels ranged from too flamboyant with the ball to overly showy actions, or playing like a rookie. But Xing Yexing hadn't paid much attention to his teammates or opponents throughout the match. Gripping his pen, he looked at his teammates' hopeful eyes and didn't know what to write. The pen, the coach grabbed it, sighed deeply, you've been distracted since the midfield. I'll write, inattentive, for you, no problem, right? Yeah, my fault. Xing Yexing didn't even look up, occasionally he tiptoed to glance outside the court, go ahead. After finishing a bundle of towels and collecting water bottles scattered everywhere, Xing Yexing dismissed the team and started heading off campus, wearing his school uniform. He sent a message to Lu Jianxing on his phone. Where are you? Lu Jianxing must have been playing with his phone because the reply came quickly. Dormitory. Did you go back alone? Have you eaten yet? Just as he was about to continue typing, Li Dingxi suddenly put an arm around Xing Yexing's neck, patting his shoulder. Boss, which girl is it? Zhuang Rou. Or the sister we met in Qingbei? Whoa, you don't know, Gu Kunchen also chimed in, that smile you had when you caught the ball while looking at your phone. Good thing I know your character, otherwise I'd think you're drowning in love. Then another player behind added, Captain, do you prefer younger girls or mature women? These days, small wolf dogs are super trendy, you know. That's our boss, so it has to be mature women, Gu Kunchen grinned. Another teammate shoved Gu Kunchen lightly, I also feel like our boss likes icy personalities. F asterisk asterisk asterisk, with his character, if he finds someone cold-natured, what would they do all day? Chat under the blanket? Use electric blankets? Li Dingxi rolled his eyes. Xing Yi Xing. Carrying the basketball bag, he quickly walked forward a few steps, not wanting to deal with these people talking nonsense. What mature woman? What icy personality? How does the mention of electric blankets blindly hit such a point? Don't interfere randomly, Xing Yi Xing snapped, unable to tolerate these guesses. It's just a kid, needs care. Gu Kunshan leapt excitedly, shouting, ah. I got it. Xing Yi Xing pushed him off, what do you know? Go away. Starts as a friend, ends up as a little darling. Gu Kunshan whispered. These teammates who hadn't experienced the tumultuous times Xing Yi Xing brought began whistling. They blew in harmony, creating a loud and lively sound, making Xing Yi Xing's head ache. Leaving through the main gate of City No. 2 High School, Xing Yi Xing stood on the street for a moment before deciding to buy a pack of cigarettes at the grocery store. When buying the cigarettes, he hesitated for a long time, finally choosing a foreign brand he had never touched. Orange Burst. As soon as he bit the capsule, a bittersweet flavor filled his mouth. By 6 or 7 in the evening, it was gradually getting dark. In the distance, neon lights flickered faintly, painting passers-by's faces with an unnatural rose hue. City No. 2's location was secluded and eerie. Though the fruit stalls at the alley entrance smelled sweet and tempting, with students rushing past in school uniforms and cats wandering with dogs barking nearby, there seemed to be an indescribable, dead air surrounding the buildings. From the first day he arrived at this school, he'd heard many bad rumors. Most of them spread through hearsay and within the school. Some said it was inauspicious, a place where a crowd of troubled individuals, abandoned by God, were grouped together, useless efforts unable to mend the inevitable pain. Xing Yi Xing didn't care. He rode his motorcycle from south to east, rushing down with the wind. He hadn't thought of anything else. The condition he suffered made him often appear as if drunk, but his pupils remained clear, refusing to succumb to desires. From his home to school, a journey of about 30 kilometers, he had every day considered dying on this road. He wasn't like those boys in Korean dramas, running in the sun wearing school uniforms. He was wild, loving to wander. Born on a rainy night and sleeping in the wind. After finishing 3 cigarettes, Xing Yexing felt suffocated and decided to buy a bottle of soda from the convenience store. When he first learned to smoke, he often got irritated by the smoke. His throat was smoked for an entire week where he could neither speak nor wanted to talk. When teachers forced him to speak, he would glare at them with disdain. Whenever there were conflicts, Xing Yexing's explosive temper meant he couldn't contain his anger. Now, as time passed, he gradually became familiar with his classmates and teachers, and also established his own life rhythm and duties. Each day, all he needed to think about were these 3 things. Did I take my medication today? What's Zibi I up to? When will I die? Pretty good, life was this simple. Halfway through a bottle of soda, Xing Yexing, still dressed lightly in his school uniform, stepped out of the convenience store, realizing it was almost completely dark outside. The light of the lamppost near the school gate, though weak, could vaguely reveal some small white falling particles. The weather forecast didn't mention snow, so it seemed that it might just be rain mixed with snow. He stood under a tree for a moment, then kicked its trunk hard. Swish, gradually, all the accumulated rain and snow on the branches fell, drenching Xing Yexing's head. He grabbed a handful of his short-cropped hair, laughing while cursing, damn. It wasn't entirely clear who or what he was cursing at. Then, Xing Yexing lit another cigarette with a snap of his lighter. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and took a detour. Originally, he planned to go to the farmer's market nearby to check if any deli shops were still open so he could pick up some bread to take back. Otherwise, in such cold weather, Li Dingxi and Lu Jianqing, these 2 troublemakers, would surely oversleep tomorrow morning. Farmers' markets generally close around 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and Xing Yexing found nothing available. The bread shop owner said that because of the rain and snow mix, the stall closed earlier. There were only steamed buns being sold on the street corner. Buns like steamed buns and mantou for breakfast would be cold the next morning. Forget it. In front of the market, 1 lamp was still on, and it looked like a chicken, duck, and fish meat stall. In front of the stall, they seemed to be selling something else too. Xing Yexing rubbed his hands together, ran over despite having his forehead full of water droplets, stabilized himself, and used his toe to tap at the scattered woven bamboo baskets on the ground, biting the filter of the cigarette flat and holding it between his lips. Old man, how much do you sell these? The old man slowly raised his head, rolled up his sleeve, reached inside, and picked one. Which one do you want? Xing Yexing, all red? Old man, there are green ones too. Xing Yexing, green wasn't particularly auspicious. I really want to buy. He squatted down holding his basketball bag, wiping the water off his forehead. Are there any that haven't been dyed? There are, let me find one for you. The old man extended his hand further inside. Would it be okay if it's dyed red on the top? Sure. Xing Yexing said. Dyeing the top red, it would be like wearing a Santa hat, it'd fit perfectly. Oh, he thought this stuff only existed when he was little, outside elementary schools. After paying, he carefully tucked the little thing into his school uniform pocket as if cradling a small flame, thanked the seller, and turned back to walk away. 1/3 of the metal rolling shutter door of the convenience store was already shut. Hanging above it was a dirty Christmas Santa toy doll. If Sheng Yexing hadn't remembered incorrectly, he'd seen this doll here both last year and the year before. Still you this year. Sheng Yexing glanced down at his phone's calendar, counted the date again, and then returned to the convenience store for the third time. He fished out a 20 yuan bill and a 5 yuan note, smoothing them with icy cold hands. "Brother Wu, I'll buy something else," Sheng Yexing called out to the boss with a cigarette in his mouth. "Ah, you. How many times have you come now? Why don't you buy everything at once? Have you eaten?" Boss Wu chuckled and pulled out the scanning device. "No, I'm not hungry." Sheng Yexing said, "Do you have any socks here?" As he spoke, something alive suddenly moved inside his school uniform pocket. Sheng Yexing quickly placed his palm over it and gently pressed down, "Don't move around." "What reason makes you keep buying socks recently?" Boss Wu muttered, "What kind do you need?" Sheng Yexing showed Boss Wu a picture he searched online, a Christmas stocking that can hold things. "Oh. Sorry, I don't carry those items here," Boss Wu said, "I'll restock next time, come back and check, alright?" "Got it, thanks, Brother Wu." Sheng Yexing frowned and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. He kicked a small stone that was blocking the entrance of the convenience store, bit down on his school uniform collar to lower the zipper, then carefully tucked the little creature he was holding into the inner pocket of his uniform. His mood was still a bit nervous. This tiny thing shouldn't die from just being out in the wind for this short walk. Walking mysteriously past the dormitory building, more snowflakes landed on Sheng Yexing's shoulders. He pressed them with the warmth of his palm, and the white granules turned into puddles of water. He lit up the hallway lights and bounded up the stairs toward the 5th floor. When the door opened, it was Li Dingxi. Wrapped in a down jacket, he reached out to brush off the water droplets from Sheng Yexing's shoulders, letting out an ouch as his arm trembled uncontrollably. "What time is it, man?" "I've been back for a while already, where were you?" "At the farmer's market." Sheng Yexing dodged Li Dingxi's shove, "Where's Lu Jianxing?" "He went out just now to fetch hot water. I noticed him walking unsteadily today, so I offered to go, but he refused." "You didn't chase after him?" "Oh come on, boss, how double-standard can you be?" Li Dingxi said, "I even shake when I carry water because of my ADHD." Sheng Yexing gestured for him to move aside, his mouth continuing non-stop, "Hopefully he won't fall and scald himself with that boiling kettle." "Wow, why are you so concerned?" Sheng Yexing gave him a sidelong glance, "You're not much better either." Sitting down in the dormitory, Sheng Yexing glanced at the mess of severed yarn strands scattered across Lu Jianxing's table, knots upon knots tangled together, and pulled some out curiously, asking, "What's this? What were these two troublemakers doing in the room?" "Ah." This afternoon, Lu Jianxing came back with a pair of new socks and took the packaging off. He didn't say what he planned to do, just sat down and grabbed a pair of scissors directly. Li Dingxi patted his chest, "I thought he was going to stab me with those scissors." "What happened next?" Without hesitation, he snipped off the cuff of one sock with a snap, and then did the same with the other. Then, I don't know why, he started pulling the thread from one of them until he got carried away and destroyed the whole sock. Sheng Yexing imagined the image of little Lu Jianxing fiddling with his uniform sleeves while grabbing a pair of scissors to unravel socks and felt a shiver down his spine, continuing, "Why did he cut the socks? Did he tell you?" I asked him, "What are you doing messing with all this stuff? If the socks are too big or small, tell me, and I'll help you change them." "He just looked at me and didn't respond," Li Dingxi said. After hearing this description, Sheng Yexing sighed speechlessly. "You need to ask directly why he cut the socks. He might not understand otherwise. My sympathies for you, having to work with him for over half a year." Li Dingxi patted his shoulder, "Hold on, mate. In the end, didn't he explain why to you?" "Nope." "Oh man, it's 9 o'clock. Li Dingxi yawned and passed by Sheng Yexing with a basin in hand. "Boss, I'm going to take a shower. Lu Jianxing should be back soon." The air conditioner had been turned on in the dormitory, and the warm airflow managed to drive away all the chill. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since Sheng Yexing entered, yet his back had already started sweating. He glanced at the socks on Lu Jianxing's table that had been snipped off and decided to place the little living thing inside them. The socks fit perfectly after cutting off the cuffs, their internal space was just right for accommodating such a creature. Sheng Yexing was increasingly satisfied and found a sticky hook to attach it to the headboard. Then, he picked out a few warm-toned pieces from the leftover threads Lu Jianxing had cut, formed them into long strips, and tied a bow around the neck of the little creature. Sheng Yexing. He just finished these tasks quietly when he heard someone call him from behind. Lu Jianxing rolled his trouser legs high like preparing for rice planting, wearing an oversized school uniform top, his bangs wet and sticking to his forehead. He clenched his sleeve, and Sheng Yexing noticed he was cradling something small in his palms. "What have you got there? Why did you cut these socks again?" Sheng Yexing became stern. "Using scissors inside the dormitory is very unsafe, you know." Lu Jianxing bit his lips. "Christmas." "Huh? Christmas. He repeated it, raising the handheld cobalt blue glass bottle, and suddenly pressed the pump nozzle toward Shen Yexing, spraying him once, perfume. Holy crap. This thing was just like a personal defense spray, but its scent was quite pleasant. Still, the sudden burst shocked Shen Yexing so much that he instinctively took a few steps back and frowned as he sniffed his shoulder then his hand. Why did you spray me with perfume? Lu Jianqing's reply was straightforward, it smells good. You can't just spray it on people randomly. Shen Yexing started lecturing him but wasn't finished. Before Shen Yexing could finish, Lu Jianqing opened the wardrobe, sprayed some more inside, then went to his bed and gave it a good spritz too. After that, with a slight smile on his lips, he handed the bottle of perfume over to Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing opened his mouth but couldn't find words. Shen Yexing remained silent and simply waited for him to say something else. Making an effort to stay calm, Lu Jianqing managed to get out the first word, pointing at Shen Yexing, you. Warming it. Shen Yexing felt like this bottle of perfume had been heated, somehow. He wasn't sure what Lu Jianqing had used to heat it. Did he use hot water? Who told Lu Jianqing you need to warm up perfume before spraying in winter? Did you warm it up? Shen Yexing looked incredulously at him. Now he finally understood what Tang Han meant by, unable to comprehend. These two really had simple and direct minds, as if they'd do anything once they set their mind to it. Lu Jianqing nodded obediently, Well, thank you. After holding the perfume carefully in his hands, Shen Yexing said, in the future, don't spray it all over your bed like an air freshener. That's not how you use perfume. In the future, it's yours. Shen Yexing tried hard to make sense of what Lu Jianqing had just said but was still slightly confused, Scent. Closing his eyes for a moment, Lu Jianqing added quietly, to help sleep. Shen Yexing found himself wanting to take out a notebook to jot down these cute phrases that Lu Jianqing muttered in front of him while trying to act innocent. Who wouldn't fall for this? What about those socks? He took a deep breath, feeling like a storm was brewing after he received his first present. But he already had a guess forming in his mind. Is that why you cut them, Christmas socks for me? While lowering his head to browse through a book, Lu Jianqing murmured softly, Forget phrases like, check out under your bedside drawer, or, guess what I bought for you, none of them suited Lu Jianqing anyway. Shen Yexing directly picked the little gift from beside his bed and placed it right in front of Lu Jianqing's face. When Lu Jianqing looked down at it, there was a wave of emotion sweeping through his heart that seemed indescribable. It was a chick. The kind one would see during kindergarten or primary school days near the school gate, yellow little chicks, fluffy, with black shiny eyes and webbed feet stepping lightly on soft sock fabric. Its tiny head bore an awkward red cap due to poor dye application. I'm giving this to you. Do you like it? When I went to the grocery store today, I asked Brother Wu to help me look for Christmas gifts, but he said he didn't find any and will let me know when they're available later. Shen Yexing explained. Then next year, Lu Jianqing touched the sock covering the chick gently, I'll also ask around. Shen Yexing recalled Mr. Wu's peculiar look earlier and his mentioning of unusually many people lately, saying, that makes sense. Christmas is on the 25th day of the month. Yeah, you can keep taking care of it for now. Shen Yexing ruffled his hair, droplets of water still hung off his body. It's alive. That's right, don't you like it? Glancing at him, Shen Yexing quickly moved his gaze elsewhere. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter because I've already bought it. Asking another unexpected question before Lu Jianqing could open his mouth again, Shen Yexing threw out, should we cook chicken soup at the end of the month, or would you prefer braised chicken? Once this sentence was out, Lu Jianqing felt the chick in his palm made what sounded like a faint chirp. Lu Jianqing. Chicken soup. We'd have to raise it till next Christmas. Chapter 25, Desk Mate. A few days had not passed before Shen Yexing started regretting buying this little chick for Lu Jianqing. Li Dingxi also liked this chick, claiming it was the more fragile living creature in their dormitory compared to Lu Jianqing. He pulled out the shoebox from a new pair of shoes, tore out quite a bit of cotton from his bedding, and added some tissues to create what he called a warm chicken coop, making it feel at home. Lu Jianqing found even greater amusement in the chick, pulling out all his white shoes, picking a new one to put the chick inside, insisting on raising it in his shoe. When Li Dingxi asked why, Lu Jianqing simply replied, it's cold. Li Dingxi, it's not cold. Lu Jianqing, it is cold. Li Dingxi, it really isn't cold. After hearing this, Lu Jianqing gave him a sidelong glance and calmly said, I'm cold. Whenever Li Dingxi reached to take out the little chick, Lu Jianqing would remain expressionless as he placed the chick back. For nearly half the night, until the lights were turned off at 11, Shen Yexing was already done with his nightly routine and lying in bed watching these two wrestle with each other. Seeing the faint smile tugging at the corner of Lu Jianqing's mouth made Shen Yexing feel a bit relieved, believing that little social withdrawal probably enjoyed it. Even though it was just a small gift. Li Dingxi woke up at 4 in the morning, tossing and turning unable to sleep, moving around continuously. After a while, he started banging against the wall a couple of times, causing the wooden bed to keep emitting a creak sound. This noise continued until 5:30 when Li Dingxi finally could no longer stand it. Flipping over and getting out of bed, he began dressing and shouted towards Shen Yexing's bed, boss. Shen Yexing, who had been woken up a long time ago, endured quietly, Given their unique circumstances, mutual tolerance and support were necessary. If there ever came a day they couldn't endure it, directly picking up weapons and beating each other bloody would also be considered normal. I can't lie still. Li Dingxi tried to lower his voice. The breakfast stalls downstairs should be open now. I'll go have a bowl of pork intestine noodles. I see you're awake too, want to come along? Listening to this, Shen Yexing felt hungry. But glancing at Lu Jianxing, who was still sleeping soundly, he only said, I'm not hungry, you go ahead. At 7:30 in the morning, Shen Yexing, dressed in his school uniform with his shoelaces neatly tied, was standing in the hallway smoking. After finishing his cigarette, he stubbed it out, hands stuffed in his pockets as he took a few steps back to the 5th floor and leaned on the doorframe shouting, Lu Jianxing. Are you ready yet? Hearing no response from inside, Shen Yexing impatiently knocked on the door again, Lu Jianxing. If you don't come out, I'm leaving. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door was suddenly flung open, revealing Lu Jianxing standing there with messy hair, 1 foot on the doorframe, shoelaces disheveled, and a chick stuffed into the pocket of his school uniform. Shen Yexing remained silent for a moment, pointing at his pocket, you're taking it to class. Lu Jianxing nodded, grabbing the school bag hanging behind the door and attempting to step out. Shen Yexing extended his hand and pushed him back in. Stand still, Shen Yexing straightened his shoulders, his eyes commanding authority, don't move. Next, Shen Yexing threw the bag onto his back and crouched down, grabbing Lu Jianxing's ankle and pulling his feet towards him, stick your feet out. Frankly speaking, Lu Jianxing was momentarily stunned by the shout. After a while, when Lu Jianxing finally understood what Shen Yexing was trying to do, he lowered his head to watch Shen Yexing's actions. With evident impatience, Shen Yexing tied both of Lu Jianxing's shoelaces for him. Then, with equal impatience, he stood up and said, if you won't learn how to tie them yourself, call me next time. Don't waste time. Lu Jianxing hadn't fully recovered from his shock when he saw Shen Yexing turn to leave. Hurriedly stepping forward without even closing the door, Lu Jianxing collided with Shen Yexing's back. Before he could let out a cry of surprise, Shen Yexing quickly grabbed his wrist, growing somewhat angry, what's your hurry? You already walk unsteadily, and now you're rushing about like this. What if we were at a stairway? Would you fall down the stairs or something? So fragrant. Lu Jianxing twitched his nose, detecting the fragrance of the perfume he had given him the previous night, instantly forgetting what he had been in such a rush about. He carefully guarded the warmth of the little chick nestled in the pocket of his school uniform, feeling its soft, warm fuzziness through his palm, then looked up and said, good morning. Shen Yexing seemed to lose his temper again. He adjusted the basketball bag hanging from his wrist, buckled his backpack properly, and double-checked that Lu Jianxing was correctly dressed in both his top and pants. He pinched Lu Jianxing's cheek. Let's go, he said. Upon entering the classroom and putting away his bag, Lu Jianxing gently removed the little chick from his embrace and tucked it into the desk drawer. The drawer was hard and cold, so Lu Jianxing kept placing his hand inside to feel it. Not long after, he outright took off his school uniform jacket and stuffed it entirely into the drawer, creating a soft cushion for the chick. Shen Yexing took the hand resting on his thigh and patted it, you're not cold. Seeing that Lu Jianxing didn't respond, Shen Yexing removed his jacket and draped it over him, muttering impatiently, don't catch a cold while trying to keep your chicken healthy. I don't have the patience to run far just to buy you medicine. At this point, Lu Jianxing slowly lifted Shen Yexing's school uniform and blinked at him, last time. What about last time? Like that, Lu Jianxing motioned for him to lean closer and snuggle into his embrace, it was warm. Shen Yexing understood now, Lu Jianxing was referring to the warmth they shared by using one piece of clothing to wrap both of them like on the tricycle before. But this was a classroom, there was no way they could do that here. And most classmates thought they weren't that close, or else others would start being wary of Lu Jianxing again. Seeing Shen Yexing wasn't reacting, Lu Jianxing didn't seem to find it strange either. He simply took off the school uniform and handed it back, then leaned over the desk to play with a pen. He picked a black pen and began sketching on the rough paper, drawing a dozen little snakes repeatedly, added some patterns only he could decipher, signed his name at the bottom, tore out the whole page, crumpled it into a ball, turned back, and casually threw it into the trash bin. A classmate sweeping the floor during the morning reading session passed by the rear seats and spotted something bright yellow moving inside Lu Jianxing's drawer. Without thinking, she loudly asked, Lu Jianxing. What's in your drawer? Her shout didn't just get her noticed, it caused most of the classmates from the back row to crowd around. However, they all stayed near Lu Jianxing while keeping a respectful distance from Shen Yexing's side. Shen Yexing moved Lu Jianxing's chair closer to his own and glanced at the gathered classmates without saying a word. Seeing that Shen Yexing wasn't displaying the usual, don't come near me, expression, the other students relaxed slightly and bent forward curiously in front of Lu Jianxing's desk, asking, what is it? What did you bring today? Let us see, Lu Jianxing. Class hasn't started yet. Annoyed by the chatter, Lu Jianxing froze, unsure of how to reply, reminiscent of the first day after transferring schools. Tension gripped his fingers as he tightened his grip on the corner of the desk, clutching the sleeve of his school uniform within his palm, half of his body collapsed over the table silently. Chicken. Shen Yexing suddenly spoke, glaring at everyone, that's all I'm going to say. Can you all go back to your seats now? Looking at the mix of curious gazes, an unfamiliar softness settled somewhere deep inside him. Sheng Yexing sighed deeply and frowned as he reiterated, Lu Jianxing has a very small animal inside the drawer. We'll soon start class, and if the teacher comes, it might get confiscated. So after class, I'll persuade him to let you take a look. All right? Many students nodded. Meanwhile, the morning study session ended, and the first period teacher Ji Chuan entered with his lesson plan. He first praised those who performed well in the recent math exam, and finally pulled out a blank test sheet, placing it on the desk and gesturing toward Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing glanced at Lu Jianxing, who was lying face down on the adjacent desk for seemingly no reason, so he went to fetch the test for Lu Jianxing himself. Once holding the paper, Sheng Yexing briefly scanned it, a completely blank test save for a written name. The first few multiple-choice questions were answered correctly by Lu Jianxing, but nothing followed beyond that. There were also plenty of tiny dots drawn with a pencil lead, which made no sense to Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianxing, Sheng Yexing nudged him with his elbow, is anything bothering you? Seeing Lu Jianxing sprawled on the table with a phone in hand, sending himself messages on WeChat. The phone buzzed, and when Sheng Yexing opened the message, it read, I want to be alone. Sheng Yexing replied, do you want to go back to the dorm? Lu Jianxing, face down. Sheng Yexing, alright, stay like that for a bit. Call me if anything happens. Holding the phone for a while longer, Lu Jianxing didn't reply anymore. Lu Jianxing was sitting much closer now, since Sheng Yexing had earlier moved his chair a little closer. A few minutes into the class, Lu Jianxing suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on Sheng Yexing's thigh. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Jianxing tapped lightly with his fingertips, resembling playing piano on Sheng Yexing's leg. Sheng Yexing undid the button of his collar, finding it easier to breathe. But even then, little social withdrawal didn't settle down. Instead, he reached over and held onto Sheng Yexing's free hand, which wasn't writing. Then, he just held it there, staying still throughout the entire class. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Sheng Yexing released his hand. A thin layer of sweat formed on the palm. Lu Jianxing was still lying face down, occasionally turning his head to glance at him, then burying his face back into his arms without moving. He had grown up now, and lying down like this already counted as a good behavior. When he was younger, sometimes he would drop and pretend to die or bang his head against the floor. Lu Jianxing occasionally reflected back on these actions, often unable to comprehend such behavior. During the break, quite a few classmates gathered around, saying they wanted to see the little chick. Sheng Yexing, after obtaining Lu Jianxing's permission, solemnly took out the little chick cradled in his palms. The school allowed some tame cats and dogs to roam freely to help students reach out and touch, but this little chick was indeed something many were seeing for the first time in the school grounds. Driven by curiosity, they moved closer and closer, with some girls even complimenting how adorable it was. Although half-leaning and half-sitting, Lu Jianxing still caught most people's kind and curious eyes. The feeling of being noticed turned out to be so good. The feeling of being liked turned out to be just as good. Even if the actual target wasn't him, Lu Jianxing felt genuinely comfortable from deep within. He glanced at Sheng Yexing, who was full of helplessness while holding that tomato scrambled egg-colored little life, yet kept looking toward him every now and then. Sheng Yexing even blinked an eye. Lu Jianxing's heart tickled from that blink, and he fidgeted with the fabric near his chest, ears flushed red as he laid his head back down again. It was really good. The next class was also taught by Ji Chuan, but halfway through, he didn't expect to suddenly hear an odd sound from somewhere in the classroom. A chicken clucking. As soon as the chick wailed its first cry, Lu Jianxing quickly sat upright, slightly tilting his desk towards himself. Sheng Yexing reacted even faster, guiltily straightening his back, shielding the commotion coming from Lu Jianxing's side with a book while squeezing his throat for a forced cough. Cough, cough, cough. Gee. Before he finished coughing, the chick's cries grew more distinct. Sheng Yexing nudged Gu Kunshan's chair lightly with his toe, and after playing around with Sheng Yexing for so long, Gu Kunshan knew the drill inside out. He promptly started, covering his face and coughing. Once Gu Kunshan and Sheng Yexing began coughing, most of the class also heard the chicken call. In an instant, the classroom erupted in a relay of coughs. Lu Jianxing was still somewhat bewildered. What's going on here? Chapter 26, Boyfriend. After just half a class period, the chick that had been with them for less than 24 hours was discovered. Hey, I was planning to take it into the corridor after class for a little chicken on the run. Gu Kunshan muttered as he turned around, Lu Gu. Lu Jianxing said nothing, his gaze quite frightening. He wanted to shout and struggle, pulling open his school uniform zipper, shivering from the cold. He didn't regret bringing the chick to the classroom but couldn't figure out the cause and effect relationship. He began to associate, if the chick hadn't met everyone, it wouldn't have felt afraid, it wouldn't have screamed, and its cries would not have exposed it. Lu Jianxing got angrier the more he thought about it and came to the conclusion, this chicken also had autism. Lu Jianxing, take it out first and put it in the office, Ji Chuan said, looking at Sheng Yexing as if seeking guidance. Animals are not allowed in the classroom during class. Your desk partner should be very clear about this. There was no need to guess, this chick must have come from Sheng Yexing. For Lu Jianxing, originally soft and smooth wool sweater could instantly become unbearably coarse. Even the sound of the wind passing through the treetops would sound like a train whistling in a tunnel. He might even fear an abruptly approaching breath, which annoyed him more than nails scratching across a chalkboard. Teacher Ji was speaking too fast. Lu Jianqing looked at Sheng Yexing, eyes red-rimmed, and didn't say a word. To him, what Ji Chuan had just said sounded like gibberish, not a single word making sense. First, put the chicken in the office. Sheng Yexing glanced at Ji Chuan and began repeating for Lu Jianqing, we'll get it after school. Okay. Everyone patiently waited for a moment but received no response from Lu Jianqing. When focusing closely on something, Lu Jianqing tilted his head. He stared at Sheng Yexing now, and Sheng Yexing suddenly thought he looked kind of cute. Lu Jianqing didn't respond well, just rubbing his eyes. Sheng Yexing grabbed one of his hands and whispered, don't rub. You've done it too many times today. Leaning close to Lu Jianqing's ear, Sheng Yexing's voice was so low only the two of them could hear it. But even so low, this sound was like fireworks exploding near Lu Jianqing's ears. He yelped and moved back, yet his hand clung tightly to the edge of Sheng Yexing's school uniform collar, making gurgling sounds in his throat. Lu Jianqing. Sheng Yexing called out to him. Lu Jianqing raised his eyelids slightly, lips moving, and finally said, boil water. Not yet synchronized with Lu Jianqing's way of thinking, Sheng Yexing instinctively asked, huh? It's boiling, He pulled his school uniform over his head, leaned forward on the table and let out a long and sharp scream from deep within his throat, as if stimulated by something, startling Sheng Yexing who immediately reached out to grab his shoulder. Lu. Don't touch him. Ji Chuan hurriedly took her phone from the podium. Yexing, watch over him. Your previous homeroom teacher sent me something, about sensory overload. Just don't notify the homeroom teacher. Sheng Yexing finished speaking, his hand hanging mid-air, elbow brushing against Lu Jianqing's back, neither touching nor leaving alone, merely lightly pressing his fingertips against the back of Lu Jianqing's neck. Each touch caused Lu Jianqing to tremble once. With 2 touches, Lu Jianqing emitted a sound akin to an animal's plaintive cry. Some students started whispering, their murmurs inevitably piercing when most people were silent. Lu Jianqing's arms and shoulders tightened more and more. Suddenly, a black earplug the size of a fingernail fell out of his right ear. Wearing earplugs all along. The chatter in the classroom grew louder. Sheng Yexing picked up the earplug and wrapped it in tissue paper before shouting to the entire classroom, quiet down. At the same time, the stool beside the desk was kicked upside down, surprising Sheng Yexing who lost his train of thought. He didn't remember kicking the stool. Why couldn't he control himself? The students' behaviors were somewhat abnormal, and Ji Chuan had grown used to it. After observation, she decided to go to the office first and inform Tang Han to come take a look. Tang Han's office was very close to the classroom. She came over holding a small box lined with paper towels after receiving the call. She patiently explained the purpose of using the small box to hold the chick to Lu Jianqing in a gentle tone. No matter how Lu Jianqing trembled, she gently stroked his back with her hand to help him calm down. Tang Han's expression was natural, without pity or sorrow, treating Lu Jianqing's occasional episodes as normal as daily meals. So when Lu Jianqing looked up, he met his teacher's candid and gentle expression. Sheng Yexing learned something from it. First, one must remain calm rather than panic. Before heading to the office, Tang Han handed out 2 sand-filled weighted bags to some classmates, saying that there would be a need for effective therapy lately. The students had to balance the weighted bags on their thighs both during and after class, and she would check through the surveillance. Ah. Gu Kunshan muttered softly, pushing the sandbag with his knee, remembering how difficult it was when he had tied his stool. Use them. Sheng Yexing glanced at him. Office. It had been 2 hours since Lu Jianqing was brought back from the classroom. He had been drinking juice continuously, cup after cup without pause. Sometimes, he kept the juice in his mouth for a long time before swallowing, glaring at Tang Han with upturned eyes while his smile curved into a crescent. Besides the commonly mentioned senses of touch, smell, etc., the human body has 5 other senses: balance, proprioception, direction, spatial awareness of limbs' movements, as well as pain perception, time perception, and sensitivity to temperature differences. In Lu Jianqing's body, these senses conflicted. Some were overly sensitive, such as when a wet tissue touched him, its coolness would stimulate tears of pain. Other times, he reacted slowly, not responding even after being called dozens of times. Finally, after Tang Han shouted, Lu Jianqing, 13 times, he responded. What's wrong recently, Jianqing? You did quite well in last week's interview assessment, so why did you hand in a blank paper for the written test? Tang Han avoided mentioning what happened today. Do you not want to write, or is holding the pen uncomfortable? Lu Jianqing began playing with a red enamel cup printed with City Secondary School and said, no. Speech therapy remains the most crucial part of your intervention treatment. Tang Han continued, try slowing down your speech rate when communicating, this also helps stabilize his emotions. Lu Jianqing nodded. I'll speak slowly too, it's good for both of us. Slowly, talk clearly. Lu Jianqing's irritation gradually dissipated, and he stopped yelling, simply saying, that way. Yes, try speaking slowly, and clearly. Tang Han handed over a handful of colored beans, tickling Lu Jianqing's palm, making him chuckle involuntarily. Seeing him laugh, Tang Han felt reassured and said, Jianqing, you still need more time to adapt to sensory input. You can keep these things in your school uniform pockets and feel them from time to time. Lu Jianqing paused for nearly a minute before saying, okay. Tang Han asked, do you like enclosed spaces? Lu Jianqing nodded. Climbing into wardrobes isn't prohibited. Tomorrow, the teacher will bring over a blanket and pillow to make it softer for you. Do you like the kind of bed curtains that Yixing uses? They block light. The school has been short of them, and the supplier will delay a few days, but will set it up for you once the new year starts. Tang Han sought his agreement after explaining. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianqing's eyes lit up. And remember, no animals are allowed in the dormitory, Jianqing. Tang Han sipped her coffee. If you like small animals, we have scheduled classes where you can interact with them. His gaze shifted to the small box on the desk where a yellow chick was basking its legs. He only watched silently without moving, eventually whispering after a long pause, mine. Did you buy it yourself? After pondering for a moment, Lu Jianqing decided not to betray Xing Yexing. However, his momentary distraction made Tang Han realize something was amiss. Tang Han didn't say much to Lu Jianqing but stifled her laughter, fully imagining the scene of Xing Yexing buying a chick. First, she sent Lu Jianqing off to help deliver some documents to the print room and then told him he could return to the classroom. As Lu Jianqing turned to leave the office, he almost collided with Xing Yexing's chest. Xing Yexing, aren't you watching where you're going? Lu Jianqing. Tang Han was getting water in the office when she saw Xing Yexing stepping directly into the situation. She promptly invited him in for a chat. Only after personally seeing Lu Jianqing return to the classroom did Xing Yexing relax and turn back to the office, casually knocking on the door, his foot resting on the stainless steel doorframe, chewing up and swallowing the mint candy in his mouth. The taste of sweetness lingered in his mouth. Tang Han smiled and said, were you baffled today? Totally baffled. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't believe Lu Jianqing could scream at such a high pitch. Today, Lu Jianqing screamed not only but was also extremely agitated, swaying left and right without uttering a word. He had pulled his school uniform sleeves all over, crumpling them into a messy pile. Attending school is actually quite painful for him. His seemingly aloof and combative demeanor is merely due to his fear of being hurt, Tang Han explained. If you stand beside him and press the lighter once, that click-click sound will shock him, then it'll loop in his brain all day long, with flashes continuously before his eyes. Occasionally experiencing hallucinations, he might even feel as if he's floating. Xing Yexing was stunned for a long while and said, it's my negligence. Tang Han patted his shoulder, sighing, this has nothing to do with you, Yexing. You're still a child, you have every right to arrange your own life. We were really surprised when you managed to get along with Jianqing. Teacher, I have one more question. Ask away. Why does he sleep without wearing pants? Earlier, Li Dingxi tried to make him wear some out of concern for him catching a cold, but Jianqing wouldn't wear them. If not for Li Dingxi stopping him, Lu Jianqing would have even taken off his underwear. While asking, Xing Yexing inwardly loathed himself. How could he ask such an awkward question? Because of tactile sensitivity, he prefers wearing shorts year-round, with as little fabric touching his skin as possible. Back in the classroom, Lu Jianqing had already gone to help Tang Han deliver the second batch of documents. Xing Yexing forwarded an article about sensory overload to Ji Chuan, taking advantage of the break to drag desks and chairs into the middle of the classroom, ready to let Gu Kunchen start copying while he chewed on a cigarette filter. Boss, you're still smoking in the classroom. It's unlit. Xing Yexing glanced at him. What, you want a lit one? No, it's not that. I mean, sensory overload, does that mean discomfort? Gu Kunchen held up his book and moved closer. It probably is. Xing Yexing took the book, flipping through the pages, urging, quick, grab a notebook. I'll dictate and you write down. Gu Kunchen threw over a rough draft pad, and Xing Yexing handed him a pen, quietly dictating based on the book, when he loses balance or direction. He paused. How do I know if he has lost it? Gu Kunchen, if he hasn't stood steadily and fell. Didn't Li Dingxi say he fell a lot? Xing Yexing, Li Dingxi. The mentioned Li Dingxi hurriedly turned around pretending to write, waiting for Xing Yexing to kick his chair as he muttered, that's just the way it is. I won't talk recklessly next time. 2. Flushed or suddenly pale skin, Xing Yexing continued reading, hesitating momentarily. Little Lu Jianqing's face has always been quite white. But how do you differentiate blushing from sensory discomfort? Forget it, moving on. 3. Persistently refusing activities, accelerated heartbeat or sudden drop in pulse. 4. Crying uncontrollably, stomach discomfort, nausea, vomiting. Xing Yexing recited, glancing at Gu Kunchen scribbling notes furiously, anxiety and anger. He rarely gets angry. I think Lu Gu has secretly harbored anger, waiting for the moment it bursts. 6. Starts mimicking words repeatedly or saying familiar yet unrelated terms. There truly is. Xing Yexing remembered Lu Jianqing often repeating sentences in a dazed manner, feeling somewhat uneasy. Previously, he thought Lu Jianqing was being cute or spacey, unaware that it was actually the sign of his entire being immersed in a state of overload. And finally, insensitivity to temperature means checking for warmth despite not complaining of cold. Xing Yexing squinted and finished reading, starting to laugh as Gu Kunchen teased him, man, are you playing nurse or partner to this person? Damn. Xing Yexing shot him a glance, remaining silent with a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He thought of himself as Lu Jianqing's boyfriend. Chapter 27, Different. As soon as this thought came to mind, Shen Yexing was stunned for a long time, unable to recover. Being brothers can work, classmates too. How did his own positioning end up at the level of partner? Is it because of the recent concern that has been, too special? Boyfriend. This is a romantic relationship, one that involves deep connection and not just fooling around or making excuses based on one's flaws. Shen Yexing took a deep breath, and when he regained consciousness, he loosened his tightly gripped phone. His palm and the phone case were all sticky with sweat. He wasn't homophobic, nor was he unaware of the existence of such a group of people. He would also be curious enough to search. But Shen Yexing subconsciously thought that he would live alone for the rest of his life and never considered finding a partner, let alone sexual orientation, even though he was already an adult. He didn't believe anyone could endure him for a long time. The chance to meet someone who could was extremely low. Too low. The next day at school, Shen Yexing supervised Lu Jianxing and made sure he didn't bring the little chicken again, telling him it would be kept in the security room during class hours for foster care. His patience was lacking, so he had Uncle Ming explain the concept of foster care to Lu Jianxing for quite some time. It took Lu Jianxing a while to understand and finally concluded, it was like his parents placing him here. Before leaving, Lu Jianxing still held onto the hem of Shen Yexing's clothes and said the chicken would be unhappy. Li Dingxi chuckled by Lu Jianxing's side. Cluck, your little chicken makes a loud sound. Lu Jianxing mimicked the bird, cluck. Li Dingxi teased him, cluck 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 cluck. Cluck 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 cluck. Lu Jianxing smiled and seemed to be cooperating well. Li Dingxi got into it, cluck 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 cluck. Lu Jianxing curved his lips slightly, looking provocatively at Li Dingxi from the corner of his eye and stopped mimicking. Li Dingxi shouted, whoa, Lu Jianxing, you're pretty naughty. Lu Jianxing instantly hid behind Shen Yexing and pulled on his school uniform lightly. Li Dingxi swore. There's no way I can stay in this dorm. When did this loner get so close with the leader? Li Dingxi, don't make me beat you. Shen Yexing pushed Li Dingxi away and casually said, he can remember a sentence for a long time. If he keeps squawking with the chicken at night back in the dorm and doesn't sleep, what are you going to do? That will affect you too. Li Dingxi replied. Me? Shen Yexing crushed out his cigarette and sneered, I can live outside. Lu Jianxing hesitated for a moment, then continued following. After breakfast, the three rushed into school like the wind. Shen Yexing threw the milk bottle he was drinking from without finishing it, feeding Lu Jianxing an oil stick while running. Lu Jianxing bit into it and laughed, choking eventually and having to squat down to recover after a long while. In the morning surprise test essay session, Lu Jianxing handed in another strange test paper. For the rewritten essay section, he didn't write half a word, but instead filled it with drawings. They were scrawled messily with pencils, vaguely depicting a boy riding on a bike, the wind lifting the corner of his school uniform, exposing a section of strong yet lean abdomen. Shen Yexing stared at the test paper for a long time, finally understanding why during the exam Lu Jianxing suddenly reached over to fiddle with his clothes. Good thing he knew Lu Jianxing's personality, otherwise he'd think it was inappropriate behavior. But the vehicle in the drawing looked more and more like a motorcycle. The background was done with pencil. Lu Jianxing spent effort smearing the sky until it became a foggy gray, the person on the bike tiny, with a red mole drawn beside the lower eyelid. Could this be him? Hoping I'll be happy. Shen Yexing carried this full of questions, nudging Lu Jianxing with his elbow. The latter shrank but refused to talk. He seemed always to be immersed in his own world, occasionally responding to others, giving off the impression that there was nothing wrong. But in fact, a certain door remained unopened. Each writing produced drawings of snakes at the bottom of the page, twisted into knots. After the essay, there was a multiple-choice test, which Lu Jianxing finished much faster than usual. Shen Yexing was watching him secretly and thought everything was fine. Suddenly, he heard Lu Jianxing start dictating answers, A. D. A. C. 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 This created a stir among the students, whispering amongst themselves, wow crap, the scholar is dictating answers dash. What kind of divine operation is this? Don't say anything, if you don't want to fail, just copy it. Tang Han paused his proctoring steps, raised his hand signaling the whole class to stop writing, tapped the lectern with his pointer stick, and indicated, everyone, stop writing. C. Lu Jianxing shouted another answer, smiling at Shen Yexing. D. He and Lu Jianxing looked at each other for a moment, smiled, and his side face under the sunlight of the classroom window was particularly three-dimensional. Lu Jianxing, are you not boiling water today but giving answers to benefit the masses? Ah. Lu Jianxing was choked by himself and stopped reading. Is the water boiled? Shen Yexing glanced at Tang Han, trying to have enough patience, lowering his voice to imitate the sound of boiling water that Lu Jianxing mimicked yesterday. Ah. It's boiled. The person being teased responded softly, boldly erasing all the answers with a pen, stood up under the whole class's gaze, and his lips moved for a long time without saying anything. Gu Kunchen helped in front. Teacher Han, Lu Jianxing wants to submit his test. You talk too much. Shen Yexing hit his head with a pen. Can't you let him say it himself? Gu Kunchen covered his head and cried out, hey. I was in a hurry. The incident of directly dictating answers in the exam made Lu Jianxing popular in the campus all afternoon. Many students from other classes specifically came to class 7 to take a look at Lu Jianqing. Most of them were quite curious about what students with autism were like and how they could still speak. After last fight, no one dared to gossip anymore. This time finally there was an excuse to check again. They pretended to pass by on their way to the restroom, but actually all eyes were glancing towards the back row of the classroom. Sheng Yexing was annoyed by the looks, glaring at anyone who dared to look, scaring some boys so bad that they quickly turned around and ran before even counting how many people there were. Hey! Which class are you from? Li Dingxi ran to peek outside. Don't make any noise. Li Dingxi. Can your class's teacher Han transfer Lu Jianqing to our class? We lack someone to dictate answers. 3 figures rushed through the corridor. Behind them followed several boys, shouting toward the back door of class 7, your little autistic student wasn't speaking before, right? Now he can speak. You try coming over to our class to snatch him. Li Dingxi flushed red and panting replied, fucker. Have your hand healed from when it was smashed by Lu Jianqing last time? Someone said, tell them to yell while Sheng Yexing isn't around. Li Dingxi. Sheng Yexing spoke up. What? Step back inside. Sheng Yexing's voice turned cold, come into the classroom. As soon as Li Dingxi stepped back into the classroom and stood beside the trash can, Sheng Yexing picked up the basketball from the chair and spun it in his hand before throwing it hard at the back door, bang, slamming it shut. Sit down, Sheng Yexing said, don't pay attention to them. It was truly annoying. Lu Jianqing could not only talk, but also buy jianbingguizi with egg, pork loin, and vegetables by himself, help teachers run errands in the office, go back to the dormitory alone without tripping, and sleep with the lights off hugging the wall without yelling afraid of darkness. My little autistic buddy can do so many things, don't think he's like you bastards. In the evening after school, since Sheng Yexing had to stay behind for basketball practice, he could only send Lu Jianqing to the school gate and carefully told him once more the route he needed to take. When leaving, the sky was about to turn dark. He watched Lu Jianqing walk a few steps away, then corrected, Lu Jianqing, don't walk on your tiptoes. Lu Jianqing nodded, suddenly leaning in and sniffed hard at his neck, satisfied after smelling a scent he liked, nodded again, turned around, and walked away. This smell gave him comfort and security, crucial for him. If he didn't smell it one day, it might become the root cause of Lu Jianqing's irritability and loud yelling. This smell also lingered in his mind, staring dazedly at the statue by the school gate for several minutes before looking down at his feet, starting to consider which foot should go first. This question made him think for another 10 minutes. He vaguely remembered Li Dingxi said he wouldn't return to the dormitory. Sheng Yexing also said he wouldn't be going back. Training so late tonight meant the dormitory would only have him left. This realization instinctively made Lu Jianqing resist returning, both hungry and cold, wanting to wait for Sheng Yexing by the school gate until his evening training ended. His eyes caught the bench surrounding the flower bed under the big tree, uncaring of the chill, he sat down directly. Parents picking up their kids after school were many, but now as dusk fell, most day students had been taken home already. Most of the people sitting by the flower beds were either passers-by taking a rest or parents waiting for their children undergoing special training. There was an empty seat next to Lu Jianqing, then beside there was a girl from his own class named Lu Ruotong, though he didn't recognize her, nor did he remember her. So cold. Lu Jianqing curled his hands closer to himself, staring blankly at the nearby stall selling in noodles, his stomach grumbling. Today, Sheng Yexing forgot to take him to buy food before leaving. Let it go. Lu Ruotong, who had been sitting quietly beside Lu Jianqing, suddenly pushed a middle-aged man who was coming to sit in the empty seat. Her normally clear voice turned into a scream, ah. Special students from No. 2 middle school of the city partially inherited mental illnesses from their parents, just like Sheng Yexing, so not all parents were necessarily mentally healthy. Ah. Lu Ruotong screamed again. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruotong exerted all her strength to push this middle-aged man away, tears rimming her eyes, and continuously shouting, someone is here. My friend is sitting here. The position clearly belonged to her good friend. Her good friend that only she knew about. You're crazy. There's no one here. Pushed around and not allowed to sit, the man lost his temper and stepped toward the vacant spot. I'll sit down regardless. In a near-psychotic state, Lu Ruotong screamed shrilly, holding onto the man's leg without letting go. The latter also went wild, lifting his leg to kick her, let go. Crazy woman. The surrounding crowd quickly scattered far away, showing great fear. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lu Ruotong shouted hoarsely. Suddenly her abdomen was kicked hard and she collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Enraged completely, the man broke free from the obstruction of several adults around him, and continued kicking at the girl lying on the ground mercilessly. How dare you kick a little girl? What kind of shameless person are you? A madam started calling for help. The situation was extremely alarming. Because only a few parents dared to help, almost 4 adults were grappling together. Among them, that man was raving madly as he stomped towards the vacant seat by the flower bed. You're crazy. Call the police quickly. Where's the school security? Call them now. Upon hearing the chaos around, Lu Jianqing covered his ears and struggled to stand up, nearly losing balance and being punched by that middle-aged man into leaning against the flower bed. It hurt badly. Lu Jianqing remained silent, then went to pick up an iron dustpan with a handle nearly a meter long from the trash can next to the school gate, shouldering it and returning. Who's crying? The piercing cries pierced through his eardrums painfully. He looked down and saw the girl lying on the ground sobbing uncontrollably. The next moment, his iron dustpan was swung over his shoulder, his lean body coiled like a young leopard ready to pounce. With all his muscular strength, he precisely hurled the heavy weapon with deadly accuracy. The iron dustpan landed directly on the back of that man. Not missing by even an inch. Lu Jianqing silently calculated the distance in his head. One more blow. After hearing several screams, someone suddenly shouted in the crowd, "He's bleeding. There's blood." Immediately others began yelling, "Murder." But I didn't. Lu Jianqing was a bit bewildered as he threw the bloody dustpan to the ground, completely forgetting about Lu Ruotong. Clutching the cuffs of his school uniform tightly, he pressed the bleeding man to the ground and raised his fist high, aiming for the man's skull. "Stop it." 4 or 5 campus security guards rushed out from within the school, first restraining Lu Jianqing who was about to deliver a ferocious punch. Quickly avoiding, Lu Jianqing squatted nearby, wiping his face, leaving his eyes smeared with crimson blood below his nose. Standing up again, he said nothing, his gaze cold and determined. An iron dustpan still hung in his hand. Finally, the school reported the incident, called the ambulance, and sent Lu Jianqing, Lu Ruotong, and the mentally ill uncle to the hospital for full-body examinations. Fortunately, except for the uncle, both children were unharmed. When the family of the uncle arrived at the hospital to claim him, they found that he indeed was a parent of one of the students with a history of mental illness. Lu Jianqing's hands trembled. Vaguely, he remembered that when Xing Yexing had an episode that night, his eyes looked exactly the same as this uncle when he had his episode, confused and crazed. Tang Han came rushing out from the teacher's apartment before even changing her pajamas, wearing only a thick down jacket outside, her hair disheveled and plastered against her face by the wind. During the inquiry, she went downstairs to buy 2 cups of warm coconut milk for the 2 children and fetched stools to sit in front of them, planning to properly counsel them. Considering the condition, Tang Han held Lu Ruotong's hand and softly asked, "Tong Tong, what drink does your friend want?" "The same as mine." Lu Ruotong whispered quietly too. "Okay." Tang Han smiled and bought another one. No matter how dull Lu Jianqing might be, he vaguely understood the symptoms of the girl beside him, feeling momentarily choked with emotion. Tang Han looked at the silent Lu Jianqing, took a warm water-soaked cotton tissue, and slowly wiped the dried blood off his face, sighing deeply. Fortunately, it was winter now, so the man who struck first was wearing thick clothing, otherwise, when Lu Jianqing swung that dustpan, the injuries would have been more than just superficial. The dried blood on his face was mostly cleaned off as Lu Jianqing nearly bruised his own thigh by gripping it too tightly. He intensely disliked this kind of touch from the teacher, hated the feeling of warm water wiping the blood off his face, and disliked the sensation of the cotton paper. He wanted to shout and scream but restrained himself entirely. He couldn't lose control now. He mustn't. After comforting the 2 students, Tang Han asked seriously, "Jianqing, why did you fight? Was it because the female classmate was bullied, right?" Lu Jianqing didn't nod but only said one word, "Pain." "What kind of pain?" "Her pain." Lu Jianqing spent 10 seconds arriving at this answer, paused for a moment, then continued, "And also, me." Tang Han sighed heavily and said, "That man had a mental illness. Perhaps he couldn't endure much punishment." Lu Jianqing could only manage to blurt out one word, finding it hard to continue. He fumbled through his bag and pulled out his phone. For half an hour afterward, he was in a daze. He hadn't heard or cared about what Lu Ruotong and Tang Han were talking about. A WeChat message had already popped up on his screen, Xing Yexing asking him where he was. There were also over a dozen missed calls. Lu Jianqing felt a bit wronged. He opened the notepad on his phone, spending 5 minutes typing out a line, and then slowly turned the phone around for Tang Han to read, asking how long it would take before he could return to the dormitory. Still a little while, Tang Han glanced at her watch, "Seasoned teacher will send you back later." "Sooner," Lu Jianqing said. Tang Han nodded, wanting to touch Lu Jianqing's face but worried she might startle him, so she only said, "Teacher understands." Lu Jianqing took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to Lu Ruotong, who had been trembling the entire time. He wanted to tell her, "Everyone's brain is different, so there's nothing special about you. And precisely because we are all different, our lives hold such significance." Chapter 28, The Umbrella. There was once someone unfamiliar with Xing Yexing who asked Li Dingxi why, after so many years of suffering from manic depression, the number of times Xing Yexing had a real episode could be counted on 2 hands. Li Dingxi replied, "Shit, buddy, do you think 10 times is too little? Active volcanoes erupt on chosen days." When Xing Yexing led a group of male school team members out of the school gate, it was already pitch dark. The time on his phone pointed to 9 at night. Despite this, the people gathered at the school gate were still buzzing with conversation and had not yet dispersed. Bloodstains covered the ground. Li Dingxi quickly sought information from passers-by and then realized one of the protagonists in this conflict was Lu Jianqing, the only autistic student at number 2 secondary school. The school gatekeepers had increased by 4 or 5, all standing with their hands behind them patrolling the entrance. Aunties from the cleaning squad had also arrived, holding mops to clean up the blood stains on the ground. Sheng Yexing likely hadn't taken enough medication today, and given the magnitude of the event's impact, combined with his own guilt for abandoning Lu Jianqing at the school gate while he went back to his dormitory, he emptied his basketball bag and pounded his fists on the ground in frustration. Shit! More blood appeared on the ground. Though Li Dingxi and the other big boys still overpowered Sheng Yexing's strength, they dragged him by his waist onto an adjacent empty patch of land. Some onlookers dispersed while others fled. Not a few pedestrians murmured, saying that students from No. 2 secondary school were more terrifying than the last and suggested detouring around here in the future. At 11:30 at night, Lu Jianqing and Lu Ruodong finished all the checks and records at the hospital and were sent back by Ji Chuan and Tang Han teachers. After Ji Chuan and Tang Han confirmed with Uncle Ming that all the students had returned, they did some psychological counseling with the two children before leaving. Despite Lu Jianqing seemingly not hearing any of it, he simply looked upward toward the 5th floor and suddenly said, "It's lit." "What's lit?" Ji Chuan felt a little lost. "The lights in their dorm are on." Tang Han smiled. Lu Jianqing misses his roommates. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jianqing turned to look at Tang Han and smiled faintly. His looks were good to the point where girls noticed him on his first day of transferring schools. Good enough so that even when he tried to hide his face behind books during class and refused to listen, there were still girls stealing glances at him while passing notes. Good to the extent that when his eyes were hollow and helpless, it made people unwilling to believe he was a boy forgotten by God. Lu Jianqing usually didn't smile much. His eyelids were always downcast, looking like he was perpetually drowsy and hard to approach, showing no interest in this world. Tang Han saw Lu Jianqing smile like this for the first time, and tears suddenly sprang to her eyes. She wiped them off, then fearing others might notice, she quickly looked up to suppress her tears. She tugged at Ji Chuan's sleeve and simply said it was getting late, advising the kids to rest early. After Lu Jianqing finished laughing, he remembered the fight earlier in the day, and his expression changed instantly. He hurriedly let out a few, aha, sounds and headed upstairs without looking back. Unlocking the door with the key was extremely troublesome. He needed to turn on his phone flashlight and crouch down to align it properly. Lu Jianqing was emotionally unstable today and fiddled with the lock for over 10 minutes without success. Ready to kick the door, he suddenly recalled the action of the man kicking the girl today and pulled back his foot. Would the door hurt? Oh, my foot would hurt too. He lifted his hand and tapped 3 times on the door, reflexively recalling what Sheng Yexing had taught him. 3 knocks mean, thank you, at No. 2 secondary. He softly followed along, thank you. Whoosh. As the door opened, Sheng Yexing stood beside the table with a dark expression, his collar disheveled. Still basking in his own thoughts, Lu Jianqing continued muttering, thank you. Stunned for a few seconds, Sheng Yexing responded, what did you say? Even opening a door warranted a thank you from the quiet one, wasn't that progress? Without responding, Lu Jianqing was just about to close the door and return to his bed when he was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder and pushed against the wall by Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianqing, show me. He had already slowed his actions as much as possible but knew he was still on the edge of anger, having certainly caused Lu Jianqing pain again. Glaring resentfully at his own hand, Sheng Yexing gripped Lu Jianqing's chin and his voice became rougher, are you injured? It seemed he was angry. Realizing the problem slowly, Lu Jianqing did not answer Sheng Yexing's question but found being held painful, struggling to dodge. For every step Lu Jianqing retreated, Sheng Yexing moved forward a step until finally Lu Jianqing took off his shoes, opened the wardrobe door, and stuffed himself entirely inside. Sheng Yexing's eyes were red with bloodshot veins and now ached so much that he felt on the brink of collapse. Grasping tightly onto the wardrobe handles which were squeezed shut by Lu Jianqing, he angrily shouted, speak. Raising his hand in pure agitation, he slammed several hard hits on the wardrobe doors, shouting loudly, Lu Jianqing. Knock knock knock. Sheng Yexing unconsciously knocked on the wardrobe door again. He didn't even notice how many times he had hit it. After a while, a cautious and low voice came from inside the wardrobe, you're welcome. Sheng Yexing. They stood off for a few minutes before Sheng Yexing angrily grabbed a compass from a penholder on Li Dingxi's desk and entered the dormitory bathroom alone. Half an hour later, Lu Jianqing finally emerged from the wardrobe. Scared, he wrapped himself in a bath towel and desperately smelled the lingering perfume inside the wardrobe, trying to regain some sense of security. It wasn't that he was afraid of Sheng Yexing. He wasn't sure what had come over him either, he just suddenly wanted to be in a dark, confined space. When he calmed down, he realized that Sheng Yexing was gone. Not on the bed, not on the chair, had he gone out to stay somewhere else? This thought made Lu Jianqing both upset and frightened. He paced around for a few minutes before hearing movement in the toilet, like the shower head being turned on. The lights in the dormitory were off. Feeling his way around by the bed ladder, then the edge of the table, and holding onto the wall, Lu Jianqing walked to the bathroom door and tried to turn the handle, only to find it locked. He took a step back and kicked the wooden door, easily breaking its already weak lock. Inside, Sheng Yexing was crouched down in the corner of the bathroom washing his arms. His arms were sturdy and muscular, you could see the curves under his school uniform sleeves even when they were concealed. Now, rolled up and exposed to the air, his arm bore long, thin wounds inflicted by the compass point, which was half embedded in the muscle. The wound was seeping blood, forming a small pool of pale red liquid mixing with water on the ground that was flowing into the toilet hole. Lu Jianqing couldn't see how many there were. He knelt down, grabbing Shen Yexing's bloody arm and wiped away the blood with his fingertips. He suddenly understood part of the meaning of this school's existence. Self-harm was something Lu Jianqing wasn't unfamiliar with. During the years when he first became aware as a teenager but still hadn't found a way to release his emotions, the skin on his thighs had never been intact. He almost self-abused by standing daily on the balcony at home, listening to the sharp winds amplified countless times in his ears. Shen Yexing was having an episode, needing to vent. He needed to smash his fists against the wall, needed to hurt others to stimulate his nerves, needed the satisfaction of heavy objects hitting the ground to unleash his impulsive desires. Get out, Shen Yexing glanced at Lu Jianqing and pulled the compass out. I'll hold on for a little longer. Lu Jianqing didn't move. I said get out, his voice was hoarse and frightening. Did you forget what happened last time? No. Lu Jianqing moved closer to Shen Yexing, and the water from the shower head drenched his hair and clothes completely. Shen Yexing did not push him away. Instead, he remained silent, using his bloodied hand to touch the other's face. Watching Lu Jianqing struggle to keep his eyes open in the downpour, he tried to wipe them clean. However, the more he cleaned, the more red stains appeared, sticking Lu Jianqing's abnormally long lashes to his eyelids. A smell of iron filled the air. Lu Jianqing, eyes cast downward, let Shen Yexing scrub his blurred face with messy, nearly violent movements. His nose tingled, his vision grew increasingly blurry. Some liquid started flowing from his eyes, similar to the feeling he had as a child when he used to be isolated outside the children's circle. Back then, Lu Jianqing didn't quite understand the meaning of tears. Shen Yexing did not get up to turn off the shower head, neither did Lu Jianqing. Let's sleep, Lu Jianqing gestured, I'll switch it on. Switch what on? Heat. Lu Jianqing pointed to his back. I'm not cold. Electric blanket? Shen Yexing asked. Lu Jianqing nodded, MHM. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing stared at him for a while, his Adam's apple moving as he spoke, are you really going to sleep with me? The other did not deny it. Do you know what it means for two grown men to sleep together? Shen Yexing suddenly chuckled. 15. Lu Jianqing said. Shen Yexing sighed, you're 17. Lu Jianqing looked up at him, bright-eyed, without nodding or shaking his head. He got up instead, caught by the dripping showerhead, and turned the switch back on. Splash splash, they were soaked once again. It's raining, it's raining. Lu Jianqing pointed at the showerhead, raising his hands above his head, palms open, and touched his index fingers together to form a shielding gesture, umbrella. Looking at himself all wet, and then seeing Shen Yexing splattered with water, Lu Jianqing placed his umbrella-shaped gesture over Shen Yexing's head. Shen Yexing suddenly wrapped his arms around his waist and pulled him closer. Taken by surprise, Lu Jianqing's hand landed on Shen Yexing's neck, and he began to cough from being splashed with water. Lu Jianqing. Shen Yexing called out softly. Being embraced at the waist and spoken to so closely, Lu Jianqing felt a little puzzled. Shen Yexing hugged him tightly with all his strength, whispering, Lu Jianqing, do you even know what this is called? At this moment, it seemed as though the only sounds in the bathroom were the gushing water from the showerhead and the heartbeats of the two people. Lu Jianqing didn't take too long to think. To shelter from the rain, he said. The rain was heavy, and it hurt when it hit the body. Getting soaked would lead to a cold, of course they needed to shelter from it together. Or, does the rain only hurt when it hits me? After turning off the water, Shen Yexing carried Lu Jianqing out of the bathroom and sat him on a stool, then fetched a towel and a hairdryer, spending almost an hour getting everything sorted. When Shen Yexing went to take a shower, Lu Jianqing finished brushing his teeth and sneaked into bed. He turned on the electric blanket, setting it to its highest heat, and waited patiently for the other person. Shen Yexing nearly got scorched when he climbed into bed, quickly shutting off the power to the electric blanket and asking Lu Jianqing, don't you feel really hot? It's hot, Lu Jianqing was sweating, I have a temperature difference. Temperature difference? Shen Yexing recalled something he had read about Lu Jianqing having an impaired sense of temperature, which made his heart ache, so you're worried I'll get cold. Lu Jianqing's ears grew warm, and he stubbornly replied, not at all. Actually, he wanted to say yes, but for some reason, he also wanted to deny it, unwilling to admit. Whenever Shen Yexing slept close to Lu Jianqing, he corrected Lu Jianqing's habit of sleeping with his back pressed against the wall. Shen Yexing simply stretched out an arm to pull him over, saying that he preferred hugging a human wall because real walls were too cold. Why did he always push up against them? Being held like this, Lu Jianqing suddenly felt something was amiss. Not understanding if Shen Yexing was teasing him or not, his hand moved along his own lower back until it stopped abruptly. Shen Yexing heard him exhale deeply through his nose, his heart pounding like a drum. He hadn't expected Lu Jianqing to touch him so freely. Then hearing Lu Jianqing laugh lightly, he assumed that the other had somehow realized his intentions and was going to say something suggestive, perhaps making remarks like, not bad in size, pervert, or, you're hurting me, that could stir one's imagination. Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing called his name. His voice was hoarse, his tone unusually urgent, as if he had to say something immediately. Shen Yexing started panting slightly, responding with a throaty, Lu Jianqing fell silent for a moment. He suddenly blurted out, I. Just take your time. Shen Yexing tilted his head towards Lu Jianqing's neck, breathing in, then exhaling. Lu Jianqing suddenly raised his voice, I do, too. Sheng Yexing. I already know you do. Fine, go to sleep now. Chapter 29, like. Sheng Yexing had a strong body, and the next day he neither coughed nor ran a fever. He woke up just as he fell asleep, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Lu Jianqing's warm and soft neck. His pajamas were light gray, making Lu Jianqing's skin look even whiter. Lu Jianqing, who had woken up late for the first time, was especially energetic, getting up with a limp but dressing himself in clothes, pants, and shoes. For the first time, he stood by the door waiting for Sheng Yexing to finish smoking his morning cigarette. The window was left open last night, causing an urgent rain at dawn, and the scarf that was drying on top of the window got wet from the rain. Sheng Yexing walked against the light into the bedroom after finishing his cigarette, feeling a chill run through him as a drop of water hit his head. He shook his head, bit down on the filter tip, and let out a sharp tsk, using his right hand to flick off the droplets from his black, spiky hair. As he slightly turned his body, sunlight peeked into the room from behind Sheng Yexing, shining brightly on his school uniform, even illuminating the lines from his neck to his shoulder. Lu Jianqing felt as if his heart had skipped a beat, seeing the morning light explode like fireworks in his mind, and only 2 words filled his thoughts. Good looking. While thinking this, he grabbed a baseball cap from behind the door and put it on to prevent the wind from messing up his hair. He would feel anxious and restless otherwise. He pulled out a piece of paper to dry his hair, crumpled the tissue, and threw it away before looking at Lu Jianqing. Put your shoes on, let's go. Okay. Lu Jianqing replied. Sheng Yexing noticed that Lu Jianqing was wearing socks but not his shoes while choosing them. Why aren't you wearing them? He asked. Lu Jianqing didn't answer, only staring at the other person's hands. Sheng Yexing thought Lu Jianqing didn't want to tie his shoelaces, so he hurriedly picked up a pair of black basketball shoes to prepare to tie them after putting them on himself. But just as he moved his fingers, Lu Jianqing quickly pulled out pure white running shoes from his shoe cabinet and stepped into them. What did this mean? Pretending not to notice, Sheng Yexing finished putting on his own shoes, then stuck his hands in his pockets and tilted his chin toward Lu Jianqing. Do you think black and white go well together? Lu Jianqing replied honestly. Very. So what do you think, about me and you? Sheng Yexing stifled a laugh, do we go well together? The two of them stood face to face in the dormitory, both wearing blue school uniforms, with one inner layer white and the other black. Even without a mirror by the bed, Sheng Yexing could vividly imagine how well-suited Lu Jianqing looked standing next to him. He had pondered this before, whether the sudden appearance of another impulsive, introverted young boy during his crucial 18th year of adolescence was heaven-sent torture or repeated torment. After being caught in the rain last night, he discovered it was a gift. A gift wrapped in multiple layers of wrapping paper, fragile yet precious. Lu Jianqing took nearly 5 minutes to think before responding quietly, not bad. It really wasn't bad. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yexing felt he didn't need breakfast anymore. One sentence made him full. Just before leaving, Sheng Yexing dug out a moisturizer given by Shin Kaizai at the start of winter from the bottom of his suitcase. After tearing open the packaging, he rubbed some into his palms and beckoned Lu Jianqing over. Skin tends to dry out in winter. I'll apply something for you. Lu Jianqing leaned closer and nodded. Your skin is so good, like a girl's. You should take good care of it. Finishing the statement, Sheng Yexing cupped Lu Jianqing's face in both his palms and gently patted twice. I've applied it for you, now rub it yourself. What? So sticky. Lu Jianqing showed an expression of distaste, wiping it off his left cheek and smearing it onto Sheng Yexing's neck. Sheng Yexing couldn't dodge in time and helplessly used his hand to spread the lotion while asking, is it the smell you can't tolerate? Lu Jianqing didn't move, swayed slightly, glanced toward the window incomprehensibly, then shook his head. How about shower gel? Lu Jianqing again shook his head. What about me? Sheng Yexing moved closer. If I come closer, is that okay? Nice. Today, the little recluse wore a red mole near his eye. That bright red mole hung at the corner of his eye, fresh as if ink hadn't dried yet, gleaming brilliantly. With his sensitive sense of smell, Lu Jianqing captured a waft of soap scent, remembering that it was a fragrance he had secretly smelled in the bathroom when he was a child. At the age of 6, there was a time when he liked to play with soap, cutting a bar into slices with a ruler and arranging them neatly in a soap box. During one bath, he threw all the soap pieces into the tub and sprinkled water everywhere, shouting, like. Lu Jianqing tiptoed, taking a deep breath, enjoying Sheng Yexing's uninhibited approach. He lowered his eyes to the nameplate on Sheng Yexing's chest, suppressing a smile at the corner of his lips before tracing up along the outline to the other's prominent Adam's apple with his gaze. The Adam's apple moved up and down once. Lu Jianqing stepped forward a little more, causing it to move again. He raised his hand and lightly touched it with his fingertips, pressing his palm against Sheng Yexing's Adam's apple before slightly curling his fingers, cradling Sheng Yexing's jaw. Too close. Sheng Yexing felt Lu Jianqing's breath, instinctively turning his head to look away, struggling to conceal his obvious nervousness. He heard Lu Jianqing say loudly. It smells good, I like it. Sheng Yexing felt that he didn't need lunch either. 2 sentences, sweet enough to last a whole day. As the new year approached, the city in December grew increasingly damp and cold. The bare branches on both sides of the street swayed desolately, and the newly repainted white walls outside the school gate emitted an acrid odor. Street vendors were rare to be seen except during peak hours. With fewer vendors around, stray cats and dogs wandered aimlessly in the streets, unable to find food. Since the iron bucket incident happened at the school gate, Shen Yexing no longer dared to leave Lu Jianqing alone there while heading off by himself. Having woken up late in the morning, the bell for class had already rung once, making Lu Jianqing feel increasingly restless for not arriving on time. All along the way, a stray puppy followed them, barking incessantly, which made him even more annoyed. Turning back, he tapped his toes on the ground and whistled at the puppy, telling it not to follow its brother, Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing couldn't help but laugh, speaking for once in a full sentence. "If we're late, will you still remember my name?" "Sure." Shen Yexing feigned nonchalance as he reached into his pocket, only to realize, "Shit, I forgot my stamp." Lu Jianqing let out another stifled laugh. After buying breakfast, Shen Yexing walked across the road with Lu Jianqing, who carried 2 cups of soy milk. He glanced down casually at Lu Jianqing's long, pale fingers exposed beyond the cuffs of his school uniform sleeves. He wanted to hold his hand. Winter, December, year-end, reunion. It should have been a time for family gatherings and warm home fires. This was also one of the busiest times of the year for many. Trucks from suburban areas transporting goods into the city were becoming more frequent, but heavy-duty trucks were banned from entering urban areas. Thus, the intersection near the school became a necessary route for cargo transport. It was common for large trucks to rumble past, kicking up clouds of dust tens of meters high and choking students coming and going to school. Some students with weaker constitutions were explicitly ordered by their parents to wear masks at all times. Many of their classmates attended school daily and were heavily wrapped in protective gear. If it weren't for Shen Yexing looking twice, he might have thought Li Dingxi wore a gas mask to class. Midway through the second period, an event involving finding a chicken in the classroom was leaked by some unknown teacher in the office. The principal came for inspection, specifically demanding Lu Jianqing write a self-criticism essay, which would then be posted on the school bulletin board. "All right." Lu Jianqing readily agreed, sticking his hand into the drawer to search for paper. By the end of the class, Lu Jianqing leaned on the railing downstairs, tore off the adhesive strip, and stuck an A4 blank sheet onto the bulletin board. Once done, he pulled out a pen and wrote 3 big words. "I'm sorry." During the first period break, most students were sleeping. Few people were moving about in the campus. Gu Kunshan got stuck in traffic on the way to school. As soon as he entered the campus, he saw a familiar reclusive face striding coldly upstairs clutching something, making him think Lu Jianqing carried a knife. He rushed over in several strides with his school bag slung over his shoulder, shouting anxiously, "Brother Lu." "Lu Jianqing, ? Gu Kunshan, don't lose your cool now, did the boss just abandon you and come to class on his own again?" Lu Jianqing pointed to the bulletin board. Self-criticism. Self-criticism. Familiar and enjoyable self-criticism. Relieved, Gu Kunshan let go of Lu Jianqing, slinging his bag over his shoulder and quickly running over to the bulletin board to take a peek, bursting into laughter uncontrollably after a quick scan. Knowing that Lu Jianqing walked slowly, he took a shortcut around the boys' restroom and rushed up the teaching building steps, preparing to report back to Shen Yexing once he entered class 7. Unfortunately, Shen Yexing was asleep. The boss was catching up on sleep, so even the sound of moving chairs had to be kept quiet. There was no way he could mention Lu Jianqing being on the bulletin board, leaving him nothing to do but wait patiently for Shen Yexing to wake up naturally at the front desk. Another class passed, and news of Lu Jianqing directly sticking the 3 bold characters, "I'm sorry," on the school announcement board spread throughout the grade group. The furious director stormed in, banging doors and tables in criticism, ultimately softening his tone and demanding Lu Jianqing rewrite the document. Upon waking up, Shen Yexing heard about this matter and nearly died laughing. He pinched Lu Jianqing's thigh under the desk and chuckled, saying, "You can't write it like this. Add more words." Lu Jianqing's leg trembled from being pinched. He pulled another sheet of paper out of the drawer, picked up a pen, and walked downstairs, posting another notice on the bulletin board, "It's wrong to raise chickens." Now the whole school knew that Lu Jianqing from class 7, grade 2, had raised a chicken. The consequence of the second mistake was that Shen Yexing and Gu Kunshan accompanied Lu Jianqing by the bulletin board to complete the remaining 300 words of his self-criticism. Lu Jianqing wasn't dumb, he directly searched for self-criticism on Baidu. He adjusted a ready-made template about pet raising, feeling sore in his hands and legs and uncomfortable in his eyes many times. Gu Kunshan even ran back to the classroom to fetch him some eye drops. Gu Kunshan drank soda while giving him a thumbs up beside him. "Bro Lu, you're really fierce. My boss and I have written no less than 1,000 or 800 self-criticisms, but I've never seen anyone as direct as you." "Oh." After replying, Lu Jianqing felt it was too cold, so he added another, "Oh." "Don't just say, oh." "Right," Shen Yexing said. Gu Kunshan wouldn't stop talking, "Seriously cool, bro Lu. I, Little Whirlwind from East Gate, am thoroughly impressed." "Is it deep enough?" Shen Yexing asked with a sidelong glance. "Deep, very deep." Gu Kunshan shut up after that. As Lu Jianqing was copying down seriously, he suddenly shoved his phone at Xing Yexing. Take it. Finished. I've memorized it. After saying that, Lu Jianqing continued to write from memory. Xing Yexing. Gu Kunchen. Seeing that Lu Jianqing was writing without any obstacles, Xing Yexing finally looked at Lu Jianqing's phone. On the introverted boy's still bright screen, the interface stayed on Baidu. Instinctively, Xing Yexing pressed the search bar and several previous searches popped up. Roommate. Attractive roommate. Roommate has mania. Cute classmate. Classmate has mania. Xing Yexing couldn't help himself again. Aren't they all the same? Why search twice? And why bother asking Baidu when you could ask me? Does it mean little recluse is curious about me? He pressed the roommate with mania option, and the first search result was a suggestion from Baidu Jidao, just stay away from your roommate. Xing Yexing. It made sense. Once the self-criticism was finished, there was a new improved physical education class. Due to the wide gap in the last exam scores, Tang Han discussed with the grade office to increase pair activities. The first lesson was learning to spin in place. Partners were required to extend their arms flat at their sides and then lift them over their heads before spinning together. Every circle needed both partners to touch each other's hands. Some groups in the class needed to swap members due to excessive height differences, and unwillingness to change led to students crying when prompted by the teacher. During this period, Lu Jianqing stood in the corner of the classroom, slowly following Xing Yexing's instructions, only feeling how noisy the indoor atmosphere was. He stared at the cracks in the floor tiles, instinctively moving his feet closer to them until he unconsciously started walking along the lines. Xing Yexing held onto his arm, wanting to tell him not to practice poorly but knowing it couldn't be forced. She gently persuaded, Lu Jianqing, let's just finish the current task, okay? Let's start directly, Lu Jianqing said, I can do it. He spun around a few times on his tiptoes, gradually finding his balance, reaching out to pull Xing Yexing, we can start now. Are you sure? The teacher will spot check later. You can practice more. Xing Yexing stood straight next to him. Lu Jianqing knew Xing Yexing needed to go for basketball team training and didn't want to trouble her, so he said, we'll finish early and leave early. Younger lovers, Xing Yexing laughed, all right. The duo performed quite well, completing 10 rounds where Lu Jianqing was already drenched in sweat. Xing Yexing rolled up her sleeves to call the teacher over for inspection when Lu Jianqing noticed the scratches on her arms, reminding himself to record this in his grudge diary. He grabbed a pen and copied down in the episode count section, adding another moon logo. This time he also included a note, self-harm. Xing Yexing. Does it hurt? Lu Jianqing asked irrelevant questions, suggesting going to the infirmary to get medicine one moment, then saying Xing Yexing probably wouldn't feel pain the next. Finally, laughing uncontrollably, he pointed at her wound and lost control of his voice, it hurts. It must hurt a lot. His strange mix of laughter and questioning made Xing Yexing frown silently, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. Gu Kunchen and Lin Ting's group was right next to them, so Gu Kunchen naturally saw Xing Yexing's wound too. He didn't need to think hard to know what happened. Self-harm, right? According to Li Dingxi, back in freshman year, Xing Yexing would smash walls and bang doors in the dorm every day. Now, looking at her tightly clenched fists, they were covered in wounds, as if she had been cut with a knife in some street fight. Lu Jianqing kept laughing, his eyes crinkling into crescents, pricking pain into Xing Yexing's eyes. She shook off Lu Jianqing's hand, leaning weakly against the wall, asking one last question, what are you happy about? Lu Jianqing exaggeratedly poked his chest with his finger, his usually cold, expressionless face flushing red. His lips curved slightly as he said with joy, you. Gu Kunchen felt Xing Yexing's annoyance growing, so he quickly pulled Lin Ting behind him to avoid any accidental harm. Lin Ting adjusted his earplugs, then pulled Lu Jianqing to the desk, drawing out a sheet of white paper. With watercolor markers, Lin Ting wrote pain on one end of the paper and excitement on the other. Lin Ting softened his tone as much as possible and asked, Lu Jianqing, how do you feel now? Lu Jianqing was still smiling until he heard Lin Ting call his name. He immediately became quiet and looked at the paper. He was a little confused. Gu Kunchen grabbed the arm Xing Yexing had pulled up her sleeve and placed her wrist in the middle of the white paper. He stressed the question again, Lu Jianqing, how do you feel now? Are you happy or sad? Your senior is so nice to you, and you. Lu Jianqing clenched his fist and slammed it down on the word pain. It hurt, like being choked. As if someone had torn his heart apart with their hands. He carefully took hold of Xing Yexing's arm, gently pulling down her school uniform sleeve to cover her wrist completely. After making sure the injury was hidden, Lu Jianqing pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of Xing Yexing's arm, whispering quietly, like this. What he needed to remember was this, an arm without visible wounds. Xing Yexing's arm. When Lu Jianqing flipped through his photo album, Xing Yexing noticed there were many similar photos inside. Driven by curiosity, Xing Yexing held out her hand and said to Lu Jianqing, let me check your phone. Lu Jianqing sensed the anger that had just flared within her earlier but still nodded and handed over his phone. Xing Yexing only then realized that the photo in question was of herself taken with a motorcycle, once posted on her social media circle. In the picture, she stood broad-shouldered and long-legged, leaning half sideways against the seat cushion of a Hunter motorbike, her hair slicked back with styling product. Her face was turned slightly to the side, forming sharp angles with her high nose bridge and jawline. She was biting on a freshly lit cigarette while wearing gloves with a smirk on her face. Sheng Yexing was somewhat startled as she backed out of the photo page to review the album from beginning to end, scrolling through it quickly, then checking the total number of photos, 1335. Yet there weren't that many other pictures on Lu Jianqing's phone. She pulled Lu Jianqing over to the edge of the classroom curtain, lowering her voice and asking, "Why did you save this photo more than 1,000 times?" "Because I wanted to," Lu Jianqing replied without feeling anything was odd. "Why so many?" Sheng Yexing's breathing almost became unsteady. Lu Jianqing answered, "Copied them row by row." Sheng Yexing continued to ask persistently, "How long did you copy for?" 1 hour. That night, Sheng Yexing stood on the balcony of the dormitory for nearly half an hour, smoking 5 cigarettes one after another. Lu Jianqing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep easily. The first reason was because Sheng Yexing wasn't beside him, the second was because he was extremely sensitive to noises late at night. The sound of a lighter was enough to wake him multiple times. After rolling around for half an hour, Lu Jianqing gripped the blanket corner and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that Sheng Yexing used an emoji app to add a light yellow star to her originally all-black WeChat profile picture. Chapter 30, A Visit. The end of the month came quickly. Ever since Sheng Yexing realized that something was off with his thoughts, he began frequently leaving the dormitory at night. He never said where he went, all anyone knew was that after the lights were turned off at 11 p.m., he would slip out wearing a coat and return only in the early morning, having been out all night. One day, he ran into Li Dingxi as the latter was getting up to take a shower. They exchanged a glance in silence for some time before Li Dingxi finally broke it with a question, "Big brother, you went out again last night? It's freezing outside. Why stay out there when it's warm and convenient in the dorm?" "Just wandering around," Sheng Yexing replied as he unbuttoned the collar of his parka. "If I were you, you really shouldn't go speeding around on those bikes, what's the point? Those are all older people out there, from society. Who knows what they carry on the back of their motorcycles, blade or steel pipes? One day if something happens to you, then." Sheng Yexing chuckled at this. As he started taking off his clothes, he asked, "What about me?" Li Dingxi rubbed his hands together earnestly. "If you give us a call, we'd still need time to rush from 3rd Ring Road. Just stay around school and do things within reach, don't wander alone. School roads? Might as well ride my bike. The bike's environmentally friendly too. Not fast enough for me to run. What exactly do you seek?" "Excitement." After Li Dingxi finished asking, Sheng Yexing almost blurted out, "To die." However, he stopped himself just in time, taking a deep breath instead. It was funny, he didn't seem so eager to die lately. Previously, Sheng Yexing had always felt that death was something very close to him. Perhaps it would be a car accident, or an encounter involving weapons. Even worse, maybe some drug side effect. But now, when thinking about experiencing death, he felt that life was becoming interesting in its own right. With that thought, he took off his leather gloves and hung them on the hook in the wardrobe. Then, he glanced toward Lu Jianqing's bed. Lu was asleep but suddenly rolled over. His sleep appeared restless. "I'm looking for stimulation," Sheng Yexing stated. After speaking, he took off his boots and stepped onto the bunk ladder, grabbed the railing, and stood upright. He peered over at Lu Jianqing's bed once more. Confirming that Lu wasn't kicking the blanket, he pulled aside one corner of the curtains to let in some light. He called out to Li Dingxi to come get breakfast. "How was Lu Jianqing last night?" he inquired. "Still sleeping against the wall. No matter how much we try to convince him, nothing works. Oh, and he insists on pinching his ears while sleeping. I told him to stop or he'd catch a cold, he yesed me a few times. And yet, the moment I turned around and fell asleep, he was back at it." Li Dingxi laughed briefly. "But last night, he made me a cup of juice to drink." Sheng Yexing sneered slightly. "Stop bragging. He made me some too, last night when I hadn't left yet, I know." "Oh wow, that's news, needs documenting." "He made me one too," Sheng Yexing emphasized. "Not just for you." Li Dingxi hurriedly took a sip of water. "Big brother, my cup was a bit cold. How about yours?" Sheng Yexing lowered his voice to its lowest. "A bit hot." Li Dingxi. At this, the person lying on the opposite bed, Lu Jianqing, flipped over again, giving Li Dingxi quite a fright. Quickly stuffing most of a bread roll into his mouth and picking out some ham to eat, Li Dingxi drank some milk and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Saying he needed to head downstairs to help Aunt Zhang retrieve the new daily newspaper from the kiosk outside campus to make up for some earlier misdeeds, he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Afterward, Sheng Yexing grabbed a towel to dry his hair and got down to his underwear under a thin t-shirt. Feeling that the person on the opposite bed was tossing and turning again, he climbed up the bunk ladder to check. Sure enough, Lu Jianqing had stretched out a leg. Little recluse sleeps without pants. Touching Lu Jianqing's leg, Sheng Yexing found it icy cold. Checking his watch, Sheng Yexing decided that the little recluse could sleep half an hour longer, and he would wake him up afterward. He gently pulled the quilt over Lu Jianqing's legs. Lu Jianqing silently opened his eyes, burying his face in a soft pillow. He clutched the sheet tightly and began reminiscing about the feeling of being held by Xing Yexing that day. That burning sensation covering his entire back. That sensation of mutual protection. That day, when he hugged me so tightly, did he hear my heartbeat? He thought indistinctly, pulling the quilt to the front with his hand, exposing his entire back to the cold air. Xing Yexing was stunned by the sight of the beautiful spine laid bare before him when Lu Jianqing rolled over and half lay down to sleep. He was still in a daze. He rested his palm on his abdomen, counting the abs. 1, 2, 3. 5. He grabbed something hard that seemed like someone's hand. Xing Yexing lay down following Lu Jianqing's movement and blocked the wall from him, pinching Lu Jianqing's ear, finding it amusing. It was the first time he had seen someone who wanted to pinch their ears while sleeping. A streak of morning light already slanted through a corner of the curtain. Lu Jianqing, it's only 6:30, Xing Yexing wrapped his arms around him from behind, whispering close to his ear, go back to sleep, would you? When one is most tired in the morning and hears those 4 words, sleep for a little longer, Lu Jianqing's brain turned into mush, so he could only nod and softly respond, The day before Christmas Eve, Lu Jianqing's parents arrived from the neighboring province. Their car reached not during class time, nor did they notify the teacher beforehand. They said they happened to be passing by the city and thought of coming to visit. Lu Jianqing was highly uncomfortable with unexpected changes in a fixed schedule. He stood at the school gate, holding on to Xing Yexing, unsure whether to stop or continue walking. It was exactly the dismissal time at the school gate, where parents and students were bustling everywhere, and even the cries of street vendors were subdued. The Lu's car was parked by the roadside, and Lu's mother stood helplessly beside the flower bed at the school gate, calling out quietly, Xing Xing. At the moment this appellation left her lips, Lu Jianqing took a step backward. Since his primary perception was never about people, he always felt abrupt about greetings and communication. Aside from the messy crowd and fluent conversations, Lu Jianqing first noticed the dust kicked up by speeding cars on the road, the hazy sky above, and the nearly untied shoelaces of Xing Yexing. Without responding to his mother, he kicked Xing Yexing's heel with his foot instead. Afterward, he started feeling restless as his plan to return to the dormitory was interrupted. After 5 minutes, the Lu's parents rushed over, pulling Lu Jianqing into the school security room to avoid the fierce cold wind. They unilaterally chatted about the things that had happened in the family within the 2 months since Lu Jianqing had left home. Lu Jianqing just stared blankly, his eyes fixed on Xing Yexing waiting in the security room. His back looked dark. His hair was very short, and it would be prickly if touched. His ears were frozen red, but he didn't pinch them when he slept. His neck looked good. His neck tilted slightly, what was he looking at? Broad shoulders would be comfortable to lean on, it could block all of him. Son. Lu's father called, interrupting his wandering thoughts. Lu Jianqing snapped back into focus, turning his head to look at his parents, Then he saw his mother's tear-filled eyes. I'm sorry, now that you can respond to us so quickly, Mom is happy. The middle-aged woman hastily wiped her tears with a tissue and reached out to grab Lu Jianqing's hand. Can you stay at a hotel with your parents tonight? Your brother drew a new picture, and he asked Dad and Mom to send it to you. Lu Jianqing shook his head. He couldn't tolerate any more changes to his already altered life, not even the slightest interlude would make him feel at ease. Seeing his mother made him feel suffocated, as though his throat was being squeezed shut by fate. He vividly remembered how, when he was 7 or 8, for almost half a year, he kept bumping his head against the wooden floor at home until he went downstairs to the clinic for treatment. His mother, who had endured years of grievance, finally broke down, repeatedly asking the doctor if she wasn't supposed to bear children. Why had she given birth to a child like this? In truth, Lu Jianqing didn't blame his parents for anything, but was instead troubled by his own peculiarities. Now that he was older and a bit wiser, Lu Jianqing became increasingly independent and gradually understood the idea that each person is an individual. Lu Jianqing adopted the strategy of refusing to answer any questions, which the parents also understood, yet their disappointed expressions caused deep wounds in Lu Jianqing. Every person who spoke to him inadvertently revealed this emotion. Except Xing Yexing. After leaving the security room, the Lu's parents invited Xing Yexing and Lu Jianqing to ride their car back to the dormitory. Lu's mother felt Xing Yexing wasn't a good boy, but since her son had finally made friends, she momentarily didn't know what attitude she should adopt towards Xing Yexing. Do you want to get in the car? Xing Yexing asked patiently, turning his head when he noticed Lu Jianqing hesitating to get in. Tell me if you want to or not. If not, we can just walk back. Lu Jianqing remained silent and instead cracked open a can of milk his parents had brought and handed it to Xing Yexing. In the end, Lu Jianqing still didn't get in the car. He walked with Xing Yexing along the street while his parents followed quietly from behind in their vehicle. Extremely sensitive to sounds, Lu Jianqing knew they were there. He turned around, his eyes filled with unspeakable melancholy. Now, it was twice a month, later, it might be unknown how long before the next time. Despite all this, he still felt gratitude towards his parents. His parents always hoped that he would make more friends but never once asked him whether he wanted to make friends or if he was willing to. Making friends for him was undoubtedly difficult. The majority of people failed to understand why even saying a simple, hello, was a struggle for him. Wasn't this something that could be solved by just opening one's mouth? Their car followed them all the way to the dormitory building. The Lu's parents unloaded the quilt and food they brought, planning to carry everything up to the dorm room themselves. Sheng Yexing neatly organized the items, saying that they would be fine left there, and promised that he and Lu Jianqing would take care of moving them upstairs later. As the parents prepared to leave, they stood facing their sons under the dormitory building, neither party taking the first step. Sheng Yexing saw what they awaited in their gazes. Say something, Sheng Yexing pinched Lu Jianqing's ear. For someone as reserved as Lu Jianqing, ears worked like switches, pinch them and out comes a response, easy and effective. Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Goodbye. Sheng Yexing shouted loudly, exhaling white vapor into the cold air. Lu Jianqing glanced at him sideways, echoing clearly, goodbye. Carrying the food and quilt upstairs, Lu Jianqing stayed quiet all the way, his brows furrowed tightly. With every breath, he grunted, leaning against the railing in the hallway to wipe sweat. The load carried by both of them weighed about the same, yet Sheng Yexing seemed much less burdened. To Lu Jianqing's surprise, Sheng Yexing was very patient, waiting silently on each floor. Sheng Yexing observed the resisting expression throughout the trip and tried to ask, why don't you like talking to uncle and aunt? They keep asking about my autism. Walking upright, Lu Jianqing let out a shout that lit up the hallway light, seriously saying, they always ask me about my autism. Sheng Yexing laughed, but it's nothing major, it's just an illness. I dislike it, Lu Jianqing said simply, I dislike it. Their conversations proceeded slowly, finishing just as they reached the 5th floor. Sheng Yexing pulled out the key to open the dormitory door and looked back, saying, you dislike others mentioning it. Lu Jianqing nodded and then went to the balcony inside the dormitory, twisting the faucet to release water. Closing his eyes, he listened to the sound of splash splash. The sadness in his heart seemed like this flow of water, constantly bursting forth only to fall into invisible deep pipes. After letting it run for a moment, he tilted his head up and smiled toward Sheng Yexing. The sound of water frightened him but also calmed him. If anyone ever asked again, he could respond like this. Chapter 31, Christmas. The day before Christmas Eve, the city television station came to host an event. They set up several cameras at the school gate, saying that they had purchased quite a few extracurricular books for the students. They also mentioned that they would actively report on interactions between schools and care centers early next year. The rarely opened fountain in the schoolyard was turned on. The path from the school gate to the bulletin board and the main teaching building was swept clean. A red banner with yellow letters hung overhead, while branches swayed in the wind. Many unfamiliar visitors were running back and forth through the campus with their equipment. Sheng Yexing, after eating his medicine on time in the office, stood on the corridor looking down. Ji Chuan was rushing to class when he turned over holding his workbook and kicked the tiles near Sheng Yexing's feet, pretending to be angry. Medicine is there to help stabilize your brain emotions, you should take the fixed time ones and the emergency ones separately, understand? Understood. And don't go outside the school to buy all kinds of random drugs. Ji Chuan sighed deeply, looking once at this troublesome kid, and pulled out his phone to send a text message to Tang Han, saying as he typed, Yexing, next week is New Year's Day holiday for 2 days. Do you have any plans? Ride a motorcycle. Ji Chuan twitched his lips and said painfully, change that. Sheng Yexing looked at him, wanting to laugh but thought it necessary to respect his teacher, feeling helpless. What else can I do? Oh, and play with little self-seclusion. Bicycle riding, basketball games, hiking, or going downtown for a good meal, are all great options, Ji Chuan said. You could also visit your relative's house. Sheng Yexing rejected the last suggestion, no, I've been too unstable recently. No, actually, the hiking I mentioned earlier won't work, Ji Chuan scratched his head, you can't wander too far by yourself. Who knows if you'll come back or not? What do you young kids like to do nowadays? Going to karaoke would be okay too. Okay. Sheng Yexing smiled. As soon as these words came out, Ji Chuan didn't know whether he was bumped by someone or just lost his balance, trembling hands spilled the math workbooks all over the ground. A couple of mischievous boys from the grade ran past quickly shouting, Teacher Ji Chuan. Today the TV station came and you performed by dropping homework. These dead brats. Ji Chuan got up, supporting his waist, and laughed when he saw Sheng Yexing silently squatting down to help him pick up the books. He joked, when you first entered high school, I thought you were just like them. Essentially, we're the same. After saying that, he held his slightly open school uniform tightly and found his pocket lighter had made his hands sweat profusely. After collecting the workbooks, Sheng Yexing neatly stacked them and handed them over to Ji Chuan. Suddenly, he said, I've decided, I'll go sing karaoke. While saying this, he decided that on New Year's Day, he would go somewhere further with Lu Jianqing. Karaoke rooms are small with too much noise, neither of them could handle it. It's bold, reckless, and perhaps marking their new beginning. Stories need to be written slowly, and illnesses must be treated well. There were 3 cigarettes left in the pack, and Sheng Yexing suddenly didn't want to smoke anymore. During class, a photographer wandered around the corridor with his camera, occasionally peering into classroom windows. His gaze always fell from the lectern down to the last row. Gu Kunshan rocked his chair backward slightly, tapping Xing Yexing's desk lightly. Big brother. No response. Hey, big brother, stop sleeping damn it, Gu Kunshan nudged the desk behind him with his elbow. Someone's coming. Still no response. Xing Yexing wanted to sleep, and so he continued. Whoever it was had nothing to do with him. Gu Kunshan retreated a little, causing Xing Yexing to nudge back using his knees. This movement brought him close to Lu Jianqing again, who looked up, glared at him once, then lowered her head to continue her assignment. Though her work often seemed messy, she maintained decent accuracy. In one glance copying notes off the blackboard, Lu Jianqing noticed someone with a camera standing at the door, causing her entire body to tremble as if electrocuted. This was the boring English class where Xing Yexing easily nodded off. The teacher wasn't familiar enough with their private situations, explaining that the TV station needed to film exclusive interview footage, asking if everyone was okay with being filmed. Special schools aren't the same as regular high schools, the students tend to have stronger senses of pride. A small portion didn't want to be filmed and was taken to the restroom by Tang Han to freely do other activities. After a round of selection, Lu Jianqing was still sitting there unmoved, and Xing Yexing was still asleep. For those with autism, outsiders seem more curious. When they heard that secondary school number 2 enrolled autistic students, the head of the TV station said they would discuss with the faculty whether there could be an attempt to connect. The principal of the academic affairs office said that this student at the school was relatively approachable, so they could give it a try. Before Jia Tang could continue to explain further, Lu Jianqing said, "No. There is no other meaning. This is just an exclusive interview footage," Jia Tang explained, "Jianqing, if you do not want to." "No." Lu Jianqing responded with a voice nearly shrill. "Lu Jianqing, you only need to chat simply with these uncles." The principal of the academic affairs office also squeezed in to persuade him, they are also quite concerned about this aspect, hoping that you can cooperate. Screech, Lu Jianqing resisted by moving his chair back, emitting a harsh sound. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were already red. His furrowed brows took a long time to relax. He slowly breathed in and out, his throat making a huff sound as he grabbed the pencil in his hand and kept tapping it on the table, not saying no again, nor agreeing. Jia Tang didn't say anything more, quietly stepping back to the side. Another editor from the television station pulled the microphone cable closer and urged, "Perhaps understanding your situation will help other children who are like you." "Like me. I am alone, there's nobody like me." Lu Jianqing squinted his eyes and looked around at the shadows encircling him. Moving his chair again, he suddenly felt as if there was nowhere for him to hide. He remembered the thoughts he had yesterday while staring at Xing Yexing's nape at the school gate, so he began dodging behind Xing Yexing little by little. "Block me. You can block me." Xing Yexing had been standing by with a stoic face listening, restrained because Jia Tang was present. Seeing the young one with autism approaching, all his sleepiness instantly disappeared. He straightened his spine and covered the person behind him in the corner, softening his tone as much as possible. "Teacher Han, please take these people away." "Little Sheng, Lu Jianqing hasn't said no." The director of the academic affairs office thought that Lu Jianqing stopped talking because he heard it could help other children, and prepared to start persuading. "This is just an exclusive clip, very meaningful. If he appears on camera, perhaps more families would be willing to send their children." Director. Xing Yexing patiently listened to the other person's words, also feeling Lu Jianqing's emotions gradually calm down. "I can make decisions for him." What Lu Jianqing acted like in front of his parents yesterday wasn't unknown to Xing Yexing. Last night before bed, Lu Jianqing had the electric blanket temperature set early and after showering, lay down alone in the bed rolling around. Jia Tang mentioned in a class group chat that there would be a double cotton wrap training session in a few days, and Lu Jianqing, holding his phone, got excited and couldn't settle down. He still didn't quite understand why his heart craved physical contact with Xing Yexing, but when he saw the cluster, he simply said, "Look." After saying that, he laughed. Last night's second co-sleeping experience went smoothly. Xing Yexing hugged him from behind, falling asleep within minutes. Both shouted how hot they were, Lu Jianqing grabbing the tissue on the bedside table to wipe sweat off him, wiping a couple of times before his features revealed unconcealable joy. In the end, the two fell into a daze during the wild antics, and Xing Yexing loosened his grip a bit and pinched Lu Jianqing's ear, speaking hoarsely, "Actually, parents have a hard time too." Lu Jianqing stayed silent for a long time, then uttered 3 words, "I know." As the recollection ended, the adults in front of the classroom desk had already dispersed. A few editors were now apologetically packing up the microphone cables and tripods. Many classmates remained in the classroom, whispering to each other, and continuously looking toward the corner behind the rear row. Xing Yexing turned his head to see Lu Jianqing, who was still silent. "I know, it's hard for you too." The TV station's exclusive interview event lasted for 3 days, with no Christmas celebrations in the campus. On Christmas Eve night, some decorative hangings and randomly discarded red socks appeared in the corridors of the dormitory building of secondary school number 2. Aunt Zhang collected them from the first floor to the 5th, cursing while collecting, "You brats. All of you go back inside. Socks everywhere, Aunt Zhang doesn't have money to buy gifts for you." A student from the 3rd floor high school reached out to shout, "Aunt Zhang, candy." Once Aunt Zhang heard the boys' voices, she yelled back, "What flavor do you want?" "Strawberry flavor." Sheng Yesheng added a sentence and stepped into the dormitory door. At the same moment, Uncle Ming's lights-out signal rang in the corridor, causing the entire dormitory building to fill with cries, "So early lights out on Christmas Eve. The morons on the 4th floor yelling what? Got guts, go yell on the 5th floor. Is Sheng Yesheng back tonight?" Sheng Yesheng was annoyed by the noise and responded from the corridor, "Your father's back, shut up." Aunt Zhang, who was already checking the dormitories down to the 1st floor, shouted angrily, "Xiao Sheng." Sheng Yesheng rushed into the room and closed the door. He returned late, it was already past 11. Upon entering the room, he found Lu Jianqing still awake. "What are you thinking about? Why aren't you sleeping at this time of night?" Sheng Yesheng didn't turn on the light. The little autistic boy had gradually started to enjoy the darkness rather than being afraid of it. He no longer wanted a light on when he slept, just as Li Dingxi said, "Stars, once you close and open your eyes, it's over, isn't it? A real man, what do you have to fear?" Lu Jianqing felt he was right, he shouldn't be afraid of the dark. "Christmas Eve," Lu Jianqing said, "does it mean peace?" "Yes," Sheng Yesheng's voice was unusually low in the darkness, trying to coax him with fabricated tales, "people who stay awake all night on this night will be safe and sound." Christmas tree, the dormitory again rang with Lu Jianqing's voice, "Red green red green red green red green." Sheng Yesheng laughed, "What is this red green thing? Red green red green red green red green." Lu Jianqing kept muttering, and Sheng Yesheng couldn't help but laugh at his monotonous tone. "What are you saying?" Lu Jianqing, as if stammering, said, "Red green red green red green red green. Christmas tree. Yeah. If you want to see one, there's one outside our dormitory, behind the coffee shop next to the school, the owner is quite fashionable." "I want to." Lu Jianqing's voice was hoarse and uncomfortable, and he coughed violently several times. His voice softened, speaking to Sheng Yesheng like a whining child, repeating, "I want to." He wanted to see the Christmas tree. Seeing how stubborn he was, Sheng Yesheng asked quietly, "Have you never seen a Christmas tree before?" Lu Jianqing didn't answer whether he had seen one or not, he only said, "I want to." If Lu Jianqing says he wants something, then it should be done immediately. Unfortunately, Aunt Zhang was still downstairs and hadn't left. Sheng Yesheng stood on the balcony observing for a long while, then decided to put on their coats and rush downstairs. Sheng Yesheng opened the lock on the dormitory door with a piece of wire within minutes. There was a soft clang, and the dormitory door closed. "Come on, keep up," Sheng Yesheng looked back after finishing speaking, fearing that the little autistic boy would stumble because of night blindness, "Can't see the way clearly." "A little bit," Lu Jianqing emphasized, "just a little." "Don't push yourself," Sheng Yesheng said, "come here, let me hold your hand." Sheng Yesheng. As Lu Jianqing walked, calling his name, his cold hand slid up along the other's pant line and caught the person's hand tightly. Sheng Yesheng joked randomly, "Lu Jianqing, don't you think our names go really well together?" Together. Hearing him say this, Sheng Yesheng suddenly stopped walking. He was just about to say something profound to add some ambience when Lu Jianqing said again, "That's what you said." "Oh, yes, that was the first day of school." He almost forgot that it was the first day of school when he initially teased the little autistic boy, mocking him right off the bat. Back then, he didn't take the condition into consideration seriously, even making fun of him in front of the whole class by saying they couldn't possibly work in the same group. Later events contradicted this. His prejudices about Lu Jianqing were the same as those of most people, he thought they were invincible, impervious to any emotions, neither hearing nor speaking. He had never considered that Lu Jianqing could process information. He cleared his throat and continued, "Our two names are like this, walking together at night, continuing until our feet are sore, and when we look up, damn. Damn." Lu Jianqing started echoing profanity, imitating exactly what he'd heard. "No," Sheng Yesheng nearly couldn't control his expression laughing, "you better stop saying that. If Tang Han hears, he'll slap me dead." The educated one didn't respond, but then suddenly caught onto why Sheng Yesheng was laughing. He followed suit, pinching the other's palm tenderly, his voice sticky sweet, "And when we look up again. And when we look up again, there are stars in the sky." Sheng Yesheng said, "To tell you the truth, from the first day I met you, I thought about connecting our two names like this." Lu Jianqing struggled to respond, I read an article on a Chinese test paper that talked about looking up at the starry sky and looking down at the earth. The author found the idea that when someone dies on the ground, a star falls from the sky, particularly self-indulgent. The author said that the stars in the sky far outnumber the people on the earth, so even if all the people on the whole earth died, the starry sky would remain resplendent star dot. As Sheng Yesheng spoke, he didn't care whether Lu Jianqing could understand or follow, but for me, these words are reversed. There are countless stars in the sky, but only one person on the ground. The sky is land, the land is where our sky lies. He didn't listen in class and didn't study properly after class. During exams, he loved to lie on the test paper, reading all the questions and passages he could see. Because of his carefree personality, he didn't much care for anyone or anything, few things left a deep impression on him, but this was one of them. He paused for quite some time without voicing these thoughts, instead rubbing Lu Jianqing's fingertips with his finger pads. He took a long breath, letting the white mist escape softly through his lips. Smoking, Lu Jianqing's eyes lit up, smoking. Sheng Yexing exhaled again. You think you're pretty clever, huh? Want a puff? Lu Jianxing took a deep breath, opening his mouth, mimicking Sheng Yexing's manner of exhaling smoke clouds. Who? Sheng Yexing laughed too, following Lu Jianxing's rhythm. Who? This sounded more like a humidifier. The two stood side by side below the dormitory building, their silhouettes faintly outlined in the dim light of the night. As the wind passed, the taller shadow inclined toward the shorter one, their shadows intertwining and stretching endlessly under the glow of the night light. When looking up, Lu Jianxing suddenly remembered something from kindergarten when the teacher had taught them, stars shining like lanterns illuminating the way home, guiding lost children back to where they started. What are you smiling at? Sheng Yexing asked while walking. Lu Jianxing replied, nothing. The safety measures at the boys' dormitory were well established, with sharp glass shards embedded on top of the wall bricks. When Sheng Yexing stepped on the bricks, he immediately saw it, rubbed his hands together, and climbed back down. He told Lu Jianxing they wouldn't be going out tonight. He didn't care if his own hands got bloody from climbing, but there was no way he'd let Lu Jianxing climb over. Instead, he brought Lu Jianxing to sit in the dormitory hallway for a while. In just a few minutes, Lu Jianxing succumbed to his biological clock, squinting his eyes and muttering about being tired. They staggered upstairs carefully, almost falling asleep on the railing. After both returned to the room, Sheng Yexing began feeling restless indoors. Around 3 in the morning, he flipped in bed, grabbing a can of soda from the table. He popped it open, drank it all in one go, and wiped his mouth clean. Then, he decided to wait until dawn to take a ride around the third ring road outside the city for a morning adrenaline rush. Winters have late dawns. As Sheng Yexing watched, there was only half an hour left before the wake-up call would sound. He sent a WeChat message to Li Dingxi, asking him to remember to bring Lu Jianxing to buy breakfast and then head to class obediently. He himself had somewhere else to go first. As soon as the dormitory gate opened, the sound of a motorcycle starting echoed from below. Sheng Yexing wore thin clothing, crumpling his school uniform into a ball and stuffing it into his backpack, which he slung over his shoulder. All he wore was a solid black hooded sweatshirt. He pulled the hood over his head, tightened the loose drawstring around his collar, and knotted it securely, revealing his chin and nose. His lips curved downward differently from Lu Jianxing's, giving off an expressionless yet moody look that seemed particularly bad-tempered. Coupled with his double-lidded eyes and prominent under-eye pouches, he also enjoyed frowning and rarely lifted his eyelids to look at others. His face thus only expressed 2 words, handsome, fierce. Li Dingxi once commented that Sheng Yexing's gaze was like searching for targets to attack. If it weren't for his good looks, not a single girl in school would dare talk to him. Gu Kunchen gave him a playful nudge and scoffed, what do you know? Girls these days love the kind who look a little naughty. Sheng Yexing often smirked and looked at these 2 younger fellows. Chuckling once, he asked mockingly, whose fault is this naughtiness? It was always Li Dingxi who suffered first. Pointed out by Gu Kunchen, him. Sheng Yexing chuckled but remained silent. He knew inside very well, the real troublemaker was himself. And not only was he bad, now he even wanted to drag along little autistic boy. That day, Tang Han acutely sensed Lu Jianxing's strong aversion towards the large group of unfamiliar people who appeared on campus. Lu Jianxing stopped focusing during class, needing to hold on to walls when walking, and even covered his ears painfully whenever students ran past in the corridor. Tang Han granted Lu Jianxing a half-day leave, suggesting he could rest back in the dormitory or play with the little chicken in the security booth downstairs. Lu Jianxing's perception of Christmas was vague, vaguely grasping that it was a festival many people liked. This sense of conformity made him curious about such cultural elements. After dropping Lu Jianxing off at the dormitory building, Sheng Yexing went back to class. When he reached the zebra crossing on the side of the road, he turned and noticed Lu Jianxing trailing behind him faithfully. He couldn't help laughing. Can you please go back to the dormitory first? I'll come right back after class. At 6:30 p.m., the evening bell rang, marking the end of the day's classes. Sheng Yexing neither played basketball nor picked fights anymore. He quickly shoved his textbooks into his drawer, slammed the chair loudly against the desk, slung the basketball bag over his shoulder, tightened his shoelaces, and ran straight to the school gate. Tang Han happened to be passing by the corridor with Ji Chuan, carrying next month's test papers, wondering aloud, why is he running? To ride a motorcycle, perhaps. Ji Chuan adjusted his glasses and asked Tang Han earnestly, has he been staying in the dorm recently? Yeah, Tang Han nodded, and he's also taking medicine less frequently. By the time Sheng Yexing ran back to the dormitory, it was already 10 minutes later. He inserted the key into the lock and leaned against the door frame to catch his breath for a moment, trying to steady his rapid breathing. After tidying up his disheveled collar, he finally reached out to push the door open. The dorm lights were shining brightly. Lu Jianxing was sitting at his table lost in thought with 2 bowls of congee before him. He wasn't disturbed by the sound of the opening door. Instead, he struggled silently with the knot on the package for quite a while before turning his head toward Sheng Yexing, muttering softly, "You're back." "Yeah, I'm back." "What's this?" Sheng Yexing asked in surprise, gesturing to the congee on the table. "Where did it come from?" "Did Li Dingxi return?" Lu Jianxing leaned coolly against the edge of the bed frame, shaking his head. He looked ready to throw a punch the next second. Sheng Yexing couldn't help but chuckle at his expression. Lu Jianqing sent a cold glance. No, he emphasized again. Did you buy this? Sheng Yexing finally asked. Lu Jianqing nodded. Did you ask for it yourself? How did you buy it? Lu Jianqing stood straight, pointing at the empty air in front of him, then at himself, and finally pulled out some bills from his pocket to hand over to Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing understood, nodding. Impressive, Lu Jianqing. Next time can you try speaking for yourself? Just say, boss, I need a bowl of congee. Mute. Lu Jianqing suddenly said. Huh. The boss looked at me and said, mute. When? I walked away. Lu Jianqing smiled, repeating the words, walked far, far, far. He kept saying those words and even went all the way to the dorm balcony and came back as if mimicking his experience of buying food earlier. Sheng Yexing finally comprehended what had happened. Because of Lu Jianqing's abnormal sensory perception and acute hearing, he could still hear the congee vendor complaining about him being mute to others even though he'd walked far away. The man had assumed that Lu Jianqing couldn't hear him. Mixed feelings of joy that Lu Jianqing could buy things himself and anger at the fact he'd been called mute surged within Sheng Yexing. It was the first time he felt powerless. But when he looked up, he saw Lu Jianqing quietly sipping the congee spoonful by spoonful. It seemed like Lu Jianqing sensed it was hot. He pouted and blew gently on the congee before switching to use a spoon to feed himself bit by bit. Sheng Yexing's anger diminished slightly. Eat. Lu Jianqing called out to him without glancing this way. If not for the fact that Sheng Yexing also had a bowl of congee, he wouldn't have known who Lu Jianqing was addressing. Sheng Yexing's anger dissipated a little more. After eating for just a few minutes, Lu Jianqing licked his lips and turned to look at him. He gave Sheng Yexing a rare smile, saying, tastes good. Sheng Yexing grunted in agreement and obediently bent his head to drink his dinner, imitating Lu Jianqing. Fuck, never buying from that place again. Chapter 32, My Light. The New Year's Eve party was scheduled for the evening of December 31st. During the break between classes, Li Dingxi returned to the classroom after obtaining reliable gossip. He was carrying a box of rice cakes delivered from outside the school campus and nudged Sheng Yexing's chair. Big brother. Sheng Yexing was still deep in his winter slumber. Big brother. You're shouting louder than necessary. Li Dingxi, you have the loudest voice in the whole class. The study committee member who happened to be passing by tapped Li Dingxi's neck lightly. Surprisingly, Li Dingxi seemed to enjoy it. This is break time though, Li Dingxi said, looking at the clock. This big brother had slept all morning. Now it's almost noon, and he should have woken up by now, right? Something's off. Sheng Yexing has been sleeping more frequently lately. Deciding to change his approach, he turned to tap Lu Jianqing's desk instead. Hey, big brother Lu. Lu Jianqing continued drawing his 10th little snake on his homework notebook as if he hadn't heard a word. Big brother Lu, recently has he, Li Dingxi lowered his voice considerably and pointed at Sheng Yexing who was sleeping, been taking medication often? Hearing that it involved Sheng Yexing, Lu Jianqing finally looked up, glancing at him briefly. These medications he takes aren't good for him if taken too much. You have to keep an eye on him. I'm always called back home by my parents, so I can't stay in the dormitory. You're the only one who can help us look after him. After finishing what he wanted to say, Li Dingxi noticed that Lu Jianqing still showed no reaction, prompting him to sigh softly, muttering, you either don't understand or don't want to listen. What's the point of me saying this much anyway? That's not true. I understood perfectly. Lu Jianqing tightened his grip on the pen but remained silent. Don't sleep anymore, big brother. Li Dingxi's excitement made him restless again, bumping the chair behind him once more. A cold glare came flying from Lu Jianqing. Li Dingxi. After weighing his options for a few minutes, considering the safety of his own head, Li Dingxi decided to let Sheng Yexing wake up naturally. Not long after, Sheng Yexing pulled down the school uniform that had covered his head, crumpled it into a ball, stuffed it into the drawer, then slowly raised his eyes, preparing to subtly rest his hand on Lu Jianqing's thigh. Seeing Sheng Yexing awake, Li Dingxi immediately jumped in with news, big brother, Zhuang Rou is going to sing. Sheng Yexing, just having woken up, rubbed his eyes, grabbed the soda bottle for a drink, and blinked hard a few times to focus on the crowd gathered around the table. Leaning his feet against the leg of the desk, Sheng Yexing used his knees to nudge open the drawer, shook out the eraser crumbs from his workbook onto the floor, and tilted his chin towards those standing near the table. Move back. As Li Dingxi moved aside a bit, his gaze shifted to someone who was quietly sitting a little away, absorbed in their own world. He was slightly tilting his head, earnestly circling words on the textbook with a pencil, first hollow circles, then solid ones. In the 10 minutes since Li Dingxi arrived, this introverted boy had already filled an entire page with circles. What does that mean? Li Dingxi didn't dare to ask and repeated the gossip he intended to tell Sheng Yexing. Big brother, Zhuang Rou is going to sing. She will. I swear, if Lu Ruodong wasn't sick, it would be great because she's beautiful and her dancing would be awesome. A sweaty team member from the school team squeezed in. Get lost. Go back to your class, Li Dingxi pushed him away with his elbow. Our class has quite a few attractive girls. Gu Kunshan bumped shoulders with the school team boy and said, what dance? Our school doesn't even have a handful of people who know how to dance, eh? The school team member shoved Gu Kunshan back a bit. As he was about to say something else, his eyes drifted toward Lu Jianxing, who was calmly doing homework nearby, and suddenly said, Gu Kunshan, I must say, the boys in your class are pretty good looking too. Don't bother our class unless you're ready to deal with Lu Jianxing. If he lifts his chair, you'll regret it. Gu Kunshan reached for the toothpick in Li Dingxi's bowl of rice cakes. But Gu Kunshan didn't control his strength and poked through the foam container. Ah crap. Li Dingxi stepped back, cursing under his breath. Sheng Yexing sighed in exasperation at these two and beckoned the stunned school team boy closer. He called out loud, Lu Jianxing. Others could call out his name repeatedly without any response, but Sheng Yexing merely needed to utter the name for Lu Jianxing to turn around immediately. Realizing this, Sheng Yexing secretly relished the satisfaction, gripping the shoulder of the young man and introduced, this is the vice-captain of our school team from class 5. His name is Zhang Fei. Hello, Zhang Fei added a brief greeting. Since he wasn't in the same class as most of the team members, his understanding of Lu Jianxing was entirely based on rumors. Meeting today, he felt the person wasn't as isolated as he'd heard, and his eyes were very spirited. Lu Jianxing gave him a glance and then turned his head to continue doing homework. Now he knows. Li Dingxi forced back the tears that had come from pain, his gaze couldn't help but flicker toward Sheng Yexing's side, even if you tell him, he. Sheng Yexing just said, at least I've said it. At least I've expressed it to him. After school at noon, Sheng Yexing took several buddies from the school team and Lu Jianxing to eat knife-cut noodles by the school gate. Gu Kunshan and Li Dingxi treated Lu Jianxing with extreme warmth, adding soy sauce and green onions for him, treating him like a darling of the group, so there was no need for Sheng Yexing to ask separately what Lu Jianxing needed. The noodles arrived quickly, and the boys on the school basketball team all went to the window to pick up their noodles. Sheng Yexing, being tall and walking fast, brought back the noodles for himself and Lu Jianxing first. As soon as they sat down, Lu Jianxing suddenly muttered a word, Zhuangrou. Zhuangrou. Who? Sheng Yexing asked after a while before remembering the girl who Li Dingxi mentioned earlier would sing. He was shocked and suddenly felt a ridiculous thought in his heart. Could it be that Lu Jianxing cares a lot? Cares a lot about what Li Dingxi specifically came to tell him, that a girl was going to sing. Seeing other team members about to sit down, Sheng Yexing whispered softly into Lu Jianxing's ear, Lu Jianxing. His breath was warm, his voice hoarse, and when Lu Jianxing heard it, it felt as if some kind of force surged up his neck and spine, completely capturing his scattered thoughts. A bunch of guys eating together, laughing and chatting, even a few fools occasionally getting choked by the soup. Lu Jianxing didn't hear any of it. It seemed as if a song had started looping in his mind. The volume was overwhelming, sweeping over the originally quiet beach, making all tunes resonate loudly in his ears. He could no longer hear what Sheng Yexing was talking about with the others. Lu Jianxing ate the noodles one strand at a time, sometimes picking them up clumsily and scooping them into his mouth with his chopsticks. Eating was difficult for him, naturally some boys at the table looked curiously at him, but he didn't feel their gaze. Do-do-do-do, dong-dong-dong. He placed his left hand on his knee, tapping rhythm along with the beat, while his right hand kept stirring the noodles in the bowl. He was lost in thought, coming back only when he realized Sheng Yexing had secretly held his hand under the table. Lu Jianxing stopped stirring his noodles. In the next moment, he neatly placed his chopsticks aside, took another pair, and reached into Sheng Yexing's bowl. Under the watchful eyes of the other guys at the table, Lu Jianxing picked out all the coriander from Sheng Yexing's bowl. He didn't know that some people indeed couldn't eat this herb, he only remembered that the first time they ate noodles together at the beginning of the semester, Sheng Yexing had fished all the green stuff out and frowned even when a bit got mixed in. Shit. Gu Kunshan was shocked enough to let out a curse. Suddenly, the table grew quiet. When all the coriander was finally picked out, Lu Jianxing coldly raised his eyes. What were they looking at? He poked his chopstick slightly into the bowl and spoke amidst the astonished stares of the guys at the table. Eat. Having issued his command, Gu Kunshan, Zhang Fei, Li Dingxi, and two other teammates stayed silent, unanimously shifting their gazes to Sheng Yexing again. Sheng Yexing gave Li Dingxi a somewhat provocative raise of his eyebrows, eat. Lu Jianxing lowered his head and began counting how many scallion bits there were, and once he finished counting, he used his chopsticks to wrap up some more noodles. Under the table, Sheng Yexing's worn, rough fingertips gently rubbed against the soft palm of Lu Jianxing's hand, sneaking a pinch 3 times. This meant, thank you. Lu Jianxing happily squeezed Sheng Yexing's hand back, taking the initiative to hold it. Just as Zhang Fei was eating beef noodles with sweat dripping down his forehead, he suddenly saw Sheng Yexing's hand holding the chopsticks shake and asked in confusion, shit, buddy, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Sheng Yexing smirked a little, eat your noodles. At 7 in the evening. The annual New Year's party, usually held in a small auditorium, was relocated this year to the middle of the relatively not-so-large playground due to students' strong objections. Due to budget and performance issues, the stage built by the school administration was about the same size as the ones used for company annual meetings, saying it was because fewer students signed up to perform this year. Actually, every year there aren't many. With fewer student performances, the requirements for sound equipment and stage lighting also decreased, but they still hadn't neglected to distribute glow sticks to the students for support, since some kids have difficulty expressing themselves verbally and can only convey emotions through waving glowing objects. Although the host roles were mainly taken by teachers, some overly nervous students on stage stuttered and couldn't say a word. In any other school, this kind of thing would be considered a performance accident, but at number 2 high school, it was perfectly normal. Hey, speak up, sister. Gu Kunshan passed the sunflower seeds to the back. Zhang Fei, is that the sensory disorder girl from your class? Yeah, she prepared for almost half a year for this evening party. She wanted to go on stage last year too. Zhang Fei took over the plate of sunflower seeds, grabbed one and cracked it loudly enough for Xing Yexing to step on his chair leg with a low chuckle. Eat more quietly. If Tang Han sees you eating sunflower seeds in our class, I'll immediately send you back. Okay. Zhang Fei stretched his neck to watch the performance on the stage. Because there were fewer seniors coming to the welcoming evening party, Class 7 was arranged quite close to the stage. The stools where Xing Yexing and the others sat were all moved down from the classrooms upstairs. It was cold at night, so the school had given them time in the afternoon to go home and fetch blankets. Restless people like Gu Kunshan and Li Dingxi had sandbags put on their legs by Tang Han, which prevented them from moving away while seated. Li Dingxi curiously interjected, I see her not having many lines, right? Just 7 sentences, practiced for half a year. Zhang Fei said, look, now the person walking on stage also comes from our class, has Tourette syndrome. Can't tell, can you? Is it because he's far, or I just don't see him twitching? He's been treated pretty well, getting better when he was around 13 or 14. But due to being teased by classmates from a young age, he developed psychological shadows as he grew older, making him reluctant to speak, along with other complications. Zhang Fei sighed deeply, but he's very strong-willed. Li Dingxi chuckled, wow, miracles do happen at number 2 high school. Miracles at number 2 high school is a phrase frequently spread within the school, originally self-mockingly used as a comforting way, only to discover after a few years that some students indeed got better. Xing Yexing remembered Tang Han's WeChat signature was these 5 words. He tilted his head upward to look at the darkened sky, then focused straight ahead at the luminous school stage. He couldn't exactly explain what he felt inside. The glow sticks if connected from one end to another form a bracelet. Li Dingxi was instructing Lu Jianqing hands-on, if you like bracelets, you make bracelets, if you don't like bracelets, you make necklaces, or even borrow ours to make hula hoops. Lu Jianqing was slightly dazed, there were so many ways to play. Don't listen to him. Xing Yexing fumbled somewhat awkwardly to create a bracelet. He glanced at the golden bracelet in his hand, pulled it apart to become straight, and tapped Zhang Fei's nape with it. Dude, give me a red one. Zhang Fei, who was watching the performance avidly, quickly handed over a red glow stick. After Xing Yexing made a red bracelet, he called softly toward the side, Lu Jianqing. Not getting a response, he moved closer in the dark. Are you watching? Lu Jianqing turned his head in confusion, only feeling Xing Yexing gently touch below his eyes with the red bracelet. Xing Yexing handed the bracelet to him and said, cheer up, don't be so gloomy. I think, red suits you better. Maybe knowing tonight would be extremely noisy. Lu Jianqing's mole under his eye was blue today. Seeing Xing Yexing holding the glow bracelet, a few boys who hurriedly ran past from the rear seats laughed and shouted, holy cow, Captain still plays with these? Did you make it yourself? No. Xing Yexing denied it. Under the dim night, Lu Jianqing's side face alternated between light and shadow. What surprised Xing Yexing was that Lu Jianqing didn't feel irritated or anxious due to the crowd tonight, but instead looked incredibly focused, occasionally taking a deep breath and smiling while pressing his lips together. Lu Jianqing really enjoyed the smell of fresh grass on the playground. The stage lights didn't shine here, everyone's focus was on the stage, and the boys like Li Dingxi were stunned by the folk dance performances, forgetting to shell their sunflower seeds. It was cold at night, and the blanket covering Lu Jianqing's legs leaked wind. He was totally absorbed in figuring out how to stop the wind leakage. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Xing Yexing shamelessly leaned closer, cold. Give me your hand. Put it inside. After Lu Jianqing finished speaking, he froze. His hand was being held by Xing Yexing and placed inside his shirt, meaning he was now touching his abdomen. Xing Yexing, seeing the plan succeed, picked up the blanket and draped it over Lu Jianqing's arm, skillfully concealing Lu Jianqing's extended arm. No one could notice his mischief. Lu Jianqing. He glanced at the human-shaped hand warmer, ready to start watching the performance seriously, but unexpectedly Xing Yexing leaned over again and whispered in his ear, hey, the girl who sang has already finished her performance. Do you guess if I listened or not? So eager to know. Teacher Tang Han told me to guide you to talk more, and that's what I'm doing now. Jianqing Lu, are you very concerned about this matter? Xing Yexing laughed as he noticed the inquisitive look in Lu Jianqing's eyes. Say it out loud, or express your opinion to me. Lu Jianqing stared at him, his expression a little cold. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, another dance performance ended before Lu Jianqing scratched Xing Yexing's abdomen twice. Xing Yexing. Shit. All performances were over by around 9:30 p.m., when the expensive electronic display rented by number 2 high school finally came into play. After the host teacher announced the requirements for the bulletin board messages, he opened the WeChat bulletin channel, causing an instant uproar on the playground. The previously frozen saplings all came alive, opening their phones and starting to furiously send messages. I hope in the new year, ADHD can be excluded from disability classifications. 1. Also Tourette syndrome. I bet the one above is from Gaoer Chi Gu Kunshan, ha 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 2333333. What if it's our Li Dingxi? My New Year wish is to be able to switch to a regular class in another high school next year. Surely we will. Remember us. Sneak some traffic, hope next year I can go home weekly without troubling my parents. We at number 2 high school must smile. Big brother, what's your New Year's wish? Quick, send a message. Li Dingxi patted Xing Yexing's shoulder. My wish is that tomorrow morning the sandbags teacher Han makes me carry won't be so heavy. Looking back at the past, there's nothing good to say. Looking forward to the future, there's nothing worth anticipating, Xing Yexing said nonchalantly with a smile. My New Year's wish is to avoid committing suicide next year. This can't be sent, it would ruin the atmosphere. The stage bullet screen comments exploded to fever pitch, yet rolled slowly, allowing each comment to be clearly seen. As the evening show was about to end, the students of number 2 high school became restless. The host was preparing to invite the principal and deans on stage to sing a song, Unforgettable Tonight. Upon hearing Xing Yexing's response, Lu Jianqing felt a pang in his heart, as though pricked by a needle. Gu Kunshan noticed the two were somewhat disheartened and hastily said, Big brother, the year just started, think of something else to say. Xing Yexing fell silent for a long while before saying, for the year 2019, then may it last long. Lu Jianqing responded with a single sound, not asking what specifically would last long. Subconsciously, he associated it with the relationship between the two, rendering everything else irrelevant. It was windy on the playground, and Lu Jianqing coughed a few times due to the chill. Xing Yexing picked up the blanket and stood up, preparing to fetch some warm water from the thermos in the class logistics area to soothe his throat. Before leaving, Xing Yexing gently rubbed Lu Jianqing's icy ears and whispered softly, I'll go get some hot water. Lu Jianqing nodded, his eyes fixated on the school's bulletin board screen. Though his ability to process information was slower, quite a few phrases made him laugh uncontrollably. He could sense feelings like sadness or grief, though expressed bluntly, which led him to hang a smile on his face. After gazing for a moment, a line suddenly flashed across the top of the screen. Go Lu Jianqing. Xing Yexing. Xing Yexing's charisma matched his distance, wielding significant influence within the school. Without mentioning other classmates, simply the dozen or so boys on the school team knew that their untouchable captain had left his name directly on the bulletin board, leading them to follow the trend and flood the screen. Go Lu Jianqing. Gaoer Chi Lu Jianqing, fight on. Welcome to number 2 high school. 2019. Let's work together. Twinkle twinkle little star. Lu Jianqing was exceptionally sensitive to words. Slightly squinting his eyes, he captured dozens of texts sliding across the screen. He couldn't articulate how he currently felt, only that his heart seemed to be warmly covered by a palm, enough to withstand the freezing night wind on the playground. Once the bulletin appeared, whistles erupted in waves across the playground. Neither Gu Kunshan nor Li Dingxi turned back to see Lu Jianqing's reaction, instead lowering their heads to furiously send messages until the entire school began typing the once self-deprecating phrase they used. No, 2 high school creates miracles. No, 2 high school creates miracles. No, 2 high school creates miracles. Lu Jianqing was stunned. He took a deep breath and looked back, seeing Xing Yexing who had turned on the flashlight of his phone, standing at the back row holding that spot of brightness. You should also cheer up. Following Xing Yexing's example, Lu Jianqing pulled his school uniform collar to the top, bent the fluorescent stick in his hand, and silently said another sentence in his heart. My light. Chapter 33, Taking a Stroll. The welcome party at number 2 middle school made it onto the local news. Before school ended at noon on New Year's Day, reporters from a newspaper came to interview students. New Year's Day was off on the afternoon of the 1st and all day on the 2nd, but the morning classes on the 1st still followed the timetable. At first, Lu Jianqing didn't know that reporters were coming. He only heard some classmates handing out practice papers and chatting as they did so. Compared to the TV station, many fewer people from the newspaper are here today. I'd say, these days, no one really reads newspapers. Another girl muttered quietly. Not necessarily. When I was a kid, there was a mentally ill patient in my neighborhood who wandered off during an episode. It was because his family placed an ad in the paper that he was found again. You said it yourself, that was when you were a kid. Wandered off. Lu Jianqing came back to reality, glancing at the empty seat beside him, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. He waved to Xing Yang standing by the windowsill, who stopped writing and used his fingers to make a walking gesture on his chest. Lu Jianqing understood the hint, nodding and imitating the finger-walking motion, then pointing at the empty seat next to him. Xing Yang put away his notebook and sat down beside him, his brows knitted together with concern. What's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Lu Jianqing shook his head. Apart from the smell of perfume, Xing Yang's presence also reassured him greatly. No one else around him had any appeal, merely feeling this source of warmth nearby was enough. Phew. Much better now. Boss. Why are you returning to your seat? We haven't finished copying yet, Li Dingxi muttered under his breath, cursing himself for being useless. He couldn't sit still, whenever punished for reciting ancient poems, he had to stand and shake his legs frequently, often leaving his seat suddenly during class and spinning around once in a while just to feel comfortable. Tang Han suggested that Li Dingxi might as well stand by the windowsill alongside Gu Kunchen whenever doing homework instead of suffering in his seat. Shen Yang also had to copy as punishment. Sitting bored, he joined Gu Kunchen and Li Dingxi by the window, copying ancient poems while enjoying the view outside. They finally managed to finish by the time school ended. Tang Han called out each student's name one by one according to the class roster on the podium, saying, "Happy New Year," to each one and training them to express blessings to others. Finally, when Tang Han called out Lu Jianqing's name, Lu Jianqing stood up silently for quite a long while without uttering a sound. "Happy New Year," Gu Kunchen leaned back in his chair in front and quietly reminded Lu Jianqing behind, "Just say, Happy New Year, Lu boss." "New," Shen Yang hid his face behind a book, whispering, "Say it, new." Lu Jianqing bit his lips tightly, shaking with anxiety. But he knew he needed to calm down immediately. Although unable to speak, he couldn't be anxious or get angry without reason. Being unable to express emotions through words was the most painful thing for him. He often wondered why humans, despite having bodies and eyes, still needed language to communicate so much. As he thought, his hands trembled even more violently. The boy sitting at the neighboring desk noticed several classmates trying to remind Lu Jianqing and whispered quietly, "New." Shen Yang reminded again, "New." Tang Han waited quietly for him to say a word, her eyes filled with expectation and encouragement. After what seemed like 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Jianqing's tightly clenched fists relaxed. He moved his Adam's apple, his throat hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice was somewhat hoarse, "New." His voice wasn't too loud, just enough for most of the class to hear. The classroom was already silent, with the sound of a needle dropping audible. In the second after his word was uttered, Li Dingxi jumped up first, continuing what Lu Jianqing had started, leading the entire class in shouting together, "Happy New Year." Next, a group of students in the classroom began chattering and sending blessings to the teacher, "Happy New Year, Teacher Han. We're on vacation." "What vacation?" "You'll come back after New Year's Day." Today, Lu Jianqing was great, and all of you were great too. Tang Han gathered her textbook and threw a glance toward Lu Jianqing sitting below, smiling warmly. Once Tang Han left, the bell rang, marking the official start of their New Year's Day holiday. Shen Yang had plans to take Lu Jianqing out, but they had to go back to the dormitory first with a large group of buddies. Their school team, plus Lu Jianqing, consisted of about 7 or 8 high school boys around 180 centimeters tall. They bunched together in the corridor, bumping into each other, which made Shen Yang frown as he protectively ushered his shy friend behind him. Lu Jianqing wasn't short, around 181 centimeters at 17 years old, and his appearance stood out. But amidst a group of outgoing male students, he seemed overly out of place. Judging by his demeanor, he was far too introverted. "Dingxi Li. Are you feeling unwell again? You left your extracurricular book in the classroom." "Luckily, some of your classmates called me back." Zhang Fei turned the corner from the corridor outside room 5 and threw a fantasy novel with its cover already torn towards Li Dingxi. "Your forgetfulness is notorious across the entire school." Li Dingxi puffed up indignantly, "I'm never well." Gu Kunchen, watching from the sidelines, broke out into laughter, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, as he reached out to place a hand on Li Dingxi's shoulder and squeezed him onto the corridor. "All right, you should cooperate more with Teacher Tang. Your so-called mild adult brain dysfunction seems to be getting worse." "Shit, it's called ADHD, said Li Dingxi. Zhang Fei interjected, "The formal term is mild adult brain dysfunction." Li Dingxi glared, "Could you shut up, buddy?" "Alright," Zhang Fei shrugged, "I don't have much room to criticize either." Hey, come here." Noticing Shen Yang was still listening to their conversation, Li Dingxi raised his voice a bit, "Let me tell you something interesting. Do you know about those groups on Baidu Tieba? It's where all kinds of patients gather to share experiences." "Sure, I do," Zhang Fei replied. Li Dingxi took a skewer of hot pot dumplings from Zhang Fei to eat. Moving too fast, his tongue got burned, but after a couple of huffs, he continued, "Last night, I joined an ADHD group. At first, we were all calmly discussing treatments, but suddenly someone started shaking their phone to record videos, and do you know what happened next?" Beside them, Shen Yang, who had a cigarette dangling from his lips, gave him a sidelong glance. "What happened?" And within minutes, Li Dingxi sounded mysterious. Everyone in the group started filming themselves shaking too, competing over who could shake the hardest and fastest. "Isn't that sick?" Zhang Fei couldn't help interrupting, "They are though." "No, these two sick aren't the same," protested Li Dingxi, trying to defend his fellow sufferers. "I've been in one too," Shen Yang said. "People in my group never typed, they only sent voice messages. They would start by talking about which famous people also have mania, claiming they cured their illness by holding their breath for 3 months, or asserting that their manic states resulted from being haunted and communicating with celestial beings." Li Dingxi, "That's hilarious." What did other group members reply? Shen Yang snorted humorlessly, helpless, "Tell them to take their medication immediately." Let me ask," Shen Yang continued, looking at Lu Jianqing, whose condition seemed similar to self-isolation, "do people like little autistic have such online groups?" Quietly speaking, Li Dingxi placed his arm around Gu Kunshan's shoulders and lobbed this grenade toward Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, what do you think? Zhang Fei didn't speak. Gu Kunshan answered instead, what do you think? People struggling just to communicate with themselves would join a chat group. Each member might send a single ellipsis. Li Dingxi, I think it'd be a period. Gu Kunshan, nope, no one would even say anything. Li Dingxi, perhaps there wouldn't be anyone joining the group in the first place. Hearing this, Shen Yang felt compelled to refute it and pulled out his phone. He opened his chat history with Lu Jianqing, tapping the screen with his thumb. They can exchange texts, don't spread false rumors. Oh. After saying this, Li Dingxi decided he'd better distance himself and a few buddies further away. The big guy looked slightly irritated, and who knows when he might explode again. Shen Yang focused entirely on his WeChat interface, catching sight of little autistic's avatar once again. It was still a cartoon microphone. Every time little autistic sent a message, it seemed funny, as if it were the broadcast feature in a gaming interface where every sentence costs money. He thought for a while, slowing down to walk behind everyone, reaching out to bring Lu Jianqing closer, and quietly asked, can you tell me why your profile picture is this? Lu Jianqing wasn't very talkative today. It wasn't until after crossing the road with the group that he finally held up his phone and shook it slightly. Shen Yang nodded, ready to retype his question via WeChat before Lu Jianqing spontaneously sent a text back. Afraid of being interviewed. Recalling how resistant little autistic had been to questions about autism during Christmas, Shen Yang decided to avoid delving deeper into this topic. Then why is your profile picture still a microphone? By the time the school team finished eating with Lu Jianqing, he slowly began typing. Using a microphone as an avatar. It makes others feel my text is loud. As if speaking to the whole world. He typed extremely slowly with one hand holding the phone and the other touching the screen, occasionally trembling due to hand instability. After typing those 20+ words, Lu Jianqing had broken out in a light sweat on his forehead. He wiped it off with some tissues and was about to continue typing when he paused for a few seconds and stopped. He could sense that Shen Yang had been observing him the whole time. Lu Jianqing felt uncomfortable with his unusual behavior. He didn't want to strip down in front of Shen Yang because his climbing onto the bed frame looked awkward. Similarly, he disliked using his phone in front of Shen Yang since his way of handling it differed from others. After maintaining eye contact for a few seconds, Shen Yang unlocked his phone screen and bent down to operate it. Lu Jianqing noticed his fingertips flying across the screen as he swiftly pressed buttons here and there before holding up his phone to point at something shortly after. Unlocking the phone, opening WeChat, Lu Jianqing tried his best to make his actions appear smooth and natural. Shen Yehang's message contained only one sentence. Though I don't have a microphone avatar, I'm also speaking to the entire world. Speaking to my entire world. When they finished gathering under the dormitory building, Shen Yang counted heads among the school team members, shouted, free activity, officially marking the beginning of the New Year's holiday. For the first time encountering a holiday without any training or homework, Li Dingxi got excited and jumped around like crazy. Even as relatives picked him up, he kept banging on the car window, shouting to Zhang Fei and Gu Kunshan through mouth shapes, see you again. Then he stuck his head out the sunroof to yell to Lu Jianqing, big brother Lu, Happy New Year. Shen Yang pulled the emotionless Lu Jianqing behind him. Li Dingxi blew a distant kiss from afar, goodbye, boss. Is he really alright? Lately, his leg has been shaking like a tailor. Zhang Fei anxiously watched as the car disappeared, then pointed toward the dormitory building, if nothing's wrong, I'll go back to rest. Shen Yang nodded, happy holidays. After saying this, he gestured to Lu Jianqing, and the two of them climbed to the 5th-floor dormitory, one in front of the other. Taking off his school uniform, Lu Jianqing loosened the overly tight scarf around his neck, standing tensely by the door. He tapped lightly on the wall, signaling, I'm ready. I'm ready too. Shen Yang put on his cycling gloves and glanced at Lu Jianqing's coat, make sure to carry cash securely, don't lose any money. Okay. Lu Jianqing held his pocket tightly. Turning to look at the door, he couldn't help himself and reached out to tap it again. In the past, Li Dingxi would explain to Lu Jianqing, we are indoors now, we're going outside where no one is present, so there's no need to knock on the door, but it seemed Lu Jianqing didn't hear it at all. He stubbornly continued knocking on the dorm room door every day before leaving. He knew that while the gesture might seem foolish to others, it was very important to him. Merely the action of knocking made him feel as though a new day was beginning, filled with motivation. Moving his motorcycle from the parking lot beneath the dormitory, Shen Yang grabbed the helmet and slammed it directly onto Lu Jianqing's head. Lu Jianqing felt uncomfortable and insisted on taking it off. Shen Yang, having given in, said, then we'll go slow, no speeding, no excitement. Lu Jianqing seemed quite unwilling to wear the helmet and laughed aloud upon learning he didn't have to. He hated enclosed feelings and couldn't endure suffocating sensations, which made him nauseous. He wanted to tell Shen Yang about this feeling but wasn't able to express it. Before setting off, Lu Jianqing searched through all his pockets and carefully placed the municipal secondary school special student assistance card in his inner coat pocket. After checking everything he must bring, he suddenly said, medicine. Shen Yang responded, don't eat it, you can't ride if you do. As he spoke, he lit the fire. The roar of the hunter motorcycle sent waves of dust swirling around their feet. This racket successfully drew Lu Jianqing's attention, all fixed on the dust now. The noise of the motorcycle amplified countless times in his mind, yet he could still tolerate it. While Lu Jianqing was lost in thought, Shen Yang got off the bike, took off his jacket, wrapped it around Lu Jianqing's back, then seated himself, tying the sleeves around his own chest. Lu Jianqing. What did this mean? Shen Yang adjusted the direction slightly, glanced behind him, and explained, so you won't fall. The vehicle moved slowly along the road. Shen Yang swore that it was the first time in his life he had driven a motorcycle like an electric scooter. The cold wind slapped against their faces, and the little self-closed sensory system remained sharp, wearing the large hood built into the coat, covering his cheeks snugly. Lu Jianqing, don't fall asleep. You get heavier once you sleep, and I really worry you'll fall. Shen Yang turned back to check on him. He rubbed against Shen Yehang's back for a long time before speaking up, tell me. Tell you what? Lu Jianqing raised his hand and traced the character, illness, on Shen Yehang's back with his finger, tapping once. What did you write? Shen Yehang's laughter scattered in the wind. Lu Jianqing wrote the character, illness, countless times without tiring of it, writing one and tapping once. After countless iterations, Shen Yang vaguely felt out his meaning and asked, are you asking about my illness? Lu Jianqing tapped him twice. It should mean, yes. Do you really want to know about me? Lu Jianqing tapped him again twice. Shen Yang took a deep breath of cold air and said while writing, me. I have bipolar disorder, when I get excited, I feel great and floaty. I get extremely angry easily, sometimes even resorting to violence. Lu Jianqing clenched his fists behind him. Fight. You can't fight everyone, Shen Yang couldn't stop laughing, and definitely not you. No way, that's a flag. After writing for a while and seeing little autism hadn't said anything, Shen Yang worried he might have fallen asleep and continued, aren't you curious why I got sick? Genetics, my dad had mental illness. It was something I couldn't escape. Ah. Yes, you make a sound whenever I say something so at least I know you're awake and listening. Ha. You laughed once. Immediately came the cold voice from behind Lu Jianqing, ah. Shen Yang could almost imagine the fierce gaze of little autism hiding inside the hat, saying, don't bother me. Speeding up slightly, Shen Yang still wanted to tell him, about my dad, I don't remember much, but if I dig deep into my memories, there's something. Your dad. That's right, Shen Yang laughed carelessly as if telling a story unrelated to him, my dad was much more capable than me, when he got sick, he would wreck everything inside and outside our house, making many promises he couldn't keep. Back then, we had neighbors around our house who said my dad lived off others. He would go crazy at the spot, getting mad at everyone and knowing no relatives or friends. One time, he even beat a neighbor until they were hospitalized. People with this illness usually can't stand being called mentally ill. Pausing for a few seconds, Shen Yang said, actually, I am too. Lu Jianqing lowered his eyes, taking a deep breath, his gaze wandering somewhere unknown. But I restrained myself. Shen Yang didn't care whether he listened or not, he just wanted to say, in fact, many patients won't take medication voluntarily and are very resistant. I was like that at first. My aunt used to mix the medicine in water or food, but the taste was too strong. As soon as I tasted it, I threw it up, repulsed by it along with feeling hurt self-esteem, making me even more agitated and unable to control myself. Lu Jianqing hugged him tighter. At first, I was sent to the hospital where they restricted my personal freedom, and I hated everyone, especially when bound by restraints on the bed. Lu Jianqing quietly loosened his grip a bit. Shen Yang took a deep breath, calming his unstable emotions, and said, Lu Jianqing, sometimes I envy you. You don't know how to hate, nor how to be sad. Shen Yang stayed in a psychiatric hospital and met autistic children mistakenly thought to have mental illnesses and sent to the hospital. He didn't care much about the surrounding environment, so he only knew a little about these cases. Some were bullied at regular schools by classmates, and after being bullied, they asked the teacher, why do you treat me this way? They were too young to understand that bullying stems from malice and even less so why it happened to them. They would need a long time to comprehend a malicious action or an offensive remark. But Lu Jianqing was different. He was already 17. He had gone through all that already and was more sensitive to many things. He was aggressive, protecting himself through active violence, worsening his relationship with those around him, but fearlessly so. During the initial period at City No. 2 High School, if it weren't for him being nearby to watch over little autism, Shen Yang couldn't imagine how much little autism would suffer. The medicine is hard to take, really. Shen Yang said, when I started taking it in junior high school, I felt dizzy after each dose, needing to sleep for hours every day, lacking energy. Now, you see me sleeping in class often, it's not because I'm tired. Lu Jianqing understood, it's because of the medicine. It makes you gain weight. Shen Yang had already grown accustomed to Lu Jianqing's sudden interjections. In junior and senior high school, I worked out furiously, participated in group competitions, exercised, and jogged in the morning. I was just very afraid of gaining weight due to the medication. Fat. Deciding to defend his physique, Shen Yang said, this is called being muscular. Lu Jianqing stared at his shoulders for a while, then loosened his arms to gesture at the shoulder width, as if saying, Shen Yang, you're this, big. But Xingyang was focused on riding the bike, so he didn't see it. Realizing his actions hadn't been noticed by Xingyang, Lu Jianxing let out another quiet chuckle. Chapter 34, Great Courage. If it were in the past, Shen Yexing would absolutely not have imagined himself spending a hard-earned holiday at a temple. And riding a motorcycle there. Carrying a little recluse on his back. Patiently speaking to the other party along the way and letting them tightly wrap their arms around his waist to the point of almost suffocating him. Halfway through the ride, the sky began to sprinkle rain, and he even took off the only raincoat from the motorcycle and placed it over the other person. Shit. He felt particularly happy. The only discomfort was that Shen Yexing's motorcycle wasn't really designed for carrying passengers since he usually leaned forward on it to look cool while riding, and carrying someone made it tiring, especially with the high seat cushion. The temple they were heading to was located beyond the second ring road in the city. It was an ancient Buddhist temple from the Tang dynasty with a rich historical background and considered a quite famous tourist spot. Shen Yexing had always heard from his aunt that making wishes and praying for blessings there was particularly effective, drawing many pious men and women who returned from all over the country each year to repay their vows. Shen Yexing wasn't exactly a saint, but right now he wanted to pray for health and safety. Within the third ring road of the city, law enforcement was strict during holidays, so Shen Yexing chose a detour route via the outer third ring road, inevitably taking some narrower lanes. These roads were often frequented by heavy trucks, raising dust across the entire street. Shen Yexing needed to slow down and turn his head back to ensure that the little recluse was properly wearing the hat. During the drive, he glimpsed a cake shop advertising a new product called Ice Skin Mooncake, saying it contained an entire strawberry inside, bursting with juice when bitten. The texture, when biting from outside in, felt like first tasting a mouthful of ice cream, then encountering a fragrant and soft filling. Fuck. Could Lu Xing's true form be this? This ice skin mooncake spirit. Riding a motorcycle required complete focus on potential dangers on the road, yet Shen Yexing still found himself distracted. Hey! Unable to resist, he shouted, Lu Bingpierre. Unfortunately, Lu Bingpierre didn't respond. At this moment, Lu Bingpierre was battling with auditory overload. He could hear Shen Yexing's words, the horns of cars near and far on the road, and the rushing wind by his ears. But to him, all these sounds were at the same decibel level, making it difficult for him to extract information amidst the noise. He was spacing out. Boldly, Shen Yexing let go of the motorcycle handlebars for a few seconds, tightening the sleeves knotted around his waist. He turned back and said, Lu Jianxing, hold on tighter. After saying that, Shen Yexing sped up. This massive hunter motorcycle swept through the streets, descending from a slope into the auxiliary lane. From the auxiliary lane, they entered an elevated highway that spanned the city from north to south. It wasn't rush hour yet, so there was no traffic jam. Cars kept driving down from the elevated bridge onto the main roads. Lu Jianxing peeked out from his snug hat, revealing a pair of shiny eyes. After observing for a long time, he suddenly said, the cars are sliding. Shen Yexing was astonished by his imagination and had to rack his brain to keep up. Very seriously, he said, we're all little cookies. Lu Jianxing. Imagination doesn't work by forcing things like this. Shen Yexing, the car is the conveyor belt, we're going to the factory for processing. The factory is City 2, and City 2 will cover us with jam to make us taste better. As he spoke, he realized how absurd it was and couldn't continue the story, sighing that it was truly hard-told world of the little recluse. He was indeed worried that after hearing, we're delicious, the little recluse might bite him on the shoulder. At that time, Shen Yexing didn't fully understand the meaning of hickey or bite marks being love tattoos, and his definition of love was still unclear. Lu Jianxing corrected him, we're not going to City 2. Well, we're the fugitive little cookies. After Shen Yexing said that, he was also shocked by his own foolishness and accelerated again. He couldn't see what expression Lu Jianxing had. A passenger plane coming from a nearby suburb flew low, making a loud noise. Shen Yexing could feel Lu Jianxing holding onto his waist even tighter, still trembling. Would talking help you feel more comfortable? Shen Yexing asked. Lu Jianxing started working hard to separate the other person's voice from the surrounding noise. Have you ever been far away from home? Have you ever ridden a train? Lu Jianxing shook his head behind him, but Shen Yexing couldn't see it and started chatting himself, I can't ride trains. When I was little, every time those green-skinned trains woo-wooed on TV, I always thought someone was crying all the way. Shen Yexing's tone was serious and grave. Nowadays, high-speed trains and EMUs don't make much noise, so I don't have much chance to take them. Can't you take a plane? Plain ears? Or easily ringing in the ears, which is unbearable. Lu Jianxing, hearing this, his eyes shifted away for a moment, then he recalled the desperate ear pain from his first flight, nodding. After about half an hour, Shen Yexing parked, locked the bike with a sleepy Lu Jianxing on board, whistling, we're here. The road from the parking lot up the mountain was very narrow, all along were moss-covered rocks. Every step that Lu Jianxing took made Shen Yexing feel alarmed inside, but on the surface, he pretended not to care. He understood that too much attention would create pressure for Lu Jianxing, just like how he detested others pointing fingers when he had a seizure. Phrases like, don't be angry, or, you're being unreasonable, were completely pouring oil onto the fire. What's wrong? Xing Yixing laughed. Lu Jianxing kept walking while looking down, determined to step on the seams of the scenic area bricks. I'm sick. Xing Yixing, I'm also sick. Lu Jianxing, you are sick. The Xing Yixing who was identified had already started confronting his own issues and didn't feel upset at all about being mislabeled. Yes, I'm sick. I'm sick. Imitating speech was one of Lu Jianxing's great skills, he could even mimic the mannerisms well. Seeing him with a cold face saying stupid things, Xing Yixing wanted to tease him again. Both you and I are sick, what do we combine to call? Lu Jianxing particularly loud, bad luck. Xing Yixing sighed, pinching his cheek, not that. It used to feel unlucky, but it wasn't anymore now. Now, it was extremely fortunate in adversity. The two walked to the ticket window, took out their student IDs to buy tickets, and Lu Jianxing's palms were all sweaty. He was very glad that there weren't many tourists today, otherwise, he might have directly fallen into endless anxiety. He glanced at the towering ancient trees in front of him, almost forgetting when he last came into contact with nature. After all, going anywhere freely wasn't something he could decide on his own. When he was young, it was easy to get lost. When he grew up, it was easy to run away. Just now, when Xing Yixing talked about family, it stirred up quite a few memories for Lu Jianxing. There were good ones, and bad ones. Amidst the lush greenery, his spirit relaxed, smoothly entering a state of mind wandering. Our family has no history of mental illness, yet you bore a sick child. How am I supposed to explain this to my parents? Where should our family reputation stand? Ah. The child is born from you, it's your fault for giving birth to such a one. Autism, saying they're quiet doesn't mean talking, look at his behaviors, what's the difference from intellectual disability? And you keep telling me important people speak late, how old is he now? Lu Jianxing is 6 years old. He hasn't even called Dad once. I don't want to drag along with this one son my entire life, deal with it yourself. Lu Jianxing's memory wasn't particularly good, and there weren't many things that caught his attention, but the words his father roared in the study when he was little left an indelible mark on him. That night, he quietly stood inside the bedroom listening. The child looked dull and stagnant, but actually understood everything. What he couldn't comprehend was why amidst such artillery fire and smoke, his parents could still give birth to another son. A healthy, perfectly fine younger brother. He himself was indeed unlucky. In elementary school, Lu Jianxing remembered his mother choosing to rent a place near the school like many parents from No. 2 middle school. For a while, he couldn't leave his mother, following her everywhere, and the landlord could tell right away that the child had issues, unwilling to rent. Their home was far from the school, so every day he guarded the water faucet, crying as soon as class began. Lu Jianxing simply didn't want to attend class anymore and adopted passive resistance. Every morning, once they called him to get up, he turned around showing his butt on the bed. Didn't want to go anywhere. After finishing a cigarette, Xing Yixing noticed Lu Bingpierre was still daydreaming. They didn't explore the scenic spot but went straight to the incense-burning area, which required climbing dozens of long stone steps. Lu Jianxing followed Xing Yixing in confusion, and Xing Yixing looked back at him, feeling that if one day his beastly nature flared up and he abducted him, Lu Jianxing would still softly call out, Yixing brother. Xing Yixing looked at him, and a vague feeling arose. The stairs weren't very steep, but the number of steps was enough to wear anyone out. Xing Yixing wagered that with all those abnormal bumps and bruises Lu Jianxing exhibited, he wouldn't walk a few steps without falling. By the time they reached the top, his knees would be bloody. There were not many tourists on the steps, some were busy posing for photos while others rested, utterly exhausted, drinking water in large gulps and saying they'd come back again next time. Most of those climbing the mountain to pay respects to the Buddha were middle-aged or elderly people, and among the younger visitors, there were mostly girls. The two of them stood out sharply amidst the crowd of tourists. Xing Yixing was immensely grateful that both of them walked slowly enough, even slower than the elderly, otherwise, they would have been mistaken as tour guides from a senior citizens travel agency. He roughly estimated the number of stone steps, and zipped up his jacket while crouching slightly. Xing Yixing said to the one behind, come up. This time it was Lu Jianxing's turn to be confused, standing motionless. Xing Yixing didn't give it a second thought, approached him, bent over again, forcefully wrapped Lu Jianxing's arms around him and lifted him onto his back. With a bit of effort, Lu Jianxing's feet left the ground, subconsciously gripping Xing Yixing's collar. Xing Yixing then supported his bent knees from behind, directly carrying him on his back. Ah, the little introvert is rather heavy. Despite his height and weight indicating complete health, he still had quite a bit of strength. Hold on tight, Xing Yixing caught his breath, somewhat excited, I'm about to rush up. He was entirely using Lu Jianxing as a sandbag for practice. Lu Jianxing was obediently lying on his back and soothingly pinched his ears, slow down. We'll run to there first. Xing Yixing pointed with his chin towards a platform midway along the long staircase. Slow down, Lu Jianxing repeated. Alright, I'll go slowly. Wrap your arms around my neck well and tighten your legs a bit more. After these words, Xing Yixing realized something seemed off and blushed red at the ears before continuing, don't move around too much. It was the first time Lu Jianxing had been carried on someone else's back besides his father, leaving him stunned. A feeling of being carefully taken care of emerged. That was nice. Thinking further, what other word could describe his current feeling? Satisfaction. He quietly tightened his grip around Shen Yexing's neck, feeling curious eyes watching him nervously and shyly. But his shyness wasn't obvious, he just lowered his head, resting it near Shen Yexing's nape, trying hard to lower the temperature on his cheeks. Other girls huffing and puffing looked at him. Other elders worn out by exhaustion also glanced at him. The leaves, insects, flying birds, and white clouds all seemed to be looking at him. Yet here he was, letting a boy only a year older carry him, aiming to summit just by laziness. Lu Bingpierre, Shen Yexing cleared his throat, let me tell you something. Ah. We're not the least bit unlucky. After dazing for a good while recalling what had happened, Lu Jianqing tightened the arms crossed over Shen Yexing's clavicles and softly ummed. After running up the 100-step ancient temple stairway with Lu Jianqing on his back, Shen Yexing hadn't planned to stop halfway but found himself surprisingly unfatigued. Calling this weight-bearing running was different from the past when he sprinted to the hospital with Shen Kaifei having a high fever, it felt completely different. Ascending the stone steps to the peak, one had to offer 3 incense sticks upon reaching the front hall. Shen Yexing extinguished his cigarette, contemplating mischievously using 3 cigarettes instead of incense but glanced at the small recluse beside him and decided to stay sincere. He bought the incense and candles and returned, taking a bunch in one hand and giving another bunch to Lu Jianqing, telling him to simply follow his lead, saying this place was very auspicious where one could make 3 New Year wishes. There weren't many people on the stone steps, but the incense smoke was quite strong in front of the main hall. Everyone faced the golden statue inside the hall reverently, bowing respectfully without conversing with each other. Lu Jianqing watched Shen Yexing pull out a lighter from his pocket to light the incense, finding him more akin to lighting a cigarette. The spark jumped and strangely dispersed the rebellious air between Shen Yexing's eyebrows, replaced by seriousness. He genuinely wished for the small recluse to get better. And truly wanted the small recluse to stay as such. Dong, as the bell rang, Shen Yexing leaned close to Lu Jianqing, we can make our wishes now. The process of praying and offering homage was undoubtedly novel to Lu Jianqing. Autism is innate, mania inherited plus triggered factors, adding comparisons of severity levels, Lu Jianqing resolved that his sincerity this time would fully bless Shen Yexing. Wishing Shen Yexing to enter the stabilization phase soon. No fighting, no self-harm. Finished. Thank you. After silently finishing his prayer, Lu Jianqing solemnly bowed deeply. His expression remained almost indifferent as he stood in a corner of the hall watching Shen Yexing rise and fiddle with the little Buddhist statue card given by the monk who hit the bell. It was as if everything in the world was irrelevant to him. He traced the edges of the card repeatedly, going front to back over 20 times, before finally stopping obediently. No one could tell that he also brought a sincere heart to make a wish for another person. Shen Yexing, at the age of 18, had cultivated a rebellious nature, never expecting that one day he would bring someone to the temple to believe in all this stuff. Before leaving today, he had specially called his aunt to ask for advice. Her opinion was, if you believe, it exists, if you don't believe, it doesn't. Seeing Lu Jianqing solemnly worship, Shen Yexing asked him, how many wishes did you make? Lu Jianqing held up 1. You can make 3 wishes, Shen Yexing said. Lu Jianqing didn't say anything, walking away without looking back, not even waiting for the other person. He couldn't be too greedy, 1 was enough. After coming out of the main hall, they still needed to go down the stairs. Lu Jianqing silently went down the first step and bent over with his hands on his knees, staying still. Shen Yexing had just shaken off the incense and candle ash from his coat, can't walk anymore. Lu Jianqing said, come. What to do? Shen Yexing asked. Carry me down. 1 for you, 1 for me, fair. Lu Jianqing feared that the other wouldn't understand if he stayed silent, so he made a balancing ball motion. Shen Yexing remained silent for a second. Come. Lu Jianqing said. No, do you know how heavy I am and you dare to carry me? These steps are so high, what if you fall, let alone Tang Han, just Li Dingxi and others. Come. Repeating only this word, Lu Jianqing was very determined, let's try. Damn. Then no manners. Alright, then like this, Shen Yexing took a step forward, placing his arm on the other's shoulder, I won't wrap my legs around, just hang there. If you're going to fall, I'll pull you. Lu Jianqing suddenly shivered. Because Shen Yexing's breath brushed against his ear as he spoke. You're shaking, what? Shen Yexing acted playful, moving closer to his ear, almost touching his earlobe with his lips, deliberately lowering his voice to seduce slowly, is it too close? Too close. Being so sensitive, Lu Jianqing's breathing became rapid. Shen Yexing noticed his abnormality, about to say something more, when a tourist far away screamed shrilly, as if startled by an unknown wild bug from the mountains. Lu Jianqing shivered again this time, a physiological uncontrollable tremble. He was extremely sensitive to this kind of sound and was shocked into a daze. Who burped just now? Shen Yexing tried to divert his attention, whispering rudely near his ear, how is this louder than when Li Dingxi feels full? Lu Jianqing paused for a few seconds without reacting, then burst into laughter afterward. What a beautiful laugh, like a flower. Shen Yexing cursed inwardly once. Relieved, Shen Yexing securely hung his arm around Lu Jianqing's neck. Let's go. Are you sure you can handle it, he said. His palm touched Lu Jianqing's Adam's apple exactly, making Shen Yexing tense up instantly. He felt the warmth where the slight bulge was. And wanted to use his mouth. Kiss it. This was the place that moved when Lu Jianqing talked. Sheng Yexing was stronger and bulkier, but Lu Jianqing still had slim young muscles. Hanging Sheng Yexing down the sloping steps posed no problem. He grasped Sheng Yexing's wrists in front of his chest, slightly bending his body, confirming that the person was carried steadily, then tremblingly stepped down the next step. Amazing, Sheng Yexing whispered close to his ear, trying to keep his voice as deep as possible. Lu Jianqing, impressive. The male voice, caught between awkwardness and maturity, made Lu Jianqing's heart itch with each word. Numb and tingling. This feeling of accelerated heartbeat was so clear, it made him feel curious and excited. He pulled his neck in, then stretched his leg firmly, taking another step down. I can too. I'm capable. Me, I'm super impressive. Today, little autistic isn't being little autistic, even his sweaty and muddy face doesn't match the description of cute. Today, he is little brave. And when he turns 18 this summer, he will be big brave. Lu Jianqing's neck sweated slightly, glistening under the sunlight. He tightly pressed his lower lip, pulling Sheng Yexing, who was almost slipping, back up a bit, then descended another step. I can. I am able. I am so damn impressive. Chapter 35, Throwing a Party. To be honest, Sheng Yexing had met people who were tough, but he hadn't met anyone as tough as Lu Jianqing. Just halfway through carrying Lu Jianqing from the top of the stone steps, Sheng Yexing could feel that Lu Jianqing was struggling with the effort. Occasionally, Lu would emit soft sounds like ha or showing signs of excessive exertion. Sheng Yexing couldn't help laughing while trying to hold back his amusement. He asked Lu Jianqing to stop, but Lu didn't. Sheng Yexing guessed that this small, stubborn person wanted to compete with him. After all, when masters faced off, there was usually mutual understanding without words. Breathing in silence became their form of communication. Sheng Yexing couldn't help himself anymore. He worried that if he applied too much force, he might press Lu down onto the stairs, so he advised, I know you're extremely good, but no matter how hard you try, it doesn't mean much. No matter what, I can carry 5 of you. This wasn't an exaggeration at all, since he came from the basketball team and had hidden sheer strength under those muscles. On the other hand, Lu Jianqing looked pale and lean, his physique far from matching the bulk and power that radiated from Sheng Yexing even if he tried flexing. Lu Jianqing finally stopped his foot mid-step. Alright, then 4 of you, said Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianqing still didn't move. Sheng Yexing started negotiating with a laugh, then, 3 of you. The moment Lu's pride got wounded, he really didn't want to go further. Alright, 2 of you. Not exaggerated. If any less, I won't agree. 2 of you is indeed acceptable. Halfway along the path, Sheng Yexing descended. Carrying Sheng Yexing tired Lu Jianqing immensely, and Sheng's dangling weight around his neck also made him exhausted. Leaning on their knees, they bent over in the middle of the stone staircase, exchanging glances for a brief moment, unsure who laughed first. When a tourist said, "Excuse me, can you move aside?" Lu Jianqing couldn't evade in time, losing his footing and accidentally stepping several steps down. Surprisingly, relying solely on his own weak sense of balance, he managed to steady himself, breathing slightly faster afterward. Standing tall with his narrow shoulders, he seemed to bear some unseen weight. Lu Jianqing. Sheng Yexing whistled to call him. Lu Jianqing twitched his shoulder, then slowly turned his head to give Sheng a sidelong glance, not saying anything. Sheng Yexing still remembered the days when Lu first transferred schools, and even calling out his name wouldn't get a response. Back then, he just thought the quiet kid was fun to play with. Now, besides finding him entertaining, there's something else unexplainably tugging at his emotions. But their days together grow fewer by each passing day, and Sheng Yexing didn't want things to become too clear too soon. Both were lost in thought simultaneously, until Lu Jianqing regained his senses first. As if suddenly remembering something, he squatted down to touch a carved brick by his feet. The tiles of the scenic spot were crafted into reliefs depicting a dragon emerging from the sea under the moonlight, its double horn supporting a dragon pearl at the center. The artwork was lifelike. To Lu Jianqing, however, it was simply a dragon, moon, lots of water, and a sphere. He reached out to touch the ball, and Sheng Yexing followed suit by squatting down next to him and coaxed him, "Things on the ground are dirty, you should stand up." Lu Jianqing paid no heed, feeling left and right before grabbing 4 fallen branches from under a tree. He arranged them into a square shape and threw some broken stones inside. Then, he raised his head to look at Sheng Yexing. Something to say? After looking around, Sheng Yexing confirmed that this was just an ordinary tourist attraction, nothing likely to stimulate Lu Jianqing, so why was he acting this way? Had he been here before? Sheng Yexing squatted down to observe what exactly Lu Jianqing was trying to say. Lu Jianqing pointed at a pebble and said, "Tactile board." Then he touched another one, "Sheep, trampoline." "Hug bucket," he continued with another touch. Finally, Lu Jianqing placed his fingertip on the stone and named it, "Jump sack." Sheng Yexing didn't fully understand what he was talking about, except that Lu Jianqing was introducing some training equipment prepared at the care center. Similar equipment was also available in the gymnasium of Second High School. Then Lu Jianqing opened a little entrance in the square and pointed to himself before using his fingers to cross into a triangle. A few motions knocked over the stones neatly placed. He opened his mouth but said nothing, only keeping his gaze fixed on Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing was thoroughly puzzled now. Looking at the joyfully smirking face of Lu Jianqing, he connected this with their previous conversation about therapy and treatment, deciding to boldly guess, "Are you telling me, you really like these pieces of equipment?" Lu Jianqing gave no response. "Well," Sheng Yexing pondered, "are you telling me that when you were young, you would barge into the training room just like this, knocking all the equipment everywhere?" Lu Jianqing's eyes sparkled momentarily before he tilted his head up toward the sky with a smile. It appears that the guess was correct. "Lu Binger, did you cry when you went to school as a child?" Sheng Yexing glanced at him, wanting to pinch his cheeks but restrained himself. His eyebrow raised with a teasing grin, "Cried? Probably cried so hard you hiccuped." Lu Binger hadn't even processed his new nickname when he began nodding enthusiastically. "Crying, yes. Not only did he cry, but he wouldn't listen to any advice, ignoring everyone around him. The only reason he would stop was if he got tired from crying. Even the sound of his own fart could scare him into tears. I was so easy to frighten in elementary school, but once class started, I'd get restless and sob uncontrollably. The teacher had no choice but to open the faucet in the school restroom. I would stand there catching water droplets with my fingers, feeling the water slide down my fingertips. I could repeat this action for the entire morning. So many things I wanted to say eventually condensed into one word, ah. Lu Jianqing paused, nearly biting through his lips. Why was it like this? Under the encouragement of Sheng Yexing's gaze, it seemed he lost the ability to speak again. "It's fine," Sheng Yexing felt a dull ache in his heart. Lifting his arm, he pulled Lu Jianqing close and said earnestly, "No rush. You can tell me slowly later." When they exited the temple tourist area, it was already evening. Sheng Yexing carried Lu Jianqing and took a shortcut to bypass the congested roads during rush hour. They found a small restaurant that served stir-fried dishes for dinner since it was the holiday, and they needed to eat something special. He originally planned to take Lu Jianqing to try some famous food stores in the city. But considering Lu Jianqing's limited tolerance for strangers around him, he decided to eat at a less crowded place first. They were also tired of the restaurants near their school. Besides, Lu Jianqing was still growing. It wasn't right to always give him just 2 tails of noodles as a meal. Plus, because of his limited speech skills, he didn't know how to express his preferences for flavors well. The dishes came quickly, stir-fried meat, braised soup, cold salads, fried, and steamed dishes all on the table. A variety of everything was presented, considered a good omen for the start of the new year. Lu Jianqing stared blankly at the chopsticks for a moment before settling on the dish of cold-dressed carp. He was completely amazed that fish could be eaten cold. Never had cold salad. Seeing his curious expression, Sheng Yexing realized that many autistic people had sensitive stomachs. He immediately called the boss to bring more boiling water to warm up the dishes. Seeing him eating with joy, Sheng Yexing became nervous again and asked, "Never had tofu with broth?" Lu Jianqing nodded slightly. "Cucumber?" Lu Jianqing shook his head. A lot of these foods weren't because his parents refused to let him eat them, it was because he was scared to try new things and couldn't accept alternatives to his favorite potatoes. In the past, whenever he tried unfamiliar vegetables, he would throw a tantrum, then vomit. Once, he almost fell into the toilet after vomiting. Eggplant? Tofu? Broccoli? White vermicelli? Lu Jianqing denied them all, showing no further interest, lowering his head and using a spoon to scoop rice. He hadn't tried any of these. Since speaking and doing something simultaneously was challenging for Lu Jianqing, while eating, he stopped with his chopsticks to point out which dish tasted good. Sheng Yexing told him to try praising while eating and multitasking, but as soon as Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, he reflexively dropped his chopsticks and got frustrated, shaking his hand until all the tofu slid off his chopsticks. This dinner ended with Lu Jianqing paying the bill. When it was time to settle, he pulled out a neatly folded 100 yuan note and handed it to the owner. His voice was loud enough for everyone eating in the small shop to hear, 17. Startled by his volume, the owner fumbled for a moment, frantically calculating the change on the calculator, puzzled and saying, "It's really 17 blocks back, how do you calculate so fast?" She hadn't written down the detailed bill or announced the total amount, yet this boy simply threw down a 100 yuan note and gave her the exact amount of change he should receive. While looking at the menu, Lu Jianqing memorized the prices and kept calculating in his mind throughout the meal, finally mustering the courage to pay the bill. Actually, he didn't want to say a single extra word. But he believed this dinner was something he had to buy. He wanted to express his gratitude but didn't know how. At 9:30 p.m., the two wandered aimlessly back towards the second high school area. Aunt Zhang sent a message in the WeChat group saying tonight's dorm check wouldn't involve room-by-room checks. Instead, it would be random spot checks. Anyone chosen would have bad luck. There was a jump and cheer in the class group, believing those unlucky ones would not be themselves. With this announcement, the boys' group chat of Class 7 burst with excitement. Gu Kunshan directly shared coordinates, saying the new dual-screen computer his parents bought had arrived. He invited the brothers over to play games. And he specifically tagged Sheng Yexing, saying it's been too long since they last gathered. Sheng Yexing was speechless. Weren't they seeing each other every day? When Sheng Yexing led Lu Jianqing into the apartment, it was filled with cigarette smoke. Seeing them both arrive together, Gu Kunshan nearly fell off his chair in surprise. Holy crap, are you two doing rehab even on holidays? There were only 4 or 5 guys in the room, beer bottles in front of them, all gathered around a desktop computer watching a game. Seeing Sheng Yexing walk in, they all stood up. Right, we're tired after a long day. Sheng Yexing wore an expressionless face as he slipped on shoe covers and guided Lu Jianqing behind him. He frowned and said, everyone in the room, extinguish your cigarettes or I'm leaving with him. The smoke isn't too bad. I'm coughing. Don't leave, man. Gu Kunshan slapped his thigh and shouted to Zhang Fei, quick, lock the door. Not a single deserter. Zhang Fei tilted his chin and smoked while saying, the ashtray is on the table. Put out your cigarettes already. All put out. Gu Kunshan jumped as he spoke, grabbing the cigarette from Zhang Fei's mouth for a puff, then grinned and opened his jacket to cool down. Boss, come inside. We've been waiting for you tonight. Didn't expect you'd bring Brother Lu along. A guy pulled a beer from the fridge and placed it on the table, then sighed, Kunshan, with boss here, will this beer be enough for us to destroy tonight? Not enough. Just order more via delivery. Gu Kunshan didn't think much about it, directly popping open a bottle for a sip and asking Lu Jianqing, Brother Lu, would you like some beer? No. Yes. 2 different answers came simultaneously, the former was Sheng Yexing's, the latter Lu Jianqing's. Zhang Fei couldn't help but laugh, can you drink? He has a poor stomach, don't let him drink too much. As Sheng Yexing spoke, he glanced around the room, his gaze implying not just, a little less, but, whoever makes him drink will regret it. Lu Jianqing ignored what Sheng Yexing had said, finding the most isolated empty spot where he sat cross-legged, peeled a cashew nut and started daydreaming. Hey, today at the neighboring school, I saw this really cute girl. I really wanted to ask her for her WeChat ID. One of the boys leaned back on the sofa, patting his chest. Have any of you ever asked someone for their WeChat? What WeChat? Don't have that privilege. Zhang Fei drank beer 1 cup after another nonstop. Too far above our reach. Sheng Yexing crushed the ice in his mouth, smiled, and remained silent. City second high uniforms everywhere, how can we approach anyone? Gu Kunshan continued Zhang Fei's words, many people look down on my background. I don't blame them. What does your family do? The boy lying on the sofa asked. Gu Kunshan popped open the beer bottle cap with his teeth and shouted, coal mining. The boy. On the side, Zhang Fei was making a video call to Li Dingxi. Unable to hold the phone steady, he had to use a phone holder. Li Dingxi discovered that as soon as he left, this group began binge drinking, and he was so angry. However, being at a relative's house, he could only keep the video chat open while taking a glass of juice and shouting, let's raise our cups and invite the moon, to the ends of the earth. Even to the ends of the earth, there's no place for you. Sheng Yexing reached out to block the camera, with just a glass of juice, don't embarrass yourself. Li Dingxi persisted despite several, big brother, what topic are you discussing? A serious topic, said Sheng Yexing. What exactly are you talking about? When to kick you out of our team? No, I heard it. Let me say, inclusive education is the best. Look at those people around our age who often feel suicidal or see no reason to live, it's because they don't know me. Li Dingxi got more earnest as he continued, if they knew me, and saw how positively I lived despite my hardships, wouldn't they value life even more? Zhang Fei killed a werewolf guard belonging to Gu Kunshan by pressing a key, his lips twitched, the problem is, no one wants their kids playing with us. Gu Kunshan smacked the sofa hard, angry, hey, Li Dingxi's speech triggered you, why did you kill me, damn it. Killing you is fun. After finishing, Zhang Fei handed the game controller to Sheng Yexing, boss, beat him. Sheng Yexing also laughed, taking the controller and drinking a sip of beer before loudly declaring, what to beat? Your games are too bloody. Killing werewolf guards is meaningless. Blood splatters all over the screen, broken hands with no pixelation, it's ridiculous. Stop playing. Sit over here and watch. As he spoke, feeling warm from the alcohol, he unzipped his jacket, took it off, and threw it aside on the sofa. Come, Lu Jianqing. Sheng Yexing sat next to the silent Lu Jianqing with a keyboard in hand, his breath slightly tinged with alcohol. Big brother, I'll teach you how to play Super Mario. Chapter 36, Embrace. The moment Sheng Yexing sat down close to someone, the room immediately fell silent, and everyone looked over at him. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone isolate a minor from inappropriate content? Forget it, bro, this is called Super Mario. Zhang Fei threw a peanut into his mouth and started chewing. If you haven't played this game before, don't act so high and mighty. Sheng Yexing paused for a few seconds and said, is there gold miner? No, Gu Kunshan was shocked to drop his jaw. Sheng Yexing crushed another piece of ice and asked, forest fireman. Gu Kunshan, we really don't have that. Sheng Yexing, how about beat up kids? Boss, please spare me. Gu Kunshan mixed another beer with cola, you're truly spreading love everywhere, sacrificing yourself for others. Usually, these violent war games are your favorite, aren't they? You also said that when you get a headshot in a game, you feel particularly excited. Each time you play, your eyes turn red as if you've taken drugs. Now you're telling me that it's too bloody. Do you want to play those 4,399 minigames instead? So what, is little seclusion allergic to these? The person being nagged didn't bother replying, biting on a filter tip quietly, not bothered at all, and directly held Lu Jianqing to exit the current interface to look for an entrance to puzzle games. Here, drink a bit of alcohol before gaming, John Fei whistled, it helps performance. Gu Kunshan began bragging, fuck, I can beat Super Mario even if I'm drunk as hell. John Fei poured the wine and got excited again, whistling. If you keep blowing, you'll piss yourself. Gu Kunshan grabbed a pillow and tried to firmly cover his mouth. Drink. Jean Fei dodged the attack and smashed the empty beer bottle onto the carpet. I'll change my name to Jean Descent if I don't get you drunk today. Play finger-guessing game, best 2 out of 3. Gu Kunshan said. Jean Fei nudged Sheng Yexing with his elbow, care to join? Sheng Yexing got up to fetch a bottle opener, lowering his voice near Jean Fei's ear and said, if I get drunk, will you carry little seclusion back? Carry. Jean Fei was scared stiff. Holy shit, Sheng Yexing has turned into a nanny. Or do you think, where do you think my abs come from? Sheng Yexing laughed once, only I can carry him. He treats Lu Jianqing like a little Buddha, and in return, Lu Jianqing has pulled him into his own world. He gets excited after drinking alcohol, a little tipsy from too much beer. When he returned and sat by Lu Jianqing, he noticed that Lu Jianqing was still looking at the beer on the table. Sheng Yexing doesn't really want Lu Jianqing to touch alcohol, but assuming he was just thirsty, he asked, do you want some beer? The game has mushrooms. Lu Jianqing said. Already accustomed to his erratic thought process, Sheng Yexing wasn't surprised by this reply and continued asking, tell me if you want it, or I'll give you a little soda. Okay. Bad phone signal. Lu Jianqing kept staring at the blurred face of Li Dingxi on his phone screen and muttered softly. It stuck like a PowerPoint. What did Brother Lu say? Here, take it. Gu Kunshan was a little drunk and didn't listen carefully to what Lu Jianqing had said, pouring a cup of beer with ice and handing it over. Lu Jianqing quickly accepted it, shaking the glass and observing the golden bubbles closely. He licked the rim, put ice cubes in his mouth and bit them repeatedly. Both cheeks were filled with ice, making him look like a hamster. Lu Jianqing wasn't new to drinking, just rarely drank beer. When he was in junior high school, due to a long-term illness-induced insomnia, he used to drink his father's liquor at home, gradually enjoying the dizziness it brought, as well as the surging sleepiness. But he knew his limits, avoiding blackouts to not trouble his parents, considering his poor digestive health as well. Today, watching the group of teenagers around his age in the small rented apartment, he suddenly wanted to get drunk once. Sheng Yexing could somewhat see the paleness of his face, frowning and asking, do you want to go back? To his surprise, Lu Jianqing remained silent and instead stood up first, leaning on the sofa, raising the beer glass, and looking at Sheng Yexing. Seeing that Lu Jianqing took the initiative to toast, everyone hurriedly got up with their hands full, and John Fei, who hadn't finished chewing peanuts, swallowed one hastily, choking while his hands trembled. Ah, let me say a few words. A new year has arrived, and we are all very happy to gather here. The things I should say have already been mentioned at the New Year celebration event. Welcome Lu Jianqing to City No. 2 High School, and wish you a speedy recovery. Gu Kunshan confidently said, then was given a death stare by Jean Fei, cutting him down to size. What the fuck are you saying? This illness cannot be cured. Ah, then, Gu Kunshan was truly drunk, scratching his head and saying, then let's toast for our restless youth and our confused future. Jean Fei coldly remarked, you've watched too many movies about the pain of youth. Sheng Yexing added fuel to the fire by reminding, for youth and the future, you should drink another glass. Gu Kunshan nearly choked on his drink. Lu Jianqing swallowed the entire beer in one go, wiped his mouth, and looked up, unable to utter a word for a long time. But he noticed everyone waiting for him to speak, so he tried hard to say something, only to fail again. Unable to express himself, Lu Jianqing could do nothing but sit back down holding an empty glass. The light in the rented apartment had already become rather old, dimming in and out as it cast faint shadows across Lu Jianqing's nose. Perhaps because he had been compliant for too long, Sheng Yexing wasn't quite used to seeing him down an entire glass in one breath. He almost forgot that this was the same person who could burst someone's head open on the first day of school in the dormitory. Being unable to speak left Lu Jianqing feeling irritated and uneasy. He grabbed the fruit juice, cola, and Sprite from the table, mixing them together wildly, before adding a small bottle of Absolute vodka into the mix. Shaking it all around, he tilted his head back and down the concoction in one gulp. Is he, really okay? Asked Gu Kunshan as they began playing games again. Boss, are you not going to stop him from drinking? If he wants to drink, let him. Though he said that, once they started the game of forfeit drinks and guessing hands, Sheng Yexing would block the drinks handed to Lu Jianqing by Gu Kunshan and the others. He wanted Lu Jianqing to participate in social activities, but didn't want him to drink alcohol, so he directly stated that he would drink all of Lu Jianqing's drinks. Seeing him constantly blocking, John Fei was displeased. How can you play like this? Is Brother Lu willing to have you block for him? It makes no difference if I drink or he drinks, Sheng Yexing replied. Ro Jianqing, who hadn't spoken a word until now, moved his lips slightly, his brow furrowed. Drink what crap? You're cursing even when drunk, Sheng Yexing coaxed him softly, laughing while wanting to laugh. Little Ice Skin Road, are you filled with black sesame seeds or strawberry filling inside? Lu Jianqing gave him a look before tossing his gaze towards the ceiling. Hey. Little Goo's house has a pretty nice light. After several rounds of circular battles, the floor of the rented apartment was littered with empty aluminum cans, and all the ice cubes in the bucket had melted into water. The napkins spread on the table were all soaked and couldn't be used anymore. At 3:30 a.m., all the windows in the building had their lights extinguished, as if the whole world had gone to sleep except for them. Zhang Fei sprawled out on the sofa, handing out poker cards, his hand too weak to continue. By the end, he just threw the deck into the air, saying, "I'm done." Coward. Xing Yixing laughed. With his arm draped over Gu Kunshan's shoulder, Zhang Fei said, "Let's finish off the remaining bottles and call it a night." Lu Jianqing squatted alone to one side, chugging beer as if it were soda. Upon hearing that the battle was about to end, he quickly drained the bottle in his hand, eyes glued to the sprite on the table. "You've had enough." Xing Yixing extended his hand under the table. Possibly influenced by the alcohol, Xing Yixing touched the other person's body intimately for the first time without asking for permission. He brushed aside Lu Jianqing's shirt tail, stealthily touching his abdomen, leaning closer to whisper low into his ear, "Your stomach is full." Lu Jianqing quickly tightened his stomach muscles. Without making a sound, Xing Yixing wrapped his wrist around his waist, the action so forceful that there was no room for negotiation. The indoor lighting was too dark and they were all close to losing consciousness, so no one noticed what they were doing under the table. "Hey, Kunshan, stop drinking." Zhang Fei saw Gu Kunshan still pouring more drinks and became anxious. "Boss, do you remember, last time I told you I joined a group chat and happily recounted it?" Gu Kunshan completely ignored any attempts to dissuade him, his beer bottle still leaking as he spoke. "I found their symptoms funny, but then realized I'm exactly the same. I'll never escape these symptoms in my lifetime, and every day I'm extremely cautious, worried that strangers will figure out something is wrong with me. Joining the group was fun, and I think I'm pretty hilarious myself." Xing Yixing scoffed coldly, his tone unreadable. "Isn't that the case for everyone?" Another boy lying on the sofa finished his last sip and said, "A new year begins, and I'll start being depressed again. And I'll start being depressed again." After repeating the phrase, Gu Kunshan wiped the alcohol residue from his mouth and muttered, "Dongxia, your statement won't carry enough emotion unless you swear appropriately. Brother Lu, did you hear that? Dropping some F-words properly adds strength to your sentences. Stop giving bad advice." Xing Yixing kicked an empty beer bottle across the room, realizing he had also had a bit too much to drink. The beer bottle rolled twice on the carpet before stopping. Xing Yixing kicked another one, creating a chain reaction as it collided with others. The empty beer bottles lying around rang out crisp sounds several times. It was like the sound of their shattered lives colliding once again. A life already fraught with ups and downs. Zhang Fei snatched the bottle and placed it on the fridge, turning back to help someone up while complaining, "Why are you guys doing some sort of drunken performance? Your class always makes fools of themselves when they drink too much. Alright, I'll sleep with Lu Jianqing in the storage room. I remember there being a small bed." Xing Yixing noticed that Lu Jianqing was about to fall asleep sitting upright, so he stood up to support him, saying, "Zhang Fei, you and Dongxia, Gu Kunshan sleep in the bedroom. Gu Kunshan has a big bed that can fit 3 people. The sofa is soaked with spilled alcohol, no one can sleep there. You're squeezing with Lu Jianqing." Zhang Fei stood up, removing his short-sleeved shirt. "You're stronger than all 4 of us. Won't that be too crowded? Let Dong Xia and Lu Jianqing sleep together." Xing Yixing bluntly said, "Lu Jianqing can't sleep without me." Zhang Fei. Squeezing the group of drunken boys into one bathroom was nothing less than a disaster, so Xing Yixing simply waited in the living room with Lu Jianqing for them to finish. During the wait, Xing Yixing developed a craving for cigarettes. He removed his top, took a cigarette, and held it at the corner of his mouth unlit, occasionally glancing at Lu Jianqing for approval. He knew Lu Jianqing wouldn't accurately respond to questions like, "Can I smoke?" but he wanted to train this kind of interaction between them. Maybe one day Lu Jianqing would look into his eyes and nod to say yes. When Zhang Fei dragged 2 freshly washed drunks into the master bedroom, Xing Yixing went into the bathroom shirtless. He had felt hot halfway through the drinking session. Clothes kept getting shed until even his breathing felt constricted. He quickly finished brushing and yielded the spot, calling for Lu Jianqing to come wash his face and brush his teeth, while he squeezed into the shower. In the end, Xing Yixing couldn't resist lighting the cigarette. He knew he had drunk too much, and so had Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing stood dazedly in front of the sink, placing a toothbrush full of toothpaste into his mouth. Biting down and moving it a few times, his mouth filled with white foam. Turning his head, he looked into the misty shower stall. All he could see was Xing Yixing bare-chested in long pants, smoking in the cloud of steam from the warm shower. Hot water continuously flowed over the tiles, swirling around the ashes of the stubbed-out cigarette. Xing Yixing coughed a few times, his voice deep and seductive. For a fleeting moment when Lu Jianqing's breath quickened, he saw the outline of the other's firm muscles disappearing into the mist. His mind got muddled, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, something stimulated him to lift his hand and strip off his top as well. This time, Xing Yixing was dumbfounded. Chewing the burnt-out cigarette butt, he stepped out from behind a glass door and grabbed a clean towel, soaking it with hot water. "Look up," he told Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing lifted his head, and Shen Yexing, trying hard not to let his eyes linger on the half-naked torso, pressed the towel onto Lu Jianqing's face to wipe it clean. After changing the water, Shen Yexing rubbed soap behind Lu Jianqing's ears. Once the alcohol smell was reduced by half, he finally decided to lead him back to the room. Before leaving the bathroom, Lu Jianqing tossed a ball of tissue paper. But this wasn't important. What mattered was that while throwing the tissue, Lu Jianqing bent over, exposing more of his pale, slim back under the foggy bathroom light. From his slightly wet hair strands, neck, down to the waistline encased in athletic shorts covering his buttocks, it stirred a certain situation within Shen Yexing. Finished. Breathing deeply, Shen Yexing caught the person who was about to walk away. Put your clothes back on before sleeping, okay? No. Lu Jianqing walked ahead without looking back. Seeing how stubborn Lu Jianqing was, Shen Yexing couldn't help but shout, Lu Jianqing. The little recluse didn't turn back. Extremely obstinate. The rental apartment was small, the storage room smaller. Not having enough time to catch up with Lu Jianqing in the bathroom, Shen Yexing grabbed Lu Jianqing's hoodie and followed into the room. Once inside, Shen Yexing locked the door and put all his clothes back on. Lu Jianqing sat half-naked at the edge of the bed, reaching out for his clothes. I'm cold. If I take mine off, should you follow suit? If I dress, will you wear yours too? Shen Yexing noticed the problem and sat down beside him. You sleep on the inside, I'm afraid you'll roll out of bed in the middle of the night. Closer, Lu Jianqing said. Shen Yexing shook his head, his eyes bloodshot. We can't sleep close tonight. Let's sleep back to back. Lu Jianqing didn't say a word. He took off his shoes and socks, leaping onto the bed, insisting on sleeping outside with his back to Shen Yexing. Not even a few seconds after lying down, he glanced back, waiting for Shen Yexing to come up close like always and act as his personal wall. Back-to-back sleep, Shen Yexing turned away without looking at him. Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, emitting an ah sound from his throat, then moved closer in a soft attempt to bother him. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lu Jianqing became restless and turned over several times. Stick. Stick. Sleep. Stick. You'll be just fine against my back, Shen Yexing said. There's no need for me to hug you. I want your front side, Lu Jianqing said. I want to hold you. Don't move, Shen Yexing breathed heavily, feeling as if he were about to explode. We haven't known each other for long, but most of what I've said to you has been, don't move, slow down, or say something. Sometimes you don't listen, no matter how much I beg you. You do whatever you want, and no one can control you. But this time, please, don't move. The hyperactive symptoms brought on by the condition made him tense and unable to manage himself. The stimulation from alcohol also became difficult to control, his entire body starting to sweat, the nerves at the back of his neck trembling uncontrollably. He felt fullness, heat, and excitement all over. His back was sweating, shaking non-stop. Lu Jianqing let out a dazed, lying still on the bed. He had no idea how to retreat. Drunk and half asleep, his hoodie was pulled up unevenly, revealing his waist, glowing extremely pale under the morning light streaming through the window. His sweaty skin glistened, and his hair, already disheveled, was messed further. Lu Jianqing flipped over, stifling a groan as his breath pressed into the pillow. Unaware that his clothes had shifted incorrectly, he left half of his back exposed. Shen Yexing deeply inhaled several times in succession. This very back, this face, it was driving him insane. When he regained awareness, Lu Jianqing was already beneath him, quietly unmoving, as though not feeling a thing. Staring at that part of Lu Jianqing's nape that used to seem fragile to him, Shen Yexing leaned down, softly pecking it. He was restraining the urge to bite down. He was aroused, nearly at his limit. Sexual arousal was an overreaction he couldn't avoid, an overly intense symptom that rarely manifested in such extreme ways. And Lu Jianqing hadn't even closed his eyes yet. He lay obediently without resisting, merely clutching the bedsheet, lost in some unfathomable thought. As if lucid, as if hazy. This evening, you drank too much. So did I. Shen Yexing changed his restrained action into a rear embrace, hoarsely finishing his last sentence, sleep. Encircled in someone's arms, Lu Jianqing was dizzy and confused, unable to think of anything else except that one arm was being pressed underneath him, causing sharp pain. He hazily turned over to embrace the source of warmth before him. In less than 5 minutes, the two shifted from a rear hug into a tight front embrace. Lu Jianqing buried his face in the hollow of Shen Yexing's neck, crossing his arms and inexplicably craving the heat emanating from the person in front of him. You won't sleep well like this, turn around, back toward me. Shen Yexing's head throbbed, his vision blurring black, making it impossible to see clearly. Instinctively, he pushed Lu Jianqing away slightly due to their inappropriate closeness. Still obstinate, Lu Jianqing repeated his original request, hold me. Turn around, I'll hold you. Just like this. Lu Jianqing originally wanted to be held from behind, but now that they could lie together facing each other, he yearned for more intimacy. Facing Shen Yexing, he almost fell in love with the sensation of skin-to-skin contact. Sighing, Shen Yexing remained unyielding, turn around. At the moment, their intertwined breathing was unbearably heated. Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing mumbled faintly, calling out his name while in a daze. A few seconds later, Shen Yexing froze, holding his breath, ceasing any movement. Alcohol is a good thing, he thought silently. But I'm not a good person. Chapter 37, The Caretaker. The second day of the New Year holiday was almost slept away by them. When they opened their eyes again, it was already 6 p.m. on the second day. Winter nights fall early. After finishing his grooming and stepping out of the bathroom, Lu Jianqing wore an overcoat that belonged to Shen Yexing, with empty sleeves that swung loosely. He stood on the windowsill of the rented apartment storage room, imitating Shen Yexing as he bit a cigarette on the corner of his mouth, tiptoed, and looked outside. A hangover left him dizzy and headache-ridden, but strangely exhilarated. In the distance, the evening glow painted the sky red, transitioning into purple at the horizon. It's hard to see snow in a southern city like this one. Lu Jianqing had never seen snow, only vaguely remembering what snow looked like from TV. He absent-mindedly wiped his face, glanced downstairs, and saw clusters of white smoke rising from street vendors' carts. He started to wonder why Shen Yexing didn't emit smoke when she was mad. The more he thought about it, the more amusing it seemed. Turning around quietly, Lu Jianqing glanced at the still slumbering person and blew a light breath of air. Don't be angry anymore. I won't make you angry either. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 10 minutes before Shen Yexing woke up, Lu Jianqing descended downstairs with several crumpled banknotes, heading for a shop selling seafood dumplings. Before leaving, he painstakingly recalled how many people were present last night, recorded the number on a piece of paper, and handed it over upon arrival at the dumpling shop. He also made gestures to explain himself. Suddenly, he began wondering if those who can't speak the local language abroad feel the same helplessness as he does. Seeing pity in the owner's gaze, Lu Jianqing hastily stuttered, "No, I'm not mute." Lu Jianqing has a minor reputation in city number 2, and since the rental house wasn't far from there, naturally some students recognized him, lowered their heads, and whispered a few words to the owner. Just a few seconds later, the owner looked back at him with even more curiosity. Then how come he talks? The owner's voice was coarse but quickly quietened after realizing they were speaking too loudly. Isn't it true that people with autism don't interact with others? Yet, he bought dumplings by himself. With exceptionally keen hearing, Lu Jianqing paused briefly in counting the dumpling bowls upon hearing these words. The owner set down the ladle used to serve the dumplings, wiped his hands clean on the towel at his waist, then turning around said, "Young man, do you like painting or not? Oh, look, all these scribbles on the white walls here, they're all drawn by my son. I've heard kids with your condition often love painting and are pretty good at it. When you have time, you could come over to discuss art with him." The atmosphere inside the store stayed silent for roughly 10 seconds before Lu Jianqing finally responded without looking up, "I don't paint." Not all autistic individuals are prodigious painters. He moved his lips but couldn't find a way to communicate further, so he mechanically pointed to his mouth and redirected his gaze to the owner. "But he can talk." "Ha. There's no problem, go ahead and speak. These things take time, but you shouldn't let this ability regress, you should talk more. Speak frequently." The owner was cautious about saying something wrong and hurriedly shifted the topic back to the dumplings. "Are you buying this much for just yourself? Do you want chili oil?" Lu Jianqing nodded. The owner was surprised by his appetite, then reconsidered thinking this kind of child might indeed have peculiarities, so using a big slotted spoon, scooped quite a few fresh shrimp pieces from the soup pot. "Here, uncle will give you extra shrimp." Lu Jianqing stood holding the dumpling bowl for a moment before realizing that someone had given him an extra gift. After rehearsing the phrase multiple times in his mind, he finally uttered, "Thank you," and added an unintentional, "finished." Each sentence he spoke felt like completing a task for a robot. He couldn't help adding, "finished," or "complete," in his mind every time, yet today, he accidentally revealed it in front of a stranger. Lu Jianqing was stunned for a few seconds but failed to notice anyone laughing around him. Everyone was busy, no one had time to care about who or what. The owner continued serving the next customer, stirring the dumplings and scooping shrimp, while customers who finished buying packed their purchases into plastic bags hastily. Following their example, Lu Jianqing carefully packed his 5 bowls of dumplings, sealed them properly, and took them back to the rental apartment. As soon as he brought dinner upstairs, Zhang Fei, Gu Kunchen, and Dongxia woke up, staring blankly at Lu Jianqing carrying 5 bowls of dumplings, completely speechless. Gu Kunchen was the first to recover, rushing in to wake Shen Yexing, announcing that Lu Jianqing had taken the initiative to buy dinner for everyone. "How many portions?" Shen Yexing asked, sitting on the edge of her bed to put on clothes. 5, Gu Kunchen replied. "You, me, Zhang Fei, Dongxia, and him, meaning he can already buy things by himself?" Shen Yexing remained silent for a few seconds, then closed her eyes briefly. "The last time I bought something, someone called me a mute." After saying that, she felt like her heart was being tightly clenched. "This time, let's hope not." "How should we say it?" Gu Kunchen looked very nervous. "Should we tell him, thank you?" "Yeah," Shen Yexing lowered her head to put on her shoes. "Just like friends usually do, there's no need for special treatment." She hoped he could be seen as a normal person, not a patient. After the 4 of them thanked Lu Jianqing, they all ate their dumplings ravenously. By the time they finished, it was already around 8 p.m. Shen Yexing tidied up the bed where she slept the night before and decided to take Lu Jianqing back to rest now. The dormitory wasn't far from the rental house, and they coincidentally met Aunt Zhang during her dormitory inspection. Because they usually played wildly and weren't used to group living, just like many other students at school, Gu Kunshan rented a place outside alone, which gave him more freedom. At 11 p.m., he called again, asking Xing Yexing if she wanted to climb out and play. He mentioned that a new bar had opened near the school, and he felt they hadn't drunk enough the previous night. Xing Yexing hadn't been drunk before either. However, such an obvious and unbearable reaction was the first time for her. When she picked up the phone and returned to the dorm, Lu Jianqing was already asleep. He still maintained the posture of his back pressed against the wall, leaving one hand free to pinch his ear. After taking a phone call and smoking another cigarette, Xing Yexing stood outside in the rain for quite some time, becoming damp all over. She grabbed a towel to dry her slightly wet hair, glancing at the open notebook on Lu Jianqing's desk. Xing Yexing turned on the flashlight on her phone. She initially just wanted to check what Lu Jianqing had written down quietly this time, but after reading a few lines of text, she couldn't help but read further, then froze. Lu Jianqing had copied entries about seeding mate with mania from Baidu Jidao onto the notebook, marking with a red pen a tick if the suggestion was feasible, and a cross if it wasn't. Inform the teacher and request a seat change. Cross. Send him to a psychiatric hospital. Cross. Go home and inform your parents, asking the school to protect you well. Cross. Good, every red cross made by Lu Jianqing penetrated deep into the page. Xing Yexing continued reading. Challenge him to a one-on-one fight. Tick. A little hedgehog that exposed its belly too long sometimes itches on its back and wants to prick people. Reading this, Xing Yexing suddenly became somewhat confused. If she really got into a fight with Lu Bingpi, should she pin him down with a counter-move? Or should she try reasoning with emotion and logic? Or simply let him hit her? She took a step back in the darkness, flicked on a small bedside lamp that had lain and used beside Li Dingxi's bed for a long time, and immediately added a touch of starlight to one corner of the room. Xing Yexing climbed up the ladder to the bed and sat next to Lu Jianqing, flipping him over with her arm strength and pulling down his shirt covering his back, tucking it in properly. Her palm gently touched Lu Jianqing's back, and Xing Yexing could feel that this part of his skin touching the wall was cold. Just as she was about to lie down, Xing Yexing abruptly stopped. Yesterday, it might have been due to alcohol consumption, so any reactions she could understand, but today she didn't drink at all. Why, was there still a reaction? Xing Yexing crossed her legs while sitting at the foot of the bed, glaring at the small night light to calm herself. Forget it, she shouldn't have turned it on anyway. If it hadn't been turned on, she wouldn't have been able to see Lu Jianqing's face clearly, and none of this would have happened. But Xing Yexing knew deep inside that even his breathing was enticing. She tried lying down again. One of Lu Jianqing's hands was pinching his own ear, and his sleeping posture seemed awkward. Xing Yexing held his hand gently and tucked it under the quilt, but Lu Jianqing mumbled in his half-asleep state, struggling free and following Xing Yexing's clavicle up to her neck, directly grabbing Xing Yexing's ear. He even pinched a couple of times. Xing Yexing. Man, sleep like this tonight. She turned over and blocked the wall behind Lu Jianqing, trying to move his hand from her ear. After several failed attempts, she just let him continue holding her ear. Lu Jianqing. Xing Yexing leaned close to his ear right before falling asleep. Let you have this one. Forget it, she seemed to say this every night. After the New Year holiday, Class 7 of Grade 2 started collecting homework early in the morning. Regarding this act of collecting homework when everyone is still half asleep in the morning, Gu Kunshan strongly opposed it. All he remembered was that this time, the assignment wasn't exactly an assignment, it was just supposed to arrange a little task for oneself and ideally write it up in a report to submit. What did he do during the New Year holidays? Drunk himself, played games, and ate a meal of dumplings bought by Lu Jianqing. Thinking this way, it seemed the time wasn't entirely wasted. Perhaps Xing Yexing's action of standing up to put away the basketball bag was too vigorous, causing a piece of paper inside to be pulled out and fall to the ground. Don't move, Xing Yexing said from behind. I'll pick it up. With the paper fluttering right in front of him, there was no way Gu Kunshan wouldn't take a glance. The leader sounded somewhat tense. Gu Kunshan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Risking being rebuked, he swiftly squatted down, saying while doing so, "Leader, don't move. Let me pick it up for you." What kind of thing was this? Corrections. 1. Refusal to make contact with strangers. 2. Repeatedly shouting to light up the dormitory hallway voice-activated lights. 3. When reading, placing eyes too close to the paper. 4. A bit of a temper. Remaining issues. 1. Bouncing single words. 2. Pinching ears while sleeping, light sleeper who wakes easily. 3. Clingy. Stricken through. Physiological issues. 1. While walking, still prone to tripping easily, weak spatial distance perception. 2. Weak temperature difference perception ability. Progress. 1. Pen holding without trembling, can write skillfully. 2. Frequently smiling. 3. Can respond within 5 minutes. 4. Has mastered some daily vocabulary. 5. Does not rashly lose his temper. 6. Clingy. Gu Kunshan picked up the paper that had floated to the ground and was shocked. Hey. Tang Han said we still need to deal with these. What is this? You just write about me, isn't that simple? Lin Ting loudly gave advice from where he lay on the table, right, can't hear, voice too loud, dot. Was this homework really assigned? Gu Kunshan asked, not letting go. No. Sheng Yexing snatched the paper back, it's extracurricular homework. Gu Kunshan grew increasingly headache-prone, holding the A4 white paper and black pen, uncertain whether or not to write on it. Lin Ting, I don't remember this assignment. Lin Ting also muttered, I don't remember either. What is this? Gu Kunshan felt somewhat dazed. He hadn't yet recovered. Was this writing about mini self-isolation? When did Sheng Yexing start such targeted assistance? You shouldn't ask. Sheng Yexing retrieved the paper. Gu Kunshan, what exactly is this? Sheng Yexing, a care manual. Gu Kunshan. Lu Jianxing, resting by lying aside, secretly clenched his teeth, puffing out his cheeks, then discreetly moved his ears. Chapter 38, Buying Shoes. Mid-January, the course schedule was approaching the end of the semester, and the coldest part of winter had already passed. Sheng Yexing's mood was unstable, and he didn't dare to stop or reduce his medication on his own. He could only strictly follow the doctor's advice, and during class, he would just lie down and sleep. Tang Han often came during the breaks of other classes to drape an extra coat over him. Over time, Lu Jianxing also started imitating Tang Han, taking off his own clothes to cover Sheng Yexing with them. Sometimes, Sheng Yexing was woken up by being too warm. Tang Han covering him with one coat, and then Lu Jianxing adding another, made him sweat all over. When he looked up, after scanning around the classroom, his gaze finally landed on his desk mate. The person who caught his attention was simply holding the fruit provided by the school, poking at it with a plastic fork. Not only was he poking, but he insisted that every row of holes be symmetrical, paying close attention to their depth and spacing. Once he finished one side of the fruit, he'd turn it over and repeat the process on the other side, clearly not intending to eat any of it. Sheng Yexing sat up silently, tapped his desk with his knuckles, and quietly whistled, Lu Jianxing. Lu Jianxing ignored him and continued poking the fruit. Hey, Sheng Yexing moved his chair closer, using a book to block between the two of them. Stop messing around, you've poked it to pieces. How are you going to eat it now? As he spoke, he pushed his own box of fruit over. Here, eat mine. I don't feel like eating. Since he never liked eating fruit, every time he tried to throw it away, Tang Han always scolded him for wasting food. If only Lu Jianxing liked eating fruit, there'd be a place for his daily fruit box. Lu Jianxing still didn't respond, trying hard to align every row of fork punctures perfectly. There are only 10 minutes left until dismissal. If you don't eat it, I'll throw it away. Sheng Yexing dropped what sounded like a harsh warning, making a show of moving the fruit box back towards himself. It stayed quiet for a while, then Sheng Yexing pushed the fruit box back across the middle line, urging, look at this apple, it's full of minerals and vitamins, this pear, it's good for coughs. This watermelon, it's incredibly sweet. Gu Kunshan turned around holding his half-eaten fruit box, about to say something, but then paused in surprise. How is there watermelon in winter? Off-season, unhealthy stuff. Big brother, don't let Lu have it. Sheng Yexing. Before he could explain, Lu Jianxing grabbed the fork, speared a piece of red watermelon, and directly offered it to Sheng Yexing's mouth. Sheng Yexing didn't want to accept it right in front of Gu Kunshan's watchful eyes, so he reluctantly took the fork and finished eating the piece of watermelon by himself. What else could he do but eat? Before he even finished chewing the first bite of watermelon, Sheng Yexing heard Lu Jianxing groan softly. Huh? What's wrong? Sheng Yexing swallowed the watermelon and became nervous. What happened? Lu Jianxing shook his head, his eyes turning red. He felt embarrassed. He had almost fed himself again under everyone's eyes. The plastic fork, being poorly made, had rough edges, scratching the skin around his mouth, turning it completely red. Some sugary water from soaking the fruit clung to the corners of his lips, clearly marking where it had dripped. Instinctively resisting anything that could harm him, Lu Jianxing lost control of the fork, and with a loud plop, both the fork and the fruit box fell to the floor. He looked very much in pain, clutching the hem of his uniform as he trembled with one hand, his face pale. To prevent other classmates from noticing the commotion, Lu Jianxing covered half his face with a test paper, trying to stay calm. Seeing the fallen fruit box, Gu Kunshan was thinking about grabbing a broom and mop to clean the floor when he bent down to pick up the scattered remains. Sheng Yexing stopped him. Gu Kunshan, leave it for now. Turn around. But this floor. Turn around. After Gu Kunshan turned around, Sheng Yexing coughed a few times to cover up the sound of his chair scooting closer. He leaned near Lu Jianxing, reaching into the drawer to pull out some tissue, which he pressed into Lu Jianxing's hand. In a deep voice, he said, you accidentally dropped the fruit, and the fork too. Would you like to try picking them up yourself and tidying up? Do it if you want to, otherwise shake your head, and I'll take care of it. Lu Jianxing stood motionless for about 10 seconds before slowly nodding, then supporting himself on the edge of the desk to crouch down. He wasn't sure why, but today, his perception of spatial distance seemed a bit off. It wasn't until he felt the tissue soaked through with cold water become moist in his fingertips that he realized he had already touched the garbage he was supposed to pick up. It felt so cool. Even painfully sharp. Lu Jianqing remained crouched on the floor for a while longer, like a little mushroom, picking up all the fruit around his feet, putting it back into the box, and throwing it in the trash. Most students were studying silently in the class, so not many noticed the slight disturbance at the back rows. Gu Kunshan had ADHD and, with poor focus, often glanced back. He actually saw Xing Yexing enter the classroom with a mop, then hand it over to Lu Jianqing. "Hey! Lin Ting," Gu Kunshan whispered into Lin Ting's ear, "why do you think our leader lets little closed-off handle everything himself these days?" After finishing his sentence, Gu Kunshan added, "Answer quietly." Lin Ting nodded and lowered his voice as much as possible before expressing his opinion, probably to train him. If Jianqing doesn't practice more now, what's he going to do after graduation? Even closer in the future, what about winter vacation? "Oh, winter vacation," Gu Kunshan said. Lin Ting responded with an, then continued doing his homework while muttering to himself, "Winter break is coming." Lu Jianqing diligently mopped the floor until he was drenched in sweat. With his sharp hearing, after returning to his seat, he laid down for some time, directly entering a mode completely cut off from the world. He wouldn't get up no matter what anyone said. All he could think about were the 5 words that kept repeating in his mind, spoken by Gu Kunshan and Lin Ting. Vacation is coming. Realizing that they would be separated for a while, Lu Jianqing fell into unprecedented anxiety. After returning from lunch, he first stripped down to just a single shirt, spacing out throughout the entire afternoon. He didn't hear anything anyone said, instead obsessively drawing little snakes on his notebook. Whenever someone passed by, he got annoyed, stomping his feet and rocking his chair. At first, Xing Yexing tried to persuade him to put on more clothes so he wouldn't catch a cold, but later on, he simply stopped advising him. Whatever piece of clothing Lu Jianqing took off, Xing Yexing picked up. He could sense Lu Jianqing's unpleasant mood. When he was down to his last layer, Xing Yexing asked, "Not cold? What exactly are you upset about?" "Cold," Lu Jianqing said. "I'm cold. And you're only wearing one pair of pants." Xing Yexing glanced at his exposed ankles. "You've been wearing these shoes for a week now. How about we change them tomorrow?" The boy only wore a thin school uniform trouser and shirt. When he leaned forward, his shirt hem pulled up enough to reveal the outline of his waistline, while his ankles were also bare. His whole body was shivering from the cold. Lu Jianqing simply replied, "No. Wear more clothes." Xing Yexing grew firm as he draped the thick coat over him. "No one will take care of you if you catch a cold." "Just this." Lu Jianqing gave a non-sequitur response as he bent down to touch his shoe surface, white. Black. Xing Yexing wore black shoes, and Lu Jianqing wore white ones. They thought they matched. "You can't rely on just one pair. You have plenty of white shoes, you can try switching between them. Besides, wearing such light clothes will make you sick." Xing Yexing took a deep breath. "Lu Jianqing, my patience has limits." He couldn't believe that only toddlers like Xiao Kai when he was 3 or 4 years old would act this way. For some unknown reason, little closed-off suddenly started blocking communication in the afternoon. Lu Jianqing moved his arms and slowly wrote on paper with his pencil stroke by stroke, muttering aloud as he did so, "No, want, winter, break." No matter what Gu Kunshan, Lin Ting, or even Xing Yexing said or advised afterward, Lu Jianqing repeatedly stuck to those 4 words, "No winter break." Finally, unable to deal with it anymore, every time the classroom door opened and closed, cold wind kept rushing inside. Since the air conditioner heating wasn't sufficient, Lu Jianqing had already turned pale from freezing lips. Lu Jianqing lay there listlessly, angry, while Xing Yexing clenched his fists in frustration out of worry that the other might catch a cold. He forgot that Lu Jianqing, his calming agent, could both quickly stabilize him but also make him increasingly susceptible to being stimulated. To evoke emotions that were entirely baseless and uncontrollable. Gu Kunshan feared the situation would lead to them physically fighting, so he quickly went to the teacher's office to ask Tang Han to intervene. Tang Han brought Lu Jianqing to the office. She had her own private cubicle, where there was a small heater under her desk. She placed the little heater on the desk and invited Lu Jianqing to sit closer. "Talk to me, what happened today?" Lu Jianqing remained silent. His palms were almost pinched red, but still, he couldn't say a word. Tang Han resisted sighing and pulled out a set of picture cards from her drawer, showing them to Lu Jianqing. "Jianqing, let's simplify the communication first," Tang Han softly said. "Look at this picture, tell me what's depicted." Ball. Lu Jianqing's attention was completely unfocused. He only briefly glanced at it before starting to look out into the hallway again. Tang Han attempted to catch his gaze. "Tell me who's kicking the ball." "People." "Boy or girl?" "Boy," he pointed to himself, "people." Tang Han wanted to laugh but realized that Lu Jianqing was indeed growing into a real man, so she just said, "You are a man, but the boy in the picture looks only 6 or 7 years old, right?" Lu Jianqing stared at the small figure for a while and nodded. "Try to connect them together." "Boy, playing soccer." "There. Put there in the middle. Think it through before you speak, don't rush." "Boy is there, playing soccer." "Come on, give it another try, just like how we talk every day." "Can you do it again?" "You can do it." Tang Han saw his anxiety rising and quickly comforted him. Look, when you talk with Yexing and others, sometimes it comes out naturally and fast. Now it's the teacher asking you to describe the pictures, but it's just a conversation. Talk however you want, your own way. At the mention of Yexing, Lu Jianqing blinked hard. Tang Han naturally picked up on this detail. Not necessarily about him. Think about talking to other classmates. Yexing, Lu Jianqing clasped his icy palms tightly. I talk with Yexing. Tang Han asked, do you want to talk to Yexing? Lu Jianqing avoided the question and brought the topic back to the photo. Under the sun, brilliant. There's a boy, playing soccer. Is the sunlight brilliant? Tang Han smiled. The picture did not indicate brilliant sunlight. This was Lu Jianqing starting to express associative thinking. Lu Jianqing stared at the picture, still speaking a bit haltingly. He realized he had missed a word and seriously supplemented, there, playing soccer. In his memory, the boy always ran under the warm and bright winter sun, drenched in sweat, smiling brightly under the basketball hoop. Smiling at him. In the end, Tang Han couldn't figure out why Lu Jianqing didn't want winter break. She assumed it might be autism-related stubbornness about not allowing environment changes. After convincing him to put his clothes back on, Tang Han sent him back to class. Just like the previous few times after their conversations, as soon as Lu Jianqing left, Sheng Yexing came to find her. He was obviously worried and concerned but still pretended to not care much, leaning against the doorframe, calling casually, Teacher Han. Tang Han walked into the office with a hot cup of tea and smiled at him. About Lu Jianqing? I just want to know why he doesn't want winter break, Sheng Yexing, with weak empathy, rarely thought from others' perspectives, and why he won't wear clothes. It's not that he doesn't want to say, Tang Han explained. Having him explain his emotions has already gone beyond the range of what he can handle. He didn't say anything. Unwilling to talk. Tang Han took a sip of tea and continued seriously, but, he mentioned Yexing once. Sheng Yexing made an sound, without expression, but started to feel nervous. Come inside and sit down, it's cold standing by the door. Tang Han gestured to him. I've researched his situation. He apparently didn't talk at all when he was younger. The behavior we see now is the result of more than a decade of targeted and intensive interventions. Sheng Yexing straightened his messy collar from sleeping, but sometimes he can say complete sentences. Tang Han shook her head and continued, teaching him to make sounds is as difficult as teaching him to produce vowels. Starting from his ability to say simple interjections like, or, it means he isn't far from talking. This is also the result of training. You wouldn't know how many times he rehearses in his mind just to say a simple sentence. But about his thoughts, we simply can't understand them, we can only guide him to express his true feelings. Sometimes, his thoughts are pretty interesting, Sheng Yexing said. Tang Han nodded. For him, I'm still in the exploratory phase. Sheng Yexing added, people have different ways of thinking, teachers can't negate his wild imagination either. Yes. And if there's a temporary setback in his language skills, that's normal. Don't worry, it'll get better slowly. Aha. The winter will pass soon. Tang Han sighed, in just half a semester, he's already made great progress. Thanks to you. Sheng Yexing paused for a few seconds before nodding, he helped me a lot too. Winter break is coming. In the meantime, let him drink less milk and eat fewer wheat products. Tang Han said, people with digestive problems often have some emotional issues, I need to pay more attention. I'll have to tell his parents later. Sheng Yexing, recalling something, asked, does oral function also require strengthening? You know. Not really, just heard it somewhere. He still wasn't very willing to admit that he had specifically looked it up online. Tang Han said, keep an eye on him using a straw more often, and occasionally whistling. These are two excellent exercises for strengthening oral muscles. Sheng Yexing was lost in thought. What about kissing? Did you hear that? Tang Han saw he wasn't paying attention and smiled, what are you thinking about? Sheng Yexing coughed once and said, all right. As a teacher, I have a certain sense of responsibility, but every autistic child shows different conditions. Every star is a mystery. Tang Han brushed her ear hair aside and sighed softly, it's like when you look at the stars in the sky, you know they're there, you can see them, but there are several 10,000 light-years of distance between you. Except for seeing them, you know nothing else. The conversation between teacher and student ended as Sheng Yexing walked out with a stack of papers. Before leaving, Tang Han finished her tea and quietly told Sheng Yexing, Yexing, I won't leave any student behind. So both you and Jianqing should keep going. All right. After replying, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but ask, Teacher Han, what if he continues wearing only one pair of shoes for some time? Tang Han was somewhat stunned, and for a moment, she didn't answer. It seemed this wasn't something Sheng Yexing needed to manage. Sheng Yexing also felt his question was strange and cleared his throat, pretend I didn't ask. This might be called. Tang Han paused, rigid behavior, fixed object. Sheng Yexing was lost in thought, and when he heard these words, he instantly snapped back, confused. Object? What object? Hey, Tang Han suddenly spoke, hold on a second. She wanted to tell Sheng Yexing that Lu Jianqing really cared about him. Cared to the point where hearing his name would make him blink hard, repeat those 2 words, and easily stir emotions. But she no longer wanted to place Lu Jianqing's treatment program solely on Shen Yexing's shoulders. Lu Jianqing was Shen Yexing's lamp. But this lamp needed to light up by itself. Shen Yexing stopped in his tracks and turned around. What's wrong? Nothing, go back to the classroom first, Tang Han said. As Shen Yexing closed the office door, he regretted having been so agitated earlier and losing his temper with Lu Jianqing. The other party just didn't wear clothes, and he nearly fell sick from worry. How could he continue like this in the future? By the time he returned to the classroom, it was already the break between the 3rd class of the afternoon and the final session of the day. Upon reaching the door of Class 7, Shen Yexing didn't rush inside but leaned against the corridor, smoking while enjoying the view. Occasionally, students who ran past would bump into his shoulder and always got scared off by his cold stare. Perhaps the coldness and violence built up in his character were so strong that just a glance from him was enough to terrify peers. This wasn't good, and he didn't want to be like that. Shen Yexing crushed his cigarettes together, stripped off the paper, tore the tobacco apart bit by bit, crumbled it, and threw it in the trash. He should smoke less, the smell was too strong. He handed over the exam papers to the classmates preparing to enter the classroom and decided to enjoy the breeze for a while longer in the corridor. After all, it was only during such moments that he could feel his independent existence. The 4th class belonged to Ji Chuan, who was already heading toward the door of Class 7 with his teacup and teaching materials. Ji Chuan noticed only Shen Yexing was left in the corridor and casually asked, not going inside for class. I will. Shen Yexing stood near the window inside the corridor, his gaze scanning the classroom. I'll stand here a bit longer. Amazingly, the little autistic kid appeared to be playing with his phone. And laughing especially. Shit. What was that kind of smile? It seemed his lips couldn't help but curl upward, his big and beautiful eyes almost squinting into slits, even his breaths were sugary sweet. You've got 15 minutes, Ji Chuan glanced at his watch and reminded him nearby. Shen Yexing didn't hear what Ji Chuan was saying at all and was completely absorbed in watching Lu Jianqing. The little autistic kid was still playing with his phone. The little autistic kid seemed to laugh again. The little autistic kid mumbled while typing, speaking in a low voice. Damn it. Who was he messaging? Just as Shen Yexing was fuming with an inexplicable anger, Ji Chuan suddenly reached out and snapped his fingers in front of Shen Yexing's eyes. Ji Chuan asked, were you listening to me, Shen Yexing? You've got another 15 minutes to enjoy the breeze before coming back to class. Before Shen Yexing could respond, his phone in his pocket rang. No need to unlock or slide the screen, just taking it out showed. It was from Lu Jianqing. Did the teacher ask you what was written on that picture? Did you say that the sunshine was very bright? Little Jianqing had put away his phone and was now lying down daydreaming. The previous message from little Jianqing was sent to himself. Thanks, Shen Yexing said as he put away his phone and patted Ji Chuan on the shoulder. 15 minutes isn't enough. I'm skipping this class. Ji Chuan hurriedly steadied his teacup, which almost fell over from Shen Yexing's bump, and stared at him, perplexed. What? I need to buy something, the store will close after school. With that, Shen Yexing grinned while stepping backward toward the staircase at the end of the corridor and then headed toward the wall jumping spot. The school was located in a remote area, and the nearest Nike store was about 20 kilometers away in a mall. Shen Yexing didn't have time to go back to the dormitory to ride his motorcycle, so he took a tricycle there. As soon as he entered the store, he ignored the dazzling array of male products and described his request directly to the salesperson. I want a pair of shoes, he said, completely white with laces slightly off-white in color, thick soles with air cushions, edges with raised slanted patterns all around, and a check mark on the side. We do have this model, the salesperson replied while searching. Is this it? The salesperson held out a pair of shoes to Shen Yexing, who confirmed after checking, yes, these ones. Alright, what size would you like, asked the salesperson. Shen Yexing thought about Lu Jianqing's shoe size for a moment and said, size 42. Get 3 pairs. The salesperson hesitated when seeing that he was still wearing his school uniform, asking, 3 identical pairs? Yes, they can be rotated, Shen Yexing replied, getting ready to take out his phone to pay. 3 pairs of size 42, completely white, correct? The salesperson repeated. That's right. After confirming, Shen Yexing paused as if thinking of something else and added, also, get 1 more pair in size 44. The same kind. The salesperson was already confused by how much he was buying but complied and fetched the requested items anyway, saying, another pair in size 44. Aha. Shen Yexing mumbled as his face inexplicably turned red. It's for me. Chapter 39, The Answer. Li Dingxi didn't return to the dormitory tonight, leaving only the 2 of them in the not-so-large space. Seeing 4 identical pairs of shoes placed together, Lu Jianqing was still a little dazed. He couldn't figure out why he had been fine just moments before but now, alone with Xing Yang, he was nervous and unable to speak clearly. Thus, he resorted to disguising himself with a cool exterior. Moreover, the fact that winter break was approaching was still troubling him. Deep breath, relax. Another deep breath, open your mouth. Still, not a word could come out. His desire to communicate clashed in his throat, unable to find an opening, leaving him at a loss for words. Sheng Yang placed the 4 shoeboxes on the ground, pulling out his own size 44 pair and setting it aside. He said to Lu Jianqing, "This pair is mine, and the other 3 are yours. Try them on quickly and see if they fit." Lu Jianqing didn't understand why Sheng Yang would give him shoes, so he held onto the shoes and refused to put them on his feet. Sheng Yang coaxed again, "Because you can't always wear 1 pair of shoes, I bought 3 pairs. Would you like to wear this new one tomorrow?" "There's only 1 pair," Lu Jianqing replied. "I know you only have 1 pair," Sheng Yang patiently explained, "but now there are 4, all the same. So, take turns wearing them, alright?" Lu Jianqing stubbornly insisted, 1 pair is enough. Seeing that he still wouldn't compromise, Sheng Yang tried another approach, "Don't you want to wear the same shoes as me?" Tang Han had said that when dealing with someone like Lu Jianqing, you needed to guide them indirectly. If you asked about something they agreed with, you'd get no response, but if you challenged them with what they disagreed with, you might elicit a few words from them. Who knew how fast Sheng Yehang's heart was beating when he dared to ask such an arrogant question, driven by infatuation. His mind was clouded, acting impulsively and seeking possession, waiting only for the nod of approval from the other side. For ordinary people, answering such a simple yes or no question was easy, but for Lu Jianqing, it was difficult. It took him more than 10 seconds to process, then he responded simply, yes. His ankle was gently gripped by Sheng Yang, causing Lu Jianqing to blush nervously as he quickly said, I can do it myself. Sheng Yehang's palm was too warm, gripping Lu Jianqing tightly so that he couldn't break free. "Do you want to wear them yourself?" Sheng Yang asked. Lu Jianqing nodded slightly, tilting his head to one side, trying to hide his reddening ears. But he forgot, he has 2 ears. While one was concealed, the other popped out. Sheng Yang found Lu Jianqing's behavior amusing, like a shy little rabbit. Knowing he was blushing, he stood up promptly, making room, and confirmed once more, "So, you'll wear them yourself? Can you tie your laces now?" Lu Jianqing took a deep breath, "Yes." Still somewhat concerned, Sheng Yang watched him put on his shoes, not daring to move. Soon after, Sheng Yang heard a great deal of noise downstairs at the boys' dormitory building of City No. 2 Middle School. A group of young teenage boys gathered together screaming and shouting, seemingly vying for something. Sheng Yang, with one hand in his pocket, walked to the window and looked down, saying, as expected, "Uncle Ming is giving out unicycles downstairs." He turned back inside and said, "Lu Jianqing, I'll wait for you at the door. Come find me when you're done tying the laces. Let me go down first and grab one for you." The school had recently decided that everyone should push the manual unicycle for half an hour after dinner each day, supposedly to practice strength and balance, which also had something to do with vestibular sense, though Sheng Yang hadn't paid much attention in class. This exercise wasn't specifically for Lu Jianqing, but more aimed at helping some students in the school with sensory integration dysfunction. Sheng Yang remembered from physical education class in the past. When he and classmates played games and lost, they had to pinch their ears with one hand and touch the floor with the other while staring around and spinning in circles. Man, those guys with sensory integration dysfunction could spin for ages, and because of poor hand coordination, they were excused from pinching their ears and didn't get dizzy. Thinking of that, he glanced at Lu Jianqing. He wondered whether little Jianqing would be able to handle the unicycle properly. After all, that thing was heavy and required self-balancing before moving forward. After Sheng Yang went downstairs, Lu Jianqing sat on the edge of the bed, tying and retying his shoelaces countless times until finally, in despair, he stuffed the entire laces into the shoes and skipped tying altogether. He couldn't understand, why bother tying the laces when they could simply be shoved inside? Also, eating can easily be done with a spoon, why insist on using chopsticks? Besides, putting things in a fixed place calmed him. Why change its position? Wasn't it fine to just leave it there? Perhaps it was just to make himself look less strange. It was also like with people, being a little more solitary was fine, so why did one need communication? He had once written this question to his doctor, and the other party had said, simply because you hadn't enjoyed the joy of communicating. This response depressed Lu Jianqing for some time. Before leaving, Lu Jianqing hesitated for a moment and decided to take an overcoat down for Sheng Yang. He didn't seem to wear much just now, raising his school uniform hem by over 10 centimeters as he stretched up to grab the basketball bag, revealing part of his waist and abdomen. It looked cold just seeing it. And quite pleasing to the eye too. Right now, Lu Jianqing still hadn't realized how unusual his concern was. He took a deep breath and ran down the stairs, almost falling in the third-floor hallway. He barely managed to steady himself on the railing, standing firm. A classmate hurriedly running down from upstairs shouted at him, "Lu Jianqing. Why are you running? Lu Jianqing. Where's your bodyguard? Shit, can you even ride a unicycle?" These words, were they jokes or genuine ridicule? Lu Jianqing couldn't hear any of it out and kept running downstairs on his own. When he reached the second floor, the students chasing after him were still shouting encouragement like fools, "I won't lose to Lu Jianqing today. Idiot, today is individual training. He doesn't care about competing with you," a boy beside them said. "Unicycle, skate away and that's it. You must hold it steady. Lu Jianqing. You lead the unicycle." The young boy's words hadn't finished when he saw Sheng Yang standing at the stairwell holding the unicycle, suddenly tongue-tied, got a bike or not? I'll help you if you haven't. Shen Yehang's eyes darkened as he swept the faces of 3 students from another class from head to toe, then raised the unicycle slightly in his hand. His posture looked as though he intended to hit someone with the unicycle, scaring those 3 boys into hurrying along the wall to exit. One of them said while walking, hurry up, why are you stalling? Go get the bike. Find Uncle Ming. Another boy chimed in, find Uncle Ming. The fiercely imposing Shen Yang put the unicycle down and shot them a glance, remaining silent. In the past, whenever he fought, basically all the male peers would be beaten up until they screamed Uncle Ming, and then he would be detained in front of higher authorities, ending not particularly honorably. But winning was winning, so he had never feared anyone. Now, Lu Jianqing stood at the foot of the first-floor staircase, looking utterly confused, being ridiculed by unfamiliar males. Surprisingly, Shen Yang felt a bit scared. He was afraid Lu Jianqing would take those absurd jokes to heart. Lu Jianqing moved his legs slightly, noticing Shen Yang standing at the first step of the staircase. Suddenly, he didn't know how to move anymore. Previously, no matter how wildly he ran around, it didn't matter, but now, he didn't want to stumble in front of Shen Yang. Recently, he'd been feeling off, always doing embarrassing things. Even though he might be slow or find it hard to distinguish right from wrong, he still had a strong sense of self-respect. Although, this self-respect was hard to sustain for him. Lu Jianqing, let me catch you. Shen Yang loosened his grip and lowered his arms slightly, forming a gesture of support in front, no one will see besides me. He finally understood. The little recluse avoiding bathing in front of him, climbing the bed ladder while avoiding him, even going down the stairs for a run while avoiding him, all was because of fear of embarrassment. Teenage boys of their age possessed exceptionally strong egos, especially when paired up as partners. The partner they wanted least to drag behind. However, Shen Yang needed to adjust Lu Jianqing's habitual thinking now. What they needed between them was to only show the vulnerable, protective side to each other. Lu Jianqing ultimately ran smoothly through the last few steps. With steady steps, he walked out of the stairwell and turned back as he went, wanting to check if Shen Yang was following. What's the rush? Shen Yang saw him getting anxious and couldn't stop laughing. There's plenty of space on the playground, and spots available. Everyone is training themselves, no one will say you're doing badly. Aha. You don't need to be nervous, go slowly, Shen Yang said, we have plenty of time, the only thing to worry about is whether you don't want to practice. Lu Jianqing's thoughts were exactly hit, and he honestly nodded, reaching out to take the unicycle Shen Yang had retrieved. Maintaining balance on the unicycle wasn't difficult for normal people, but it posed a huge challenge for Lu Jianqing. This was different from playing with balance beams, sensory boards, or large exercise balls as a child. The unicycle was heavy. Lu Jianqing began to be grateful that he hadn't neglected exercising regularly, his body was tough enough to rely purely on brute force for short-term balancing. Although Lu Jianqing's reactions were slow by half a beat, his ability in self-study made it so that once shown, he caught on quickly. First, he scanned the awkward movements of the classmates around him, avoiding some unnecessary mistakes. He then gripped the unicycle handle and began slowly circling around the flower bed near the dormitory. After 3 rounds, the bike had fallen about 4 or 5 times, almost depleting Lu Jianqing's patience, which forced him to send a plea for help toward Shen Yang. A few more rounds? You've only been practicing for how long? Tang Han will check our work tomorrow, and this is only the first task, Shen Yang observed nearby while holding an unlit cigarette between his lips. If you don't want to continue later, just say, finished, or done. Lu Jianqing loudly shouted, finished. Already? Pouting won't work, besides, your gaze is scary. Shen Yang ruffled his hair at the back of his head, patting him again, 15 minutes of practice earns you a reward. Lu Jianqing. 15 minutes. That would surely make his hands ache and legs hurt. After pondering it over, Lu Jianqing decided to negotiate. He put up one finger on his left hand and a 0 with his right, nodding firmly toward Shen Yang without room for argument. An extra 5 minutes gets you a cup of pearl milk tea, Shen Yang compromised, lowering his requirements, the kind with pearls. Lu Jianqing hesitated, then extended his fingers again, restoring the time back to 15. He wanted something sweet to drink that could lift his spirits. Once the unicycle training was done, Lu Jianqing got his hot milk tea as expected, while Shen Yang leaned against the wall drinking ice-cold cola. A few crushed ice cubes down his throat chilled Shen Yang slightly. By the time they finished eating and returned to the dormitory, it was already dark outside. Recently, street vendors and shops near the school had been clearing out their goods, mostly offering huge sales before closing permanently. Many stores closed soon after dusk, inevitably leaving fewer people on the streets. The weather being cold, Shen Yang felt his hands freezing as he walked, so he unconsciously reached for Lu Jianqing's hand. If it too was cold, he simply shoved it into his own coat pocket. Lu Jianqing didn't think anything of it, holding his milk tea with one hand and allowing the other to be held, feeling warm. Occasionally, headlights from passing cars illuminated them, but Shen Yang didn't let go, instead hugging Lu Jianqing closer by the shoulder, drawing him nearer. Seeing Lu Jianqing earnestly sucking on the pearls inside his drink, Shen Yang found it amusing and called out to him randomly, "Ice-skinned Lu." "Yeah." Lu Jianqing responded rather loudly. He rarely spoke this way so clearly. What? Where did you learn that? Shenyang chuckled lightly, not expecting an actual response. Why does it sound like Northeastern Chinese? Lu Jianqing fell silent again. Shenyang continued to call out teasingly, Brother Lu. Lu crackpot. You little shut-in. Shenyang, taking a risk of getting hit, quietly asked, Do you still feel repelled by the term shut-in? Lu Jianqing didn't answer directly but tilted his face upwards with a smile, saying, Ah, it's me. It's you. Shenyang laughed along. It seemed he was slowly becoming comfortable with this, a big improvement. Lu Jianqing wouldn't let it go, it's me. It's you. It's me. Yeah, Shenyang pinched his neck, looking down at his feet, it's us. He somehow felt like he was taking advantage of little shut-in while wearing these couple shoes. Oh well, he'd keep taking advantage anyway. Back in the dormitory, Lu Jianqing used the moment when Shenyang was tidying up the desk to take a shower. Shenyang rummaged through the closet, pulling out his long-unused laptop computer that was already dusty. This laptop had been bought by his aunt, filled with photos of himself as a child, so Shenyang had never thrown it away. Another assignment assigned by Tang Han required creating geometric shapes of varying shades on the computer, alongside manually typing an article onto a picture document. Easy for Shenyang, he finished in 10 minutes, but challenging for Lu Jianqing. I've opened the drawing software for you. Try to draw this square and circle first. Shenyang took off his shirt, placed a towel around his waist in a loose knot, and stood on tiptoe to grab a tank top from the bed. I'm going to take a shower, I'll be back shortly. Drawing wasn't difficult for Lu Jianqing, but operating the mouse to draw on the computer definitely required more practice. After he finished with 3 geometric shapes, Shenyang came out wrapped in a towel, drying his hair as he looked at the computer. He was damp all over, sweat running down from his collarbone to his chest. When he leaned over, Lu Jianqing was encircled by his arms, and a fresh smell of soap wafted towards him. Due to his heightened sense of smell, this fragrance was undoubtedly stimulating. Lu Jianqing first closed his eyes and sniffed. After a while, he couldn't control himself anymore, pressing his nose against Shenyang's arm. Touching a heat source startled Lu Jianqing. Does it smell good? Shenyang deliberately lowered his head, his breathing becoming softer. Next time, I'll let you use this too. Lu Jianqing began to understand why his ears often got hot so easily. It seemed like whenever Shenyang got close or touched him, it would happen. With the current focus being on homework, Shenyang first checked the geometric shapes that Lu Jianqing had drawn, confirming that there were color differences, but nothing serious. Then, Shenyang laid Tang Han's printed article materials flat on the table, a 1,400-word article. Do you think you can finish it within 2 hours? For Lu Jianqing, typing on a computer was relatively unfamiliar, and he didn't have much confidence. Lu Jianqing didn't say much nonsense, rolling up his sleeves and starting to press one key at a time. His coordination between both hands was significantly problematic. To type coherently was nearly impossible for him, and each letter had to be pressed one by one. Sometimes he made mistakes and had to press delete to erase everything and start over. By 11 o'clock at night, when the dormitory cut the power, Lu Jianqing still hadn't finished. Out of 1,400 words, he had only typed 400, and his hands and neck already hurt from the effort. He started to feel anxious. Seeing his worry, Shenyang tried to comfort him. Let's stop if you finish another 100 words. I'll explain the situation to Tang Han tomorrow. Lu Jianqing shook his head, silently pressing the delete key on the keyboard and erasing 50 words. Helplessness. He felt furious at his own incompetence. Don't randomly press. You've spent such a long time typing these words, one press and they're gone again. Shenyang grabbed his hand. There are only about 300 words left. Lu Jianqing was irritated, his head felt like it was about to explode. He clenched his teeth, picked up the paper, and started clumsily typing on the computer again, slamming the return key with great force each time. After completing 1 row, he said, finished. After completing 5 rows, he pressed the delete key again, deleting all the words he had spent half an hour typing. Shenyang couldn't quite understand his behavior. Stop. Sensing that Lu Jianqing was irrationally angry, Shenyang knew there was no reasoning with Lu Jianqing. If you don't want to continue typing, just say so. Don't delete them, or we'll have to redo it tomorrow. Put. Lu Jianqing's voice became sharp. Put. Shenyang lost control over his words. Lu Jianqing. Put. Shenyang had no choice but to release his hand. A moment later, Shenyang stepped aside and watched as Lu Jianqing furiously deleted another 100 words before retyping them, pressing each key one by one, hurried and agitated. Lu Jianqing was so worried. But he felt utterly powerless. Shenyang watched nearby, frowning deeply, his fingers almost scratching through the palm of his hand. Lu Jianqing rarely showed significant emotional fluctuations. This was the first time, and Shenyang could only watch helplessly. He tried hugging Lu Jianqing to soothe him, but Lu Jianqing wouldn't let him get close. However, Lu Jianqing's hands were cold, his neck white, and his youthful features, even when frowning, were incredibly captivating. In the chaos of unawareness, Shenyang abruptly closed the laptop and threw the mouse to the side. Splash! Bang! Immediately after, the area where the bed legs met the railings in the dormitory was a mess. Lu Jianqing stopped, his face flushed with anger, unable to speak but gripping Xing Yahang's hand tightly, watching as Xing Yang hurled all the books. No, Lu Jianqing was tall enough to forcibly stop Xing Yang from smashing things. Don't smash. Xing Yang panted heavily, his brain feeling as if a string was burning with fire, making it scorchingly hot. His chest, abdomen, and back were all drenched in cold sweat. As soon as the string was plucked, it started to tremble wildly, affecting his ability to control his actions. Being pinned to the ground in a half-kneeling position by Lu Jianqing, Xing Yahang's voice turned hoarse. Just now. You. Lu Jianqing's throat ran dry as he spoke, then squatted down instinctively beside Xing Yang and said, just now, we broke a lot of things. Xing Yang felt an unbearable headache, almost about to vomit blood, and nearly lost his ability to speak. Broke, Lu Jianqing paused for several seconds, touching Xing Yahang's forehead with his palm. Not good. It felt so hot. He kept thinking that the other person wasn't having a seizure, they were running a fever. On the other hand, Xing Yang didn't feel like he was having a seizure either. Mania was not only his illness but also a poison buried deep within his body for years, gradually making his own personality more and more irritable. Moreover, right now, he harbored some unspeakable secret desires. He knew well that regardless of gender, patients with mania tended to engage in sexual activity during episodes. When he was younger, he hadn't paid too much attention to this aspect. Now that he had grown up, the issue gradually came to the surface. And he also knew that during these episodes, the patient lacked this awareness. To be honest, Xing Yang always felt good when he had an episode, as if he wanted to destroy heaven and earth. He could think about many things he wouldn't dare think about normally, just like the fellow patients he'd met before. When looked at from their own perspectives, these thoughts seemed laughable. But despite feeling good, the medication still needed to be taken. His dosage had already been reduced from the beginning to 1/4 of a pill before sleeping now, yet he still couldn't control his impulsive emotions. The two diseases that both him and Lu Jianqing had were enemies. The ones who suffered most were those closest to them. Now, they ended up torturing each other. After tidying up the mess, Xing Yang urged Lu Jianqing to go to bed, then went out onto the balcony to smoke and enjoy the breeze himself. He tried to make himself more alert. After finishing a cigarette, he went back into the room to take his medicine for the day and stood in the darkness for a long time. Feeling drowsy after taking the medicine, Xing Yang just closed his eyes, adjusted Lu Jianqing's blanket, and quickly fell asleep without even having time to silently say good night in his mind as he usually did. The heavy sleepiness engulfed all of him. Waking up halfway through his sleep, Xing Yang heard the sound of typing on the keyboard first while in that half-dream, half-awake state, followed by low murmurs. Listening for a moment, Xing Yang vaguely realized it was the article Tang Han assigned, noticing the empty space next to him. He suddenly became fully awake and sat up, looking down under the bed. Lu Jianqing was sitting in front of the computer, his head bent very low, both hands on the keyboard. While softly muttering, he typed, looking incredibly focused. Unable to suppress the discomfort in his throat, Xing Yang coughed. Lu Jianqing turned around upon hearing the sound, realizing Xing Yang had woken up. He took the initiative to say, I've finished. What have you finished? Xing Yang was confused. Homework. Lu Jianqing hesitated for a moment. All of it. Did you finish typing over 1,000 words? Lu Jianqing held up the computer, looking especially proud. Yeah. Without realizing it, Xing Yang grabbed the phone at the pillow side that he almost smashed earlier and glanced at the time. 4:57 a.m. Lu Jianqing had finished the homework alone. Xing Yang suddenly remembered Tang Han's words, saying, you can see him, but you know nothing about him. You're great. Clutching the edge of the blanket tightly, Xing Yahang's voice, which was just waking up, sounded slightly hoarse. Lubinger, nickname for Lu Jianqing, come up and sleep. Lu Jianqing laughed softly, slowly organizing the computer, and imitated his hoarseness, whispering, all right then. Xing Yang sat up, shifted to lie a little aside, pressing his back against the cold wall because the front embrace was reserved for Lu Jianqing. Regarding Tang Han's words, Xing Yang wanted to give a response. He was a riddle the world hadn't solved. But the answer is in my hands, and I'm the only one who knows it. Chapter 40, Breaking Up. The next day, besides handing in homework, Lu Jianqing didn't forget to draw a moon pattern on his notebook. After all, last night Xing Yexing was throwing things around. This habit was very bad. To match the situation of his worried desk partner, Lu Jianqing sat a few more minutes at his desk after getting up in the morning and carefully selected a blue pen to add a dot under his eyes. Winter had lasted too long, whitening his skin slightly, and since he had been eating well, his complexion also looked much better than when he first arrived, with no longer looking sickly. The ink from his water-based pen hadn't dried yet. As he turned towards the sunlight, that little blue tear mole shone subtly. He bent down to laboriously tie his shoelaces, then picked up his backpack, stood up, and looked toward the door. Xing Yexing was leaning against the dormitory door waiting for him like usual. He looked restless, anxious, couldn't calm down, and kept pacing back and forth, occasionally kicking the doorframe with his toes. However, once his gaze met Lu Jianqing's, he always gave a smile. Lu Jianqing couldn't quite describe how it felt, but he just felt his heart was full. Full to the brim. As per their custom, breakfast was usually decided by Xing Yexing. Whatever he bought was what they ate, and afterward, Lu Jianqing simply needed to eat without often expressing what he wanted. Walking to the school gate this morning, Sheng Yexing looked at the mole under Lu Jianqing's eye and became increasingly uneasy. He finally decided to ask, "What do you feel like eating for breakfast?" "Everything's on you today." Lu Jianqing didn't pay attention to what he said, his eyes only fixed on the cars passing by on the road. For him, people were also part of the scenery. Sheng Yexing waved his finger in front of Lu Jianqing's face. "Lu Binger." Lu Jianqing slowly returned to reality. "Would you like a crepe, a steamed bun, congee, or soybean milk with fried dough sticks?" Sheng Yexing pulled out money from his uniform pocket. "Pick one." Lu Jianqing loudly repeated, "Pick one." After saying that, Lu Jianqing walked ahead without waiting for Sheng Yexing, heading straight to the shop selling pork and century egg congee, pulling out his own money while walking, as if determined to buy it himself. Seeing Lu Jianqing take the lead, Sheng Yexing simply stayed behind and took a deep breath, leaning against a tree next to the shop, watching to see if Lu Jianqing could independently handle these things. He still struggled when buying items. After placing the money on the cash register, he went silent, and even from a distance of a few meters, Sheng Yexing could sense his stiffness in action. Lu Jianqing stood silently by the cash register for several minutes without saying what he wanted to buy. Until being pushed aside by customers coming to queue, he accidentally knocked over the table number on the counter, causing a snap sound that made him momentarily confused. "Sorry, please excuse me." Sheng Yexing entered the shop with his backpack, first pulling Lu Jianqing behind him, picking up the fallen table number, and checking the menu, 2 servings of pumpkin porridge, take out. "Thank you." Just as he prepared to pay, a hand suddenly reached from behind, gripping a 20 yuan note. Sheng Yexing didn't accept it, the hand pressed closer to his waist, persistently refusing to withdraw. "You paying for it?" he asked. Lu Jianqing's hand lightly pressed again, tightly gripping the money. After paying, Sheng Yexing led Lu Jianqing out of the congee shop. The morning class bell rang, and he almost got caught by the grade supervisor for bringing Lu Jianqing into the classroom right on time. Sheng Yexing drank half of his warm porridge in one gulp before throwing it away, turning around to say to Lu Jianqing climbing the stairs behind him, "5 more minutes and we'll be late. Do you want me to carry you or walk yourself?" "Carry? That would be so embarrassing." After all, he was a 17-year-old man. What kind of impression would it give if his desk partner carried him upstairs? Lu Jianqing couldn't stop thinking about the previous time he was carried, feeling that Sheng Yexing was becoming more and more natural with this act. If this continued, would he need someone else to care for him just to walk? No way. Lu Jianqing did not answer but tightened his grip on the shoulder strap of his bag, indicating that he could handle it himself. Through great effort, Lu Jianqing managed to enter the classroom with Sheng Yexing just before the class bell rang. The first class of the morning didn't last long, and after submitting the homework, Sheng Yexing soon fell asleep resting his head on his desk. Even in sleep, all he saw was the side profile of Lu Binger, which he considered a visual delight. Tang Han intentionally trained Lu Jianqing's social skills by frequently asking him to help deliver documents to the teachers in the office during breaks. Tang Han also understood that moderate praise and encouragement could help children regain confidence faster. It hadn't been long since the big break started when Lu Jianqing was called out by Tang Han again. Bang! Sheng Yexing's chair in front was bumped open. With Lu Jianqing absent, Sheng Yexing was sleeping fitfully, and the slightest noise woke him up. He lowered his eyes, noticing what looked like a dropped phone on the ground. The school was not like many high schools that banned the use of mobile phones in teaching buildings. Instead, it actively supported students using their phones to open up to more friends, helping them resolve some growing pains. "Hey! Speak properly, don't smash your phone." Gu Kunshan stepped back and straightened the stool that had been knocked askew by Sheng Yexing's desk, then pointed at Dong Xia and another classmate who were caught in an argument, continuing to mediate. "What's the big deal? You too. I'll gladly fight you if you want," one of the boys shouted. Dong Xia got angry. "Is it okay for you to post about someone in your friend's circle without consent? How well do you understand everyone's health conditions in the class?" "Our class." The boy speaking hesitated, almost losing his balance. "There shouldn't be anyone with psychological problems. Everyone seems pretty optimistic. Isn't that right? Any disease could happen, don't judge people through stereotypes," Dong Xia retorted. "Disease is physiological, can't you see that? What kind of nonsense is depression being caused just because someone isn't cheerful enough or can't self-talk themselves out of it? Are you stuck in centuries past?" Dong Xia saw Lu Jianqing enter the classroom and continued furiously, "Look at Lu Jianqing, is he mentally disabled? Is he incapable of communicating all his life? Does he forget who has treated him well, or forget what he should do? He knows exactly what's going on. Prejudice is just prejudice. I even had Tourette syndrome when I was younger, leading to uncontrollable behaviors later in life. That's why I'm here now. But I've improved now, I no longer make random jerks or keep shrugging my shoulders. Next semester, I might even return to a regular high school. Not everyone is the same." It made sense when explained, but anger often makes people speak without thinking clearly. Lu Jianqing focused solely on the second half of her words while ignoring the attacks in the first half. Being called stupid since childhood wasn't something new to him, so he had long accepted it and never thought to argue against it. As a child, the reason Lu Jianqing disliked studying was straightforward: he couldn't communicate. As he grew older and began accepting the idea of needing to study, he included learning as part of his daily routine. Although difficult, he didn't find it overwhelmingly challenging. A person always needs to push themselves forward. Parents grow old, teachers need rest. Though he moves slowly and works hard, he strives to face the sun with optimism. He understands countless eyes watch him, numerous struggling families care for each other, all hoping to see others improve so there can be hope for everyone. His wandering mind had yet to end when a nearby student picked up a book and started throwing it around, causing neighboring girls to dodge. Stop fighting. Li Dingxi and Gu Kunchen, who prepared to break up the conflict, feared misdirected harm. They extended their hands. If you want to fight, go ahead. Throwing books, do you think a single opponent is not enough for you or what? If you hit others, everyone would get involved in the brawl. What are you doing? Teacher Ji Chuan had just entered the classroom without even putting down his textbook when he quickly instructed, stop. Everyone line up. When fights break out in school, as long as they aren't too intense, the arrival of a teacher generally signals the end of the battle. Teacher Ji Chuan asked Tang Han to take over the aftermath before proceeding to teach the lesson. Seeing Tang Han come in, Lu Jianqing grabbed his notebook and rushed out of the classroom after him. He couldn't quite describe the feeling called confiding, yet he felt an urgent need to let the teacher know. Sheng Yexing was not doing well, and he needed help. Tang Han frowned after reviewing the recorded number of episodes on the notebook, collected it, and led Lu Jianqing into the office. Even though the frequency was minimal, it was already enough reason for separation. Before negotiation, Tang Han prepared a cup of tea for Lu Jianqing and softly asked, Jianqing, have you been listening to the teacher? Lu Jianqing finished almost all of his tea before saying, yeah. At the time, assigning you with Yexing gave me much confidence because he had already entered the stable phase. Unexpected events afterward took us by surprise. Tang Han sighed and continued, this incident might not count as an episode, just a temper tantrum. His temperament has been largely affected by his illness these years. By the end of this semester, you will no longer be grouped together. We can't afford to take this risk anymore. Despite both of you helping each other significantly. Breaking up the group. Although Yexing has an illness, disregarding the disease, he is very responsible, capable of protecting and taking care of classmates, extremely sensible, and mostly calm. These considerations we have made during the time spent together showed how you become increasingly joyful. Teacher Tang Han's eyes were filled with great tenderness. Jianqing, whether or not you can take it in today, I want to thank you. You've cooperated with our work and never given up on yourself. Lu Jianqing was a difficult child in every aspect. Tang Han had noticed that since the first day he entered school. Her job required immense patience and confidence, always aimed at helping students, and she believed in giving everyone a chance. To better teach Lu Jianqing, she researched countless resources, watched numerous documentaries, and even spent time at care centers during weekends, hoping to be responsible and diligent. It wasn't just her, all the teachers at City No. 2 High School, as well as regular school teachers, showed deep respect for their profession and strove for it. Many plans still need discussion. Go back to class first. Tang Han handed a chocolate bar to Lu Jianqing with a smile, saying, but ultimately, all intentions lie with you and Yexing. Your healthy and happy high school life at City No. 2 is our basic wish. The two words, breakup group, had been troubling Lu Jianqing for half the day. For the rest of the time, he was fully absorbed in sketching little snakes in his notebook. Li Dingxi would only return to the dormitory the next day, and Sheng Yexing also enjoyed the peace, as Lu Jianqing rarely spoke, offering a quieter atmosphere in the dorm. Playing around their desks until the lights went out at 11, Sheng Yexing then noticed that Lu Jianqing seemed off today. From when school ended at 6, apart from uttering one word during dinner, with scallions, he hadn't said anything else. After showering, Sheng Yexing took a stool and sat by Lu Jianqing, watching him wipe the mole below his eye with a wet tissue. He asked softly, have you been unhappy all day? Is that why you don't want to talk? This time, Lu Jianqing didn't remain silent but nodded instead. Is there anything making you unhappy? Can you share? I was also very upset today, Sheng Yexing admitted after drinking some purified water, because I saw you touched your blue mole. You're still unwilling to talk. Upon hearing the word unwilling, Lu Jianqing finally reacted. However, he avoided looking at Sheng Yexing, glancing left and right before lowering his gaze and staring at his own knees. Alright, it's late. Sheng Yexing, feeling quite tired, said, let's sleep. Sleep. After saying this, Lu Jianqing turned around to grab the blanket Sheng Yexing handed over, preparing to toss it onto the bed so they wouldn't catch a cold sharing the same blanket. He didn't notice that sitting at the foot of the bed, the curtain he'd drawn earlier fell down again, perfectly covering the entire bed. When he turned around, his face pressed against the curtain, pushing it upward slightly. Sheng Yexing had just wondered why the neatly pulled back curtain closed itself again when he looked up and almost felt the curtain pressing close to his face. He could clearly see that it was being pushed up by Lu Jianqing's face behind the curtain. What is the little recluse seeing through the curtain? Don't move, Sheng Yexing repeated once more. Maintaining an upward tilt of his head, he leaned forward slightly, kissing the fabric under a spell as if magnetized. Kissing the position of the other's lips on the other side of the curtain. It felt incredibly unreal. Yet, he truly did that. For a moment, both froze in their actions. The fabric wasn't thick, and he could feel Lu Jianqing taking a quiet breath, warm, heavy, and soft. Lu Jianqing's hands were trembling too, and suddenly he lost all his strength. 5 minutes later, Lu Jianqing lay sideways on the bed hugging the blanket, waiting for Shen Yexing to come hold him. He turned off the night light himself quietly, whispering, "Just now, it was me over there." He stared into the darkness, not sure who he was saying this to. Shen Yexing didn't reply. After straightening the blanket, he quietly laid down, noticing that Lu Jianqing had already fallen asleep. For the first time, he understood what it meant to have bodies so close, yet hearts so far apart. Still, Shen Yexing decided to try and understand Lu Jianqing. He really wasn't someone who could express everything. Despite the unpleasantness of the day, Shen Yexing still wanted to say something silently to Lu Jianqing. "I know. I know that it was you over there." The idea of breaking up the group kept preying on Lu Jianqing's mind, and he didn't sleep well all night. His focus was entirely on the thought of having to part, without considering what Shen Yexing might think or whether he would agree. He just let himself wallow in frustration. It wasn't anger so much as powerlessness. Though he knew they shouldn't influence each other anymore, they had both made significant progress. Even if Shen Yexing remained a ticking time bomb, he still wanted to say he wasn't afraid. Waking up half an hour earlier in the morning than usual, Lu Jianqing. He gently disengaged from Shen Yexing's embrace, climbed down the ladder of the bunk bed, and after finishing his morning routine, he opened the video on his phone to watch the video that Shen Yexing had recorded for him. It was a tutorial on how to tie shoelaces. Lu Jianqing made very little noise getting up, but Shen Yexing still woke up, only a few minutes later. He tousled his messy hair, slightly propped himself up, and rested his chin on the edge of the bed railing as he looked down. Several pairs of shoes were lined up on the dormitory floor, Li Dingxi's, his own, and Lu Jianqing's. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, allowing a vague sight of Lu Jianqing squatting on the ground, sweating profusely as he did something. Lu Jianqing had tied the shoelaces for every pair of shoes in the dormitory. Shen Yexing was initially stunned for a few seconds, then decided not to disturb him, lying back down and starting to stifle his laughter. "Lu Binger, you're something else." Chapter 41, First Kiss. Since Tang Han proposed a voluntary breakup of the group, Lu Jianqing always felt more motivated during class, fearing that any slip-up would result in another heart-to-heart talk in the office. Final exams were approaching, and review for all subjects had entered the final stretch. The only relaxation they could enjoy was some physical training classes. Shen Yexing rode his motorcycle on the road early in the morning. When he returned, a transparent raincoat hung over his shoulder, and he still wore a half-covered outdoor mask without removing it as he drove through the back gate into the parking lot of City No. 2 High School. The parking spaces were numbered, and Shen Yexing chose one corresponding to the day and month of Lu Jianqing's birthday before parking his bike there. Although childish, it brought him immense satisfaction. Shen Yexing carried a basketball bag in one hand and slung a school bag over his shoulder as he returned to the classroom. The first period had already ended. "Man, I regret it," he muttered while removing his brown leather riding gloves and taking off crash protection gear, stuffing them carelessly into his school bag alongside homework books. He continued grumbling as he organized things. "I shouldn't have bought so much equipment. If it's me playing, then it's just someone who likes things they're bad at." Li Dingxi shook his head from side to side. "If you're playing, it's truly deserved." Shen Yexing gave him a sidelong glance. "Stop being so poor-mouthed." Li Dingxi casually spread out the survey questionnaire for today's exercise class on his desk, kicked up his legs to rock his chair backward, and lifted his chin, asking, "Where's your anti-theft lock?" "I didn't put it on," replied Shen Yexing while adjusting his seat. "Come on, your fancy motorbike is so cool, are you not afraid it'll be stolen?" "Afraid? But this thing almost killed me this morning." "After some thought, I decided my life is more important," said Shen Yexing, now beginning to cherish his life. "If it gets stolen, let it be. Pretend it never existed." Li Dingxi stared at him for a moment, shaking his head and sighing, saying things like, "What a man," followed by, "Too heartless." Eventually, he threw out an absurd comment, "Being with you is like being with a tiger," which nearly earned him a slap on the back of his neck from Shen Yexing. "Turn off the mic," Shen Yexing pinched him, set to silent mode. F***K. "You tell me to stop talking even though I've got ADHD, do we even have human rights?" complained Li Dingxi. Lin Ting took a look at the silent Shen Yexing and pulled out 2 unopened earplugs from his pocket. Shen Yexing didn't feel like engaging further and lowered his head to examine the exercise project for the day. The questionnaire mainly asked about psychological questions and described the requirements for activities. Normally, Shen Yexing wasn't interested in reading such details carefully, but following instructions worked fine. Today, however, after glancing at Lu Jianqing who seemed close to falling asleep at the adjacent desk, he suddenly felt the urge to read the procedure actively. Feeling cold, he still hadn't removed his half-face mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. Gu Kunshan passed by distributing homework booklets and noticed Shen Yexing leaning toward Lu Jianqing with his head slightly tilted upwards. The face mask had formed clear contours around his face. Visually struck, Gu Kunshan immediately approached and complimented, "Boss, your side profile and jawline aren't just rugged, they're literally like knife carved." Shen Yexing nodded, "Let's eat knife-cut noodles for lunch." Gu Kunshan slapped down his homework booklet, agreed. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Shen Yexing's amused eyes, indicating that he looked especially happy. What's there to be so cheerful about? They've done similar training projects before, it doesn't seem sufficient reason for such joy. Boss, I think something's off about you lately, concluded Gu Kunshan, look at yourself, smiling as if a flower bloomed right on your face. You don't realize it, but we around you see it clearly. For a few seconds, Shen Yexing paused his motion of taking off his school uniform jacket. Don't just stand there, let's go. Gu Kunshan patted him, there are 5 minutes left until class starts. We need to gather the students to go to the training room. Shen Yexing remained silent, standing up to grab his school uniform. He had forgotten to remove the face mask. Lu Jianqing watched him silently for quite some time, making some faint sound, as if trying to say a certain word. Huh? What? Shen Yexing stopped feeling hot and redressed in his uniform. Lu Jianqing widened his eyes and scrutinized him seriously. After a long pause, he blurted out one word, cool. And he said it loudly. Many people in the class turned to look at them. Shen Yexing tensed up, nervous enough not to take off the face mask anymore. Why take it off when Lu Bingpi called him cool? He wished this face mask could permanently fuse onto his own face. The class leader led the whole class to the training room together. A variety of equipment was available in the training room, and the sponge pads on the ground felt incredibly soft underfoot. The first item involved partners rolling in the same direction while wrapped together in one bedsheet. Their actions had to be synchronized. If anyone rolled too slowly or exerted too much force, it would be difficult for them to move sideways together. 20 times to the left, 20 times to the right. Shen Yexing pulled down his face mask and clutched the checklist as he read aloud. During the rolling process, transport the small teaching tool from one side of the wall to the other. To be honest, in the past, he had always chosen to bluff his way through these exercises, today was the first time he wanted to seriously complete them. Did I explain it clearly? After finishing the instructions, Shen Yexing leaned close to Lu Jianqing and whispered into his ear, his breath warm enough to make Lu Jianqing flinch and shrink his neck without even looking at him, simply answering with a We'll be covered in the sheet so no one can see, give me your hand, and we'll roll together toward the other side. Shen Yexing didn't wait for Lu Jianqing's consent and quietly reached for his hand beneath the blanket. The moment their fingers intertwined, they heard the teacher saying, this group, hurry up, another classmate complaining, teacher, I can't keep rolling anymore, and still another buddy grumbling, damn, Lu and boss are moving too slow, all adding a secret but tender excitement to their covert act. Rolling required effort, and they exchanged very few words. Once they synchronized their strength and rhythm perfectly, they moved entirely according to the requirements. It was cozy and secure inside the bedding. Rolling happily, Lu Jianqing eventually couldn't hold on any longer and suddenly said, cabbage roll. Shen Yexing, who had been trained by now to instantly understand what he meant, chuckled, they're like cabbage rolls, right? I think so too. But everyone keeps their heads out to breathe, so it resembles more like sashimi rolls. Lu Jianqing, spring rolls. Shen Yexing, beer cans. Lu Jianqing kept thinking, crab sticks. Right, and crab sticks too. Shen Yexing suspected he hadn't eaten enough for breakfast. Breathing, Lu Jianqing took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled it, breathing. Correct. Pft. Lu Jianqing parted his lips gently, producing a faint sound imitation, pft. That was too hard to guess. What does pft mean? Shen Yexing thought hard, a fish blowing bubbles. He just mentioned sashimi before. When Lu Jianqing heard that, he stopped making the pft sound and rolled back on the ground instead, indicating he wanted to do a few more rounds. Such an opportunity for paired exercise was rare, and both the sponge mats below and the cashmere thin blanket above made him feel comfortable. Additionally, it was unexpectedly good to collide with someone else in such a confined space. The second item was, you draw, I guess, a traditional middle school exercise method. Normally, its requirements were relatively complex. But this sophomore class placed almost no restrictions on what could be written. The teacher said it was because the new year was coming, and everyone could give blessings to their partner. Shen Yexing wasn't paying much attention to blessings, but he seized the chance to grab Lu Jianqing's hand and made him open his palm. The palm was all sweaty. He didn't know when it started to sweat, it was so hot. I will write first, and you try to guess the word. Shen Yexing considered the teacher's words and reiterated, feeling the texture of touching anything is important, similarly, your sensation during touch also holds great significance. Shen Yexing finished speaking and spent a few minutes writing carefully. There were only 3 words, but they came straight from the heart. At first, Lu Jianqing furrowed his brow, then finally deciphered the Chinese characters on his palm. You will, Lu Jianqing struggled to read, be well. No, Shen Yexing lightly tapped his palm center, it means you will be well. Under Shen Yexing's gaze, Lu Jianqing suddenly said, and so will you. Shen Yexing didn't reply, but following the teacher's instructions, used his finger to write another character on Lu Jianqing's palm. My. Lu Jianqing dragged the syllable out, will. Shen Yexing nodded to indicate correctness, encouragingly speeding up the writing slightly. With. Opening his mouth, Lu Jianqing took several seconds to respond with the next word, you. I will stay with you. These 4 words felt like flipping a switch, opening the notion of breaking up in Lu Jianqing's mind, triggering emotions that overflowed inexplicably. Lu Jianqing worked hard to steady his breathing, controlling his shoulders that desperately wanted to sway left and right, to ensure he didn't look strange among his peers. When it was Lu Jianqing's turn to write with his fingertip, he carefully pondered for a while, reaching out to sketch a gate. As he intended to draw 2 small figures inside the gate, he suddenly realized there was an even more crucial response awaiting. Looking anxiously at Shen Yexing's palm. "I'll erase them." Shen Yexing clapped his hands together. "Now we can write again." "Write." Lu Jianqing extended his index finger. "Write." What do you want to write?" "I'll guess." Lu Jianqing's fingertips were cool, and the sensation as they glided over the palm was quite pleasant. While enjoying it, Shen Yexing focused on memorizing the movement of Lu Jianqing's fingertip. When he noticed that Lu Jianqing had stopped, only to find that he'd written merely the word good. "Is it good? Is that your response?" Shen Yexing asked. Good. I will stay with you, and you say good." The third activity was tactile food training, which was the first time for class 7 of grade 12. Since this class tended to be rather mischievous and rowdy, every teacher dreaded the end of sensory training because teaching tools usually got eaten up completely. However, fortunately, this year's students had made progress and showed improvement. This activity felt too simple even for Shen Yexing. He simply lay on the side watching Lu Jianqing touch. Lu Jianqing looked aloof and detached, but inadvertently revealed a hint of excitement in his eyes. He seemed curious about everything, yet at the same time, indifferent to it all. Shen Yexing was filled with curiosity. He genuinely wanted to know what was going through this person's mind. It seemed like he almost understood him, but still did not fully comprehend. Lu Jianqing kept wet wipes by his hand, wiping his fingers from time to time. He touched strawberry jam, black forest cake, fresh tomatoes, pumpkin seeds, and even eggs, eventually cracking one into a bowl and mixing it with chopsticks until it became an amalgamated mixture. The cake was soft, the jam sweet. "Are you done touching? If there are other foods nearby, feel free to touch them some more," the teacher said. "What if I eat the teaching materials?" A boy in the class shouted. "It's kind of sweet." Li Dingxi licked a bit of jam from the corner of his mouth. The entire class burst out laughing. "Go ahead and get more," the teacher responded graciously, chuckling along, "but if you claim and eat them, you won't have a third chance." She originally intended it as a treat for the kids. Lu Jianqing was staring at the table full of desserts. He wasn't particularly interested in these. Even Shen Yexing began to feel drowsy just watching Lu Jianqing poking holes into the dough with his fingers, nearly nodding off. But then he suddenly felt something icy brushing against his lips. He opened his eyes wide instantly. Lu Jianqing's finger, still sticky from the bread and sugar, had brushed over Shen Yexing's lips. The young man's lips, lined with hardness and a certain thinness. During the food touch exercise, Lu Jianqing chose to touch Shen Yexing's lips instead. The bell rang signaling the end of class. "The food touch training is over, but we can continue it in the next class. Students who wish to keep the food can take it home and try it themselves." The teacher started collecting her lesson plan when she caught sight of 2 fleeting figures leaving the classroom. She called out loudly, "Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing. Where are you going?" Shen Yexing didn't stop for a second. Li Dingxi, who'd already established himself as a strong backup for Shen Yexing, leapt to his feet and earnestly told the teacher, "Teacher, my boss, no, Shen Yexing needs to go to the restroom." "Teacher," but, he didn't raise his hand to ask. "Li Dingxi, I know, whenever he vanishes quickly, it's because he needs to pee." "Teacher, what about Lu Jianqing?" Li Dingxi turned somewhat embarrassed. I also need to go to the restroom." "I don't know either." The way from the training room to the restroom wasn't far. Not many people came here to use the toilet because the location was remote, though it was cleaner. Upon pushing open the door to the men's restroom, the faucet hadn't been shut off and water continued running. Shen Yexing tightened it instinctively before splashing some icy water on his face. He just needed a brief moment of clarity. Afterward, Shen Yexing hastily kicked open the stall door, grabbing the slightly tilted collar of Lu Jianqing's school uniform and pushing him inside. Shen Yexing realized clearly that nothing was wrong with him, all aspects of his emotions were normal. His strength didn't waver, and his legs remained steady, lucid enough even to control his breathing depth to pretend calmness. But his racing heartbeat couldn't deceive himself. "You." It was unexpected that Lu Jianqing spoke first. "Road ice skin." Shen Yexing's voice turned hoarse, "Let's kiss." Lu Jianqing didn't look away this time, instead truly focusing his gaze directly onto Shen Yexing. Shen Yexing leaned down and kissed him. Their first attempt was awkward and inexperienced, so they chose to skim lightly, stopping briefly without lingering too long. Yet they clung to each other as if reluctant to let go. Not until Lu Jianqing exerted force, flipping Shen Yexing like a pancake, did he push him back against the bathroom stall door. There was a deep well of emotion within him that yearned for release. "Don't worry about hurting me, push however you want, this little stall is all there is," Shen Yexing panted. "Hitting's fine too, and even if you split my head open, just don't keep it inside. Try saying something." Lu Jianqing's eyes turned red as he glared at Shen Yexing. "Shit. Sheng Yexing cursed through clenched teeth, regretting the words almost instantly. He couldn't bear seeing others in vulnerability, especially Lu Jianqing. He slammed a fist into the stall door. If you're feeling bad, yell at me. Lu Jianqing stayed silent. Words of love or feelings were beyond him, all he knew was, I need him, I want him, we are indispensable to each other. I simply cannot live without him. At first, it seemed like Sheng Yexing had the upper hand since he practically pinned Lu Jianqing against the wall. But when Lu Jianqing flipped the situation and pressed him down, Sheng Yexing realized Lu Jianqing harbored his own emotions as well. Forget it. I shouldn't force you to say anything. Just not cracking my skull today is already a goddamn miracle. You saw the broom and dustpan by the sink when you came in, right? Sheng Yexing asked. After a long silence, Lu Jianqing nodded. Sheng Yexing made an effort to steady his emotions before reaching out to embrace him again. There was a time when he felt dejected and restless, going about life mechanically day after day, with breathing as the sole sign of existence. But now, with the kiss, he discovered that his heartbeat mattered more than anything. Breathing didn't compare to the thrill of a heartbeat. Who would have thought he'd gather the courage to say, "Road ice skin, let's kiss." And the reason for kissing? Because he liked him. Even though he didn't voice the latter part, Lu Jianqing's reaction was enough to sustain him for quite some time. Retreat 10,000 steps, they were both silently supporting themselves. Last night, Lu Jianqing suddenly said. He also understood what had transpired last night. It's different today, Sheng Yexing chuckled without blushing, today's International Kissing Day. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianqing pulled out his phone, staring countless times at the date displayed on the screen, January 13th. International Kissing Day was actually July 6th. That was what their teacher mentioned during the extracurricular class last time. Suddenly, there was some movement outside the toilet stall. The door opened. Damn. Li Dingxi huffed breathlessly, "Boss, did you hit Lu Jianqing?" "Nope." From the farthest cubicle came Sheng Yexing's relaxed voice. Li Dingxi's face contorted with fatigue, goodness knows how worried he had been. Then what happened? Sheng Yexing said nonchalantly, "I wanted to use the restroom, but my zipper got stuck." "Huh? Why didn't you call me?" At least we bathed together in the dormitory." Sheng Yexing added jokingly. Lu Jianqing has experience. What kind of experience? He's had his zipper stuck too. With his left arm holding Lu Jianqing, Sheng Yexing used his right hand to press the flush button. "Alright, I'm done peeing. But my underwear still feels loose, and I'm afraid the zipper will drop again. Could you wait for me outside the door?" Sure," Li Dingxi scratched his head. "Where's Lu Jianqing?" Sheng Yexing quickly recalled which stalls had closed doors when he first entered. "He's in the second one." "Good, I won't bother knocking then, I want my head intact for a few more days, hee. Li Dingxi laughed as he washed his hands. "I'll wait for you two outside." "How strange." After washing his hands, Li Dingxi rummaged through his bag for tissue, musing curiously to himself, why is the boss getting along better with Lu brother these days, isn't agreeing to go to the restroom together during break something girls do. Chapter 42, Falling Star. After the first kiss, Lu Jianqing didn't feel anything unusual. Though he was a bit slow, Sheng Yexing treated him just as before, providing care when needed and focusing on studying without any extra shyness or obvious changes. It was Lu Jianqing who couldn't stop recalling the sensation from that moment. His ears would turn red, and he often felt an irresistible urge to avoid Sheng Yexing. That was strange. For Lu Jianqing, when someone approached, he couldn't always quickly recognize who this person was. But whenever it was Sheng Yexing, all it took was for Sheng to stand in the hallway and give him a smile, and it seemed like little fireworks were exploding right next to his ear. Thinking about this, Lu Jianqing's throat felt dry, so he hurriedly drank some warm water. He was lost in thought when the plastic water cup in his hand nearly slipped as Li Dingxi came from the balcony drying clothes and almost made him stumble. "Hey!" Li Dingxi sidestepped and bumped into the wall nearby, wincing with pain. "Bro Lu, why are you standing in the middle of the path? Damn, that hurts. I lost my balance, and then. Who the hell threw their shoe here?" After Li Dingxi grumbled for a while, he remembered that there were only 3 people in the dormitory, and if it wasn't him or Lu Jianqing who threw it, it had to be Sheng Yexing. He continued, "Big brother, don't leave your shoes around. You kicked them." Sheng Yexing was playing PSP on the bed. "Huh? You walked off your path and accidentally kicked my chair leg, which made the shoe go flying." Sheng Yexing glanced at the balcony. "You moved forward impulsively again, and the shoe tripped you." Li Dingxi thought for a moment, it did seem like he'd accidentally kicked the shoes twice, yet only one ended up on the balcony. "Got it." Hanging the towel neatly over his shoulder, Li Dingxi turned back and quietly gestured toward Lu Jianqing. "Bro Lu, can I put my hand on your shoulder?" Lu Jianqing's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Sheng Yexing was gaming with headphones on and didn't quite hear what Li Dingxi said, so he didn't turn around. Li Dingxi confirmed Sheng Yexing was wearing headphones, and quickly rested his arm on Lu Jianqing's shoulder, lowering his voice. "Lu Jianqing, tell me the truth. That day in the school restroom." Lu Jianqing's gaze returned from looking elsewhere, giving Li Dingxi a side-eye glance full of warning. Don't glare at me, Li Dingxi, intimidated by his gaze, sheepishly said, I just want to know, did Big Brother hit you? No. Lu Jianqing replied. So why did he rush so much to use the restroom, dragging you along? Only girls in our grade gather together to use the bathroom. Li Dingxi looked left and right, did he? No. He repeated. If he bullied you, let me know, Li Dingxi added earnestly, even though I usually listen to him, during critical moments he does value my opinion. The thing is, even though Big Brother looks tough, he's actually really soft-hearted and very gentle. So don't. Before Li Dingxi finished, Lu Jianqing fixed his eyes firmly on him, then nodded emphatically, showing agreement. Encouraged by Lu Jianqing's affirmation, Li Dingxi continued, every time Big Brother went out in the past, I always said I wanted to eat crab roe buns, and he kept saying he wouldn't bring me any, but he still secretly bought them for me. The other party didn't respond, but Li Dingxi was already more excited and hugged Lu Jianqing closely, whispering, and, when we go out for competitions, he protects me the most. He always says, nobody cares for you, but every time the opponent intimidate me, Big Brother stands right in front of me immediately. And yet he says he doesn't care. Liar. That's because I was worried you get penalized and ejected, a voice suddenly came from the bedside, it was Sheng Yexing. If you're thrown out, our team will lose a reliable scoring guard. See. Li Dingxi pointed at Sheng Yexing, he's always stubborn like this. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jianqing said, duck. Li Dingxi, quack. Alright, even Lu Jianqing knows how to bluff with nonsense now, Sheng Yexing whistled, go to sleep, both of you. As he said this, he removed his headphones and glanced at Li Dingxi, Li Dingxi, have you taken a shower yet? Shit, I got so caught up in talking. I'll go wash up soon. The power is about to cut out. Really? Yeah, Sheng Yexing checked the time but intentionally reported it 10 minutes earlier, we've got 5 minutes left. Li Dingxi quickly ran to his table, grabbed the soap, threw it into the basin, carried the basin, and rushed towards the bathroom with slippers on, yelling, I'm going. As soon as Li Dingxi entered the bathroom, Sheng Yexing climbed down from his bunk bed. First, he draped the towel over his shoulder to wipe his face and then stared at Lu Jianqing standing blankly on the balcony. He nodded towards his bed and grinned, what are you standing there for? Come up here and sleep. The sound of water hitting the ground came from the bathroom where Li Dingxi had begun showering. The curtains between beds could be pulled aside to connect the central row, though their bulging would naturally invite suspicion. Sheng Yexing watched Lu Jianqing slowly climb onto the bed before crouching at the foot of it. As Lu Jianqing sat steadily on the mattress, Sheng Yexing tapped his shoulder, saying, don't move yet. Another, don't move, instruction made Lu Jianqing instantly stop all movement as if by reflex. Sheng Yexing's hand pressed on the edge of the curtain while his other hand gently turned Lu Jianqing's face toward him. You may not know just how good-looking you are, but I found a treasure, Sheng Yexing said with a smile. Li Dingxi is taking a shower, so don't be nervous. Lu Jianqing relaxed. Sheng Yexing took a deep breath, focusing intently, and moved slightly forward with his knee. He leaned down, and his lips grazed over Lu Jianqing's soft earlobe as he whispered, Lu Jianqing, let's kiss again. In response, Lu Jianqing quickly turned his head. He turned around to look for who was speaking and ended up brushing his lips against Sheng Yexing's. His ears flushed red with embarrassment as he immediately looked away. Sheng Yexing was puzzled, how did Lu Jianqing make every kiss feel like the first one? Seeing Lu Jianqing's bashfulness, Sheng Yexing pointed to the corner of his lips and softly laughed, that counts, right? That was definitely a kiss. Lu Jianqing didn't look at him and showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he grabbed the pillow tightly in his arms. It felt wonderful, strangely magical. Vacation days were drawing near, and life at school began to pick up its pace. Final exams were written tests, primarily focused on the Chinese, math, and English subjects. Since Class 7 of Grade 12 was generally more involved in extracurricular activities, their scores ranked among the lower ones. To ensure passing grades, teachers had to lead the students through several more review sessions. Both Li Dingxi and Gu Kunchen were still restless types, and Tang Han instructed them to find their own solutions. After some deliberation, they decided to stand outside the classroom by the window frame. This way, they could face the classroom, yet remain out of sight of classmates shaking their legs, keeping appearances intact. After the last period's revision session ended, the teacher announced the examination rules for the next day and once again emphasized discipline issues to the class's least diligent students. Upon hearing Sheng Yexing, Lu Jianqing unconsciously glanced toward his position, only to return quickly to his world. The exams went smoothly, and the conduct of Class 7 was satisfactory. After checking that none of the test papers were left unanswered, Tang Han collected them. There was one more day until vacation, and Sheng Yexing had asked for leave, citing that his uncle had returned. At first, Lu Jianqing couldn't accept how quickly Sheng Yexing planned to go home and unprecedentedly lowered his head to type something on his device. Characters, as if revealing a secret code, enabled him to pronounce words when typed correctly. How long will you be gone? Lu Jianqing asked. Sheng Yexing adjusted the basketball bag slung over his shoulder and said to Lu Jianqing, I might consider this an early departure, so the next time I come back could be for the start of the new semester. If you have any problems, you must tell me. This sounded again like he was talking to a child. If you have any questions, make sure you contact me. With class in session, Lu Jianxing couldn't run out to wish Happy New Year, and he understood that Xing Yexing would pack everything upon returning to the dormitory, not even leaving a sheet or a quilt cover behind. Lu Jianxing was uneasy, murmuring a low, aha. Having lived such comfortable days lately, he nearly forgot about the team disbanding, yet the longer he suppressed these feelings, the harder they became to endure, all of which he could only process alone. At that moment, Lu Jianxing hadn't thought that if Tang Han could find him, she had probably already spoken to Xing Yexing. Neither of their endurances could match what the other endured. Uncle's visit was rushed and didn't wait for time. Xing Yexing readied his backpack and slung it onto his shoulders. Tang Han was quietly knocking at the back door of the classroom and making gestures toward Xing Yexing. Are you ready? Xing Yexing nodded, looking back at Lu Jianxing. This person was still doing homework, but his hands were trembling slightly, and his handwriting wasn't sincere. He waited at the back door for a minute, but Lu Jianxing never turned to look at him. The aunt's car was parked below the dormitory building. Since it wasn't peak rush hours, the boys' dormitory building of City No. 2 High School was relatively quiet. Xing Yexing carried 2 suitcases from the 5th floor, then lifted them into the trunk of the car, dusting off the ash from his hands. It seemed that Xing Kai was waiting at home for his older brother to feed him. He had slept since the morning and was still clinging to the warmth of the duvet. When the car arrived home, Xing Yexing opened the door to unload the cargo again. He was about to carry the 2 suitcases upstairs when he met his uncle, who was going downstairs to buy soy sauce. Xing Kuan was astute enough, with sharp insight into people. Though he couldn't say why, Xing Yexing always gave him a, to the point, oppressive feeling, so he teased, Yexing has grown up. Let's go upstairs first, I'll buy it, said Xing Yexing. The 3 went upstairs, and Xing Kuan started messing around with the New Year goods he bought from the fair, couplets, upside-down Fu characters, fake bright red lanterns, etc., all were fully prepared. Meanwhile, little Xing Kai was already pulling on the tablecloth at the dining table, waiting for the meal to start. Yexing, move the New Year goods. Xing Kuan tore off the couplets and upside-down Fu character stuck by the door, peeling away the adhesive tape while directing, what's this last year? Spring returns to the earth. It's written by Auntie, lifting a box of tangerines. Xing Yexing peeled one piece and stuffed it into Xing Kai's mouth. Uncle, will you write this year? Xing Kuan wiped paper shreds off his palms, furrowing his brows and pretending to be angry. You write. You're already in high school, can't you handle writing with a brush yet? I won't write, said Xing Yexing. Xing Kai will write. With a piece of tangerine in her mouth, Xing Kai let her brother grab her small braid, using his fingers to wind the braid and lightly tapping her little head with his fingertips. Her soft braids were also easy to pull. Half an hour later, a pair of slanted Spring Festival couplets was posted at the door of the Xing household. Not caring if Lu Jianxing would see the WeChat message or not, Xing Yexing still reported his itinerary as usual. I'm home. The sister wrote the couplets, taking a picture for you. Auntie was busy in the kitchen, bringing out a plate of greens, then calling Xing Kuan to go inside and bring out more dishes. Let me go out, less soy sauce, right? Anything else? Xing Yexing took out the house key and put it in his pocket. We need non-stick glue, and buy some alcohol. Let's drink together, uncle and nephew, said Xing Kuan while trying hard to scrape off the mark left from last year's spring couplets with a spatula. Auntie wiped the sweat off, entered the kitchen again, and continued cooking, yelling without looking back, Yexing. Go buy some scallions. Can we not put scallions? Xing Kai said while eating winter melon candy. How tired is your brother running errands outside? If you don't listen, you'll go with your brother. Yes, I want to. As soon as Xing Kai finished speaking, she clung completely to her brother's legs, holding on tight and not letting go. Brother. Getting clingy. Though Xing Yexing said it, he still gave Xing Kai a fuzzy ear cap and placed it on her forehead, saying, if you want to imitate cartoon movie heroines who like wearing dresses, it's fine, but you shouldn't dress so thinly in this cold weather. She's brave, Xing Kai said, sitting down to put on her shoes. But you can't catch a cold, Xing Yexing said, picking up Xing Kai and carried her out of the stairwell. The girls in movies are all princesses, and they have superpowers. Am I one? Xing Kai asked him. You certainly are, Xing Yexing smiled, little princess. It was quite a distance from home to the market, and while walking, Xing Yexing sent another message. Going out to buy groceries. Once again sitting on a tricycle, Xing Yexing felt incredibly delighted. He glanced at his sister next to him, almost dozing off due to the bumpy ride, and pinched Xing Kai's cheek. Congratulations, Xing Kai received the second best cheek for squeezing in the whole city award, and the first place was Lu Jianxing. Thinking about this, Xing Yexing pulled out his phone again, opened the chat window with Lu Jianxing, and tapped on the message input area. He typed the sentence, I miss you. Whether this sentence should be said, or could be said, was uncertain. Xing Yexing always feared that too obvious courting might cause trouble for the other party. After typing, Xing Yexing's thumb hovered just over 1 or 2 centimeters above the send button. Tricycles tend to jolt easily, and when encountering an uneven and pothole-filled road at an intersection, the vehicle shook even more intensely. Without shaking, it might have been okay, but with the jolting, Xing Yexing also lost control. His hand pressed down, directly sending the words, I miss you, to Lu Jianxing. Shit. Sheng Yexing couldn't help it. Finished, how did it get sent? Brother? What's wrong? Sheng Kai leaned against her brother, half asleep. Looking at his sister, Sheng Yexing sighed deeply, nothing. He then noticed the last little star falling on the screen. Could mobile apps be so romantic? Sheng Yexing wanted to send, I miss you, again, but he worried Lu Jianxing might find it annoying. On the other end of the phone, Lu Jianxing stared at the phone screen, seeing the small yellow stars falling after receiving the, I miss you, message on WeChat. He hesitated for a moment, and then started counting aloud, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The others that fell were too many to count, but he had counted his own. 18. Chapter 43, Winter Vacation. On the second day of Sheng Yexing's walk, the school officially started the winter break. The school gate was bustling with people. Many students had already changed out of their uniforms, wrapping themselves tightly in scarves, smiling on their faces. Parents came either by car or bicycle, picking up the luggage their children had swapped from school and heading home. Lu Jianxing only carried a backpack, with a carry-on-sized suitcase by his feet, containing some clothes that hadn't been washed yet. He stood alone under a tree at the school gate, lightly tiptoeing along the lines of the permeable bricks on the road. Left right left, left right left. He recalled the day he first arrived at Sure Air High School, waiting just as long and feeling uneasy. When he saw his parents coming to pick him up, the tightness inside Lu Jianxing finally eased a bit, and he began to try proactively lifting his suitcase into the trunk. His parents were surprised for a few seconds at his initiative but quickly kept saying it was good, their voices trembling. Hearing this made Lu Jianxing feel inexplicably heartbroken. He received emotional intervention early on and wasn't someone who couldn't experience feelings throughout his life, occasionally dull but still fairly well behaved. To him, being filial used to mean not causing trouble for his parents. But now, he thought he could try helping his parents with what he could manage. What others see as trivial efforts might be a big step forward for him since the path ahead was narrow at the beginning. But as he grew day by day, the road also widened, allowing him to speed up his pace. Wearing a thick coat, he sat in the back seat of the car, exhaling onto the glass when the vehicle started, then drawing with his finger a couple of times. He wanted to write goodbye against the backdrop of Sure Air, but before he could finish one character, the car drove off. Never mind. Lu Jianxing changed into a comfortable position, leaning against the seat, his head still tilted, eyes focused intently on the receding scenery outside the window. He vaguely felt that his parents were talking, but he wasn't sure if it was directed at him. As he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications. Taking it out, he discovered that Li Dingxi had created 2 group chats. One was with the usual group of boys they often played with, called the NBA All-Star Players Group. The other was the dormitory group, consisting of 3 people. Sheng Yexing had named the group Dormitory Group, but Li Dingxi was quick to rename it I Love My Home. Sheng Yexing switched it back to Dormitory Group, but Li Dingxi persistently renamed it to Happy Family. Sheng Yexing again switched it to Dormitory Group, until Li Dingxi finally decided on Family Harmony Brings Success. Lu Jianxing was a bit confused. Li Dingxi was the king of finding topics and was curious about everything. He asked in the group chat, what have you guys done during the vacation? Sheng Yexing replied that he was playing firecrackers with his younger sister, while Li Dingxi took a picture of the firecrackers he bought and said, did you buy these fart bomb crackers? When you light them, there's a puff sound, too damn funny. Sheng Yexing sent an emoji of a cleaver, asking if they could instead talk about sparklers. Didn't you let Sheng Xiaokai play with firecrackers? Li Dingxi retorted. Sheng Yexing responded, I think her but is close enough to the ground that falling wouldn't hurt. Li Dingxi was shocked, you're letting your little sister fall on her but to set off firecrackers. She finds it fun to use her butt, Sheng Yexing said while tasting a chili pepper, which made the corner of his mouth twitch due to the spiciness. Hey, where's Big Brother Lu? Oh, my Big Brother Lu. The typing speed couldn't keep up with Li Dingxi's urge to talk, so he pressed the voice message button and recorded, Big Brother Lu, come back earlier after the winter break, okay? If it happens to coincide with Lantern Festival, my senior brother can make us a dumpling feast filled with dandelion greens, it's very soothing to the stomach. Shouldn't we eat sweet rice balls during the Lantern Festival? Sheng Yexing replied. Dumplings are fine too, Li Dingxi said. Your dumplings taste so good. You remember my dumplings for so long. I've only made them once. Sheng Yexing sent another voice message back. Lu Jianxing originally planned to listen to Li Dingxi's voice messages after returning home, but now that Sheng Yexing had sent one, he couldn't resist. He turned the volume down to the minimum and wanted to hear what Sheng Yexing would say. Even though he had just left a day or two ago, it felt like it had been a long time. Sheng Yexing's voice was pleasant to hear, brimming with youthfulness but deep and hard-edged. Occasionally, his speech had an aloof charm, and when he softened, it always left people breathless. So, this year on the 15th day of the new year, shall we boil some sweet rice balls to eat? Or should we order takeout by climbing over the wall? On Li Dingxi's side, it sounded like he was helping the elders in the kitchen, though whether he was being more trouble than help was uncertain. Mom. Give me a scallion. Hey, Brother Lu, say something since you're in the group chat already. What filling do you like? I can have Mom prepare it a few days ahead. You worry about yourself. Shen Yexing's side remained quiet. He shouldn't eat too much sweet food, and he needs to eat less glutinous rice. Forget the sweet rice balls. Li Dingxi sighed and said, eating too much glutinous rice is not good for the stomach. I remember now. Why did I even bother to start a group chat if it's no different from private messages since Brother Lu never replies? Isn't today the holiday? It's already this time of the day. Your brother Lu must be dozing off in his parents' car, Shen Yexing said. That's true, he's returning to the neighboring province. The trip must be tiring. He didn't even wear a scarf today, which looks cold just seeing him. As soon as Li Dingxi started a voice message, it seemed like a box of words opened, endlessly talking. Big brother, this year I might have some free time to visit you and set off firecrackers. Oh, your sister Xing Xiaokai likes me so much that last time she ran around me shouting, brother, oh man, it made my day. Shen Yexing quickly replied with a cold tone, she wasn't calling you, dancer brother. I admit, Xing Xiaokai is pretty good at face recognition. Hey, if you bring brother Lu back next time, how will Xing Xiaokai call him? Will she call him, popsicle brother, ice cream brother? Man, even the air got cold from what I just said. Lu Jianqing, are you eavesdropping? As Li Dingxi spoke, a piece of cured meat was shoved into his mouth. Li Dingxi, Shen Yexing couldn't bear it any longer. Didn't Aunt use cured meat to block your mouth? Ah. Li Dingxi quickly chewed a couple times. It worked. The car's AC temperature was quite high, making Lu Jianqing almost sweating. He wiped the sweat from his palms onto his clothes and held the phone with one hand while typing on the screen with the other, sending a message. No. This isn't eavesdropping, it's listening out loud. Li Dingxi chuckled and continued to send voice messages. Hey, fine if you're eavesdropping then. My brother Lu is just that cute. Shen Yexing threw a sticker saying, you're very mischievous, to him. Lu Jianqing didn't reply anymore. Li Dingxi worried that his statement was inappropriate, so he quickly sent a message. At Lu Jianqing. Brother. Shen Yexing typed back, don't at him, maybe he's busy. Li Dingxi stumbled and changed the group name again to World Peace. In the WeChat group formed by those boys, there were lively moments with mutual teasing, fighting, all depending on whose typing speed was faster. However, due to mealtime, they all put down their phones eventually. The last message in the group was sent by Li Dingxi, who said brother Lu must be eavesdropping again. Before the Spring Festival Eve, Lu Jianqing hadn't left the house much. Every day, he stayed at home reading, eating, sleeping, and when in a good mood, he watched sunsets or dusk skies. Occasionally, if it snowed outside his window, he could stand on the balcony. Fortunately, his younger brother listened well and didn't disturb him much. Once the room door was locked, he was almost completely isolated from the world. His little brother, kind-hearted, only knew his older brother wasn't healthy but didn't understand the specific details. He brought many of his own toys, cars, excavators, sword models, etc., to place them in front of his brother's room door, before obediently going upstairs to play with other toys. Lu Jianqing occasionally went out to use the restroom but found himself blocked by the toys. Initially, he was quite confused, able to kick the toys several meters away which surprised him every time. Later, he learned to squat down and pick up the toys, stacking them to positions where they wouldn't obstruct the path, then pressed closely against the corridor wall slowly heading towards the bathroom. As the spring festival approached, his parents were often out dealing with year-end settlements, and the younger brother was also sent to relatives for babysitting. Left alone at home, he enjoyed the peace. Reading ability was precious to him. Lu Jianqing spent most of his winter vacation reading books. He pointed at the sentences in the book and could follow along with a fairly long sentence occasionally. When he was younger, his parents were worried about his high tongue placement and had done various oral exercises. Now that he had grown up, his pronunciation was relatively clear. After a week of vacation, he and Shen Yexing barely exchanged much conversation. Mostly updates on what they were doing and where they were playing. Opening the chat window, Lu Jianqing noticed almost all of his messages were 2 words, reading books. He only vaguely remembered Shen Yexing's holiday life, faintly remembering one phrase, I miss you. That day, the WeChat interface had filled with stars. In the blink of an eye, the southern small New Year Eve arrived, and the group began flooding with red envelopes. Lu Jianqing found a soft pillow on the recliner and pressed it against his stomach, leaning against the bedhead as he stared intently at the screen without reaching out to open the red envelope. He began gradually getting used to seeing others communicate via text on WeChat, feeling as if he himself could also enjoy some of the pleasure of communication. When a group of teenage boys got together, they couldn't help but take advantage of each other's immaturity. Zhang Fei sent a 66 yuan red envelope named, My Son's Grab, and the other boys in the group had no qualms about claiming it, quickly calling Dad John after taking their share. To save face, Shen Yexing followed suit and sent a red envelope labeled, Zhang Fei's son collects. Zhang Fei collected the 20 yuan, shouting publicly, Leader, asking why he suddenly enjoyed playing when last year he thought it was childish. Shen Yexing had a great mood every day and didn't care whether something was childish or not, only smiling back. I never said I was mature. Then, after another round of red envelope shower, the screen suddenly displayed a red envelope sent by Shen Yexing with a note, for Lu Bingpierre. It was clear that this red envelope was intended for someone specific, so naturally no one dared to touch it. Lu Jianqing swallowed nervously and tried opening it, clicking unwrap to receive his first WeChat red envelope. Zhang Fei, wow, sure enough you were peeking. Li Dingxi, we know our star is secretly mischievous. Are you back in your province? Lu Jianqing, yeah. The group grew lively again because of Lu Jianqing's sudden appearance, messages flying rapidly. Lu Jianqing's eyes hurt from the phone screen's light, so he put his phone on charge, deciding to play an hour later. By nightfall, he had forgotten to pick up the phone again. Before sleeping, faint singing from some company's annual event performance on the streets outside his neighborhood annoyed Lu Jianqing slightly. When he was younger, his family hadn't lived in this new neighborhood, the housing was older, and there were many kids of about the same age in the compound. That was after the turn of the millennium. Cities still hadn't fully banned fireworks, so they often bought firecrackers for just a few bucks at the elementary school gate and set them off, making the whole street lively and noisy. They once accidentally launched fireworks onto someone else's balcony due to mischief, which resulted in a scolding from the neighbors. Back then, he watched quietly from the windowsill, not particularly yearning, just watching without saying anything. Nowadays, with better living conditions, families moved separately, and exchanges between neighbors diminished, reducing interaction. Big cities tend to become ghost towns during festivals, and the New Year's atmosphere became less vibrant. The lanterns on the street seemed abundant, with 5 or 6 hanging on each tree. Looking down from the window ledge, the fiery red orbs dotted around illuminated the slightly deserted roads. Glancing at the time on his phone, Lu Jianqing saw several notifications popping up on his screen. The first was a music share sent by Sheng Yexing, a piano piece accompanied by a long message. The words were written sporadically, somewhat fragmented, and Lu Jianqing suspected the sender had consumed alcohol. This song would always be played by the school radio station during my junior high school dismissal, indicating that school was over. Back then, I had a bad temper and was rebellious, always rushing out first when classes ended. Wasn't that stupid? Whenever I hear this song now, I remember the wind blowing on my face. Cold and refreshing, it brings me freedom and calmness. The book says, towards you, one should gently insist. I'll try my best to be gentle, and I want to persevere. The third was a voice note. Big brother roommate Lu Jianqing. Happy New Year, came a cute little girl's voice, I'm Sheng Kai. Sheng Yexing's sister. After Sheng Kai finished her enthusiastic shout-out, she muttered softly, brother, what else should I say? Not related by blood, but better than sisters, came Sheng Yexing's voice. I am, not a real sister but like one. Big brother Lu Jianqing, my brother likes you a lot. You should come over to our house sometime, alright? The clarity and brightness in Sheng Kai's voice made Lu Jianqing feel inexplicably better. Sheng Yexing seemed to tap Sheng Kai's head on the WeChat line, serious and firm, say, alright, instead of, alright wah. I told you not to speak like that. It doesn't matter as long as he understands. Was the last sentence Sheng Kai said in the voice note. Sheng Yexing didn't mention that Lu Jianqing probably wouldn't understand. The latest message was a 10-second short video. The camera was positioned very low, suggesting that Sheng Kai was the one holding it. Sheng Yexing was squatting in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window in his living room. He exhaled onto the glass and used his index finger to wipe and outline the shape of a heart before turning his head toward the camera. A smile lingered on his lips, revealing a rare sunny side. Then, Sheng Yexing extended his hand, tapping lightly on the camera lens. This small tap made Lu Jianqing's eyelids flutter, almost causing him to lose control of the phone in his hand. The gesture seemed familiar to him, it reminded him of something incomplete from the day he left school. Now, Sheng Yexing had completed the motion for him. As he stared at his phone, Lu Jianqing felt as if he were raising a ferocious tyrannosaurus named Sheng Yexing inside his phone who now sought to high-five him through the screen. Sheng Yexing then sent another voice note asking, Lu Jianqing, did you watch the video? He added that typing messages was difficult, so he preferred making short videos instead. Over the winter break of 21 days, he aimed to send one daily. Lu Jianqing hesitated for a moment, long enough to yawn, as moisture welled up in his eyes, dampening his lashes. His phone kept looping the video. Holding his phone in his left hand, with his right forefinger, he gently touched the hidden fingertip on the screen belonging to Sheng Yexing's video and then caressed his own lips. Phew, Lu Jianqing blew into the air. Of course, he had watched it. On New Year's Eve, there weren't many people left in the city. Typically starting around 8 or 9 in the morning, last night's master chefs would come out again to raid the market for their final batch of ingredients for the New Year's feast. Although eating New Year's dinner at restaurants had become trendy, quite a few still preferred preparing a hearty meal at home while watching the Spring Festival Gala, since nothing compared to homemade flavors. Before New Year's Eve, Sheng Yexing went to the hospital for an examination. He expressed wanting to stop medication but was still advised not to. Lately, he hadn't been drinking much, finding biking easier while spending more time at home with his younger sister. Sheng Yexing's aunt, Wen Xiujuan, often cooked, but she refused to take charge of such an important family event as New Year's dinner, insisting that Sheng Kuan and Sheng Yexing help prepare alongside her. During these occasions, Sheng Kai usually stayed in the living room playing quietly, occasionally peeking into the kitchen to beg for some food. Sheng Kuan served her cured meat, and Sheng Kai greedily swallowed a rather large piece, making her squint and grimace in reaction to its saltiness. Their aunt washing rice nearby couldn't resist yelling, "What child is old enough to be eating cured pork? Are you serious, father? Look what you're stuffing into her mouth. A child should toughen up, eating a bit won't hurt." Shen Kun dismissed her complaint, "We adults eat this all the time, don't we? How can adults and children be the same? Is this nutritious?" Aunt One became truly furious, slamming her spatula against the sink. Seeing that the quarrel was escalating, Shen Yexing glanced over at his stunned little sister and decided to interject, "Stop arguing. Shen Kai is still here. It's not rat poison. How could eating this kill anyone? Me and Yexing's mom ate plenty of this when we were young. This girl's only like this because you've spoiled her so much she even hiccups drinking cold water." Shen Kun snapped back. He hated having his authority questioned in front of the children. When Xiujuan wasn't someone to back down either, especially hearing this comment, "My daughter, I'll raise her however I want." I said, "Stop fighting." Furrowing his brow, Shen Yexing wiped his hands clean from folding dumplings and knelt by his misty-eyed sister. Spreading out his palm, he sighed, "Come on, sweetheart, spit it into my hand." Shen Kai opened her mouth and coughed up the stuck piece of cured meat before bursting into tears. Disposing of what was in his hand, Shen Yexing washed them off with a tissue and turned toward Shen Kun and Wen Xiujuan. "I'll be back later to help. I'm going out for some fresh air." Realizing parents shouldn't argue in front of children, Wen Xiujuan quickly said, "All right, night traveler, Yexing, wear more clothes." "Sure." Shen Yexing sipped a bit of warm water. Shen Kai crouched to tighten her red boots' laces, whispering, "Brother, I'm coming too." Her aunt was busy adding soup to cook the dishes and stuffed a chestnut intended for chicken broth into Shen Kai's mouth, saying, "It's freezing outside, why follow me?" With a stuffed mouth, Shen Kai tried speaking, but no words came out. She didn't want to stay where they were. Glancing back at her parents, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Though young, she understood well enough that the unusual tension between her parents troubled her deeply. Shen Yexing patted his sister's head and draped his coat around her neck, cautioning, "Hold it tight, don't let the hem drag on the ground." "All right." Shen Kai tightened her brother's coat and ran after him like a puppy, "Brother, wait for me." Shen Yexing squatted down, holding his sister in his arms, then went to the balcony to crack nuts. In southern China during the spring festival, the coldest part of winter had already passed. The wind on the balcony wasn't strong, and sometimes the sun would come out during the day, casting warm rays of light. Shen Yexing cracked nuts while Shen Kai ate them. In no time, the little girl was grinning happily, gradually forgetting about their parents' argument. Shen Yexing remembered some unpleasant things from his childhood and understood that Shen Kai couldn't completely forget what happened, she just temporarily didn't want to think about it. He reached out and touched the fluffy back collar of his sister's coat, then took out his phone and sent 2 messages to Lu Jianqing. "Taking my sister out for some wind. How about you?" Since the 29th day of the lunar year, Lu Jianqing hadn't responded much, though he answered calls, he didn't speak. Occasionally, photos were sent over, showing him alone in his room reading books or doing homework. The phone beeped, and Lu Jianqing belatedly replied with a short video. The footage showed his younger brother building with Legos, yelling encouragement as he built, inviting his brother to join in, asking him to build a castle too. The boy was round-faced, not quite resembling Lu Jianqing who looks more like his mother, instead taking after his father in being fair-skinned and chubby, only bearing a slight resemblance in the eyes. You play too." The boy said, throwing a bulldozer model over, "Brother plays with me, fix the house." In the last second of the 10-second video, Lu Jianqing's voice appeared, "Mm." The video shook violently, almost as if it was shot just by pressing the record button with a thumb. After watching the video of his younger brother, Shen Yexing understood that Lu Jianqing might have wanted him to see his real brother. As they grew older, both had become young men with a small tail to their names. Occasionally carrying Shen Kai home, Shen Yexing would think that Lu Jianqing and his younger brother should be relatively unfamiliar with each other, an invisible wall separating two people bound by blood thicker than water. It made the older brother uncomfortable, and the younger brother too. Shen Yexing thought for a moment, pinched Shen Kai's cheek, then began typing despite his frozen fingers. "When will you bring me to your house? I'll help your younger brother build a spaceship." He took a quick picture of Shen Kai's toys in the living room corner, continuing to type. "Look, these planes, houses, tanks that Shen Xiaokai has. Half of them were set up by me." Sending off 2 messages wasn't enough, Shen Yexing placed the phone microphone near Shen Kai's mouth and whistled, "Shen Kai, it's still yesterday's brother. Tell him, Happy New Year." "Ah. Oh, all right." Shen Kai was chewing on salt-roasted cashews, her cheeks bulging like a chipmunk. She wiped away a circle of sugar residue from her lips, grinning broadly at the phone microphone, wished the favorite brother of Shen Xiaokai's brother, Happy New Year. Her night traveler brother was someone Shen Kai, despite being young, knew quite well. When did he start making her repeatedly send blessings to someone else? Back when she was in kindergarten, whenever she called any middle or senior class boy, brother, Shen Yexing would be upset all day, saying he always felt something sour. She could feel that her brother cared deeply about this person, so naturally, she changed the address to, the brother my brother likes best, even confusing herself slightly. Dizzier than drinking too much peach yogurt or eating too much blueberry cheese. Good job, Sheng Kai, sharp-eyed at such a young age. Sheng Yexing teased lightly, unable to hide the widening smile at the corner of his mouth as he turned his head a bit. Then remember, this brother is called Lu Jianqing. Besides you, this brother is also the one I most want to protect. I remember, you said it yesterday. Sheng Kai jumped around restlessly. Not long after, Sheng Yexing's WeChat rang again, showing on the screen. Lu Jianqing sent a voice message. The voice message was 10 seconds long, but the first 7 or 8 seconds were silent. Until the end, Lu Jianqing slowly said, Happy New Year. Perhaps in this split second of parallel spacetime, they sprinted past the platform and managed to get on trains heading toward each other. These not so long, yet not so short, 20-some days passed quickly. After having New Year's Eve dinner, Sheng Yexing put the red envelopes received from his aunt and uncle into his pocket. Next, the program was simply the whole family sitting on the sofa watching the Spring Festival Gala. He and Sheng Kai were responsible for clearing the coffee table of cashews, melon seeds, candy, and candied winter melon strips. He wasn't very fond of roasted snacks himself. He grabbed them during the New Year because he worried that if Sheng Kai ate too many, it might stunt her growth. The Spring Festival Gala didn't hold much meaning for Sheng Kai. The overwhelming red and golden lights dazzled her eyes until they watered, and she soon fell asleep resting her head on her brother's knee. Sheng Kai slept peacefully. Her aunt took a soft blanket to cover her and then instructed Sheng Kuan to carry his daughter into the bedroom. With the child soundly asleep, the seemingly carefree family's New Year's Eve had come to an end, not even lasting until midnight when her aunt started yawning. Yexing, we'll go rest now, said the aunt as she stood up, sipping on tea served by Sheng Yexing. If you need to go out, close the door quietly so you don't wake your sister. And don't ride your bike recklessly late at night during the New Year, alright? Alright, aunt, don't worry. Sheng Yexing replied, crunching the nut he was chewing. The WeChat group, Family Harmony, notification rang. It was Li Dingxi posting a picture of a lit cigarette. Li Dingxi said, light it. Sheng Yexing smiled and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, snapping a quick shot, I haven't lit mine yet. Li Dingxi sent a voice message, I'm done with my stuff here, everyone at home has gone to sleep. Damn, this year is getting increasingly boring. I couldn't even collect all 5 blessings. Zhanfei did. Sheng Yexing put the cigarette tip in his mouth. Li Dingxi sounded surprised, ah. How badass is that? How much did he get? $2.88. Sheng Yexing grabbed his coat and started recording a voice note, why do you bother doing all this? No fun. You've taken away my biggest joy of the new year. Is your sister asleep too? Why is it so quiet at your place? There isn't a single sound. Sheng Yexing felt the cigarette got wet from the rain, replaced it with another one in his mouth, saying, everyone in my house is asleep, except me. Hey, wait, Li Dingxi said. Less than half an hour later, Li Dingxi arrived downstairs with 2 bottles of her Gouda liquor and a pack of Nanjing cigarettes. Li Dingxi called Sheng Yexing down. Despite the cold winter night, Sheng Yexing brought down an extra coat for Li Dingxi, turning on the light at the building entrance, sitting in front of the unit door. They both lit up a cigarette and clinked their bottles together. Sheng Yexing chose a slightly sweet filter cigarette, placed the bottle of her Gouda beside his feet, and said seriously, I really need to quit drinking alcohol. I didn't drink with my uncle at dinner today. Okay, I just thought it's the new year, and we should meet up, said Li Dingxi as he awkwardly lit up a cigarette. If you can't smoke, don't try to mimic others. It's nothing. It's about the feeling, you know. Li Dingxi exhaled a puff of smoke lightly, swallowed a sip of the liquor, choking with a sharp, ah, and thumping his chest. I'm almost dead from inhaling it. Slow down on the smoking. Suddenly, Sheng Yexing imagined if Lu Jianqing wanted to smoke, probably his first attempt would also result in choking uncontrollably, his face turning red, and tears filling his eyes. We should give a year-end summary right now, right? Li Dingxi started chattering again, look, it's quite miraculous that the 3 of us from our dormitory could get along like this. I always thought Lu Jianqing would start a real fight with me. Who would have thought we could make it through a semester without issues? You wouldn't stand a chance against him, Sheng Yexing teased. Hey, why are you being so mean? Li Dingxi touched his chin, but you're right. Every time he undresses to shower, revealing those abs. I don't believe he hasn't been secretly practicing sit-ups. Don't look next time. Huh. It's nothing, Sheng Yexing's ears turned a bit red unnaturally, Lu Jianqing, there's a certain power about him. Li Dingxi nodded, his mouth still stinging from the spicy liquor. He quietly said, I used to read school slogans like, little flowers may break, but more bloom regardless. Back then, hope seemed distant, but now I feel, indeed, each person will blossom in their own way. He looks like a flower himself, Sheng Yexing continued summarizing. Hey, boss, honestly speaking, Li Dingxi smoked superficially, taking shallow puffs before exhaling a lot of white mist. You have truly been good to him, and he has genuinely been good to you. So far, I don't know much about his illness. He might just exhibit one characteristic while other issues gradually appeared because of it. Sheng Yexing frowned deeply, I've looked into several cases and tried consulting my doctor regarding his situation. He said each case is different, anything can happen. Can he feel how well we treat him? Sometimes yes, Shen Yexing brushed off the ashes, whispering softly, and he knows to pick out coriander leaves for me. I remember. Oh man, we were all stunned back then. You're still the man, big brother. Li Dingxi said this while pulling out his phone. But I think there should be 3 of us smoking here tonight. Should we give brother Lu a call? Nah, he's probably already resting. Alright, today, on New Year's Eve, I was truly very happy. My parents are amazing, and so is my entire family. Li Dingxi had a bit too much to drink and slowly leaned back. Big brother, you're amazing too. Please don't do anything harmful to yourself anymore. Otherwise, I'll beat you up, alright? Shen Yexing grabbed his bottle of liquor and sniffed the aroma. He reached down to pat Li Dingxi, who was lying on the ground. You're drunk, aren't you? It was after 1 in the morning when Shen Yexing called a taxi to send Li Dingxi home and took another one back. When he returned home, he tidied up the messy bedding that Shen Kai had kicked around, took a shower, and went back to his own room to sleep. The winter break, oh how endless and unbearable the winter break felt to him. On the night of New Year's Eve, Shen Yexing had a dream. In his dream, Lu Jianqing secretly took the high-speed train from the neighboring province. There was blood on his face, claiming it was from walking carelessly and falling. When they met, Lu Jianqing stood on the platform looking at him, his gaze steady and resolute rather than wandering as usual. In the dream, Lu Jianqing didn't speak. Instead, he sent a WeChat message saying, "Can I hold your hand?" Chapter 44, Back to School. Can I hold your hand? As soon as the message went out, Shen Yexing woke up in the middle of the night and sat by the bed with his phone for a long while before he calmed down. His dreams were usually fragmented yet vivid, often leaving him confused between day and night in that semi-awake state. It wasn't until 4:30 in the morning that Shen Yexing finally returned to bed and fell asleep. Before going back to sleep, he posted a line on WeChat Moments, of course. When he woke up in the morning, there were already over 20 replies under that post, all from those mischievous male classmates. Zhang Fei, wow, you're dating someone. Li Dingxi. Yes, I do. Gu Kunchen, 1. Zhang Ziyu, big brother Sheng is having a secret crush. Shen Yexing silently scrolled through the comments on his moments, couldn't help but smile slightly, then deleted the content. Dating was indeed true, but, a secret crush. He never said it was a secret crush. The customs after the first day of the Lunar New Year were something Shen Yexing had grown used to. The house rules were also strict, which day to entertain guests, which day to worship the god of wealth, everything was clearly divided. Receiving guests was one task that Shen Yexing hated doing the most. Auntie, his mother's sister, also took into account his unique situation. Only in recent years, once Shen Yexing grew more mature, did she start asking him to occasionally help receive guests. Occasionally serving tea, placing some sunflower seeds or peanuts wasn't too difficult. When relatives pressed him to drink alcohol, a tipsy Shen Yexing kept looking at tickets to another province multiple times, trying to calm himself down. If he rushed over to someone else's home like that, Lu Jianqing probably wouldn't even see him. Besides, his illness, which his uncle and aunt helped conceal, almost never came up with anyone. Among the distant relatives who only saw him every few years, not a single one had a bad word to say about this child. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, it was time for the Lantern Festival reunion. Once the new year passed, they would be resuming school soon. Although they were only in their second year of high school, the school gave them little holiday time, saying it was to adapt early to the third-year high school life and prepare for the final push, but Shen Yexing thought that ever since their first year of high school began, the school holidays ended relatively late anyway. Exactly on the Lantern Festival, Shen Yexing rested for a day. Because he had a low fever, he was lying uncomfortable under the blankets. On his bedside table lay snacks and toys sent by his sister, Shen Kai, along with a tablet computer playing cartoons that Shen Yexing was forced to watch. Take it away, go watch it yourself, Shen Yexing muffled his voice under the blanket, I'm 18 already, I don't need to watch your dog squad. This is called Paw Patrol. Shen Kai shoved a gummy candy in her mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. What's the full name? Standing Great Merit, right? Shen Yexing just wanted to chase this sparrow away quickly. Aha. Shen Kai bit another wafer cookie and nodded obediently. Sister Kai, Shen Yexing reached a hand out from the blanket to pull his sister's little braid. What does Standing Great Merit mean? Are you curious? I'm so curious. Shen Kai replied. Then go outside and watch it. It seems like the next episode is coming on. Struggling to sit up, Shen Yexing unplugged the tablet and handed it to Shen Kai. Go outside and watch. Let your brother sleep. Shen Kai was now entirely focused on the cartoon, furiously nodding as she chewed her wafer cookies. All right. As soon as Shen Kai ran out of the room with the tablet, Shen Yexing got off the bed quickly, locked the door, grabbed his phone, and sighed heavily as he climbed back under the blanket. Children's attention is easily shifted, and they're easy to fool. So much fun. I wonder what Lu Binger looked like as a kid when daydreaming. She probably stood there like a small ice sculpture, tightly pursing her lips, frowning without speaking. If you nudged her, she'd likely squeak, don't touch me. Lying supported by his arms on the bed, Shen Yexing felt them barely able to support his body weight anymore. When was the last time he was this sick? He hardly ever got a cold or fever because of his good health, and whenever he caught a chill, he always tried a counter-poison approach, blowing himself better. This fever today left him feeling like his heart and lungs were roasted by fire, his throat filled with endless tiny flames surging outward, his eyelids burning hot. Di. Just as he lay there spacing out, the notification for a WeChat voice call suddenly sounded. He casually reached for his phone, realizing it only buzzed once, and the sender was Lu Jianqing. Did she press it by mistake? Normally, if it buzzes only once, it's pretty clear it was accidental, but unless you look at someone's page directly, you wouldn't accidentally press it either. Or, just go back and return the call. The communication between holidays was worlds apart from the constant interaction during school days, so Shen Yexing had to seize every opportunity to check in on her. Many students from his class suddenly stopped coming to school and opted to recuperate at home. He feared Lu Jianqing's parents might have changed their minds and decided to keep her at home. Shen Yexing was decisive when taking action, and generally didn't ponder for long over problems. He unlocked his phone screen, opened WeChat, and chose to call Lu Jianqing back. It rang about 5 or 6 times before the call connected. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing cleared his throat and spoke gravely, "Did you just call me?" As it turned out, Lu Jianqing did press it by accident, though with one prerequisite: he had been staring blankly at Shen Yexing's WeChat contact page when his hand slipped and hit the call button without him realizing. Lu Jianqing suddenly heard Shen Yexing's voice and nodded his head. After nodding, he realized they weren't face to face, and softly replied, "Ah. I thought you missed me," Shen Yexing teasingly said, sounding a bit muddled because of the fever enveloping his brain. "Do you think I should remove the 'I thought' part?" Lu Jianqing gripped his lips tightly upon hearing this. It wasn't because he felt shy, rather, he was overly sensitive to the sound of Shen Yexing's voice. He could sense that Shen Yexing sounded hoarse and tired as if he were sick. Opening his mouth, but unable to say anything for a few seconds, he finally asked, "Are you sick? Did you notice?" This time it was Shen Yexing who was stunned. Lu Jianqing answered quickly, "Obvious. Got too exhausted yesterday evening. Fell asleep early, but that little girl woke me up to set off fireworks. She insisted we had to go somewhere in the suburbs where it's allowed. Too lazy to fully dress up, I just put on a short-sleeved shirt and dragged her out to have some fun." Shen Yexing sweated profusely from his fever, gritting his teeth to maintain as much strength as possible, trying to not sound weak, "And when I got back, the next day, I came down with a fever." Shen Yexing intentionally slowed down his speech, giving Lu Jianqing more time to digest each sentence. In Lu Jianqing's mind, someone as robust as Shen Yexing, who could endure all kinds of harsh weather, shouldn't fall ill so easily. He could stand under icy water with half his body exposed in winter, or even ride motorcycles in heavy rain over 1,000 meters. Yet now, simply catching a breeze resulted in a fever. Pausing momentarily, Lu Jianqing then said, "Happy New Year. How did you pick up that phrase?" Shen Yexing chuckled, coughing, "Happy New Year, kids are still young, aren't these the excuses people often use?" After finishing his words, Lu Jianqing no longer replied. Shen Yexing's mind clouded, keeping silent himself, maintaining silence during the ongoing call for over 5 minutes. Then, when Shen Yexing flipped over in bed, Lu Jianqing couldn't help but mutter through the phone, "Shen Yexing." All forms of communication via phone relied solely on language. With magnified language, Lu Jianqing very easily showed signs of nervousness. Taking a deep breath to relax, he called out again, "Yexing." This time, the sound of his name stirred Shen Yexing a bit, and he responded with a hoarse chuckle, "I never thought that one day it would be you calling my name, and twice at that." "Happy New Year." Lu Jianqing repeated. "Keep saying this, is it because your uncle and aunt like talking about it? Do you know what Spring Festival is?" My head's foggy, I'll hang up soon." Shen Yexing decided to stop teasing him, but couldn't resist asking one last question, "Do you know how long it is until school starts again?" 3 days. "Do you miss me?" Shen Yexing confirmed that his fever-induced haze had taken hold. After a long silence, Lu Jianqing returned to asking the original question, "What exactly is the Spring Festival?" Spring Festival is a festival of reunion, the beginning of each year. Shen Yexing kept the call going, raising his phone and opening Baidu, awkwardly reading aloud into the microphone, "All things originate from heaven, humans from ancestors. Spring Festival is the most grand traditional holiday." The quiet Lu Jianqing on the other end of the phone line suddenly chuckled. "Huh?" Shen Yexing was baffled by the laugh, anxiously asking, "Why are you laughing?" "I know all this." Quietly, Lu Jianqing moved the phone away slightly from his ear, "My parents used to tell me. Don't make fun of me, I really have a headache." Shen Yexing held the phone close to his ear, closing his heated eyelids, puzzled by Lu Jianqing's laughter. "But..." Lu Jianqing struggled to express the rest of his thoughts, imitating Shen Yexing and clearing his throat, "I don't understand." "If you don't understand the Spring Festival, I'll explain it again," Shen Yexing said. Lu Jianqing didn't like being misunderstood, so when he got upset, he shouted, "No." "What then?" "Take your time." Lu Jianqing hesitated for a moment, "Don't know." "Then I will hang up." Shen Yexing sighed, "I'm going to start talking nonsense soon if I don't hang up." Lu Jianqing remained silent for a long time until Shen Yexing ended the call on his own. On the other side of the line, Lu Jianqing placed his phone neatly on the desk and stared blankly at the darkened screen. But why does it feel different hearing you say it compared to my parents? Because I can vaguely sense that while listening to you speak, my breathing quickens, and my ears get warm. Every word you say becomes crystal clear. On the evening before school resumed, Shen Kun drove his nephew and daughter to a place in the city where there was an electronic fireworks show. The electronic fireworks display lasted 40 minutes, almost without repeating any pattern. The visual effects from high above were stunning. Initially, upon learning they weren't real fireworks, Shen Kaixing wasn't interested in watching at all, but once at the scene, she couldn't take her eyes off them. Shen Yexing watched for a few minutes but didn't stop taking out his phone to record everything for Lu Jianqing. Each recording was a 10-second short video sent one after another. Haven't seen many fireworks this year, right? They probably don't set them off where you are. If only you were with me, I'd have taken you to the cyber cafe to play Spider Solitaire. Winning would have let us see some fireworks. Before Lu Jianqing could send a message to ask, Shen Yexing hurriedly replied. It's a game, win it, and you get to see fireworks. Meanwhile, Lu Jianqing was lying in bed watching the videos of the electronic fireworks Shen Yexing had sent him. It was stifling under the blanket, sweating his palms. He pinched his nose while watching, his eyes hurting from staring too long. After setting the phone down for a rest, he wiped the sweat from his palms and continued watching the video over and over again. Curious about the game Shen Yexing mentioned, Lu Jianqing didn't press further, just held his phone and stared at it absent-mindedly. On the day before school resumed, Lu Jianqing took the bullet train back to the city. Since Shen Yexing had promised to pick him up, Lu Jianqing bravely expressed his wish to go back to school with his classmate, much to his parents' delight, who said they'd drop him off at the station and return home. At first, Lu Jianqing couldn't stand the sound of the bullet train, but gradually he adjusted. A 2-hour journey wasn't far. He slept through most of it, covering himself with a scarf. However, the sounds of children and passengers walking around on the train made him overly sensitive. Even with earplugs in, he didn't sleep well. Not angry, Lu Jianqing sat up and looked outside the window, counting trees and rural houses until time passed quickly. Getting off the train and exiting the station, from afar, he saw Shen Yexing standing anxiously by the exit. After not seeing each other for a whole winter vacation, the other party seemed to have grown taller and thinner, yet still full of spirit, showing no sign of recent illness. He wore black sneakers, a black down jacket, and although his hair was no longer a buzz cut, he still looked handsome. You haven't cut your hair. That was Lu Jianqing's first sentence upon seeing Shen Yexing. I wanted to, Shen Yexing laughed as he took Lu Jianqing's suitcase, which was dragged crookedly. I told Shen Kaixing we'd get her a princess haircut, and when my uncle asked if I wanted one too, I said yes, thinking I'd go back to the buzz cut. My uncle immediately shoved a few $100 worth of red packets into my hands. Lu Jianqing laughed heartily. Why are you laughing so stupidly? You didn't understand what I meant anyway. Shen Yexing handed him a cup of already prepared bubble tea. We're late by 10 minutes, it's gone cold. I did understand, Lu Jianqing tried hard to argue. Then tell me what I meant. Uncle. Lu Jianqing's eyes lit up, looking at him, uncle. Shen Yexing almost burst out laughing. Didn't know you were quite the witty one, did I? Just as he was trying to strike up a conversation, Lu Jianqing's phone rang. It was Li Dingxi calling. As per routine, as soon as the call connected, Li Dingxi began chattering. Hey, Lu Jianqing, I just went shopping with my family at the bookstore, and I found a book that's pretty good. Want me to bring you a copy as a New Year's gift? Shen Yexing stealthily listened, coughing. Li Dingxi continued, it's called, How to Raise a Tyrannosaurus Rex, all about raising someone like Shen Yexing. Interested? Lu Jianqing stayed silent. Oh, you must be very curious. Let me tell you first, Li Dingxi opened the book page seriously and said, they feel cold on Earth, so they need to wear 80 adults worth of down jackets. And they eat alligators, which need to be raised, and their waste needs to be cleaned. Clean what? Clean poop. Because he was sensitive to sound, Lu Jianqing held his phone far away with the speaker on, and Shen Yexing heard everything. Shit, Shen Yexing couldn't bear it anymore and sneered at the phone. Li Dingxi, are you going to talk endlessly? Holy crap, you scared me. How come you're around too, big brother? It's the start of school. I'll definitely be around. Shen Yexing coughed, his voice was still hoarse since he had just recovered from illness. Uncle and Auntie dropped him off at the train station, so I came to pick him up. I've also arrived at the train station, why don't you come to pick me up? You can't even go back to school by yourself. Lu Jianqing's ears turned red, but he still wanted to save face. I can. Listen to that, Star says he can. Li Dingxi retorted without yielding. Stop, Shen Yexing interrupted sharply, how old are you? Why do you keep competing with Lu Jianqing? Don't always treat Lu Jianqing like a kid. He's not much younger than me. It's clearly your own prejudice, accusing me of bullying kids. That's unfair. Li Dingxi got angry. He couldn't figure out how the new roommate managed to get along so well with Shen Yexing in just a few months, while he felt left out. If only Lu Jianqing would play with him, it wouldn't be a problem, but the truth was that Lu Jianqing didn't like to interact with others besides Shen Yexing. It was incredibly difficult for him to communicate with anyone else. Even other quiet boys couldn't find common ground with him. Thinking about this, Li Dingxi felt somewhat depressed. He originally planned to seize the opportunity and try to build a good relationship with Lu Jianqing, but before the vacation even ended, Sheng Yexing went directly to the train station to pick someone up. After a few seconds of silence, Li Dingxi decided to ask, "Big brother, do you plan to stay outside with Lu Jianqing for a night and then return to school tomorrow?" There was such a plan originally because today was pretty tiring. Sheng Yexing bought a bottle of peach drink, unscrewed the cap, handed it to Lu Jianqing, and paid while holding the phone between his shoulder, but I considered that he is not familiar with the hotel environment, and he might not handle it well, so I decided against it. I'll take him back to the dormitory, tidy up a bit, and we'll sleep in the dormitory tonight. When will you return? Tonight. Waiting for you to finish tidying up. Tomorrow morning. Alright, see you tomorrow morning then. Sheng Yexing deliberately fibbed, moving the phone slightly away from his ear before saying to Lu Jianqing, "Li Dingxi will return tomorrow morning, let's stay in the dormitory tonight." Upon hearing that the two would spend more time alone together, Lu Jianqing's ears felt warm, but he still nodded and agreed, mm. On the other end of the line, Li Dingxi. What's wrong? Speak up. Seeing Lu Jianqing agree, Sheng Yexing felt in a good mood and whistled once, "If you don't speak, I'll hang up." Li Dingxi complained, "Hang up then, I want to hang up too." Sheng Yexing couldn't help laughing, "Then you hang up." "I'll hang up." Big brother, swallowing painfully, Li Dingxi said, "See you tomorrow morning." "Alright, see you tomorrow morning." Sheng Yexing ended the call. After dinner, when they returned to the dormitory, it was almost 9 o'clock. After tidying up, they planned to report back to school the next afternoon. Seeing Lu Jianqing quietly squat down to unpack, Sheng Yexing suddenly remembered the first day Lu Jianqing arrived, just as quiet and undisturbed, fiddling with his own things. Why should there be any conflict with Li Dingxi? Conclusion, Li Dingxi deserved a beating. Sheng Yexing shrugged indifferently, taking out the medicine box to study the tablets prescribed by the doctor. According to the instructions, he broke a few pills and placed them on the tissue spread out on the desk, then got up to fill his cup with some lukewarm water. Lu Jianqing had just hung his clothes up. Seeing Sheng Yexing take out his medication, Lu Jianqing became curious and reached out to touch it. The moment he touched it, he wanted to try it. He always felt that whatever Sheng Yexing tried, he wanted to try too. Subconsciously, he believed it should be synchronized. Getting up together, sleeping together, eating together, studying together, and taking medicine together. "Don't touch, these are my pills, you don't need to take them." Sheng Yexing quickly approached with the cup, wanting to grab the pill that Lu Jianqing was pinching. "I want to take it," Lu Jianqing said. Sheng Yexing frowned and said, "No." Lu Jianqing didn't say anything, crouched down clutching the pill in his hand, and frowned too. Then he squeezed his hand and bit down. He bit down with no mercy, the force as if he truly intended to tear the skin apart. "Shit, why are you suddenly biting yourself again?" Seeing his wrist nearly bruised from biting, Sheng Yexing quickly grabbed him. "Heartburn? Dizziness? Are you uncomfortable?" Lu Jianqing shook his head. He was just annoyed. It was as if he could no longer perceive where his body was. Sheng Yexing explained, "The pills I'm taking are medicine. I want to take them." "You can't," Sheng Yexing suddenly flared up, interrupting, "Stop messing with me." Lu Jianqing's breathing quickened, clutching the bed rail tightly. "Let go of your hand." Not just Sheng Yexing but both were gasping for air. His eyes almost turned red with anger. "There are iron spines on the bed rail, it will easily cut your hand." Lu Jianqing understood but didn't let go. "I asked." Halfway through, remembering what Tang Han had told him, "Could you try letting go?" It was like Lu Jianqing understood and still resisted, insistently feeling upward to test if there were thorns that could hurt, standing up and trying to rub against the bed rail further. After fumbling around for only a few moments, Lu Jianqing groaned lowly, then released his grip and sat down on the floor, palm open with blood. Sheng Yexing instantly felt like his brain exploded in anger. With a sudden shout, he stood up, leaning on the edge of the bed ladder and squatted down, finally sitting on the cold tile floor. Lu Jianqing. His low roar sounded as he first yanked his own hair, then forcibly grabbed Lu Jianqing's arm, forcing the other to expose his palm. Suppressing his fury, he asked, why every time I say something, you don't listen? You clearly knew not to keep touching it, but you deliberately pushed your hand into it, making it all bloody. Did that pain feel good? Were you satisfied by the pain, or what?" Feeling inexplicably shouted at, Lu Jianqing stunned and said, "Yes. Have you learned how to annoy people now?" Sheng Yexing sighed in frustration, wanting to slap himself. "Weren't you disturbed when you saw me self-harm in the bathroom before? Do you think because I felt some kind of satisfaction, you can also harm yourself?" Sheng Yexing stood up and kicked the bed ladder. "This is iron. Rusty iron. Don't you know if you get pricked, what consequences could arise?" No shadow of disturbance. Lu Jianqing, seeing him dazed in pain, Sheng Yexing reached out to grab him. "Show me your hand." "Forget it. No point." Silent for a few seconds, Sheng Yexing decided to shut up. Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, trying to say something, hurriedly wiping his hand across his face. Sheng Yexing urgently said, "Don't wipe it on your face." Shit. It would have been better if he hadn't done that, now half his face had streaks of blood. The scene perfectly overlapped with one of Sheng Yexing's dreams that night. Sheng Yexing remembered, in the dream, Lu Jianqing asking if they could hold hands. Looking at Lu Jianqing's pristine white face marred by blood, Sheng Yexing suddenly felt somewhat defeated. He immediately stopped getting angry. As always after a tantrum, Sheng Yexing silently stood up, picked up the chair he had knocked over, properly aligned the foam soft straps used to tie the bed ladder, and beckoned Lu Jianqing with a wave of his hand, "Come here, let me handle your wound." Sheng Yexing didn't understand why every time Lu Jianqing acted stubborn, it was always at night, nor why he insisted on licking a pill. When he forcefully pressed Lu Jianqing onto the table, Sheng Yexing discovered traces of grievance in Lu Jianqing's eyes. Lu Jianqing stared at him like a startled deer, one hand gripping his shoulder, showing his wounded palm. Despite being close to becoming an adult, everything he did was childishly unpredictable, immature but not entirely so, very obedient when he was good. The more Sheng Yexing got to know him, the deeper he seemed to become entangled. "Hey, I really..." Sighing deeply, Sheng Yexing once again found himself wanting to hit someone out of anger. Meeting Lu Jianqing's questioning gaze, Sheng Yexing continued thick-skinnedly, "There's nothing I can do about you." Anyway, it didn't matter, his face wasn't thin-skinned either. Taking iodine and cotton swabs from the emergency medical kit in the drawer, while applying medicine, Sheng Yexing said, "Next time if you're not obedient and keep doing things that harm yourself, I will take forceful measures." For example. Lu Jianqing, despite being injured, was in a pretty good mood and chimed in, "For example. Didn't notice how quick you are to pick up on things outside." Sheng Yexing smiled. "For example, tying you up and throwing you on the bed to think about your sins." Just like that. Lu Jianqing thought he would get a beating and gestured with his hand, "Once." Just this one. The rest. I couldn't bear to do it." Taking advantage of Lu Jianqing's limited understanding, Sheng Yexing spoke flirtatiously without restraint. His thick skin allowed him to say anything. Lu Jianqing also smiled with the corners of his mouth lifted. After applying the medicine, Sheng Yexing stood up to put away the medicine box, not expecting Lu Jianqing to directly wrap his arms around his waist. When he was little, his mother once had a habit where after telling him, "Mommy and Daddy love you," she would give him a hug. Over time, Lu Jianqing subconsciously understood that hugging was an expression of love. He then buried his face into Sheng Yexing's stomach and let out a soft laugh to express his happiness. But Sheng Yexing froze in place. Feeling the stiffness from the other side, Lu Jianqing wanted to tell him the reason but chose not to, instead bringing over the computer and spending some time typing. "You go take a shower. I'll type. Do you have something to say?" About 10 minutes later, when Sheng Yexing came back after finishing his shower, there was a line of text on the computer displaying Lu Jianqing's explanation for the hug. Perhaps because he hadn't experienced such affection since childhood, Sheng Yexing began to envy Lu Jianqing. He draped the towel over his shoulder, still damp with warmth radiating, and asked, "Are you done? Is what you want to say this? Your meaning is that by hugging me, you love me?" Lu Jianqing typed another row of words and read them aloud. "Love, its meaning, broad. Finished. So which kind of love are you talking about?" Lu Jianqing was a bit troubled. How could he admit it was the kind of love that made his heart race upon meeting? "It's fine, we can talk about it slowly later," Sheng Yexing teased on purpose, bending down and whispering into Lu Jianqing's ear, "You can also tell me quietly in bed." All Lu Jianqing could see now was Sheng Yexing's short, coarse hair stubs and prominent nose bridge, causing his breathing to become slightly rapid. Sensing his movements, Sheng Yexing lowered his voice further and laughed softly, "Lu Jianqing, close your eyes." Because they were too close, Lu Jianqing felt a bit nervous and leaned back a little. But his back already hit the edge of the table, and he couldn't retreat further. Seeing that he didn't close his eyes, Sheng Yexing directly reached out with one hand to forcibly cover the other's eyes. Subsequently, he gently nibbled on Lu Jianqing's soft lower lip before kissing the corner of his mouth. He stayed still, not deepening the kiss, merely pressing his hot lips there and making a tiny "mua." Then he couldn't help but laugh. His breath was so warm that Lu Jianqing could feel as his lips moved away, quietly returning to his ear. "Today, I'm going to teach you something too. A hug means love, and a kiss does too. Hugs can be shared with many people, but kisses are only for me." Lu Jianqing heard Sheng Yexing's voice raspy, as if feverish again. It seemed like every movement of Sheng Yexing's Adam's apple was perceptible. Holding back his laughter, Sheng Yexing suddenly said very seriously, "Lu Jianqing, remember this." Chapter 45, Lime Flavor. In the early spring after the holiday, the weather wasn't as cold anymore. On the first day of school, students could be seen at dawn huddled under the dormitory building cramming their winter vacation homework, saying that the bone-chilling morning wind made their minds clearer. Jean Ma kicked a few boys in the butt with the toe of her leather shoe and asked what they had been doing all this time. She said she would report all their names for copying homework today. How dare those with such poor grades copy? Don't they care about their lives? Ah, here we go again. Jean Ma talks tough but has a soft heart. Li Dingxi was running up the stairs with his suitcase, a piece of toast hanging out of his mouth. Class 7, Li Dingxi. Jean Ma looked at her attendance list for a while before stopping Li Dingxi. "Hey. Hold it. How come you're back so late in the morning?" After swallowing the toast, Li Dingxi single-handedly picked up his suitcase to climb the ladder. "I live close by. As if to welcome the last, late spring chill, Li Dingxi had put on a thick down jacket early in the morning but still left his ankles exposed, shivering from the cold. When he opened the door on the 5th floor, he found Lu Jianqing already up. Lu Jianqing was standing on the balcony, bare-legged, drying short sleeves. Even in this cold, sleeping in shorts. Li Dingxi was freezing all over. Only when he returned to the dorm did his body begin to warm up. He took a seat on a chair, exhausted and panting. Good morning. Brother Li Hansan has finally returned to create chaos. Lu Jianqing finished hanging up a short-sleeved shirt and turned around to look at him with a squint. Why aren't you talking? Li Dingxi rubbed his hands together. You talk more when you're with the boss. After talking for several minutes with no response, looking up, he realized Lu Jianqing was hanging clothes again. Fine. Feelings, they need to be cultivated gradually, right? You can't rush things. Friendship takes time to build, especially for someone like Lu Jianqing who's still like a kid. He shook himself to feel more comfortable, then didn't forget to push some peanut candy brought back from his hometown into Lu Jianqing's arms, winking while doing so. Brother Lu, my mom hates me eating these. I sneak them, there's only a few pieces left. Hey, do you like sweet things? Without removing the wrapper, Lu Jianqing silently broke the stick-shaped peanut candy in two and gestured with a nod of his chin toward Li Dingxi. It was still morning, yet his eyes were especially bright. Seeing Li Dingxi hesitating without taking it, Lu Jianqing finally spoke to express his meaning, sharing. Oh, right, sharing. Li Dingxi grinned and stretched his hand to close the door. I've been worried about you beating me up when school started. Suddenly, the scenes overlapped, and I was caught off guard for a moment. Lu Jianqing blinked, staring at him. Why are you staring at me like that? A few seconds later, Li Dingxi realized that Lu Jianqing was simply listening, so he continued, do you remember the pool cue you took? After that, I never touched that thing again. It used to be something I used for self-defense. Haha. Lu Jianqing had learned how to laugh awkwardly. Oh, Li Dingxi's mouth twitched slightly. Never mind, let's tidy up and head to school. The mention of that incident brought it all back in Lu Jianqing's mind. Lu Jianqing just smiled and didn't say much, smoothing his coat. Fighting? Yes, it was fighting. He detested being touched by strangers, and being violated in an unfamiliar environment made it even worse. After dumping the wash water, Lu Jianqing opened a new bottle of mouthwash he'd bought. Unscrewing the cap, he leaned forward to sniff. Lime flavor. So fragrant. Its color resembled fruit-flavored Fanta. It must taste very sweet. Thinking about it, Lu Jianqing suddenly felt thirsty. He licked his lips once and instinctively patted his stomach. Wow, you use this? I thought it was just for girls at home. Watching all these small gestures gave Li Dingxi a shock, and he couldn't help but warn him, Big brother Lu, you can't swallow this, right? Lu Jianqing nodded, Brush your teeth like this. Still having a few stray hairs sticking up, Li Dingxi pushed his coat aside and squeezed next to the sink, grabbing Lu Jianqing's lime-flavored mouthwash, pretending to pour it into his mouth. Tilt your head back, open your mouth, and gargle like boiling water. Gurgle 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 gurgle. Lu Jianqing stared in disbelief. Do you want to try? Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Li Dingxi tilted his head back, not minding the pain in his neck. Lu Jianqing also tilted his head back, struggling to make the sound from his throat. Gurgle gurgle. Li Dingxi burst out laughing. F*******. Sheng Yexing was fully awakened by the ruckus. He had been lying on his side in bed, straining his ears to listen for quite a while. He tugged at his hair and stuck his head out to peer under the bed, locking onto the balcony. It's only 6 in the morning, what are you two fussing about? Sorry, let me lower my voice a bit. Li Dingxi shrank his neck upon hearing this but couldn't help wanting to share his New Year experiences. Brother Lu, what did you eat for the New Year's dinner? Hot pot. I ate an entire sausage all by myself. By tradition, one should have hot pot. But considering how young his younger brother was and Lu Jianqing's poor digestive system, they decided to keep it simple for New Year's Eve. Originally, Lu Jianqing didn't really understand the concept of New Year's dinner. But after hearing Li Dingxi talk about it, he suddenly felt a sense of family happiness, sitting with his parents, having his younger brother beside him. By the way, I ate a coin inside a dumpling at home this year, said Li Dingxi. Eating a coin means good luck. I've told you before, our oldest sister uses dandelion as dumpling stuffing. Next time. There's no need to wait for next time, let's do it this time. Sheng Yexing propped himself up against the quilt and sat up. You come here, I'll stick a coin in your mouth, guaranteed that you'll be cheerful and full of energy this year. Li Dingxi raised his hands in surrender. Alright, I'll shut up. After spitting out his rinse water, Lu Jianqing could still feel the taste of lime in his mouth. At 7:30 a.m., Sheng Yexing got out of bed bare-chested, sneering at the two roommates who were already dressed in their school uniforms. One of them was struggling desperately with his shoelaces. A video tutorial was still displayed on the ground. It seemed having the video helped Lu Jianqing learn more conveniently, so he wouldn't blush furiously anymore when he forgot the steps. In the mornings, after washing up, Sheng Yexing usually takes a shower as well. He tossed his soap and towel into the basin, thought for a moment, and hung the towel over the backrest of the chair near his bunk bed, then went into the bathroom, swinging his arms. Once the hot water was turned on, steam quickly filled the bathroom. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing cracked the door open slightly, whistling towards the dormitory. Lu Jianqing. Ah. The person called abruptly stuffed the unfastened shoelace entirely into the shoe. Shen Yexing asked, Lu Jianqing, can you come over for a second? Ah. Li Dingxi was bent over the desk scribbling furiously, not even raising his head. Big brother, I'm rushing against the clock here. I can't help you. Is there something you haven't taken? You can just come out, we've seen your naked body anyway. No, brother Lu hasn't seen it. Having gotten used to the third member of the dorm constantly jabbering, the other two chose to pretend they hadn't heard anything. Probably due to drinking water carelessly in the morning, Lu Jianqing's school uniform collar had a small water stain. He didn't know why Shen Yexing suddenly called him. As soon as he approached the bathroom door, his school uniform collar was grabbed. Shen Yexing pulled him closer, leaned down, and kissed his lips again. Exclamation point. Surprised, Lu Jianqing glanced toward where Li Dingxi was facing, checking if he noticed. Seeing the other had not realized, Lu Jianqing slowly exhaled through his mouth. Due to the close distance, Shen Yexing couldn't resist moving closer to his face again. After turning the showerhead's knob to its maximum, the sound of the water grew louder. Shen Yexing extended his arm, blocking Lu Jianqing's path backward as he whispered, what did you sneak eat this morning? It tastes so sweet. There's someone. Lu Jianqing fixed his eyes on him, not resisting forcefully, merely pressing against the other. There's someone. Shen Yexing deliberately clasped him, saying, every day from now on. Speaking of height, Lu Jianqing was half a head shorter. Now he could clearly see warm droplets sliding down Shen Yexing's neck, making his muscles look bright and solid. Due to the door blocking the view, everything below his chest muscle was obscured from sight. Lu, Jian, Xing. Shen Yexing took pleasure in calling Lu Jianqing's full name, even more in whispering secrets in his ear. Damn, is Lu Bingpi actually staring at my body? Impossible. Clearly, Lu Bingpi also had a decent figure. When would Lu Bingpi invite him to take a look at his body while showering? No, he probably left something behind. Well, next time I'll sneak something away from him. Stop. What am I thinking? Hey, he pinched Bingpi's cheeks with his wet hand, hey. Regaining consciousness, Lu Jianqing questioned with surprise. A kiss every day, no resistance is effective. Shen Yexing stopped fooling around and said, I forgot to take the towel. Can you help me get it? Could have just asked earlier, Lu Jianqing responded a few seconds later after processing what was said. What to say? Tell me, and I'll go get it. Oh, Shen Yexing's face was now as tough as anything, you come over twice, and I'll kiss you twice. Lu Jianqing's face was visibly redder. Today, Lu Jianqing wore a baby yellow hoodie that covered his neck when slightly hunched. It made his already small face appear even tinier. The mole near his eyes today was red. Shen Yexing's mood brightened as he asked, are you happy today? Yeah. Happy about going back to school? Yeah. Of course, with you at school, it's definitely more enjoyable. Lu Jianqing didn't say it but touched the mole near his eye. It felt a little hot, and it warmed his heart too. When Lu Jianqing brought the towel back for the second time, he seemed to forget about being kissed again and froze by the bathroom door where he got another peck. Go on, I'll be out after finishing my shower. Shen Yexing pinched his ear and whispered, lime flavor, right? I saw your mouthwash bottle. Yeah. Lu Jianqing answered slightly flustered and turned to go back to the dormitory. The window on the balcony wasn't closed properly, and the morning breeze came in, making his ears feel cool, especially where Shen Yexing touched him before. Even cooler. And sweeter. It smelled of lime again today. In the second half of the semester, besides reshuffling groups, the grade office arranged a volunteer registration survey. Due to Class 7's special nature in sophomore year, the teachers paid closer attention to them, preparing new plans for the sprint toward junior year and proposing fancy names like Star Corps Class, Planet Class, Flying Class, etc., serving as examples for other schools in the city. After considering the phrase, gathering as a fire, scattering as countless stars, Ms. Tang decided to temporarily designate Class 7 as Planet Class. She noticed changes in Lu Jianqing and hoped other classmates would improve as much as he did. While copying homework, Li Dingxi kept talking, saying, mountains. Huh. Gu Kunchen responded, can you stop talking? How do I talk so little with the same condition? Every beginning of term is a slaughterhouse. We are happy little pigs pushed into the abyss of homework, Li Dingxi continued. To where? Teacher Tang held her pointer and the powerful red pen. 2. Li Dingxi almost choked himself, a blissful paradise. Why is school back? How could it be back again? Why does school always feel endless during holidays, but vacation goes by so fast? Teacher, I just realized the value of time today. Is it still possible to fix this? Li Dingxi was on the verge of tears. After inspecting everyone's holiday assignments, 7 or 8 students were lined up against the wall at the back of the classroom, including Li Dingxi and Gu Kunchen. Gu Kunchen was writing on Li Dingxi's assignment book while whispering, when will I finish writing 5 pages if you don't stop writing nonsense? If only we had desks to write on, Gu Kunchen complained softly. You guys never wrote homework even when you had desks, Sheng Yexing laughed while scrolling through his phone. Big brother, sitting there comfortably criticizing us doesn't hurt because you probably spent all your winter break having fun setting off fireworks, collecting red envelopes, and shelling nuts with 2 hands. When did you ever have time to do assignments? Gu Kunchen argued. Li Dingxi added, exactly, why give us homework during the new year? So wasteful. Looking back at the row of sorry-looking boys behind him, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but laugh. If you two keep discussing, you might not write half a word. Lin Ting suddenly passed down a voluntary registration form for Lu Jianxing and Sheng Yexing. Just write it at the back. 1 university name each. My university. Sheng Yexing flipped the paper corner, shook it, furrowed his brow, and questioned, can I get into university? Soul-searching question. Beside him, Lu Jianxing, who was focusing intently, gave an affirmative, yeah. Alright, one must have dreams, let me fill it in first. Sheng Yexing picked up the pen and started writing. Li Dingxi was cheering from the back, the shorter the university name, the more badass it is. Big brother, you could just write 4 characters. Get lost, Sheng Yexing laughed. After he finished filling out his preference survey, he passed the paper to Lu Jianxing. A few minutes later, just as Sheng Yexing was about to doze off on the desk, Lu Jianxing nudged him a few times with his elbow, looking a bit embarrassed and unusually bashful. Sheng Yexing thought that he was hesitant to pass this form to the next unfamiliar classmate, so he took the paper and asked, are you done? You, Lu Jianxing's lips quirked but he couldn't help but smile, I. Sheng Yexing quickly checked himself for any unzipped pants, what's wrong with you? I made a mistake in copying. Lu Jianxing said, the word for volunteer was wrong. The volunteer word is wrong. Lu Jianxing turned a little red, yeah. Upon grabbing the application sheet, Sheng Yexing realized that Lu Jianxing had simply copied everything without much thought, including the wrong name of the university. You. Sheng Yexing's heart was pounding. Seeing Lu Jianxing biting his lip, Sheng Yexing swallowed audibly. Damn. How could he kiss him right here in the classroom? Chapter 46, Growing Up. The question of how to secretly cause mischief in the classroom made Sheng Yexing continuously lose focus during class, as he began a serious internal brainstorm. Pretend to drop something and steal a kiss under the desk. No, what if Lu Bing doesn't cooperate? Go to the restroom. No, last time it was his own impulsiveness, there might be someone else in the stall. While pondering, Sheng Yexing started to think, once Lu Jianxing can gradually accept it in the future, he will first kiss the forehead, then the chin, then the left cheek, then the right one. And finally, in the middle. He smiled at the thought and quickly covered his face with his hand. He tried hard to control his facial expression. Shit, I'm grinning like an idiot. After explaining the school-assigned material, Tang Han noticed that there were about 10 minutes left before the end of class, so she decided to engage the children in a discussion about their holiday activities for more interaction. She placed her watch on the podium and turned on the small speaker at her waist, casting an expectant look toward the classroom. She clapped her hands and asked, what did you all do during the new year? Can you share with your teacher? Firecrackers. They exploded so much. Counting lucky money. Helping relatives take care of kids. What kids are you talking about? You're still a kid yourself. My mom said since I don't have a job yet, I'm still a kid. Some flew away with their families for beach vacations, others set off fireworks together, and some even cooked the New Year's Eve dinner with their parents, describing it as the best meal they'd had all year, steaming hot ginkgo chicken soup, melt-in-your-mouth brown sugar glutinous rice cakes, sweet 8 treasure rice pudding, and even sausage and cured meat so fragrant that it melted in their hearts. Oh, family reunion. With no father or mother, Sheng Yexing felt a bit sad. Annoyed, he rubbed his ears, sighed deeply, and shifted his gaze to the desk, looking over at Lu Jianxing who also wasn't speaking, whispering softly, hey. Knowing it would be hard for the other party to hear, Sheng Yexing continued, don't listen to their boasts. Want to light fireworks? Brother will take you next time. Lu Jianxing didn't look at him, just staring blankly at his textbook. He hardly remembered clearly about New Year's memories except for the video of fireworks Sheng Yexing recorded for him, the messy Lego toys stacked by his brother, and the warm sticky rice he ate during the New Year's dinner. Sheng Yexing spun his pen deliberately provocatively and nudged Lu Jianxing's arm with his elbow, whistling quietly. This behavior of his made him feel like a thug. Lu Jianxing turned his head, coughed. Then, he extended his hand out from under the sleeve of his school uniform, crossing the no man's land to place his clenched fist in front of Sheng Yexing. This time it was Sheng Yexing's turn to be confused. Was this going to hit me? Lu Jianxing tapped 3 times with his knuckles on the table. He remembered that tapping 3 times meant, thank you. Thank you. Sheng Yexing struggled to follow his logic and whispered, for what? Cannon. Lu Jianxing spoke quietly. Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianxing was worried he wouldn't understand, his face turning red as he squeezed out a word after a long pause, boom. It was interesting. Sheng Yexing wanted to immediately pull him out to fire off a cannon that would make smoke rise from the ancestors' graves. As the class moved into self-study time, Tang Han said she would go to the office to get a lesson plan and temporarily left. Though discipline in Class 7, Grade 2 was poor, it was tolerable under the supervision of the class committee, with most students focusing on their homework or reading books. After scanning the surroundings, Shen Yexing grabbed a neutral pen and wrote a few words on his palm. Then he imitated Lu Jianqing's style and slowly extended his palm, gradually opening it. The 3 words, kiss, were written there. Shen Yexing looked into his eyes and knew whether or not he had understood, wanting to first direct the book to block the view for a direct move. Just as he picked up the book with his free hand, he suddenly felt warmth on his palm. Lu Jianqing lowered his head and kissed the part where the words were written on his palm. Half of his face was hidden behind Shen Yexing's palm, and his eyes were closed obediently, with trembling eyelashes like lotus petals holding a moon. Afterward, Lu Jianqing looked up and smiled at Shen Yexing, the mole under his eye crinkling along with the smile. Stunned, Shen Yexing first tightened his fists and touched the place that had been kissed with his fingertips, unsure whether it was the tips of his fingers that were burning or his palm. The young boy under his gaze began to lie on the desk, absent-mindedly tearing up scrap paper. His eyes were clean and pure. In Shen Yexing's eyes, that was a brightness no one else had ever seen. Lu Jianqing seemed to have fallen into some kind of alternate dimension, beginning to find things to occupy himself, such as tearing paper, drawing little snakes flicking their tongues in a textbook, and furiously circling things with his neutral pen in notebooks. Also, he started to paint red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, in long strips together, painting rainbows for an entire afternoon. When the notebook was opened, it was filled with nothing but little rainbows. Rainbow, in Shen Yexing's eyes, was a symbol. Shen Yexing wasn't overly concerned about his sexual orientation and had a vague understanding of the concept of being gay. His personality wouldn't allow him to lock himself within a rigid framework, so his feelings of liking were also carefree and spontaneous. He didn't consider anything else. But the other person was Lu Jianqing. Shen Yexing could clearly feel like he was kicking a steel plate. After finishing packing up after school, Shen Yexing took Lu Jianqing back to the dormitory to wash up and sleep. It was only the first week of school, and he didn't want to cause any trouble yet. Ever since Li Dingxi discovered that there was a wall below the dormitory where takeout could be delivered from outside, he couldn't sleep and often dragged Shen Yexing up late at night to eat snacks. After eating, he still wasn't satisfied and insisted on chattering for a bit. "Big brother, go out for a walk." Li Dingxi picked out a hot dog from the takeout paper bag and handed it over. "Look, your car has dust all over it. You left it alone for a whole winter break, why not take it out for a drive?" Every night, Li Dingxi wanted to follow him into the city and test ride his motorbike. "No, don't you think it's too early in the semester to stir up trouble?" Shen Yexing took a bite of the hot dog and touched his buzzed hair. The strands stuck to his fingers. "Besides, my sister said she'd visit me with my aunt sometime soon. Who knows when she'll come?" Li Dingxi laughed as he flipped off the bed. "She'll call when she comes." Shen Yexing narrowed his eyes and glanced out the window. "No, if my sister can't see me, she'll cry." "Fuck. One Lu Jianqing is enough to keep you busy, yet you pamper little Shinkai this much. Are you running a charity or what?" Li Dingxi couldn't quite understand why Shen Yexing could be good to others more than himself. Sure, Shen Yexing finished the hot dog in a few bites and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. "But I'm not kind. Spare me, I still remember when we first met, you said you used dandelions for dumpling stuffing because you didn't want to kill the pig." Li Dingxi complained. Shen Yexing tapped his skull and smirked. "You actually believed whatever crap I spouted?" Li Dingxi continued muttering, "You look mean, always acting like you're ready to eat people alive." Shen Yexing took a deep drag on his cigarette but remained silent. Li Dingxi also exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Actually, who among us doesn't know that you're the softest-hearted of all?" "Nobody does." Shen Yexing snorted derisively. Why did they keep bringing this up? Had he been too gentle with them lately? Actually, Shen Yexing himself hadn't noticed how much his temper had improved since meeting Lu Jianqing. This opinion, however, Li Dingxi never directly expressed. "Ah. Why are you sleeping?" Wasting time by sleeping is such a waste. Li Dingxi squatted next to Shen Yexing without his shirt, sucking on a cigarette in his hand. "I want to sing, I can't sit still, I want to smoke. It's 1 a.m. now, I'm tired." He already had the cigarette reduced to its very last stub, standing up to shake off the ash. "I've got 1 pack of Zhonghua left. If you're capable, take it and smoke till you're done. Then go to sleep." "Shit, Zhonghua." Li Dingxi stared at the red packaged carton of cigarettes. One at racing motorcycles outside the ring road. Shen Yexing demonstrated how long the carton was. "Badass. Not bad. Big brother, you. Just behave and smoke your cigarette, I'm going to bed." Shen Yexing lowered his brow bones, glaring at him, saying, "If you wake Lu Jianqing up, I'll kill you." Shen Yexing's voice was hoarse, making Li Dingxi twitch at the corner of his lips. Now it was the start of the second semester, and Lu Jianqing was gradually becoming more familiar with his environment. He no longer resisted many activities as strongly as before. Tang Han started arranging some contact activities and solo training sessions with gym equipment for him. After class, Tang Han gathered the few boys who seemed to have gotten slightly closer to Lu Jianqing in her office. They shared their observations with each other and then briefly went through a small lesson. Tang Han said that his behavior stemmed from his personal injuries and was not intentionally aimed at provoking anyone. After listening, Li Dingxi asked, but what if I really get provoked? What if I get really angry? As he said this, his gaze flickered toward Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing furrowed his brows tightly but remained silent. When he acts abnormally, it's because he's suffering from anxiety and fear, as well as much pain that he can't express. Tang Han sighed, his nature is good. Before losing control of yourself, think about these things first, she added. Seeing that the boys had stopped speaking, Tang Han continued, of course, I would never demand that you must yield to him. You are all equal, and you also have the right to vent your feelings. Just remember, equality leads to respect, and respect allows for understanding. Tang Han paused briefly, her gaze slowly sweeping over each child in turn, saying, and with understanding, there can be love. In addition to handing in assignments at the start of the school term, the school had assigned a short essay for Class 7 of Grade 12. Each student was to write about their progress and changes, which would be included in the evaluation of their winter vacation homework. The next morning, Tang Han gave the entire class 2 periods to write, but limited the word count to 500, encouraging them to write thoughtfully and carefully reflect. She encouraged them to write about their joys and sorrows, so it could better facilitate communication for treatment purposes. Sheng Yexing took one of the paper scraps Lu Jianqing had torn up and stuck it in his mouth, while holding a pen between his fingers. He tilted his head back and nudged Lu Jianqing's blank essay paper with his chin. An hour passed, and Lu Jianqing hadn't written a single word, just drawn little snakes in his notebook. So engrossed was he in his drawings that Sheng Yexing didn't even remind him about the assignment. This task was difficult enough for Lu Jianqing, and no one had any right to force him to complete it. He swore, not even during exams had he treated writing an essay this way. Though his writing skills might be lacking, every word he put down was heartfelt. After hesitating for a bit, Sheng Yexing began writing earnestly. That day, Sheng Yexing wrote. He has gained a little weight since he arrived, gotten a bit paler, grown taller, and filled out a bit in the face. He started getting used to talking with me, but doesn't pay attention to anyone else. He shares his life with me and completes his homework independently, as though trying to prove something. He's become less picky with his food and is able to sleep with the lights off now. At first, when he showered, he would complain that it hurt. Now, he can just sit there and enjoy the sensation of the running water. He's learning not to be afraid of the wind and has stopped wearing a cap. He sits on the back seat of my motorbike. He has a good memory, but sometimes doesn't. He remembers what time my training finishes but forgets when he needs to eat. He picks out cilantro for me, buys dumplings, gets me mineral water, and saves some of the candies I don't like for me. By the end, Sheng Yexing realized he hadn't written anything about himself. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment, checking the time left before the essays were due, then finally placed his pen to paper. It seems I've really grown up. I've developed a taste for candy. Finally, Sheng Yexing folded the paper carefully and slipped it into the pages of his Chinese textbook. For the 2 sheets of paper handed out, one completely blank, one full of writing, neither of them was submitted by the pair. Chapter 47, My Life. When it came to the word, growing up, Sheng Yexing always felt confused. From childhood to adulthood, it seemed no one ever taught him how to grow up or how to be a proper person. He was like a seed randomly scattered, left to the mercy of the wind and sun. Wherever the wind took him, that's where he landed. As for whether he grew into a crooked-necked tree, no one cared. Over time, the restless and free-spirited elements of his character were etched into his very bones, becoming an indispensable part of him. In the years before his second year of high school, he had never clearly realized his own growth, nor did he feel any additional weight on his shoulders. Rarely was his mood swayed by others. In his eyes, all beings were lost, and everything seemed unrelated to him. Now, as he and his motorcycle still raced through the night, he could distinctly feel someone new behind him, someone who tightly hugged his waist. He had stumbled and fumbled his way through 18 years of growing up, and finally, amidst the pitch-black journey, he saw a light. This light wasn't overly bright, even though it appeared close, it seemed impossibly far away, much like the stars in the night sky. He wasn't greedy, all he wanted was for this light to accompany him forward. Everything else, the extra things, he didn't need them. Half a month after school started, spring arrived, bringing warmth. The boys on the playground sweated profusely under the sun. They occasionally wiped their brows with the hems of their shirts. The sunlight fell on their shoulders, and even the spring breeze remembered the postures of their bent backs. Under intense training, the school team of boys had already started wearing short sleeves every day due to the heat. With the clear weather and warm winds came frequent spring rains that would last half a day at times. Due to the urgency of the school team's training, they sometimes practiced dribbling and blocking even when it drizzled. Any player who slipped and landed on there but would then be surrounded by teammates laughing for ages. Smack. Sheng Yexing slapped the basketball onto the rubber ground and glanced down at the mud on his palms. Silently, he calculated the approaching match date and suppressed the unpleasantness inside once again. It was already past afternoon dismissal time. Today, Li Dingxi also had to undergo special training with the school team, and with the rain falling, Sheng Yexing couldn't feel comfortable leaving Lu Jianqing alone to return to the dormitory. With the arrival of spring, various kinds of people lingered near the school gates. Moreover, since this area was outside the third ring road, it was relatively secluded. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be easy to resolve. Gu Kunshan brought over a box of mineral water while the coach instructed the players to distribute towels, announcing that it was rest time. Sheng Yexing checked the time on his phone, confirming that the second-year students would be dismissed soon from their afternoon classes. There was no way he could allow Lu Jianxing to return to the dormitory alone. It might have been possible earlier, but recently, something about his condition seemed unstable, and nobody should take the risk. He accepted the ice-cold water handed to him by Gu Kunshan, drank down half the bottle in one gulp, wiped the water residue from the corner of his mouth, and spoke out loud, "Coach, I need to go back to the classroom." Rarely did the coach see Sheng Yexing ask for leave, so he adjusted his glasses in surprise and asked, "What's the matter?" "Something," Sheng Yexing replied. "Your business?" the coach asked further. Yes, hearing the coach's question, Sheng Yexing almost didn't pause before responding in a raspy voice, "My life." Everyone on the scene fell silent for a few seconds, then continued practicing or drinking water as if they hadn't heard, pretending not to understand. But in reality, a few were exchanging glances with smirks on their faces, a common mischievous grin from student days. Who could make Sheng Yexing rush to defend love like this? The coach looked at his watch and asked, "How long will you be gone?" "It won't interfere with training." Sheng Yexing wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I'll be right back." "Alright, you can go." "We'll rest 5 more minutes," the coach told him. Leaving the field, Sheng Yexing practically ran back to the classroom. As soon as the bell rang, he pulled Lu Jianxing out. The two, dressed in school uniforms, stood for a few seconds in the corridor staring at each other. Sheng Yexing spoke first, "I'm going to train today. Let me send you back to the dormitory first." "It's raining." Lu Jianxing glanced at the campus, only to find that the spring rain was as light as a cow's hair. It was just a drizzle. There was no need to worry. Sheng Yexing understood what he meant and pulled him slightly forward. "Stop stalling, let's go." "I have," Lu Jianxing pointed at the umbrella drying on the ground, "an umbrella, my umbrella. The road is slippery, there are too many people around, and big trucks pass here frequently these days. You're not safe going alone." Without waiting for a response, Sheng Yexing grabbed the umbrella, shook off the water, and pushed him toward the teaching building. Seeing that Sheng Yexing was rushing alone from the sports field, Lu Jianxing first looked around for Gu Kunshan, Li Dingxi, and the others for a moment before realizing. It must have been to send himself back to the dormitory that he had disengaged from training and rushed up. Lu Jianxing gripped the umbrella handle, took a deep breath, and clutched at Sheng Yexing's school uniform sleeve tightly. It was exactly dismissal time, and a crowd of classmates jostled about in the corridor, all busy trying to return to their own cozy spots. The noise made Lu Jianxing feel uncomfortable. He edged closer to Sheng Yexing again, secretly holding his hand. It wasn't deliberate on his part, he just wanted to keep close to Sheng Yexing and was very afraid of being separated by the crowd because his mind was feeling a little foggy right now. Not wanting to be caught in the rush with other students, Sheng Yexing chose to walk Lu Jianxing close along the wall, one hand holding a book, while the other arm shielded the person behind him until they smoothly descended the stairs. Since he could hardly stand the noisy commotion, Lu Jianxing usually left late, and Sheng Yexing patiently waited. But today, time for Sheng Yexing was indeed limited. After swiping their campus card to leave, Sheng Yexing led Lu Jianxing in a run. Lu Jianxing insisted on holding the umbrella so that Sheng Yexing wouldn't get wet even a bit. When they reached the last corner crossing, Lu Jianxing looked at the pedestrian red light which remained stubbornly red and said, "Go back, go back. I'm sending you back first." Sheng Yexing stood still with his head slightly lowered. Being shorter, Lu Jianxing found it hard to hold the umbrella without it almost knocking his own head. "You. Are you going back?" I'll try returning alone." "No." Lu Jianxing tightened his lips, truly not wanting to waste any more of his time. "Let me try. Almost there, I have to see you safely back." Sheng Yexing pulled him gently, thinking it was good that he'd come along because the ground was slick today. It was likely Lu Jianxing might take a tumble otherwise, which would hurt a lot. How could he let his treasured little porcelain doll fall? It's fragile and can't afford damage. Recently, Lu Jianxing had learned to stay in bed a bit longer, lying down for several minutes before getting up. After waking, dazed and confused, he'd first squeeze toothpaste onto Sheng Yexing's brush at the sink. He didn't even care if Li Dingxi was in the dorm or not, he'd always prepare toothpaste for him too. Li Dingxi used to exclaim, "Hey," when he returned, but gradually got used to it and even thanked Lu Jianxing. It was rather amusing. Persistently sending Lu Jianxing back to the dormitory building, Sheng Yexing checked the time on his phone. He had already been gone for over 5 minutes, estimating that he'd be punished with frog jumps around the track upon return. In fact, he could have told the coach that the delay was due to having to escort a roommate who struggled to be independent back to the dorm, but he didn't want others to know about Lu Jianxing's difficulties, so he kept silent. Looking at Lu Jianxing standing there alone with an umbrella, he suddenly couldn't bring himself to move forward. "It's getting late. I should go back first. I'll return after practice. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Tell me, and I'll order you something later via delivery. Xiao Ting on the 4th floor will bring it upstairs for you," he said. The spring rain was delicate enough to hang delicately on trembling eyelashes. Lu Jianxing choked momentarily, tightening his grip on the school uniform sleeve as the tall boy smiled faintly in the drizzle. "I'll wait for you." Hearing these words, Sheng Yexing chuckled softly. "Why are you waiting? I'll be back late anyway. Lu Jianxing suddenly shouted loudly, eat together. Alright, I'll listen to you. Sheng Yexing took 2 steps backward, I'll go first. Because he was in such a hurry, Sheng Yexing didn't look back, crouched down to tighten his shoelaces, and ran back immediately. As soon as Sheng Yexing left, the rain seemed to intensify just a little bit. Slowly making his way up to the 3rd floor of the dormitory, Lu Jianxing lightly tapped each railing of the staircase with his finger, muttering, 47, 48. Counting to 49, he forgot what came before, so he quickly retreated to the first step and started counting again, 40, 41, 42. 2 classmates rushing off to kick a ball in an old residential area collided with Lu Jianxing slightly, shouting, oh, Lu Jianxing has come back alone. Lu Jianxing lost his balance from the collision and dropped down a step. Perhaps they meant no harm, but Lu Jianxing felt a chill down his spine, and a pang of sadness in his nose, yet he didn't say anything. Quietly clenching his fists and placing them into his school uniform pockets, he coughed heavily. Was it already over 40? Let's start again. He stepped back to the 1st floor and counted 12 railings, saying aloud at the 12th point, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. On tiptoe, stepping onto the 18th step, his schoolbag strap had already slid into his arm crook. Lu Jianxing rubbed his palms, muttering something inaudible. Standing still on the 18th step, he murmured, 18. 18. Yes. Sheng Yexing, 18 years old. Where was Sheng Yexing? He glanced behind him but didn't see a familiar figure, then remembered that the other had to go for training and would be back late. It was raining outside, and the roads would be dark at night. Would Sheng Yexing need someone to pick him up? On a whim that day, Lu Jianxing suddenly wanted to turn back and walk the way they came out of school, counting the steps all over again. He knew there were many things along the way that would affect him, so he'd have to start over if interrupted, until he reached the school gate where Sheng Yexing's training should be done by then. Exiting the dormitory building onto the road, Lu Jianxing stood by the dormitory area entrance, letting the wind blow for a while as raindrops from tree tips fell onto his face. Lu Jianxing raised his hand to touch his cheek. So cool. Was it because of this that he called himself Ice Skin? He didn't dwell on this question too much, deciding instead to walk back to the school gate, and muster up the courage to buy some food from the roadside vendors. That way, Sheng Yexing wouldn't starve either. After passing the first intersection, Lu Jianxing leaned against the wall of an alleyway with peeling paint and old advertisements, captivated entirely by posters torn down to just adhesive strips and shards. There were auto repair school advertisements, propaganda stickers for questionable medications, and contact numbers for foot massage parlors outside the 3rd ring road. He read them loudly one by one, drawing plenty of side glances from passers-by along the way. Brick red walls, a few small trees swaying in stormy winds, a 24-hour convenience store. Lu Jianxing relied on his memory to reach the fork in the road when his mind suddenly went blank, and he lost his way. The sky grew visibly darker, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Training was supposed to last until 9. No problem, he had 2 hours to walk, and shop slowly. Counting streetlights as he walked back, fewer and fewer pedestrians surrounded him, and Lu Jianxing hadn't realized that he'd taken a wrong path. He was always sensitive to stationary objects. He noticed a deep blue recycling bin he'd never seen before after only a few steps into a strange street. A half-grown child squatted next to it. Perhaps due to the seclusion of this street, with old streetlights dimming, Lu Jianxing could barely tell whether it was a boy or a girl, only sensing someone was there. Lu Jianxing's tall frame stretched long shadows under the faint light of the street lamp. The little child looked up, revealing one eye as it caught sight of him, then hesitated, walking over to tug at the corner of his clothes. It was Shin Kai. But at this time, she should have been eating dinner prepared by her mother at home, hugging her stuffed bear and revising her primary school lessons. She was drenched from the rain, her eyes red and tearful, whimpering as she called out, "Big brother." Lu Jianxing stood there stunned, hooking a finger at her. The little girl seemed to find a savior instantly, running forward a few steps to squat down and hugging Lu Jianxing's leg tightly without letting go. The corners of her white shoes were muddy. "I'm Shin Kai, I'm looking for my big brother," Shin Kai said softly, her voice gentle. Shin Kai. Looking for quite some time, Lu Jianxing finally realized that this little girl seemed to be Sheng Yexing's younger sister. In his impression of hard-to-remember relatives, there was a vague image of a braided girl about 6 or 7 years old, with round eyes, pale skin, and cherry-red lips. What was she doing here? And Shin Kai had seen pictures posted in her brother's social media circle. She recognized this older brother. On the first day of school, her brother even took a picture of their dorm and captioned it, "Home." Though blurred, his face was somewhat recognizable in the photo. Although his eyes seemed a bit vacant, his features were handsome. I am looking for my brother," said Shin Kai, a little disoriented talking to unfamiliar people. "Can you take me to my brother?" Are you his roommate?" Lu Jianxing squatted down, frowning deeply. Wind, rain, and the high-pitched speaking voice of the young girl. It hurt his eardrums painfully. He didn't say anything, but first noticed Shin Kai shivering with cold, and quietly took off his own jacket. "Big brother's dormitory. I can't find it anymore. Can you take me there, please?" Shin Kai asked. Her braid was completely undone, her leggings were full of dirt from falls. Lu Jianqing draped his school uniform over Shinkai's shoulders, tying the sleeves around her front with a knot. After pausing for a few seconds, he finally muttered, "Don't move." "Okay." Shinkai felt a bit warmer. "Can you take me to find my big brother?" Lu Jianqing nodded, then shook his head. Because he felt a little lost himself. Cell phone, he left it at home today. Without saying another word, he turned and started to walk in the direction of the school. Shinkai, wrapped in the school uniform of city number 2, followed him breathlessly, her little face flushed red, tears welling up in her eyes as she feared that a single misstep might make them spill over. It was 9:10 at night, and Xing Yexing ran as fast as he could from the school gate to the dormitory building. The rain had long since stopped, and he wasn't worried about the street vendors closing their stalls early. Yet for some reason, his heart felt uneasy. He rushed to the dormitory building, wiped the sweat from his forehead, loosened his collar, and took a deep breath. But why was the light in his fifth-floor dormitory not on? Just as he was about to think it through, his phone suddenly rang. "Yexing, has your sister come to find you?" It was his aunt. Xing Yexing's voice cracked. "Shinkai. She hasn't come. I just finished training. I had something urgent today and didn't pick her up after school. Her teacher said she claimed to go home by herself, but now it's already 9 o'clock. The sound of his aunt's voice trembled with sobs. Xing Yexing asked sharply, "Are you saying Shinkai is missing?" Whatever else his aunt said afterward, Xing Yexing felt his mind buzzed with thunderous noise, making him dizzy. He no longer had the patience to listen further and threw his basketball bag and school bag at Zhang Fei, who was with him. Without hesitation, he pulled his hoodie's hood over his head and dashed toward the entrance of the dormitory building. Uncle Ming from the security office emerged holding a flashlight, shouting, "Hey! Yexing! No one is allowed to go out." The beam of light from the flashlight shone directly on him. In Xing Yexing's mind, this was not merely a light but rather a bolt of lightning. Every word his aunt had spoken before echoed like the first bolt of lightning striking down from his crown to his spine, piercing through him so painfully that his eyes watered, and his vision blurred. Before Uncle Ming could catch his breath, Aunt Zhang came tumbling out from behind him, astonished. "Little Sheng. Hasn't Lu Jianqing returned with you? I remember these few days of your training. I've just finished checking the dormitories, and I thought..." Boom! Xing Yexing felt the second bolt of lightning crash into his mind. Chapter 48, Gain and Loss. Lu Jianqing would never have thought that he lost Shinkai. He had thought he could find her, but the road kept getting narrower, and he suddenly wasn't too sure of his direction, so he just stopped. Around city number 2 middle school was a remote area, but around 8 p.m. at night it was usually lively. But now, nearing 9 p.m., shops that should be closing were closing, people who were tired from work all went home to rest, and there weren't many people on the streets. He used to walk to and from school by himself sometimes, but only occasionally. Every time he tried to memorize the route, he would soon forget it. He had been pampered and spoiled by Xing Yexing so much. Shinkai followed obediently behind, neither making a fuss nor yelling. She could feel that this older brother had lost his way, but she didn't dare to say much. When Lu Jianqing became nervous, it was hard to communicate with him. His furrowed brows as he looked around indeed resembled his Tyrannosaurus Rex-like older brother somewhat. He was still not fully grown. The sky was as dark as ink spilled over the land, and it had long turned completely dark. To avoid sudden downpours, Lu Jianqing decided to take out the notebook in his bag first, undo the ties of his hoodie, and place the notebook close to his stomach against his skin to keep it safe if it rained, preventing the backpack from getting wet. This notebook was particularly important to him. It recorded the number of times Xing Yexing had fallen ill, solutions to his ailments, as well as some everyday records like what Xing Yexing wore and what he said. Even if the drawings were crooked and hard to decipher, when he looked back at them later, he wouldn't know what he had drawn. March 1st, black high-neck sweater, school uniform. March 2nd, navy blue hooded sweatshirt, school uniform. March 3rd, white shirt with gray sweater, school uniform. Page after page, seeing the clothes brought back the image of Xing Yexing on that day immediately. Today Xing Yexing seemed to be wearing a short-sleeved shirt with black and gold arms, along with pure white extended elbow pads. He rarely wore the elbow pads unless it was for intense training because he said it felt like wrapping bandages, which looked too glaring to his eyes. Let's write that down. Pen. No pen. The night wind seeped into Lu Jianqing's partially open collar, making him shiver, trembling. "Brother, what are you hiding?" Shinkai, wrapped in her city number 2 middle school uniform, came closer. Lu Jianqing didn't say anything, just glanced at her a few times before putting the notebook back inside, rearranging the hoodie tie neatly. He couldn't tie knots, he struggled with it for quite a while at the neckline without managing. Shinkai tiptoed, and Lu Jianqing squatted down. Then, he saw a pair of small, white hands swiftly tying an elegant knot at his collar. Lu Jianqing stood up again, gently patting Shinkai's back of the head with his palm. He was curious about the girl's delicate hair. "Brother," Shinkai, seeing his affection, handed over a bit of her school uniform sleeve to let Lu Jianqing hold on to. "This way, you won't lose me." "Ask," Lu Jianqing said. Shinkai asked him, "Ask what?" "Directions." Lu Jianqing didn't say much after that and refused to move. He was afraid Shinkai might run off alone, so he squatted down to guard her carefully, repeating aloud. Ask directions. Tears welled up in Shinkai's eyes. I'm scared. Can you ask? With a glance afar, Lu Jianqing shifted his Adam's apple, staring intently at Shinkai. I have an issue. His eyes angled upward slightly, his forehead wide, his demeanor lazy yet overly cautious sometimes, always weighing each step carefully. And this moment was one where he needed caution. He hadn't thought about how Shinkai would react if she knew he had issues, he only knew that this little girl with no place to go was depending on him. Shinkai seemed a bit introverted, having similar fears about contacting strangers as he did. Many people were like this, only able to smile and talk more freely with familiar people. Brother, why don't we look for my brother again tomorrow morning? Shinkai had put on her city number 2 middle school uniform and was playing with the sleeves. Tomorrow morning, a lot of students will pass by here, so we'll just follow them. Surely we'll find my brother. It was a good idea, but how could they possibly leave Shinkai out overnight? Lu Jianqing took a deep breath and suddenly felt powerless. He let his arms hang loosely by his sides, unsure whether to spread or clasp his fingers. His chaotic emotions mirrored his restless body, swinging idly like a pendulum in his mind. He stayed under the lamppost with Shinkai for a few more minutes, not even spotting a single late-returning classmate. Shinkai, perhaps due to her biological clock, was leaning against his leg nearly asleep. Lu Jianqing saw that her eyelids were so heavy she could barely stand, so he squatted down and opened his arms like how his parents usually embraced their younger brother, trying to scoop Shinkai at the knee bend. He had just managed to lift her off the ground when he realized it would be too easy for her to fall this way. So he put her back on the floor and decided to carry her piggyback instead. Tired children naturally drift off, and once Shinkai was carried, her arms instinctively wrapped around her big brother's neck. Once securely on his back, Shinkai pulled a lollipop from her pocket, unwrapped it, and shyly offered it to Lu Jianqing. For you, thank you, big brother. Lu Jianqing smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and glanced backward toward Shinkai. Shinkai couldn't help but wonder why she had thought this big brother seemed clumsy earlier. His movements looked so lively and spirited, with clear, pure eyes that radiated innocence. Lu Jianqing took a bite of the candy and continued walking silently for a few steps. Maybe it was because he had previously carried his younger brother, Sheng Yexing. Carrying Shinkai's 40 to 50 gene weight felt absolutely effortless. With each step, Lu Jianqing walked smoothly. He remembered how often his little brother would sit on their father's shoulders and shout joyfully, "Little man riding horsey." His father would laugh heartily. But as a child, Lu Jianqing never did things like that, nor shouted such playful words. His little brother was called Xiao Man, which symbolized completeness and wholeness as well as the moon. The little brother represented the moon, and the older brother represented the stars, meant to complement one another through life. At the New Year's Eve dinner, their parents mentioned this idea. But all Lu Jianqing could do was close his lips tightly without saying anything. I've caused my little brother enough trouble, he thought. What exactly was the meaning of home? He seemed to have started grasping it slowly. Leaving home, running away, is that what you're doing? Lu Jianqing suddenly asked her while holding Shinkai up. Shinkai, who was half asleep with the candy in her mouth, mumbled, "Huh. You. Shinkai opened her eyes tearfully. My parents always fight, they argue about my brother constantly. My dad thinks since he has raised my brother for so many years, he should manage my deceased younger aunt's inheritance. My mom disagrees and believes whatever belongs to my brother should remain his." Her voice got quieter until she began sobbing softly. I don't dare tell my brother. Can you pass it along to him for me? I'm scared he will get mad, my brother can be so scary sometimes. Lu Jianqing grunted quietly, he isn't scary. Yes, he is. When I was little, if I stole even one winter melon candy, he would scold me endlessly, warning me that my teeth would rot. Once, someone hit me with a broom, and he chased after them wielding a stick, hitting them multiple times. My mother even had to pay medical compensation later. Shinkai muttered under her breath. Will you help tell my brother these things? Seeing no response from Lu Jianqing, Shinkai added hesitantly, you ate my candy already. Lu Jianqing didn't reply but kept her steadily on his back. He looked downward, focusing all his attention on the road ahead to avoid tripping and injuring Shinkai. The candy tasted sweet. But as Lu Jianqing stood at the crossroads with Shinkai now sound asleep on his back, he didn't know which direction to take. He didn't want to burden Sheng Yexing anymore, he truly didn't. But somehow, it felt like he was nothing but trouble. Sheng Yexing wasn't as stupid as last time, he didn't foolishly rush out alone this time when he was sick. Instead, he rallied several teammates from the school soccer team, deciding that 4 or 5 of them would split up to search. They had also informed the teachers, and Ji Chuan and Tang Han had gone out to look as well. They rented shared bicycles from below the dormitory building and quickly rode off. Just before leaving, Zhang Fei turned back and yelled to Sheng Yexing, why don't you go find your sister first? Sitting astride the motorcycle handlebars, Sheng Yexing paused at the question, his Adam's apple rolling hard. He had never been so anxious in his entire life. Correct, whether by family ties or logic, he should prioritize helping his aunt locate her younger sister. One teammate asked, does Lu Jianqing have any places he frequently goes? By my side. Sheng Yexing choked on his answer before regaining his composure. It's mostly just between the school and the dorms. He follows me wherever I go. Doesn't he have any activities of his own? No. Sheng Yexing confirmed. Big brother, stop riding for now. Gu Kunshan steadied his bike using one foot, suggesting, I can accompany you into the city. No need. Sheng Yexing stretched his leg to press the throttle. Big brother, why don't you find Shen Kai first, and let us search for Lu Jianqing? Li Dingxi rang his bicycle bell twice. Sheng Yexing was still uneasy, saying only, I'll go for a quick spin around. Hey, hold on, Zhang Fei stopped him, put your helmet on first. Sheng Yexing swatted his hand away, his emotions were clearly getting agitated. If I wear a helmet while riding, Lu Jianqing won't be able to recognize me on the road. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Fei was furious enough to want to ram into him, he wouldn't recognize you even if you wore one. I'm telling you, he can recognize me. Zhang Fei retorted, recognize what? Last time after school when I called out his name from behind, I had to shout 5 or 6 times before he turned around. Another male teammate chimed in, Lu Jianqing doesn't seem to remember people well either. You're you, and I'm me. Sheng Yexing obstinately hung the helmet at the back, he'll know it's me. Recognize you my ass. Stop talking nonsense, Sheng Yexing said, let's go. Brother, Zhang Fei felt like he was losing it, if you ride the motorcycle, put the helmet on. Otherwise, come with us on bicycles. If you keep this up, I'll call teacher Tang Han. Do it. Sheng Yexing grabbed a cigarette and bit onto it. Seeing that Sheng Yexing insisted on going, Zhang Fei jumped off the bike, abandoning it. Don't play around with your own life, how can anyone fly on a motorcycle without a helmet? There are heavy trucks everywhere beyond the third ring road at night. What happens if someone in a blind spot doesn't notice you and hits you? Sheng Yexing turned back, I've been hit by a car before. He was almost about to press the gas pedal when one of the teammates pulled at his jacket again. No one let him leave. They all knew Sheng Yexing's temperament, leaving the school campus like this without a helmet was basically a death sentence. As Zhang Fei stepped back, he yelled towards someone behind, where is Uncle Ming? Call him over to stop this guy. Sheng Yexing glanced at his held-up clothing, let go. Don't go crazy. Gu Kunshan flared up, picking up the helmet and trying to force it onto Sheng Yexing's head, you're the biggest concern right now. Sheng Yexing's eyes turned bloodshot as he also roared, she's my sister. It's Lu Jianqing. How hard is it to just put the helmet on? What if you die out there? Zhang Fei exploded too, jumping in anger. You dumb bastard. Get lost, Sheng Yexing angrily said, it's my life that will end. Zhang Fei snapped as well, then go find your sister, Lu Jianqing. Almost instinctively, Sheng Yexing swung the helmet towards Zhang Fei who didn't manage to dodge in time, hitting him squarely sitting on the bicycle. That was way too impulsive. Zhang Fei retaliated with a punch that landed on Sheng Yexing's chest, why does everything have to matter so much to you? Why do you never think of yourself? Do you seriously think wearing a helmet makes him recognize you? Stop kidding around, doesn't everyone know? Lu Jianqing. Fuming, Sheng Yexing tightly pressed Zhang Fei down until he fell flat on the ground, silent without a word. He was furious, angry that his rationality always lagged behind his emotions. He shouldn't be acting out this way now, he should have obediently put on the helmet and ridden out to find his sister and crush. But he couldn't control himself. He wanted everyone to know that he wouldn't have an accident, that he could find people, and that he didn't need anyone's restraint. Sheng Yexing was the master of the roads, his bones tougher than any wheel rim. Exhale, boss. Gu Kunshan noticed something wrong and squatted down to advise him quickly, then inhale again. Li Dingxi added, don't rush. It's only been 2 hours, maybe Lu Jianqing went out for some noodles. And Sheng Kai, she might have been picked up by her uncle. Sheng Yexing's fists had already smashed into the ground instead of Zhang Fei's body, scratching against stones until they bled. After calming down slightly, he took a deep breath, then helped Zhang Fei up voluntarily. I'll go search first, no time to waste, Sheng Yexing said. Gu Kunshan tried to forcibly pull him back, what the hell are you finding? You. Lu Jianqing was a transfer student, but Sheng Yexing had been their acknowledged big brother for 2 years, they all understood clearly which one weighed more. Moreover, the teachers had already gone out searching, and they as students could only help assist. Helping, though, doesn't mean risking lives pointlessly. As Sheng Yexing prepared to disregard everything and speed off on his motorcycle, the doorbell under the boys' dormitory building suddenly rang. It was the bell that latecomers would press at the entrance. Li Dingxi, whose mind was still relatively clear, turned around first. And immediately, he saw a familiar figure standing under the dormitory building, deeply bent over, carrying a little child on his back. Shit! Gu Kunshan shouted first, Lu Jianqing. Where the hell did you run off to? There was the sound of several bikes falling to the ground, though it's unclear who kicked them first. Following that, all team members began to relax a little. Li Dingxi rushed over anxiously, touched Lu Jianqing's face closely, then glanced at the girl on his back, shouting toward Sheng Yexing, boss. It's Sheng Kai on his back. Zhang Fei leaned against the tree by the curb and turned his head sideways as well, uttering an oh. Hurry, call the teacher, no need to keep looking. For heaven's sake. Gu Kunshan was scared out of his wits, the people came back on their own. It was indeed Shinkai, Shen Yexing's younger sister. Looking at those wobbling white sneakers, Shen Yexing could immediately tell, it was the pair bought in the mall during winter break. Where was Lu Jianqing? Lu Jianqing's hair was completely disheveled from the wind, his bangs almost covering his eyes, but he had no free hand to brush them aside. Overwhelmed with surprise, Gu Kunchen asked first, where did you go? Did you find your way back yourself? Realizing he sounded too rushed, he softened his tone, where were you just now? Li Dingxi also questioned, how did you make your way back? Lu Jianqing responded weakly, I found my way back. Did you get lost earlier and that's why you came back so late? Li Dingxi added. Lu Jianqing said hoarsely, my sister. Damn, brother Lu's voice is already hoarse. Give him some water. Gu Kunchen shouted toward the others. Coming. One teammate hurried off to fetch water from the guardhouse, calling out, I'll also let Uncle Ming know. Oh. Realizing this, Gu Kunchen turned his attention back to Lu Jianqing. What do you mean, sister? Shen Yexing, Lu Jianqing mumbled, pointing. Still mounted on the motorcycle, Shen Yexing seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Not that he didn't want to move, it was just physically impossible. He couldn't describe how he felt at this moment. It was bizarre. The person he'd worried about on one shoulder and the other person he'd been searching for on the other had somehow met up. The older carried the younger on his back, while the younger slept soundly. The older still had a lollipop cheekily wedged in his mouth, and the smaller one left only a paper stick by her lips. Shinkai, that little rascal, clearly wasn't troubled by fear, she even managed to sleep soundly despite being out in the cold night breeze. After dismounting and walking a few steps forward, Shen Yexing nearly knelt down from exhaustion. Chapter 49, It Settled. When Shen Yexing was only 2 steps away from Lu Jianqing and Shinkai, he stopped. Only when he got closer did he finally dare to confirm that these were the 2 people he was looking for. He didn't have the mood to wonder why these 2 precious ones had ended up together by chance. Unable to say anything else, he squatted down and took out his phone to call his aunt. Having put himself at ease, he needed to let his family be at ease too. Hello, aunt. Shen Yexing's voice was full of exhaustion. Shinkai is downstairs outside my dormitory, my classmate brought her back. His aunt cried on and off at the other end of the phone, her voice still a little choked with sobs, good, I'll come pick her up now, about 40 minutes. Letting out another breath of relief, Shen Yexing wiped the blood on his hands onto his short sleeves, by the way, please don't scold her. She was too mischievous this time, it's just as well she encountered your classmate, otherwise what if she met a bad person, said the aunt. She has always been obedient, she can be disobedient once in a while. Shen Yexing said. There was definitely a reason for what happened today. His younger sister grew up under his watchful eyes, he understood her temperament and character. There's no way she would have run out to find him without cause. The aunt paused for a few seconds, but... Aunt, Shen Yexing rarely interrupted an elder while speaking, there's no need. Looking at the brothers still standing in the night breeze, Shen Yexing held the phone and said, you come over, I'll look after Shinkai. After hanging up, Shen Yexing walked over to the 2. Li Dingxi and the others had long run out from the security office, with Uncle Ming following behind. Approaching Lu Jianqing, Li Dingxi first went to move Shinkai's arm. Hey, brother Lu, you've carried her for a long time, you put Shinkai down first, we'll take her inside the security office to rest, there are soft stools there, she can lie down. Lu Jianqing wouldn't let anyone touch Shinkai, sidestepping to avoid them. Li Dingxi's eyes widened, hey you. Is he addicted to carrying her? Lu Jianqing continued to evade, stepping back twice, unwilling to let Shinkai go. Seeing that Shen Yexing had informed the family members who came, Li Dingxi shouted to Shen Yexing, leader, what should we do? Shen Yexing shook his head, stood behind Lu Jianqing, patted his shoulder, let me try. Feeling Shen Yexing approaching, Lu Jianqing's alert nerves relaxed slightly. He looked down at his own feet and leaned back his body, dropping the half-asleep Shinkai into Shen Yexing's arms like an act of unloading cargo, feeling much lighter on his back. As if it were some kind of handover ceremony. Before taking Shinkai to the security office to rest, Shen Yexing approached Lu Jianqing and softly said, thank you for your hard work. At this moment, countless words could only be condensed into these 4. Lu Jianqing, come inside with us. His voice was exhausted yet gentle, making Lu Jianqing's heart skip a beat, his ears feeling like they were being caressed by feathers. After Shen Yexing entered the security office, Lu Jianqing heavily replied, Hanging his hands loosely at his sides, his fingertips repeatedly tapped against the seams of his school uniform trousers. Tap, tap. After arranging for Shinkai to rest comfortably, Shen Yexing let the school team all go upstairs to sleep, intending to stay here guarding Shinkai until his aunt came to pick her up. If they weren't still in their school years, Shen Yexing would love to grab 10,000 yuan and run away with Shinkai and Lu Jianqing. Within a week, they would see the sea, the mountains, the rivers, pluck a few dandelions from the grass at the foot of the mountain, and release them into the dreamlike night sky. Reading or not reading wasn't really the obstacle. The obstacle was the self-care ability issue between the 2 people. This girl looks very cute, young Sheng, your family genes are good, Aunt Zhang gently stroked Shinkai's forehead to check if she had a fever, fortunately, no fever. Breaking from his thoughts, Shen Yexing draped the blanket brought by Aunt Zhang over Shen Kai, looking back, where's Lu Jianqing? At the door, he doesn't want to come in. Aunt Zhang glanced outside, hey, does Jianqing have a sister? With those facial features, having a sister would be amazing, she'd definitely be just as fair-skinned. He has a brother. As Shen Yexing spoke, he took off his clothes and snapped his fingers at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, could you watch my sister for a few minutes, I'm going to get Lu Jianqing inside. Aunt Zhang liked Shen Kai more and more, smiling in reply, alright, you go ahead. Shen Yexing didn't say a single extra word. Stepping out of the security office he immediately draped his coat over Lu Jianqing. He touched Lu Jianqing's hands and frowned, are you cold? Lu Jianqing didn't respond. Shen Yexing deliberately lowered his voice, pretending to be angry at Lu Jianqing, and you've learned how to undress people now. At least Shen Kai wore a sweater with lamb underneath, what are you wearing? What if you catch a cold? Cough cough. Lu Jianqing pretended to cough twice, then raised his eyes to look at Shen Yexing's face. If he was sick, he'd just cough. Alright, Shen Yexing had nothing to say, reaching out again to touch his nose, you must be freezing, your nose is icy. Such a real ice skin Lu. As if realizing something, Shen Yexing didn't ask where Lu Jianqing had gone during the 2 or 3 hours of his disappearance. He simply checked all the places on him that were prone to injury, his arms, calves, back of the neck, and so on. Relieved, Shen Yexing still couldn't help but ask, did you find your way back yourself? Lu Jianqing nodded and turned his head, no longer moving. Lu Jianqing couldn't hear anything right now. He only felt restless. He kept twisting the hem of his clothes, barely holding back the impulse to take them all off, standing in place and clenching his fists tightly. He couldn't describe the source of this current anxiety, maybe because he had recognized the way, or maybe because he wanted to celebrate but couldn't articulate it. A blockage built up in his heart, making him feel like he'd returned to those days when he nearly lost his ability to speak as a child. He wanted to stay in the dormitory. He needed a closed yet familiar space. Go back upstairs. Go back upstairs. Lu Jianqing pointed to the window lit upstairs. Shen Yexing nodded and went to support his waist. I'll take you upstairs first. Lu Jianqing started repeating, together. Together. It's going together, I'm taking you. Sleep. Lu Jianqing grabbed his shirt. I have to wait for my sister. I'll send you upstairs first, Dingxi will accompany you, and I'll come up soon. Shen Yexing's patience was almost at its limit. Lu Jianqing refused to move, like a drunk person, stopping every few steps. Don't be nervous, look, Shen Yexing thought for a moment, took out his phone from his pocket, adjusted it to the photo album interface, and softly coaxed, this is the picture we took last time we went out together, remember? The cheesecake in your hand tasted good, you licked it and started smacking your lips. Lu Jianqing was currently at an age where he would become engrossed in images. Upon seeing his own photo, he couldn't tear his gaze away. These photos captured joyful moments that would often remind him of the circumstances at the time, easing his mood and gradually helping him forget his current anxiety. Shen Yexing opened one photo and said, and this time in the art room, Teacher Tang helped you paint all the toothpicks red, remember? You were very happy. Let's sleep. Lu Jianqing stretched the end of his word and pulled Shen Yexing's hand. We've reached the stairway entrance, you follow me up obediently. Shen Yexing planned to let Li Dingxi calm Lu Jianqing once they got upstairs. As a big brother, even though Aunt Zhang was watching, there was no way he could leave such a young sister alone. They had walked through this stairwell countless times. Whenever the yellow lights inside the stairwell illuminated their eyes, their overlapping shadows would stretch slowly. They were like two small animals supporting each other home, having found their way back. Even though the memories were trivial, Shen Yexing remembered every behavior of Lu Jianqing in this stairwell. For the first time, he realized how difficult each step felt to cross. Listen up. Shen Yexing only used this phrase when his patience was about to run out because he knew Lu Jianqing would obey once he said it. Neither of them liked to trouble the other, but rather sought reliance. When they reached the third-floor hallway, Lu Jianqing, who had been wanting to speak, suddenly stopped. He tapped his fingers on the railing to create some crisp sounds and spoke, missing you, missing you. The reverb in the hallway made Lu Jianqing's voice sound tender. Shen Yexing couldn't help but burst out with one word. Shit. Shen Yexing suddenly hated that the hallway lights wouldn't turn off, otherwise, he absolutely dared to press Lu Jianqing against the wall and kiss him until his legs turned weak, until he lost balance, until he fell down on his knees. Of course, Shen Yexing didn't know how long Lu Jianqing had rehearsed those two missing you lines in his heart. Ever since he started tapping the seam of his pants. Lu Jianqing cleared his throat and gradually began wanting to express something, last night. Shen Yexing glanced at the guard room from the hallway window and looked back, responding, last night. What happened last night? Did I snore like hell? There was a silence lasting 2 minutes. Dreamt, Lu Jianqing pressed his pinky onto his arm, you hugged me. Shen Yexing couldn't hold himself back anymore. He stepped up one more step from the lower one and pressed Lu Jianqing against the hallway railing, hugging him. It seemed that Lu Jianqing had been walking outside for a long time, his face felt a little cool, and the fabric at his neck was damp. Judging by the sound of his breath, he indeed had a slight cough. Shen Yexing, tall and broad-shouldered, held him as if encompassing all the light in the world. Lu Jianqing felt warm, comfortably warm. His hands were pressed against Shen Yexing's side, seemingly with nowhere to go. Shen Yexing grabbed his wrists, forcing his hands around his neck. Leave them here. Every time I hold you, do this. That settled it. Lu Jianqing was truly obedient, hugging tightly. The unease and fear from being lost didn't need to be expressed, nor did the helplessness and longing. Having Shen Yexing around was comforting enough. He understood that he was no longer alone. He knew he needed independence and responsibility. Even though he was almost out of breath, Shen Yexing said nothing, understanding why those characters in dramas who were about to die always ended up in their loved one's arms. Maybe because he was cold, Lu Jianqing's breathing sounded heavy. After his second disappearance, upon his return, he no longer stirred. He clung to Shen Yexing desperately without uttering a word. He discovered that whether hugging or kissing, everything felt good with Shen Yexing. There's no need to dream, he stroked Lu Jianqing's hair, laughing softly, just say the word next time. After sending Lu Jianqing upstairs, Shen Yexing hurried back to the security room, waiting until Aunt Zhang came to pick up Shen Kai. Aunt Zhang didn't explain Shen Kai's runaway incident, but when she left, Shen Yexing tugged at her hand. When Aunt Zhang turned, Shen Yexing simply told her to be careful on her way home. Back in the dormitory, Li Dingxi and Lu Jianqing had already fallen asleep. Shen Yexing stood before the bed, pondering over many things, then went out to the balcony to smoke. At 5:30 in the morning, Shen Yexing got up early to wash and tidy up, riding his motorcycle for a loop once the dormitory gate opened. He returned with breakfast for everyone as a token of gratitude. After distributing the food, there was still some time before school started, so several members of the school team, dressed in basketball uniforms, ate near the small flower bed downstairs. Zhang Fei noticed that Shen Yexing was sitting alone waiting for Li Dingxi and Lu Jianqing to come down, so he patted his rear and joined him. Last night, these two brothers had fought and they now needed to chat. Hey, freshman girls approached me about dating last year, but I declined, Zhang Fei began with idle talk. Shen Yexing looked at him, why not try? Early romance is meaningless, Zhang Fei said. You haven't even dated, Shen Yexing didn't even lift his eyelids, why does early romance become meaningless? Tisk, Zhang Fei grinned indifferently, you're talking like someone who never liked anyone as a kid. Huh. Tell me, how was it? Shen Yexing flicked his unlit cigarette, moving the corner of his mouth slightly. Zhang Fei wiped his face, smiling and saying, she was my desk partner. In elementary school, she signed up for saxophone lessons, so I followed and enrolled in clarinet lessons since they were in the same classroom. Back then, every Tuesday afternoon after school, I chased after her with my red scarf tied in properly, and during each lesson, I only stared at her face, finding her truly pretty. By the end of the semester, all I learned was 2 tigers, but she could play The East is Red. That sounds interesting. Hey, there's a guy we hang out with sometimes whose name I forgot. Each time he sees me, he boasts, tonight I opened tens of thousands worth of liquor at some club, and after some time, we all started calling him tens of thousands. Shen Yexing chuckled, this morning that guy got caught drunk driving. Do motorcyclists get penalized for drinking too? Zhang Fei asked. Yeah, Shen Yexing flicked off the cigarette and blew out a puff of air, it's the same thing. Zhang Fei sighed, speaking of crushes. I've never seen you have feelings for any girl. Is it because your illness stops you from wanting to burden others? Not exactly. Sitting down, Shen Yexing rested his elbows on his knees, staring at the cigarette but on the ground, not completely. Then what is it? Zhang Fei asked. I haven't met the right person, and I don't want an extra burden. Shen Yexing said. Zhang Fei paused for a moment, then laughed aloud, ha ha ha. At our age, who doesn't want to date? Come on, buddy, is a significant other really a burden to you? A burden can be sweet or painful, right? Shen Yexing glanced at him with a smile on his lips. Zhang Fei lightly punched him, nearly making Shen Yexing spill his soda, fuck. Calm down, Zhang Fei, what's with the excitement? How can I not be excited? You've said something like this before, wow, this is a major change. It's not that dramatic. It is. Passing over the tissue, Zhang Fei's grin turned mischievous as he nudged him with his elbow, the way you said that, it sounds like you have a clear target. Shen Yexing wiped the soda from the corner of his mouth, tightened the bottle cap, and then threw the soda bottle onto the empty space by his feet. I do. He replied. Chapter 50, Red and Blue. If it were any other time, Shen Yexing wouldn't hide his youthful feelings. He was skilled at concealing emotions, but if friends around him were curious, he'd admit them easily. But the situation now was special. The person standing on the opposite side of his river was Lu Jianqing, a male of the same gender. Never mind. Sure, but there's no need. Shen Yexing sighed, choosing to change the topic, yesterday, thanks a lot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei seemed to remember the pain of being hit by one of Shen Yexing's punches. He strongly suspected that Shen Yexing's fists were reinforced with steel concrete. Hey, Zhang Fei covered his face and said, that's what friends are supposed to do. I also went out looking when Lu Jianqing got lost once before. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Yexing continued, that night, it rained heavily. Zhang Fei asked, last time, where did he go? Just for a walk, Shen Yexing paused. He only went out to buy medicine for me. He followed me back while I was fuming with anger. He caught a fever from the rain. Now, even shopping is an improvement he has been gradually practicing, yet he dared to go so far to buy medicine for me. Truly troublesome. Zhang Fei sighed, scratching his head. It is indeed very troublesome. Still okay. Seriously, you're like his father. Shen Yixing smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He knew he couldn't say much more, otherwise, with Zhang Fei's level of intelligence, in just a few sentences, he would associate it with the sweet burden he mentioned earlier, so he chose to keep quiet to protect Lu Jianqing. Seeing Shen Yixing seem a little lost in thought, Zhang Fei pinched his wrist with his fingers and lifted it up to inspect it, saying, "Look at your hands. Wasn't it last night? They're all small wounds. I'll go to Uncle Ming's guard room and get a first aid kit. You don't even know how to handle it properly, they've swollen so much already." Zhang Fei jumped down from the flower bed, talking as he walked. "Why do you always have to hit something? Is your fist harder or the ground?" "My fists are harder." After saying that, Shen Yixing picked up the unopened drink bottle that had fallen onto the empty ground, shook the liquid inside it gently. He stared at the deep brown liquid in the bottle for quite a while, unscrewed the cap, and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the drink, his eyes locked onto the trash can. He raised his arm and threw it with some force. Shen Yixing quietly added sound effects in his heart, whoosh. Clang. The shot went in. The bottle fell straight into the nearby dark blue recycling bin, hitting its walls with a considerable noise. Which kid? Uncle Ming stuck his head out of the guardhouse to curse upon seeing someone. However, upon recognizing Shen Yixing, he stopped mid-sentence. "Uncle Ming, morning." Shen Yixing stood by the flower bed, holding a cigarette pack between his fingertips, greeting with a smile. Uncle Ming nodded back. "Oh, good morning, little Sheng." The bottle didn't land outside. Shen Yixing lifted his head slightly toward Uncle Ming. "I placed breakfast on your desk, thank you for helping me look for people last night." His tone emphasized, helping me, but Uncle Ming didn't pay much attention. He glanced at the breakfast on the table and replied, "You're welcome." When Zhang Fei came out carrying the first aid kit, Lu Jianqing and Li Dingxi also descended from upstairs. Li Dingxi passed by Shen Yixing with a troubled expression, whispering, "Dude, big bro, it was hard for my brother to go downstairs." Shen Yixing didn't say anything, just knelt down to let Zhang Fei disinfect his wounds. Zhang Fei was careful, but still couldn't help trembling, accidentally spilling a bit of alcohol into Shen Yixing's wound. "Ah." Shen Yixing couldn't hold back a sharp intake of cold air. "Do you still resent me?" K, sorry boss. Zhang Fei hurriedly wiped it again with gauze. "Let's redo. Watching this performance beside them, Li Dingxi almost couldn't bear it. "Don't pour it into the wound. Use a cotton swab and dab along the edges." Li Dingxi frequently dealt with Shen Yixing's injuries. He knew how to handle them well and gave directions as he watched. "Yeah, right, that's it, rub along the edge, softer. Shen Yixing had been suffering with closed eyes and wrinkled eyebrows. "Zhang Fei, can you handle this? If not, switch to Li Dingxi." "I can, who says I can't?" Zhang Fei responded. "Save your bull *******. The last time we watched *****GNS at Gu Kunshan's place, who ran off to the bathroom after a few minutes." Li Dingxi tapped his head. "Definitely not me," Zhang Fei replied. "You mean it was me?" Li Dingxi countered. The racket was giving Shen Yixing a headache, and he chuckled lowly. "You guys sure have a lot of extracurricular activities." "Alright." Zhang Fei continued focusing on cleaning the wound with cotton swabs, moving closer to Shen Yixing. In the distance, Lu Jianqing stood under a tree by the dormitory building entrance, trying to scrape off the almost dried-out bark from the trunk. Shen Yixing had noticed him since he stepped downstairs. Glancing away, Lu Jianqing only received two pieces of information. Shen Yixing was injured, and someone else was getting close to Shen Yixing. His heart felt a little ache. Like being hit by a punch and sprinkled with sour seasoning. He needed to go back upstairs. Li Dingxi just handed over the bandage, then turned to look at the staircase's entrance. "Lu Jianqing. Where are you going?" Lu Jianqing was heading back inside, looking like he intended to return to the dormitory. After just taking a few steps down, Lu Jianqing stopped, looked back blankly, and after a while answered, "I'll be back for a moment." "Oh." Li Dingxi waved in an upward gesture, "Go quickly." Li Dingxi rubbed his hands together and said behind them, "He probably went back to fetch something." "Leader, you don't know, this morning when you weren't around, Lu Jianqing took half an hour just packing up things. I asked if he left anything behind, but he was pretty obedient and said no. But it seems he did. You need patience with him." Shen Yixing said. Looking at his fist wrapped entirely in gauze bandages like a dumpling, he frowned. "Shit, do I really have to go to school like this?" 2 or 3 pieces of gauze would have been fine, but the bandages were all wrapped irregularly and stuck together messily. Shen Yixing felt sweat pouring out from his hand. Zhang Fei switched the topic quickly. "Why is he going upstairs again?" "It's almost time for morning study sessions." Dong Xia walked over after eating, swinging her loosened sneakers. "Big bro, do you want to check on him? Why does it always have to be Shen Yixing going?" Zhang Fei couldn't explain where his annoyance came from, he was just feeling upset on behalf of his buddy. Why did Xing Yexing always have to take everything on himself? He furrowed his brows and said, I'll go check. Or you guys should head off first. Xing Yexing checked the time, we still have half an hour before class, there's enough time. But, he said, just for a moment, so it won't be long, he will come back down. I'll wait for him. Xing Yexing leaned against a shiny tiled wall. You don't seem to be waiting. Li Dingxi twitched his mouth corner, you look like you're stopping him. Xing Yexing. He coughed slightly, glanced uncomfortably around, lowered the zipper of his uniform collar slightly, and neatly adjusted the neckline. Tucking the cigarette box deep into his uniform pocket, Xing Yexing hooked his lips upward, asking, would this make me look more like a good student? I think. Gu Kunshan, who just rushed downstairs after finishing his meal, joined the conversation, raising his thumb, big bro, your short haircut gives off a real aggressive aura, like those guys blocking elementary school kids for money outside schools, won't even accept loose change. Just the exact amount. Zhang Fei added. Kunshan you're too sharp, Li Dingxi gave a thumbs up to Gu Kunshan. Winter also chimed in as she squeezed through, and your eyes look too fierce, you need glasses to appear more refined. Xing Yexing coldly chuckled, what kind of glasses? Sunglasses? That would be worse. Dongxia stopped herself and whispered, big brother, I mean prescription glasses. Alright, you guys can go now. Xing Yexing's head started aching from all their chatter. With one wave of his hand, everyone dispersed. Once the crowd was gone, Xing Yexing waited for a few more minutes, growing impatient. He pulled out his phone and made a call to his aunt, inquiring about his sister's condition today. After hearing that she was still attending school as usual, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xingkai was young and couldn't express much clearly yet, they'd have to wait until the next meeting to discuss further. Xing Yexing glanced at the calendar on his phone, deciding that he'd go home after some time to visit again. When Lu Jianqing came down, Xing Yexing noticed that the color under his eyes was blue. The pen mark wasn't dry, evidently just placed on. On closer inspection, Xing Yexing could see that patch of skin turning slightly red. Was it originally a red dot? Why was it drawn blue? What happened? Xing Yexing didn't ask any more questions but led him out of the boys' dormitory area, walking towards the road. Passing by a small alley entrance, Lu Jianqing not only failed to keep pace, but he actually took a step backward. As soon as Xing Yexing got closer, Lu Jianqing began walking closely pressed against Xing Yexing. What was going on? Realizing something was off about him, Xing Yexing directly stepped forward and took his hand, asking in a low voice, did you get lost here yesterday? Lu Jianqing nodded, I'll take you. Xing Yexing looked into his eyes, comforting him, don't be afraid. Lu Jianqing tried walking forward a few steps, tightly gripping the sleeve of Xing Yexing's school uniform. He kept thinking about his helplessness and breakdown from yesterday here, and his headache worsened. Xing Yexing walked while reminiscing. The book said that some new, unexperienced things and happiness were needed to cover his anxiety. The principle was the same as image memory, their bad attention spans needed to be purposefully redirected by the people around them. So Xing Yexing found a secluded spot with tree coverage within the alleyway. He first stopped walking, turned towards Lu Jianqing, and gently coaxed, wrap your arms around my neck. Lu Jianqing didn't move, only staring at Xing Yexing's zongzi-like hands. Sensing his worry, Xing Yexing reassured, it's fine. Lu Jianqing still didn't budge. Xing Yexing directly helped him place his arms over his shoulders. The material of the school uniform was too slippery, and after 2 attempts, Xing Yexing failed to lift him. However, Lu Jianqing remained patient, like a toy, allowing him to fumble around. A few minutes later, Xing Yexing lifted Lu Jianqing up and spun in circles. Lu Jianqing was initially startled, then his entire attention was captured by the continuously changing scenes before him. In a matter of seconds, he felt dizzy, so he simply buried his head into the hollow between Xing Yexing's shoulder blades, as if shrinking back into his own shell. The sensation of weightlessness in the air was exhilarating, making his bravery increase a bit. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins. By the time he was set down, Lu Jianqing still remembered the smell from the nape of Xing Yexing's neck, reminiscent of being in the blue sea and skies, an aroma he couldn't quite identify. Seeing that Lu Jianqing wasn't speaking, Xing Yexing found a way to ask, was it fun? Lu Jianqing's clear eyes slightly curved, his lips tilting upward as he intensely stared at Xing Yexing. Xing Yexing took a deep breath. All he could feel was how the blue under Lu Jianqing's eye made his own eyes ache. Just as he thought Lu Jianqing would say something, unexpectedly, Lu Jianqing suddenly turned and ran toward the alley entrance. Xing Yexing quickly grabbed him and asked, where are you going? To go back. Lu Jianqing clenched his teeth. Back to the dorm. What do you want to go back for? Xing Yexing was puzzled. Without answering, Lu Jianqing pointed at the blue mole beneath his eyes after waiting for a long while but avoided looking at Xing Yexing, uncertain who he was expressing this to, maybe just to himself. Xing Yexing. Were teenagers these days so moody they changed emotions 3 times in the morning? Was he happy or unhappy? Lu Jianqing's gaze drifted, softly whispering, red dot, red dot. Come over here. Xing Yexing did not release his grip on his arm. Lu Jianqing, question mark. Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing provided no extra explanation, he merely pulled him closer with his arms, I'll do it for you. In the secluded alley, Lu Jianqing stood quietly before Shen Yexing, face tilted slightly upwards due to having his chin pinched. Shen Yexing's fingers touched under his lower eyelid, wiped hard, and the little blue mole vanished. Then, he pulled out a red water-based pen from his pocket, measuring according to the size Lu Jianqing usually drew, and placed a red dot under Lu Jianqing's eye. Shit. Shen Yexing couldn't help but curse at his own bandaged hand that shook uncontrollably. Hey man, don't shake, give me a break. After drawing, he carefully filled it in. It wasn't drawn very neatly, looking more like a small solid circle. Seeing no reaction from Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing's face heated up, and he stammered, in the future, I will draw the red dots for you. Long ago, I gave you a red jersey, hoping you'd be happy every day. Now, let me stay right by your side. This was the first time someone had drawn on his face, and Lu Jianqing's eyes were filled with curiosity. Shen Yexing mustered up his courage and said, as long as I'm around, you will. Lu Jianqing suddenly interrupted, be happy every day. As soon as he finished saying this, his lips were kissed. Morning breeze brushed through the alley, and the sunlight came especially gentle. Amidst the soft grinding of teeth and lips, Shen Yexing's hand that pinched Lu Jianqing's chin gradually slid to his waist, slowly tightening its grip. He licked along Lu Jianqing's lip edges, nibbling on his lower lip, easily breaking through and delving deeper until pushing Lu Jianqing against the walls plastered with advertisements inside the alley. When he was let go, Lu Jianqing opened his mouth to catch his breath, huff. Huff. Shen Yexing mimicked his breathing, lowering his gaze with a smile, huff huff. Lu Jianqing in turn imitated him, huff. Blow away the unhappiness. Shen Yexing stroked his cheek, feeling a childish sense of accomplishment rising in his chest. Alright, Lu Jianqing said. Just one kiss. Shen Yexing saw how compliant Lu Jianqing was and added, as we agreed before, one kiss every day. Lu Jianqing was left panting and blushing from the kiss, still a little dazed. Seeing him in a daze, Shen Yexing couldn't resist, and leaned down again to kiss his eyelashes. Lu Jianqing became even more confused. That's 2. Chapter 51, A Kiss. What is this? Li Dingxi leaned in, using his finger to touch Lu Jianqing's cheek. Why does it look like you've had a cupping therapy today? It's such a big mark. Lu Jianqing was not used to others touching him, so he dodged and hid his face behind the upright book, his eyes becoming more aggressive. Hey, Jianqing, do you know what cupping is? It leaves such a big red scar. Li Dingxi got bolder, almost pressing his entire upper body onto the desk. Hey, don't crowd. Gu Kunshan at the front seat pushed back the stool slightly. As big as this, while speaking, he made a C shape with his hand to illustrate, and Li Dingxi seized the chance to pinch Lu Jianqing, it's on your body. Even Shen Yexing, who was lounging nearby watching the commotion, jiggled the desktop and said, don't crowd. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Jianqing suddenly stood up, startling the nearby boys who quickly retreated a few meters. They had all heard of this guy's volatile nature and didn't dare to recklessly provoke him. The noise created by the group retreating was quite noticeable, and Lu Jianqing had obviously sensed it but did not say much. Lu Jianqing paused momentarily. He fiddled with the hem of his clothes with his fingers, bent down to pull the zipper that had slipped halfway back up to his collarbone, smoothed out his clothing, sat down, and looked around at everyone with a very bewildered expression. Come on, pulling the zipper didn't call for standing up, did it? A little boy who had just walked away whispered into his ear facing backward, tisk. I thought he was about to explode, another one said. Lu Jianqing's hearing wasn't bad. After hearing all these comments, his heart felt a bit blocked. He was someone who dressed while standing even in the dormitory and wasn't pretending to act pitiful. Things were just the way they were, and he never sympathized with himself. Tang Han once said that flaws should become a motivation pushing you forward. Shen Yexing squeezed the cold zipper in his hand and shot a glance at each of the classmates who crowded around to watch the spectacle. Do you have something specific you're looking for from me? Instantly, many of the onlookers beside the desks dispersed. As the weekend approached, an extra class called Handwork Improvement was added on Friday. The grade team said it was for their exercise, asking Tang Han to buy a lot of teaching aids and place them in the classroom. They instructed the students to make serious efforts individually and let the teacher evaluate and score afterward, hopefully adding some personal creativity. This class actually got most of the boys in the class quite nervous since their manual skills were generally pretty weak. Shen Yexing didn't pay much attention to these things, believing that handling the teaching aids when needed would be sufficient. He had just woken up after taking medicine and still had a slight headache. Since Lu Jianqing completely experienced the sensation of kissing, he would occasionally use the back of his hand to press against Shen Yexing's lips. Then, with his fingertips, he'd repeatedly circle over his own hand before sneaking closer during Shen Yexing's moments of stillness to give him a peck on the lips. Shen Yexing didn't know where Lu Jianqing's habit of kissing came from, only noticing how Lu Jianqing grew increasingly accustomed to kissing him. It wasn't the kind of kiss suggesting negotiation with, shall we kiss, rather a direct style, kiss me. On Wednesday noon during lunch break, after drawing the bed curtains on the dormitory bed, Lu Jianqing was finally kissed breathless. They originally planned to check out the training pictures sent by Tang Han together. After a few minutes, Lu Jianqing began again, touching Shen Yexing's lips with the back of his hand and then exploring with his fingers where kisses had landed. When asked why he didn't kiss directly, Lu Jianqing repeated Sheng Yexing's previous promise, to kiss once daily. Yu's emotions always surged like waves. Unable to resist any longer, Sheng Yexing nibbled on Lu Jianqing's lips, making him feel pain, and Lu Jianqing also learned to bite back, complaining, "That hurts." Though he could express the pain, he melted under the kiss, his voice thick and sticky. Li Dingxi returned from the laundry room and asked again, "What happened? Where does it hurt?" "His leg hit something," Sheng Yexing coughed. "Get him some ointment to apply." "Ah." Li Dingxi couldn't put down his PSP, "No bleeding, right?" Sheng Yexing grabbed Lu Jianqing's chin, glanced at the corner of his lips, and replied, "No." Li Dingxi said, "That's good. I placed the ointment at the foot of the bed. Have him stick it later. Will he be allergic? This stuff has strong adhesion, removing it might hurt." The adhesive is indeed pretty strong. Sheng Yexing's gaze remained fixed on his lips and chuckled, "Dingxi, just leave it on my desk, I'll ask if he needs to use it." "Sure, I'll go play games with Lin Ting for a while first." Li Dingxi kept his eyes on the PSP screen without lifting his head. "Big bro, don't bully my brother Lu." Li Dingxi didn't raise his head and missed seeing Lu Jianqing's arm sticking out of the bed curtain, already affected by the kisses. "Big bro, what's the plan for the weekend?" Li Dingxi asked again. "A little extracurricular activity." Sheng Yexing replied, "No more training." "Good." Li Dingxi finished speaking without looking up, and then no one spoke. A few seconds later, Li Dingxi clicked to close his game, saying while putting on his shoes, "Big bro. Are you two asleep already? How could they still be sleeping in one bed? That's outrageous." "No, I'll get down soon," Sheng Yexing responded, pulling Lu Jianqing's arm back. In the classroom, Sheng Yexing occasionally wrote small notes to Lu Jianqing, almost painstakingly reminding him to pay attention in class, and if he wanted a kiss, just say he needed to go to the restroom, he would follow him there. Lu Jianqing had become greedy for that moist sensation, sometimes kissing hard, other times lightly. Sheng Yexing asked him why he kissed so carefully. Lu Jianqing only said, "Ice cream melts." For an entire week, Lu Jianqing kept using his lips to kiss items like napkins, mineral water bottle caps, yogurt spoons, and his own short-sleeve shirts. He was not ignorant but seemed to want to use the tactile sensation of his lips to feel the differences, enjoying it endlessly. On Monday, Sheng Yexing finished circling the calendar on the desk in the dormitory and added a note, "March 19th, we are all fine." His handwriting was neat and orderly. Before Lu Jianqing came, his monthly circles were always carelessly scribbled, sometimes even breaking through the paper. He would rip the calendar into pieces. The remarks nearby were densely packed with fluctuating emotions, most often stuck in valleys, the writing pricking like needles, making it hard for him to breathe. There was once nothing but despair. After finishing writing, Sheng Yexing did not turn around and notice when Lu Jianqing casually brushed his lips against the short-sleeved shirt drying on the bed frame as he passed by. Sheng Yexing's scent could calm him. Class 7 of grade 2 was spacious enough, and there weren't too many students. The desks were spaced far apart. Sheng Yexing and Lu Jianqing always sat in the last row. Occasionally reminded by Lin Ting from the front seat when they daydreamed, their good vision allowed them to keep up with the pace. Sheng Yexing had long been planning to mess with his grudge notebook, often taking the book over to flip through it. He found very few records written after his name, just a few tiny moon symbols scattered here and there, making him feel rather unimportant. Although having fewer episodes was a good thing, Sheng Yexing still wanted to find more excuses to talk to Lu Jianqing and get closer. Since it was during the handwork class, everyone in the class was busy doing their own thing, thinking about how to make their craft stand out. Sheng Yexing whispered Lu Jianqing's name several times, but there was no response. So, he tore off a small piece of paper and wrote something on it. 2 words on the paper, "Are you here?" Below were 2 options, yes or no, with boxes specifically drawn beside, along with a note, "Please tick." Lu Jianqing didn't tick the box as before but instead wrote a crooked "yes" on the paper and softly read it out, then whispered quieter, "Finished." "What's finished?" Sheng Yexing chuckled lowly, covering half his face with his palm to avoid being seen by the teacher supervising, "You sound like a robot." Lu Jianqing was engrossed in writing, trying to fill a paper vase with the number 152. "What does this 152 mean?" Sheng Yexing was curious. Lu Jianqing didn't reply at first, pausing for a moment before saying, "November, December, January, February, March." Answering questions indirectly was his little quirk. Sheng Yexing enjoyed guessing the meaning, touching his nose, deliberately saying, "Let me guess, 152 refers to the number of days since school started, right?" Lu Jianqing's eyes lit up hearing his explanation, then he confirmed, Having received confirmation, Sheng Yexing thought again of teasing Lu Jianqing, "Lu Bingpierre, robots should beep twice, you know." Lu Jianqing. As if he would fall for that so easily. "No beep." "Alright," Sheng Yexing said, "let's set up a new rule." Lu Jianqing misheard, "New uniform?" "It's not a uniform, it's a rule," Sheng Yexing explained, "game rules." Lu Jianqing repeated, "Rules." "That's right," Sheng Yexing bent his elbow and nudged the other person's arm, "like if I stay stable for 3 days, you add a red flower or some kind of extra reward. How does that sound?" Lu Jianqing frowned, as if beginning to ponder what the deeply meaningful extra might contain. Extra, he asked. Sheng Yexing said, for example, spending one night together or having breakfast with you. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jianqing extended his hand from the pocket of his school uniform, nearly drenched in sweat. With palm up, he made a slightly concave gesture, as if cradling a breeze. A gentle breeze blew, making his heart itch. He sniffed, lifted his hand a little higher, and said with some effort, "Can I hold your hand?" As soon as he finished speaking, his hand was firmly grabbed by Sheng Yexing and pressed under the desk. Sheng Yexing kicked one leg to hold the desk steady, moved his stool closer to Lu Jianqing, and tucked Lu Jianqing's hand into his own school uniform pocket. "Sure," Sheng Yexing whispered quietly. "Sure, anyone can, except you." Sheng Yexing's breathing quickened a bit. The notorious top guy at number 2 high school who seemed immune to anything, on the inside was now experiencing a wild heartbeat, so strong that he might want chest pain medicine just to calm it down. Within seconds, Sheng Yexing's palms were also sweating profusely. Their intertwined hands felt sticky, yet neither wanted to let go. Sheng Yexing's Adam's apple moved slightly, his eyes still somewhat dry and teary, too nervous to dare look directly into Lu Jianqing's eyes. This was, after all, the first time Lu Jianqing had been this explicit about wanting to hold hands, more touching than the rooftop incident during the midterm exams. It was absurd. They had already kissed before, so why was holding hands still affecting him so much? "Can I hold your hand?" Sheng Yexing savored these words repeatedly in his mind until he suddenly froze for several seconds. He then realized that what happened seemed like a dream he had during the spring festival had come true. Chapter 52, Sleeping. Lu Binger, Sheng Yexing said, actually. He always felt that whatever he was saying seemed condescending. Uncomfortably, he scratched his nose and earnestly said, "In fact, besides, can I hold your hand, there are other ways to phrase things." Lu Jianqing expressed his confusion, ? You can also say, "Can I kiss you, can you kiss me, can I hug you, can you hug me?" He demonstrated the difference between kissing and hugging, and Sheng Yexing seriously said, "All of these sentences, you can use them." Lu Jianqing. He hadn't fully understood yet but could feel Sheng Yexing's expectant eyes. He cleared his throat a little, placed his hands on his knees, sat upright like when he was a child preparing to be called upon by the teacher to answer questions, and said, "All right." No matter what Sheng Yexing said, reply with a "all right" first. But when Lu Jianqing said, "all right," his gaze kept wandering, whether or not he was being sincere was all seen through by Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing felt like pinching his cheeks. "Do you really understand?" "All right." Lu Jianqing repeated again, lowered his head to play with his fingers. After playing for just a few seconds, he found it uncomfortable, leaned on the desk sighing heavily, still not looking at Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing silently chuckled. Good, even learned how to shirk responsibilities. Sheng Yexing lying down with Lu Jianqing couldn't fall asleep. Spring was the peak season for illnesses. Li Dingxi had caught a cold and didn't run back and forth between relatives' homes and school dormitories. Instead, he stayed obediently in the dormitory to recuperate. He took quite a bit of medicine, his sinusitis flared up, and once he fell asleep at night, he snored. The sound was very soft, but it could still be heard. When Sheng Yexing heard him sleep, he would get up, climb over the bed railings, and lift the blanket to sneak behind Lu Jianqing, sometimes hugging, sometimes not. The feeling of sleeping while hugging someone you liked was incredibly wondrous, like waking up in a dream and closing your eyes to find yourself still in the dream. By the time dawn approached, he would return to his own bed to lie down for a moment. Occasionally, while holding Lu Jianqing as they slept, his arms would go numb, but he wouldn't dare let go. Instead, he would place his palm on Lu Jianqing's abdomen, gently feeling his breathing, thus spending the entire night awake. Sleeping alone always left him feeling hollow. There needed to be something in his arms for him to feel at ease. They would kiss before sleeping. Sheng Yexing was often kissed by Lu Jianqing until the corners of his lips were moist, leaving a lethal sweet and sour lime fragrance lingering between their breaths. Over time, Lu Jianqing's pajamas would become infused with some of Sheng Yexing's perfume scent. Sheng Yexing's breathing became quick, yet he could always manage to control himself when he felt like he was about to lose control. Recently, the dosage of his medication remained unchanged, so he was relatively at ease. Still, this couldn't continue indefinitely, something was bound to happen one day. This situation of sleeping together every night lasted a week. Lu Jianqing remembered Sheng Yexing's broad shoulders and narrow waist, how his back often broke out in a light sweat, making his palms completely damp when he touched it. Even though all the lights in the dorm were turned off, for some reason, he could still see Sheng Yexing's face clearly. That evening before bed, Sheng Yexing was still leaning on the bedpost whispering questions, "Lu Binger. Ah. My little bedside lamp for you, why don't you turn it on?" The night lamp was originally hung on Lu Jianqing's bedhead. Once the curtain was drawn, only the bed had light. Lu Jianqing has now learned better. While sleeping, although he might toss and turn, he no longer hides in the closet. In the past, Sheng Yexing often couldn't find him after waking up in the middle of the night. He would get out of bed, open the wardrobe, and find Lu Jianqing sitting beside the cabinet, seemingly trying to squeeze himself inside. Once Lu Jianqing closed his eyes, it was like the whole world went dark. After hesitating for a few seconds, he replied, I'm not afraid. Shen Yexing laughed heartily, deliberately teasing him, are you really not scared? You know about ghosts and bats, right? Ghosts, Lu Jianqing said, younger brothers who cry are ghosts. Alright, he started criticizing younger brothers too. Talk about your younger brother like that, tonight your brother is going to have nightmares. Shen Yexing thought about it, then added, then my Shinkai must be a coward. Lu Jianqing snapped out of it, I'm not. He definitely wasn't. Lu Jianqing's courage was pretty big. In times when he didn't understand the outside world, he was always the first to pick a fight. Sometimes, seeing Lu Jianqing doing many things on his own, able to solo, able to stumble and express himself, able to tie his shoelaces himself, made Shen Yexing feel quite useless, quite contradictory when you think about it, because a lot of things in the last 6 months were still taught by Shen Yexing. Tang Han said, progress is like water drops, gathering together they become a river. Later, Shen Yexing recorded a self-defense tutorial video, and Lu Jianqing showed incredible talent. He picked up some simple moves after watching only a few times, mimicking each gesture fairly convincingly. Shen Yexing said, don't use these moves on me. But Lu Jianqing did not respond, and Shen Yexing wasn't sure if he had actually heard. There wasn't much light inside the curtain, and everything was pitch black even with his eyes open. Seriously, Shen Yexing stretched out his hand to pat his waist, sometimes I think, you can do everything and have great courage, how am I supposed to take care of you? Lu Jianqing thought for a while, then pulled Shen Yexing's hands around his waist, hugging him tighter. He said seriously, like this. Huh. Like this, he spoke slowly, just like this. Holding me is enough. Caring is mutual, there is no obligation to cater to each other. He deeply understood the obstacles in his path and certainly didn't want to cling on to Shen Yexing, having him carry him across the tumultuous river. After a long silence, Shen Yexing suddenly broke the quiet, it's not good to be too understanding. Lu Jianqing hummed lightly in response. Ah, Shen Yexing couldn't help but make a sound as he lifted his arm placed under the other's shoulder. His hand was numb from being pressed too long, my hand fell asleep, move up a little, let me shake it. Lu Jianqing didn't reply, instead wrapping Shen Yexing's arm around his chest and began pressing skillfully at his wrist and inner elbow. Are you good at massages? Shen Yexing asked. Lu Jianqing nodded. Within minutes, Shen Yexing genuinely felt the soreness in his arm ease off. You're pretty skilled, Shen Yexing praised. Lu Jianqing did not mention that because of the physical therapy teachers who would often massage him during his childhood, over time he had also learned how to do it himself. The old saying, familiarity breeds expertise, wasn't entirely false sometimes. Somehow, past 2 or 3 a.m., they were still wide awake, repeating similar conversations. It was Sunday tomorrow, and they wouldn't have morning exercises, so they could sleep until noon. Their bodies were snugly wrapped in warm blankets. Shen Yexing asked first, are you sleepy? Lu Jianqing replied, not yet. A moment later, Shen Yexing asked again, are you sleepy now? Let me know if you are. Lu Jianqing didn't answer this time, just turned his head and gazed at him with bright eyes, like hiding a clear spring inside. Not sleepy. They were both a bit tired, but neither wanted to fall asleep. They just wanted to stay together, reluctant to close their eyes first. I'm a bit hungry. Did you feel the same? Earlier tonight, those 2 bowls of beef noodles I bought, you barely ate any. Shen Yexing tightened his arms around him a little more. Lu Jianqing paused for a few seconds before saying, I'm not hungry. As soon as he said that, his stomach growled loudly. He turned around a little embarrassedly and lay his belly flat on the bed, shaking Shen Yexing's hand away, trying to cover it up. His ears gradually reddened. A few minutes passed before he calmed down and laughed lightly at himself. Stop fidgeting, follow your big brother downstairs. Shen Yexing flipped over, sitting up and putting on his coat, I'll go grab a bowl of dumplings for you. By the time they reached the dormitory building, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, completely silent. Shen Yexing tugged his hand and jogged small steps to the wall by the dormitory. He pointed at the part of the wall which had been repaired after nearly collapsing, started his watch, and said, I know there's a late-night snack stand about 100 meters away. You wait here for a few minutes. Seeing Lu Jianqing was not wearing enough, Shen Yexing was about to take off his coat. Unexpectedly catching the movement, Lu Jianqing croaked. It's not cold. He knew Shen Yexing had been coughing slightly these days, since spring was the high-risk season, where one easily catches minor colds. In junior high school when I took people over the wall, one guy got stuck halfway through because he was a little chubby. Shen Yexing chuckled while catching his breath, and we wasted quite some time. Later, when I was ready to jump down from the wall, I looked down and saw our principal squatting there with a flashlight aimed at me, telling me to get down. Lu Jianqing also laughed, his lips curling upward. Then, Shen Yexing rubbed his chilled palms, casually gripping Lu Jianqing's hand as he continued, I didn't come down, I climbed back up. Climbing back means unsuccessful wall crossing, not caught red-handed outside school. Inside is the school, outside is the street. He placed both hands on a stone slab where he could step, turning back to ask Lu Jianqing, what flavor do you want? Lu Jianqing answered, spicy. Okay, clear broth dumplings, Shen Yexing responded without looking back. It's not good to eat spicy food at midnight if you have a sensitive stomach. Shen Yexing reconsidered and asked for an opinion. You can choose between clear soup and seafood-flavored ones. Which one do you prefer? Lu Jianxing didn't reply. He stared at a little tree by the wall and reached out to peel some of its bark with his fingernails. Sighing, Shen Yexing jumped over in no time. When he returned with the takeout bag, almost all the soup was about to spill when he landed. Lu Jianxing took the bag holding his bowl and placed the wontons by the flower bed. Gathering his courage, he grabbed Shen Yexing's hand. Thanks to their mutual understanding, Shen Yexing knew what Lu Jianxing wanted to do, thus he lifted one hand in a gesture resembling single-hand surrender. Are you thanking me? Shen Yexing laughed and asked. With his knuckles curved, Lu Jianxing was about to tap on the other's palm 3 times before stopping, hesitating for a while, and muttering softly, yeah. He wanted to express his gratitude. Before Lu Jianxing finished tapping the 3rd time, Shen Yexing suddenly hooked his neck from behind, pulling him closer. Taking a deep breath, he kissed Lu Jianxing. Since they were outside, Shen Yexing decided not to prolong it and ended the kiss after a few seconds. Holding Lu Jianxing's neck firmly, Shen Yexing said deeply, in number 2 middle school's tradition, 3 taps mean thanks, but that applies only externally. Inside this relationship between you and me, the rule is, a kiss means thanks. Understand? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lu Jianxing replied, all right. Lu Jianxing started gradually accepting certain emotions stirring inside his heart, categorizing them as intimacy and fondness. He'd heard others say some people are unsuitable for entanglements, knowing himself to be one of them. Yet entanglements couldn't help but form. That night, to avoid disturbing Li Dingxi, both crouched by the dormitory building's entrance to finish their late-night snacks, patting their stomachs afterward contentedly. Seeing Lu Jianxing smiling, Shen Yexing also felt comfortable inside, thinking it was one of the easiest satisfied moments during their school days. The night wind blew recklessly, making the air warm and humid. Summer stood waiting around a far-off corner, ready to hold hands with the young man. With Sunday off, the 3 roommates all slept until around 11 or 12 o'clock. After opening the curtains without blackout lining, sunlight streamed into the balcony. Occasionally, students downstairs could be seen rushing past with stainless steel lunchboxes, constantly producing ting-ting sounds as their chopsticks and spoons hit the boxes. Shen Yexing and Li Dingxi first bought food back, placed it on the table, then went to wash their hands. After washing up, Shen Yexing took off his shoes and climbed up the bed ladder, noticing that Lu Jianxing was half asleep and still wanting to stay in bed. Sighing long, he squeezed the leg hidden under the blanket. Wake up. Lu Jianxing didn't want to get up, curling into a ball and leaning towards the wall. The further inward, the less Shen Yexing could reach him. Tonight, we'll have to study, so wake up quickly, Shen Yexing urged. I ordered your favorite. If we wait, everything will cool. Lu Jianxing turned over once more. Yeah. Shen Yexing started chattering non-stop in front of Lu Jianxing, saying, so you've learned to stay in bed? It's already past 1 o'clock. Even if you don't have class, you shouldn't sleep too long, it makes people feel uncomfortable. Lu Jianxing adopted a policy of silent resistance. Shen Yexing tugged the edge of Lu Jianxing's blanket, but worried he would feel cold. Thus, he could only touch Lu Jianxing's forehead gently. His devilish fingers naturally trailed down from Lu Jianxing's earlobe to the neck, coaxing softly, come on, wake up. It's noon. Lu Jianxing had a very heavy nasal tone. Need to get up and eat. Before Shen Yexing even finished the word food, Lu Jianxing interrupted several times with another statement. Let's nap. Lu Jianxing covered his head with the blanket, unsure whether speaking for Shen Yexing or himself. It's nap time. Shen Yexing. Chapter 53, Object. Lu Jianxing seemed to have fallen in love with eating instant noodles recently. For an entire week, he didn't even join Shen Yexing to eat at the food stalls outside campus anymore. Instead, he specifically looked for instant noodles in supermarkets. Shen Yexing had mentioned this issue to Tang Han, who simply said it would be fine to let him eat a bit and that he might get tired of it after some time. He skipped classes and meticulously wrote down the flavors of all brands of instant noodles in his notebook, ticking off one each time he ate. By the end of the week, he had ticked off half a page. For some imported flavors that he couldn't buy, he drew emphasis symbols behind them, as if vowing to definitely try them later. In class, when teachers occasionally asked students about their dreams, Gu Kunshan would say, open a small convenience store, teacher. The teacher asked why, and Gu Kunshan replied, that way we can support our little Jianxing. At this point, Shen Yexing would quietly step on the wobbling legs of Gu Kunshan's chair, teasingly whispering, our little Jianxing doesn't need your support. Lu Jianxing, who was listening from the side, was unconcernedly twirling his pen. The whole class erupted in laughter, but only the circle of friends around Shen Yexing could really understand what was going on. It would usually pass off as a joke. Until Shen Yexing noticed Lu Jianxing's shopping list was also filled with various types of instant noodles, he realized how serious the problem had become. This had to stop, or he'd end up in the hospital. The very thought of the hospital made Lu Jianxing nervous, and he couldn't let him feel anxious. Back in the dormitory, Shen Yexing asked him about the instant noodles issue. Lu Jianxing simply said, this winter. This winter. Shen Yexing patiently repeated. Lu Jianxing stuttered, day. Day what? Sheng Yexing chuckled softly, not urging him, take your time. Winter, Lu Jianqing associated the scalding hot water with his flushed cheeks, shoved his hands into his pockets, and proclaimed loudly, concluded smoothly. He watched the cold wind of a frigid night, the sky that never snowed, the swirling leaves by his feet, and observed people dressed a bit more heavily on the streets, feeling the arrival of winter vividly. His methods of perceiving the world were varied. What set him apart from others was that he treated all the information he gathered like precious treasures. After finishing a sentence, he had to add another, complete. What are you completing? You're doomed. Sheng Yexing grabbed the shopping list, twisting it into a long strip to tap Lu Jianqing lightly on the forehead, pretending to be angry. Do you even know what's wrong with eating too much instant noodles? Lu Jianqing. Sheng Yexing teased, oh, so now you've learned to shift the topic. Lu Jianqing didn't respond, instead drawing deep scratches on the cup of instant noodles with a plastic fork. Li Dingxi was lying askew on his bed reading a book. Seeing Sheng Yexing do that, he exclaimed, wow, open my eyes. You're willing to hit him now. Is this called hitting? Feeling a little tense from being criticized, Sheng Yexing pressed his fingers against Lu Jianqing's forehead, making sure nothing was wrong before saying, not everyone is as rough as you. Li Dingxi continued, as for eating instant noodles, big brother, just let him be. Once he gets tired of eating them, he'll stop. But his digestive system isn't good to begin with. Sheng Yexing glanced at the kettle boiling water in the dormitory, considering whether to unplug it. No hot water means no instant noodles for Lu Jianqing. Li Dingxi jumped down from the bunk bed, snatched the instant noodles Lu Jianqing bought, and laughed after checking the flavor. Aren't you a bit fond of spicy ones, Jianqing? So what? Sheng Yexing put his foot on the dorm room threshold, swaying slightly before regaining balance. Speak properly. Seeing me makes me hungry, Li Dingxi said. So, Ro Jianqing, playing with a plastic fork, suddenly spoke up, you eat. Li Dingxi froze for a few seconds, then his expression shifted from confusion to immense joy. I eat? May. Lu Jianqing sharing food with me? Surprised, Li Dingxi quickly glanced back at Sheng Yexing, silently watching the scene from afar. After receiving an affirmative nod from Sheng Yexing, Li Dingxi turned again and held onto Lu Jianqing's arm, repeating in disbelief, you want me to eat this? Coughing a little, Lu Jianqing forced himself to look up, shifting his gaze to Li Dingxi's face, confirming confidently, yeah. Why not? Don't you want it? But just now, you were saying you wanted it. It was as if he was worried that Li Dingxi might feel uncomfortable, so he pushed the instant noodle bucket closer. What are you waiting for? Take it. Sheng Yexing leaned his elbow on Li Dingxi's back. Alright, thank you. Li Dingxi took the instant noodle bucket and hugged it to his chest, deeply inhaling and then exhaling, as if about to blow his nose. That day, Li Dingxi held that bucket of instant noodles without knowing what to say. He even didn't want to eat this precious bucket of instant noodles. It felt so meaningful for him. Sheng Yexing came back after finishing his cigarette and glanced at the clock. It was only 6:30 in the evening. Today was Friday, with no night classes, and there was also no school the next day. Everyone had ample time for free activities. In the evening, the school team organized a voluntary night run on the playground, aiming to enhance their speed. They hadn't practiced single-item sprints in a while. Hey, what time is it? Li Dingxi asked while walking and putting on mid-calf socks. 6:40, Sheng Yexing threw his lighter into the cabinet. Li Dingxi, Ed and said he would go play some soccer outside to feel the charm of the green pitch. He wouldn't join the school team for the evening 3,000-meter evaluation practice. I won't go either, Sheng Yexing said. You're not going. Li Dingxi remembered that the activity tonight was temporarily organized by Sheng Yexing. He nodded and asked, then, big brother, what's your plan for the night? I'll take Lu Jianqing out for dinner. Sheng Yexing removed his wristband and hung it on the hook by the bed. With his shoes and socks ready, Li Dingxi grabbed the doorframe and tried to slip away. Alright, then, I'll. Noodles, Sheng Yexing pointed at the table, eat before you go. Li Dingxi noticed that Lu Jianqing's gaze was following him. He hurriedly leaned close to Sheng Yexing and whispered, but I want to eat wontons today. I'd like to keep this box as a treasure, I can't bear to eat it. He's staring at you, Sheng Yexing quietly warned, if you don't eat today, he might not share with others next time. Alright, I'm hungry anyway. Li Dingxi went over to pick up the instant noodle bowl just as Lu Jianqing grabbed it, signaling he'd go fill it with water. Worried Lu Jianqing might get burned by the boiling water, Li Dingxi followed anxiously all the way. Red button, Li Dingxi instructed, push down to get water. Placing his fingers on the other side, Li Dingxi added, if it gets too hot, you can add cold water, but instant noodles need to be boiled in hot water to soften properly. Stop teaching, Sheng Yexing reminded from behind. How did he start giving lessons? While lifting the instant noodle bucket to place under the water dispenser tap, Lu Jianqing pressed the red hot water button hesitantly, stopping his action. Lu Jianqing paused, thinking briefly, and then suddenly got upset. Something everyone else could do effortlessly, he couldn't. If he slowed down again, he would feel hurt about these kinds of situations. In the past, he'd become irritated, anxious, showing his emotions openly or muttering sounds like, or, from his throat, but today he managed to control himself. Lu Jianqing thought he should have some self-restraint like Sheng Yexing. But before having those thoughts, his expression had already changed noticeably. Totally uncontrollable. What's wrong? Li Dingxi noticed he suddenly froze. After deep breathing several times, Lu Jianqing slightly trembled as he handed the instant noodle bucket to Li Dingxi, turning his head to cast a pleading glance toward Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing understood him well, knowing he was somewhat unhappy. Just as Sheng Yexing opened his mouth to ask, unexpectedly Lu Jianqing said, "Dinner." Hungry, wanted to eat. The road to the business district was long, so Sheng Yexing wrapped Lu Jianqing up like a dumpling in a scarf and wool cap, seating him securely on the back seat of his motorbike. Lu Jianqing wasn't in a good mood, so Sheng Yexing worried the wind might affect his emotion, therefore slowing down and riding smoothly. Since he couldn't eat anything too spicy, Sheng Yexing chose a relatively bland restaurant, ordering a claypot soup, claiming to supplement nutrition since he had eaten too many instant noodles this week. While drinking the soup, Lu Jianqing nodded, swallowing each time Sheng Yexing looked at him, saying, "Not choking." "Trouble-free," Sheng Yexing sighed, "you're truly trouble-free now. Isn't that good?" Seeming to read the question, Sheng Yexing continued, "Being trouble-free is nice, but if you encounter difficulties, do tell someone, don't shoulder everything alone." Lu Jianqing nodded, eating a slice of lotus root, sipping tea, staring at the flow of cars and pedestrians outside the window, his Adam's apple rolling up and down as though swallowing something. No response. "I like you very much," Sheng Yexing said, "so if you need help, come to me." What he actually wanted to add was, "Don't seek help from other guys." But he thought it was too selfish to indulge in such musings. It was a good thing for Lu Jianqing to talk to other people. He felt a little uneasy after saying this, and focused on picking up food with his chopsticks, staring at the pork ribs between them. He didn't notice that after he said, "I like you," Lu Jianqing's eyes left the window and quietly looked at him once. Just one glance. The motorbike was parked in a manned-paid parking lot, and they still had to walk across a street. This road wasn't long, but the streetlights were dim beyond compare. It seemed as if the pavement bricks had been recently refurbished, and under each tree was a not-so-big tree pit. In the past, while walking together, these two might exchange some random sentences. Now Sheng Yexing didn't dare to speak a word, concentrating entirely on watching the road beneath his feet for fear of tripping. 100-meter journey, yet Lu Jianqing stumbled into two pits in succession. Both times Sheng Yexing quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back onto the right path. By halfway through their journey, Lu Jianqing fell a third time into another hole. "Lu Jianqing," Sheng Yexing was exasperated, "can you stop looking at me and focus on walking properly?" With one foot still stuck in the tree pit, Lu Jianqing replied simply, "All right. But if you don't look at me, how would you know I'm gazing at you? Nearsighted?" Midway through asking, Sheng Yexing remembered Lu Jianqing's sharp-eyed expression earlier and changed his words, "Not nearsighted, are you?" Lu Jianqing shook his head. "You're like a kid, tripping while walking." Sheng Yexing tried not to laugh at him but could feel sweat all over his palm. "Last time I asked you if you could walk steadily, how did you answer yes? There are pits on this road." Lu Jianqing's mouth curled down slightly as he gave a non-relevant reply, "No one." "No one what?" Sheng Yexing asked. "Knows me." Lu Jianqing said. Sheng Yexing glanced up and pressed his eyebrows to scan around with his eyes, indeed not seeing anyone else familiar. It was 8 o'clock, pitch black outside. There were hardly any people on this street. Walking very closely, the school uniform being broad enough, Sheng Yexing also held a bag in his hand. Whether or not their hands were intertwined wasn't clearly visible from afar. As if feeling thirsty, Lu Jianqing stopped, bent down, and reached inside the bag for an unfinished bottle of mineral water. Seeing Lu Jianqing stop, Sheng Yexing let go of his hand and wanted to adjust the direction of holding. They hadn't paused for long when suddenly behind them, there came a burst of bicycle bells ringing. Jingle jingle, jingle jingle. With gusts of wind rushing by their ears, those who arrived were ball friends from another school wearing different uniforms. They carried their basketball bags and were heading towards the city street court. It was Friday night now, the prime time for various high schools to compete for courts and reputation. Sheng Yexing. Is she your girlfriend? The leader first firmly squeezed the brake and slowly cycled past Sheng Yexing from behind. The streetlights were dark enough, and beside him, Lu Jianqing was conveniently bending down with his foot stepping into the tree pit, their hands accidentally connected. Some guys casting quick glances couldn't differentiate genders, but judging by the height difference, assumed it was a girl Sheng Yexing brought along. Yeah. Sheng Yexing sidestepped and shielded Lu Jianqing briefly. All right then, the leading student nodded, released the brakes and started pedaling again, yelling back while turning, "We're off. Next time we'll play basketball at the second ring road." Sheng Yexing nodded, raised his arm to wave, "Sure." A few more bike bell rings followed as a small team of 4 or 5 people zoomed away, leaving the remote street calm again as if those young lads had never been there. Lu Jianqing remained motionless in the tree pit. He could see the gesture when Sheng Yexing shifted his body to shield him, understanding the implication behind the action, so he just stood there stationary. Seeing Lu Jianqing not speaking, Sheng Yexing chuckled lowly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Lu Jianqing tilted, almost losing his balance again. Sheng Yexing leaned in close and spoke in a deep voice, "Clearly, there are people who recognize you." Chapter 54, Early Summer. March passed, and April came. Lu Jianqing's habit of constantly eating instant noodles gradually changed. Sheng Yexing led the school team to participate in a basketball game. Boys at high school age usually strive for recognition in sports competitions. The game was intense and exciting with their movements almost artful. Occasionally when noticing a camera lens, some would even flash a "yeah" while retreating on the court. Li Dingxi was one of them. He wore the home jersey of team number 2 and after bypassing the three-point line within the court, he held the ball rushing inside, stepped back for a mid-range jump shot, and then nodded towards an opposing player who hadn't had time to defend him yet. Gu Kunshan intercepted a pass, quickly returning it to Sheng Yexing, shouting loudly, "Go! Go! Go! Number 3 should be in position. Number 3's shoelaces are untied. Tie it already, you idiot. Damn, who untied my laces? That's enough bickering." Sheng Yexing, playing as small forward, was already sweating profusely. "Let's go." Li Dingxi had just scored and wasn't fully recovered, supporting his knees as he panted on the sidelines. Seeing a teammate drop off, Gu Kunshan hurriedly ran over, tapping his butt and reminding him, "Stop posing. The girl behind holding a phone is taking pictures of our captain, not you." A girl wearing a checkered skirt stood on the steps at the side, continuously looking this way with her phone raised. When her eyes seemed to meet Li Dingxi's, she smiled slightly. "God, that's a girl I just met, she's really photographing me." Lowering his voice, Li Dingxi touched his own face muttering, "I'm pretty handsome too." "You are quite handsome." Gu Kunshan gave another pat to his buttocks. "Stop touching me." Li Dingxi moved away and flashed a sunny smile to the audience, then turned back warning Gu Kunshan, "Dad doesn't want anything funny with you. Dad understands. Good boy." Gu Kunshan couldn't help laughing but wanted to retaliate with some words. Before he opened his mouth, Sheng Yexing running through from the defensive end whispered into Gu Kunshan's ear, "No dating within the team." Gu Kunshan. "Wait, why did the captain think we couldn't date just because Li Dingxi touched my ass? Don't guys feel that another guy shouldn't touch your ass? What's going on?" In less than 10 minutes into the second half, Sheng Yexing scored another 3 consecutive goals. These 6 points rapidly widened the tight gap between the teams, even diminishing the cheers from the opposing squad's cheerleaders. The game was a cross-district campus friendship match, which originally had a large scale due to its participation, attracting the attention of a television station that had interviewed at the school last time. The TV crew arrived early to set up equipment, hung cameras near the indoor basketball arena, and could barely contain themselves from interviewing students during the middle of the game. Lu Jianqing sat in the first row at the very edge, holding a bottle of water. His palms were all sweaty watching the game. He kept unscrewing and tightening the bottle cap, leaving red marks all over his palms without noticing any pain. Because of discomfort caused by the reverberation indoors, Lu Jianqing found it hard to sit still, frequently going outside the venue to walk around before coming back again. Although he wished to see Sheng Yexing play the entire game, he couldn't bear the sharp screaming noises. Just earlier, girls from school number 2 cheered very loud as Sheng Yexing made a 3+1 basket. After the successful shot, the whole court erupted in screams and cheers. All the towels on the bench were thrown onto the court, bottles of mineral water fell because spectators got too excited, littering footpaths all around. Right now, as Lu Jianqing entered from the doorway, he hesitated for a few seconds at the edge of the court, preparing to head upstairs. The noise was like roaring floodwaters surrounding and drowning him from every direction. His step faltered, barely keeping balance, inadvertently colliding into someone's embrace without preparation. But the scent at the tip of his nose was familiar, it was the perfume he bought himself. It was Sheng Yexing. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sheng Yexing ran over to give him a hug. Hugging so much that the buzzing sound reached Lu Jianqing's ears, disrupting his thoughts completely and causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably. The scorching heat from a young man's embrace. Ambiguous and forthright. After the embrace, Sheng Yexing even patted his back, telling him to quickly return to the audience seats. Because Sheng Yexing's gesture was rather brotherly, and students of school number 2 also frequently saw these two walking together after classes, there was no heckling around, but instead, more people noticed the equally handsome appearance of Lu Jianqing. The opposing player currently in possession of the ball was someone Sheng Yexing often encountered at street ball games. They've shared several liters of white wine together, so they're relatively familiar. Seeing an unusual situation on the court, he quickly asked, "Who?" "My desk mate," Sheng Yexing said, "a private coach." "Private coach?" The other person chuckled, "What does he teach you?" "He." Sheng Yexing tilted his head, revealing his neck, and made a gesture of cutting his throat with the back of his hand. "He wants me to resolve this quickly with you guys." "Shit, a challenge." Sheng Yexing made a feint with the ball in one hand, "Come on." Rushing from the boundary line straight into the key area, Sheng Yexing scored 2 more points. Because they were being pushed back, the opposing team called a timeout, giving team number 2 a chance to rest. Sheng Yexing unwrapped the elastic band from his wrist guard as he walked, threw it on the bench, drank 2 gulps of mineral water, and looked up at the stands. "Keep staring at what?" Zhang Fei teased, nudging Sheng Yexing with his elbow seemingly unconcerned. "The little loner's right there, not going anywhere. It's been a long time since anyone's called him that." Sheng Yexing wiped his sweat with a towel handed to him. We used to call him that behind his back." With you around, no one calls him that anymore. Who would dare? Zhang Fei said. Sheng Yexing remained silent for a long while, staring at the extinguishing mobile phone screen before replying with a Brother, noticing Sheng Yexing didn't respond, Zhang Fei added, you can just glance at him on the court, but chasing his every movement off court. After replying to a message on his phone, Sheng Yexing shifted his gaze to Zhang Fei, his tone slightly rigid, just worrying about him. Sheng Yexing, Zhang Fei suddenly whispered very softly, have you heard that when boys score on the court, the first person they look at is often someone they like? His heart skipped a beat. Sheng Yexing calmly replied, no. Zhang Fei lowered his voice again and pursued, not liking. Or it's not because of liking. Sheng Yexing, start the game, play ball. Zhang Fei, you understood. Sheng Yexing's lips moved again and again, still failing to come up with a rebuttal, and could only say another, start playing ball. The game resumed. Lu Jianqing sat by the court, looking at WeChat messages sent by Sheng Yexing. I don't know why I wanted to hug you. It's like hugging you fills my whole body with energy. Turning off his phone, Lu Jianqing stood up suddenly, unscrewed the cap of his mineral water, and drank half of it. He then threw the remaining bottle into the trash can. He left the stand, intending to buy fruit juice for Sheng Yexing at the vending machine inside the venue. Seemed sweeter and tastier. Better. To drink. Sheng Yexing should have a better drink. He fiddled with the vending machine for quite a while without asking. If he couldn't figure it out, he'd let those in line behind buy first and observed how they did it. By the time the game was almost over, Lu Jianqing had finally bought a bottle of fruit orange juice, preparing to return. Blow. The referee stood at the mid-court line, blowing the whistle. Then the referee announced loudly with a microphone, the full match has ended, City No. 2 Middle School wins. Sheng Yexing led his entire team to shake hands and embrace the opposing players, then draped a damp towel over his shoulders, beaming with joy. He knew, this was the life of a high school student he had imagined, instead of sitting alone in a corner fantasizing about doing something extraordinary. What he thought as being cool, different, life and death depending on fate, were actually storms destroying himself. He was trying hard to control it. The cheering inside the stadium was too loud. Lu Jianqing stepped back a few steps, simply standing at the entrance waiting. The basketball team changed clothes quickly, without even taking a shower, eager to go back to their dormitories for a good rest, planning to eat a celebratory dinner later. 10 minutes later, surrounded by others, Sheng Yexing came out. Li Dingxi was the first to grab Lu Jianqing's arm, screaming in surprise, Lu brother. Jianqing. My big Lu treasure, why are you standing outside? We've almost gone crazy searching for you. Yeah. Dong Xia also squeezed forward, didn't we tell you not to wander around? Lu Jianqing nodded slightly, saying nothing about why he stood outside. Staring blankly for a few seconds, he handed the orange juice in his hand to Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing was momentarily stunned too, accepting it and smiling as he thanked him. Li Dingxi felt uneasy again, why do you only buy him a drink? Just because he's today's MVP? I'm exhausted too. I scored 6 points today. Dong Xia started to find Lu Jianqing interesting and joined in for rewards. Your Lu brother buying a bottle of water himself is already commendable, Gu Kunchen interjected, hey, Lu brother, I like drinking Coke, next time. I like Fanta, Dong Xia said. Li Dingxi chimed in quickly, anything's fine for me. Just get me the same drink you got for Sheng Yexing. After saying this, Li Dingxi felt a bit confused by the harsh look Sheng Yexing was giving him. What's wrong with brothers competing for affection? Damn, it's so unfair. They had to take the school's chartered bus back to the dorms, and seats for the school team were pre-arranged, making any adjustments inconvenient. On the bus, Sheng Yexing was still quite at ease, knowing he should try letting Lu Jianqing do things on his own. As the bus started moving, Lu Jianqing fastened his seatbelt while sitting alone. His phone buzzed again. He unlocked it to see another WeChat message from Sheng Yexing. Are you thinking about why I didn't thank you my way? We'll kiss when we get back. Lu Jianqing's face turned red, and he shut off his phone. But he couldn't help sitting up straighter, turning his head to glance at the seat behind him. That one glance directly met Sheng Yexing's mischievous smile. Lu Jianqing's heart raced, but he tried hard to return a smile as well, mimicking Sheng Yexing's expression with a tilted corner of his mouth. Smiling was something he practiced repeatedly in front of the mirror when he was young. Now it was Sheng Yexing who couldn't suppress his heartbeat. After the game, the city began to warm up, welcoming early summer with April breezes. Their city was in the south where the weather heated up quickly. Many boys after exercise would directly rinse their sweat-soaked hair under cool water taps in the restroom. Sometimes they whistled while washing and discussed which streets they'd cycle down after school or which swimming pool they'd race a few laps in. In the classroom, Lu Jianqing looked upward during class, observing the rotating ceiling fan. He remembered that the school used to have smaller fans, curved ones that would sway side to side. The current fan was large, fast spinning, its 3 blades blending into a white disc that made him feel drowsy. He watched for a long time until sleepiness crept in, and soon he fell asleep on the desk. Every summer, he would become unusually sleepy. He knew that not too long from now, cicadas would sing from the towering trees in School No. 2's campus and evening breezes would feel warm. He'd start sweating more and need daily showers, otherwise sticky discomfort wouldn't leave him alone. While playing around, he noticed his water cup on the desk was flashing. Sunlight, water cup. Fascinated by the light refracted through the water in his cup, Lu Jianqing spent the entire afternoon swaying the cup, watching the star-like reflections dance on the water surface. Quietly tucked away in an inconspicuous spot, he played on his own while the teacher focused on lecturing, eventually giving up trying to catch his attention. Sheng Yexing originally wanted to remind him to listen for a while, but seeing Lu Jianqing enjoying himself, he decided not to interfere. Happiness was most important. At least for Sheng Yexing, making Lu Jianqing happy was most important. It didn't matter if Lu Jianqing would remember later, the momentary joy and excitement sufficed to satisfy Sheng Yexing. After school let out in the afternoon, Zhang Fei proposed going to the swimming pool to celebrate summer's arrival. For the beginning of summer, nothing beats a group of boys finishing a swim and then having some barbecue. It's even more fun than eating watermelon in an air-conditioned room. Swimming. Gu Kunchen hesitated several seconds after hearing this, muttering quietly, I didn't bring my swimsuit. Let's reschedule. No worries, I'm skinny too, Dong Xia teased further. Who's calling me chicken legs? Gu Kunchen retorted, if you pull up my shirt, at least I can suck in my stomach to fake abs. Li Dingxi joined in, laughing, you. With only 2 ounces of meat. I really don't want to. Gu Kunchen took a couple of steps back. Zhang Fei grabbed him by the collar, dragging him over and saying the shopfront had $10 swimsuits and that he'd buy one for him. Li Dingxi turned to ask Sheng Yexing, big brother, are you coming? Sheng Yexing was walking slowly alongside Lu Jianqing. Truthfully, he did want to go. However, regarding Lu Jianqing's perception of water, he wasn't certain. He didn't know if Lu Jianqing would like it or be scared of it. He also couldn't empathize with how it would feel to be surrounded by cold water. Thus, he couldn't make the decision for Lu Jianqing. Neither could he embarrass Lu Jianqing in front of all his friends. You guys go ahead, I'm a little tired today. I bumped my leg last night, it hasn't healed yet, Sheng Yexing said. Lu Jianqing and I will wander around, we'll wait for you to finish swimming and then eat barbecue. I'll go shopping too. Gu Kunchen called out. You. Swimming. To avoid interrupting their 2-person world, Sheng Yexing pulled a 50 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Fei, buy Little Mountain 5 swimsuits, so he can rotate them. Gu Kunchen. Chapter 55, Sweetness. That evening, the sunset was particularly late in coming. The last gleam of blinding sunlight seemed to fall on Sheng Yexing's upright back. Because his silhouette also shone brightly in Lu Jianqing's eyes. The trees on either side of the road were rustling in the summer breeze, their color changing from pea green to ink jade green. Sheng Yexing walked along the road, the sweat-soaked jersey clinging uncomfortably to him as drops of sweat dripped down from his hair. He toyed with a coin in his palm and decided that after a while, he would buy 2 cups of sour plum soup to drink, otherwise, he'd be too thirsty. He hoped Lu Jianqing liked it too. Thinking of this, Sheng Yexing turned his head to glance at Lu Jianqing, who was fanning himself by pulling at his collar. Lu Jianqing was lightly panting due to the heat, his cheeks flushed red, even the tips of his ears had taken on a rosy hue. At this moment, Sheng Yexing finally felt that summer was truly approaching. By the time the sky was completely dark, the egg cake in Lu Jianqing's hand had been upgraded with several extra flavors added. Since the alley downstairs from the dormitory stopped at stalls, Lu Jianqing hadn't eaten one in quite some time, which he missed dearly. His school uniform sleeves were rolled up to the elbows by Sheng Yexing. On his left wrist, a roll of plastic bags contained the egg cakes, and his right hand held another string of similar packages, for altogether, bought for Zhang Fei and the others. Lu Jianqing's random selection of flavors was based entirely on guesswork, mixing things like long beans with cream, or meat floss with rock sugar, which made Sheng Yexing want to laugh just looking at them. One could only imagine what kind of faces those 4 idiots would pull when they tasted these odd combinations. They waited less than 10 minutes outside the swimming pool before the 4 ran out without even drying their heads. Li Dingxi first stood in front of the fan at the entrance of the supermarket with wet hair, shivering from the cold air. He exclaimed, summer is really refreshing. Careful, don't catch a cold, Zhang Fei glanced at him. Your brain must be flooded. Dongxia chimed in, yeah, it's not even summer yet. It will be chilly at night soon. You should dry your hair with some tissue. I don't care, the weather being slightly warm counts as summer. Li Dingxi moved away, draped a towel over his shoulder, and dried the water behind his ears. Lu Jianqing stood silently to the side, all his attention captured by the colorful swimsuits hanging on the rack at the entrance to the supermarket. Seeing him lost in thought and worried the egg cakes might all go cold, Sheng Yexing took them off Lu Jianqing's hands, distributing them among everyone, signaling quietly that they were bought by Lu Jianqing. Don't throw them if you can't finish. Gu Kunchen said quietly after taking a bite. Right. Sheng Yexing nodded and handed them mineral water, signaling with his eyes, even if you can't finish, try hard to eat, if you still can't, give it to me. Eating egg cakes alone wasn't enough. On the way to the barbecue stand, Zhang Fei spent money on 2 crispy melon slices. Gu Kunchen rushed to the stall, holding the watermelon and tapping it lightly, making Sheng Yexing sigh helplessly, can it open for you? You're so lacking in common sense, Gu Kunchen retorted, this is testing whether it's sandy or sweet. Then he pointed to one of them, "This one is sweet." The vendor cleaved the watermelon in two with a swift motion, leaving the group staring in awe. Jean-Fei eagerly used the plastic spoon to scoop up a mouthful and shove it in, then said seriously, "I didn't taste the sweetness. Gu Kunshan, sorry, my bad judgment." After tasting and deciding not to continue, Sheng Yexing started fishing money out of his school uniform pocket. "Boss, 2 more tomatoes, big ones please." "Sure. Do you have white sugar?" "A bag would be appreciated." Sheng Yexing slipped another 5 yuan note across. Li Dingxi nudged his elbow, "What's this about?" "After cutting the tomatoes into slices, sprinkle some white sugar on them, it's especially delicious." Sheng Yexing accepted the bag from the boss and tapped Li Dingxi on the back of the head. "We didn't manage to make you dumplings with dandelion stuffing, but I'll whip something up for you and Lu Jianqing back in the dorm." Li Dingxi was thrilled, clenching his fist and saying, "Brother, you finally realized I'm still growing." "Lu Jianqing is younger than you." Sheng Yexing shot him a glance. "He gets 4 slices, you get 1. Li Dingxi, Generally speaking, when there's a group together, Lu Jianqing is always the quietest and the most absent-minded one. Sometimes he walks on the very edge of the crowd, other times he is surrounded and treated like an object of particular care. Lu Jianqing moves slowly, and with Sheng Yexing on either side accompanying him, the two often separate from the group, a situation the other 4 have become accustomed to. When crossing the road, Sheng Yexing seemed as though he wanted to say something, leaning down slightly and whispering close to Lu Jianqing, almost as if stealing a kiss on his face. The lips, dried by the wind, created a subtle sensation when touching Lu Jianqing's heated cheek. He looked up again. Sheng Yexing suddenly felt that the watermelon Gu Kunshan had picked was actually very sweet. Lu Jianqing was stunned for a few seconds, then continued walking forward. The wind blew and their school uniforms flapped as if they wanted to take flight, just like the red flag on the corridor flagpole they had always looked at as children. In the past, he would daydream in the hallway about when he could climb up there, about what he wanted to do when he grew up, about the sound of the wind chimes on the balcony at home, and the burps after drinking soda. Back then, he thought he could keep up with his classmates' pace of growth, but later he realized what it meant to feel powerless, what it meant to always be left behind. The barbecue stand wasn't far from the swimming pool, you just had to cross the street. Li Dingxi said this was the best barbecue stand in the city, a hidden gem. The boss liked to grill the pork belly until it was slightly burnt but not hard, so once it entered your mouth, the fat would melt and you absolutely needed a sip of yogurt beer to go along with it. They ordered barbecue worth 200 or 300 yuan, and the 5 of them found plastic stools to sit down on. Since Lu Jianqing's stomach wasn't too strong and he had already eaten something cold, Sheng Yexing didn't dare let him eat too much barbecue, so he bothered the boss's wife to cook a bowl of mushroom clear soup noodles. The barbecue stand had a full range of food options and drinks. Sheng Yexing didn't want alcohol today, so he ordered a bottle of Beiyang orange soda that was almost frozen into an ice block. Beiyang orange soda was something Lu Jianqing hadn't really tried much, but his eyes were completely drawn to the orange liquid, reaching out tentatively to signal he'd like to try it. Sheng Yexing was sipping through a straw and using the bottle opener to twist open the cap. Sheng Yexing removed the straw from the corner of his mouth and handed it directly to Lu Jianqing, "Just 1 sip. Otherwise, I'm afraid your stomach will hurt when we get back." After speaking, Lu Jianqing inserted the straw into the bottle and took a small sip while looking down. He said thank you. Sheng Yexing nodded, saying you're welcome, and smiling as he bit down on the straw end that Lu Jianqing had been drinking from. Lu Jianqing paused in his gaze. When the barbecue arrived, the meats and vegetables were spread out in a heap, and hot oil still bubbled. The decoration of the little stall wasn't great, and the chaotic electric fans seemed ineffective. Watching these fans, Lu Jianqing remembered the one in the classroom and began to space out. "It's so hot, I'm wearing too many clothes." Dongxia started pulling at the collar of his shirt. "Summer is fun but idle, just too damn hot." "Good for you, enjoy it. Once you grow up some more, your memories of summer will only be about the heat," Jean-Fei said after biting into a chicken nugget. "I can play around when I come back for university." Dongxia said, "If I even get admitted." Shaking his head, Jean-Fei replied, "Some universities don't have summer vacations." "What kind of universities?" Li Dingxi used his chopsticks to grab a few grilled leeks for Lu Jianqing, saying it'd boost his strength or whatever, eat more. "Right, what kind of universities don't take breaks?" Gu Kunshan was drinking water non-stop because of the spiciness. Jean-Fei answered, "Military academy." Li Dingxi nodded thoughtfully, "Hey, Jean-Fei, you're in good shape both physically and mentally, why not give it a try?" "Sure. If they recruit pilots, I'll go. If I'm selected, I might even get a picture taken with the principal, with a big red flower pinned on my chest." Jean-Fei started gesturing where it would go. "Your name suits you well, Jean-Fei, you'll definitely fly high," Li Dingxi teased again. Dongxia worriedly added, "I heard they are super strict." "Nah, don't worry, dear Jean-Fei, just take it slow," Li Dingxi continued with his playful compliments. Sheng Yexing couldn't bear it anymore, teasing, "If you want a picture with an old man, climb over the wall with me tomorrow." "Don't insult me like that," Jean-Fei raised his head, "I consider it an honor." Swimming, playing ball, and having a barbecue were pretty much standard routines for the school team. Winter was too cold, spring made them drowsy, and naturally, summer became their carefree season. After finishing their barbecue and taking a walk to digest their meal, by the time the group wandered back to the dormitory, they were also close to showering and turning off the lights to sleep. Aunt Zhang returned to shout through her megaphone in the hallway. Uncle Ming would lock the iron gate and double-check to prevent any mischievous kids from breaking the lock and sneaking out. Walking back around to their dorm building, Lu Jianqing's sweat had mostly dried in the wind. He leaned next to Sheng Yexing, holding a bottle of Beiyang orange soda that wasn't finished yet. The orange liquid swayed inside the glass bottle, and the sweetness lingered on Lu Jianqing's tongue. The boss's wife said the bottles couldn't be taken away, so Sheng Yexing paid a bit more money to allow Lu Jianqing to carry the glass bottle. Later on the road, they discovered that Lu Jianqing didn't love soda all that much, it was simply his fascination with the glass bottle. Did you prepare the pictures for tomorrow's class? Li Dingxi asked them. Zhan Fei wasn't in their class, so he didn't say anything. Instead, Gu Kunshan took out a picture he had taken from inside the classroom, showing blue skies and white clouds, and pointed, saying, "This cloud looks particularly like Sun Wukong somersault cloud." Li Dingxi. The assignment for this art class was for everyone to submit a favorite photo they'd taken recently. The teacher said it would be printed and displayed on the classroom's art corner for half a month. Sheng Yexing and Lu Jianqing didn't say anything. Li Dingxi had no choice but to think about the ordinary landscape photo in his backpack, saying, "Forget it, I'll take one when the lotus flowers by the back pond bloom." When do the lotuses in the back pond bloom? Zhan Fei stopped as they reached the dormitory building, asking suddenly. Hey, Dongxia's thoughts were also pulled far away. Do you think we can still fish for crabs this year? Probably. Li Dingxi sighed. Sheng Yexing said, there won't be any next year. Li Dingxi asked, why? We'll graduate next year, Sheng Yexing said. When we leave, all these things will be gone. Sheng Yexing remembered how when he was younger and rebellious, he liked to lead a group of boys to take off their shoes and step into the river water after school. The waves came one after another, lightly kissing his ankles. Occasionally, they would carry a few bottles of cold pineapple beer, mimicking adults by tilting their heads back to blow them. Since Sheng Yexing was relatively tall, he usually pretended to be an adult to buy them at the supermarket. Back then, most kids found the topic of early romance taboo, but if they must confess, they would use a common opening line, "I have a secret to tell you." Typical conversations went like this. Sure. I like you. Wow. The luckier ones might hear. I like you too. Then, that was usually it. Later, childhood secrets became jokes forgotten in time. And later still, they began having reasons to keep secrets. The next day, art class. Class 7 of grade 12 started submitting homework from the first row. As the teacher collected and commented, Lu Jianqing became curious about yesterday's somersault cloud and stared at the white clouds outside the window. Gradually, he fell asleep. When he woke up again, the comments had already reached the middle rows of the class. Lu Jianqing himself woke up with red marks all over his face. Why is your face red? Sheng Yexing teased, deliberately touching his face with the back of his hand and testing his forehead temperature, surprised to find, you don't have a fever or alcohol, why are you blushing? Lu Jianqing emphasized, I'm hot. Sheng Yexing seemed accustomed to being gentle and considerate during this period, and once he shed his wolfish demeanor, he appeared exceptionally rough. Do you feel I'm managing you too much? Lu Jianqing chose silence. If you're afraid I'll get angry, just use my phone to take more selfies. Sheng Yexing always thought of himself as a bit of a face dog. Perhaps looking more at this human fire extinguisher, when angry could resolve many issues easily. Lu Jianqing glared at him. Sheng Yexing smiled and didn't say anything, hurriedly averting his gaze, wanting to reach out and grab a golden leaf resting on Lu Jianqing's shoulder. When he touched it, he realized it wasn't a leaf, it was sunlight leaking in from the window unintentionally. Not long after, the homework collection reached the last row, and the student closest to the aisle stood up, gathering all the photo assignments together. When it reached Lu Jianqing, the classmate paused for a few seconds before muttering something and handed over 8 photos in unison. In the following minute, the art teacher browsed through the 8 photos and picked out one portrait, picking up the microphone to adjust the volume, and praised first, this portrait turned out well. Whoa. Gu Kunshan was astonished first, then froze, isn't this Sheng Yexing? Sheng Yexing had excellent eyesight and recognized the photo clearly. It was from the last time they went to burn incense at the temple. He was holding a motorcycle helmet, leaning against the motorcycle, wiping the handlebar clean with a tissue while looking down. The timing of the photograph coincided with perfect sunlight, the shadow prominent, his originally advantageously high nose even more pronounced, his eyes deep set, his body appearing leggier and broader, almost like a motorbike store outdoor advertisement model. Alright, this was definitely shot by Lu Jianqing. He still remembered Lu Jianqing's habit of copying thousands of each photo to save. But where did he go to print it? After all, he hadn't left his side these past few days. The art teacher adjusted the almost falling microphone gently and smiled warmly toward the last row, asking, is this photo the work of student Sheng Yexing? Sheng Yexing was a bit panicked, unsure for a moment whether he should claim the photo or not. After much hesitation, he slowly raised his hand and loudly said, yeah, it's mine. To his surprise, just after he spoke, Lu Jianqing, who was sitting next to him looking like he hadn't fully woken up, also chimed in, it's mine. After speaking, Lu Jianxing smiled. Sheng Yexing looked down at him. Sheng Yexing didn't know what Lu Jianxing was smiling about. But it was definitely sweet. Chapter 56, Confusion. Lu Jianxing. The art teacher struggled to pronounce the crookedly written name on the roster, then took a few minutes to admire the corresponding photo before continuing her praise. The composition and lighting are both very good, magnifying all of Sheng Yexing's strengths. Can you tell us under what circumstances this photo was taken? She knew Lu Jianxing's situation and didn't expect an answer, only attempting to guide the child towards receiving some external information. The entire class fell silent, with many students turning their heads to look at the back row. Seeing that Lu Binger was completely out of it, Sheng Yexing had no choice but to raise his hand as a signal and explain after being called on. Teacher, this photo was taken when he and I went to the temple to burn incense. Is the motorcycle yours? Asked the art teacher. Sheng Yexing replied. Gu Kunshan looked over to see the art teacher adjusting the projector and excitedly nudged Lin Ting's elbow. Look, our photos are going to be projected. Lin Ting opened his mouth slightly to whisper, ah. Before he could finish, Sheng Yexing's solo photo was projected onto the screen. Despite the low resolution, his good looks were hard to hide. Gu Kunshan couldn't help but marvel, damn, so handsome. After projecting the homework submitted by the students, the art teacher began commenting one by one. Lu Jianxing kept rotating the unused eraser on the table, scribbling with a pencil, writing and erasing, producing a subtle sound. As for what the art teacher commented on, Sheng Yexing heard not a single word. Lu Jianxing. Calling out clearly, Sheng Yexing leaned forward, resting his face behind the art textbook, and stretched his hand to reach for Lu Jianxing's other hand hidden beneath the desk. Lu Jianxing naturally accepted his hand, reciprocating the grip. They held hands secretly under the table, even as their palms became drenched in sweat, they refused to let go. The classroom of early summer hadn't yet started using air conditioning, and the summer uniforms hadn't been swapped in time, making the air suffocating once people gathered in quantity. Sheng Yexing adjusted the chair that was almost tipping over by pulling Lu Jianxing's hand, using his free hand to grab an OMR card to fan themselves. Their palm sweats were excessive, sticky, but oddly comfortable. Finally reaching the last photo for review, Sheng Yexing first listened to the encouraging education from the art teacher, then looked at Lu Jianxing's reaction. He originally thought that Lu Jianxing simply wasn't paying attention. But Lu Jianxing seemed a bit interested, like he was listening intently to the teacher's words, focused on the large screen ahead. Taken very well, Sheng Yexing whispered softly, I like it. Lu Jianxing appeared somewhat uneasy and loosened the tight grip on Sheng Yexing's hand, starting to rotate the eraser again, fiddling with the pencil sharpener next. After quite a while, he responded hesitantly, It looked like he was a little shy. Sheng Yexing perked up again, wanting to verify whether the phrase online, aloofness is due to shyness, was accurate, boldly catching the palm of Lu Jianxing who tried to escape and tickled it subtly. Then, Lu Jianxing's shoulder seemed to shake. Sheng Yexing retracted his hand, tearing off a piece of paper and quickly jotting down a few frantic words with a neutral pen. Thank you for making me look so handsome. Curling up the note, Sheng Yexing raised the elbow that rested on the table and pushed the note underneath it. Receiving the note, Lu Jianxing seemed somewhat thrilled as he unraveled it, subsequently lowering his head and tracing each character with his finger while reading aloud. The N-K-Y-O-U, Lu Jianxing read rather loudly, causing several heads in the back row to turn. End. Not long after, Sheng Yexing received a note from Lu Jianxing. There was nothing special on the note except for two spheres drawn touching each other. What does this mean? He looked at Lu Jianxing, puzzled. The latter similarly hid his face with a book, letting his slender fingers emerge from his uniform sleeves and touched his lips gently. Sheng Yexing had said that their way of expressing thanks was through kissing. He remembered. Observing that it was now self-study time, Sheng Yexing immediately raised his hand at the last row and announced loudly, Teacher, I want to use the restroom. After speaking, he wasted no words, grabbing Lu Jianxing's wrist and pulling him up. Teacher, he also wants to use the restroom. With the teacher's approval, Sheng Yexing practically flew down the empty school corridor during class time. To prevent student smoking and campus violence, the sophomore boys' restroom door couldn't be locked. After Sheng Yexing checked all the stalls and found no one else around, he picked a clean stall and pushed Lu Jianxing into it. Instead of rushing to kiss him, Sheng Yexing grasped the hem of his shirt and pulled off his school uniform jacket. Then, Sheng Yexing draped the school jacket over both their heads, gripping the dangling sleeves firmly in his hands. Lu Jianxing stopped his movements, full of curiosity. Sheng Yexing immediately lowered his voice and said, This way will be quieter. I'm afraid someone might come in. Lu Jianxing paused, as if asking, What sound? The sound of kissing. As soon as Sheng Yexing finished speaking, he leaned down and kissed Lu Jianxing's lips. After they returned to the classroom, Lu Jianxing concentrated on the afternoon classes diligently. By the time the afternoon classes ended, the training team still went crazy until 8 p.m., and Sheng Yexing and Li Dingxi were responsible for sending Lu Jianxing back to the dormitory. The three of them had dinner again at the rice noodle store near the dormitory building. Lu Jianxing ate the noodles one by one slowly, savoring every bite while the other two wolfed theirs down. Those rough kids sat waiting with their legs hugged. After being well fed and hydrated, Li Dingxi passed by the spicy pickles stall and couldn't move any further. The spicy pickles are good, let's buy some for a drink tonight. You want alcohol? Sheng Yexing glanced at him askance. Yeah, Li Dingxi looked around. It's summer now, we need some cold beer at night. Lifting his shirt, Sheng Yexing reached inside to touch, then spoke seriously, that's my last drinking session this semester with you, I have to quit. If I continue drinking, my abs will be gone. Li Dingxi received the food weighed by the shop owner, slung his school bag, and ran after the first two who had already bought ice beers, shouting while running, yes, yes. Generally, in such group binge drinking activities, Lu Jianqing was explicitly prohibited from participating. So when the lights in the dormitory went out, he fell asleep early, having been coaxed to sleep by Sheng Yexing. He was lulled to sleep softly, and although his words began to slow down without logic later, this brought comfort to Sheng Yexing. And thus, it became unclear toward the end who was comforting whom. The summer nearing may often feel stuffy and hot. He remembered that the beds during his childhood always had mosquito nets, and occasionally his mother would sit by his bedside fanning mosquitoes away all night. Like usual, if Sheng Yexing wasn't there, Lu Jianqing would habitually sleep hugging the wall. However, these days the act of crawling into a wardrobe decreased significantly. Since gaining Sheng Yexing as a human cushion, Lu Jianqing's quality of sleep soared upward, becoming unable to part with the perfume scent lingering around Sheng Yexing's neck. After Sheng Yexing soothed himself to sleep and left, Lu Jianqing inexplicably woke up again. This feeling of dependence was terrible yet addictive. At midnight 12, Li Dingxi, carrying several bottles of ice beer and spicy pickles, called out to Sheng Yexing just coming out of the shower with a towel drying his hair, urging him downstairs. The light inside the dormitory was dim. Sheng Yexing's upper body was bare, his short-sleeve shirt stuck at the nape of his neck, the faint glow of the night lamp outlining the contours of his chest and abdomen. His muscles were full and powerful, the lines even, which made Li Dingxi particularly worried. He didn't understand why among the same group of brothers frequently drinking together, Sheng Yexing's physique developed differently from his own. Is he asleep? Li Dingxi asked quietly. Yeah, should be asleep. Sheng Yexing wiped the water droplets off his hair with a towel, he was pretty tired today. Li Dingxi nodded, Jianqing isn't good with his stomach, right? He shouldn't stay up late and drink either. Right, he should be sleeping already. I go to sleep as soon as I'm consoled. Slowly wiping his neck and throat with the towel, Sheng Yexing tilted his head back, his gaze wandering towards Lu Jianqing's bed, his heart softening. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. It felt like a heart riddled with wounds patched up with many bandages, or a heart hard as a stone softened by spring rain. Sheng Yexing exhaled deeply through his nose, pulling on his short sleeve and calling out to Li Dingxi, let's go. Li Dingxi wrapped in outerwear and followed along, Boss, where to? By the flower bed in the dormitory compound, the usual spot, Sheng Yexing replied. With a gentle click, the dormitory door closed. In the bed, Lu Jianqing lay with his eyes open, quietly adjusting his breathing. He actually woke up earlier, when Sheng Yexing got up to take a shower. When did cuddling while sleeping become a habit? So, lying awake for a couple of hours, Lu Jianqing finally succumbed to drowsiness, flipping onto his stomach, burying his face in the pillow, lost in thought. He turned on the night light, rubbed his eyes, and messaged Sheng Yexing a WeChat message proactively. I'm awake. Not knowing how far along their fight had progressed, Sheng Yexing replied instantly. Lu Jianqing continued typing. Go to bed early. Are you okay? It was rare for Sheng Yexing to reply with single characters. Lu Jianqing took a little longer to respond, not sensing anything unusual. After holding his phone and dozing off for a bit, the phone buzzed again. Drunk. He had been drinking. And got drunk. Perhaps his young man was now feeling dizzy, hugging a bottle under some tree trying to cool off. This image wasn't at all appealing. Lu Jianqing stared blankly at the screen for a while, unsure how to reply. The phone buzzed again as Sheng Yexing sent 3 consecutive messages. I like you. Take care of yourself. I like you. Take care of yourself. I like you. Take care of yourself. Li Dingxi, drunk, was talking to a trash can, whereas Sheng Yexing became quiet after drinking, just incessantly typing on his phone. By the end of the typing spree, he was slightly sobered by the cooling breeze of early summer night and stood up shaking his head. Beside him, Li Dingxi was still confiding to the trash can. The light at the staircase entrance remained dim, and Sheng Yexing couldn't see the road ahead clearly, so he just sat down on the steps with Li Dingxi. After drinking, with a muddled head, people often have only one thought, to do what they want to do. They don't care about anything else. Even if they can barely stand, they'll take the opportunity to build courage while drunk. The doctor said to drink less alcohol. Sheng Yexing had already restrained himself quite a bit, but today he wanted to drink. Totally blurred. Sheng Yexing replied again. Do you know that some words are spoken because I want to say them, so I drink. It's not because I drink that I want to say them. Lu Jianqing hadn't replied in 10 minutes. Never mind, it's normal. 2 more minutes passed, and Sheng Yexing was almost completely sobered by the wind. Li Dingxi leaned against a freshly cleaned trash can, opened his mouth and sang some Cantonese songs that Sheng Yexing couldn't quite understand. Li Dingxi's pronunciation was both standard and not, it sounded more like random humming. Then there was a line from a Mandarin song which Xing Yexing vaguely recognized as something he listened to as a child. As Li Dingxi hummed, he draped his arm over Xing Yexing's shoulder and softly sang, "How many people work hard to live life bravely, should we be content?" Actually, they all knew that there were plenty of people who worked harder than them. After a moment of silence, Xing Yexing said gravely, "We should be content." Lu Jianqing hadn't replied in 20 minutes. Never mind, not even interested in smoking anymore. At 3 a.m., the two were nearly giving themselves headaches from the wind and should go back to their dorm room to calm down. Just as they were going to pick up the beer bottles and open the security door, Xing Yexing saw two younger students standing inside, probably sneaking out to get takeout. The lighting in the corridor was too dim, and they didn't recognize who he was. "Takeout? Bring it in." Xing Yexing felt unsteady on his feet, didn't want to explain much, so he just said, "Could you open the door?" Li Dingxi chimed in, "Thank you. There's a button outside the door, just turn it." Another male student bit his cigarette and played with his phone while backing away. "Don't you have hands?" What kind of tone is that? Although Li Dingxi drank a lot, he was merely top-heavy and still aware. When that junior student heard this, he exclaimed, "Eh? How am I speaking? Delivering takeout, yet so many complaints." Li Dingxi was ready to flip him off, and kicked the door angrily, shouting, "Open the door. I'll open the door, you steady yourself." Xing Yexing also lost a bit of control, gave no further instructions, supported the wall, and pressed the lock to open it. Li Dingxi leaning against the door lost his balance and fell inside, taking a solid punch right away. Chapter 57, Emergency Room. When Zhang Fei arrived at the school emergency room, it was already 4:30 a.m. He had been dreaming. In fact, he dreamt that one day next year, he successfully passed 3 rounds of pilot recruitment tests. But before he could dream about reporting for duty, a phone call from Gu Kunshan woke him up, saying there was an incident downstairs at the dormitory, and Li Dingxi and Xing Yexing were getting their wounds treated in the school's emergency room. Lu Jianqing's dormitory on the 5th floor was below Zhang Fei's on the 6th floor. While running down the stairs, Zhang Fei hesitated whether to wake up Lu Jianqing or not. Then, recalling Gu Kunshan's words, "Just come alone," he decided not to. The dormitory wasn't far from the emergency room, which remained open during late-night emergencies. When Zhang Fei arrived, Teacher Ji Chuan was already there. Teacher Ji adjusted his glasses and rushed over with a thin windbreaker on, almost colliding with Zhang Fei, who was looking for people as well. Both teacher and student acknowledged each other briefly before hurrying together toward the resting beds where Xing Yexing and Li Dingxi lay. Inside the ward, Li Dingxi was leaning weakly against the headboard of the bed, his cheek being cold-packed by Tang Han. Xing Yexing looked slightly better off, but his thigh and lower leg were tied with restraining bands so he couldn't move. He had his arm resting on the edge of the bed while the doctor wrapped bandages around it. On his bedside table sat a small dish containing shards of glass that had just been removed. "Xing Yexing, why are you bleeding all over again?" asked Teacher Ji Chuan even before Zhang Fei could speak, clearly worried. Tang Han knew the ins and outs of what happened and replied bitterly, "He has those bindings now, don't blame him." "For what? Are symptoms recurring?" Ji Chuan asked further. There was a fight, and then he insisted on riding a motorcycle. Dingxi tried to pull him back, and Yexing smashed a wine bottle on the ground, explained Tang Han, sighing. They tumbled around a bit, and Yexing ended up landing on the bottom. Clearly, Teacher Ji Chuan thought this was more complicated than it seemed. "Is that all?" "That's all," Li Dingxi responded. Zhang Fei stared at the near-shattered glass pieces and exclaimed in shock, "Man, you crashed into a glass factory?" Yexing lay there half awake, too exhausted and in pain to respond, mumbling faintly, "Tired." How did you get your voice hoarse after a mere fight?" asked Zhang Fei as he stepped closer. Gu Kunshan returned from outside carrying a tray of paper cups filled with warm water. Placing one on Xing Yexing's bedside, he asked, "Boss, do you want some water?" "Thanks," Yexing said, barely able to keep his eyes open due to exhaustion, but the strong smell of disinfectant stung. After distributing the water, Gu Kunshan moved to Li Dingxi's bedside, attempting to take over the ice pack from Tang Han. "Let me do it, teacher." Tang Han's hand was sore from holding it up, so he handed it over. "Who were they?" Zhang Fei asked, glancing at Gu Kunshan. Dingxi answered, "A sophomore classmate." "Holy cow! Were you two defeated by your junior?" Zhang Fei teased. "How is that possible?" Dingxi refuted immediately. "Then where are those juniors now?" Gu Kunshan wondered aloud curiously. Teacher Ji Chuan, protective of his students like offspring, murmured anxiously at the side, "If it was mutual combat, that's somewhat serious. Let me call them to the moral education office tomorrow for questioning." It didn't escalate into a full-on fight. Dingxi protested while holding his red and swollen face, wincing in pain. "I opened the door and charged inside. He thought I was going to hit him and instantly punched me. When he realized it was me, he wanted to run away, but the boss quickly caught him." "And then?" Zhang Fei questioned. "The boss delivered a punch to the shoulder. The little guy prepared to retaliate, only to recognize it was Yexing, and almost scared out of his pants." Continued Dingxi. At that moment, the junior classmate looked as if saying, F******, how can it be you? So in total, there were just 2 punches. Zhang Fei interrupted. Li Dingxi nodded and carried on reminiscing, the boss was drunk and unstable on his feet, so he just let the kid go upstairs. At least nothing big happened. Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Upon receiving the news earlier, he had assumed both of them were already lying in the ICU, good friends until death. Let go. Zhang Fei said, speechless. Minor problem. Sheng Yixing raised his intact hand slightly. Drunk at the time, with a slight intention to indulge in sorrow, his mind had gone hazy, thinking very little. Luckily, he controlled himself, and Dingxi also held him back, otherwise even worse consequences could have arisen. Tang Han forbade him from driving, and Sheng Yixing voluntarily surrendered the keys in his pocket, saying he'd retrieve the car later in a few months. What a rash decision today. How embarrassing. He had requested the restraints himself. After a rough calculation, Sheng Yixing realized he had forgotten how long it had been since he last used something like this. In the past, he always felt that being strapped to a hospital bed with these things was akin to being nailed to a pillory of shame. Now, he thought this was actually a good thing. As Tang Han yawned 3 times in a row, Sheng Yixing began urging everyone to leave. It's already 5 o'clock in the morning. You've seen me, go back and rest. It's Saturday tomorrow, Gu Kunshan protested weakly. If nothing major happens, Teacher Ji and I will return to our classroom apartments. Tang Han took the backpack handed by Zhang Fei and sighed. Yixing, are you getting along well with Jianqing recently? Pretty good. After pausing a few seconds, Sheng Yixing said, Teacher, please don't tell him about tonight. The neighboring bed's Li Dingxi called out, that won't work. Jianqing is alone in the dormitory. If he wakes up in 2 or 3 hours and finds no one, what will he do? Sheng Yixing had forgotten how long it had been since his last overnight stay outside. He quit frequenting those hotels downtown which were never identical. He also stopped going to small motels every week. Alright, Zhang Fei, you and Kunshan should head back first, Sheng Yixing said. Gu Kunshan glanced at the sky outside, wait till 7 o'clock. I'll bring him over then. Let's switch between me and Zhang Fei. Sheng Yixing finally could only agree, alright. His Lu Bingpi was sensitive enough that relying on excuses wouldn't completely fool him. Moreover, the wound on his hand wouldn't heal in a short time, and Lu Jianqing would definitely inquire what happened. Well, let him rest for a while. When dawn broke, Sheng Yixing woke once. In the ward equipped at the school emergency room, Zhang Fei slept on the caregiver bed, Gu Kunshan leaned against Li Dingxi, and the ice pack in his hand had melted into a bag of cool water. Summer dawns came early. Sheng Yixing lay there but couldn't fall asleep anymore. He looked at his hand bandaged again like a mummy and exhaled the lightest sigh. You know, confess if you're going to confess, get sick if you're going to get sick, but why torture yourself to such an extent? Yesterday afternoon, his aunt called, saying they found a very capable doctor in the capital who could see him, possibly requiring him to stay there for some time. Perhaps 3 to 5 days, perhaps several months. Sheng Yixing asked if he'd still be able to study, and his aunt replied that curing the illness was more important than studying. Sheng Yixing didn't say much on the phone but merely agreed. He couldn't tell his aunt, Auntie, I think it can't be cured. No matter how much we struggle, it's not going to work anyway. But he couldn't bear to crush his family's confidence, his only remaining relatives in this world. Lost in thought for a moment, the sky outside the window became completely bright. Sheng Yixing glanced at the clock in the ward, the hour hand pointed towards 7 in the morning. After waking Zhang Fei and Gu Kunshan, Sheng Yixing told them to fetch Lu Jianqing. On their way, they could attempt to briefly explain what happened to him, speaking slowly and using simple terms that he might better understand. At around 7:30, Gu Kunshan led Lu Jianqing to the ward. He wore only a short-sleeve shirt, the cuffs loose, flapping slightly when his arms moved. Perhaps feeling oppressed by the stuffiness inside the ward, Lu Jianqing stepped onto the balcony to get some fresh air just a minute after entering the room. For 10 minutes, he refused to come inside. Sheng Yixing got off the bed after removing the restraints and staggered towards the balcony while leaning on the wall. Suddenly, Lu Jianqing grabbed his wrist. Lu Jianqing tilted his head slightly upwards, revealing a rather pale neck segment. A gust of the fresh summer morning breeze passed, and Sheng Yixing seemed to catch a whiff of the distinctly youthful scent emanating from Lu Jianqing. Let's go inside. Sheng Yixing turned away, shifting his eyes elsewhere. Lu Jianqing didn't move. Looking at Sheng Yixing's bandages, his eyes widened in shock, followed by a painful expression. I know you're worried about me, but you're dressed too lightly. Standing outside makes you prone to catching a cold. When you have a cold, you'll need medicine, but you hate taking it, right? First, let go of my hand, come obediently back inside with me. Later, I'll answer any questions you have, alright? Though softening his tone, Sheng Yixing sounded particularly urgent. Gu Kunshan and Li Dingxi stood there dumbfounded, still sleepy-eyed, somewhat disbelieving that Sheng Yixing could speak so gently. In the past, although Sheng Yixing treated Lu Jianqing well in front of them, he wasn't as accommodating or patient as now. And it was only early summer, it wouldn't lead to catching a cold from the morning breeze. Isn't this protection a bit excessive? He actually used phrases like right and okay in a consultative and coaxed tone. It was like seeing ghosts. Truly. Fight, Lu Jianqing took his hand and wrote on his palm to show him. Was it a fight? Minor scuffle, Shen Yexing said. Lu Jianqing, fight. Shen Yexing, here's what happened. We met two younger students going downstairs to fetch something outside, we were pretty drunk, and they had a big temper. One thing led to another, and there was some shoving. Lu Jianqing clearly didn't believe him. I thought the door opened into the room, but Li Dingxi lost his footing and swung a punch right away. Li Dingxi fought back, and I had to step in for protection, otherwise, he would have been in trouble last night, Shen Yexing explained. Fight. Lu Jianqing seemed upset. Indeed, there was a fight, Shen Yexing gave up resisting, but no serious issues occurred. Lu Jianqing stepped into the ward with an inquiry-like tone, family. Accompany you. Family. Shen Yexing was originally quite tense, but hearing this, he smiled instead, it's just an external injury, there's no need to involve my family. Besides, not many relatives were left. Lu Jianqing looked anxious and gestured again, elder. Elder? Apart from my uncle and aunt, the real elder at home is my grandmother. She passed away a few years ago but still worried about my condition until her last moments. My uncle lied to her saying it was curable, and only then did she leave peacefully, Shen Yexing said. Lu Jianqing partially understood and nodded, Grandma. Passed away, Shen Yexing spoke lightly. Passed away. Lu Jianqing repeated. Shen Yexing nodded. Uncle. The last time during a chat, Lu Jianqing didn't remember much of what Shen Kai mentioned. He only vaguely remembered such a term. No need, don't call my uncle, Shen Yexing laughed, he doesn't really care about me anyway. Lu Jianqing struggled to say, woke up early. As he spoke, he gestured a 2 with his hands. 2. Midnight 12 or 2 a.m. Shen Yexing assumed he woke up in the morning, you realized I wasn't here as soon as you woke up. Lu Jianqing nodded. Glancing at Li Dingxi who was snoring soundly while sleeping, Shen Yexing noticed Gu Kunshan had already gone, and feeling relieved, he turned back to ask Lu Jianqing, how did you realize? Because. Lu Jianqing said. Shen Yexing patiently waited for him to continue. Seems like everyone, Dingxi, Kunshan, Zhanfei, Dongxiao. Lu Jianqing's voice was slow and gentle, for the first time, he voluntarily mentioned the names of his friends around him. Shen Yexing lowered his head, covering the bandage wrapped around his arm with his hand. He didn't want to interrupt, he could feel the others' urge to confide. This almost impossible to have urge to confide. Noticing the glaring white again, Lu Jianqing slightly frowned, staring at it for quite a while, sighed deeply, and shifted his gaze to Shen Yexing. They all revolve around you, he said, and you alone revolve around me. The morning breeze blew by, and the sky seemed to brighten a little more. Chapter 58, May. In May, summer had truly arrived. During this season, Shen Yexing usually played basketball and rode his bike in the blazing sun. Even though he wasn't fast, he would still end up with numerous bruises on his legs and arms. Back in his freshman year, Tang Han would urge him to go to the medical room for disinfection and treatment, but now there was no one to remind him, he just went as he pleased. The school's curriculum was tightly scheduled, with many senior students opting for cram courses off campus, gradually retreating from campus at different times. For a while, the colorful school uniforms, inscribed with names of all classmates, were being carried around by seniors for signatures. Some even came to second-year classes asking juniors and sophomores for their autographs. Shen Yexing was one of those requested to sign. In the morning, he had signed 4 or 5 uniforms, then, worried about disturbing Lu Jianqing's study and unable to cope any longer, he decided to take refuge on the corridor of the second floor, leaning against the railing and enjoying the breeze. Zhanfei's classroom was not far away. As soon as Zhanfei threw out the trash, he spotted Shen Yexing. After a short while, Zhanfei went down to the vending machine and bought 2 bottles of carbonated drinks, newly released blueberry flavor, wanting to give Shen Yexing a taste. Thanks. Shen Yexing took the drink, pulled the tab open with one hand, and gulped it down. As the drink went down his throat, bubbles rushed to his head. He exhaled slightly, shaking the remaining liquid inside the can. Zhanfei said, is it sweet now? What? Shen Yexing didn't catch the meaning at first. The word sweet, Zhanfei showed it to him, it's not hard to understand. Now it is, nodding, Shen Yexing swallowed another gulp of soda, the blueberry flavor is also sweet. Have you thought about the future? Zhanfei asked directly. Shen Yexing did not respond, only lowering his eyes, clutching the aluminum can in his hand so tightly that it almost deformed. Don't pretend, Zhanfei turned his face aside, you and Lu Jianqing. I've thought. Shen Yexing stretched out his tone, but also haven't. A lump rose in Zhanfei's chest as he prepared to listen carefully to what Shen Yexing had to say. When his buddy didn't respond, Shen Yexing slowly continued, thoughts without reality are meaningless. Zhanfei nodded, asking, then what's your plan? What's your ideal? Without hesitation, Shen Yexing answered, get into the same university, then help him with rehabilitation. Will it work? Zhanfei asked. Sheng Yexing paused mid-motion when tilting his head back, sighing, it's not likely. What's the realistic one? Zhang Fei asked again. I might not get into university, Sheng Yexing said, and I've asked him about the future. His description was very vague, but roughly speaking, when he grows up, he wants to rely more on his own efforts to become normal and doesn't want to be so special. In that case, Lu Jianqing isn't someone who has no thoughts. Zhang Fei stood firm. Just because he doesn't say it, doesn't mean he doesn't understand. And how about his feelings towards you? Sheng Yexing wanted to nod, but couldn't fully confirm it, so he could only answer based on his understanding, I'm not quite sure. For him to actually say the words, Sheng Yexing, I like you, it's really hard. I feel, the way he looks at you is already odd. Zhang Fei sipped the soda, as if drinking alcohol. Sheng Yexing lifted his bottle to clink with Zhang Fei's and laughed heartily, nothing gets past you. I observe carefully. Good brother. Zhang Fei and Sheng Yexing silently tapped fists, they chatted a bit more until the soda was completely drained. The sunlight of May was strong enough, hot enough, and felt like stroking the fabric of their school uniforms. Sheng Yexing reached out to catch the scattered light filtering through the tree branches, his gaze drifting further and further, eventually staring at some tall buildings and bridges outside the campus, then letting his eyes fall onto cars speeding across the road. The world outside was vast. How much of it would hold them? Sheng Yexing tapped his empty can with Zhang Fei's and broke the silence, by the way. Zhang Fei looked at him. Next year, make sure you register for the aviation recruitment. Sheng Yexing said. Regarding the upcoming crossroads in life, Zhang Fei indeed had this plan in mind, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Upon hearing Sheng Yexing bring it up, Zhang Fei became curious instead, why are you so concerned? Yeah, because I also want to, Sheng Yexing smiled lightly, but I won't pass the mental and physical tests. Zhang Fei caught his breath, asking no more questions, just taking over Sheng Yexing's empty can, making a throwing gesture to toss it into the trash bin. After a long pause, Zhang Fei finally nodded, as if having absorbed it, all right. Because of the uniqueness of City No. 2 campus, teachers paid more attention to students' life development rather than being strict on academic performance. Zhang Fei's grades weren't particularly high, just barely reaching the score for admission to an undergraduate program. After listening to Sheng Yexing's advice, he began cutting down on extracurricular entertainment time. Occasionally, when Gu Kunchen wanted to play basketball but couldn't find anyone, he would end up in the classroom griping about it with a basketball in hand. Lu Jianqing, whose hearing was acute, naturally caught some of these conversations, checking his phone every now and then, and it took him several days to fully understand what was going on. During math class, Lu Jianqing might suddenly pull out his glowing phone from his desk, and all it took was a quick glance at the screen for Sheng Yexing to know that Lu Jianqing was curious about something else again. With senior year approaching, you could study a bit more, there's always room to improve your scores. Sheng Yexing flattened the folded page corner of Lu Jianqing's textbook, look, even Zhang Fei is studying well. Lu Jianqing focused on the textbook, it's hard. Sheng Yexing thought he was referring to the aviation recruitment thing, nodding while asking Lin Ting for notes, pinching Lu Jianqing's cheeks lightly, they are all precious ones. After a moment of silence, Lu Jianqing finally mumbled, so am I. Sheng Yexing smiled, of course you are. Lu Jianqing. Seeing that Lu Jianqing wasn't saying anything anymore, Sheng Yexing adjusted his phone to the WeChat page, suggesting that if he didn't feel like reading books, he could check news updates or other content on his phone instead to cultivate good reading habits. If that still didn't work, he could send Sheng Yexing messages via WeChat. Even if Lu Jianqing were standing right next to him, he'd still respond. Ignoring him, Lu Jianqing opened his own WeChat and clicked into their chat history, typing. If you have nothing to do, just send me this sticker. Sheng Yexing had no shame left as he directly sent the sticker over to Lu Jianqing. Anyway, I like you had already been said so many times. It was a rather cheesy WeChat sticker, like those widely spread online that were labeled senior citizens exclusive. If one had to describe it specifically, it would be a coffee cup with a white magnolia flower placed beside it, floating words written in rose red saying, "What's my darling doing?" Lu Jianqing occasionally sent it, making Sheng Yexing chuckle every single time. And truly, they started sending stickers whenever they felt like it. One day out of nowhere, Sheng Yexing received another cheesy sticker from Lu Jianqing on WeChat. Apparently from the same series as, "What's my darling doing?" It was a bright red envelope with bold blue-green overlapping letters stating, "You're my treasure." Sheng Yexing's hands shook slightly as he replied. Did you pick this from the collection? Can you understand it? Lu Jianqing didn't reply directly, only sent a heart-shaped sticker made of roses along with the words, "My heart is full of you." The phone vibrated again, and Lu Jianqing responded. Yeah. This kind of ambiguous atmosphere continued for another week. Sheng Yexing could hardly hold back any longer. One reason was the scorching summer sun, teenage boys with endless hormones inevitably becoming restless. Secondly, he disliked ambiguity. He believed that whatever needed to be said clearly should be laid out openly. Only by genuinely making the person you adore yours did he feel secure. He had waited long enough. As evening classes finished and he returned to the dormitory, Li Dingxi was not around. Sheng Yexing brought back the jacket washed at the laundry room to dry, and upon entering the room, he ran into Lu Jianqing crouching beside the bed, seemingly occupied with something unknown. For convenience of coming in and out of the dormitory, as well as aiding Zhang Auntie with cleaning, Li Dingxi had bought a shoe rack to place near the door where all three of them could store their shoes. Often, Lu Jianqing would stand at the doorway, his fingers rubbing along the shoelaces. Sheng Yexing watched him crouch there like a little mushroom, laughing as he walked into the room teasingly. Lu Binger, did you tie all the shoelaces in the dormitory? Stopping mid-step, Sheng Yexing noticed he was holding a bundle of detached shoelaces. Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianqing, hair. Sheng Yexing nodded, pulling some of the slightly disheveled bangs on Lu Jianqing's forehead. Your hair has grown quite long, let me take you to get a haircut after school tomorrow afternoon. Saying that, he began searching indoors. Where's the cloak Li Dingxi bought you online? Remember to bring it along. Every time Lu Jianqing got a haircut, he would complain loudly about being pricked by fallen hair. Occasionally, he'd sweat profusely but remain silent until enduring through the entire session before muttering, uncomfortable. Lu Jianqing held a string of disconnected shoelaces, shaking them lightly and repeating, hair. Through this action, Sheng Yexing finally understood his imagination, encouraging him, holding them like this, it does look somewhat like hair. Whose hair did it remind you of? Teacher Tang Han. Chi, Lu Jianqing replied. Yes, there was a girl in the class named something with Chi, who had waist-length hair that swayed as she walked. Previously, when the school affairs office checked for students having overly long hair, that girl would take out her always-ready rubber band and tie it up, then once the inspectors left, she'd quickly let down her hair again, claiming that tying it up made her uncomfortable. Sheng Yexing felt a little jealous. How could his Lu Binger possibly be noticing other girls? Seeing Sheng Yexing holding a coat, Lu Jianqing's eyes gleamed again. About this piece of clothing, Lu Jianqing said, you've held me in it. Sheng Yexing's face turned slightly red. Lu Jianqing stopped talking after that. Regaining his composure, Sheng Yexing pretended to remain calm as he continued to smooth out Lu Jianqing's hair. Do you remember what I wore on the day I kissed you? School uniform. Noticing that the other person didn't respond, Sheng Yexing added, when others wear it, it's just a school uniform. But when we wear it, it becomes a couple's outfit. Lu Jianqing nodded as if he understood, yet also as if he didn't. Sheng Yexing swung his leg and slammed the dormitory door shut, leaning over to whisper close by, close your eyes. Lu Jianqing raised a question. Gee guys, boys, Sheng Yexing stammered, when a boy closes his eyes, it means he wants a kiss. In an instant, Lu Jianqing squeezed his eyes shut tightly, his eyelashes trembling. Sheng Yexing almost burst into laughter but managed to stay solemn, it's closing your eyes, not narrowing them. Lu Jianqing still refused to fully close his eyes and only half squinted them. Well, I'll cover them. Sheng Yexing finished speaking, covering Lu Jianqing's eyes with his hand and moving closer to kiss the corner of his lips. Lu Jianqing, like tasting sweetness for the first time, hesitantly opened his mouth and emitted a small This sound seemed to urge Sheng Yexing onward as he pressed Lu Jianqing against the spot where Li Dingxi hung his hammock, kissing him thoroughly from the inside out. Lu Binger's mouth tasted so sweet. He must really be filled with sugary goodness. While pondering this, Sheng Yexing glanced at the lemon-flavored mouthwash Lu Jianqing placed on the desk. Lu Jianqing opened his eyes, his gaze wandering aimlessly as he murmured softly, fireworks. Where? Sheng Yexing looked toward the balcony. The sky wasn't even dark yet, it was only 7 o'clock. Lu Jianqing pointed to his own eyes, then closed them again. During the time you were kissing me. Even though my eyes were closed, and I couldn't see anything. It was as if fireworks were blooming right before my eyes. Thinking of what his aunt said about finding a doctor in the capital, Sheng Yexing cautiously asked, if I have to leave for several months, will you be scared? Lu Jianqing hesitated for quite a while before nodding. Fear is an emotion, much like fearing loss or fearing the darkness, I know you do. Sheng Yexing explained. And because of physiological reasons, there were many things Lu Jianqing was afraid of. I've never been afraid of anything my whole life, Sheng Yexing blurted out without hesitation, but the first thing I summoned the courage to do was holding your hand in the hallway. His eyes flickered momentarily, as if Lu Jianqing had comprehended his meaning and proactively spread open his palm. Sheng Yexing sighed and chose to reciprocate the grip. Say something. Even a few words will do. For the first time, Sheng Yexing realized that communicating face-to-face could involve many uncertain emotions. You don't need to force yourself to talk or act differently in front of me. Just be yourself. Sheng Yexing tightened his hold on Lu Jianqing's sweat-drenched hand. I love you, all my patience belongs to you. We can also come up with solutions together. We can continue walking through the inevitable paths of life together. The fears you have, the ones I have, we can overcome them all together. Lu Jianqing was staring intently at their intertwined palms. His leg twitched. The tips of his toes touched the bed frame, creating a soft, muffled sound. Only he himself knew that excitement nearly drove him to kick the bed without restraint. In the past, teacher Tang Han would always tell Lu Jianqing during each private tutoring session never to fall into feelings of self-disgust. Teacher Tang Han said, with so many people liking him, he should also strive to like himself. Chapter 59, Progress. Apart from eating instant noodles for a short period of time, playing an hour of Tetris before sleeping also became Lu Jianqing's daily entertainment activity. At first, Shen Yexing would limit his playtime, specifying half an hour, and eventually reducing it to 25 minutes. But as soon as the time came, Lu Jianqing still refused to put down his phone. Playing on the phone in the dark is too harmful to the eyes. As soon as the lights went out, Shen Yexing would take the phone away. Sometimes, Lu Jianqing would obediently choose to cover himself with a blanket and go to sleep, but sometimes he would take some extreme actions such as hitting, biting, and scratching. Shen Yexing realized that, despite the growing intimacy between them, Lu Jianqing's latent aggression could not be easily contained. Lu Jianqing occasionally displayed threatening body language, like clenching his fists at his sides, raising his voice when speaking, or involuntarily tilting his head up. It seemed like he had a small fuse attached to his head, ready to ignite at any touch of a spark. Shen Yexing even suspected whether it was due to the hot weather making Lu Jianqing act unusually strange. Even when questioned, no clear answers emerged. At lunchtime, the school bell rang signaling the end of class, and students were on their way to have their meals. Today, Shen Yexing chose to leave the classroom a bit later, planning to set off once most of the crowd had dispersed. He could feel the overwhelming pressure of the crowd's atmosphere on Lu Jianqing, the noise, the sweat smell, overly bright lights, even the sound of sneakers scuffing against the concrete floor. Even if Lu Jianqing didn't say anything, this little while with him was clearly unpleasant. When the hallway was finally empty, the noon sun had dimmed slightly. Lu Jianqing, come over here, said Shen Yexing while standing at the entrance of the corridor, his school bag slung over his shoulder. The sleeves of his school uniform were rolled up to the elbow, revealing long and strong arms bronzed by daylight. In Lu Jianqing's hand was a leather rope used in the previous class for handicrafts, something he refused to let go of, no matter what. With no one around now, do you want to sit on the railing and slide down? Asked Shen Yexing as he patted the black stair railings. He stepped down a step, arousing Lu Jianqing's curiosity. He had seen other classmates rush or misbehave by sliding down the railings from the topmost staircase. He envied their balance, and he wondered how it felt, to be like sliding down a slide. You can sit on the railing, I'll support your waist from behind, said Shen Yexing gently, and we'll come down slowly. Lu Jianqing did not reply. Do you want to ride the slide on the railing, or do you prefer walking down the stairs? Shen Yexing rephrased the question in another way. Shen Yexing had already noticed that open-ended questions often made Lu Jianqing uneasy, so he developed the habit of arranging everything in their daily conversations. A question like, do you want to eat beef noodles or chicken wings today, always worked better than, what do you want to eat today? Sometimes, Shen Yexing's tone carried more of a suggestion than a question. He needed some patience to wait for Lu Jianqing's response. After hearing Shen Yexing's words, Lu Jianqing still didn't answer. Instead, he chose to walk over to the railing, lean on it with his waist, and lift his leg to sit atop it. After Lu Jianqing sat down, Shen Yexing held one of his hands with one hand, and then placed the other hand in front of him, saying, slide down slowly. While sliding down half a floor, Lu Jianqing didn't fall as easily as Shen Yexing had assumed, instead maintaining a fairly steady pace. Only, Lu Jianqing was gripping Shen Yexing's hand very tightly. When they let go, his palm was already drenched in sweat. The hotter the weather got, the harder it became to breathe inside the classroom. Don't bite the sleeve, Shen Yexing murmured softly, leaning over the desk to coax him, the sleeves are pretty dirty. Upon hearing the word, dirty, Lu Jianqing's restless emotions eased somewhat, and he loosened his mouth. Within just a few minutes, as though unable to stay seated, he reached up toward his head wanting to pull at his hair again. What's wrong? Li Dingxi had just returned from collecting homework from the back door of the classroom, watching Lu Jianqing fidget uneasily throughout the afternoon. He began to suspect if Lu Jianqing had been infected by him somehow. His recent state seems a bit off. When I get the chance, I'll find Teacher Tang for a chat, Shen Yexing said. You go back to your seat first, we can talk about this more when we return to the dormitory tonight. Li Dingxi held his textbook and was still somewhat concerned. All right. Then he remembered something, tapped his hand lightly on the table, and whispered, Big brother, this morning, all the buns we ate were bought by Jianqing himself. Good, Shen Yexing nodded. More progress. Every initiative taken was a challenge. Lu Jianqing was completely unaffected by the two's conversation and continued to try and comb his already short hair. Not only was it short, but it also felt prickly to the touch. Shen Yexing sat down with the textbook in hand and casually reached out to pull on Lu Jianqing's collar, saying offhandedly, Your behavior of buying buns this morning was great. Next time, could you help me buy a lighter? It's not good for your health, Lu Jianqing replied coldly. All right, Shen Yexing laughed, then buy whatever you want. Lu Jianqing nodded, Stop messing around, Shen Yexing grabbed Lu Jianqing's wrist, lightly rubbing his fingertips over the pulse point to generate warmth as he sighed, You can scratch your hair, but do it gently. Without saying anything more, Lu Jianqing immediately tugged at the trimmed strands of his own hair and leaned back onto the desk. With that, he remained motionless while Shen Yexing shaved nearly all of the hair off, leaving barely any stubble visible. It looked like it was almost all gone. Among the boys at school who kept their hair very short, most preferred trendy hairstyles such as undercut or bullet heads. It seemed that Shen Yexing simply preferred the cooler, fresher feeling of shorter hair, coupled with the summer heat, which led him directly to a barber shop where they cut it so close to his scalp. If Gu Kunchen hadn't stopped him, Lu Jianqing suspected that Shen Yexing might have shaved his head entirely bald. A faint smile crept onto Lu Jianqing's lips. As he lowered his head once again, he caught the lingering scent of Xing Yexing's perfume still lingering on the edge of his uniform collar, bringing some calm to his mind. He existed. In both the sense of smell and sight, this person truly existed. Before the class ended, Lu Jianqing had already taken off his school jacket. After removing his jacket, he started unbuttoning the cuffs of his shirt. The tightness around his wrists became unbearable, making him feel slightly uneasy. Dong Xia returned from outside the school carrying popsicles, handing a box of vanilla flavor to Lu Jianqing, which made his eyes widen in fascination. "Hey, big brother, should we let him eat this?" Dong Xia asked. Xing Yexing firmly rejected, "His stomach is sensitive, don't give it to him." Lu Jianqing took a deep breath, emphasizing with a cold expression, "I will eat it." Ha 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 ha. Gu Kunchen couldn't hold back his laughter first. Dong Xia teased him too, "Hey, our brother Lu knows how to resist now. He's been pretty tough all along," Li Dingxi said, "and we can't tell whose command he follows anymore." Xing Yexing glanced at Li Dingxi, both ways. Seeing that Lu Jianqing's gaze never left the popsicle box, Xing Yexing had to yield first. He could only say, "Then just let it melt in your mouth before swallowing. Understand?" "Yes." Lu Jianqing cooperatively nodded. However, as soon as he got the popsicle, Lu Jianqing used all his strength to scoop up the largest spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth without letting it dissolve, directly swallowing it through his throat. This infuriated Xing Yexing, who froze for a few seconds, causing everyone else surrounding him eating popsicles like Li Dingxi to burst out laughing. Unexpectedly, everyone's laughter triggered a smile on Lu Jianqing's face as well. It seemed he slowly began distinguishing between kindness and malice. His smile carried a hint of shyness. Lifting his eyes, he met Xing Yexing's gaze. Xing Yexing noticed his luminous eyes. After finishing the popsicle, it wasn't long before school dismissed. Xing Yexing went to the school team first to pick up his jerseys and shoes. The coach even notified them to take back the certificates each player won during the previous match. If circumstances allowed, Xing Yexing would have genuinely wanted to ask for one extra blank certificate, adding a tag for Lu Jianqing as Best Cheerleader, for appreciation. Carrying a stack of award certificates towards the cafeteria, Xing Yexing handled them carefully to avoid any oil spots splashing on them. Lu Jianqing offered to share the load, wanting to protect a few himself. So, while eating, the two hid the certificates inside their uniforms, guarding them with their chests, bending over the stir-fried rice stall to devour greedily. After swallowing the last shrimp, Xing Yexing wiped his mouth and asked him, "Are you full?" It was delicious. Lu Jianqing smiled. After the meal, the two welcomed the evening breeze and ran back to the dormitory together. Sometimes Xing Yexing still uses sticks to mark the walking route for Lu Jianqing. Though Lu Jianqing occasionally stumbles, when he does fall, he quickly gets up by himself, neither shouting in pain nor screaming, showing only a sense of guilt as he follows Xing Yexing silently. Back at the dormitory for not too long, Lu Jianqing read a bit. However, reading didn't last long as he felt sticky and uncomfortable from the night breeze in the summer. Closing the book, Lu Jianqing reported, "Going to shower." "Go ahead," Xing Yexing nodded. "I'm going to shower," he repeated. Xing Yexing laughed, "Go quickly." After receiving permission, Lu Jianqing picked up his basin ready to head to the bathroom. Because the floor was slippery, he walked very slowly for fear of falling. "Wait a moment," Xing Yexing called out to him, "you haven't taken the swimming goggles." After hesitating for a while, Lu Jianqing handed over the basin. Xing Yexing grabbed the swimming goggles hanging on the hook and threw them into the basin, urging him, "Go ahead." Because of his excessive sensitivity to water, Lu Jianqing would be afraid that water might accidentally get into his eyes when washing his hair or taking a shower. So, Xing Yexing went and got him a pair of swimming goggles to wear. As soon as Lu Jianqing entered the bathroom, Li Dingxi came over sneakily with a dumbbell in his hand. Lowering his head, Xing Yexing held the cigarette between his fingers. "What's up?" "Speak." "I found something out," Li Dingxi said. Xing Yexing hesitated for a few seconds, deciding not to light the cigarette. "Boss, I finally understand why every morning when we're using razors, Jianqing always stands far away from us," Li Dingxi whispered cautiously. "Why?" Xing Yexing thought for a moment. Li Dingxi had a Japanese/Korean-style boyish haircut with longer bangs which could cover his eyebrows if pulled down. Sometimes after washing his hair, if it didn't dry quickly, he would use a hairdryer. Occasionally, the noise mixed with his loud voice made an unbearable sound combination that Lu Jianqing couldn't stand. Xing Yexing asked, "Will the vibration make him uncomfortable?" "It seems so." Li Dingxi said, "Maybe we should all switch to razors. Use blades instead." "Oh well, but once summer is over, Jianqing will turn 18, and one day he'll have to start shaving too." I'll tell him how to use a blade." "Not safe." "Then I'll shave for him." Li Dingxi almost dropped the dumbbells. Before Li Dingxi could say anything else, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Aunt Zhang stood at the door with a flashlight in her hand, whispering inside, "Little Sheng." Xing Yexing put down the towel used to dry his hair and slung it over his shoulder blades. "Aunt Zhang, what's the matter?" "Your aunt is here," Aunt Zhang said. Chapter 60, Airplane Ticket. Uncle's wife knows why she came, and Sheng Yixing understands better than anyone else. It was something he had been informed about beforehand, yet he wasn't prepared to face it. Sheng Yixing wiped all the scattered ash on the desk clean with a tissue, changed his shoes, and prepared to go out. As one foot just crossed over the dormitory threshold, his school uniform was pulled back. He turned around and saw Lu Jianqing. And with quite some strength too. It's pretty cold downstairs in the evening, don't let your family wait. Let's go. Zhang Mama, holding a register, scribbled on the paper with a ballpoint pen, Lu Jianqing is in the dormitory, right? Li Dingxi is also here. Your dormitory is famously mischievous, but today you're all here at the same time, which is quite rare. Sheng Yixing nodded, his expressionless face showed no reaction. Yeah, thank you Zhang Mama. After saying that, he turned around, gripped the hand of Lu Jianqing who was pulling him, and then whispered, what's wrong? Lu Jianqing's gaze seemed as if it wanted to pierce through Sheng Yixing's eyes. I'm going too. My uncle's wife has come, probably to talk to me about family matters. It could also be. Realizing why Lu Jianqing had been so restless these few days, Sheng Yixing started guessing, do you want to come down with me to hear what my aunt wants to say? Lu Jianqing nodded. Zhang Mama exclaimed, reaching her hand out to grab Lu Jianqing like a child, it's so cold downstairs, if there's nothing to do, you shouldn't go, be a good boy. Lu Jianqing sidestepped away from Zhang Mama's hand, pressing his eyebrows lowly, his eyes creased together, resembling someone who had suffered an immense amount of wrong, not speaking a word, merely gripping onto Sheng Yixing's hand. After several seconds of silence, he stuttered and said, I want to follow. Dingxi. Sheng Yixing looked up and called inside the room. Li Dingxi, who was observing the battlefield beside them, shouted, here, stood straight at attention, rubbed his cooling hands, and asked, what's up, big brother? Sheng Yixing waved his hand, please, take off that jacket beside my bed and give it to Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing trembled slightly. As Lu Jianqing was wrapped up by Li Dingxi in the coat, Sheng Yixing stared at him for a while by the door. Zhang Mama was getting somewhat impatient, let's go. Holding Lu Jianqing's waist from behind, Sheng Yixing patted him, let's go. One of the lights in the stairwell was broken. Descending from the 5th floor to the 1st, it became almost pitch black by the 2nd floor. The location of the dormitory was secluded, and there wasn't much light outside the staircase. Zhang Mama walked quickly with a flashlight, occasionally turning around to shine the light for the two kids. With an elder present, Sheng Yixing didn't feel right being too intimate with Lu Jianqing, but without any light, his actions appeared completely normal. Therefore, Sheng Yixing simply directly hugged Lu Jianqing's waist from behind, directing him to walk close to the railing. By the time the two stumbled down the stairs, his uncle's wife was already waiting inside the security room. Not a few minutes after descending, the sky began to drizzle. Night rains in the suburbs were usually torrential, but this night was an exception, it only sprinkled raindrops, drenching the ground and exuding moisture everywhere. Sheng Yixing helped remove Lu Jianqing's hooded sweatshirt, secured the coat well on him, and quietly asked if he was cold. Lu Jianqing shook his head, stubbornly following behind Sheng Yixing, staring at the semi-open anti-theft door of the security room as if looking at an enemy. Sheng Yixing noticed that his emotions were off and helplessly reached out to pull his bangs. Don't be nervous. Aha. Lu Jianqing lowered his head. Sheng Yixing tilted his body slightly to enter the room, knocked lightly, and greeted first, Auntie, I'm here. Yixing, when Xiujian nodded and stood up from the stool, were you cleaning up just now? Yeah, so it took a little longer. Auntie, this is my roommate Lu Jianqing, the one I've mentioned to you. I remember. The time I asked you to bring milk home? That's correct, the one you asked me to take special care of. Oh my, he's really handsome. When Xiujian couldn't help but compliment. Realizing that he was praised for being good-looking, Lu Jianqing's ears turned red. He stepped back a few steps behind Sheng Yixing, letting Wen Xiujian have some space, tightened the coat draped on him, and looked out the window watching the rain. Rain. It's raining. Rushing. Lu Jianqing doesn't know how many times the word rushing went through his mind. He saw water pooling on the ground outside the window, whenever new raindrops splashed in, transparent bubbles would form on the water surface. He draped Sheng Yixing's coat over his shoulders, bubbles forming in his heart. In the next 10 minutes, when Xiujian explained the current situation at home, briefly mentioned some trivial matters about Shinkai's time at school, and finally brought up the topic of going to the capital for treatment. She said that when Sheng Yixing had decided on a time, he should let her know so she could coordinate with the relevant parties there. Sheng Yixing accepted the warm tea Ming uncle had prepared, thanked him, and asked Wen Xiujian, when is the preliminary appointment with the doctor? First, we'll have to meet, and he needs to see how you're doing, Wen Xiujian said. Patients who need a long-term treatment are usually severe cases. It's essentially a direct transfer from here. The mention of being hospitalized made Sheng Yixing recall the days when his legs were bound with restraints, filling him with aversion. Suppressing the lump in his throat, he said, I don't have serious issues now, but I will still go and get checked out. It's already mid-May, so I'll just go during the summer vacation. The summer vacation is too late, when Xiujian disagreed, let's find a weekend. Sheng Yixing hated procrastination and agreed promptly, alright, this weekend then. When Xiujian said, okay, Aunt will advance the money to you, and we'll book the ticket. Are you coming with me? Sheng Yexing handed the tea to Lu Jianqing to take a sip. Lu Jianqing naturally took the tea and drank from where Sheng Yexing had sipped, completely oblivious if Wen Xiujian was watching them. Hearing the question from her nephew, Wen Xiujian nodded, yes. I can go by myself, you need to work, Sheng Yexing said, just send me the address and the contact person's phone number. The capital is quite far, Wen Xiujian refused. Upon hearing that, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but laugh slightly, a bit helplessly saying, Auntie, I'm an adult. Before leaving, Wen Xiujian handed over 2 boxes of oranges to Sheng Yexing, saying they were specially picked from the countryside for Sheng Kai, asking him to share them with his roommates. Lu Jianqing held back all night without even managing to say, Auntie, you're good, only following Sheng Yexing and helping carry the 2 boxes of oranges back to the dorm. Whether or not Sheng Yexing slept well, he didn't know, but he did know Lu Jianqing didn't sleep well. Tossing and turning in his arms was one thing, but Lu Jianqing woke up once at 3 in the morning, then again at 4:30, and upon waking, he didn't talk but instead held Sheng Yexing tightly, almost to the point of suffocation. Sheng Yexing, feeling too hot under the blanket, wanted to open it for air, but Lu Jianqing wouldn't let go of it, fearing to wake Li Dingxi. Thus, Sheng Yexing let himself be smothered in sweat, sticking together with Lu Jianqing. A summer night. The body heat of a teenager, scorching skin, sweat kissing the spine. In the morning, Li Dingxi got up early, went downstairs to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks, and brought 3 sets to the classroom for Gu Kunshan and others. Sheng Yexing and Lu Jianqing got up late and hurriedly grabbed 2 boiled eggs at the breakfast stall before rushing off. After taking medication in the morning, Sheng Yexing spent the whole morning dozing off at the table. Upon waking up, he noticed Li Dingxi standing still for quite some time in front of his desk holding books. I never asked you to stay by my side. Sheng Yexing was still half asleep. Seeing that he was awake, Li Dingxi jumped up like a switch had been turned on, grabbed a stool, and leaned close, whispering, I've got something to ask you. What? Hurry up. Big brother, today Jianqing actually talked to me. Li Dingxi said excitedly. Oh, doesn't he always try to provoke you one way or another every day? Sheng Yexing smiled, provoking you a little and then ignoring you. No. Not today. Today he said. Li Dingxi started counting with his fingers nervously, I calculate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 words. He can speak when he wants to, it's just a matter of whether he chooses to or has that awareness. After finishing his statement, Sheng Yexing pulled out a small piece of wood he'd been working on from inside his desk. This wood was specifically bought by him. He also purchased a set of tools, flat chisels, pit carving knives, sharp thin blades for drilling these delicate items. He planned to while away the time by carving wooden objects into motorcycles. Seeing Sheng Yexing calmly playing around with his carvings, Li Dingxi was almost ready to shake his shoulders. Not that, that's not the key point. The key point is what he said. Li Dingxi became anxious. Sheng Yexing put down the curved knife in his hand and furrowed his brow, what did he say? Feeling somewhat nervous, Sheng Yexing accidentally shook his hand, pushing the pile of shavings on his desk onto the floor. Li Dingxi. Sheng Yexing, it's fine, I'll clean it up later. Then that's it, Li Dingxi snapped his fingers and mimicked Lu Jianqing's tone, coldly saying, he said, hello, can you teach me how to buy an airplane ticket? After hearing this, the two remained silent for 5 seconds. Sheng Yexing opened his mouth hesitantly and asked with difficulty, did you teach him? I did. Li Dingxi's voice was soft. Angered, Sheng Yexing slammed the olive pit carving knife directly into the wood, almost wanting to slap Li Dingxi on the back of the head with one free hand, since he doesn't know how to measure things, why do you also follow his example? Shit, boss, you don't know, Jianqing was hiding a huge basket behind him. Li Dingxi covered his head, I was afraid he'd crack my skull open. Sheng Yexing pulled out the olive pit carving knife and tapped it on the wood material, which had just begun to take shape. What if your brother Lu only wanted to throw out some garbage? Li Dingxi shouted loudly, I don't believe it. Chapter 61, The Kiss. During the long break, Sheng Yexing stood in the office with a troubled look on his face, barely squeezing out the first word from between his teeth. Lu Jianqing. What's wrong? Tang Han was grading homework, too busy to even lift his head, go ahead and say it. Sheng Yexing raised an eyebrow, can he take a flight? Normally, it's not recommended to travel long distances. The noise on trains can also be quite loud, we're afraid he might not handle it well. Tang Han answered. Alright. What's wrong then? Sheng Yexing tapped the side seam of his uniform pants with his finger, smiling without saying a word. What's going on exactly? Tang Han frowned, is he planning to go with you? I thought you were the one who needed to go to the capital for treatment. Sheng Yexing couldn't nod or shake his head, so after a brief silence, quickly changed the subject, teacher, have the cleaning agents in the classroom been replaced? He seems uncomfortable with the smell. This morning, as soon as he walked into the classroom, he just slumped over. Right. After finishing that sentence, Tang Han finally put down his pen, looked up at Sheng Yexing for a while, and sighed, don't worry about it, I'll call logistics and check. Sheng Yexing nodded, I think he's pretty restless. You observe him more carefully than our teachers. Tang Han said. Being slightly embarrassed by the compliment, Shen Yexing quickly continued the topic himself. When you ask him, he just points to his nose and doesn't say anything else. Sometimes when he gets annoyed, he starts pounding on the table. How does he pound? Tang Han grabbed his pen and prepared to start recording details about Lu Jianqing. Like he's smashing the desk, it's very loud. Shen Yexing said, extending his finger to illustrate. Also, he uses his fingernails to scratch the surface of the desk. Tang Han concluded, he's hurting himself. I know. Shen Yexing said. After the pen ran out of ink, Tang Han shook his head and took out an ink bottle to refill it. This isn't right. I need to come up with a plan. Change it, Shen Yexing suddenly said, completely replace the smell. Replace? How? Tang Han asked. I've got a way. Shen Yexing said. After confirming that the cleaning agents had indeed been changed, Shen Yexing specifically went online to find some mild and less irritating cleaners to try. He let Lu Jianqing sniff each one to see his reaction, one by one. In the end, Shen Yexing bought 10 bottles of one type and gave them all to the cleaning staff, trying his best to persuade these ants to use what he bought. Lu Jianqing naturally had no idea about all this. All his free time lately was spent worrying about the flight tickets. He always traveled by car for long distances, taking a flight was practically unheard of. As a child, his grandfather's house was near the city's military airport. Every night during the night flight training, various types of aircraft flying low overhead would keep Lu Jianqing awake. His grandfather tried teaching him about J-20 fighters, Black Hawks, Bernoulli's principle, but he absorbed none of it. Instead, he was entirely captivated by the sound of the flying planes, allowing the roaring noises to completely engulf him like a flood. Sometimes, Lu Jianqing became addicted to this painful noise and would count the passing planes from his room's balcony. Occasionally, he would imitate the sound of propellers rotating with his mouth. Boom. Whoom. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Some sounds were sharp, and Lu Jianqing would say it was the planes crying. On TV, those clouds left behind were their tears. Lu Jianqing repeated this again and again, his eyebrows curving into a smile. In his subjective mind, as long as he held on to someone's hem, he would only be able to see the hem. Lu Jianqing felt that, being able to follow, was enough to satisfy his dependency. Recently, he has also become increasingly clingy. Before leaving home, he has developed the habit of asking Shen Yexing for a kiss. He also seeks kisses after doing something correctly, and recently even, thank you, has become a reason for Lu Jianqing to ask for a kiss. They kissed passionately in every space, yet neither could figure out exactly what the other thought deep down inside, and they couldn't even bring themselves to utter a single, I love you. When kissing, Lu Jianqing didn't like closing his eyes much. Most times, their kisses were gentle, revealing an almost tingling sensation from Shen Yexing's focused expression. Their relationship felt as if holding a heart high above the clouds. At certain moments, Shen Yexing seemed to revert back to being merely 3 or 4 years old, completely unable to be restrained. Taking advantage of Shen Yexing going to the office during the class break to fetch his medical records, Li Dingxi explained clearly to Lu Jianqing. If Li Dingxi didn't have time, then, reserve player, Gu Kunchen would explain the precautions to him instead. Gu Kunchen never feared causing trouble and believed in helping people wholeheartedly. He insisted on pulling Lu Jianqing aside to explain everything about check-in, like the need to arrive 2 hours early at the counter, showing his ID with a large headshot sticker, and so on. In the evening, they returned to the dormitory together. Many senior 3 students had moved out from the 5th floor, leaving the entire corridor eerily quiet as if only their room still had people living in it. Gu Kunchen's dorm was having a card game. Dong Xia and Zhang Fei each had a cigarette hanging from their lips, holding cards but not for landlord. Instead, they were playing train, casually passing turns. After some time, Zhang Fei took a paper cup, covering its opening with toilet paper. If the dice burn a hole through the paper without falling, it would be passed to the next person. When Shen Yexing pushed open their dorm door, Zhang Fei was focused intently, using a lighter to burn the center of the wet tissue. Ouch, that hurt me. Zhang Fei's thumb was nearly scorched by an unexpectedly high flame. Huh, Zhang Fei, your future national defense body can't handle high temperatures now. Dong Xia laughed beside him. Zhang Fei. The dormitory door opened, and Shen Yexing leaned against the doorframe directly calling out, Gu Kunchen. Isn't he with you guys? Let him come out for a moment. Probably startled by Shen Yexing's sudden knock and voice, Zhang Fei's steady operation suddenly wavered, and the fire burned half the wet handkerchief. Shit. Children playing with fire will wet their beds, do you know that? Shen Yexing deliberately elongated the last syllable before changing tone, Gu Kunchen, come out. Only then did Gu Kunchen take down the short-sleeved shirt that had been over his head, revealing his face pitifully. Boss, are you going to deal with me alone? Seeing him come out, Shen Yexing patted his shoulder, I have something to say to you. Zhang Fei had just finished a penalty drink and was choked by the sweet taste of liqueur, laughing and saying, Shen Yexing, because of you, I had another drink. What should we do about this? Have a few more drinks. Shen Yexing picked up a glass of vodka, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one breath. Afterward, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, this is my penalty for intruding into your dormitory. Having drunk alcohol, Zhang Fei became excited first, want to ask about my drinking capacity? Point to the direction of the sea. John Fei, I don't think you're much either. Dong Xia dismantled the joke. The smell of cigarettes and alcohol in the room was overly stimulating to the senses. Sheng Yexing thought it over and decided that it would be better to be alone with someone else. I'm finding you today to tell you that next week, I'll be gone for a while. So I'm asking you guys to help look after Lu Jianqing properly for me. Sheng Yexing took the unlit cigarette from the corner of his mouth and pinched it between his palm. He also realized the meaning of these words. Entrustment? Not really. It's trust and protection. How, why did you think to come find me? Gu Kunshan, having already explained aviation knowledge to Lu Jianqing, was slightly uneasy now, speaking softly. Sheng Yexing smiled and said, Dingxi rarely stays in the dorm, John Fei is busy preparing for recruitment, Dong Xia's mind is like a child and isn't reliable. Thinking it over, Lu Jianqing accepts you, and I trust you relatively more. Are you really planning to go alone? Gu Kunshan asked. Maybe a week, maybe 2, perhaps a month, or even a year. At this point, Sheng Yexing shivered from the cold breeze in the hallway, unable to understand why, despite it being summer, the night temperature was still chilly. Alright, Gu Kunshan felt a bit down knowing he wouldn't see Sheng Yexing soon. They had promised to take some time to drive fast with good buddies, but since the new traffic rules came out, these wishes seem to have turned into historical legacy issues. I feel like you're doing pretty well right now, Gu Kunshan couldn't help but say, you haven't had an episode and your temper hasn't flared up much. But I am, a ticking bomb, Sheng Yexing said. Huh? Gu Kunshan's thoughts snapped back. Sheng Yexing threw away the cigarette whose filter had been chewed moist, lightly tapping Gu Kunshan's shoulder blade twice, don't bother teaching him about civil aviation anymore. It's useless. Okay, I got it, Gu Kunshan said. Back in the dorm, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Lu Jianqing knew Sheng Yexing wasn't in the dorm, so he had already finished studying, showered, brushed his teeth, and was preparing to rest. He had just put on a bathrobe and went into the bathroom to wash his feet again when the bathroom door was hastily shoved open by Sheng Yexing. Unaware that someone was in the bathroom, Sheng Yexing squeezed in and instinctively trapped Lu Jianqing within the circle of his arms, his breathing close. Lu Jianqing's face was hot, and he boldly reached out to touch Sheng Yexing's cheek. It was icy cold. Then, Lu Jianqing moved closer and rubbed his face against Sheng Yexing's. Rub it a bit warmer. Subsequently, he tightly embraced Sheng Yexing, tilting his head up for a kiss. A peck. Give me one peck. Sheng Yexing extended his fingertips from the sleeve of his school uniform, tapping the side of Lu Jianqing's waist like striking musical notes. Then he buried his head into Lu Jianqing's neck crook, taking a deep breath. The bathroom was small with a strong reverberation effect. Sheng Yexing heard himself ask in a low voice, do you like me? His tone was casual, as simple as asking, have you eaten? Silence often suffocates. Lu Jianqing didn't answer, so Sheng Yexing didn't ask again. He didn't bring it up further but instead nibbled on Lu Jianqing's earlobe. Unexpectedly, Sheng Yexing began to get restless. He could distinctly feel himself pushing Lu Jianqing onto the bathroom door repeatedly using his thighs. Until Lu Jianqing grabbed the box holding the electric toothbrush on the washstand intending to throw it, at which point Sheng Yexing somewhat recovered his sanity. Don't move. He leaned one hand on the sink, you step back, go to the balcony. Sure enough, just like before, Lu Jianqing habitually rebelled against the command and instead hugged him, saying repeatedly as if an elder brother consoling a younger brother, it's fine. Sheng Yexing's eyes turned red, and the back of his head ached as if someone were striking a club there, trying to hammer a nail through, embedding it into his bones. Maybe I'm not liking you enough yet, Sheng Yexing said solemnly. Originally, he only intended for himself to hear it. He thought this statement would land like a fist hitting cotton, but unexpectedly, Lu Jianqing suddenly threw a stationary box over. Clang, it went. The bed frame trembled slightly. Sheng Yexing initially tolerated it, but when Lu Jianqing flung a pack of tissue paper, he hurled the hanger straight onto the balcony. Sheng Yexing retaliated. The hanger struck the glass window with a dull thud. Even though none of these weapons hit their target, the room had become disordered on a small scale. You keep throwing, Sheng Yexing panted, throw everything you want to destroy, everything you hate, anything that looks down on you or bullies you, all at me. Suffering the loss of words, Lu Jianqing got angrier but couldn't articulate anything, wanting only to throw things. He detested being speculated upon, being misunderstood. They continued aimlessly throwing things around until the stools were all kicked to the floor. Just as Sheng Yexing became nearly rigid with anger, Lu Jianqing suddenly approached. Lu Jianqing encircled Sheng Yexing's neck with both arms, his breathing disordered. He was so nervous. He stared at him intently. Lu Jianqing's eyes gleamed in a way that resembled starlit skies, pure and clean. Steady, steady. Lu Jianqing called out, perhaps also implying another meaning for kiss, smoothing Sheng Yexing's breath with his hands while breathing deeply himself. What kind of kiss, do you want to kiss me? Sheng Yexing froze, Lu Jianqing, do you want to kiss me? Lu Jianqing stayed silent. Finally, his eyes shimmered with moisture. He kissed Sheng Yexing. Their youthful passion intertwined through lips and tongues. All the pain dissolved in their panting. After the kiss ended, Lu Jianqing let go of Sheng Yexing, his tone angry, can you calm down, even a little bit? They attacked each other irrationally, yelled angrily at each other, yet tried their best to heal the other. They kept kissing while fighting. Seeing Shen Yexing remain motionless, Lu Jianqing went ahead and kissed Shen Yexing's corner of the mouth again, repeating, Can you? Can you? Could he try and stay calm, just a little more? Shen Yexing's eye rims reddened. Suddenly, he picked up Lu Jianqing at the waist and pressed him onto the dormitory desk, kissing him fiercely without any tenderness. Shen Yexing's movements were brutal, and his words weren't forgiving either. The kiss spun Lu Jianqing's world around, prompting him to sweep off stationaries, books, and the alarm clock onto the floor. Thud thud thud. The dormitory door suddenly made a sound. Shen Yexing panted roughly, drenched in sweat, leaning forward to press his forehead against Lu Jianqing's. It was as if he couldn't hear the knocking. Lu Jianqing laughed for a long time, shouting that he felt hot. Shen Yexing kissed him again. How come no one's answering? Isn't the light-off time still later? Li Dingxi squatted down to check the light shining through the door crack and rummaged through the messy backpack for keys, muttering, Thankfully your grandpa brought the key back. Chapter 62, Departure. The key was pressed to the bottom of Li Dingxi's backpack by his textbook, making it difficult to retrieve just by lifting the bag with his knees. After struggling for quite some time, he finally managed to pull out the key. By accident, it hit the door and produced a series of crisp sounds. Shen Yexing wasn't letting up either, kissing until Lu Jianqing's legs started to tremble. It wasn't because of their height or body shape difference, from the looks of it, they were evenly matched. But today, Shen Yexing was acting mischievous, pushing Lu Jianqing onto the table, wearing him down with kisses until Lu Jianqing had no strength left to resist, feeling almost limp. There was no place beneath him to support his elbows. Hey, why won't my key fit? Li Dingxi's biggest joy was his incessant chatter and chaos. He kept muttering as if sending signals, looks like it hasn't been oiled in a while. Later, I'll go to the potato stall at the school gate and ask the boss for some rapeseed oil. Gee. With that sound, Shen Yexing heard that Li Dingxi had successfully inserted the key into the lock. Why is it stuck again? Li Dingxi complained, seemingly unable to turn the doorknob. What kind of locksmith did the boss find? Did they break our nest's lock last time? Gee. Another sound ended, and Li Dingxi turned the doorknob with the key. Lu Jianqing was still dizzy from being kissed. Shen Yexing gently bit Lu Jianqing's upper lip with his canine teeth and whispered softly, Dingxi is coming in. As soon as his lips were released, Lu Jianqing let out a sigh, puff. Seeing him emit some strange little noises, Shen Yexing found it interesting and reached out to pinch his face, applying a light force. Nervous? Knock, repeated Lu Jianqing. Dingxi, knock. How do you know it's Li Dingxi? Apparently, Lu Jianqing was already becoming sensitive to other people's voices. Shen Yexing couldn't be selfish and thought this might actually be a good thing. Habit. Before Lu Jianqing could finish speaking, the dormitory door was directly pushed open. Hey, what the? Why didn't you open the door for me, boss? Li Dingxi had just unlocked the door with the key when Shen Yexing quickly used his elbow to press the switch on the balcony, turning off all the lights indoors. The toilet light hadn't been turned off, and the dim brightness revealed shadowy figures on the wall. The first thing Li Dingxi did upon entering the room was to check whether the shadows were familiar. Upon confirming that Shen Yexing was back in the dorm, he stopped looking and chose to lower his head to change shoes. Nope. There are two people, right? Why are both of them standing there? And they're standing very close, somewhat intimately. Am I excluded again? Boss, Li Dingxi stood up with his sneakers in hand, putting shoes into the shoe cabinet while saying, What are you and Jianqing doing there? So suspiciously. Straightening up, Shen Yexing then turned on the dormitory lights one after another as if emerging from the darkness, trying on necklaces. Necklace? What necklace? Li Dingxi asked curiously. To be honest, even friends have possessiveness. Once discovering the two had secrets, Li Dingxi always can't help but want to investigate. Shen Yexing tilted his head, raised his neck, and pulled the pendant he wore around his neck which was intact, breaking it off. Iron pieces and wolf fangs I won from fights in the courtyard when I was young, occasionally played with them. He spread out his palm, swinging the pendant in half a circle in the air before turning around to block Lu Jianqing's way who was about to leave. Just wait. Let Dingxi see it when you wear it, Shen Yexing chuckled lowly, interrupted before finishing wearing it. Then, he held his breath and approached Lu Jianqing, tying the pendant string behind Lu Jianqing's neck. Shen Yexing's breathing sounded a bit heavy, and his fingers seemed to intentionally touch Lu Jianqing's hot earlobe. Yet the action was entirely natural. Seeing that Li Dingxi was still standing in the same place, Shen Yexing glanced at the restroom and urged, What are you spacing out for? Go wash up. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Li Dingxi came back to his senses, laughing and retreating backwards. Boss, win me one next time. Sure. Shen Yexing nodded. On the weekend, Shen Yexing contacted Lu Jianqing's parents once. He spoke directly, condensing 10 sentences into 3. In short, Lu Jianqing wanted to accompany him to see illness in the north for a while. He said that with prolonged time spent together, it worried him to be apart for too long, not wanting to neglect study for too long either. It would take roughly half a week to go and come back. Lu Jianqing's parents on the phone were silent for a long time, seemingly not quite believing that their son had what they called a good friend, which was indeed rare. The last time both parties had already met each other in person, but Lu's parents still hadn't thought this tall roommate could make their son stick to him so closely as if they were inseparable. The phone was on speaker mode, and before Lu Jianqing even finished listening to his parents' words, he answered first, "I do." Sheng Yexing also attempted to guide his inquiry, "What do you want? If you really want to go with me, tell uncle and aunt properly." Lu Jianqing became anxious, "I want to go. Isn't staying at school good enough? Because of health reasons since childhood, son, you haven't traveled far much, Mom Lu worriedly said, this time it's so far. I like. After not drinking much water all morning, Lu Jianqing's throat was dry, I like being with him. Before he could finish saying what exactly he liked, Sheng Yexing cut off the call first. Lu Jianqing stared at him. Sheng Yexing also looked straight at Lu Jianqing. Who would have thought that Sheng Yexing would be so flustered that he didn't know how to reply and directly ended the call. Road Bingpier, these are your real parents, sighing with a mix of amusement and happiness, Sheng Yexing smoothed down the fine hair covering Lu Jianqing's forehead seriously, if they truly found out you like me, forget the capital city, you wouldn't even be allowed to stay here. Ah! Mysteriously exclaiming once, Lu Jianqing's whole forehead became visible, the contours of his occasionally covered eyes becoming clearer. Silent for a while, staring curiously at Sheng Yexing with wide eyes, his gaze seemed to ask, why? You don't know yet, lifting his arm, Sheng Yexing patted his spiky short hair, maybe one day, you will understand. But I'll never hope you find out. Re-unlocking the phone, Sheng Yexing went out onto the balcony, briefly explaining the trip plans to the Lu's parents. He mentioned sending train times, accommodations, and hospital names via text messages before tonight. When Lu Jianqing carried a basin to take a shower, Sheng Yexing intercepted Li Dingxi, what type of train did you take last time when you went to another place? High-speed rail, of course. Li Dingxi asked curiously, if there is high-speed rail, you naturally take the high-speed rail. Sheng Yexing nodded, opened a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. Can we buy tickets for the train? Train. The ones starting with K. The ones that sound clickety-clack as they move. Li Dingxi questioned. All works. Sheng Yexing, uneasy, subconsciously touched his nose tip unwillingly to admit that he wanted to spend more time with Lu Jianqing on the journey. A soft sleeper, private room style. Both men were already crouching by the bedposts, leaning on them, struggling to search for signals on their phones. As soon as the train schedule information popped up, Li Dingxi slapped his forehead, gone. Hard sleeper. Sheng Yexing tensely wanted to smoke. There isn't any left either. Let me check, there are only. Li Dingxi scratched his head, hard seat. Would hard seats work for you? Sheng Yexing moved his Adam's apple slightly, glancing toward the bathroom where water was flowing. Forget it, Road Bingpier's bottom was too precious, and even in a family circle, he was doted on. Let's check the high-speed rail. After speaking, Sheng Yexing pulled out an oolong tea-flavored e-cigarette from his pocket, bit into it, and the breath he exhaled smelled milky, by first-class seats. Li Dingxi also fished out a hummy melon-flavored electronic cigarette, peeled back the soft cover, took a heavy draw, then exhaled again, enjoying it, and then spoke again, the best of high-speed rail is the special class, 4 people in a separate compartment, blackout curtains, and you can even lie down. Hearing this, Sheng Yexing got confused. 4 people in a compartment. That meant the other 2 could be strangers. Thus, Sheng Yexing asked earnestly, are there others in the compartment besides the passengers? And the stewardess girls, extremely beautiful, Li Dingxi, winking suggestively, nudged him. They come by every station to announce stop names, super polite. Their legs are longer than yours. Sheng Yexing questioned, how old were you when you rode in special class last time? 10 years old, 15 or 16. Li Dingxi pursed his lips, shy now. Sheng Yexing. He almost sprayed the entire mouthful of oolong smoke over Li Dingxi's head. Containing himself, Sheng Yexing took another drag, then exhaled, asking, then, let's book first class. Can we lie down in that? At least 7 or 8 hours, if they couldn't lie down, he feared Lu Jianqing might not bear it. The first class would then put many people together, Li Dingxi began to consider. Boss, if you're really bringing Jianqing to the capital, I advise you to take the special class with him. It would be so uncomfortable otherwise. Are the seats in the special class all separated? Why do you always stick to him? It's like you're his guardian or something. Guardian? Yeah. We've already discussed it privately. You're like his guardian, his bodyguard, and also like his. Before Dingxi Li could finish, Sheng Yexing had already wanted to laugh. When Lu Jianqing looked fierce, he was more like a bodyguard. Sheng Yexing pinched the filter tip and took a puff, narrowing his eyes as he said, finish what you were saying. He's like his boyfriend. Saying this quickly, Dingxi Li didn't choke, hesitate, or feel like he'd said anything inappropriate at all. He was just about to turn and leave when his arm was suddenly grabbed by Sheng Yexing. Who said that? What are you talking about? Li Dingxi couldn't imagine that he would care about this. Sheng Yexing's face turned red when mentioning it, boyfriend. Oh, Zhan Fei. Li Dingxi replied. Sheng Yexing. Li Dingxi pulled away from him. No more talk, I really need to go to the laundry room to get my clothes, or I'll have to sleep naked tonight. Chapter 63, Northward Journey, Part 1. Boy. Friend. These three words kept swirling in Shen Yexing's mind, inexplicably refusing to leave. Because of Lu Jianqing's sensory issues, Shen Yexing had indeed adjusted the travel plan to a difficult mode, deciding to take the high-speed train with Lu Jianqing for an outing to head north. A 17-year-old on the cusp of adulthood and another soon-to-be adult both dressed in sportswear were standing at the station check-in area, making it hard to tell who was younger without looking at their ages. The crowd surged forward, everyone in a rush. But summing up 18 years in bits and pieces, both of them were people who had never been alone on long-distance trips. Though the Xing family was fairly wealthy, since Shen Yexing's birth, the family had consistently maintained its original style, often creating domestic chaos with no time left over to manage the children. The Lu family didn't spend much energy on their child, and Lu Jianqing's sensitivity to the outside world was weaker. To be honest about this trip, he wasn't curious or looking forward to it. He always felt that the outside world was more or less the same, he just couldn't say exactly where it was different. 17-year-old Lu Jianqing also had someone special in his heart. If there was anything special, that person was the epitome of his inner world, because everything else within his line of sight was nothing but a blur. He remembered where there was a scar on the other person's chin, that they needed to pick out all the coriander when eating together, and how he would always keep the largest piece of apple from school-issued fruit bowls for that person, though ironically he couldn't clearly recall any such moments concerning himself. People around him often said that Lu Jianqing was insensitive, but only he understood that anyone saying this wasn't really part of his circle. Still, every relationship was his own choice. For convenience while traveling, Shen Yexing had given Lu Jianqing a loose down jacket. The zipper was pulled to the top, the hood worn over his head, and the drawstrings tied tight. There were many people at the station, and concerned about strong odors, Lu Jianqing wore a mask covering most of his face. It was hot, so hot that sweat soaked his entire back. But there was no other way but to endure it. Before leaving, Shen Yexing fitted him with new earplugs he'd bought, this fully armed setup completed. In short, just follow Big Brother everywhere. The city had 2 train stations, and Shen Yexing chose the one with fewer people as much as possible. But because they wanted to reduce absences, they decided to travel on the weekend. Once the crowd grew larger, physical collisions were inevitable, and Lu Jianqing walked to the very edge of the road, only his eyes visible from beneath the cap and mask, refusing to look at anyone. Shen Yexing dragged a suitcase filled with clothes for both of them for a week. Lu Jianqing sometimes displayed inexplicable stubbornness. This morning before leaving, he insisted on carrying a backpack stuffed with his sketching pencils, a globe, and other small items, unwilling to take anything out no matter what. Shen Yexing let him have his way. When they set off in the morning, Li Dingxi and Zhang Fei stood downstairs by the dormitory gate, following them like they were going to transfer schools and wouldn't come back ever again. What Shen Yexing didn't know was that after their small car drove away, all his iron brothers exchanged glances, none of them saying much more. Leading Lu Jianqing in line, tickets fetched, Shen Yexing then guided him through security. Put the bag into the black box, and the conveyor belt will transport them to the other side. Shen Yexing placed the suitcase on the machine. There will be people inside, Lu Jianqing said, to open them up and look. He wasn't asking a question but affirming his own point of view. There is a machine. Before Shen Yexing could finish, he smiled again. I haven't been inside myself, I don't know either. There might be. Okay. With that, Lu Jianqing nodded, took the bag and placed it onto the conveyor belt. After passing through security, Shen Yexing tried to lift the backpack, intending to carry it for him, but Lu Jianqing still wouldn't let him, gripping tightly to the straps and glaring straight ahead. Seeing the standoff going unresolved, Shen Yexing attempted some reasoning. It's heavy. Carrying it on your shoulder for too long can get tiring. Let me carry it. Lu Jianqing glanced at him and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Do you think I see you as too weak? Shen Yexing asked quietly, we still have a long journey ahead, I'm worried you might feel uncomfortable. Despite this, Lu Jianqing used all his strength to pull the bag back and strap it onto his own back, firmly saying, but I can do it myself. Yes, he's grown up enough already. Shen Yexing ruffled his hair gently at the back of his head, instructing, then wear your bag properly and stick close. With a large crowd in the station, Tang Han prepared masks for the 2 boys before they departed, to prevent illness. Only when they arrived at their seats did Shen Yexing retrieve and put on the mask. He rarely wore these kinds of things, finding his nasal cavity compressed uncomfortably. He fiddled with the string for a long while, eventually giving up, letting the mask sit askew. Lu Jianqing could see that his mask was askew, so he reached out naturally to adjust it. His fingers pinched Shen Yexing's nose bridge and pulled down slightly, then Lu Jianqing applied some force to shape the mask properly, emphasizing, like this. After saying this, he cast a strange glance around at the people waiting nearby, getting nervous enough to sweat in his palms. Lu Jianqing tended to feel unwell when there were too many people, but being already nearly an adult, he handled everything by himself. Without uttering a word, he edged closer to Shen Yexing and suddenly asked, was lunch tasty? Shen Yexing had long been accustomed to his nonsensical questions. It's still morning. Why don't you check the time? Taking out his phone, Lu Jianqing glanced at the screen. On the lock screen floated several missed calls from his parents which he hadn't answered. What time is it? 10. 10 o'clock. What time does our train depart? 11. Is it half an hour left, right? Sheng Yexing smiled. Lu Jianxing hesitated for a moment before replying, an hour. Smart one, you didn't fall for it. Sheng Yexing stood up and tied the backpack onto the suitcase handle, glancing at the fried chicken store not far away. Do you want fried chicken or noodles today? In the past, Tang Han often said eating too much fried food was bad, so he rarely bought such items for Lu Jianxing. However, perhaps due to the crowd today, several passing passengers were holding bags of fried chicken, catching Lu Jianxing's wandering eyes multiple times. With his hand on the mask, Lu Jianxing followed along. Chicken. Sheng Yexing teased him, pronounce "ja" gate, or "ja" fraudulent. Lu Jianxing's ears turned red as he ground out a word through his teeth. Chicken. Sheng Yexing wasn't particularly fond of oily food. After ordering, he went outside to the smoking pod near the restaurant to light a cigarette. The station had a designated smoking cabin with a lighter built in. Sheng Yexing counted the number of cigarettes left in the pack and decided to indulge his craving for a while. After all, during these few days in the capital, he didn't want to smoke in front of Lu Jianxing again. When he returned from the smoking pod, Sheng Yexing noticed that Lu Jianxing had torn open the dipping sauce packet and was directly putting the seasoning into his mouth. The fried chicken on the table remained untouched. Sheng Yexing sat down, don't you think this will be salty? As he spoke, he prepared to drizzle the dipping sauce onto the chicken wings, but Lu Jianxing stubbornly stopped him. No. Get angry. Lu Jianxing's cheeks swelled up. It will make me angry. Sheng Yexing. Subsequently, Lu Jianxing slowly ate up the entire pack of dipping sauce, put on gloves, peeled off the crispy coating of the fried chicken, and only chewed on the meat inside. He hadn't said that he originally intended to classify the chicken wings and legs further before eating. The waiting area for boarding was quite crowded. Sheng Yexing stood out in height, occupying quite a large space, becoming a natural path clearer for many passengers. As a result, the luggage cart almost got dispersed a couple of times. Lu Jianxing obediently hooked his wrist around the luggage and entered the gate first, standing by the elevator to wait for Sheng Yexing, ensuring no extra fuss. Once inside the carriage and seated, Sheng Yexing retrieved his jacket and draped it over Lu Jianxing's legs. You'll be sitting for several hours. If you get sleepy, just lean on my shoulder. Sheng Yexing unscrewed the mineral water bottle cap and reminded him. Okay. Upon responding, Lu Jianxing tilted his head slightly, noticing that given their height difference, his head would fit perfectly on Sheng Yexing's shoulder. Oh, let me know if you need to use the restroom. Lu Jianxing turned to look out of the window, tell you everything. This wasn't a tone of compromise. Sheng Yexing's thick-skinned abilities kicked in again. Sure, you can even ask me to carry you when you're tired. Outside. Lu Jianxing said. No problem, nobody knows us. Sheng Yexing winked and grinned. Who cares about others' opinions? Not even minutes after finishing this sentence, the high-speed train began to move slowly. The first-class carriages were fairly quiet. Most passengers took out their phones to binge-watch series or rested with their eyes closed. It wouldn't take long before the attendants started pushing carts selling snacks. Sheng Yexing touched the change in his pocket. Adjusting his posture, Sheng Yexing fixed his gaze on the chair ahead. He glanced at Lu Jianxing who was licking the bottle opening of his cola. Suddenly, he dropped his hand, and then stretched it out. Much to Sheng Yexing's surprise, this time Lu Jianxing reacted quickly, immediately gripping his hand back. That's right, Sheng Yexing naturally covered both their hands with the jacket draped across his leg, rubbed his nose, and whispered softly, I was just thinking. What if you don't grip my hand back, what will you do? Think. Lu Jianxing held his hand and said again. What if you put the cola bottle in the palm of my hand, wouldn't that be awkward? Sheng Yexing exhaled. Lu Jianxing's lips curved slightly, as if uncomfortable with the sweat at their clasped palms, shifting his arm a bit. Next, he took out a tissue with his free hand and wiped both of their sweaty palms. If we are going to sit for such a long time, should we hold hands continuously? Just holding it then. It's all sweaty, yet neither minded the heat. The bullet train seemed to have passed out of the city boundary. The electronic display overhead kept showing the speed. Inside the carriage, a little child was celebrating her birthday, and her parents brought the smallest size cake, which they shared with two neighboring children. Lu Jianxing had already closed his eyes to sleep, but upon hearing the low humming of a birthday song, he opened his eyes to take a look. Childhood was like this, wasn't it? On your birthday, you wanted everyone in the world to know that you were 1 year older. And when you truly grew up, you wanted to hide on your birthday so no one could find you. Growing up is always something people are reluctant to face. Lu Jianxing remembered his 16th birthday. He just stood against the wall at home for half a day, leaving the birthday cake his parents bought completely untouched, showing no interest. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat it, he just couldn't bear to eat it. He always felt that once the cake was eaten on your birthday ended. Hey! Lu Jianxing shifted his gaze back, sighing. Rarely did he hear Lu Jianxing sigh, so Sheng Yexing gave him a surprised glance and tugged his collar. Do you envy the little kids? He shook his head and quietly squeezed Sheng Yexing's hand. I'm going to the restroom. Sheng Yexing stood up and released his hand. Sit well and wait for me. Don't go anywhere. Lu Jianqing was a bit anxious. No. 10 minutes. 5. Lu Jianqing spread out his fingers to show the number. Sheng Yexing dried the sweat from his palm. Deal. Not long after, Sheng Yexing squeezed back from the aisle. Walking sideways forward, hiding something behind his back, when he reached the seat, he revealed it. Eat. Sheng Yexing shyly patted the crumbs off his hands, thinking about washing his hands in the restroom, while glancing unnaturally at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window. Conditions are relatively tough, I could only find this in the dining car. He touched his pocket, feeling 2 cigarettes. Anyway, smoking isn't allowed on the bullet train and he threw away the lighter too. Should he stick these 2 cigarettes on the cake? Holding the block of red bean paste cake hesitating there, Lu Jianqing frowned and watched Sheng Yexing being uncertain. Lu Jianqing, ? It's nothing. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Yexing hid the 2 cigarettes behind him and waved them around briefly before stuffing them back into his pocket. Once the cigarettes returned to the box inside his pocket, he kept looking at the red bean paste cake, still feeling something was missing. In the end, he stuck the cigarettes on it anyway. Why was he so timid? Lu Jianqing looked confused. Let's eat it like this, Sheng Yexing said, happy birthday. Lu Jianqing seemed stunned by those 2 cigarettes. Today, it's not. Sheng Yexing moved closer suddenly, pretending not to care, then my little Bingpi will celebrate every day. After being stunned for a few seconds, Lu Jianqing nodded, accepting it, okay. Though it was still high noon, the distant sky seemed darkened. As if in an instant, they sped through 18 years. Chapter 64, Northbound, 2. In Sheng Yexing's memory, railways and long-distance highways were often means of transportation full of strange encounters. With enough people around, there were bound to be plenty of stories. Their train was late in departure, taking almost 10 hours for the journey, reaching the capital city near 9 o'clock at night. As soon as the surrounding crowd grew dense, Lu Jianqing automatically slipped into a low-energy, reclusive state. Initially, he slept quietly leaning on Sheng Yexing's shoulder, but after some time, he became uncomfortable due to the cramped seating, unable to make any noise. Thus, he could only cover his mouth and curl up on his seat, letting out low, suppressed movements. He felt neither pain nor excessive pressure, it was just an inability to straighten his back. By 2 in the afternoon, Lu Jianqing had directly draped his coat over his head, stifled from lack of air yet unwilling to let go. His head turned toward the window side, and he made no attempt to stick close to Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing handed him a pair of headphones, asking if he wanted to listen to some gentle and soothing music. Lu Jianqing slapped the headphones away, his brow furrowed in impatience, finding them too noisy. After dismissing the headphones, it seemed like he started considering others' feelings. Quietly, he hooked one little finger towards Sheng Yexing from the edge of his seat, tapping lightly on his palm, then rubbing against it. Can you lean closer? Sheng Yexing adjusted a sponge earplug for him. I'll hold you while you sleep, we're almost there. Lu Jianqing complied with a soft After responding, Lu Jianqing clutched his coat and leaned over slightly, letting out a long breath, before stretching out his index finger to gently rub his frowning brow, as though trying to soothe the tension. It feels bad, he mumbled. Not good. Neither anxiety nor irritability felt good. At 4 in the afternoon, Tang Han called once, inquiring about their stopover station and reconfirming the estimated arrival time, mentioning someone would come to pick them up. This put Sheng Yexing at ease somewhat. Being alone with Lu Jianqing made him happy, but he couldn't guarantee he'd completely take care of the other party. If anything were to happen, he knew giving everything up wouldn't matter much. Because ever since winter, every time he looked into Lu Jianqing's eyes, he saw himself reflected there. And only himself. Most of the people in the carriage were resting, those who weren't asleep were busy doing their own things. However, for unknown reasons, somewhere at the back rows, a middle-aged man kept playing short videos out loud on his phone, making a lot of noise. Some passengers tried to dissuade him, but it seemed to have no effect. What might be normal volume to others sounded 10 times louder to Lu Jianqing. No matter how many times he adjusted his earplugs, he couldn't block out the noise, finally standing up unable to tolerate it any longer, opening a can of cola and taking a sip. Drinking water helped him focus on the sound of his own swallowing, distracting him a bit. Gulping, gulping. Cough. Sheng Yexing coughed. Subsequently, Sheng Yexing stood up in his coat, leaning against the aisle edge, coldly glancing in the direction of the sound source. That uncle was casually occupying space with his legs crossed anyway, noticing Sheng Yexing and lifting his gaze accordingly. Could you please use headphones? People in this carriage want to rest. Sheng Yexing tightened his grip on the seat backrest, it's too noisy. If nobody else is saying anything, why are you bringing this up? I don't see you resting either. The man retorted. Sheng Yexing's breathing quickened. My younger brother is resting. Perhaps recognizing him as a student, the man sneered at him. You're so tall, walking around all the time, I don't find that noisy either. Sheng Yexing fell silent. Due to being easily disturbed and the environment being too noisy, whenever Lu Jianqing needed water or food, it was always Sheng Yexing who fetched it. Frequent entries and exits might have disturbed others. But this didn't justify poor behavior on their part. Seeing Sheng Yexing stay silent, the man rolled his eyes again. Headphones. In a public place, I want to do whatever I want. I don't have money to buy headphones, why don't you buy me one? Sheng Yexing remained quiet, reaching up to pull off his own headphones and throwing them directly across. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the headphones landed around the man's neck. The man became enraged upon being faced with such treatment, shouting, "You threw it on my face. Please use headphones to watch videos." Sheng Yexing strained to remain calm, "Don't fucking be loud." Sheng Yexing had a fierce appearance, his gaze sharp and merciless, which intimidated the man enough that he didn't dare step forward, trembling where he stood and calling out, "Carriage police. Why isn't there a carriage police here?" He desperately grabbed a nearby stranger holding a phone. "Did you record that? Did you record it? He attacked me first, right? He hit me first. I didn't hit you." As he spoke, Sheng Yexing clenched his fists tightly, realizing a hand was already tugging at his sleeve. The man shouted again, "Psycho." This shout seemed to have triggered something in Sheng Yexing, and he couldn't hold back a moment longer, raising his hand as if to throw something else. But suddenly, his wrist was gripped by Lu Jianqing. He actually wanted to slap himself across the face. The onlookers nearby realized his intention to attack and murmured softly, "Don't fight on the train." "All right, young man, we appreciate your help, but don't get too worked up," said an ant beside him. "Sit down." Lu Jianqing's drowsiness had completely vanished, his urgency causing him to feel a chill all over. "Sit down." Lu Jianqing knew that the more people around, the more excited he would get. After several minutes of standoff, the uncle was scared enough by Lu Jianqing's aggressive demeanor that he dared not say anything more. Only then did Sheng Yexing collapse into his seat like a deflated balloon, his hands trembling violently. "Lu Jianqing," Sheng Yexing opened one eye slightly, hoarsely saying, "I feel sick." He so badly wanted to go running, to ride a motorcycle at high speed, to shout loudly to everyone that he could travel alone now, or even call Tang Han to tell him that he hadn't provoked any conflict with others. He also wanted to berate himself. He should have noticed that something wasn't right when he ate so much during lunch. Unable to restrain himself, Sheng Yexing immediately raised his hand intending to give himself a hard slap across the face. Lu Jianqing bent down and squeezed his fingertips, from the thumb to the pinky, gently massaging every fingertip. Sheng Yexing looked utterly defeated and regretful, saying, "I'm fine." After staring at him for a long time, Lu Jianqing opened his mouth and said, "Take the medicine." "I'm fine." Though Sheng Yexing said this, it lacked conviction. Even Lu Jianqing could sense something amiss, forcing him to genuinely doubt himself. "I'm no longer just a pressure cooker waiting to explode." Lu Jianqing glared at him. "Did you go for the follow-up checkup? Did you?" At this point, Sheng Yexing realized that Lu Jianqing had become a guardian who knew how to question. "Forgot to go for this month's follow-up." Sheng Yexing's eyes weren't as red anymore, though his demeanor still seemed intimidating. The words coming out of his mouth were filled with a reluctant undertone. "Isn't it because we're going to the capital city?" Calm down, calm down." Lu Jianqing, worried, continued, "You should rest. I don't want you to hurt yourself." He couldn't articulate this. Lu Jianqing remembered Tang Han's reminder, 3 things not to do: no arguing, no sarcasm, no provocation. His tone softened, becoming gentler and more intimate as he spoke carefully, hoping to first make him stop. After the ruckus, the carriage returned to quietness. As Sheng Yexing stepped into the aisle, passengers on both sides instinctively moved aside cautiously. He went inside the restroom, rolled up his sleeves at the wash basin, then splashed water over his wrists, washing them repeatedly. Afterward, Sheng Yexing started inducing vomiting, expelling the uncomfortable burden in his throat and stomach entirely. He rinsed his mouth with cold water several times and chewed some gum bought earlier from the dining car, feeling a dull pain at the back of his skull. Leaning against the bathroom door, Sheng Yexing craved a cigarette. He closed his eyes briefly. Returning to their seats in the carriage, Lu Jianqing was awake, gazing intently outside the window at the ever-receding scenery. Sheng Yexing sat quietly. Lu Jianqing's attention wasn't disturbed by his return. Instead, the sight of the landscape made him increasingly joyful. He exclaimed in a normal tone, "A scarecrow." "I see it," Sheng Yexing replied. "Fields," Lu Jianqing added, "mountains." "Yeah," Sheng Yexing nodded. "Electric poles, sparrows." "Summer." Lu Jianqing, "White clouds." "What shape?" Sheng Yexing asked casually. "Li Dingxi's butt." "Don't most people say cotton candy?" Sheng Yexing chuckled but suddenly remembered that his Lu Jianqing was no ordinary person. Sheng Yexing leaned closer to accompany him, seriously watching outside. "We're already in the north." Just after he finished speaking, the carriage plunged into darkness again. "A tunnel," Lu Jianqing's tone sounded somewhat excited. "It's so dark." "Hey." Sheng Yexing leaned even closer. Startled, Lu Jianqing turned his head, and his lips were touched by a warm and wet sensation as if kissed. And there was a faint hint of mint. The train sped through the tunnel, its roar deafening to Lu Jianqing. At this moment, Sheng Yexing kissed him and used his palm to gently cover Lu Jianqing's ears. He only placed his lips lightly on, breathing tenderly without making any loud noise. That helped redirect some of his focus. When the train re-emerged into daylight, Sheng Yexing finally released Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing allowed him to use his finger to wipe off the moisture at the corner of his lips, his ears flushed red before turning away again to look out at the landscape outside the window, letting out a long sigh. What are you sighing for? Shen Yexing smiled. Stop looking at the scenery, all of that is going to pass. Look at me quickly. Lu Jianqing wouldn't look at him and kept sighing. Though their kiss had lasted only about 10 seconds, it seemed like an entire night. There were a lot of people traveling to the capital for the May Day holiday, with many travel agencies present. People holding flags, banners, or even flowers greeted passengers with similar hopeful gazes toward the exit. To be honest, Shen Yexing was somewhat moved by this scene. He had never realized before that eyes filled with anticipation could be so earnest and relationships between people could be so full of hope, just as if he had never thought that anyone actually needed him. Not until he met Lu Jianqing. Shen Yexing listened to the sound of the luggage wheels gliding over the tiles, his mood inexplicably brightening. The staff waiting to pick them up had already called, saying they would wait for them in the parking lot, they could try to find them. Welcome, friends from the South, Sales Company, Spring-Autumn Travel Agency, 3-day tour of the capital, Lu Jianqing read out loud as they passed each pickup station. Because he wore a mask and it was pretty noisy around, very few people could clearly hear what he shouted. Shen Yexing almost laughed himself to death. He helped adjust Lu Jianqing's twisted mask, then raised his palm and said seriously, "Welcome, Lu Jianqing." Lu Jianqing stopped, his eyes lit up a little, and nodded before continuing forward. Shen Yexing froze for half a second. It seemed no one had ever taught him how to give a high five. He caught up again and said, "When I raise my hand, slap your palm on mine, we'll do a high five." Lu Jianqing nodded as though he had just learned this. Actually, he knew how, but he hadn't expected Shen Yexing to want to high five earlier. Shen Yexing raised his hand once again, "Welcome, Lu Jianqing." "Welcome." Raising his palm, Lu Jianqing bumped it against Shen Yexing's. Feeling his warm and sweaty palm, Lu Jianqing's eyes nearly curved into a crescent, us. Then, instead of pulling his hand away, Lu Jianqing slowly spread out his 10 fingers. Shen Yexing did the same. They closed their hands together. By the time both of them realized it, their hands were still entwined. Lu Jianqing looked quite thrilled, not caring about his luggage as he dashed ahead with all his might. Shen Yexing pulled the luggage while jogging after him and couldn't let go either. Once the two finally matched speeds, Shen Yexing lowered his head to glance at their intertwined hands. Welcome, us. That's what he thought. Chapter 65, Northward Journey, Part 3. At the exit, Shen Yexing spotted the staff member waiting to greet them from afar. The station's exit was a place Lu Jianqing rarely visited. He glanced at the crowd bustling behind him and then looked outside at the unfamiliar city. Suddenly, he stopped in front of the rotating gate. Lu Jianqing placed his fingers on the cold railing, tapping out a sound with his fingertips. It was either 3 taps or 4. It was already dark outside. The air was stifling, the surroundings strange. Lu Jianqing felt annoyed but didn't say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to continue walking forward. Every sunset made him clearly feel that the day had ended. For him, it was a sense of relief to be able to hide his emotions into the darkness. What's wrong? Shen Yexing noticed something was off about him. Lu Jianqing shook his head, took a step across the exit, and stood in the train station square watching his shadow stretch long under the lights. There were many people in the square, so many that Lu Jianqing felt uncomfortable. The big screen hanging below the station name continuously rolled through train information, while warm winds from the distant night blew past, suffocating him. Shen Yexing rummaged through his bag, pulled out a jacket, and draped it over him. Then he hugged his arms and leaned closer, pressing his shoulder against Lu Jianqing's. Don't like it here. We can go back if you don't. Not that he disliked it. Humph, Lu Jianqing exhaled, taking 2 steps forward. Shen Yexing extended his hand just like he did on the car. Give me your hand. Maybe because there were too many people, Lu Jianqing didn't respond but instead stood beside Shen Yexing, guarding himself as he surveyed the surrounding environment. It was nighttime, and usually at this hour, he would have been asleep. His disrupted schedule irritated him, and the crowded environment also bothered him. I don't care. Shen Yexing cast a glance at the passengers rushing by and then focused intently on Lu Jianqing's face. Do you care? Before Lu Jianqing could answer, a staff member, a pretty woman in her 30s, ran over from the center of the square. I'm exhausted, who would have known that you need to buy a ticket to meet someone inside? I just exchanged my ticket at the counter. Luckily, I haven't lost you both. She rested her hands on her waist, catching her breath, and smoothed her disheveled bangs. Her eyes scanned between the two before she finally zeroed in on the slightly taller Shen Yexing. Is that you, Shen Yexing? Yes, hello, Shen Yexing nodded. You can just call me Chen Jia, Sister Chen smiled. Are kids these days really this mature? 18, after hearing the tension grow in his temples, Shen Yexing pointed at Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing, 17. Sister Chen rubbed her hands together and examined Lu Jianqing with curiosity, quietly saying, Mr. Tang mentioned that another student would join. But when Antoine contacted us, she didn't mention him. Shen Yexing nodded. Yeah, I decided to bring him along. His parents agreed. Oh, I see. That's why the arrangements later changed to standard rooms. Sister Chen grinned without a single wrinkle appearing on her face, radiating friendliness. Teacher Tang specifically instructed us to keep an eye on this young one. Lu Jianqing moved his index finger, scratching Shen Yexing's palm several times. Sigh. He wasn't exactly a kid anymore, he was 17. Yes, more attention needed. After speaking, Shen Yexing slightly tilted his head and lowered his voice. Did Teacher Tang mention any specifics about him? He did, she smiled, her gaze landing on the hand held by Shen Yexing. But was it due to physiological reasons? Despite being scrutinized by an elder, Shen Yexing responded graciously. We need to take care of each other. Each other. Each other. Well, you're both this age, Sister Chen muttered something on her phone. Hey, let's go. I'll take you guys to eat first, then send you back to rest. Shen Yexing nodded. Thank you, sister. No need to be so formal. Sister Chen called them over. This trip is actually for my treatment, Shen Yexing paused, not finishing the next sentence. All that was secondary. The main reason was to let Lu Jianqing come out and play, like a mini vacation. The path to the parking lot twisted and turned. The further underground they went, the tighter Lu Jianqing gripped Shen Yexing's hand. By the time they returned to the hotel after eating, it was almost time for the lights to turn off according to their usual school schedule. Sister Chen knew that Shen Yexing was already an adult, so she didn't say much, only repeatedly emphasizing that they'd depart at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After checking the room's facilities, she said goodnight and left. The door closed, and Lu Jianqing pulled his face out from the blanket, furrowing his brows deeply, his face red from holding his breath. He seemed to be holding his breath, then buried his head deeper into the bedding. Shen Yexing knelt on one knee onto the bed and scooped him up with an arm, laughing as he dragged him. What are you doing? Don't you feel suffocated? Get up and take a shower, then go to sleep. Lu Jianqing let out a long sigh. Diving. Let me guess. Shen Yexing softened his tone and patted the bed. Is it too hard? Lu Jianqing shook his head. His gaze moved between the two beds before finally settling on the nightstand placed between them. After stepping off the bed, Lu Jianqing went to examine the nightstand and realized it could be moved. Don't touch that. Shen Yexing warned him and tried to hug him from the waist. Both of them fell onto the other bed. Underneath, Shen Yexing caught his breath and tightened his embrace, whispering close to Lu Jianqing's ear, I'll sleep in the same bed with you, so don't move the nightstand. Understood. Lu Jianqing calmed down a bit and blinked, together. With the sleeping arrangements decided, Lu Jianqing squatted on the sofa cross-legged, huddled down and turned on the floor lamp. The light from the floor lamp illuminated upward, a warm yellow softness, making his face appear even smaller. Shen Yexing sat opposite on a stool, watching him while mimicking a smoking gesture by holding a spoon between his fingers, imagining taking a hard drag. Desiring to hold this serene moment in smoke. Lu Jianqing grabbed his backpack and dumped everything out onto the bed. His ID card slid along the edge of the bed and landed on the carpet. Shen Yexing got off the stool, walked over, and bent down to pick it up. Looking at the ID card carefully, Shen Yexing widened his eyes. Birthday. I thought you told me you were born in winter. In summer, it's also fine, said Lu Jianqing, playing with his headphone wires. Shen Yexing remarked, coming of age isn't something to joke around with. Responded Lu Jianqing softly, seemingly dissatisfied when the headphone wires wouldn't untangle, pulling at them forcefully. End of the month. Shen Yexing flicked the document with his finger. Lu Jianqing smiled and nodded. Squeezing Lu Jianqing's cheeks, Shen Yexing felt exasperated. Really, Lu Jianqing? You've been keeping this from me for quite a while. Damn, why didn't he notice when they used the ID to ride earlier? At that time, he was only focused on the person in the photo. The picture showed Lu Jianqing looking no older than 13 or 14, obviously not fully developed yet. Perhaps due to regulations about moles or something, Lu Jianqing in the photo appeared very unhappy. His black bangs were pinned up with a dark hair clip, some stray strands blurred out, and with his fair skin pressing his eyebrows lower to look at the lens, the whole youthful face truly had an air of gloominess. Now it was different. Now, just the gaze alone radiated hope. Your junior high school look. While comparing the ID photo with Lu Jianqing's current face, Shen Yexing suddenly understood what growing up meant. Everyone's face reflected the world they had seen, experiences could be read through their eyes. Lu Jianqing stood there obediently letting him compare. Pretty cute, Shen Yexing raised an eyebrow, and rebellious. Like a kid who lingers in nearby alleys at sunset, unwilling to go home. Lu Jianqing pursed his lips, his eyes flitting restlessly over Shen Yexing before nodding slightly. I'll show you mine, said Shen Yexing, pulling out his phone and opening up his middle school photo in the album, middle grade disease era. Though it hasn't improved much now. Out of curiosity, Lu Jianqing leaned closer voluntarily. The photo of young Shen Yexing looked pitiful. He was sitting on a hospital bed, the gauze on his left cheek still seeping blood, his right hand wrapped round and round with bandages, resembling a plain glutinous rice dumpling without sugar. Who would want to see this? Flipping to another photo, there was a young Shen Yexing standing on a staircase stretching his legs. Behind him was a door, where a sturdy middle-aged man stood smiling at his back. Lu Jianqing pointed to the man on the screen, person. My dad, Shen Yexing introduced his father for the first time. Your dad. Lu Jianqing repeated. My dad took me to watch kung fu movies every day when I was little, and he said when I grew up, he'd send me to Shaolin Temple. Later, Shen Yexing started speaking but stopped soon. He pocketed his phone, stood up, fetched a bathrobe from the wardrobe, and neatly folded towels and bath sheets. After turning off the hallway light, Shen Yexing took off his shirt, standing half-naked by the wardrobe as he rummaged through his luggage for a change of clothes. As he organized, he glanced back and said, I need to go to the hospital tomorrow morning. I'll check the situation out. You don't have to come with me, alright? You can sleep in when you wake up, and I'll be back by then. Question mark. Lu Jianqing's eyes widened. Sleep in. Shen Yexing reassured him. Lu Jianqing sniffed and relaxed a bit. Oh. You should go take a shower first, Shen Yexing suggested. I still need some time to sort out our clothes. He accompanied Lu Jianqing to the bathroom, adjusting the water temperature before stepping back out. When he stepped out, Lu Jianqing leaned in and kissed the corner of Shen Yexing's mouth, then licked it playfully. The bathroom was already filled with a sultry, intimate atmosphere, now intensified by moist breaths. The whole person steamed red from the hot water. As the shower head sprayed down, Lu Jianqing wiped his face and seemed lost in thought again. Just then, all his focus had been on Shen Yexing's broad back. Despite being just an 18-year-old youth, his shoulders were wide enough to bear everything. The hotel bathroom was enveloped in steam after the shower. Lu Jianqing bent over, grabbed the towel and draped it over his shoulder. He reached for the bottled water at the sink, twisted it open, and tipped his head back for a gulp. Shen Yexing stood half-naked at the bathroom door, ready to enter for his own shower. Finished washing. Use this to dry off. Shen Yexing tried to avert his wandering gaze, moved his Adam's apple, and looked up at the ceiling. Dry off and wait in bed for me to blow-dry your hair. Taking one step forward, Lu Jianqing's bare feet touched the soft slip-resistant mat. Lu Jianqing left the bathroom, leaving Shen Yexing with burning ears. Because they had both been sidling past each other, Shen Yexing didn't see that Lu Jianqing's ears were equally red and alarming. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the cleanser to squeeze some out and wash his face. The bathroom had glass doors that fogged up after Lu Jianqing finished showering, turning the entire glass panel into frosted glass. Shen Yexing had worked up a lather in his palms, about to scrub his forehead thoroughly, when suddenly he noticed something written on the frosted glass with Lu Jianqing's finger. Lu Jianqing had written 3 words, thank you. Behind it, he drew a simple smiley face. Chapter 66, Journey North, 4. Lu Jianqing's insomnia visited him again. He was not familiar with the current environment, and he didn't like the overly soft feel of the mattress. This made him always feel as if he was about to fall into an endless darkness. The clock in the room ticked, there was still water flowing in the bathroom sink, and the sound of a car starting downstairs could be clearly heard. In this environment, Shen Yexing's breathing sounded pleasant. Medicine. Lu Jianqing reminded him. You remember better than I do. Shen Yexing lay down, I won't take it today. It's really unnecessary. Teacher Han told me before we left, it's fine if I don't take it privately. I'll ask the doctor tomorrow morning, okay? Lu Jianqing conceded. Leaning on his elbow, Shen Yexing asked, let's summarize, did you have fun today? Yes. Where are we now? Outside, out of town. Capital city. Xie Paital Xie Tai. Lu Jianqing mimicked his tone, the last word's pronunciation making him pout his lips, which made Shen Yexing pinch his cheek. Exclamation point. Lu Jianqing feigned an angry glare at him. Seeing Lu Jianqing's flushed face, Shen Yexing almost laughed, say something else, the happy moments and unhappy moments of today. This morning, at the station. It was very bright. In the darkness, Lu Jianqing said faintly, I saw birds. Very hot, noisy, cars making buzz, buzz. Such a long sentence surprised and delighted Shen Yexing. He tightened his arm around Lu Jianqing's waist and chuckled, buzz. Buzz, that's the little bee. Lu Jianqing elongated his sound, pressing his spine tightly against Shen Yexing's chest. Searching for the feeling of needing to lean against a wall when sleeping from childhood. After a few seconds of silence, Shen Yexing asked, actually, you wanted to talk to Sister Chen today, right? Lu Jianqing remained silent. You see, you can occasionally communicate with Li Dingxi and Zhang Fei because you've been together for a long time. But for someone you just met, you find it impossible, Shen Yexing said, can you try greeting Sister Chen tomorrow? Okay. You need to first address her properly, keep each sentence short, and appropriately use gestures. She will understand your meaning better. And there is one important point. Lu Jianqing buried his face deeper under the blanket. Feel the differences. Shen Yexing closed his eyes in fatigue as he spoke, you have certain abilities, others may not. That doesn't mean you're worse than them. The world is constantly changing, and so are we. Once we get over this obstacle, we'll become better and better, super-duper explosively good. Super-duper explosively good. Lu Jianqing gripped Shen Yexing's hand, touching the calluses on his fingers formed from basketball practice, tracing the patterns on his injured hand back, realizing that their hands were about the same size, and the length of their fingers matched too. He started wondering why people would become entangled. What was the basis for judging his abnormality? And how much longer could their bumpy companionship endure? Many feelings come to an end, but regret never ends. A sudden flood of questions rushed through Lu Jianqing's mind, causing him to clench the wrinkled bedding tightly, drenched in cold sweat. Shen Yexing was probably too exhausted. Forcing himself against sleep, he tucked the blankets tightly around Lu Jianqing and held him firmly, yet whispered softly, "Good night." In a moment, familiar steady breathing came from behind. Lu Jianqing saw that the room was pitch black, while the faint light under the sofa nearby illuminated his small world. Lowering his gaze slightly, he noticed Shen Yexing's youthful and strong arm lying beneath his neck, still gently patting him to sleep despite being nearly asleep. All of this became an important scene in Lu Jianqing's memory of youth. In the morning, Lu Jianqing woke up late. Upon waking, he flipped out of bed straight to the bathroom, skillfully pulling down his pants and vigorously rubbing himself with soap. After half an hour passed, the strange redness on his face had still not faded. Indeed, in the haze of sleep, how did it become sticky? Oh my god. Again. Lu Jianqing took a deep breath, feeling a bit disoriented. He had experienced this before, but not while sleeping alongside Shen Yexing. Frustrated, he threw the washed trousers onto the carpet randomly, unwilling to even look at them. After finishing his grooming and preparing to take a shower, he returned to the bed to retrieve his pajamas. Only then did he notice a note on the bedside table written by Shen Yexing. "Breakfast is on the table, I'll be back at noon." Lu Jianqing looked towards the dining table, where indeed there were some whole wheat bread and milk. Perhaps they feared he might not be used to it, so there was also a bowl of clear soup wontons. He finished eating all the breakfast in one breath, patted his stomach and decided to take a shower. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he saw a sticky note on the mirror, still in Shen Yexing's handwriting. He had been too hasty while brushing his teeth and washing his face earlier, failing to notice it at all. "Smile twice at the mirror, I can see you." Really? With this question in mind, Lu Jianqing slightly bared his teeth and washed his hair with warm water, revealing his smooth forehead. Pretty handsome. He was pretty handsome, but Shen Yexing was super handsome. Lu Jianqing added his fan filter, recalling Shen Yexing's face, and couldn't help but start smiling foolishly at the mirror. After coming out of the shower, when reaching for the towel, another note fell out from inside. "If the towel is wet, don't use it again." Lu Jianqing put on slippers and switched to a bathrobe, spotting yet another note by the dressing table. "Missing you." This sense of discovery greatly stimulated his interest and curiosity in the room, prompting him to drop everything and rummage through every nook and cranny, nearly tearing open all the coffee-mate sachets. Lu Jianqing found Shen Yexing's notes left before departure under the iron, inside the umbrella, in the wardrobe, under the lampshade of the bedside lamp, even in the clothes hanger clips. The contents varied widely, and what impressed Lu Jianqing most was, "Today has been wonderful too." It was Tang Han who taught Shen Yexing this trick: if the parents aren't home, kids get anxious easily. Leaving little notes in inconspicuous places could make kids feel valued. Although Lu Jianqing wasn't a child anymore, he was often regarded as one by Shen Yexing, who instinctively took care of and protected him. Lu Jianqing poured a packet of coffee made into a white porcelain dish, dipped a bit of water with a spoon, then started tapping around. He repeatedly dripped water onto the powder on the plate, making it sticky and sweet, completely entertained in doing this until lunchtime. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Shen Yexing and Chen returned, saying they would take Lu Jianqing out for lunch. The morning consultation went smoothly, but there was another trip in the afternoon. The doctor said the condition was good, and treatment wasn't necessary. Shen Yexing had been overly excited in the morning and forgot to bring his documents and medicine along. Now he had come back specially to fetch them. Before pushing the door open after swiping the card, he braced himself for the mess he expected in the room since Lu Jianqing's curiosity knew no bounds. But all he saw was a pair of trousers lying on the carpet. A pair of wet trousers. Why throwing things around? Lu Jianqing lazily leaned against the back of the sofa, currently pulling up his hem to dry his stomach. "How about not tossing your trousers everywhere?" He walked over, lowering his hem down, rubbing his little belly and pinching his nose. "It's easy to catch a cold with your belly exposed." "How many times have I told you?" "5 times. Lu Jianqing blushed a little, counting on his fingers, trying hard to remember the occasions when his belly was exposed. He gave up counting after a while, instead shifting his focus to the uneaten cheese biscuit strips on the table. He ate a few cheese strips and began looking at the news on his phone. Sometimes he stayed on one page for 10 minutes, making Shen Yexing uncertain whether he'd actually finished reading or not. News was Lu Jianqing's window to understand the world, and he needed to stretch up to look at the scenery outside the window. Open wide, Shen Yexing took out the vitamin spray. Lu Jianqing drank some orange juice, squinting at its sourness, and then gulped down a mouthful of mineral water. Seeing Shen Yexing taking the medicine, he reluctantly sat down, licked his lips and opened his mouth. After spraying a few times, Lu Jianqing refused to do more, turned around and slid off the bed to wear slippers, heading towards the table. "You." Words cut short midway. Shen Yexing paused. Lu Jianqing had opened a lollipop and was planning to melt the hard candy using the flame from a lighter. "Go ahead and play, just be careful not to burn your hand." After saying that, Shen Yexing stood up and prepared to change clothes. Knowing that Lu Jianqing was focused on what he was doing and wouldn't likely respond to him, though sometimes he might be the 2/10 who would. Shen Yexing didn't stop him, so Lu Jianqing really sat there roasting sugar with fire for several minutes. Marshmallows roasted over fire taste better. Shen Yexing rested his chin on his hand and said while watching, "You've never eaten them? Next time, I'll take you to the park." Lu Jianqing glanced at him. "I've eaten them when I was very young." Chen observed from the side the mode of interaction between these two young ones, feeling slightly astonished in her heart. During the morning at the hospital, Shen Yexing had explained clearly his experiences over the past years, full of rebellion, madness, refusal to follow rules, and individuality, but none revealing the tenderness in his heart. She had seen quite a number of patients, most of whom started their lifelong struggle at a very young age. Sister Chen thought of the restraint straps in Shen Yexing's backpack and sighed slightly. Reality is one thing, pessimism another. Based on his current situation, Shen Yexing was doing rather well at managing it. He himself was striving hard to crawl out of this abyss step by step, guilt after an episode, determination to get better, courage to face the world. "After we finish eating, I have to go back to the hospital. Make sure you keep this with you." Shen Yexing tucked Tang Han's handmade card into the small pocket on Lu Jianqing's polo shirt. "I'll only be gone for 2 hours, then I'll come right back. You can't leave the room. If you find yourself outside the room, and can't find me, and your phone cannot reach me, show this card to someone nearby." Different from the enclosed campus environment like City No. 2, Tang Han prepared a more detailed version of the school information card for Lu Jianqing just to make absolutely sure. The card contained Lu Jianqing's name, family members' contact information, things he fears, sensory obstacles, as well as the needs for medication and dietary consumption, etc. At the bottom of the card, Tang Han also wrote down his preferences and ways to approach and comfort him. Statistics revealed that the probability of lost children could be as high as 92%. Nobody could guarantee that Lu Jianqing would belong to the remaining 8%. After all, there were several instances when he suddenly disappeared. When he was 10, he believed that he could do much more. His mother was fetching dried clothes, and without a word, he sat cross-legged on the sofa behind her, categorizing tops and bottoms before clumsily folding them. Occasionally, when the fabric made him uncomfortable, he would just haphazardly drape the clothes over the back of the sofa. The supermarket was somewhere he couldn't visit, so his daily activity range was fairly narrow. Strangers or unfamiliar places weren't something he liked going to, and moving to school No. 2 across provinces was a decision made with much determination. Tang Han said that education was about teaching how to do things. Prior to that, don't assume they will naturally know. Sister Chen leaned closer and wanted to say something to Lu Jianqing. Before coming, Shen Yexing had already informed her that Lu Jianqing's condition wasn't something that could be resolved in a day or two. Meeting him was fine, making contact was acceptable too, but wanting to communicate still depended entirely on fate. Because he really might not respond. The sensation of being hugged felt to Lu Jianqing like it was magnified 10 times for normal people. He could feel more clearly the presence inside the embrace. For strangers, their body odor or the strength of their hug would all make him uncomfortable. "May I give you a hug?" Sister Chen softened her tone and waved to him gently, "I'll do it lightly." Shen Yexing stepped aside, creating some distance for Sister Chen to interact with Lu Jianqing. He didn't comment, merely looking encouragingly at Lu Jianqing, hoping he could connect with others. Lu Jianqing paused there for a while before saying, "It's okay." Sister Chen, nervous and blushing, moved close and gently embraced the boy. Compared to Sister Chen, Lu Jianqing again felt Shen Yexing's firmness when embracing him, goodwill and love, which he could see clearly and distinctly. Of course, he enjoyed such goodwill immensely. He'd heard that growing up comes with pain, but he didn't want any. While Lu Jianqing was being hugged by Sister Chen, Shen Yexing quietly walked to the bathroom door and picked up the underwear Lu Jianqing had dropped, his tense expression slightly easing. After staring at the underwear for a moment, Shen Yexing fell silent, looking briefly towards Lu Jianqing. Their eyes met. With a bit of panic and expectation. Chapter 67, Journey North, Part 5. At lunchtime, Chen's sister took them to a local specialty restaurant. Luxing was rather sensitive to strong odors, but he didn't find the smell of lamb in the hot pot objectionable at all. He first scooped some sesame sauce with his spoon to dip the food and eat, then found it too salty. He quietly sipped on the soup that Yexing had served him instead. The spicy mala hot pot in the north wasn't very spicy either, which left Luxing feeling quite out of place. When they were studying at secondary school No. 2, Yexing hardly ever let him drink ice-cold soda. But in the capital, Yexing couldn't argue with Luxing when other people were around. They just got a bottle of chilled soda where Luxing only drank a few sips before Yexing snatched it away and drank the rest himself. While cooking meat, Chen's sister kept serving both of them, filling the table with food saying, "Try everything." Using the excuse of going to the restroom, Yexing paid the bill. When the meal was almost over, Chen's sister went to the restroom to reapply her lipstick, preparing to pay the bill after finishing, only to be told it had already been settled. She stood there for a moment, looking somewhat flustered as she turned toward the shop door, seeing the two boys standing outside waiting patiently. The slightly shorter one was dressed in pure white short sleeves, the large cuffs fluttering like small flags in the afternoon sun. Yexing was dressed in black, standing behind Luxing like a backdrop. His head was slightly bowed with a faint smile, as if talking to Luxing about something unknown. After listening for a while, Luxing smiled too. They were such nearly perfect kids. This scene left a deep impression on Chen's sister's teaching career. Leaving the restaurant, Chen's sister hailed a taxi and asked if they had a habit of taking a nap after lunch. Yexing originally wanted to suggest going to the hospital early so they could return sooner, but catching Luxing giving a light yawn from the corner of his eye, he changed his mind and said they should go back and sleep for a while. The hotel wasn't far from the restaurant, and soon they arrived. After bidding farewell in the lobby, Chen's sister left first. Yexing led Luxing back to the room with the room card. As soon as they entered the room, Luxing seemed to no longer be sleepy, shedding his long pants due to the heat and lying on the sofa to turn on the TV. Another roll. Comfortable. The leather texture of the hotel sofa provided a pleasant touch, cool and refreshing. Fruit was delivered by the housekeeping staff, and Yexing handed Luxing a green jujube. Luxing took the green jujube into the bathroom, turning on the tap water to wash it an unknown number of times. After coming out, the green jujube bounced a few times in Luxing's palm, muttering, "Pesticide smell." Yexing leaned in to smell it, detecting no particular odor, lazily leaning against the sofa, like a dog's nose. After eating their post-meal fruit, Yexing remembered the underwear he had picked up earlier and asked, "Why did you throw your pants away?" Both being boys, he had clearly seen through what had happened. But he wanted to ask Luxing. He wanted to know how Luxing felt about this aspect. As he asked, Yexing picked up the underwear that had been draped by the bathtub before leaving, rinsed it once with cold water, wrung it out, and shook off the water. "Is it uncomfortable to wear?" Luxing held up well, not blushing on his face, but his ears reddened. Red enough to drip blood. Still, he sat straight up, refusing to expose his belly. Yexing was nearly laughing himself to death at Luxing's upright demeanor, coughing once and acting mysteriously. "Then, did you develop? If it's too tight, I'll accompany you to the mall to buy a new pair." "No." Luxing glared at him. Even if he developed, it wouldn't have become too tight overnight. "Then how?" "Since you don't explain, I can only guess wildly." "Did it get dirty or wet?" Seeing Luxing's eyes as if ready to jump and bite someone, Yexing quickly added, "Just put it on the wash basin next time, and I'll wash it. I can do it myself." "Then why didn't you hang it up? Isn't this forgetfulness?" Seeing Luxing's dazed state, Yexing stopped trying to extract any more words from him. Yexing hung Luxing's damp underwear on the lamp bracket near the mirror, retrieved the hairdryer from the cabinet, plugged it in, then casually glanced at Luxing, adding, "Hey, darling, tell me, why is that?" "Darling." A single word, "darling," made Luxing dizzy, and it took him a while to snap out of it, even though Yexing was speaking in a joking tone. "Well, if he calls me darling, then so be it." Luxing understood little about the meaning of this term, but he vaguely remembered his mother occasionally calling him this when he was younger. Clenching his fists, he quietly tapped his thighs with his knuckles as if gathering courage, and said, "You." "Me?" Yexing's hand holding the hairdryer froze for half a second. "What about me?" "You're too close to me." There was a clang sound. Yexing's hairdryer fell on the ground. Hearing the noise, Lu Luxing looked up toward the bathroom direction and wondered what happened. "It's nothing, just a slip of hand." Putting down the underwear that was dried halfway, Yexing quickly stepped into the bedroom, glancing at the closed blackout curtain, slightly tilting his head. I'm so happy." The ample light of the summer afternoon leaked through the gaps of the hotel blackout curtain into the room, landing squarely on the sofa where Lu Luxing was sitting. He sat cross-legged, eyes shining brightly, golden light running like a sword from his forehead to his jawline. Lu Luxing smiled and turned his head, his profile overly exposed, making his features even more distinct. Yexing couldn't help himself. "Don't move. Don't move." Almost at the same time, they both said the same words, stopping to look at each other while suppressing their breathing. They maintained eye contact for a moment before hastily averting their burning gazes, not daring to look at each other again. Lu Luxing was caught off guard, hurriedly breathing in and out as he reached out to hug Yexing tightly and whispered, "You're pushing into me." His palm touched the thin sweat on Yexing's back, finding it damp and soft. Yexing instinctively apologized, "I'm sorry." The central air conditioning in the room had been slow to start, but now it suddenly surged with power, bringing a wave of cold air that made Yexing shiver involuntarily. Straightening his upper body, he wiped the water stains off the corner of his mouth. The sudden chill that rushed over his spine brought him back to his senses. Not yet. Struggling hard to support his own weight, Yexing moved away slightly, flipping onto the carpet and gasping for breath while clutching his chest before shakily getting up. At this moment, he suddenly understood what sexual excitement meant. "I can control myself. I shouldn't be a slave to my afflictions," he told himself. The next second, Lu Luxing was forcefully shoved against the armrest of the sofa. He tried to get up urgently but hit his forehead on the lampshade, pulling his neck back in pain. Yexing stood there dumbfounded for a second before Lu Luxing hastily covered the scalded spot on his forehead, curling up off the sofa. He pinched his own neck, emitting a pained groan from his throat. "Ah." As soon as he kneeled on the carpet sideways, Yexing fumbled and tumbled down from the sofa, grabbing the hand Lu Luxing used to cover his forehead and hissing, "Let me see." Turn your head around, Lu Luxing, let me see. Luxing, who already had heightened sensitivity to pain, couldn't utter a word now, only struggling to dodge. Shen Yexing became resolute, directly suppressing his hand and gripping the person's chin to turn the head around forcibly, revealing a noticeable red mark near the hairline on the forehead. It was probably scorched by the lamp rather than a bump. Shen Yexing dashed to the phone beside the coffee table and was ready to call the front desk to have someone from the concierge go buy medicine. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Shen Yexing's phone on the coffee table rang. Lu Luxing, holding his wound, took a look and saw Li Dingxi's WeChat avatar flashing on the screen, a video call request. Lu Luxing pressed accept and raised the phone, mimicking how Shen Yexing usually initiated video calls for them. Show your face, Jinxing. Why are you pointing your nostrils at us? Gu Kunshan squeezed his head onto the phone screen. Man, even your nostrils are beautiful, this shape, this ellipse, clearly one of those high-bridged noses. Zhan Fei, that's enough, know when to stop. Gu Kunshan, can't I compliment good looks? Are you a dog, Gu Kunshan? Li Dingxi rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze back to the screen. Hey, where's the boss? What's wrong with your forehead, why are you covering it? Ah. The person addressed trembled, exposing his forehead and giving it a close-up. Li Dingxi yelled first, shit. Jinxing, give the phone to Shen Yexing. Zhan Fei couldn't stand their alarmist behavior any longer and patiently guided him. We have something we want to say to him. Lu Luxing looked up, his gaze colliding with Shen Yexing's, who had just turned around. He saw his Shen Yexing standing beside the phone, red-eyed, trembling from shoulders to the whole body, completely at a loss like a child. Luxing adjusted the camera and took a deep breath, somewhat anxiously. What about him? Slow down, Zhan Fei leaned in closer, is he not there? Luxing said slowly, one word at a time, bath, room. He can't answer now, right? We'll call him later. Zhan Fei said. Looking away, Luxing nodded heavily with a deep, How are you guys doing back in the capital? Fine. Dingxi, who was dissatisfied, shoved his head forward, flashing a smile to the other side of the video call. That's great. I saw the videos you posted, we all love them. Surprisingly, these past few days Luxing had been recording small clips on his phone and sending them to their group chat every now and then. Though most of the videos were too shaky to see clearly, and no one really knew what was being recorded, Luxing had at least learned how to share things. Dingxi had even taught him how to record short clips on WeChat. Luxing didn't pay attention to Dingxi's words. He was just about to end the call when he suddenly felt warmth on his forehead. Shen Yexing was half kneeling, kissing gently around the edges of his wound. His grip on the phone tightened before it slipped out of his hand and fell onto the carpet. It felt moist, slightly warm, and the pain from the injury dulled. Shen Yexing softly pecked his lips as he impatiently knocked the phone off to the side beneath the couch, then pinned Luxing against the edge of the sofa, kissing him sporadically. It seemed like this could help him relax just a little bit. He truly wanted to ask, Luxing, are you some kind of sedative by nature? The phone lay beneath the couch, its screen still lit while an unanswered call flashed brightly. On the other side, the brothers greeted warmly. Hey. Is that Luxing? What happened? Don't smash your phone when you're upset. I told you that last time in the dorm. On the 5th day of treatment in the capital, Big Sister Chen brought the two kids to a suburban farm. She said there weren't many fruits in summer, but spending a day under the sun at the farm picking fruit would be interesting. At first, Luxing refused to move much, standing under the tree holding a straw hat while propping up a ladder for Shen Yexing to climb and pick sweet fruits for him. Later, when the sunlight wasn't so blinding anymore, Luxing, with the hat still on, ran out from the grasslands, volunteering to pick the fruits himself. After gathering them, he didn't eat any, instead asking if they could take the fruits back to school and share them with classmates. Shen Yexing looked at him for a moment and said, as long as you're happy. However, after carrying a bag full of fruit back to the hotel and not long after nightfall, Luxing jumped out of bed, grabbed all the fruits, and ate them up, forcing Shen Yexing to spend half the night looking for digestive aids from the concierge department. Rolling over and climbing back onto the bed, Shen Yexing slid his hand underneath the hem of Luxing's pajamas to feel his belly. Are you feeling better? Crap, did he start binge eating? Luxing sat up, bringing his face closer and licking his lips. Sweet. Your lips should taste sweet after eating fruit. After drinking a sip of warm water, Shen Yexing explained. Luxing made a request, let me taste. Alright, let's give it a try. He bent down and kissed the sweetness, suddenly reflecting. He started to understand why people always say desire is the devil. Because once it begins, it grows wildly out of control. Chapter 68, Adulthood. They had originally planned to stay in the capital for just a few days, but when Xiujian called and asked Shen Yexing to stay a little longer, he agreed without much thought, seeing how excited Lu Jianqing was about being somewhere new. During their time together, Shen Yexing gradually realized that an individual's basic development needs to be guided by the people around them. It's a long-term, training, project. Catching up with peers might not be easy for Lu Jianqing, but as long as he kept learning and receiving education, he would still make progress. They all needed a hand to pull each other back from the edge of instability into life. Throughout May, Lu Jianqing was taken by Sister Chen for several checkups and trainings to help him improve continuously. Over time, Lu Jianqing and Xing Yexing also became familiar with the people at the hospital and could go there on their own. The capital had quite a number of bookstores, so every 2 days, Xing Yexing would take Lu Jianqing to look around, flip through some books, and then read them aloud to him at home. At first, Lu Jianqing was reluctant to open his mouth, so Xing Yexing would take and use chopsticks from takeout orders, pointing at the Chinese characters and making Lu Jianqing pronounce them one by one. What is he thinking about? Why does a rainbow always appear behind the water truck? He went out early this morning with Xing Yexing. Sister Chen had something to attend to today, so Lu Jianqing volunteered to accompany Xing Yexing to the hospital, even buying soy milk and steamed buns along the way. In the north, fewer people eat noodles for breakfast, so Lu Jianqing decided to avoid greasy food for a while. The morning sun filtered down like scattered shards, sticking damp sweat to the back of his neck, making him drowsy. Thinking of the sticky feeling of a melting popsicle in his hand, Lu Jianqing frowned slightly. Xing Yexing read the words on the medicine bottle as they walked, explaining it slowly to Lu Jianqing, but Lu Jianqing's attention was entirely focused on the water truck nearby. He saw a rainbow behind the water truck, sparkling, with pedestrians on both sides of the road taking photos with their phones. Xing Yexing rented a shared bike and hopped on, only for Lu Jianqing to say, I'll push you. Alright, Xing Yexing sat sideways on the saddle, arms crossed, looking at him. I'm heavy, do you think you can push me? Lu Jianqing glanced at him. We're both men. Last year, the first time you got on my back seat, there was no one around. The sky had lanterns hanging. Xing Yexing whistled once. That was the first time I felt nervous. Wiping the sweat from his neck, Lu Jianqing lowered his eyes and watched the light shift under the wheels. A smile broke on his face. Oh. He drew out the final syllable, and it was unclear whether he was really listening. A summer breeze passed, rustling the leaves, and light spots danced across Lu Jianqing's face. It was so beautiful that Xing Yexing's heart skipped a beat. Did you have any moxibustion today? Xing Yexing turned Lu Jianqing's face to check again and again, the heat from his palm startling Lu Jianqing. He examined him carefully, touching lightly with his fingertips. Why does it feel raised? Did you get too many sessions and end up with a real mole? Pressing his eyebrows, Lu Jianqing looked at him and after a while managed to blurt out, Ning mo. Even if it were a true spot, isn't that good? Then we'd really be happy every day. The roads in the capital were wide and smooth, making it effortless for Lu Jianqing to push the bicycle. His mood was so good that he even felt like humming a tune. Sound was a mysterious existence for him. Often, he couldn't explain why he would start humming songs unconsciously. Holding the handlebars to maintain balance, Xing Yexing occasionally twisted his head to glance at Lu Jianqing. As they passed by a park entrance, the stalls selling yogurt and ice cream had already opened. Some primary school students rushed over, their red scarves flying to the backs of their heads. Let's buy a popsicle, Xing Yexing suddenly said, and I'll bite a piece. Sure. Lu Jianqing answered with half-closed eyes. They usually returned to the hotel around evening. The clouds at sunset were ablaze, bathing the whole city in golden brilliance. All the passers-by had sweaty arms, and this intense humidity made Lu Jianqing extremely uncomfortable, so he hurried along the path. Putting down the chilled drink stuck against his cheek, Lu Jianqing stepped barefoot on the bathroom tiles, finding it refreshing. Xing Yexing leaned in to kiss him. You taste salty. A neck full of sweat, he took a towel from the rack in the bathroom and handed it to him. Go take a shower. Lu Jianqing picked up his change of clothes to go wash, but Xing Yexing quickly stripped off his clothes and squeezed into the bathroom shamelessly. Let's shower together. As a bead of sweat dropped from his nose, Lu Jianqing was left speechless. By the time they finished showering, it was already 7 o'clock. The summer days were long and the nights short, twilight came late. Xing Yexing inserted a steel spoon into a crisp piece of watermelon, pulling back the curtains as he called out to Lu Jianqing who was still drying his hair in the bathroom, the sunset today is really beautiful. Inside the bathroom, Lu Jianqing took hold of his already short hair, tapped on the foggy glass mirror with his hand, and drew a smiley face. Come eat the watermelon once you finish drying your hair, the plastic wrap has even started steaming. Xing Yexing poured 2 cups of water. Do you want some mung bean soup? I can order it online. Lu Jianqing sat down with his cup of water, shaking his head to decline. Last night, Lu's parents had called, asking why he hadn't returned yet and how the consultations here were going, whether there was a way to recover here in the capital. Xing Yexing managed his temper and patiently explained to them that there was currently no possibility of a cure for Lu Jianqing's issue. After hanging up the call, Xing Yexing pushed the curtain open a little more. In front of his eyes, the orange red in the sky between horizons was burning fiercely, even making the towel tied around his waist take on some color. He wiped off some sweat, lifted his head, his Adam's apple rolling as he exhaled a long breath. It was still hot. He was just about to go change into a bathrobe when his phone WeChat vibrated on the desk again. Lu Jianqing pressed the answer button, passing the phone over, then ran off to one side eating the watermelon flesh. His corners of the mouth turned red from eating so much, wiping himself with a tissue, and noticing that his own phone was lighting up too. He extended his index finger to swipe the screen, seeing that it was a group video chat invitation. Lu Jianqing hesitated for a few seconds, answering, and propped the phone against the paper box to fix the camera angle, then bowed his head and ate the watermelon silently. Holy shit. Jianqing answered the video call. Ah. Ah. Li Dingxi burst out shouting first, his surprise-filled face appearing on the screen. There were only 6 people in the chat room, and 5 had joined the video call: Dongxia, Gu Kunchen, Li Dingxi, Lu Jianqing, and Shen Yexing. Li Dingxi said that Zhang Fei was working hard for exams and would need surgery at year-end to pass, some correction required. It does make a difference coming to the capital for doctor's visits, huh? Lu Jianqing is answering video calls now. Senior, what treatment did your doctor give? Dongxia held a bowl of sweet potato balls, munching loudly. Talked, built psychological resilience. What else could it be? All the same, Shen Yexing leaned on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking back at Lu Jianqing, but my doctor, after meeting Lu Jianqing a few times, said this kid's actually quite sharp, very different. Dongxia continued, do you still need those restraints? Not anymore, Shen Yexing replied, I feel like I'm much better. Gu Kunchen couldn't help but insert a comment, Dongxia, have you ever heard of capital? Dongxia elbowed him, why are you speaking dialect? I was speaking Mandarin. Gu Kunchen almost fell backward, nearly sitting on his ass. You, never mind, Dongxia massaged his temples, not wanting to listen to his nonsense. Do you expect me to believe you don't have an accent when you speak Mandarin? Gu Kunchen defended himself, I have no accent. That's because I adjusted to match Jinxing and Senior. Seeing the bickering on the other end, Shen Yexing held back a laugh and moved the camera farther away, pretending to look disdainful as he said, I just came for medical consultation, and you made it sound like a tourist trip, isn't that troublesome? Did you eat popsicles, Jianqing? Gu Kunchen brought up the wrong topic again, does Senior let you eat? Lu Jianqing felt hot and didn't want to talk, feeling the sweat trickle down toward his navel, mint flavor. 1. Seeing that Lu Jianqing was tired, Shen Yexing reached over and grabbed the phone, saying to Gu Kunchen, do you think you're anything like him, needing to eat 5 or 6 popsicles in various flavors, licking one then another, afraid they'll drip and stick to your hands? Wouldn't mind licking fingers if chocolate melts, Gu Kunchen added, but that's all childhood stuff. Hey, when are you guys coming back? Tickets for the day after tomorrow, Shen Yexing responded, today we'll celebrate his birthday here. Lu Jianqing wasn't good at talking, so he could only listen. He had gotten used to listening, and his eyes would brighten when he listened to others. They'd occasionally dim, definitely indicating lack of interest or inattention. Upon hearing the word birthday, his eyes lit up. 3 days later, May 25th, it would be Lu Jianqing's birthday. It was on this day that Shen Yexing didn't let Lu Jianqing go to the hospital with him, running errands alone to the hospital with test reports, having lunch with Sister Chen, and getting ready to return to the hotel after 1 o'clock. After getting the medicine and just about to leave the doctor's office, Shen Yexing hesitated on how to phrase his question. Doctor, if I can't sleep at night, could I take more medicine? Every night he held Lu Jianqing while sleeping, it was already a miracle that he fell asleep so easily. Medicine for mania made one drowsy, an effect Shen Yexing had experienced long ago. The medicine makes you sleepy but doesn't work as a hypnotic, the doctor glanced at him, writing something down on paper. This is psychotropic medication, can you take more of it? No, Shen Yexing answered. Taking too much medicine isn't good, avoid taking it if possible. The doctor adjusted his rimmed glasses and consoled, if you can't sleep, listen to some soothing music and don't stay up too late. Alright, Shen Yexing clenched the paper in his hand and said goodbye, I'll leave first. Leaving the hospital, Shen Yexing didn't go far. He went to a stationery store and bought a black marker pen. In his pocket black and inscribing, Hunter, on the body of the sculpture. This was the model name of his own car, it turned out pretty fitting, truly becoming a road hunter. Every morning, he got up earlier than Lu Jianqing did, sneaking to work on it secretly in the bathroom, aiming to complete it before Lu Jianqing's birthday. Now, the task was finally done. The wooden carving in his hands was no longer rough like it was last month, every corner was finely polished. Road Binger would absolutely love it. Shen Yexing's understanding of birthday was still rather vague, he didn't think growing up was such a great thing either. If it were possible, he would even hope Lu Jianqing's 18th year would never come. But, as mortals, everyone must grow up sooner or later, face their world, and eventually be responsible for themselves all their lives. He rode a shared bike back to the hotel and ordered a cake delivery, waiting in the hotel lobby for it to arrive. Lu Jianqing was still asleep when he left in the morning, unable to wish him a timely, happy birthday. Shen Yexing brought the cake back to the room, where Lu Jianqing sat holding his phone, somewhat stunned as many classmates in the class group wished him a happy birthday. Their students had limited social interaction and tended to be straightforward, expressing what they thought without hesitation. All they hoped was that Lu Jianqing would get better soon and integrate back into them. I said this, Shen Yexing placed the cake on the table, you deserve a lot of blessings, lots and lots. After finishing speaking, he walked over to Lu Jianqing, planted a kiss on his cheek cooled by the air conditioning, I'm sweaty, I'll take a shower. What do you want to eat? Lu Jianqing understood that he was asking about lunch, but still replied, cake. Alright, we'll have it together in a bit. Shen Yexing took a deep breath, wiped sweat from his palms onto his clothes, pulled the little wooden sculpture out of his pocket, and casually said, here, it's for you. Ah. Lu Jianqing's eyes sparkled. He desperately missed the motorcycle keys confiscated by Tang Han, which was Shen Yexing's rainbow clouds, capable of carrying him to faraway places. Pack. Holding the present carefully, he looked around his suitcase, completely unsure where to put it. Just place it in the suitcase, keep it in your dormitory after we return to City 2, Shen Yexing asked. Do you like it? Lu Jianqing nodded but repeated again, pack. Place it in your suitcase. You're so determined to carry it? Shen Yexing laughed, asking. Keep it near you. Put it in your hood pocket then, Shen Yexing waved his hand. What if I lose it? How will I deal with losing it? I carved it for quite some time, so don't lose it, Shen Yexing gave him a sidelong glance. If you lose it, I'll carve another for you. Not only another, he could carve an entire world for him. After coming out of the shower, Lu Jianqing proudly grabbed his newly researched toy, the hairdryer, volunteering to blow dry Shen Yexing's hair. My buzz cut doesn't need drying, Shen Yexing smiled wryly. Wait until it grows longer, alright? I'm fine without drying it. Understand? Oh. Lu Jianqing reached for the plug. Shen Yexing felt he shouldn't dampen his enthusiasm, so he pulled Lu Jianqing closer, lowering his head obediently. Dry then. The sound of the hairdryer buzzed above his head for a while before Lu Jianqing quietly put it away again. In his hand, he still clutched the wooden sculpture of the road hunter. Does this mean I am 18 today? Thinking about it made him chuckle. When he was 6, he still thought he was 3 years old. His mother spent a lot of time explaining to him the fact that people grow 1 year older each year. It's almost dark, Shen Yexing glanced at the window where night was about to fall, the sky gradually turning darker. Now you're 18. As it was getting dark, stars began to appear. Shen Yexing played with a lock of hair by his temple and tweaked Lu Jianxing's ear. I heard there's an event at school in a few days. We can still make it back on time if we leave now. Okay. Lu Jianqing hugged the wooden sculpture and nodded in agreement. Happy birthday. Shen Yexing's voice tensed slightly. No need for more words, actions will prove everything. In the past, when Lu Jianqing hadn't reached adulthood, he was still considered a child in Shen Yexing's eyes. Any kind of improper thoughts made Shen Yexing feel like an animal. Boys during adolescence were like that. Growing up even 1 year felt monumental before they turned 18, anything less seemed too young. After crossing the milestone of 18, perspectives on the world change. Shen Yexing thought about this as he sighed and sniffed the lined-up drinks beside him. Damn, men who love boys are so fragile. Action, Lu Jianqing suddenly said. Right, Shen Yexing took a sip of mineral water and sat cross-legged on the bed holding a pillow, looking at Lu Jianqing mixing beverages. A new year means I'll be here with you even better. I'll play with you. That promise alone held such beauty, representing their shared happiness. Do you want to? Lu Jianqing looked up at him. Do something else? Shen Yexing paused pouring the drink as he realized Lu Jianqing had dimmed the floor lamp and lightened the room. His throat tightened slowly as he muttered, You're 18, you're an adult now, do you know that? I know. A faint shadow appeared under Lu Jianqing's eyelids. Hell, Shen Yexing inhaled sharply. Actually, Lu Jianqing only wanted to kiss him at that moment, he hadn't thought about anything else yet. Shen Yexing, however, hesitated to get closer because they didn't have protection in the room. He had bought many kinds of drinks, among which included discounted coconut-flavored pre-mixed alcohol. It tasted sweet but wasn't low in alcohol content. Do what? Shen Yexing didn't believe Lu Jianqing fully understood certain matters. Would you like a hug? Or? Lu Jianqing remained silent. He unsteadily took a few steps forward, straddled Shen Yexing's thighs while chewing ice chips, crackling sounds filling the air. Swallowing down the second bottle of prepared peach juice all at once, Lu Jianqing felt his mouth cool and sweet. Then he gently leaned forward to kiss Shen Yexing's lips and slid the ice chunk from his mouth into Shen Yexing's. Fuck. Shen Yexing somewhat understood what a taste of both fire and ice truly meant. Kissing passionately until he knelt on the edge of the couch, Shen Yexing cradled Lu Jianqing's head and tried to put him on the bed. However, Lu Jianqing had strengthened him, grabbing Shen Yexing's short-sleeved collar and pulling him close. Both tumbled into the soft embrace. The lights from 10,000 homes outside glowed brightly through the uncurtained floor-to-ceiling window. Too lazy to move to the bed, Shen Yexing simply pulled over a blanket and dragged it to the ground. He thought, let's just have the housekeeping staff send another clean blanket later. With the air conditioning set at 16 degrees Celsius, they covered themselves and embraced roughly yet carefully. The bedding was incredibly dry, yet bodies transferred warm and moist sensations. Summer, vibrant and full of life. When it was done, Shen Yexing calmly pulled the tangled sheets over Lu Jianqing's bare shoulders and lightly patted his back. The air conditioner is set rather low. Are you cold? Lu Jianqing shook his head, gripping his left wrist with his right hand, his eyebrows scrunching together in pain. Sore hands. How could it take so long? Shen Yexing massaged Lu Jianqing's sore arm, pressing left and right while soothing him. I'll rub it so it doesn't hurt anymore. Okay, good boy. Back in our school team, we used to treat each other like this. It always felt great afterward. Lu Jianqing was bewildered by the statement. What does that mean? Back then, the team would fool around like that? Shen Yexing, unaware of any issue with his words, assumed Lu Jianqing thought his force was too weak, increased the pressure and asked, "What's wrong?" "You guys," Lu Jianqing coughed twice, "you guys. Had some fun, huh?" Carefully studying Lu Jianqing's gaze, Shen Yexing hurried to explain, "What are you thinking?" "What I mean is, we often gave each other massages." "Oh." Smirking stealthily, Lu Jianqing rolled up his sleeve and pushed his arm closer, realizing that kneading did indeed feel much better. Looking at the clock again, it was already midnight. Lights off, lying down, Shen Yexing extended his arm behind Lu Jianqing, holding him tight, and said hoarsely, "So good." Feeling Shen Yexing's overly tight grip, Lu Jianqing pinched his arm in protest. "It's just really good, no particular reason." Shen Yexing lowered his head and rested his chin on Lu Jianxing's shoulder. "The atmosphere and the people right now are worth me saying that." Tight. Lu Jianxing was almost suffocating under his grip. When sleeping, Shen Yexing liked to place his palm on Lu Jianxing's stomach. Lu Jianxing would always unconsciously take a deep breath, making it hard for him to breathe smoothly. "Relax," Shen Yexing patted his abdomen, "you've got abs with no flab, why are you inhaling so much? Nervous?" Before sleepiness fully overtook him, Lu Jianxing whispered, Shen Yexing closed his eyes, "You're too thin, there's nothing but skin. We need to fatten you up." Lu Jianxing was exhausted and sleepy. "Sleep well, good night," Shen Yexing said finally. In the morning, Shen Yexing, shirtless, went to press the cleaning bell. After waiting 5 minutes with no one showing up, he simply took the garbage bag himself down to the staircase. Passing by the long mirror in the hotel corridor, he glanced at it and saw the crimson marks on his shoulders and arms. They were the finger indentations made forcefully by Lu Jianxing. That person who blushed easily when hugged, who laughed appropriately and found things amusing, who was considered unusual. At 9 o'clock, the bright sunlight of summer filtered into the corridor through the windows and spilled onto his shoulders. His hand trembled unconsciously as Shen Yexing dropped his room card onto the carpet. He bent down to pick it up. After disposing of the garbage at the safety channel staircase storage area, Shen Yexing returned to the room entrance and looked up at the tightly shut heavy door. Then, he used the card to reopen this door. Shen Yexing had heard before, when youth ends, someone must close the door. But he believed that as long as the person you loved in your youth stayed by your side, this phase of youth would never end. Today, his Lu Jianxing officially turned 18. At the same time, May came to a smooth end. Their naive era also declared its end. Chapter 69, Return Journey. On the last day of May, they left the capital. Before leaving, Shen Yexing took Lu Jianqing for a few more walks along the road from the hospital to the hotel, gazing at the vermilion walls and black tiles, reminiscing about leisurely yet long days. Shen Yexing said that after graduation, he would come again and walk these roads once more. Lu Jianqing nodded in agreement, but his attention was fully on the LED headlights modified on passing off-road vehicles. Sister Chen came to see them off, standing outside the gate even after the two had gone, reluctant to leave. At the train station while exchanging tickets, a passenger suddenly collapsed due to a heart attack, but fortunately, the ambulance arrived in time. The accompanying family members cried and shouted in panic, while Lu Jianqing, driven by curiosity, could not be pulled away, standing there staring with interest. "Let's go," Shen Yexing tugged at his sleeve, "don't look, it's impolite." Lu Jianqing was somewhat sensitive to the phrase, impolite, shifting his feet slightly as he followed Shen Yexing a few steps further into the station, but couldn't help asking, will he die? Probably not. Ah. What? Ah, come on, let's find our platform. Shen Yexing dragged him forward without looking back, worried for a moment that Lu Jianqing might ask questions about death he wouldn't know how to answer. Shen Yexing looked into the distance, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Deeply touched by this topic, Shen Yexing remained silent for a long time until they boarded the high-speed train, when he handed the ticket to Lu Jianqing, letting him try to find their seats. Despite moving slowly, Lu Jianqing managed to find their seats. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the high-speed train slowly started moving. Because the sunlight was too intense, Shen Yexing pulled down the sunshade, immediately dimming the light in their row significantly. Shen Yexing turned his head, saying softly, "Do you have any concept of death?" Lu Jianqing replied. Nodding, Shen Yexing continued, "I'll give you a book by Shinkai later, suitable for all ages. About death, I still can't accept that my parents are gone and don't understand why orphan became me. Death can only be accepted." Lu Jianqing grew more confused. What does it feel like for someone when they die? With bright eyes, Shen Yexing interpreted based on his own understanding. For the dead, it happens in an instant, but for those around them, it's a long, lifelong process. Death is separation. Lu Jianqing looked down, seeing how their hands were intertwined just as they were on the way here. Shen Yexing responded with a meaningful glance, squeezing the soft palm of Lu Jianqing's sweaty hand firmly, declaring determinedly, "The only thing that can separate us is death." Looking at Lu Jianqing's side face, Shen Yexing began to understand what the entrustment of orphans in movies and TV shows really meant. Indeed, everyone in this world has someone they can't let go of. Before, Shen Yexing didn't believe it, but now he did. I hope he doesn't depend on me too much. If one day something unexpected happens to me, then I won't be able to continue being with him. During the time I'm not around, he needs to learn to take care of himself and cherish himself. As if reciting lines from a movie, after saying these words, Shen Yixing adjusted to a comfortable sitting posture and softly called out, Lu Jianqing. Since acquiring various nicknames such as Ice Skin, Jianqing, and Brother Lu, each distinct in style and perfectly matched, Lu Jianqing seldom heard Shen Yixing call his real name anymore, so he involuntarily turned nervously to look at him. There's nothing, Shen Yixing smiled, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, it's quite good. On the way back to school, the road from the train station to the suburbs felt extraordinarily far, with small cars swaying back and forth. Shen Yixing was originally leaning against the window looking at the scenery, but somehow ended up resting his head on Lu Jianqing's shoulder. As soon as he closed his eyes, his eyelashes were bathed in a layer of evening sunset glow. That night, his mates held a welcoming feast for the two of them, complete with cold beer, barbecue, and preserved flavors, filling the circular flower bed downstairs completely. When Aunt Zhang passed by, she was given 2 spicy rabbit heads. Teachers Tang Han and Ji Chuan also showed up, saying they wanted to check things out. An aunt had called, saying that next month, Shen Yixing should return home and bring some fresh clothes to school. This farewell banquet was organized haphazardly yet exuberantly, with everyone sitting directly on the ground using newspapers as padding. In the middle, Lu Jianqing was quietly sitting on a small stool, playing Candy Crush, eating only grilled eggplant, carefully picking out the added green beans and wild peppers inside. Shen Yixing was responsible for the speech, recounting what he saw and heard in the capital. He briefly mentioned the condition of his illness, but never talked about the treatments he received at the hospital. He thought it unnecessary to mention. Dongxia persistently asked, and Shen Yixing replied that it was okay, with much more stabilized emotions. Lu Jianqing ate 4 whole roasted eggplants. Shen Yixing said he'd go out over the wall to buy some digestive tablets. Since Shen Yixing had been drinking, Dongxia couldn't hold him back. Eventually, Gu Kunshan had to drag him by the waist and told him that if he climbed the wall while drunk, he might fall and die. If you keep this up, I'll report you tomorrow, said Gu Kunshan, glaring. There's nothing worth keeping anymore. I'm just wondering when teacher Tang Han will return my motorcycle keys. Gu Kunshan snapped irritably, when you're feeling better. Shen Yixing sighed and said, all right. Actually, I'll ask a delivery guy to help bring it in. Gu Kunshan pulled Shen Yixing's wrist firmly. Wait, why are you so protective of him? As his arm was yanked, Shen Yixing kept an aloof expression on his face, for the sake of our country's future. Your control freak tendencies. Gu Kunshan leaned back, scratching the back of his neck. Scorpios are truly terrifying. What about Scorpios bothers you? Nothing, they're pretty good. What's your zodiac sign? I. Gu Kunshan's face turned slightly strange red, Virgo. You're like paste. Shen Yixing set down his soda can, wiped off sweat, then prepared to step back onto the field. Eat more meat, plant your roots deep, look at how fragile your body is. As soon as defense starts, you get broken through easily, otherwise, I'll relegate you to cheer from the sidelines. Hearing that he would be moved to the substitute bench, Gu Kunshan stood straight immediately, declaring his resolution, no way. I don't want to guard the water machine, I need to play as a starter. Is that all you're capable of? Shen Yixing tapped his head. Next year, if I don't play anymore, you must take my place. Why not play anymore? It's uncertain, Shen Yixing only said. Saying this, Shen Yixing glanced toward where Lu Jianqing was, who seemed lost in thought once again. After reaching adulthood, Lu Jianqing started pondering some questions he had never thought about before, such as, if he knew he had this condition, perhaps he shouldn't have been born. But every time he thought this, he felt guilty towards his mother and quickly squashed this unfilial thought. The world of being 18 years old did seem different. Once upon a time, he always thought he was 3 years old, and that there were still several sets of 3-year intervals until he reached 18. Lu Jianqing could now book hotel rooms, surf the internet, serve sentences, and shout out loud, I am not a kid anymore. Under 2 liang of liquor accompanied by the wind, Lu Jianqing dabbed a bit of alcohol with his chopsticks onto his lips, casually listening to them bragging, starting from pornography and moving to LOL, League of Legends, then from mobile games to how not to fall asleep during English listening tests. Watching these boys laughing and fooling around under the night sky, Lu Jianqing occasionally envied them. To be honest, Lu Jianqing's academic performance wasn't great, and whenever he heard foreign languages, he would start nodding off. Sometimes he wondered, most people hearing autism think it refers to a group of geniuses. Why was he so ordinary, seemingly unable to do anything well? Lu Jianqing unknowingly developed a new habit, which was to watch the sunset every evening on the rooftop. Sometimes it was 6:30 p.m., sometimes 7 p.m., and he wouldn't allow anyone to follow him. The rooftop he went to was the same one where he had held hands with Shen Yixing. The wall plastered with Student Conduct Standards of No. 2 High School had already been repainted, and mischievous students had scribbled QQ numbers, WeChat IDs, and song lyrics of unknown tunes on it. During his 4th trip up, Lu Jianqing brought a sticky note pad and hastily wrote a note, sticking it right onto the wall. He folded any discarded ones into paper planes, throwing them into the setting sun. They disappeared quickly with the wind of dusk. After staying there for half an hour, Lu Jianqing went downstairs again. Shen Yixing waited at the staircase with a stern face and asked him, why do you suddenly love evenings? Because soon after, I can sleep. As he said this, Lu Jianqing pressed his lips together and exhaled deeply. Summer was unbearably hot, making him feel dizzy and disoriented, as if immersed in boiling water. The next morning, Shen Yexing sneaked out during the morning reading session and went to the rooftop to check what made this place so mysterious. Lu Jianqing's sticky notes were goose yellow in color, standing out prominently among a stack of A4 printed papers. His handwriting was also wobbly and uneven, and Shen Yexing immediately recognized it as his. Tearing off the sticky note which was almost losing its adhesive strength, Shen Yexing read the words carefully against the light. When I close my eyes, the world drifts away far. Only your tenderness remains testing me. HM. Now he writes things like this too. After the euphoria, Shen Yexing calmly took out his phone and searched on Baidu, discovering that it was a Japanese poet named Tanaka Shunji who wrote this. Good thing too, or he'd really be shocked. If Lu Bingpi could write some sentences, that's fine, it was a sign of improvement in his empathetic abilities. Shen Yexing felt an itch in his fingers, wanting to take the sticky note with him to keep. His hand hovered hesitantly over the note for quite a while before Shen Yexing managed to restrain his impulse. Let the paper fly forever under the sunset at school number 2, everything should remain exactly as it is. During the first weekend back continuing high school life, their class was organized by the school to visit the nursing home and watch a performance put on by primary schools in the city. Lu Jianqing sat with a stool in the open yard watching uninterestedly. When one act finished, all the audience clapped together, but Lu Jianqing just sat there frozen until everyone stopped clapping before raising his hands to make a loud clap afterward. At first, people kept turning around to look at him, but later no one did anymore. Don't look, Li Dingxi commented lightly. Gu Kunchen also joined in, it's Jianqing, everyone stopped turning around. Besides classmates, elders, and primary school children who had come to watch the performance, every time they were reminded not to, it made them want to turn around more, and they continued to look back constantly. Shen Yexing and Lu Jianqing were sitting one in front of the other, with Shen Yexing casually placing his foot near Lu Jianqing's stool, in a protective posture. Darling, come sit closer, Shen Yexing leaned forward and whispered gently into Lu Jianqing's ear, let me switch places with you. Lu Jianqing didn't understand why. Switch, I want to get more sunlight. Oh. After saying that, Lu Jianqing looked up at the sunlight landing on his shoulder, wondering how it would be any different. After switching positions, the glances from young students sitting behind immediately met with Shen Yexing's eyes, causing Shen Yexing to glare right back, as if daring them to turn around again. Wow, that older brother looks so fierce. Stop looking back. Just watch the performance. Lu Jianqing only heard a few younger boys whispering among themselves. Unknown to Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing's gaze was fierce like a parent hawk guarding its offspring, showing its sharp talons to strangers warning them to respect his territory. Ah, that big brother looks really mean. Don't look back anymore. Just focus on the show. Lu Jianqing simply listened as the younger children exchanged whispers. Chapter 70, Cherry. Since the next semester would be the senior year of high school, City No. 2 High School had postponed the summer vacation schedule and did not intend to give them a long break. Lu Jianqing was satisfied with this decision, he didn't really want to go home either. It wasn't because he didn't want to see his parents, merely the crowded crowd at the train station, the strange smell of sweat, the almost ear-piercing announcements, and the aroma of instant noodles were enough for him to feel overwhelmed. In June, tall trees in the campus flower beds were refreshed with new greenery, potted plants clustered together and got knocked over by running students. Lu Jianqing took advantage of his school hours to put them back upright one by one. Then he stood beside the potted plants staring at the leaves, lost in thought. Zhang Fei and Shen Yexing were not in the same class, so he liked to hang out on the corridor outside the classroom during big breaks to drink soda. Every time on the corridor, Zhang Fei looked far into the distance, where the color of the sky changed endlessly. Plus, there was a fly character in Zhang Fei's name, which led Shen Yexing always to think of him whenever he saw the sky later. After buying water from an automatic vending machine, they bumped their pull-tab cans together, exchanged a glance, then turned their attention back to the campus. The teaching building faced the center of the playground, and they could just see Lu Jianqing standing motionless next to the green belt. Zhang Fei raised an eyebrow and said, "Hey, your wife." Shen Yexing was shocked by this nickname but found it interesting, and gave a light laugh, "Yes, my wife." But what is he doing again? Zhang Fei wondered curiously. This person always did things that were hard for ordinary people to understand. After half a year of interaction, helping with the potted plants was one thing, but there was also a period when he liked collecting paper clips, connecting them all into necklaces, but never wearing them, only keeping them coiled up. As soon as the sun came out, Lu Jianqing would take out those paper clips to dry them in the sunlight, watching the light make them shine, which made him feel at ease inside. He, Shen Yexing, turned sideways to take a sip of his drink, is having an obsessive-compulsive episode. Before they finished talking, Lu Jianqing went upstairs. He walked slowly, even hugging the railing while walking down the corridor, stopping in front of Zhang Fei. "Take a look, today's sky is quite pretty." Zhang Fei pulled him next to Shen Yexing. Shen Yexing casually placed his hand around Lu Jianqing's waist and asked softly, "What were you doing just now?" "Chatting. Chatting with the potted plants." Oh, Shen Yexing was accustomed to his way of thinking, "What did you talk about?" When Zhang Fei and Li Dingxi mix, they turn green. Lu Jianqing said, completely drawn by the surrounding environment. What about me? Laughing while looking at him, Shen Yexing ruffled Lu Jianqing's hair. What color do I turn when I mix with you? Just when he expected Lu Jianqing to say something like, black, or white, simple colors, Lu Jianqing said instead, you, colorful. When we mix, colorful. Am I colorful? What color are you? How come when we mix it's still colorful? Transparent. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Jianqing faintly replied, I'm transparent. Just as he was about to console him a bit, he heard Lu Jianqing say again that it's good that his younger brother isn't transparent. Of course, blood is thicker than water. Though Lu Jianqing's relationship with his younger brother was distant, he often thought about him. In his communication with teacher Tang Han, Shen Yexing learned that Lu Jianqing's younger brother was considered an unplanned birth at the time, and the family had been fined a significant amount of money. His father also lost his job at the unit. Your brother must be valuable, Shen Yexing pinched his face, transparent and valuable, what is that? Diamond. Lu Jianqing's wits weren't muddled, he asked, valuable. Yeah, uncle and auntie paid a fine when they had your brother, Shen Yexing answered. Lu Jianqing moved his ears slightly, his expression appearing extremely puzzled. Why does having a child result in a fine? Shen Yexing held his subtly moving ears, finding them soft and enjoyable to pinch, because they didn't get permission. This left Lu Jianqing even more confused, permission. Why does having a child require permission? The reasons behind it were too vast, making it impossible for Shen Yexing to explain everything to him, so he chose to remain silent, saying he'd tell him later. Lu Jianqing nodded, without asking further, turning his head to continue gazing at the incomprehensible sky below. Sunlight landed on excessively long eyelashes, and the whole world sparkled. Zhang Fei looked at them from the side. Having been brothers with Shen Yexing for such a long time, it was the first time he felt so strongly about Shen Yexing's emotions. That sense of caring. It's time for class, Zhang Fei threw the pull-tab can into the trash can, I'll go back to the classroom first. As Li Dingxi said, as long as days are lived well, time goes by quickly. Time seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. With the wind, June had passed, and July's temperature brought vitality back to the students at City No. 2 High School. In July, it was hot, so Tang Han often called Lu Jianqing to the sensory integration training room for chats and discussions. Shen Yexing, easily irritable, spent half the afternoon every day on the basketball court, heading over to the training room after class and buying drinks for everyone there. Lu Jianqing also learned to buy water for Shen Yexing. At first, he only cared about Shen Yexing, buying just one bottle, but later, he gradually started getting drinks for the whole team. After school, when they gathered together for dinner, there were often teammates who invited both Lu Jianqing and Shen Yexing along. On a certain afternoon in July, the floor of the basketball court was scorching hot. Gu Kunchen was taking off his shoes to change into another pair of socks, stepping onto the court with his bare feet, and immediately began shouting from the heat. Shen Yexing was mercilessly dominating on the basketball court, finishing a screen and rolling for the next tactical play. Dirt stuck to the basketball, which he dribbled, dirtying his palm as well. When he wiped his sweaty neck, 3 rows of black fingerprints instantly appeared. He wore a protective glove on one hand, making him look like a ninja warrior. Now with black marks on his neck, it made him resemble someone who had fought in a jungle battle. A true master does not need tactics, only momentum and coolness. Get ready to catch. Move towards me. Secure the ball, Shen Yexing lobbed a long pass, or you'll do 100 push-ups. The teammate reached up to securely grab the long pass, bounced the basketball a few times, then loudly shouted, Captain, you're making me not dare not to catch this. After this game, let's run a few laps. Alright. Shen Yexing returned the pass, snapped his fingers at the bench, and signaled for a bottle of mineral water. Next to the basketball court was the track field. A classmate rushed over from the track, shouting before even reaching the court, Shen Yexing. Quickly, Lu Jianqing is in a fight. What? It had been so long since Lu Jianqing used violence to solve problems, why was it happening again? Clutching the water bottle, Shen Yexing turned back and nodded to his teammates, that's all for today, we'll continue tomorrow. His coach had also heard about his top student having a little tail around, so the coach nodded beside him and said, go ahead, nothing bad should happen. I'm going with you. Li Dingxi threw away the towel. I'm coming too. Gu Kunchen also chimed in. His shoes weren't even tied yet, and he just grabbed his sneakers and ran, barefoot in his socks. Li Dingxi couldn't help but laugh watching him run. Having more people along would be good, what if something happened and no one could hold them back? Shen Yexing ran a few steps, then turned to call them, let's go. They rushed to the office of the second-grade teachers. Leaning on the doorframe, Shen Yexing peered inside but saw only Lu Jianqing, not the person he had fought with. There were already some students from other classes who had come to watch the spectacle outside the office. Seeing that Shen Yexing had arrived, someone whispered something in his ear. Gu Kunchen, out of breath, leaned against the doorframe of the office, pointing inside, why don't you go in? Shen Yexing was extremely nervous, I'm a little hesitant to go in. Huh? Why? Was he beaten, or did he beat someone else? He definitely beat someone else. Don't tell me you don't know what kind of level your Lu Jianqing has achieved. Although that was what he said, Shen Yexing always felt that Lu Jianqing's nature had softened because of him. Shen Yexing tensed for a few seconds, then finally knocked on the door. Without waiting for the teacher inside to say, "Come in," he hastily pushed open the door. The moment he entered, he saw Lu Jianqing with half his face covered by a towel, standing motionless beside the desk, expressionless. Good. Fine. Still had the old solitary king of the hill aura. Shen Yexing sighed in relief, walked over briskly, and patted Lu Jianqing's lower back. "I'm here." Lu Jianqing shifted a bit, unwilling for Shen Yexing to see him in this state. "You guys are fast on the information front," said the teacher sitting opposite. She sipped her tea. Your Lu Jianqing held a freestyle boxing match in front of the canteen. Shen Yexing was surprised. Canteen. During this time, Lu Jianqing was usually studying in the classroom. He went to buy water. Tang Han pointed to the 7 or 8 bottles of mineral water lying on the sofa. Shen Yexing scanned the office, then looked directly at the opposing teacher. "Where's the person? Are you looking to start a fight again?" The opposing teacher seemed somewhat scared of him. "Your classmate Lu Jianqing is fine, but my student is in the infirmary right now." "It's not serious, I hope?" Shen Yexing asked again, this time directing his question to Tang Han. Still, Tang Han hesitated because the other class's homeroom teacher was there and didn't elaborate. "We'll go check later." "Alright," Shen Yexing said. Tang Han noticed Gu Kunshin's white sock smeared with dirt. With a sigh, he said, "Gu Kunshin. What's wrong with you? Where are your shoes?" Gu Kunshin fumbled, then tossed his shoes from behind him onto the ground. "Put them on." "Okay, teacher." Li Dingxi couldn't hold back her laughter, and Lu Jianqing also joined in laughing. Tang Han glanced at the opposing homeroom teacher, who looked livid, and had no choice but to reprimand them. "Do you even look presentable coming into the office with just socks on? Hurry up and put your shoes on." Shen Yexing didn't linger further and turned toward Lu Jianqing instead, asking, "So what happened, Lu Jianxing?" "Don't talk about me." Lu Jianqing wiped the sweat off his face, grinding his teeth tightly, "and talking about you would be worse." He detested being talked about behind his back. It made him painfully aware of how gossip could make him feel abandoned by the world at any given moment. "It's our final year." Shen Yexing swallowed the 3 words, "don't fight," into his throat and said, "Forget it, what did they say to you?" "Explo." Before the word was fully out, Shen Yexing quickly embraced him, patting his back comfortingly. "It's okay, take it slow." Lu Jianqing shook his head, "Not that." Shen Yexing tilted his head, confused. Not for hugging." Lu Jianqing's face turned red as he struggled to say the next sentence. Violence freak brought along a mini-social recluse. "That's not acceptable at all." Gu Kunshin muttered silently. Li Dingxi began looking around for a stick, snapping angrily, "If you don't know how to speak properly, don't speak. Let me beat them." The other teacher slammed her hand on the desk furiously and shouted, "Beat who? Don't you think the situation is chaotic enough already? Do you not want to graduate? What kind of students do you have, Tang Han?" Gu Kunshin retorted without holding back, "What do you expect from us students? You. Stop." Tang Han said tiredly, "All of you, get out of here." "Sorry, Mr. Tang," Li Dingxi mumbled under her breath, "how come there are still lower-grade classmates left during the summer vacation?" Shen Yexing frowned, speaking sarcastically, "They're not younger students, they're our grade." Tang Han scolded sharply, "Yexing." With an elbow prod, Gu Kunshin whispered quietly, "Boss, let's discuss this after we leave." No discussions afterward either. Tang Han glared at Shen Yexing, "You're graduating this year. Now that you've moved up to grade 12, you're all adults. Do you really not wish to graduate?" After catching his breath, Tang Han turned his gaze to Lu Jianqing. "Jianqing, does your face still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt," Lu Jianqing replied silently. Violence freak came along with a little self-isolated buddy. Repeating the phrase, Lu Jianqing placed his warm fingers firmly on Shen Yexing's wrist and emphasized, "But not you. You changed long ago." Sighing deeply, Shen Yexing responded, "And neither did you." Everyone in the office fell silent for a moment. Lu Jianqing's face bore traces of the brawl, and whenever antiseptic ointment was applied to the broken skin, it stung unbearably. When the bell rang signaling the start of class, Tang Han quickly urged them, "Yexing, you should go back to class. He hasn't treated his wounds yet." Shen Yexing coldly stated. "Yexing, please cooperate and go back first." Tang Han massaged his temple, "I will accompany him." Lu Jianqing, who had been silent beside him, turned his head and nodded toward Shen Yexing, softly murmuring, "Ahem." After treating the wound in the infirmary, Tang Han escorted Lu Jianqing back to the classroom. On the way, he asked him, "Now that you've messed up, what are your plans?" "Punishment," Lu Jianqing replied calmly. "Yes, fighting is not an option. You're already 18, and many responsibilities fall on you now. Fists can't resolve every problem. This incident was indeed their fault, but you ended up with injuries. Many people will be heartbroken over this." "Is that true? Would many people really care about me?" Lu Jianqing paused mid-step, his gaze moving to the corridor before saying, "Standing punishment." "All right." Tang Han found a spot for Lu Jianqing's standing punishment, telling him to stand there for half a day and then return obediently to the dormitory after school. Lu Jianqing nodded in agreement. During break time, Li Dingxi teased him, placing a textbook atop his head and joking, "Wow, Jianqing, I didn't think you'd end up getting punished this way one day." Lu Jianqing dared not move, worried the book might fall, yet he smiled faintly through his lips. "Indeed, it happens sometimes. Why don't you give him a stool to hold up?" Sheng Yexing, walking out of the classroom, said, "so it looks even better." He may have spoken harshly, but inside his heart was already as soft as clouds, reaching out to touch Lu Jianxing's face. "Not too hot. It's scorching summer, and yet he willingly stands in the corridor. Not only will he be under the sun, what if that enemy from the fight sees him? Never mind, Lu Jianqing never really cares about saving face anyway." That night after returning from the fight, it rained at night. The wind howled outside the window, and summer night sky lit up with thunder and lightning. Lying on the dorm bed, Lu Jianqing tossed and turned in pain, unable to sleep. Though before bed, Sheng Yexing had blown on his injuries, it didn't seem to work much. When they were younger, his parents always used to blow on his hurts this way, and it worked effectively back then. Perhaps he moved too much while tossing, and Sheng Yexing also sensed his restlessness. Crawling out of his covers, he leaned against the foot of the bed, gently touching Lu Jianqing's cool cheek. He didn't say things like, "Go to sleep," or, "It's very late." He simply touched Lu Jianqing's face a few times. Lu Jianqing remembered that feeling of being cherished, warm one moment, cool the next. Within minutes, he dozed off peacefully. In a daze, Lu Jianqing thought. Later, he would definitely buy countless basketballs for Sheng Yexing so he wouldn't need to scramble with teammates over just one ball. Chapter 71, The Youth. In July of that year, the city's number 2 high school only gave the senior grade a 10-day vacation, and all the remaining time was spent returning to school for classes. Even though it was returning to school for classes, due to the particularity of class 2 to 7 in the junior high, the schedule wasn't too intense. Those who wanted to play basketball did so, those who wanted to read books could read, and there were also a few who went to the window every day to sunbathe, their necks bearing the imprint of their uniform collars like they wore an exquisite necklace. Lu Jianqing had not noticed these things at all. The aftermath of the fight turned out well. Both children had minor injuries, reconciled face to face, and everything went back to normal. On the day of reconciliation, Tang Han specially managed to get Gu Kunchen to find a way to send Sheng Yexing away, fearing further conflict might arise. It was also on that day that Lu Jianqing asked his homeroom teacher and the other party's teacher to require the student who fought with him to personally say, "Sheng Yexing is not a bully," in front of everyone. And he made sure this statement was repeated twice towards himself, "Sheng Yexing, I'm sorry." Even though Sheng Yexing was not present then. After much reluctance, the other party muttered the words. Although his attitude was somewhat less than sincere, Lu Jianqing still nodded in satisfaction, shook hands, and reconciled. When Sheng Yexing heard Tang Han recounting these events, he struggled to suppress laughter, but said, "Teacher, I will certainly keep an eye on him." What Sheng Yexing didn't know was that on the afternoon after the reconciliation, Lu Jianqing was exceptionally happy, even climbing up to the school rooftop railing just to watch clouds drift and birds occasionally soar through the sky. Lu Jianqing was overly joyous, combined with limited physical coordination, his butt nearly slipped off, almost rolling him down the building. He almost lost Sheng Yexing forever. When they returned to the classroom, seeing dirt on his clothes, Sheng Yexing asked him what happened. Lu Jianqing didn't answer, and Sheng Yexing stopped asking. He pulled out some scar-reducing medication from the drawer and applied it to his cheek. After their last battle, Lu Jianqing had developed a scar on his cheek, which remained red by the sideburn area. "You've got such a good-looking face," Sheng Yexing softly massaged a transparent and cool medicine onto his face, "now it has marks." "Ah." Lu Jianqing let out a single syllable without further explanation, suddenly feeling a wave of sorrow in his heart. In August, the lotus pond behind the school bloomed once again with flowers. Li Dingxi led a group to admire it, took many photos with his phone, and racked his brain for clever WeChat posts, even searching online for lotus poems. In the end, he came up with, "Emerging from mud unstained," and posted 9 pictures taken in a stereotypical manly style. Of course, under their encouragement, Lu Jianqing also posted a friend's circle photo, briefly stating, "Pretty." After posting on social media, his parents immediately called, evident happiness in their voices. For a long while, Lu Jianqing couldn't think of any words to respond, not even calling out, "Mom, Dad." He hurriedly hung up the call and squatted beside the lotus pond, lost in thought. Watching dragonflies glide across the water surface and brush past his hair tips before landing into the summer. Lu Jianqing remembered, before coming to the number 2 secondary school, he had asked his mom if there would be people like him in school. His mother replied that there would be surely. Only later did Lu Jianqing realize that even if the 30 or more classmates all shared his illness, it wouldn't make them instant friends. Books on the desk stacked higher and higher in the classroom, and Lu Jianqing found studying increasingly tiring. He often fell asleep on the table within minutes. "Go home and sleep at noon," Sheng Yexing nudged him with his elbow, "there's an electric fan in the classroom, you're sweating all over and will catch a cold sleeping here." Lu Jianqing pretended not to hear and covered his head with a book. "Alright, go ahead and sleep." Sitting upright, Sheng Yexing shielded the corner with half of his body, "I'll cover for you." Drowsiness overwhelmed him, moving his eyelids slightly before quickly dozing off. Blame should fall on Li Dingxi walking around too often lately. Taking advantage of Li Dingxi being away, Shen Yexing started playing pranks on Lu Jianqing, resulting in both staying up until midnight chatting and drinking water. Almost dawn already. Truly lacking a sense of time. However, Lu Jianqing wasn't quite clear about what entering Senior 3 meant. Not until many years later, when he often recalled his high school life, did he come to understand that what left wasn't just those 3 years, but also the unique school uniform era that belonged solely to them. A new hot pot restaurant opened at the school gate. As soon as classes ended, Shen Yexing led the team members into the store. They ordered a mixed spicy mild pot, slowly turning the white broth side toward Lu Jianqing. Even though Lu Jianqing had emphasized many times that his family also ate hot pot and he wasn't afraid of spicy food, Shen Yexing still remembered Tang Han's warning, Lu Jianqing has a bad stomach. In the end, they compromised by asking the boss to pour some boiling water over the ingredients, washing them before eating. After finishing the hot pot, the group of boys rode their bikes around the outskirts of the city. The night wind cooled their sweaty bodies against their skin, and only under the scolding of Aunt Zhang did they obediently go back for roll call. Lu Jianqing was now an adult, and Shen Yexing seemed to have grown a little mischievous. After taking a shower, he never wore a top, strutting out of the bathroom with a bare, muscular upper body. His eyes often glanced at where Lu Jianqing was sitting. Lu Jianqing pretended not to see, focusing on his extracurricular book, but his ears were already red. Having just finished bathing, Shen Yexing approached Lu Jianqing with urgency. As he tried to pull up Lu Jianqing's shirt, Lu Jianqing pushed him away with his elbow and said, "I'm reading." "You're already reacting," Shen Yexing said, "why are you still reading?" "Who wouldn't react?" Lu Jianqing popped a mint-flavored candy into his mouth, raised his eyes to glance at Shen Yexing, then shoved the extracurricular book in his hands into Shen Yexing's arms. "What's wrong? Read it." Swallowing down the crushed sugar pieces, Lu Jianqing rubbed his eyes. "Have your eyes been tired from reading too long?" Shen Yexing asked. Lu Jianqing didn't answer, trying to break free from Shen Yexing's grabbing hand. "Read it," he repeated. "All right, I'll read it." "What kind of books do you always read?" Shen Yexing flipped through a few pages, secretly relieved. These were much better than the electrical repair manuals and drug instruction sheets Lu Jianqing used to read. As soon as you're hospitalized, it means you've lost your personal freedom. I learned this rule about patients not being allowed outside after I came here. It gave me a real sense of being imprisoned. There are strict regulations for visits and patient care. After reading a few sentences, Shen Yexing stopped, glanced at the book's cover title, and put the book away. "It's about a psychiatric hospital. Read less of these," Lu Jianqing said, "for you." Pushing aside a strand of hair, Shen Yexing revealed Lu Jianqing's face. "Do you want to stay in the psychiatric hospital with me in the future?" Lu Jianqing responded with a slow nod. "I'm not that bad. Even if I had to go, I wouldn't take you along." "Okay, no more reading. Let's put some eye drops in." "Be good, tilt your head back." Shen Yexing took the eye drops from the table, bent down, and gently held Lu Jianqing's face. "I'll drop some for you, it will make you feel better." "Bitter," Lu Jianqing emphasized. "Medicine is naturally bitter," Shen Yexing replied. Every time after putting in eye drops, some would run down his cheeks and enter his lips. Lu Jianqing curled his tongue to taste the unmentionable bitterness. After carefully administering the eye drops to Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing prepared to get some tissues to wipe his face, but as he turned back, he heard Lu Jianqing shouting loudly, "I cried. I cried." Shen Yexing laughed, "That's medicine, not tears. Don't say the word cry all the time. The medicine is bitter." Lu Jianqing looked very serious, his eyes rimmed with red, "and so are the tears." As if he really had cried. Startled, Shen Yexing picked up the book that had been left to the side and hastily flipped through it. The page he had earlier marked had obvious creases, leading him right to it. At the bottom of the page, there were clear stains from liquid, slightly swelling the paper. On the last paragraph of this page was written, "In broad daylight, amid laughter and joy, you're planning how to end everything. What a wonder, this feeling of being isolated from the entire world. No matter who does what to you, all you feel is a powerless itching." Shen Yexing stayed silent, placing the book beside his pillow, leaning over and holding Lu Jianqing, speaking deeply, "I'm confiscating your books. Don't read this kind anymore, understood?" Lu Jianqing still stared at him with wide eyes, his lips turning pale. "Borrowed it from the library. I'll return it tomorrow," Shen Yexing said. "All right." Lu Jianqing nodded. Just after their intimate moment, there was another knock on the dormitory door. To ensure safety, Shen Yexing had developed the habit of locking the door as soon as they got back to the dormitory. No one with a key could open it. So Li Dingxi shouted outside the door, "Leader, why did you lock the door again? Hiding in the room to fly." Gu Kunshan interrupted him while carrying a cake, "This is a public hallway, mind your language." "Oh. Tomorrow's my birthday, and I'm the oldest. You're an adult, there are underclassmen in this hallway. Can you take some responsibility?" Gu Kunshan held the cake carefully, worried about shaking this fragile food. Shen Yexing opened the door, put a towel on his shoulder, and whistled at the doorway, "You know to come back and stay tonight? Come in. I feel like there's a strange smell." Gu Kunshan moved his nose. Li Dingxi added, the smell of hormones. Right, that's very accurate. Gu Kunchen praised him. Cut it out. Sheng Yexing gave Gu Kunchen a flick with the towel on his lower back and placed the cake on the stool inside the dormitory, raising his eyebrows and asked, why aren't you staying home tonight? To celebrate my 18th anniversary of defeating illness. Sheng Yexing glanced at him, really? Anyway, you haven't conquered it either, Gu Kunchen added sarcastically, at best, you've managed a stalemate. Must you provoke me, Gu Kunchen? It's not completely. Li Dingxi said, I'm turning 18, I just want to spend it with you guys. Hey, I asked Kunchen to invite Zhang Fei and Dong Xiao. Did he invite them? Of course, they're buying spicy pickled stuff. Gu Kunchen rubbed his hands. Sheng Yexing nodded and then poked Lu Jianqing's head, laughing aloud, Lu Jianqing, stop reading and come celebrate your 19th birthday. Lu Jianqing was stunned for a few seconds, still scribbling but said, so fast. Yes. Sheng Yexing said. Big brother, don't play with us Jianqing anymore. You've made him silly. He laughs whenever he sees you. He used to be so cool. Isn't it good that he laughs when he sees me? It wouldn't be good if he laughed when seeing me too. He laughs because he thinks you're funny, Sheng Yexing shoved him, he looks at me because he feels happy when he sees me. Instantly crestfallen, Li Dingxi poked his cheek several times, muttering, I am quite funny. Sheng Yexing smiled, speaking of which, last month one day when Zhang Fei and I were drinking soda in the corridor, Lu Jianqing walked by, observed for a while. Guess what he said? What did he say? Gu Kunchen suddenly interrupted from where he was playing mobile games riding on the chair nearby. Sheng Yexing replied, said that you two mixing together results in something green. Mixing equals green. Li Dingxi said, hey, am I yellow or is Zhang Fei yellow? That's nonsense. Besides you, who could possibly be yellow? Gu Kunchen retorted. Li Dingxi glared at Gu Kunchen, dissatisfied, saying, go away, don't distract me when Jianqing makes his judgment. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianqing stopped writing his homework, paused for a moment, and wore a cold expression, saying, you, yellow. Swadangs, my antidepressant days in the psychiatric hospital. Chapter 72, Solitude. Li Dingxi was a good kid, even when he was little. During the years when he was 7 or 8, his condition flared up to its peak in childhood, leaving his parents at their wits' end. Back in the early 2000s, treatments for such conditions were not yet widely popularized. His parents sent him to the hospital for a while. Around that time, the children's channel was airing Duck Detective, and Li Dingxi would carry a magnifying glass around the hospital compound every day, searching for something. Eventually, this actually calmed him down, and he could sit on a wicker chair in the courtyard for half an hour. He had terrible posture while sitting, and his mother would give him a frozen cake to hold. Li Dingxi would eat as he sat, basking in the sun, and soon fall asleep. After he fell asleep, his father would carry him back into the room onto the bamboo mat. Childhood summers passed in this leisurely manner. His thoughts shifted back, and Li Dingxi loudly blew out a cigarette lit by Sheng Yexing, carefully making a wish. Sheng Yexing had originally planned to arrange a line of cigarettes on the ground, but Li Dingxi said that lighting 18 cigarettes was too wasteful. One would be enough from now on. Zhang Fei said, are you sure? Turning 18 happens only once, shouldn't we light all 18? Adjusting the lighter slightly, Li Dingxi leaned back with a smile and said, let me pretend I'm just 1 year old, who wants to grow up anyway? The spicy salted snacks they bought made Lu Jianqing drink several sips of mineral water, then he ended up sitting on the edge of the bed massaging his stomach. Under the pretense of going to the bathroom, Sheng Yexing pulled Lu Jianqing into the restroom, lifting his school uniform hem and pressing slowly near his stomach. Sheng Yexing coughed, stepped on the toilet flush pedal, and whispered close to Lu Jianqing's ear, feeling better? Yes. Don't I tell you not to eat so much, but you never listen. Sheng Yexing pressed the pedal again, letting the flushing sound cover his words. When no one is in the dormitory, I'll deal with you. Lu Jianqing softly asked, how will you deal with me? It wasn't expected he'd counter-question that, and Sheng Yexing coughed twice dryly, unable to articulate anything coherent, instead laughing mischievously and moving his hand under Lu Jianqing's shirt to pinch his back lightly. Lu Jianqing couldn't suppress a small, ah. But Sheng Yexing quickly reacted, stepping on the flush pedal again, the sound of rushing water masking everything that happened. The boss hasn't finished flushing the toilet yet, Li Dingxi exclaimed while struggling to open a stuck soda can. You're paying for this month's water bill. Gu Kunchen gestured, flushed 3 times. Even using the bathroom takes effort, paused mid-motion, Zhang Fei took the soda can from Li Dingxi and opened it effortlessly with one hand. Yexing, you and Jianqing, hurry up and come out. Gu Kunchen added mockingly, even the toilet has to be shared together, truly impressive. Li Dingxi cheerfully thanked Zhang Fei and turned to Gu Kunchen saying, just noticed. We've been forgotten long ago. After celebrating the birthday, each boy returned to their respective dormitories to rest. Because Li Dingxi was still in the room, Sheng Yexing didn't get to punish Lu Jianqing much. He just teased him a bit while Li Dingxi went into the bathroom to take a shower, then swiftly grabbed the wash basin and slipped into the bathroom as if nothing had happened when Lu Jianqing blushed and looked ready to bite. When he came out of the shower, Lu Jianqing waited on his bunk for him, mimicking Shen Yexing's actions by grabbing his waist before quickly climbing into bed. Finally, Lu Jianqing peeked through the curtain, looking particularly fierce. "I'll punish you." Having said that, Lu Jianqing quickly closed the curtains, but left a small gap. A few seconds later, he stretched out an arm from the bed curtain, waving his fingers to beckon. Meaning, "Come sleep with me." Shen Yexing felt heated throughout his body and finally understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. After some introspection, he picked up the air conditioning remote from the desk and lowered the dormitory's AC temperature slightly. Southern August heat was unbearable. Cooling off by drinking cold water was no longer innovative. Li Dingxi simply plastered his face against the ceramic tiles of the classroom wall, declaring how refreshing it was. Lu Jianqing and Gu Kunchen followed along, like glue stuck to the walls after class, forming a neat row. When Tang Han walked in and saw this formation, he assumed there was something inside the wall. He interrogated everyone with his pointer stick for quite a while until all eyes focused on Li Dingxi, concluding the drama with Li Dingxi standing at the back of the classroom for half a period. "How old are you guys that you're still getting penalized with standing?" Lin Chuan spoke aloud, which prompted Gu Kunchen to quickly cover his mouth. Li Dingxi asked for it himself. "He's going to have to ask Teacher Tang for the sandbag again," Lin Chuan added, "so he can put it on his lap during class, otherwise he keeps wanting to run around." Gu Kunchen tapped his pen and whispered, "I always feel like Dingxi is getting worse." After hesitating, Lin Chuan, "No, he's not. Really, by this age, he should have already." Gu Kunchen's voice grew quieter and quieter. Behind them, Shen Yexing looked up and lightly kicked the front seat's leg with his foot. "Don't talk nonsense." After kicking the seat, Shen Yexing pulled his legs back and unlocked his phone in his hand, wanting to check how long until class ended. As soon as he opened the phone, he forgot everything he wanted to do, focusing entirely on Lu Jianqing's WeChat profile picture. Shen Yexing constantly analyzed Lu Jianqing's moments, WeChat social feed, and Lu Jianqing did the same. Both of them held their phones, entering each other's moments repeatedly, occasionally glancing at one another as if to say, "Why don't you post anything?" Lu Jianqing didn't know what to post either. His moments had just one post, a lotus picture forced out last time. Staring for a second, Shen Yexing noticed the small profile picture on his phone screen changed. It seemed to be his own. He turned red and pretended to stay calm. "When did you change your profile picture to my photo?" Lu Jianqing remained incredibly cold. "Just now." "You should also change your moment's background." Shen Yexing nudged his elbow, beginning to take advantage bit by bit. "All black, it looks too emotionless." Lu Jianqing. As if saying that wasn't exactly all black before either. With a few movements of his fingers, Lu Jianqing's profile picture changed again, along with the background turning fully black. Shen Yexing. Lu Jianqing, go to sleep. Yawning, Lu Jianqing now knew how to cover himself, flipping open a big workbook to prop under his head, lying down on the desk to sleep. Shen Yexing looked at the childish yet bouncy little star on his profile picture and silently decided to continue using it. In the afternoon, something uncontrollable happened in the class. A classmate suddenly went off, throwing chairs and tables alike, even pulling the book corner table down and scattering it all over the floor, screaming and gasping wildly. Even Tang Han couldn't control him when he came in. Kicking a chair away with his foot, it tipped backward onto the tiled classroom floor. Bang! This startled Shen Yexing awake from her nap, but she didn't react violently. Instead, Lu Jianqing picked up a chair and stood ready to throw it toward the source of the sound. Fortunately, Gu Kunchen acted quickly, grabbing Lu Jianqing around the waist while dragging him backward, shouting, "Calm down. Calm down." Lu Jianqing's eyes were red, tightly gripping his fists and trying his best to hold back, finally emitting a few snorts from his nostrils before sitting back down obediently. The classmate was escorted away, and Lu Jianqing acted as if nothing happened, heading to the convenience store right after class. He stared blankly at the entrance for half an hour. Someone should intervene. Li Dingxi glanced at the position near the rear door in the classroom and whispered, right after class, he bought more than 10 packets of candy at the convenience store, all the same flavor. The smell almost overwhelmed me, and if he eats all those, won't he end up choking? Shen Yexing stopped writing, he ate them all. The 5th packet, Li Dingxi showed the count, there's no way to stop him. Why does he eat candy when he's mad? Shen Yexing asked. You can ask him yourself, I can't understand. Huh. After tidying up her textbook simply, Shen Yexing stood up and pushed the stool towards the back door. The admiring looks among Li Dingxi and others instantly appeared. None of them thought Shen Yexing would dare to persuade Lu Jianqing, especially considering today's frightening tantrum once again successfully scared everyone in the class. Walking up to Lu Jianqing, Shen Yexing didn't say much else, merely stating, I want to eat too. Without hesitation, Lu Jianqing shoved the remaining packets into Shen Yexing's arms, his gaze sincere. Gulping down the candy despite his tight throat, Shen Yexing hastily drank several sips of mineral water, trying to suppress the overwhelming sweetness. Even his belches smelled like matcha-flavored milk candies now. The last class had a long break, and many classmates were in an excited state after waking up, knocking tables and chairs around messily. Lu Jianqing was sitting in his seat reading a book, and every time the table leg got knocked crooked, he would straighten it. This went back and forth 2 or 3 dozen times, irritating Gu Kunshan so much that he kicked at the nearby table leg and shouted loudly, "Stop knocking it, go play elsewhere if you must." "There are still people standing up for Lu Jianqing in your class." The boy being scolded awkwardly laughed and then said to the football-hugging boy beside him, "Sorry, I'm backing out first." Gu Kunshan, also short-tempered, leaned on the chair leg and replied, "Our class has guests visiting." "Alright, people from outside classes," Lin Chuan remarked, "it's only because Yi Xing went to the office that they dared to act so arrogantly." Shaking his head, Gu Kunshan commented, "Even the boss has gotten a better temper now." After the long break was over, Xing Yexing came in holding Tang Han's teacup and laptop, placing the teaching materials on the podium before going back to her seat. Lu Jianqing, who had been sleeping with his head down, raised it now, giving Xing Yexing a glance and a small smile. "What's so funny?" Xing Yexing opened her book, looking down and speaking softly, "Teacher Tang said you fought today, being particularly naughty. After class, go to the storage room and move the things needed for tomorrow's training to the training room." Lu Jianqing nodded. Xing Yexing propped up her book a bit higher, whispering, "Why didn't you ask me to accompany you? Come with me." Lu Jianqing's words were rather stiff, but his eyes shone brightly. "I wouldn't have the heart to refuse you," smiling and nodding too, Xing Yexing said, "I'll come after class." The third-year students got dismissed a little late, almost 7 o'clock, when they were finally freed from the stifling classroom by Teacher Tang. City No. 2 High School's storage room was around the playground, a separate small factory building. Inside, there were sensory integration training tools used specifically by special classes as well as many sports equipment pieces. Before school ended, Xing Yexing had already packed both their backpacks and put the mobile phone deep inside the bag. She suggested they would carry it back together after returning from the storage room since dragging it around would be cumbersome. The sight of countless baskets of basketballs inside the storage made Lu Jianqing's eyes widen in amazement. "Damn, it's so suffocating in here," Xing Yexing pinched her nose, blocking Lu Jianqing's way forward. "It's full of dust inside, we'll take what we need and leave." "Okay." Lu Jianqing furrowed his brow. Xing Yexing brushed the ash off her sleeves. "Teacher Tang also said if there is anything you like playing with, take it along for use tomorrow." "Alright." Triangular slide car, one-legged stools, pedal bikes, are we still playing these? Xing Yexing glanced at the checklist. "Did you play them when you were a child?" "Aha." Lu Jianqing responded, "Fell often." "You always fell." "Yeah. I think you're still pretty well behaved now. The first day you hit someone, and today again." Xing Yexing squatted down, tapping his forehead lightly, seriously saying, "Hitting people hurts your hands, and when you're in pain, I'm sad, do you know that?" Pestering, standing for so long that his legs felt stiff, Lu Jianqing muttered, "It's irritating." He disliked hearing noise and felt extremely irritated. Speechless momentarily, Xing Yexing paused for a moment then asked, "Then why could you hold back when I went berserk?" Lu Jianqing remained silent and looked for the one-legged stool based on the marked list. Sensing that under the current state, Lu Jianqing wasn't completely unable to listen, Xing Yexing seized the opportunity, catching Lu Jianqing's arm and spoke deeply, "In the future, whatever happens, don't rush to act." Lu Jianqing stopped his steps, turning around, his gaze wandering over the dusty table and benches in the storage room, and then scanning over Xing Yexing's entire body. Finally, Lu Jianqing squatted down awkwardly and tied Xing Yexing's loosened left shoelace. Relaxing slightly, Lu Jianqing lifted his eyes, the corners of which were smeared black by the ash from his fingers, and muttered, "Don't touch what doesn't concern you." "Feel free to hit me," Xing Yexing suddenly said, "I'll clean up the mess." After saying this, Xing Yexing clapped her hands, calling Lu Jianqing over to move all the equipment near the entrance of the storage room. At 7:30, roughly clearing the smaller and larger items, they prepared to lock the door of the storage room and exit. The training room was also near the playground, very close to the storage room, just a few steps away, making it very easy for the two of them to move the equipment. "That's about it, let me take a picture for Teacher Tang, and she can double-check it," Xing Yexing said, "You stand and rest a bit." "Okay." Lu Jianqing leaned against a clean cabinet, wiping the sweat. Indeed, more exercise did make him feel a little more comfortable, but the storage room on a summer night was overly hot. Before even having the chance to pull out her phone to take a photo, Lu Jianqing's acute hearing alerted Xing Yexing. He suddenly sensed that there was someone at the entrance, instinctively casting a questioning look toward Xing Yexing. "Hey, where's my phone?" Checking the empty pockets of her uniform, Xing Yexing was unsure what he meant to express. "What's wrong?" "Someone," Lu Jianqing said, "outside the door." Xing Yexing nodded, "It's fine, might be students running at night. But at dismissal time, who would be hanging around the playground?" The security inspection usually didn't include coming into a storage room of little value, plus it hadn't completely turned dark yet. Lu Jianqing glanced at the tightly shut door of the storage room. "Lock it, check." Upon hearing this, Xing Yexing kicked the door with her leg and found that the door indeed rattled once. When she tried to push it, it couldn't be moved anymore. "The key." Lu Jianqing handed her the storage room key. After messing with it a bit, Xing Yexing frowned, "Can't open it, it's locked from the outside." At 8 o'clock, it was pitch dark outside. Chapter 73, Benevolence. The night had fallen, and the dim light in the warehouse made Lu Jianqing feel drowsy. Xing Yexing leaned against the door, gazing at the already counted training equipment, perplexed. At this hour on normal days, the campus security who patrolled after school rarely visited the warehouse but might occasionally stop by depending on the day. Why was there no sign of them today? And who had locked the door? Who was so mean-spirited? The walls inside the warehouse were cement plastered, the windows tightly sealed glass panels, and the vent opened large on the wall with bars. The warehouse was located just across from the road at the edge of the playground, and any extra light came from passing headlights, even brighter than what was inside. Lu Jianqing stood by the window, looking outside without speaking, muttering to himself. A night breeze brought some fresh air into the enclosed space. Honey, Shen Yexing wiped sweat from behind his ear, or shall we break the door open? White, Lu Jianqing said, silver, champagne color. Tossing the cloth aside, Shen Yexing walked over curiously, what are you doing? Guessing the colors of the cars? Lu Jianqing ignored him and predicted the next car's color, white. Shen Yexing blurted out, black. Gray. Red. Just as he finished, Shen Yexing glanced at the speeding cars and exclaimed, damn, it is gray. The two of them guessed the colors of passing cars for a while in the warehouse. Feeling utterly bored, Lu Jianqing stood beside Shen Yexing for a few more minutes before he couldn't resist lifting his face closer, his voice raspy, kiss me. As if receiving a special pardon, Shen Yexing quickly stripped off his school uniform after stepping onto a table, then swung it to cover the surveillance camera. His movements were smooth and decisive. Lu Jianqing was stunned as he scrutinized him for a few seconds. I checked where the surveillance was the moment I entered, but unfortunately, there were no blind spots. Shen Yexing tugged on the collar of the undershirt he wore underneath, smirking, otherwise, I would have kissed you earlier. Lu Jianqing rolled his eyes. Why didn't you act sooner? After their embrace and kisses in the corner of the warehouse, Lu Jianqing was covered in sweat, his breathing heavy as his school uniform zipper squeaked. His legs felt numb from squatting, and he let out soft groans when Shen Yexing picked him up, prompting Shen Yexing to immediately kneel down and massage his calves. Seeing Lu Jianqing slightly oxygen-deprived from the kisses, Shen Yexing also worried about suffocating him. Let's not stay here, let's break the window. You know. I know how to get out, but I just wanted to spend more time with you. Watching you guess car colors was amusing too. Or should we keep guessing? Lu Jianqing's eyes curved into a smile, sure. Shen Yexing. So, he stayed with Lu Jianqing by the window a bit longer. Then they both chose a stool, removed its leg, and used it like a steel pipe to smash against the glass panels. With considerable strength, they managed to break a hole in the window in just a few hits. With the glass broken, things became easier. Shen Yexing pulled the school uniform covering the surveillance camera to wrap his hands and then dismantled the remaining glass panel. It was dark at the back playground of the campus, with little lighting. Shen Yexing jumped down first, supporting the window ledge, then stood below to help catch Lu Jianqing. He thought Lu Jianqing would be a bit afraid, but instead, Lu Jianqing followed Shen Yexing's example, flipping over the window smoothly and quickly. As Shen Yexing was about to take him away, Lu Jianqing looked back once more, your school uniform, inside. Pausing, Shen Yexing took the opportunity to grab Lu Jianqing's hand, winking mischievously, forget it. The nighttime playground was quiet. Dressed in a tank top, Shen Yexing dragged Lu Jianqing and stumbled along the track. The stadium lights were dim, and after the drizzle of summer nights, the green grass exuded an earthy aroma. Can you run with me now? Slowing down his steps and chuckling, Shen Yexing replied, I remember when you first enrolled, I needed a stick to regulate your walking or else I'd worry you'd fall into the curb. Looking down at his feet, Lu Jianqing retorted, I never fell. Shen Yexing continued, when running or walking, you should look ahead, not at your feet, doing that makes you tense. Oh. Lu Jianqing finished, grabbed Shen Yexing, circled around to his back and wrapped his arms around, carry me. Certainly, make more requests like that in the future. Without hesitation, Shen Yexing squatted slightly, hoisted Lu Jianqing onto his back easily, hold tight, if we bump into a teacher. I'll say your leg is broken. As the lights grew further away and their surroundings darker, Lu Jianqing asked earnestly in his ear, why broken? Shen Yexing playfully pinched Lu Jianqing's thigh root, grinning, because we broke the window and fled. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was already 9 o'clock. Shen Yexing first sent Lu Jianqing back to the 5th floor, then went downstairs to look for Gu Kunchen. After buying a soda from the vending machine on the 1st floor, Shen Yexing tossed a bottle to Gu Kunchen and tilted his chin, asking, think carefully. Has anyone at school recently said they were looking for trouble with me? Are you joking? Who'd give a warning before seeking trouble? Gu Kunchen took a sip of his soda, besides, who dares to cause trouble for you? Shen Yexing sipped his soda, examining him, there really is someone. What's wrong? Gu Kunchen abruptly stood up. Sit down, sit down. Don't get so worked up, pulling him back down, Shen Yexing asked in a low voice, did Lu Jianqing have any conflicts with anyone today? No. Gu Kunchen thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh hard, I remember now. Someone from another class started an argument when they came to our classroom. Shen Yexing doubted it, an argument? Could someone really argue with Lu Jianqing? It didn't escalate into a fight, Gu Kunchen patted the dust off his pants, come on, follow me. I know who it is. The person Gu Kunchen knew about was found on the 2nd floor, directly called out of their dormitory room. When this person was called out, Shen Yexing didn't say much. He glanced at the person's hands, noticing that the rust hadn't been cleaned off yet, so he told Gu Kunshan not to use force. Upon seeing this stance, the person became a bit intimidated. Shen Yexing then added that they had smashed the warehouse windows today, and if this got blown out of proportion, it could be claimed that blood was shed or injuries occurred during the breaking. Seeing the atmosphere set, Gu Kunshan seized the opportunity and urged the person to apologize. After the apology, the matter was temporarily settled. As they were leaving, Shen Yexing let Gu Kunshan go ahead while giving one last warning: don't bother Lu Jianqing again, and they wouldn't report today's incident to the school. His explosions are still manageable, but if Lu Jianqing really goes all out, no one can compete. Once things were resolved and they returned to the dormitory, Lu Jianqing's bed curtains were already drawn. Li Dingxi was in the laundry room fighting with pillowcases and wasn't in the dorm. Oh, by the way, someone from the security department found me today regarding yesterday's lock issue. Shen Yexing scratched his nose awkwardly. They said they didn't know there was someone inside and locked the door by mistake. Lu Jianqing has sharp ears and hadn't fallen asleep, he was waiting. Upon hearing this, he stuck his head out from the bed and responded with, all right. All right, wait for me. Obediently, Shen Yexing picked up the wash basin. I'll take a shower first. Sleep if you're tired. Lu Jianqing replied, all right. The next morning, Shen Yexing and Lu Jianqing woke up early and went to the warehouse entrance to move the items left from yesterday to the training room. Glass shards were scattered all over the floor beneath the warehouse window, naturally drawing someone to question the situation. During his free time between classes, Shen Yexing specifically visited Tang Han to explain what happened. He didn't mention being locked in, only saying that he and Lu Jianqing had fallen asleep and woke up to find the key wouldn't open the door, so they had no choice but to break the window and escape. Tang Han looked at him for a long while holding a cup of tea and slowly said, if their homeroom teacher hadn't come to me, I might have believed you. Shen Yexing was stunned. You knew? The last class yesterday afternoon was theirs. Of course, the first person to be questioned about the warehouse would be the homeroom teacher, Tang Han said. This morning, the teacher checked the surveillance and saw your classmates. Yeah, last night I talked to some people. Shen Yexing leaned against the edge of the desk. Let's just close the matter. Tang Han gave him a sideways glance. Do you think you can simply decide to drop it? Don't hold us accountable, and don't tell Lu Jianqing anything, Shen Yexing said. It's over. There's no need. Furrowing his brow, Tang Han began to feel sorry for the two kids. How is it unnecessary? What if the room wasn't ventilated? Or what if someone got cut by the glass? Someone like Lu Jianqing should face as few opponents as possible in the future, Shen Yexing said. He needs kindness, from everyone. And my love. Tang Han guessed exactly this reason and his eyes flickered as he said, but you won't be able to protect him forever. In that case. Shen Yexing paused briefly in his movements, saying, I'll do my best to protect him forever. For Lu Jianqing, the word independence was a foreign term, distant yet close. More important than academic qualifications or appearance is social ability. Tang Han hesitated for a moment, asking him, nighttime, I want to ask you, have you noticed anything wrong with Li Dingxi lately? Mood-wise? Shen Yexing contemplated, still fine. You should take some time to get him examined, Tang Han said. All right, you can tell him later. After finishing his tea, Tang Han gently remarked, oh, Dongxia is likely to transfer schools next month. Shen Yexing's motion of filling the water froze noticeably. It wasn't until a while later that he reacted, replying, that's good. Aren't you curious about when you can leave? Tang Han asked. Not really, Shen Yexing smiled, there will be a day. Tang Han, is that day far away? Shen Yexing, pretty far. The brain is the most intricate instrument, it can't have any malfunctions. In such a condition, even a tiny error could lead to diseases, like depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, etc. Having spoken halfway, Tang Han patted Shen Yexing's back inside. No one wants to fall ill. Many issues are inherent from birth, some are acquired later, they don't have a choice. Shen Yexing said, yeah, we're just sick. Yes, Tang Han continued, including so-called normal people. They also experience all sorts of troubles and stresses in life. They claim themselves depressed, manic, or even say, I'm isolated on the internet. These are part of what the world bestows upon humanity, strange emotions. Shen Yexing nodded. Seeing the student didn't speak, Tang Han emphasized again, how to correctly face your own emotions then becomes a lifetime required course. Controlling oneself is hard, Shen Yexing said. That's true, many normal adults can't self-regulate either, let alone you kids. Tang Han rubbed his temple and sipped the tea on his desk. I'll confiscate your car for another week. What Tang Han meant by, next week I'll return it to you, was suddenly interpreted as, never returning it, by Shen Yexing. Shen Yexing clenched his fists and remained silent. His palm turned red and swollen when it was pried open. He got into an intense argument with Tang Han, saying it was half of his life essence, it had already been taken long enough, if he didn't agree no one else would touch his precious thing, almost reaching the point of saying whatever without considering, which pierced Tang Han's heart. Just moments ago, they were talking about self-control. When Shen Yexing calmed down, he squatted on the office balcony himself, holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking quite dispirited. Tang Han felt sorry for him, tapping his foot beside Xing Yexing as if frustrated that iron couldn't turn into steel. If you keep doing this, maybe you need checking too. I'm fine. Xing Yexing held on to the filter, just lost control earlier. You're smoking again. Tang Han's eyes widened. Xing Yexing lifted his face to show her, it's not lit. Not long after biting a cigarette in the office, the school started cracking down on students who smoked again. There were plenty of smokers at City Secondary School, usually gathering in boys' toilets across different grades. The braver ones gathered on the rooftop, and often right after class, the principal could grab one from the toilet every time. At first, they looked for smoke, now they learned to run to the window to smoke, so the principal simply smelled their fingers. Tang Han had no way out with Xing Yexing, so she asked Lu Jianqing to supervise him. She didn't say anything extra, directly downloading piles of articles about the harm of smoking online with pictures and text, pulling Lu Jianqing and talking for a while, getting only a nod in return. Xing Yexing was forced to quit smoking for a week. On his way to school, he detoured to an alleyway with Li Dingxi and smoked half a stick between them, sharing each puff until it was finished, then stepping out of the alley pretending nothing happened, vowing never to smoke again. Lu Jianqing came over with buns and steamed bread, imitating the principal, grabbing Xing Yexing's fingers to smell them. Before his fingers even touched, Lu Jianqing's superhuman sense of smell kicked in. No. Not disciplined. After muttering this sentence, Lu Jianqing stuck to the wall and walked ahead by himself. In the evening, after school going back to the dormitory, taking advantage of Li Dingxi's absence, Lu Jianqing ran to the balcony and looked down at the motorcycles placed in the backyard, with hearts nearly popping in his eyes. Xing Yexing suddenly appeared from behind and hugged him, whispering in his ear, "Did you tell Teacher Tang about me smoking today?" Lu Jianqing stood still. "You can snitch, Lu Jianqing," shoving a peeled tangerine segment into his mouth. Xing Yexing continued, "What do you think your punishment should be?" Punishment? With an acid-sweet bite in his mouth, Lu Jianqing narrowed his eyes. "What do you fear the most?" Xing Yexing asked. One day without speaking to Xing Yexing, Lu Jianqing suddenly realized, extending a finger to wipe the corner of his mouth, one day without speaking to Xing Yexing as punishment. Xing Yexing hurriedly said, "That won't work." Seeing Lu Jianqing's questioning gaze, Xing Yexing pretended to sulk, turning his face with resentment. "You helped Teacher Tang against me, my heart is broken." "How could that be betrayal?" Lu Jianqing reached out to pinch his sleeve, with a serious expression. "I want to ride." "Ride my bike?" Xing Yexing asked. Lips moving slightly, Lu Jianqing added, "I want to." Xing Yexing teased him on purpose, "That's my motorcycle, not yours." Lu Jianqing had already made his thought clear. He snapped his fingers and winked at Xing Yexing. "What's mine is yours, what's yours is mine." "Really?" Xing Yexing questioned back. "Really?" Lu Jianqing confirmed. "All right." Xing Yexing waved the motorcycle key in his hand a few times and threw it to him. "Then next time you see my mom, remember to call her aunt." Lu Jianqing. Shouldn't he follow Li Dingxi and others and call her aunt? Xing Yexing originally wanted to casually say, "Call mom when you see my mom," but then he remembered he was all alone in the world. To take advantage of Lu Jianqing, he could only use the relationship of his uncle's wife as a reference. Chapter 74, Late Summer. The day Dongxia transferred schools, City No. 2 Senior High welcomed the first weekend of September. Summer seemed to be gradually fading away, and the weather was a bit cooler. Meeting again wouldn't be something that could happen overnight. A few buddies skipped class to help him pack his luggage in the dormitory. At first, they were chatting and laughing, but later on, no one spoke anymore, not knowing when they would meet again. From leaving the dormitory until dragging the luggage to the school gate, Dongxia kept his eyes on the road beneath his feet, with a lump in his throat, unable to utter a single word. There were quite a few classmates from the class who came to the school gate to see him off, chattering among themselves, looking cheerful. After all, being able to leave this environment meant that Dongxia had recovered fairly well, capable of returning to his original life path. As long as he continues to get better. They could see hope. Dongxia's parents looked cheerful, repeatedly thanking the teachers who had come to see them off, followed by some polite remarks about gratitude for years of cultivation and education. Dongxia stood silently by their side, not making a sound, his eyes fixed on a few brothers standing behind the crowd. He waved. Among so many students, he was the only one not wearing the school uniform, just a short-sleeved shirt on his body. He was exposed to the sun for a while, he didn't know if it was because the sunlight hurt his eyes or something else. He secretly wiped a tear away with his wrist. Perhaps he forgot that he wasn't wearing a long-sleeve school uniform. Dongxia smiled through his tears, looking at the brothers watching him inside the fence with an expression like, "If you look at me again, I'll beat you up." Zhang Fei let out a, "ouch," first, saying, "Why are you crying? This is a good thing. Right, go back and study hard for sophomore year, next year get into a good university, we will be your seniors." Gu Kunshan laughed a few times. "Never see us again in your lifetime." Xing Yexing thought to himself. He didn't say it out loud, just cast a glance at Dongxia and faintly responded, "Take care of yourself at the new school." Dongxia sniffed, shifted his gaze to Lu Jianqing beside Xing Yexing, and greeted him seriously while leaning on the railing. "Hey, Jianqing." Lu Jianqing nervously looked up. "We'll meet again if fate allows." It's weird, compared to these brothers, I'm actually more worried about you. Dongxia managed to smile, but since the big boss will take care of you, I won't nag. Did you add me on WeChat? Keep in touch when you have time. Yes. Lu Jianqing's voice was unusually loud, keep in touch. Sheng Yixing also nodded, don't worry. Zhang Fei raised his arm to wave, but if anything happens in the new school, you should still contact us first. Remember to call us. Gu Kunshan made a gesture of answering a phone, we're always here for you. Alright. Dongxia said. Interestingly enough, for many years afterward, Lu Jianqing still remembered the day Dongxia left. Dongxia wore a white short-sleeve shirt, characteristic of adolescence, turned around and got on the car. Leaves were swirling and getting sucked under the car wheels as the sunlight spilled all over the ground, encircling half of his young face. Then, Dongxia closed the car door. And also closed the chapter of his early life. After Dongxia left, these few people stayed silent for half a day, slowly immersing themselves in the atmosphere of departure. They were different from ordinary children, making friends was not easy for them. They were chaotically gathered together and then chaotically separated, days throughout, never truly letting themselves take control. However, thankfully, none of them became the kind of person loudly cursing in the roadside open-air restaurants. They still harbored hope. City number 2 producing miracles, this belief had persisted amid the chaos. During break time, Gu Kunshan couldn't get up from his seat. Lin Ting had no choice but to drag him downstairs for a run. The school made a strange decision that even the third-year students had to do morning exercises. Originally, the second-year students thought they'd be spared, but now Class 7 must arrive on time every day. That's right, it was already Class 7 of the senior year now. On the same track, anyone whose speed was slightly faster or slower would inadvertently cause a clash between the two classes. Lu Jianqing wasn't fit for running laps, so he stood on the edge of the stone platform watching from the sidelines. However, most of the time, he wasn't really observing people but enjoying the scenery instead. The green grass bathed in the morning sun looked beautiful, clouds transformed into various shapes. Gu Kunshan led the way for Class 7, Zhang Fei being tall, naturally fell into the last row. Turning back, he saw Gu Kunshan following closely behind him and laughed, you're leading. Yeah. Gu Kunshan puffed heavily, shouldn't the class ahead of us be Class 6? Why did it become Class 5? They don't want to be next to our class, Zhang Fei replied straightforwardly, our class took the responsibility without hesitation. Blow it out your ass, obviously girls in Class 5 love spraying perfume, Gu Kunshan said with a grin as he nudged him with his shoulder, you guys deliberately run slowly just so you can smell it, right? Shit, don't talk nonsense. Who's talking nonsense? You're talking like some kind of pervert. Zhang Fei laughed and jumped while running away, shouting as he dodged, hey, Teacher Tang. Why does your class leader prefer chatting with the tailenders from the neighboring class? Gu Kunshan was enraged but also amused, idiot Zhang Fei, you. With the tight schedule of senior year, the big break shortened, and regular classes had evening self-study sessions, but Sheng Yixing's class often had nothing to do. They would leisurely watch the scenery by their classroom door, drink soda, throw the empty cans into the trash bin, then strut off elegantly. Occasionally, girls from other classes would pass by with flushed faces, yet only Zhuang Rou would stop and greet Sheng Yixing confidently and proactively. Zhuang Rou applied for the manager position in the school basketball team, she started interacting more frequently with these boys. Eventually, she could even occasionally converse with Sheng Yixing. Sheng Yixing always felt this girl wasn't the unapproachable type. During one class break when there was no one around and Zhuang Rou was passing Class 7 pretending to go to the restroom, Sheng Yixing intercepted her and offered her a bottle of grape juice first. Before Zhuang Rou could say anything holding the beverage, Sheng Yixing preempted her, Sister Rou, please wait. Zhuang Rou glanced around to make sure there was no one, blinked, and whispered back softly, courage in pursuit. I already have someone, Sheng Yixing stepped back, study hard. Stunned, Zhuang Rou unscrewed the cap of the grape juice without drinking it, and continued chatting lightly, I haven't heard that. It's true, seeing it didn't work, Sheng Yixing sincerely added a sentence, a girl from our class. At this point, Zhuang Rou seemed deflated like an uninflated balloon, muttering to herself, the neighbor has an advantage. It's not fair. Sheng Yixing sighed as if genuinely regretful, honestly, we're both seniors now, let's stay away from the basketball court. Sheng Yixing, are you suddenly very enlightened? The person at home is good at discipline. Zhuang Rou took a step back, gave him a thumbs up, and tipped her glass of grape juice, saying thank you before turning around and walking back toward her own class direction. Standing outside Class 7's door, Sheng Yixing watched Zhuang Rou walk further and noticed how her ponytail almost slapped his face. In the afternoon, even before dismissal, Sheng Yixing was summoned to the principal's office. It was still the same principal who nearly fainted from anger because of Lu Jianqing. He looked serious, imposing, not imposing on anyone else, but precisely focusing on early romantic issues involving Sheng Yixing despite his being an adult. Generally speaking, dating in Senior 3 was often uncontrollable. The principal took a sip of tea and calmly stated, there are classmates reflecting that your relationship with a female student in the grade is unclear. Sheng Yixing whistled, stood tall with his hands behind his back, and responded clearly, I don't know her. I haven't even said who yet, and you claim you don't know. The principal shouted, Sheng Yixing, you're in senior year now. You've finally reached senior year, yet you're dating early, don't you want your diploma? After a barrage of rapid-fire questions, the principal pretended to be calm again, pacing several circles inside the office. Sheng Yexing couldn't bear the sound of his leather shoes scraping against the tile floor anymore. He gritted his teeth and said, "Principal." "What? What are you doing? Can you stop pacing?" Sheng Yexing supported himself on the table. "I feel uncomfortable." "Why do you feel uncomfortable?" "You students in class 7. Once he realized the principal intended to start generalizing about the whole class, Sheng Yexing quickly raised his head and fixed a glare on him. Possibly because of red eyes, the principal got startled, muttering, "No respect," and returned to his seat obediently. Sheng Yexing exhaled in relief. Next, Sheng Yexing stood up straight and said, "Principal, first, I'm not involved in any early romance, second, I'm almost 19, an adult, and I take responsibility for my actions." The principal slammed the table. 19 isn't the right age to date normally. Sheng Yexing countered fluently, "Isn't the legal marriage age 22? Talking for 3 years before getting married is perfect, why isn't it allowed? Don't argue with me." Rarely dealing with students like this personally, the principal got flustered and sipped his tea. "You're the best at deceiving people." Sheng Yexing couldn't help but smirk and said, "You're wrong, Li Dingxi in our class is the best liar." The eavesdropping squad at the door wasn't happy. "Shit, why are you selling others out?" Li Dingxi poked his head through the doorframe. "Deceiving who?" Ever since Sheng Yexing was called away by the head teacher, Li Dingxi felt that things were getting complicated. He immediately gathered all the brothers and said they should eavesdrop outside the office door while it was almost dismissal time. Li Dingxi had plenty of experience in eavesdropping. Many frontline updates came from this method. Seeing how Zhang Fei and others around him remained silent as listeners without making any comments, Li Dingxi couldn't help but say, "Hey, speaking of early romance, why doesn't the head teacher go after me?" Zhang Fei glanced back at him. "Your early romance started at 18. With whom?" "The girl from class 2, Li Dingxi replied. "Did you confess?" "Not yet." "Ah, so you're just flirting." Zhang Fei concluded. Li Dingxi hated hesitation more than anything else and nearly elbowed him. "Don't slander me." "Forget about girls," Zhang Fei nudged him, "it affects your growth." Li Dingxi immediately put on an innocent look. "Who's thinking about them anyway? Besides, I'm already an adult. Men need to grow until they are 22 years old. Be careful not to stop growing." Zhang Fei tapped him on the forehead twice. With a yelp, Li Dingxi touched his face. "As long as my face looks good, it's fine." Inside the room. Head teacher, Sheng Yexing finally couldn't bear the head teacher's incessant babbling anymore. "Can we stop today's lesson on early romance here? What do you think? When do I need your advice to stop? It's not that, young people all have a rebellious streak deep down. The more you keep talking." Sheng Yexing gestured towards the door behind him with a raised eyebrow. "The group out there will also be tempted to start dating." Zhang Fei listened carefully and just then heard the sound of leather shoes walking toward the door. He quickly ducked into the adjacent classroom. "Shit. The leader's move killed 100 enemies at the cost of nothing," Li Dingxi quietly analyzed. "He's diverting attention." Zhang Fei shrugged. "He's afraid he'll slip up if his emotions take over." Just as he finished speaking, the door opened. Sheng Yexing walked out with a gloomy expression, looked around the corridor for a few seconds, turned back to close the office door, then directly approached where his friends were hiding, hooking a finger at them. Unlike before, he didn't explain the situation. Instead, he simply tapped Zhang Fei and Li Dingxi on their foreheads. "Did you hear? Don't date prematurely." After saying this, Sheng Yexing seemed somewhat worried. There was still a year left of senior 3, and sticking together with Lu Jianqing like this wasn't a solution. What if they got caught one day? They needed to consider backup plans. Due to their special identities, although both Sheng Yexing and Lu Jianqing were legal adults, many things still weren't within their control. They hadn't achieved complete independence. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fei asked. "Nothing," Sheng Yexing said. "Good, hey leader," rubbing his hands, Li Dingxi moved closer. "I posted on Weibo the picture Lu Jianqing took of you riding a motorbike last time. It got lots of retweets, and many people privately messaged me to ask about you." Sheng Yexing frowned. "No personal information leaked, right?" "Of course not, I know my limits." After saying that, Li Dingxi's eyes filled with anticipation. "I want to treat you and Jianqing to dinner. Why waste a free meal?" Sheng Yexing nodded in agreement, then gently stroked his proud jawline, muttering, "So being handsome really can pay off as food. Right, now that he has the motorcycle keys, he could ride off with Lu Bingpi after dinner. No, it should be just a joyride." Chapter 75 Water. The first Friday afternoon after getting his car keys back, Sheng Yexing took Lu Jianqing for a drive and accidentally discovered a newly built wetland park near the school. According to the park's introduction, there would be several black swans released there next year. Because of this great discovery, Sheng Yexing invited a group of friends on Saturday to take a walk around, saying that with the pressure of senior 3 being so high, they should all relax more. They spent the entire afternoon at the wetland park. As twilight fell, the sky lit up with a burning dusk, coloring the distance with a pale red hue. Sheng Yexing rode his motorcycle, carrying Lu Jianqing, both leading the non-motorized team, on the road while behind them trailed a long line of friends riding bicycles. Riding past streets lined with small shops, warm winds wafted through the air, and Lu Jianqing dozed off while leaning against Sheng Yexing's back. No matter how drowsy he was, Lu Jianqing always remembered to hold tightly onto the waist of the man in front of him. During this time, Lu Jianqing began gradually observing his surroundings. Strange and novel objects often captured his attention, occasionally watching street children play with plastic spinning tops until it grew dark. He vaguely remembered as a child loving to hide behind the legs of adults and watch kids his age playing various toys and interacting with each other. Back then, unlike the 1990s, games like military flags or hopscotch were no longer common. Instead, fortunes, soap bubble blowing, and string flipping became quite popular. With weaker motor skills, Lu Jianqing couldn't participate in group activities, so he stood aside watching. Over time, he only remembered deeply those little games that he could observe up close. Fortunes was something Lu Jianqing had initially wanted to fold for Sheng Yexing to play with, but ended up forgetting about it while clutching the paper and staring at the table for hours. As the motorcycle passed through crowded streets, the speed slowed down gradually. To prevent Lu Jianqing from falling off, Sheng Yexing wrapped him securely with his school uniform jacket, tying it at the waist, giving the impression from afar of a father carrying a little child. Though this made things safer, it also felt too constrictive for Lu Jianqing. He placed his hands on the knot at the sleeve, making uncomfortable sounds and gently touching Sheng Yexing's sweat-soaked back. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes were caught by some faint lights along the sides of the street. Noticing the tilted mirrors hanging in front of shop entrances, Lu Jianqing tugged on Sheng Yexing's short-sleeved shirt and asked, "What are these mirrors for?" Sheng Yexing thought the phrase, "ward off evil," wouldn't make sense to Lu Jianqing, so he rephrased it carefully, "Mirrors can change the direction of light. The positioning is very particular here. This arrangement is to turn misfortune into fortune, danger into safety. It can make bad things vanish." Confused, Lu Jianqing repeated the question, "What are mirrors for?" Sighing, Sheng Yexing said simply, "For reflecting images." Lu Jianqing replied with an "oh." Originally, they had planned to return to the dormitory early to rest. However, the dangerous allure of late summer evenings was everywhere in the form of barbecue stands. Without hesitation, the group of perpetually youthful boys parked their bikes and rolled up their sleeves, eating heartily. By the time they returned to the dormitory, they had already passed the night curfew check-in point. Tang Han received a call from Mama Zhang, who ordered them to copy the City No. 2 High School student code 3 times, 10 times for the leader. Rule number 1, students in special classes must not return late at night. Tang Han added emphatically that the leader, Sheng Yexing, must copy that sentence 50 times. Even though Sheng Yexing was a product of the modern era, he still used the trick of holding multiple pen refills to get the copying done in no time. Lu Jianqing found holding a pen slightly challenging but still bent his head and wrote diligently with a single pen, stroke by stroke. The handwriting wasn't pretty, but it was earnest. After finishing the copying of the City No. 2 High School student code, Lu Jianqing hung the mirror that had been sitting on the desk and used beside his bed, startling Li Dingxi. Common knowledge dictates that a mirror shouldn't face the bed directly. Li Dingxi was also afraid of strange spirits appearing because of this. When asked what Lu Jianqing intended to do, Lu Jianqing replied simply, "It's convenient to look in it." After much internal debate, Li Dingxi said, "Jianqing, let's make a deal, I'll flip the mirror over when I sleep every night and flip it back in the morning." "All right." "Why?" "Because." Li Dingxi choked slightly, "I'm scared." Lu Jianqing hesitated briefly and finally agreed, "All right." Sunday came, and the September sky was ablaze with scorching sunlight. Near the wetland park, new real estate development spurred a variety of bustling industries. As Sheng Yexing cruised on his motorcycle, he noticed the streets were lined with snack vendors, producing greasy smoke, sparks flying, and traffic brought to a standstill by improperly parked vehicles. Urban congestion always gives a feeling of suffocation. Lu Jianqing wore both a helmet and a mask, revealing only his eyes to gaze left and right at everything around him. Today, he and Sheng Yexing went out without bringing the little tails, choosing to wander around alone as a pair. Li Dingxi said that this week's Autumn Tiger would be the last one, so they should enjoy the sunlight well, as summer was passing by quickly. "Hey, watch the road." An uncle holding garlic walked in front of the motorcycle, startling Sheng Yexing, who slammed on the brakes. He tapped his foot on the ground and nodded, "You go first." The uncle frowned and squeezed past the side of the motorcycle, with the soy milk in his hand spilling all over the floor. "Shit." He angrily cursed, venting his displeasure onto his face, glanced at Lu Jianqing's eyes revealed through the helmet, then glared at Sheng Yexing, "You don't even have any hair yet and you're already riding a motorcycle. Blocking the way." Lu Jianqing. He was somewhat dazed by the reprimand and turned his head to look at the uncle. "Hey," before Lu Jianqing could understand what the uncle meant, Sheng Yexing stepped on the ground with one leg, steadied the motorcycle with one hand, and pulled down the visor of the helmet, narrowing his eyebrows slightly. "Are you asking for a fight?" After saying this, Sheng Yexing's gaze became fiercer. It was very effective in scaring people. Because there were many pedestrians in the morning, Sheng Yexing rode slowly. On the stylish handlebars of the heavy-duty motorcycle hung a bag of red bean red sugar steamed buns. No, I won't bother anymore. Realizing he had met his match, the uncle decided to back off. Why are kids these days making so much fuss? I'll leave. While saying this, he couldn't resist reaching out to snatch the steamed bun hanging on the handlebar where Shen Yexing had let go. Lu Jianqing was listening intently. Then, he felt the whole motorcycle shake as if Shen Yexing had pressed something. Mine. Shen Yexing said. And mine too. Lu Jianqing seriously chimed in. Ha. Shen Yexing couldn't help but burst into laughter. After rehanging the steamed bun, Shen Yexing kicked the throttle with his leg. The sound of the motorcycle starting up was loud, which brought back the lively atmosphere of the previously quiet breakfast market, making it bustling again. People hoping for a good show scattered like birds upon hearing the roar of the motorcycle engine, while nearby several 4- or 5-year-old children still held their porridge and corn, looking curiously and enviously at Shen Yexing's hunter motorcycle. Once out of the street, Lu Jianqing slightly relaxed. He wasn't used to being stared at by so many people. Why? Lu Jianqing tilted his head, gripping the fabric of Shen Yexing's back tightly, and asked slowly, why not give it to him? Who? Shen Yexing didn't hear clearly. The uncle. I hate people who want something for nothing. People who want something for nothing. Exactly, those who haven't done anything but expect to get something. Oh, getting the answer, Lu Jianqing dragged out the syllables excitedly, steamed bun. That's right, steamed bun, your favorite taste. Shen Yexing also laughed into the wind. I went to several breakfast shops early this morning to buy them. How can they just take them away when someone demands it? Right? Lu Jianqing obediently nodded behind him. Shen Yexing noticed that if he often ended sentences with question marks, Lu Jianqing tended to respond more. Upon arriving at the wetland park, Lu Jianqing jumped off the motorcycle first and voluntarily offered to carry Shen Yexing down from the bike. They both bought student tickets at the window. During the queuing period, they took turns nibbling the red bean steamed bun until it was finished. With every bite, Lu Jianqing exclaimed how sweet it was, delightfully grinning. After going through the security check, they were greeted by an island surrounded by a lake, with bicycle lanes encircling the lake and boats available for rent on the water. To prevent Lu Jianqing from losing balance and toppling into the lake while riding bicycles on water, Shen Yexing rejected the former activity and chose the latter rationally. Ah, right, after buying the boat ticket, Shen Yexing said, why haven't I seen you touch your mole recently? Did you break this habit? Lu Jianqing understood, hesitating with his hand on the hem of his clothes for a moment, then suddenly lifting it up to reveal his evenly built abdomen under broad daylight. Like an impatient handsome guy exposing himself. Startled, Shen Yexing urgently leaned sideways to block him, pinching Lu Jianqing's face and feigning anger. What are you doing? Dots. Lu Jianqing said. Shen Yexing asked, what? Dots, seemingly regardless of whether Shen Yexing could hold him back, Lu Jianqing once again forcefully lifted his hem, pointing to a lipstick mark on his lower abdomen. Here. Shen Yexing lowered his head and saw a faint red circular mark on his lower abdomen. What is this? This is definitely not made by red ink, it resembles a solid dot painted with lipstick. Lipstick? Fuck. Where did it come from? Normally, Lu Jianqing didn't seem to interact with any girls. Shen Yexing reached out his arm and restrained Lu Jianqing. Stay still. Lu Jianqing, question mark. Interrogating a suspect. Seeming a little jealous, Shen Yexing didn't want to admit it and changed the way of asking, why did you think to put a lipstick dot here? Lu Jianqing stared at him for a few seconds, great happiness. Because they were so close, he spoke in a low voice. Shen Yexing just then realized that Lu Jianqing's voice was a bit hoarse, probably due to excessive use over these few days. Half a year ago, Shen Yexing would never have believed that Lu Jianqing would also have a time when his voice became hoarse because of too much shouting. Yesterday, when their group of people went wild on the road, Zhang Fei took the lead on his bicycle screaming, whenever I feel the warm summer wind. Li Dingxi also shouted, feeling the warm wind. Gu Kunchen yelled, warm wind. Lu Jianqing couldn't keep up with the rhythm, so he lazily leaned against Shen Yexing's back and howled, wind. Shen Yexing almost laughed to death, nearly forgetting what the next line was. He only remembered vaguely there was a line in the lyrics. The youthful and reckless love could last how long? He didn't know what other words the lyrics had written, but he knew their answer was very long, very long. Zhang Fei mocked them all for not knowing how to sing this song, and then sang the next line. Shen Yexing didn't pay attention, hearing about 70 or 80%, which was something about loving carefree. While he was thinking about it, the force with which he stepped on the gas pedal increased a little. His thoughts returned, and Shen Yexing patiently continued to inquire, what kind of great? Lu Jianqing didn't make a sound, watching the scenery. Now it required even more patience. Shen Yexing took a sip of mineral water, organized Lu Jianqing's words, and decided before speaking, your meaning is, the red mole on your face is small, but using lipstick to make a dot on your waist is big happiness, right? Lu Jianqing, for quite a while, before finally turning around to stare at Shen Yexing, The sunlight reflected in Lu Jianqing's eyes, sparkling brightly. Shen Yexing couldn't help but ask, did you borrow the lipstick? Lu Jianqing replied. Where from? Second floor. Lu Jianqing repeated twice, as if shouting into a microphone, second floor. Only after hearing this did Shen Yexing remember that there was a younger student on the second floor of the male dormitory, who wore pink clothes and applied makeup when school started, once gaining a little popularity within the campus. Shen Yexing took a deep breath. How is he? Lu Jianqing answered without hesitation, good. You went to borrow the lipstick, so you went to his dormitory, right? Shen Yexing was curious about Lu Jianqing's opinion. Did you see the skirts he hung up? That student's skirts had been photographed by roommates and mocked online, even making it all the way to their senior year. Lu Jianqing didn't understand why he asked so many details but nodded anyway. Shen Yexing hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether to test Lu Jianqing's perspective. What do you think about our junior dressing in skirts and makeup? Beautiful, said Lu Jianqing. Shen Yexing nodded, smiled looking up. I got it. Thankfully. Behind them, someone rode a bike and flashed past. Lu Jianqing slightly tilted his head, and a bunch of bangs were lifted by the wind. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard some noise coming from the nearby artificial lake. The lake water rippled, spreading layer by layer. Help, came a shout from afar. Shen Yexing frowned and glanced towards the direction of the lake. What's wrong? Lu Jianqing stood still, feeling no emotion as those around began to shout anxiously. Someone fell into the water. Help. Someone is going to drown. Chapter 76, Award. Shen Yexing dragged Lu Jianqing to the shallow beach by the lakeside. The tree tips in the lakeside park were swayed by the wind, with occasional leaves falling onto the lake surface. Lu Jianqing's attention became surprisingly focused, as if he couldn't accept anything else. When he realized what those screams and cries for help meant, he belatedly became nervous and looked up toward the lake. Help. Someone fell into the water. The entire process did not exceed 2 or 3 minutes, but Lu Jianqing's slow reaction pierced Shen Yexing's eyes a bit. Shen Yexing had already taken off his shirt and was loosening the elastic band of his pants. He supported Lu Jianqing without saying much, untying the belt while taking off his shoes. Wait for me. Just as he was about to dash out, Lu Jianqing suddenly grabbed his wrist, shook his head, and asked in a slightly hoarse voice, what for? To swim. Shen Yexing was unclear about his range, to rescue someone. Lu Jianqing loosened a little strength, his eyes red, yet still wouldn't let go. Onlookers who came to watch didn't mind the situation getting worse, shouting, hey! Let go! Get a boat! Yes, first get on a boat. Let go, kid! Someone will die. The word die hit Lu Jianqing directly again, tightening his grip sharply, his gaze cold, looking past the crowd through Shen Yexing, not knowing where he was looking at. Relax, I'll be back soon. Shen Yexing could have shaken off Lu Jianqing and jumped in, but he still softened his heart and paused for a few seconds, then with another determination, used the other hand to pry open Lu Jianqing's fingers one by one. If he didn't let go, they would sink. After prying open, the red finger marks on his wrists were clearly visible. He rushed in 2 steps to the nearest place by the lake where he could enter the water. Several young men who dared not go in pushed the boat over frantically. Here. Here. The group rowed the boat over too slowly, and when the boat moved a few meters away, Shen Yexing stood up. He treated the boat like a diving board, stepped firmly on the bow, grabbed the oar and passed it to the drowning person. Grab here. Other enthusiastic people on the boat were sweating profusely. Damn, look, is the person still breathing? Alright, let me check. Upon closer inspection, Shen Yexing found that only the top of the head of that person was above water. Shen Yexing glanced back at the shore once, then with a splash, jumped into the water. It was already autumn, and the lake water was icy cold, yet there seemed to be a force from below propelling him forward. A moment ago, he heard Lu Jianqing uncontrollably scream from the shore. Ah! That pitch was even higher than Li Dingxi's near-death shriek during their first incident. Shen Yexing was an excellent swimmer, having spent a lot of time as a child in sports fields, courtyards, and swimming pools. He also learned some life-saving knowledge. He grabbed the drowning person's arm, lifted them upward from behind, held their chest tightly, and pulled their head out of the water first. Paddle, paddle. People on the boat handed Shen Yexing the paddle. Drag. Pull them back, the people on the boat shouted again. Despite being bold, Shen Yexing acted cautiously, holding onto the paddle without moving around carelessly. The lake water submerged him under his shoulders, and the drowning person cradled in his arms looked to be around 30 to 40 years old, with weak breathing and eyes unable to open due to the somewhat dirty lake water. In less than 10 minutes, Shen Yexing and the well-meaning individuals brought the drowning person ashore. Among the onlookers, there was a doctor who rolled up his sleeves and approached immediately. Shen Yexing stepped aside to let the doctor take over, and the first thing he did was turn around to look for Lu Jianqing. By this point, Shen Yexing was soaked from head to toe, with water dripping from his ears. Each step he took barefoot left a wet footprint on the ground. But he couldn't care less. He had just saved a life, and Lu Jianqing's scream gave him a feeling of surviving a calamity. Well, I don't know how to explain this to you. Shen Yexing opened his arms and hugged Lu Jianqing, patting his back comfortingly. Sorry, I ran without explaining this time. It's fine. Lu Jianqing muttered. With his face pressed against Shen Yexing's chest, Lu Jianqing sniffed quickly, his attention shifting swiftly. So smelly. This water was too fishy. I'll put my clothes on first. Shen Yexing bent down to pick up his clothes. Once I'm ready, we'll leave quickly, otherwise, we might end up in the news again. Not so low profile. Lu Jianqing handed him the pants, Something like, the brave student from city number 2 high school saves a drowning uncle. Shen Yexing said, tomorrow the school has to give me a big red flower. Ha. Lu Jianqing cooperatively chuckled. You're laughing so, reluctantly. Ha ha. Shen Yexing stifled his laughter while putting on his clothes, wiping the water off his face, and giving a wink at Lu Jianqing. I'm ready. Let's go. The sun had not yet set, but Shen Yexing's face was soaked wet, his contours illuminated by the light. He's so handsome. Lu Jianqing thought. Seeing this carefree appearance, Lu Jianqing felt something softening in his heart. Pulling Lu Jianqing out of the crowd, the onlookers didn't seem to notice that these two kids had run off first. Some were murmuring, hey, the one who fell and hasn't woken up yet. Was it delayed because of the kid on shore, stopping his brother from saving him? How selfish. Another one interjected, exactly. When it comes to matters of life and death, every second counts. Shut up, Shen Yexing shot an angry glare at them. His first reaction was to move the hand protecting Lu Jianqing's shoulder higher, covering his ears. Unable to control his emotions, Shen Yexing shoved aside the onlooker blocking their way. Returning to where the motorcycle was parked, drenched in water, Shen Yexing resignedly took out a cigarette and bit down on it. He wanted to vent his anger but held it back. Yet he was now so furious that his hands trembled, unable to press down on the lighter. Come. The voice came from Lu Jianqing seated on the back seat. He grabbed the lighter from Shen Yexing's hand, flicked it open to produce a small flame, raising an eyebrow as he repeated, come. The sunlight wasn't as intense anymore. There weren't many people at the entrance of the lakeside park or in front of the main road. Lu Jianqing sat on the back seat lighting the cigarette for Shen Yexing. Slightly tilting his head, Shen Yexing revealed a straight nose bridge with wet lashes, and water still dripped from the hair strands at the nape of his neck. With a deep sigh of relaxation, he greedily sucked in a puff of smoke, his lips curling upward. Don't you disapprove of me smoking? Lu Jianqing responded with a short sound. Calm, this will make me calm. Before Shen Yexing finished his sentence, Lu Jianqing stretched his arm around Shen Yexing's neck and leaned in for a kiss, using the posture of lighting the cigarette. Dropping his eyes, Lu Jianqing let the wind flip his collar, adding a touch of desolation to his appearance. This is calm, he said. Shen Yexing stared fixedly at Lu Jianqing and licked his lips. It's not the tomb of youth, tobacco is. Never again, anyone who smokes is a loser. That's what he thought. In less than a day after returning to the school dormitory, the television crew arrived in their little van. A group of staff members, holding microphones, reflectors, and cameras, squeezed into Class 7 of Senior 3 like they were visiting a vegetable market. Their gazes eventually locked onto Shen Yexing, who was lying on his desk asleep at the last row. Upon seeing this, Lu Jianqing coolly threw a science textbook over Shen Yexing's head and kicked Gu Kunshan's stool leg. 112 calling 113, requesting cover. Requesting cover. Gu Kunshan immediately understood and sat upright, blocking half of Shen Yexing. When this group approached, Lu Jianqing slowly said, he fell asleep while reading. Gu Kunshan in the front row added with barely concealed laughter, our big brother studies really hard, seizing every moment, so he fell asleep right after class. Lu Jianqing glanced at Gu Kunshan. Actually, he had been sleeping all morning. Even though the obesity effect brought by the drugs could be countered by exercise, sleepiness made Shen Yexing give in. Just wait for the long break, Gu Kunshan became the spokesperson for the news, we can't wake him up. Lu Jianqing nodded in agreement nearby. By the time the award ceremony was held at school, Shen Yexing still hadn't figured out how the TV crew managed to find him. He had already fled fast enough that day. The school gave Shen Yexing an award during its once-a-week full school meeting, and Shen Yexing read, with great sentiment, the speech written by the moral education office teacher in front of the entire school. Every sentence he read prompted wild applause from the soccer team guys, annoying the principal to grab the microphone multiple times and shout, quiet. Finally, at the sixth warning, Li Dingxi ceased leading the cheers. Under the guidance of my teachers, I have grown into the person I am today. If there is another time, I would also. Stopping mid-sentence, Shen Yexing remembered Lu Jianqing's scream, feeling suddenly unable to continue. Lu Jianqing was still present. How would his lover feel hearing, I would also jump in without hesitation? An ordinary person might understand such a decision, but Lu Jianqing was different. Human brains are extremely intricate, any error cannot be overlooked. And Lu Jianqing was exactly someone prone to making mistakes. Shen Yexing shook the speech paper, glossing over this sentence and jumping straight to the last, thank you, teachers, thank you, paren. He got stuck again. Thank you to my brothers who have given without asking for anything in return, Shen Yexing directly said, without your company, I wouldn't have been interested in swimming, let alone learning how to save others. The classmates below seemed amused, Li Dingxi shouting while jumping, you're welcome. The principal frowned as he tried to maintain order, quiet. Shen Yexing paused for a few seconds, then added, thank you, Lu Jianqing. All eyes from Class 7 of Senior 3 turned toward Lu Jianqing. It was him who gave me the opportunity to do good deeds. But Lu Jianqing was looking down at the palm lines of his hand, never raising his head. He could already feel others' gazes on him. Seeing that he didn't react, most students turned their heads back. The next second, thunderous applause erupted across the playground, all for Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianqing's lips curled slightly, but the smile was barely noticeable. He felt soft inside, yet he didn't know exactly why he was so proud. You're welcome. That afternoon, Li Dingxi was summoned to the office. The next morning, all of Tang Han's classes were taken over by teacher Ji Chuan, with rumors swirling that it was due to bringing Li Dingxi to the hospital for a checkup. In the afternoon, Tang Han returned to class with a stone-faced Li Dingxi, instructing Gu Kunshan and a few others to help Li Dingxi tidy up his desk and backpack. Lu Jianqing had just woken up, rubbing his eyes before directing a puzzled gaze toward Sheng Yexing. Having seen many classmates transfer schools mid-semester or switch hospitals, Sheng Yexing knew exactly what was going on from Tang Han's expression. Trouble. He sat properly on the stool, leaning forward and whispering, there are other symptoms now. Ah. Lu Jianqing uttered a single syllable. Chapter 77, Weakness. As soon as class ended, Gu Kunshan and others quickly surrounded Li Dingying, all of them deliberately refraining from asking too many questions. Gu Kunshan just asked him if he wanted something to drink. Li Dingying said he'd like a little sweeter milk. Sheng Yexing said he would climb over the wall to buy it. In less than half an hour, Sheng Yexing returned with a big bag of milk from behind the brick wall at the back playground, handing out one bag to each brother. Sheng Yexing inserted a straw into his milk with his left hand while smoking with his right, his brows furrowed tightly, his throat feeling sore and full from the nicotine. Lu Jianqing didn't say anything but took out his phone and typed on the notepad. Did you smoke? Yes. Sheng Yexing put out the cigarette and looked up, all right, tell me where you've been. Li Dingying bit through the straw, spat out the broken plastic piece stuck in his mouth, looking weary, psychiatric hospital. Gu Kunshan was silent for a few seconds, what exactly is going on with you? Bipolar, Li Dingying laughed bitterly, I don't know why either. Sheng Yexing, so sudden. Li Dingying, yeah. All right. Sheng Yexing nodded, how much longer can you stay in the dorm? Next week. Why do you have to be inside there? They always felt sensitive about talking about hospitals and referred to it as inside, which gradually became a habit. Sheng Yexing also held his straw in his mouth as if it were a cigarette, sighed, and continued to ask, is this doctor's order or your voluntary decision? My own choice. Li Dingying hung his head, I can't study in my current state, I need medication, I need to stay with people like me. Zhang Fei asked, why? To stay with them might make me feel that my troubles aren't worth it. Li Dingying said, this way, perhaps I will feel better. Sheng Yexing nodded, go ahead and stay first, come back when you're comfortable. Getting sick is nothing, just don't let it beat you. Pain, the pitiful sight outsiders see, are all experiences they need to go through, part of their life journey. Tang Han had told him on the first day of school, if you can't get rid of it, face it calmly. Controlling emotions, controlling thoughts, turning complaints against hardships into courage to fight is how we control our own lives. He often thought. Why must I be the one who gets destroyed? Yes, it can't be me. A new goal every day gives us a chance to heal ourselves. He crushed the cigarette butt under his foot, then picked it up with a tissue and threw it in the trash. This brief yet rushed gathering of brothers was about to disperse. Li Dingying finished his last sip of milk and looked at Lu Jianqing who had remained silent, pretending casually, Jianqing, do you have anything to say to me? Lu Jianqing smiled, then fell silent. Forget it. Suddenly, Li Dingying was overwhelmed with sorrow, shaking his head, wanting to reach out to Gu Kunshan for support. Get better, Lu Jianqing suddenly raised his voice, and then smiled again, for sure. Seeing Lu Jianqing's curved eyebrows and eyes, Li Dingying felt like crying. Just a few days before Li Dingying left, Lu Jianqing changed his profile picture back to the little microphone. Sheng Yexing's profile picture was still that star in the night. Now everything was clear, Li Dingying no longer resisted taking his medicine in front of his brothers, obediently taking his medicine every day. After eating, he sat down at his desk, pulled out his phone to play games, chatting and spraying with his teammates via headset, occasionally being cute, showing absolutely no signs of any problems. Life went on smoothly, only Li Dingying knew that he was about to face a major turning point in his life. Important moments in most people's lives always come quietly, so silently that one doesn't feel the change. The initial selection for pilot recruitment started, and Zhang Fei was going to be picked up by his family early in the morning. Li Dingying was woken up by Zhang Fei, sitting on the bed looking confused. Zhang Fei tapped lightly on the guardrail next to his bed and whispered, I just came to say goodbye. I need to undergo a medical checkup. Li Dingying woke up a little more clearly, so soon. Where are you going? Zhang Fei scratched his head, some aviation medical examination center. What's being checked? Ear, nose, throat, eyes and such. Zhang Fei biting a steamed bun, you can continue sleeping. I just came to inform you, and thus didn't wake up Yexing and Jianqing. Heard you'll be leaving today as well, I even don't know when I'll meet you again. Li Dingying smiled, visit me at the hospital if you have time. Zhang Fei nodded, it's a promise. Li Dingying, it's a promise. Wish you success. Li Dingxi sat and waved. I can only rely on you to brag about having a buddy who flies bombers. Zhang Fei, bombers aren't as cool as carrier-based aircraft. Li Dingxi, any of them works. So, Zhang Fei turned around and gave a wink. Can I brag that I have a brother who is the big boss in a mental hospital? It all depends on you. The dormitory door closed quietly. Li Dingxi leaned back, fell onto the pillow, huffing and puffing. It feels so uncomfortable. In the afternoon, Ji Chuan and Li Dingxi's family took Li Dingxi to the hospital for a medical examination. As soon as Li Dingxi was taken away, Lu Jianxing stopped his action of making the wooden sculpture motorcycle spin on the desk and pondered for a long time by himself. He played with the wood carving and then the bottle caps, eventually drinking all the drink in one go. He let out a light burp, hummed a tune, and peeled a mint candy to put in his mouth. Sheng Yexing saw that he had finished the test paper, so didn't say much, and continued reading while placing another hand on Lu Jianxing's thigh. What a shameless act in broad daylight and in public. Lu Jianxing picked up the pen and wrote 2 words on a slip of paper, oppressive. Is summer oppressive? Sheng Yexing looked up and asked. Summer isn't oppressive. Lu Jianxing thought for a moment and answered accordingly. Then what's oppressive? The heart. Sheng Yexing sighed with relief and felt a bit secretly glad. You mean you're very uncomfortable seeing Li Dingxi leave, right? Lu Jianxing didn't answer, turning his face to continue playing with the wooden sculpture motorcycle. Sheng Yexing suddenly heard Lu Jianxing muttering something. What are you saying? Nothing. After a while, Lu Jianxing muttered again, and Sheng Yexing still couldn't hear clearly. What did you say? Lu Jianxing, nothing. Sheng Yexing. Lu Jianxing ignored him, mimicking Sheng Yexing's tone from that day, whispering, Thank you, Lu Jianxing. Ha. Sheng Yexing laughed, his heart burning with warmth. Why is he being so cute? Before going back to the dormitory in the evening, Sheng Yexing pulled Lu Jianxing to buy some spicy preserved food on the way back. When Lu Jianxing took a shower, Sheng Yexing squeezed in to take a shower together. Coming out all sweaty, Lu Jianxing felt like his bath was wasted. Just before taking a bite of the spicy preserved food, Sheng Yexing rudely leaned over and pressed on Lu Jianxing's shoulders. Li Dingxi is not in the dormitory today. Lu Jianxing took a while to remember that Li Dingxi went for the medical examination in the afternoon inside. He won't be there anymore in the future. Are you sighing? Sheng Yexing chuckled, grabbing the bottle of fruit wine that Li Dingxi didn't finish and drinking a gulp. After just a few sips, Sheng Yexing pushed Lu Jianxing against the wall and sat there, lowering his head to adjust his clothes. He rummaged through his schoolbag and fished out an unknown lipstick to hand to Lu Jianxing. Apply it for me. Lu Jianxing was shocked. Apply it. Sheng Yexing raised his face into a lip shape, like this. Would it make it easier to apply? Lu Jianxing lost his ability to smile and stared at him. Who knows? Sheng Yexing pouted with cool eyes. Hurry up. If those bastards knew he forced Lu Jianxing to apply lipstick for him, they would laugh until they collapsed. After applying the lipstick, Sheng Yexing continued pushing Lu Jianxing down, lowering his head to roll up his shirt hem, leaving a deep kiss mark on his abdomen. Lu Jianxing! Exclamation point. If you want a large patch of red, find me later, I'll give it to you. Sheng Yexing looked up from his slightly outlined abs. No lipstick needed either. Can a hickey be planted on the stomach? Don't know. Needs practical proof. Both jumped on the bed and pulled down the curtain. After pulling the curtain, Sheng Yexing turned around and saw Lu Jianxing lying in bed, his eyes clean and pure, muttering incomprehensibly. This kind of cleanliness made him pity again. Compared to the initial stupidness, he has improved a lot. I said, Sheng Yexing pulled over the bedding and lay down slowly. I originally planned to live my whole life alone. I didn't want to harm anyone. Lu Jianxing, oh. Sheng Yexing added, but who made that person you? Affliction. Lu Jianxing said. Me and you don't call it affliction, but mutual salvation. Recalling the scene of someone flailing in the water and shouting that day, Lu Jianxing spoke up, fell into the water. Aha, Sheng Yexing got closer and nudged his chin with his nose tip. My second life was given to me by you. Why, exactly? Sheng Yexing suddenly paused his actions, let out a few low laughs, and whispered quietly, even when my world was about to collapse, I was willing to put in another effort for you. Lu Jianxing was slightly taken aback. No matter how much he tried to shut himself off, he was still shocked. He felt that the other's words were like a scorching hand slipping into his chest cavity, clutching at his heart with an itch and heat so intense his nose started steaming. He wanted to cry so badly. It wasn't easy for both of them to support each other through everything. But given their circumstances, any amount of difficulty or setback seemed normal as long as they were alive. However, kids their age should be striving to enter university, playing mobile games passionately, or sweating it out on the basketball court with limitless prospects ahead, brimming with hope for the future. But they had nothing. All they had was each other's hand in the darkness. Lu Jianxing suddenly remembered countless nights spent embracing each other until sleep claimed them, always with Sheng Yexing waiting until Lu Jianxing fell asleep before finally resting himself. Each night, did Sheng Yexing look out the window at those faint lights outside and wish to touch them? While Lu Jianqing was lost in thought, Shen Yexing's hand began wandering uncontrollably over Lu Jianqing's waist, prompting him to quickly bend his elbow backward and jab Shen Yexing's stomach, causing him to sharply inhale from the pain. They were already tired enough from the day's antics, and there were no condoms anyway. Forget it, time to cool down. Shen Yexing awkwardly hugged Lu Jianqing back, planting random kisses, struggling to suppress the small flame flickering within. Of course, autumn is a season that stirs melancholy. After rolling around aimlessly for a while, Shen Yexing ended up exhausted by Lu Jianqing's energy. Gripping Lu Jianqing's face, he threatened teasingly, "Call Big Brother." Too drowsy to resist, Lu Jianqing complied immediately, "Big Brother." "That's right," Shen Yexing smirked wickedly, "not only big, but also your elder brother." Lu Jianqing. "Say it again." "Not gonna happen." "Anyway, you're my elder brother," Shen Yexing embraced him gently, "from now on, call me Yexing brother, alright?" Just as Lu Jianqing was about to reply, an unexpected voice broke through the dorm room silence, "Boss, can you please not let anyone indulge in your weird hobbies?" Recognizing Gu Kunshan's voice instantly, Shen Yexing reacted swiftly, "Did you just get in? Weren't the doors locked? Is the lock broken?" Gu Kunshan's voice trembled slightly, "Yeah, I just came in." "Who were you calling, Yexing brother?" "My sister." Shen Yexing checked if the bed curtain was secure enough. "Is there something wrong?" With a hand over his mouth, Lu Jianqing had already learned to remain silent and pretend not to exist. Setting the purchased cola on the table, Gu Kunshan announced loudly, "Li Dingxi said next week we could go see him. He messaged you but got no reply, so he asked me to deliver the message." "Understood," Shen Yexing responded, "you can go back and rest." The sound of the door closing echoed briefly as Shen Yexing pulled aside one corner of the bed curtain. Unexpectedly, Gu Kunshan hadn't left yet. Chapter 78, Tears. The dorm was pitch black. Gu Kunshan stood below the bed, stunned, his fingers nervously gripping the seam of his pants. Meanwhile, Shen Yexing and Lu Jianqing were on their beds behind drawn curtains. Complete silence enveloped the space. Shen Yexing couldn't quite find the words to describe his mood. He only felt as if someone had tightly strangled his neck, making everything incredibly difficult. After Zhang Fei's move, Gu Kunshan's unexpected act had left him completely off guard. Lu Jianqing's collar and hair were in disarray, but his breathing remained calm. Gu Kunshan's breaths were heavy. "Why aren't you leaving?" Shen Yexing extended his arm and pulled back the curtain he had opened earlier. Gu Kunshan remained silent. "Kunshan," Shen Yexing narrowed his eyes, "answer me slowly." It was impossible not to fear being caught, but this day was bound to come. Gu Kunshan closed the door behind him but didn't leave. It was obvious that he just wanted to know what would happen next in this room, wanting to confirm if things were indeed as he imagined. I've been here for a while already." Gu Kunshan's voice still trembled. He felt cold yet hot across his back, his limbs stiffened, unable to move easily. For a moment, he didn't know which words he should or shouldn't say. Shen Yexing let out an "oh," then said, "I locked the door." Dingxi said, Gu Kunshan hesitated, "Rotate the lock twice outside, lift the handle up a little, and the lock opens." "Yexing, I'm sorry." "It's fine," Shen Yexing stayed extremely calm, "you should go back to rest now." Oh, okay." With nervous and rushed words, Gu Kunshan fumbled with the dormitory door handle, fleeing out as though escaping. Too chaotic. Too exaggerated. Before leaving, he paused his steps and glanced back once. In the hallway, the ever-bright lamp hadn't gone out, shining brightly on the freshly painted walls. The bright white light cut through the darkness of the room like a sword. He could clearly see Shen Yexing pulling back the curtain and sitting upright on the top bunk. There was a lump in the bedding next to Shen Yexing, obviously concealing another person. Seeing Gu Kunshan stop, Shen Yexing also looked at him, silently mouthing, "Go." With a bang, Gu Kunshan shut the dorm door. That night, Shen Yexing took out his phone and played a pure instrumental piece of guitar music, lying down with Lu Jianqing following proper dorm rules. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Lu Jianqing's breathing became steady, quietly entering slumber, while Shen Yexing tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Li Dingxi returned the next afternoon. He carried a doctor's prescription slip, his complexion slightly pale, almost looking like a different person from the lively youth he once was. Upon returning to the dorm, Shen Yexing first grabbed Li Dingxi's prescription to glance at it, then placed it on the desktop, giving his shoulder a pat. Suddenly finding himself at a loss for words. If even at the early stage there was a desire to stay in the hospital, there must be personal considerations involved. Whether out of concern for affecting his family or worrying his friends, Shen Yexing trusted Li Dingxi could make the right decision on his own. When Li Dingxi came back, he brought 3 slices of tiramisu cake. The 3 teenagers spread out some cardboard on the floor and sat directly on the ground together, eating. Lu Jianqing had gotten over his obsession with instant noodles recently, instead indulging in sweets. He ate without saying a word, repeatedly licking the spoon against his tongue. Watching him eat happily, Li Dingxi smiled, lowering his head and picking the small cherry on his cake, placing it into Lu Jianqing's plate. Lu Jianqing curled his fingers and tapped the floor 3 times. Li Dingxi loudly said, "No need to thank me." Lu Jianqing also shouted loudly, "No problem." There's a wrong way to use, no problem, Sheng Yexing interjected, turning to Li Dingxi and adding, don't spoil him too much. He'll end up with cavities. This morning when you weren't here, Lu Jianqing nearly drank all the instant coffee I bought last time. Although Sheng Yexing usually disliked sweets, thinking it was bought by Li Dingxi, he swallowed it anyway. Li Dingxi laughed mischievously and said, let him eat. I can afford it. There's no need for you to pay. Sheng Yexing finished the cake in a few bites. If we're talking about spoiling him, you might as well stay and forget about going to the hospital. Is it really that serious? Living in complete darkness. After checking the time, throwing his phone aside, Li Dingxi shook his head. The feeling is worse than losing a basketball game before. Back in the district-level matches, the team was still in its early stages of coordination. Li Dingxi valued winning and losing a great deal, striving to win first place and MVP every time. When Sheng Yexing first showed his potential, he was always pulled by Li Dingxi for one-on-one duels. Over time, Li Dingxi was defeated by Sheng Yexing, as were many other boys. Sheng Yexing stayed silent for a long while. What's the exact feeling? I can't do anything well, it's very frustrating. As Li Dingxi spoke, he sighed, I've struggled so hard to grow up just to face this situation. It's like having saved up enough money for a trip, only to discover that I've lost my ID. Without uttering a word, Lu Jianqing swallowed a piece of cake before inexplicably echoing, ah. Li Dingxi curved his lips into a smile. Sheng Yexing tousled Lu Jianqing's back of the head, then retracted his hand, clenching it into a fist, ready to bump fists with Li Dingxi. Let's strive not to commit suicide. Seeing this, Li Dingxi shoved his fist over, readily agreeing, all right. Oh, by the way, no cutting your wrists, Sheng Yexing emphasized, I've tried it. It hurts a lot. A great amount of blood was lost, but death didn't come. What he didn't notice was that when he said, I've tried it, Lu Jianqing's shoulders trembled a bit. Li Dingxi asked, did it hurt a lot? Sheng Yexing answered, yeah, it hurt until I lost sensation, then the nurse broke the door down. At my old place, even the restroom doors couldn't be locked. Listening to this made Li Dingxi's wrist throb, as he nodded, okay. Sheng Yexing's tone was indifferent as if he wasn't narrating his own experiences. Don't forget our New Year's resolutions from our freshman year. We'll aim for, not committing suicide next year. Alright. Sheng Yexing exhaled, relieved, Why me though? I used to be okay, Li Dingxi choked up, until one day, being alone made me want to cry. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sheng Yexing asked. Having the gang worry about me would be a failure. Li Dingxi slowed down his speech, sighing, like you, who can always handle things on your own. I want to be just like you. Sheng Yexing wanted to punch him. Is that comparable? This is an illness, not something else entirely. No problem. Amidst his sighs, Li Dingxi hung his fluffy head low. Anyway. I haven't been normal ever since. We're all abnormal, aren't we? In response to his friend's probing question, Sheng Yexing hesitated for a moment before speaking clearly enough for Lu Jianqing to hear, not necessarily. Lu Jianqing remained uninvolved throughout the discussion. He was solely occupied playing with his spoon, smearing cream onto his mouth which he cleaned with his tongue compulsively. Each scoop had to have a piece of cake of the same size, and he'd retry if it was too big or too small, absolutely not allowing any differences. After swallowing the last bite, he felt satisfied, raising his head to look at the two people who appeared to have stopped talking. Why was Li Dingxi crying, his tears plopping onto the cake? And Sheng Yexing? He also looked rather sad, shedding some tears collected at the corners of his eyes. A couple days before Li Dingxi left, there was a school-wide letter-writing activity organized by school number 2. This event was originally scheduled to take place in May but got delayed for various reasons, finally making it to the children of Class 7, Senior 3. To Tang Han's regret, Dong Xia didn't make it to this particular event. After breakfast, Sheng Yexing pushed his hunter motorbike out of the student dormitory compound, chewing on a brown sugar steamed bun, stuffing another into Lu Jianqing's mouth. Lu Jianqing, more arrogant, bit into the bun with a disdainful look, holding a schoolbag containing hardly any books. With a flick of his wrist, he swung the bag over his shoulder. Swinging his legs clad in basketball shoes, they glinted white under the morning sun almost reflectively. Since coming to City No. 2 secondary school, he'd gained a bit of weight, grown taller within 6 months, with a rosy complexion. He looked cool and bewildered when quiet, smiling faintly when speaking. The mole at the corner of his eye had gradually fixed to a deep red, as if every day were a sunny day. Sometimes when Lu Jianqing pointed out a deep blue shade, Gu Kunshan would hide his face behind a book, mysteriously looking back. Big brother Lu. Lu Jianqing paused his pen for a second, casting a glance at Gu Kunshan. Meaning, what? Due to his slowness, Lu Jianqing often carried an indomitable gaze when observing people. Gu Kunshan moved the stool closer again, using his fingertips to touch Lu Jianqing's cheek. Why did you turn blue today? I remember the boss told me, red means happy and blue means unhappy, right? Who ticked you off? Lu Jianqing didn't speak, his mouth slightly downturned. Shit. Gu Kunshan feigned to take off his shoe to hit someone. I'll skin him. Lu Jianqing played a prank, crooking his finger to signal, come closer. Gu Kunshan obediently leaned in. As if some switch had been triggered, Lu Jianqing expressionlessly shouted at the top of his lungs in the classroom, "Sheng, Yi, Xing." His voice was so loud that all the classmates turned around to look at them, then hurriedly looked away after seeing nothing unusual. Most people had already gotten used to the fact that the little introvert could turn into a big megaphone. The person called lazily propped up his elbows on the desk, raising an eyebrow at Gu Kunshan. "What's up?" "No, nothing." Gu Kunshan immediately covered his face with a book. "I just asked him, who's the most handsome guy in our class 7, senior 3. Sheng Yexing had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes. "Really? Really?" After speaking, Gu Kunshan had already turned around. Sheng Yexing's scrutinizing gaze shifted back to Lu Jianqing, and Lu Jianqing paused for 2 seconds, muttering, "Yes, yes," and added, "Really?" Before the bell rang for class, Sheng Yexing counted the coins in his school uniform pocket, calculating that it would be enough to buy a can of drink. But the issue of gaining weight from medication still troubled him. If it weren't for such a high amount of exercise, he probably wouldn't even have abs left by now. Sheng Yexing sighed and put the coins back in his bag. Most of the drinks in the vending machine were still cold, and Lu Jianqing should drink less. Thinking about this, he reached out and grabbed Lu Jianqing's bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Lu Jianqing glanced at him, already accustomed to sharing water between the two. Noticing that Lu Jianqing had been writing a short essay since the morning study session, Sheng Yexing curiously asked, "What are you writing?" After he finished speaking, he leaned closer as if whispering, "A love letter." The front row seat Gu Kunshan heard this and clicked his tongue, shaking his head unconcernedly. Sheng Yexing kicked Gu Kunshan's stool leg with his leg. Lu Jianqing suddenly shy-like covered what he had written, capped the pen, deciding to continue later. He lay down, lifting his head from the armrest, his eyes bright. It's the title for the activity. Only now did Sheng Yexing remember the assignment given by Tang Han, write an essay. The topic was, A Letter to Myself in 3 Years. Chapter 79, The Little Road. At dawn, Sheng Yexing rushed to the full-length mirror in the dormitory as soon as he got out of bed. He pushed up his tank top hem, revealing his evenly proportioned and strong chest and abs muscles, then let out a sigh of relief. The issue of gaining weight from long-term medication has troubled him for too many years. He always dreamed about turning into a ball that couldn't move. But these worries were still premature now. Because the medication only had a sedative effect, mainly it was still up to himself to maintain stability and regulation. Problems like endocrine disorders also needed his own effort to overcome and accept. He grew amidst chaos and restlessness, with the process of self-control being lengthy and painful, but he had endured it all and continued moving forward. Sometimes Sheng Yexing felt like he didn't even resemble someone with bipolar disorder anymore. Yesterday, in order to avoid Lu Jianqing, he ran to the balcony of the grade 1 teaching area and smoked half a cigarette, but before he finished, Ji Chuan caught him red-handed. Ji Chuan said, "If I catch you smoking now, you don't argue with me for days." Sheng Yexing smiled apologetically. "Did I used to be like that?" "Yeah, it's good you love basketball. At worst, you show off some moves in front of me, dribbling past defenders, steals, or dunks. If you liked singing, we wouldn't have any class throughout senior 3. While saying this, Ji Chuan pulled out an e-cigarette. Upon receiving the e-cigarette, Sheng Yexing stroked its matte texture with his fingertips and looked up mischievously. "What else did I say?" Ji Chuan's lips relaxed as he laughed. "You said your hormones are high, which makes you easily excited. You imitated yourself. Teacher, leave me alone. Once I vent, I'll be fine. Never imagined I would be so self-aware." Right, after that, you stopped talking much and preferred actions instead. But luckily, you mostly hurt yourself. Ji Chuan put another e-cigarette into his mouth. "During freshman year, when you banged your head and cracked it open, no need for me to tell that story again, right? No need. Didn't they have enough sarcastic tales of heroism already?" Sheng Yexing also put the e-cigarette into his mouth, took a puff, blew out smoke directly, and licked his lips, finding it overly sweet. He asked, "What flavor is it?" "Honey melon." Ji Chuan glanced at the green packaging. "Life is bitter, so we need something sweeter." Sheng Yexing lowered his eyes, staring at the cartoon honey melon on the package, humming softly. "Actually, it's not that bad," he said. "Compared to so many others, my hardship is nothing at all." On the day Dingxi was diagnosed, he and I ate 2 yang of noodles at a noodle shop and drank 2 bottles of cola. He also said the cola was very sweet. Halfway through his words, Ji Chuan touched his nose, his face obscured by white mist. "I told him, it'll be fine. Everyone gets sick, and you just happen to have an emotional ailment." Guess what he said? "What?" Sheng Yexing asked. Ji Chuan replied, he said, "I probably won't get better." I understand exactly how he feels. Sheng Yexing sighed deeply. He could see Li Dingxi's situation clearly. It belonged to the slightly lighter cases, similar to himself. However, situations like this, where one is conscious, often cause the most pain because one knows what they are doing, understands their suffering, yet feels utterly powerless. But fortunately, they really got better later. Behind City No. 2 High School's campus lies a pond blooming with lotus flowers. Unfortunately, those flowers weren't pure and unsoiled. Instead, they were ruined by somewhat dirty water. Once autumn came, the smell drifted with the wind, prompting students to grumble endlessly in despair. Lu Jianqing initially had to wear a mask, and later became even more sensitive to the odor, furrowing his brows and stomping his feet whenever he passed by. On worse occasions, he'd make gurgling sounds from his throat, his eyes sharp and angry, ready to take a knife to anyone anytime. Since autism patients are mostly visually oriented, Sheng Yexing thought of a method: buy a 7-colored pinwheel for him to hold. As the wind blew, the 7 colors spun around, calming Lu Jianqing down. He used his fingers to break the pinwheel blades apart, counting each one: red, orange, yellow, green. Then, Lu Jianqing carried the pinwheel into the classroom. He stuck it into the screw hole above his desk. In student times, desks got replaced frequently, inevitably leaving holes drilled into them by the previous owners. City number 2's conditions were just like that: if usable, continue using it. Every day during class, Lu Jianqing used erasers to fiercely scrub away pencil marks, pushing every eraser crumb into the desktop holes. Once the pinwheel was set, Lu Jianqing's desk became a stunning scenic feature of Senior 3 Class 7. The classroom windows were wide open, autumn winds passing by, spinning his small pinwheel noisily. Occasionally, when Sheng Yexing woke up mid-slumber, opening his eyes revealed that little pinwheel quietly spinning very fast. Lowering his gaze further, Lu Jianqing was completely absorbed in playing with an eraser, and his profile eclipsed everything Sheng Yexing had ever seen. In a daze, yet crystal clear at the same time, Sheng Yexing thought of the pairing of angels and rainbows. And just like that, his heart was kissed by the world once again. To see off Li Dingxi, the school team's coach took a group of kids to a hot pot restaurant by the school gate for a feast. Beer, meat dishes, vegetables, soy milk, and more were all on the table. The coach held up a beer bottle and gave an impassioned speech to the students. Li Dingxi led the cheers, making the entire private room lively and cheerful, with everyone laughing. Halfway through the meal, water was added to the soup pot twice, and Sheng Yexing noticed that Li Dingxi began eating silently without any expression. "Hey, say something." Sheng Yexing nudged him with his elbow. "You're making us nervous when you don't talk." Li Dingxi took a sip of soy milk. "I felt good in the morning, but now I'm feeling a little lost. I'm about to fall apart." "Falling apart?" "Not a chance," Gu Kunshan muttered under his breath, ordering Li Dingxi's favorite shrimp dumplings. "You've already seen the doctor, you'll be fine." Li Dingxi suddenly pointed at himself. "Will taking medication make me look dull?" "It won't. It'll make your face emotionless," Sheng Yexing chuckled coldly, "but it'll also make you look cool." Gu Kunshan mimicked an action of adjusting sunglasses from afar. "Cool like the leader. I hate this side of myself so much." Li Dingxi's words were muffled. "Before, I only thought I talked too much and was overly cheerful. I never thought about this side of me." "Don't think too much," the coach handed him some food. "Just relax, and you can continue playing basketball when you come back." Covering his face, Li Dingxi said, "I can't play anymore, I'm hopeless." The coach replied, "Don't say that." "How should I say it then?" Suddenly, as if flipping a switch, Li Dingxi stood up abruptly, trembling all over. "I don't want to overthink things, but—" "Paper, get paper," Sheng Yexing called out to Gu Kunshan. "Give him some paper." Because Sheng Yexing used to bleed randomly for no reason, Gu Kunshan and his group of friends always carried paper around. They didn't expect that one day they would use it for wiping Li Dingxi's tears. Once his face was covered with tissue, Li Dingxi realized he had started crying uncontrollably again. He wiped away his tears and sat aside sulkily. "I just want to be alone." "We're with you," Sheng Yexing said. Li Dingxi nodded and shook his head. The diagnosis on the medical report, bipolar disorder, forced him to accept who he was now. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his palm and looked down to see Lu Jianqing pinching his hand. When he looked up at Lu Jianqing, he found Lu Jianqing wasn't looking at him. Lu Jianqing was concentrating hard on chewing a piece of tripe that Sheng Yexing had served him, completely ignoring what was happening around him. That was his way of comforting others. After finishing the hot pot, the group rode their bikes back to the dormitory. Lu Jianqing said he wanted to ride alone, but as soon as he got on his bike, he seemed like he didn't know how to. His face flushed red as he got off, and in the end, he resigned himself to sitting on the back seat of Sheng Yexing's bike. He pulled his hoodie's hood over his head, exposing only half of his small, pointed chin. His tongue flickered repeatedly as he occasionally blew a bubble with gum, then sucked it back in to chew it again. The night wind blowing from City Number 2 High School grew colder, and autumn would end before anyone knew it. Passing by a convenience store, Lu Jianqing clutched Sheng Yexing's waist tightly like reining in a horse and said he wanted to get off. Inside the convenience store, he bought dye, a tin box, candles, packed them into a plastic bag, and quickly hopped back onto the bike saying, "I'm okay." Back at the dorm, after washing up, the three of them debated whether to go to bed early tonight or not. Lu Jianqing dumped the things he'd bought onto the floor, squatted down, and turned toward Li Dingxi, saying, "Let's make a lamp." "What?" Li Dingxi was confused. "A lamp, a moon lamp. Am I helping you?" "Yep." "Well, what about leader?" Li Dingxi glanced up at Sheng Yexing, who had already climbed onto his bed to sleep. Sheng Yexing rarely stayed up late these days because he was afraid of gaining weight. Without bothering with Sheng Yexing or saying anything, Lu Jianqing grabbed a safety scissors and started tinkering around. "Memorial," he said suddenly. "For me." Li Dingxi was pleasantly surprised. Can I take it to the hospital? Lu Jianxing tilted his head upward and stretched the syllable long, yeah. Watching the two of them cutting, pressing lines, folding, and assembling the lamp on the desk, Sheng Yexing took out his phone, recorded a 10-second short video, and posted it on social media. The text accompanying the scene read, "Perhaps the moon can also shine on its own." After putting away his phone, Sheng Yexing sat up in bed and attentively observed the interaction between the two. In fact, based on their interaction, Lu Jianxing still had much less communication with Li Dingxi compared to before. He just quietly sat by himself, saying very few words. Saying they were cooperating felt more like Lu Jianxing was trying to independently finish the task. But for Lu Jianxing, this was already a great improvement. That night, after some time of observation, Sheng Yexing finally understood. All along, everyone had thought that Lu Jianxing was a star, but actually, he wasn't. He was the sun, making the moon glow, bringing light to dark places. During this period, Tang Han mimicked occupational therapist Veda Nomura by creating an information feedback form for the students. She designed it on her computer and printed out many copies to assist in guidance after every homework assignment or class session. The form had two sides. The first side listed the name of the assigned homework at the top, followed by the first question. I think I completed it _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Very well, poorly, I'm incapable of completing it. The second question was, regarding this homework, I believe it is ________________________________________________________________ Options were, interesting, boring, too difficult, feels cool. Lu Jianxing chose, very well, and interesting, even checking, feels cool, and drawing a smiley face next to it. On the second page were suggestions: tell the teacher privately, print on the computer, complete with the class together, draw it or use teaching aids to present it. Lu Jianxing's wobbly handwriting didn't check any of the options. Instead, under other things I want to say, he carefully wrote. I want to tell Sheng Yexing. When Tang Han received the paper, she immediately showed the feedback form to Sheng Yexing, then remained silent for a long time. She didn't overthink anything, she was simply reflecting deeply. Sheng Yexing accepted the feedback form and asked if he could keep the sheet. That evening back in the dormitory, he stored the sheet in a folder. This folder was a 1 yuan cowhide paper bag he bought from Uncle Wu's little shop by the school gate, with the childish word, "Do not touch," written on the front. Inside were numerous small slips of paper, mini-essays, and several photos Tang Xia washed with her Polaroid camera. The slips of paper were notes that Lu Jianxing passed during class and responded to, while the essays mostly came from regular assignments given by Tang Han. Since he didn't wish to hand them in, he kept them all. The photos included ones taken at the swimming pool, during midnight bike rides, and drinking sessions below their dorm building. There were several featuring Lu Jianxing, whose handsome features stood out. The only downside was his gaze. It was empty yet tranquil. Tranquil to the point where almost everyone could sense his uniqueness. 2 days later, during class, Li Dingxi was quietly picked up by his parents. Li Dingxi sent one final message in their group chat, saying he was going home without farewell, as he didn't want his friends to see him off tearfully. With a couple of cheeky remarks, he added, maybe an abrupt end would leave more room for remembrance. Sheng Yexing replied, in that case, meeting isn't as good as remembering. Li Dingxi panicked instantly, rushing to add, no, you guys must still come visit me. And so, they all agreed. On the third day after Li Dingxi left, each grade team selected some excellent student works for a special exhibition. Sheng Yexing heard that Lu Jianxing's hard-written essay from that day made the list, so he couldn't even wait until the bell rang. He lied about needing to use the restroom, rushed out of the classroom, and dashed to the exhibition area beside the playground. Starting from the first sheet, he meticulously looked through every piece of work, searching for Lu Jianxing's writing. It wasn't until he reached the third large exhibition board that Sheng Yexing finally paused at an inconspicuous essay paper. Perhaps due to the difficulty in recognizing the handwriting, the paper was hung at the edge, though fortunately, there was a small sticker flower in the upper right corner marking it as exemplary work from the grade team. Like reading a love letter, Sheng Yexing felt a bit nervous. To my future self 3 years ahead, Sheng Yexing whispered aloud, hello there, Lu Jianxing in 3 years. If he were in Lu Jianxing's position, all he'd want to ask would be one simple question. Dude, are you still alive? And if there had to be a follow-up sentence, it would probably be. Are you still by his side? To my future self. Student, Lu Jianxing. Class, Grade 12, Class 7, City Number 2 High School. Main text. Hey there, Big Lu. If you could meet me from 3 years ago, you should tell me, go for it. I don't know if you're managing to take care of yourself now, whether you're still happy or if you're still worrying about growing up. Just like 3 years ago when you worried about these same issues. I hope that 3 years from now, you are no longer little Lu. You've grown into Big Lu, guiding more people to where they're meant to be. Big Lu will make people understand that health and love are the only standards for judging happiness. Books say that you must first accept yourself within, then you can find the place that suits you. Fortunately, you have already accepted your imperfect self. You might not fully recover. You might talk less and less. You might lose your way. But you must be brave, just like Sheng Yexing. This was a letter written at 18 years old for 21-year-old him, with few words, uneven handwriting, somewhat incoherent sentences, no misspelled characters, yet brimming with positive energy. The signature read, Little Lu. Sheng Yexing stared at the signature for a long time, quietly crumpling the edges of the paper. Chapter 80, Paddling. Lu Jianqing's short essay won an award at school. Tang Han selected 2 key sentences to read aloud, but Lu Jianqing wasn't embarrassed. He was still sitting at his desk playing with his wooden carved motorcycle. After the reading, the whole class clapped, and quite a few classmates turned to look at him, yet he seemed unfazed by their gazes. Lu Jianqing pressed down on the back of the motorcycle, letting its tires slide across the desk, while making a quiet tzzz sound. After the tzzz, he squinted and smiled. Sheng Yiheng saw him reaching for something and handed over the watercolor pen box spread open. Lu Jianqing picked a red one, grabbed it and started painting the motorcycle red, then switched to purple after a few strokes. All the classmates were watching, and Tang Han remained silent on the podium. Art class. He's in art class, Sheng Yiheng pointed at Lu Jianqing. Teachers, you can continue with the Chinese class. Lu Jianqing murmured tzzz again softly, moving the motorcycle along the edge of the desk, finally stopping it on Sheng Yiheng's arm that lay flat on the table. The boy's skin tone leaned toward a deeper malt color, with prominent muscle curves. Along his arm, Lu Jianqing drove to his chest and stopped the car there. Chinese class. Lu Jianqing mumbled to himself as he flipped open the book, ready to listen attentively to teacher Tang's lecture. Idiot. With a deep chuckle, Sheng Yiheng stretched out his hand and adjusted his book. You've got it upside down. Lu Jianqing. After Li Dingxi and Dong Xia left, the first month passed excruciatingly slowly. The city was hit by the rainy season, followed by a heavy storm. Dong Xia was doing well at his new school, and apparently thought about early romance. He said that early romance isn't about who you're loving, but more about the state of being in love, the flapping edges of school uniforms and the white-robed era. He said everyone's youth has its share of confusion, and early romance can make 2 people become better together. In short, he had quite an explanation. Then, he and that girl ended up ranking last in the entire grade, which led their plans for romantic relationships in their senior year to be promptly nipped in the bud by their homeroom teacher. Whenever this matter was mentioned, Dong Xia would pretend to despair and send a message in the group chat, ask the world, what is love, that makes life or death promises. Li Dingxi quickly responded, then go die 8. Dong Xia retaliated, why don't you? Li Dingxi replied, I promised the boss, no suicide this year. Dong Xia, what about next year? Li Dingxi pondered, next year wouldn't work either. Next year, his aunt will have a baby, and he needs to be the protector for his little sister. He envied Sheng Yiheng for flourishing for so long, and now, he also needed someone to protect. For now, all he needed was to get better quickly. There were no major issues with Li Dingxi aside from the fact that every hour medical staff would come to check his room and turn off his moon lamp, otherwise, everything else was pretty free and easy. They required him to sleep at 8 o'clock, which, compared to his days of often drinking late at night, was not yet habitual for Li Dingxi. He didn't want to take medication most of the time, so when nurses came, he hid the pills under his tongue, only to be caught during forced inspections. Every day, someone in the hospital would ask him, are you sick? Li Dingxi very firmly stated, no, I am not. Then he transferred to another ward that seemed more severe, where he caused daily trouble inside, always giving nurses that, I don't want to be discharged, expression whenever he saw them. The only problem was, his wrist still had a ring attached, which made him feel uncomfortable. Li Dingxi said the rain was loud there, and Dong Xia said he forgot to bring his umbrella. Sheng Yiheng lay sideways on his bed looking at messages in the WeChat group, unsure of how he felt inside, but it seemed like this way, he could feel connected with his buddies, and still support each other. But hospitals, ordinary high schools, special classes. They were already 3 different worlds. Heavy rain blocked the roads, making it easy for teachers from various parts of the city to be late, so some classmates would stand in the corridor and scout, enabling the chaos in the classroom. Occasionally, they'd shout back, teacher's coming. The classroom would immediately fall silent for a few seconds. If the teacher didn't show up, complaints arose about false alarms. Classmates had already learned to tease Lu Jianqing. Sometimes they'd throw an eraser his way, saying, Big Brother Lu, carve us a stamp. Lu Jianqing would loudly answer, no. Big Brother Lu, can I see your art homework? No. Big Brother Lu, let's eat together after school. No. Lu Jianqing looked cold, his expressions and words clearly showing refusal, but he still patiently talked with his classmates. Sheng Yiheng lifted one leg of his chair and raised his eyes, saying, he wants to eat with me more. Aha. Lu Jianqing agreed. After he finished speaking, Sheng Yiheng glanced at him and said with a deliberately serious tone, why are you being so cute? Lu Jianqing let out another, ouch, and buried his face in the crook of his arm. The heavy rain caused too much flooding in the campus of City No. 2 Middle School. By the time school was dismissed, the students could only take off their shoes and roll up their trouser legs to walk. The city's education bureau kept delaying the announcement of suspension of classes, so they had to continue studying despite everything. Some middle schoolish classmates ran down to the teaching building and opened their arms wide, shouting to the sky, let the storm come more fiercely. This would trigger bursts of laughter around them. Lu Jianqing was different, he was instead hiding under the eaves, looking down as rain splashed onto the edge of his shoe. Then he squatted down and wiped it clean with tissue paper, his brow tightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. His feelings towards water were inconsistent, sometimes loving it, sometimes hating it. The sensation of damp hair clinging to his skin made him uneasy, not to mention the distinctive fishy salty smell of rainwater. For some reason, Shen Yiheng recently always forgot to bring things, like an umbrella, which was very important during this special period. Though Lu Jianqing did remember to remind him, his attention was easily diverted. He could only write, "Bring umbrella," on Shen Yiheng's palm with a ballpoint pen. However, this didn't seem to make much of a difference. Shen Yiheng only remembered this matter when he yawned after class. By dismissal time, the two stood silently in front of the flooded teaching building. Normally, Shen Yiheng would carry Lu Jianqing without hesitation, even though Lu Jianqing thought that as a boy, he shouldn't be so delicate. But the day before, while riding a bike, Shen Yiheng had scratched his ankle and only applied medicine that morning. The bandage was still pristine. Although the flood wasn't deep, there were sewer grates. The dirty rainwater could submerge the ankles. Stepping into it would be troublesome if it caused infection. After apparently thinking seriously for a moment, Lu Jianqing unzipped his school uniform jacket and took it off. The rain gradually became lighter, dripping from the eaves onto beneath Lu Jianqing's eyelids, making it look as if he was crying. Shen Yiheng was distracted by this spectacle, hadn't realized what was going on until Lu Jianqing asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Jianqing remained silent, tiptoed, draped the school uniform over Shen Yiheng's head, then patted his back as if soothing a pet. Then, Lu Jianqing turned around and said slowly, "I will carry you out." Shen Yiheng's lips stiffened slightly. "I can call Kun Shan. I can do it too, it's not like I've never carried anyone." Lu Jianqing didn't say this, but he did let out a humph, crouched stubbornly, and wiggled the palms behind him. "My foot isn't that bad," Shen Yiheng said, "I can step in the water." Lu Jianqing frowned and pretended to be impatient, urging him on, "Hurry up." He was afraid that Shen Yiheng would refuse and get touchy, so he directly stepped into the water first. He was shorter than Shen Yiheng anyway. "Alright," Shen Yiheng adjusted the school uniform well on his head, leaning closer to Lu Jianqing's back. "Carry me steadily, don't fall, or we'll both be drenched." Lu Jianqing nodded, Shen Yiheng used his right arm to hold the school uniform open, shielding the rain from Lu Jianqing's head. Then, he circled Lu Jianqing's neck with his left arm, nervous to the point where his breathing almost stopped. He was worried about gaining some weight recently, fearing to accidentally crush the person. They both put effort into it, and eventually managed to steady the load. Phew. Lu Jianqing exhaled, then gave a "hey," stabilizing Shen Yiheng on his back. Shen Yiheng fell silent. The discomfort brought by the rain made every step difficult for Lu Jianqing, yet firm. He walked deep one step and shallow another, fast one step and slow the next, unable to divert any attention, all focused on his footing. He had walked out of school hundreds, maybe thousands of times, but usually he couldn't remember the way and just followed Shen Yiheng. From walking front and back to shoulder by shoulder, the bitterness along the way didn't need mentioning. Now, he had finally caught up and could offer a little help. Uncomfortably nestled on Lu Jianqing's back, Shen Yiheng called out to him, "Lu Bingpier." Lu Jianqing responded. "Jianqing." "Ah." Pausing for a few seconds, Shen Yiheng continued teasingly, "Lu Gu." "Oh." Lu Jianqing still replied. "Xiao Lu." Shen Yiheng took a deep breath and said with a laugh, "De Lu." Lu Jianqing's steps hesitated for half a beat, not making any response. His back was snug against Shen Yiheng's chest, the two bodies close enough to feel the warmth radiating from each other. He felt so hot, breaking out in a sweat on his back, temporarily unclear whether the liquid on his face was sweat, tears, or rainwater. "I think there's no need to wait until 3 years later." Shen Yisheng tightened his arms, his voice deep and steady, "You are ready now. And you've already been very brave. You have done a lot of things that you couldn't do 6 months ago." The school infirmary was closed, so Shen Yisheng's hope for changing the dressing went unfulfilled. He considered finding a clinic on the way back to get rebandaged. Every time he saw Lu Jianqing looking tense about him, he wanted to be kinder to himself. It was as if being good to each other meant the world would also treat them better. Initially dismissive of such thoughts, Shen Yisheng had come to firmly believe in it. That day, after wading through water and crossing the school gate, Lu Jianqing carrying Shen Yisheng became quite a sight in City No. 2 Middle School. Some students from their class paused to watch them, with expressions of surprise, confusion, and mostly admiration. The gauze on Shen Yisheng's ankle was also clearly noticeable. Shen Yisheng overheard one parent asking her child what happened. Though he didn't catch what the child muttered in reply, he did hear this, "Isn't he amazing?" What he didn't see was that after their classmate spoke these words, Lu Jianqing, who had been walking quietly with his head down, slightly smiled. From October to November, Shen Kai came to the school once led by her aunt. Shen Kai brought Lu Jianqing a box of AD calcium milk, saying it was her favorite drink and she wanted her second favorite older brother to try it too. Lu Jianqing took it with a smile and gently tapped on the girl's outstretched palm 3 times. Shen Kai said, "I know. It means thank you." That night, after obtaining Lu Jianqing's agreement, Shen Yexing took 2 bottles of AD calcium milk out of the dormitory to have a heart-to-heart talk with Gu Kunchen by the flower beds below the dorm building. After Li Dingxi left, Gu Kunchen assumed the role of periodically relieving the boss's troubles and occasionally sharing about his own life. Gu Kunchen seemed very accepting of the fact that his 2 friends were together and even teased Shen Yexing, asking if he thought of himself as a big brother. Shen Yexing nearly sprayed his milk all over Gu Kunchen's face after hearing this. Then raising his eyes, he shot back, "So curious." "Not too curious." Gu Kunchen scratched his head, "But is it really love between the 2 of you?" Sucking up the last bit of milk through the straw, Shen Yexing said, "Do you think it's just sympathy then?" "Yeah." Gu Kunchen said, "Then what is your kind of love?" "What is love?" This topic was far too shallow. For teenagers in puberty, they will fall in love with many kinds of people during their lives, men, women, perhaps a red-clothed girl met on a bus, or a handsome waiter in a nightclub. There are very few who settle down early in life, and even fewer whose only connection is solely to each other. "It's more than just love," Shen Yexing said, "although I don't want to complicate things, the sentiment between us is something that can't be categorized." Upon hearing this, Gu Kunchen swallowed and cautiously asked, "Is there also familial affection? Do you consider him a younger brother?" "Brother?" Shen Yexing replied. "Or son?" Gu Kunchen asked. Shen Yexing was speechless. "I can't find common ground with you." "Come on, boss. I enjoy listening." Gu Kunchen tugged at the corner of Shen Yexing's clothes. "Stop being so nosy," Shen Yexing said, "just knowing we're together is enough." "Being a father works too. Jianqing is handsome and cute, I'd like a son like him," Gu Kunchen grinned. Wiping off some sweat from his forehead, Shen Yexing sighed helplessly, "Your tastes are too heavy, friend." Gu Kunchen chuckled, "Still works." Shen Yexing pinched his ear and gave up arguing. Perhaps only the 2 of them understood this kind of emotion, and that was fine. Chapter 81, Quietly. In the 11th month of late autumn, Shen Yexing celebrated his 19th birthday. On his birthday, his aunt called from the city and informed him that she and his uncle had agreed to divorce. His cousin, Shen Kai, was given to the more financially capable uncle, but aunt would still be the one raising him day to day. Shen Kai had warned Lu Jianqing beforehand, but Lu Jianqing had forgotten about it soon after. It wasn't entirely his fault. Upon receiving this news, Shen Yexing was on the balcony of the dormitory biting on the mouthpiece of an e-cigarette. After the call ended, he'd bitten right through it. "As for the property your mother left you, we've used some for your education and living expenses over the years. The rest has been transferred to your account," his aunt said, her voice choked with emotion. "You're 19 now, grown up." 19 years passed in a blink. Shen Yexing didn't ask how much money there was, he just gave a bland reply, "I'll be 20 next year." He felt like he'd just said something dry and meaningless, sighing dishearteningly before consoling his aunt by saying, "It must be tough for you raising Shen Kai alone. Once I'm done with the college entrance exam, if you're ever too busy, you can give Shen Kai to me for a few days." That would be such a bother," aunt responded. Apart from being uncle's wife, there was no blood relation between her and Shen Yexing, making her feel somewhat distant after the divorce. "It's no trouble at all," Shen Yexing looked down at the raindrops left on the windowsill from last night, "she is my sister, after all." "Speaking of the college entrance exam, do you have any plans?" aunt asked. Shen Yexing said, "My grades aren't great, but I'm not hopeless either. With some effort, I could make it into an undergraduate program." Aunt sighed in relief. "If that's what you think," aunt feels reassured. "You're still willing to go to university, right?" "Of course," Shen Yexing replied. "Well." Aunt hesitated for a while before finally asking, "When will you come home and visit?" "Shen Kai misses you. Didn't we just see each other?" Shen Yexing smiled, though inside, he didn't feel like smiling. "Tell her, her brother will come back when he has time." Actually, apart from the news of his uncle and aunt's divorce, on the afternoon of his birthday, Tang Han also called and said that Lu Jianqing's parents had rented a house near the school and intended for Lu Jianqing to study as a commuter student during the second half of his senior year. They had even hired a private tutor for special tutoring sessions, hoping that Lu Jianqing would push harder toward getting into a bachelor's degree program instead of playing around in class every day. Shen Yexing asked Tang Han if this meant Lu Jianqing wouldn't live in the dorm anymore. Tang Han confirmed it was so. Later, Tang Han called again, saying Lu Jianqing was reluctant to cooperate, and wondered if Shen Yexing could persuade him. "I don't want to persuade him," Shen Yexing replied, "he's doing pretty well staying by my side." Tang Han then said, "You need to consider his future." The word future was something Shen Yexing didn't enjoy hearing, because it seemed irrelevant to people like them. All they needed to do was be born and survive, with no time to consider the future. But everything was moving in a better direction, and no one could hold anyone else back. To celebrate Lu Jianqing's first anniversary at school and Shen Yexing's 19th birthday, even before the weekend arrived, a group of boys deeply engrossed in their high school life rode bicycles to a fairly decent barbecue place near the school. Because of the increasingly colder weather, Shen Yexing seldom rode his motorcycle anymore. Every time he did, he'd wrap Lu Jianqing's face and neck with a scarf, or else Lu Jianqing would get chilled and pinch his waist hard while sitting at the back. Whenever Shen Yexing thought about high school life, He would always recall those times riding bikes with his buddies under the setting sun, doing activities together in the training room, and sneaking cigarettes on the rooftop together. Up on the rooftop whenever he smoked, Sheng Yexing liked to lift his arm, raise his eyes, and watch the cigarette burn inch by inch, making a wish quietly, just like elders praying in temples, measuring the distance between himself and the sky. Back then, Tang Han often pressed sandbags against Gu Kunchen and Li Dingxi's thighs, and the two kids endured despite yelling in pain, stubbornly persisting. Whenever they felt like giving up, they obediently ran to stand punishment outside the classroom window and smiled at the curious classmates inside. Now only Gu Kunchen remained, and he didn't even like standing there anymore. Life was simple, dreams small, and it was the most ordinary yet rare things that were hardest to come by. Li Dingxi mentioned that some patients in their ward underwent electroconvulsive therapy, forgetting everything for a short period after treatment, and he himself wanted to try it. This idea of his scared Gu Kunchen so much that he sneaked off to the hospital one weekend, shaking Li Dingxi's shoulders and asking him repeatedly, "Who am I? What position do we play in the basketball team? What grade should we be in this year?" and so on. Li Dingxi was stunned by each question before finally giving the right answers. His attending doctor even warned that if Li Dingxi continued to not cooperate with treatment and kept delaying his discharge, there was a chance he'd be held back a year when he returned to school and would become the junior classmate of his current friends. "I want to be their junior. The juniors in our school are all like little monkeys, full of energy and bouncing around. When I was in High 1, I didn't have half their energy," Li Dingxi said, his gaze wandering to the window. "But when I return to school, all of you will have graduated already, right? Then why should I go back?" Thinking about this made Li Dingxi feel as though a suffocating rag had been placed over his heart. He took a few deep breaths, curling up in his bed and trembling, his hands and legs shaking uncontrollably. His unyielding tears quietly wetted a corner of his pillow. Over here, a group of people rejoiced together during their simple party, continuing until the barbecue shop was almost closing down. For Lu Jianqing's study on how many flips does it take to perfectly grill a piece of meat, the group specifically reserved a table with 2 electric grills. While the others chatted about everything under the sun, Lu Jianqing was responsible for grilling, diligently focused, ensuring every piece reached the perfect texture. Quietly, he watched everyone raise glasses while laughing and talking. Watching them laugh heartily when they arrived at funny topics. When everyone laughed, Lu Jianqing also slightly curved his lips, but his eyes drifted off somewhere where no one existed. After a period of laughter, the room grew silent again. Someone began humming the tune of "Beyond the Long Pavilion," by the ancient road, green grass stretches endlessly. Sheng Yexing interrupted this somber atmosphere with a joke, saying that it was too early to feel sentimental about graduation. When the time truly came for them to part ways, they'd probably cry their eyes out. They talked more about the future, discussing how although the great rejuvenation of the country would neither suffer nor benefit from one less individual like themselves, they couldn't trouble society either. One way or another, those who wouldn't pass university exams decided on an alternate route and planned to engage in various sectors of social construction early. Lu Jianqing stood up, pushing his chair aside, and handed the biggest loin steak he grilled over to Sheng Yexing. In front of everyone's eyes, Lu Jianqing showed partiality and did not find anything inappropriate about it. Sitting back down stiffly, he placed slices of mushrooms and eggplants on the grill, playing with barbecuing as if it were a game. It was getting colder, making catching a cold easier, so Sheng Yexing started waking up 30 minutes earlier each morning to lead Lu Jianqing in jogging. Tang Han also said exercise is always good. At first, Lu Jianqing still liked to sleep in, insisting Sheng Yexing help dress him. Initially, Sheng Yexing could indulge him, but soon stopped, claiming he couldn't spoil him too much. After being woken up, Lu Jianqing would sit still on the bed without moving, his hair resembling a bird's nest, reluctant to open his eyes because of fatigue. Sheng Yexing slipped his shirt onto his shoulders, saying, "I'm going to freshen up. You finished dressing yourself?" By the time he finished and returned, Lu Jianqing's clothes were still hanging loosely around his neck, sound asleep again. Thinking to slap him lightly and give him a lecture, Lu Jianqing instinctively snuggled closer with his arms drowsily draped around Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing gave in. Who could resist that? Then Sheng Yexing pinned Lu Jianqing down on the bed for an intense kiss, calling it their pre-morning jog warming up exercise. The gate of City No. 2 High School opened at 6 o'clock in the morning. The two of them sneaked into the campus playground, stretching and flexing their legs by the exercise equipment. Sheng Yexing, taller and with stronger athletic abilities, moved slightly faster, leaving Lu Jianqing straining to keep up behind him. Every few steps Sheng Yexing turned back, finding Lu Jianqing fixated on staring at his own head. They shared a smile. They were the kind of people who could fight together for survival. Their youth was marked by bodies with astonishing recovery capabilities, infinite possibilities. Mid-December, Lu Jianqing's parents visited the school again. Mr. and Mrs. Lu claimed that everything in the rental apartment was settled, ready for Lu Jianqing to start using upon returning from school. However, every time they came to pick him up, Lu Jianqing acted as though he didn't see his parents at all, trying to hide behind walls or use other tricks to avoid meeting them. Using every childish and clever method available, just to dodge his parents. For several days afterward, Lu Jianqing and Sheng Yexing continued with their daily routine of going to school, finishing classes, and heading back to the dormitory, without much extra conversation. Lu Jianqing obediently received Tang Han's individual treatments in the training room, waited patiently for Shen Yexing after basketball practice, then silently went to dinner together. He suddenly seemed to be back to the way he was when he first arrived, staying silent, unaffected, and acting like a transparent person. Tang Han also noticed the change in Lu Jianqing. He even gave a nod to Lu Jianqing's parents, explaining that the child's recent condition wasn't good, advising them not to rush the transition from boarding to day school. For dinner, they had noodles. Shen Yexing carried a bowl of tofu soup noodles over to Lu Jianqing. He nudged Lu Jianqing's arm and leaned down, tentatively asking, "Did your parents hire you a private tutor? Letting you live outside?" This question needed to be asked with great care, as last time, without knowing what nerve it had struck, just mentioning it caused Lu Jianqing to start screaming, leading to a state of complete hysteria. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Ming even hurried upstairs to ask if anything was wrong in their dorm. Shen Yexing turned on the dorm light, hesitantly saying Lu Jianqing had a nightmare. "Don't evade me. You need to tell me what you're thinking." Shen Yexing added some vinegar to the soup. Lu Jianqing resisted answering. Shen Yexing didn't want to push him but still said, "You're an adult now, you can't keep running away from problems every time you face one." Many times, communicating with Lu Jianqing required some verbal stimulation. Lu Jianqing nodded, confronted. "Go ahead, it'll be fine." Shen Yexing wasn't sure if he was comforting himself or Lu Jianqing. "You still need to come to class. We'll still see each other, it's just that we won't be together at night." Lu Jianqing tilted his head and rolled his eyes. "Think about it. My studying ability isn't worse than yours. If we both try hard, we might even end up in the same university." "Where?" "Jin University in the city, second tier, not high scores needed." Shen Yexing said earnestly. "Okay." Though verbally agreeing, Lu Jianqing subtly furrowed his brows. Seeing a potential breakthrough, Shen Yexing pressed further, "A private tutor is basically one-on-one teaching for you. Think about it. If Teacher Tang only taught you individually, wouldn't the effect be better, and more efficient?" Lu Jianqing went mute again. It seemed like he was silently pouting with himself. The pale earlobe, connected to his jawline and neck, all the way up to his cheek, was turning red. Pikachu has 2 red spots on its cheeks called electric pouches. Do you know what they're for? To discharge electricity. Shen Yexing poked Lu Jianqing's slightly swollen cheeks. Lu Jianqing turned his head slightly, his dry lips lightly touching Shen Yexing's fingers. "Maybe I shouldn't go then." Shen Yexing nearly blurted out those words. "Did I discharge any electricity?" Lu Jianqing suddenly asked. "That doesn't count." Taking the red oil dumplings handed by the boss lady, Shen Yexing stirred it a few times with chopsticks, glancing at Lu Jianqing while winking. "This counts." Apparently overly sensitive to the word separation, Lu Jianqing had been frightened by it too many times before. Eating the noodles, he gradually began to choke and struggle to force back the unknown liquid welling up in his eyes. Fortunately, Shen Yexing went to pay and didn't see Lu Jianqing pulling out tissues. The number of times he remembered crying could be counted on one hand. Lu Jianqing was puzzled why this was happening to him now. Once, the feeling of being reluctant to part was so distant, having a set way of understanding things around him now, was it a good or bad thing? Whether happy or sad? He finally felt like he was truly living. Chapter 82, Independence. After several twists and turns, as well as some persuasion, Lu Jianqing finally agreed to go to his parents' rented apartment every day after school for 3 hours of homework tutoring. Regarding studies, Lu's parents were willing to spend money. They hired a renowned teacher from the city's key high school. Besides the hourly fee, they also considered the particular needs of their child and gave the teacher some extra subsidy, but the teacher didn't accept it, instead engaging in a discussion with the parents about the meaning of education. Upon hearing about these matters, Tang Han thought that this teacher was reliable. He then asked Shen Yexing to help convince Lu Jianqing again. Lu Jianqing agreed but said he would still stay at the dormitory at night. For him, altering his current way of life was an incredibly difficult task. In order not to worry Shen Yexing too much, Lu Jianqing volunteered to return to the dormitory by himself from the rental house. Shen Yexing agreed but stated clearly, "It's only a 10-minute journey, so I'll give you 20 minutes. Thus, every night around 9 o'clock, the short path from the rental house to the dormitory often saw Lu Jianqing walking alone with his backpack. Shen Yexing kept his distance, following behind from several dozen meters away. He watched as Lu Jianqing walked alone, sometimes throwing his backpack down to rub it against the wall repeatedly, other times pausing by the manhole covers, unable to proceed. There were several occasions when Shen Yexing almost rushed forward to hold Lu Jianqing in his arms. But he didn't. The relationship between them seemed to have returned to what it once was, though now their positions had swapped, though still walking one ahead of the other, the roles were reversed. Under the dim light of the streets at night, Shen Yexing furtively leaned against a brick wall, the sweat-stained sleeve of his school uniform rubbing against the gray bricks. Occasionally, misjudging the distance, when he got too close, Shen Yexing would slow down his breathing, tilting his head back to tense up for a few seconds. He knew Lu Jianqing's hearing was more acute than the average person's. The weather grew colder, and after playing basketball until he was drenched in sweat, Shen Yexing caught a cold shortly after being exposed to the wind. Independence was the highest goal Tang Han proposed during the children's education phase. In response, Shen Yexing reserved judgment. He didn't think independence was a necessary skill for any individual human being, just like his own illness. The doctors always said it was best not to be alone, at least there should be someone present during episodes who could give him medicine. Sheng Yexing, being obstinate, preferred to be alone, over time learning how to take his medicine on time, finding a corner to squat and reflect after an episode, until eventually needing medication less frequently. It wasn't that the medicine wasn't effective, it was just that the pills continuously reminded him. You are sick. Each time such thoughts crossed his mind, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but feel grateful that heaven had spared Lu Jianqing from taking these medicines. When his hands shook uncontrollably, those pills scattered one by one on the floor. Sheng Yexing would have to crawl on the ground, his vision blurred, searching for each pill one by one. At 12 or 13 years old, if he missed a few or was unable to pick them up due to his shaking hands, he would throw a tantrum on the floor, crying silently without shedding a single tear. No matter how unbearable it was, punching the cold, stiff ground with his fists or emitting choked, hoarse howls from his throat allowed it to pass. Sheng Yexing dared not imagine what it would be like if his condition and Lu Jianqing's illnesses were exchanged. For Lu Jianqing, independence was a skill that came naturally, even becoming excessive to the point of making him seem small and lonely. Therefore, in Sheng Yexing's heart, teaching Lu Jianqing to rely on others was the best topic to work on. Love is strange. It turns a typical solitary animal into someone who sticks close, seeking warmth from another's body heat. As time went by, although Lu Jianqing could walk alone, Sheng Yexing was still uneasy, so he would arrive on time to pick him up, sometimes bringing along little rice dumplings or octopus balls. Unable to eat while walking, Lu Jianqing would stop to eat a bite before resting and continuing. Sheng Yexing laughed so hard that his waist ached, and under the icy glare of Lu Bingpi, cold, he still fed food to Lu Jianqing's mouth. Hot. Seeing Lu Jianqing tremble with heat, Sheng Yexing quickly threw the sesame-filled rice ball in his hand into the trash bin, pulled out tissues from Lu Jianqing's school uniform pocket, and handed them over. I already told you it's scorching hot. You need to blow on it before eating. Why do you open your mouth and swallow the moment I put it near? Lu Jianqing stared at him with puffed cheeks, glaring. The burn made his tongue and throat swell painfully. After delivering this whole speech, Sheng Yexing suddenly realized Lu Jianqing might not have picked up on the signal. Feeling remorseful, he looked around and asked, do you want a sip of water to cool yourself down? Humph. Lu Jianqing exhaled sharply, hopping in place. I'll hit you. Sheng Yexing was surprised, hit me. After hearing Sheng Yexing's retelling, Lu Jianqing gave a dry laugh, his eyes shining bright. You're learning to talk like me now. Trying hard to keep up with the flow of thoughts, Sheng Yexing followed along as they walked, talking like you. Talk. Lu Jianqing shouted loudly. Lu Jianqing always loved to seize on key points from others' speech. Now that Sheng Yexing started mimicking him, it felt kind of amusing. Before taking 2 or 3 steps, Lu Jianqing turned around and reached out his arm to hook Sheng Yexing's wrist. Their school uniforms were loose, and their arms swung loosely when linked together, but few noticed in the street alley. Sheng Yexing let his hand be held while imitating Tang Han's tone, chuckling helplessly. Speak, Lu Jianqing. Speak, Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing called out himself as if there would be no end. Continuing, Sheng Yexing imitated Tang Han's usual way of persuading him by lowering his voice. Calm down, Sheng Yexing. This time, Lu Jianqing didn't parrot him. Instead, he suddenly stopped, turned around, crashed straight into the chest behind him, and tightly embraced Sheng Yexing with his arms, shouting, let it out. Don't suppress. And not to wrongfully deny himself. There was nothing embarrassing about it either. Lu Jianqing vaguely remembered something he'd copied from a care manual. It stated that after such an episode, someone like Sheng Yexing would often feel extreme guilt inside, feeling sorry to both heaven and earth, which might eventually lead to self-hatred over time. After hearing what Lu Jianqing said, Sheng Yexing couldn't help but sigh. Usually, he didn't want Lu Jianqing to hear him sigh. As warmth spread throughout Sheng Yexing's body from the embrace, he lightly gripped the back of Lu Jianqing's neck, his hands slightly trembling. If only you. He realized it wasn't right to continue and stopped. It would have been great if you weren't sick. But Lu Jianqing nodded as if he understood. On Christmas Eve, school number 2 did not host any activities. Following the routine, he picked up Lu Jianqing from work and went back to the dormitory. Lying in bed, Sheng Yexing stared absent-mindedly at Lu Jianqing's back as he practiced writing diligently. Because Lu Jianqing's handwriting had become too crooked, Sheng Yexing came up with the idea for him to practice with a calligraphy workbook. In these last half dozen or so days, it proved somewhat effective. Lu Jianqing took it very seriously, even falling in love with describing things. Recalling last year's Christmas Eve, Lu Jianqing had struggled to articulate with a puzzled face, Christmas trees, red and green, apples, gifts. Just over a year later, he could write, Merry Christmas, on a sticky note. For Lu Jianqing, Christmas Eve was the apple festival, but he thought apples weren't as good as pears, so he bought one and got scolded by Sheng Yexing, who explained that giving pears was bad because the word pear in Chinese sounded like leave. Lu Jianqing was too lazy to figure out all those symbolic meanings and frowned, ready to cut the pear with a knife. Frightened, Sheng Yexing quickly peeled and neatly carved the big pear. The Christmas Eve in the students' dormitory at school number 2 wasn't as boisterous as previous years. In the past 6 months, many students from the severely affected Class 7 in Grade 3 had left, each going to different places. Those who stayed faced the college entrance exam, resulting in a much quieter building overall. However, the freshmen and sophomores somehow dragged a Christmas tree to the staircase entrance, and before lights out, they asked Shen Yexing to come downstairs to help them hang the highest striped ball on the tree. After hanging the Christmas tree, Shen Yexing returned to the dormitory and turned off all the lights. He and Lu Jianqing wrapped themselves in blankets, stood on the balcony, and opened the window. They looked down at the lively scene below while eating the pear. On Christmas Eve night, Santa Claus will bring you gifts, Shen Yexing breathed near his ear, making Lu Jianqing itch from the heat. Tonight, we won't sleep. The redness predictably spread across Lu Jianqing's ears and neck. His sense of smell had recently become extraordinarily sensitive, especially toward the scent he liked, so he kept inching closer to Shen Yexing's neck. The more he sniffed, the more Shen Yexing enjoyed it. Eventually, Shen Yexing sprayed perfume on his neck, drawing Lu Jianqing instantly like a dog, diving into the dormitory upon returning and closing his eyes to inhale to his heart's content. With a relaxed expression, cool lips, and a rapid breath characteristic of a young person, Lu Jianqing made Shen Yexing feel aroused just from being sniffed. They often ended up kissing fiercely and then hugging tightly until one of them got pushed against the edge of the bed and got bruised. What do you want? Tell me, Shen Yexing lowered his voice gravely, I'll give you anything. After remaining silent for quite a while, Lu Jianqing didn't respond but rested his chin on Shen Yexing's neck, breathing evenly as he seemed lost in thought, not uttering a single word. What he most wanted in life was feeling. How should he express it? How could he describe, what I want most, you've been gradually giving me bit by bit this year. Sometimes he even doubted, was Shen Yexing a gift from heaven? Not just Shen Yexing, but including Li Dingxi, Gu Kunchen, Zhang Fei, Tang Han the teacher, Lin Ting and many other classmates and teachers, even Ming Shu and Zhang Ma in the student dormitory, as well as those kind uncles and aunts on the school snack street, they all gave him the courage to keep moving forward in every detail of life. This feeling was slight, but he had noticed it. Lu Jianqing pressed his cheek tightly against Shen Yexing's neck, then entangled himself by brushing his lips against the others, emitting an sound from his throat, neither like crying nor laughing. His arms twisted around Shen Yexing's back chaotically. Whenever this happened, Shen Yexing felt both painful and happy. He truly enjoyed Lu Jianqing's need, yet could not bear the heartache. Reaching out to comfort Lu Jianqing's abnormal behavior, Shen Yexing couldn't help but make small talk. Teacher Tang Han said your empathetic ability isn't completely gone. So guess what mood I'm in now? Happiness, Lu Jianqing muffledly answered. Shen Yexing consoled, happiness can't really be considered as a mood. I'm so happy, Lu Jianqing's speaking pace quickened slightly as he muttered to himself, I'm so happy. Shen Yexing held his breath and asked quietly, then guess again, what am I feeling now? Happiness. Lu Jianqing repeated this single word again. Before Shen Yexing could respond, Lu Jianqing continued, because of me, you're happy. On New Year's Eve, the city experienced a snowfall. The pre-planned New Year's Eve gala organized by the school did not take place as scheduled, and students from grade 1 and 2 returned home early, leaving only the senior high school students still, staying on campus, working hard late into the night. Gu Kunchen bit his pen while shaking his head, saying, what spirit does our school have that it won't even let us celebrate New Year's Eve? Lin Ting handed him a newly issued comprehensive arts test paper, saying, there's something you don't know. A person has only 70 or 80 New Year's Eves in a lifetime. For the sake of your great future, is missing one that big a deal? With your level of insight, you'd better forget about university and aim for junior college. Hearing this, Gu Kunchen, who already lacked confidence, became dissatisfied. What's wrong with junior college? I think junior college is fine. It's fine alright, Lin Ting wiped off the pencil marks with an eraser, then why don't you stop hanging around with us at Jean University? Don't. I still want to apply. The more he spoke, the closer he got to tears. Gu Kunchen pulled his neck inward, but I can't get in. Jianqing has improved his scores a lot, try to keep up, Lin Ting remarked. Gu Kunchen covered his face, revealing his eyes through the gaps of his fingers. Didn't everyone say autistic children are geniuses? How can I compare with them? Lin Ting glanced at Lu Jianqing, who always studied hard, whispering softly, generalization. Where is there any real genius? It's simply because they work hard without being noticed. God will always help those who put in effort. As we welcomed the turn of 2 years, snowflakes drifted over tree branches, dampening plants and grass. The spacious playground was deserted. It usually doesn't snow much in the south, but this year's snow fell like countless stars across the sky, descending as darkness set in. Using teacher Tang Han's words, it's a presence of optional snow, but also a good omen. The snow intensified. The senior high school students in class 7 could no longer sit still. They tumbled madly out of the classroom, rushing to the large balcony upstairs and stretching out their hands to catch the falling snowflakes. Some even stuck out their tongues to taste the snow, laughing after being chilled. Lu Jianqing was one of them. After tasting it, he frantically looked around for something as if wanting to grab a basin to collect some to bring back. Finding nothing, Lu Jianqing cupped his hands together and collected some snow that was almost melting from his body temperature. Then he returned to the classroom and poured the water onto Shen Yexing's desk. The icy water startled Sheng Yexing awake suddenly, staring blankly at the water stains on the table. What was this supposed to mean? It's snowing. Lu Jianxing leaned beside him, sneaking his cheek close to Sheng Yexing's. It's snowing. Sure enough, Lu Jianxing's actions were always unpredictable. This is snow. You brought it here for me. Ah. Only then did Sheng Yexing understand what the earlier water was. He sighed in relief. I'll go with you to see. The two of them snuck out from the back of the classroom, neither going to the playground nor the balcony, instead climbing up to the roof via the fire escape. Perhaps due to its location, the roof already had a thin layer of white snow. Starry sky, Lu Jianxing said. Sheng Yexing paused briefly, looking up at the sky upon hearing these words. All was deep blue underneath which pale white light glimmered. Looking at the snowy night in a different way, it actually resembles the starry sky quite a bit. Sheng Yexing chuckled and shook his head, then squatted down while holding his hand. You've been here for a year, yet no progress at all, Sheng Yexing said teasingly, pinching Lu Jianxing's cheek, but you're getting cuter. Lu Jianxing didn't realize he was being complimented and mumbled back in confusion, ah. During those evenings from 6 to 10 when I wasn't around, you must have overcome many difficulties on your own, like eating alone, meditating by yourself. Sometimes when I had things to do and couldn't pick you up, you'd go back to the dormitory from the rented place of uncle and aunties on your own. Every time, I worried about losing you. Sheng Yexing paused, slowing down his speech. After this final month of training is over, I'll talk to our school team coach and stop playing. What for? For what? Sheng Yexing asked in return. To pick you up and drop you off on time. Absolutely standing firm till the very last moment, Sheng Yexing fixed his eyes on Lu Jianxing. This has been something I've persisted with for a whole year. And perhaps something I'll need to keep doing for many more years. After all, studying well isn't just limited to student life. There are many things in life that require continuous learning. Oh. Lu Jianxing responded once again, unsure who he was replying to. Okay. Seeing the snow on top of Sheng Yexing's head, Lu Jianxing couldn't help but reach out to grab a handful of the frosty white flakes. After discovering more snow, he laughed softly, pointing as he said, like Grandpa. Because they were crouched down, some water tanks and solar panels on the rooftop could fully conceal their tiny figures. Instead of mimicking Lu Jianxing's move to brush away the snow on the other's head, Sheng Yexing grew anxious and took a deep breath before saying, Hey, do you know what marriage is? It's something you do when you grow up. Lu Jianxing answered. Well, Sheng Yexing's voice grew heavier, we choose not to grow up. Okay. Do you know what people bless during a wedding ceremony? Lu Jianxing shook his head. They say, Sheng Yexing's gaze softened, till death do us part. Lu Jianxing only grasped the term, gray-haired, and suddenly brightened, gleaming with joy inside as he whispered quietly, pointing between them both, is it like us? Yes. Sheng Yexing nodded. Lu Jianxing murmured another, oh, and spent a few minutes processing, gradually lowering his voice, but I don't want to grow up. Then we can whisper about it. Sheng Yexing almost burst into laughter, trying hard to contain it, quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill swept across his lips. It turned out that when Lu Jianxing twisted his head to kiss Sheng Yexing while squatting, his lips caught a flake of snow. Unlike their previous passionate kisses filled with desperation, this rare soft touch felt as if neither wanted to disturb anyone. It made Sheng Yexing want to laugh. His Adam's apple moved several times, still unable to stop. He simply raised an arm to support Lu Jianxing's face, gently rubbing his burning earlobes with his fingertips. In the tranquil snow night, they kissed each other silently. Moments later, the new year arrived. Chapter 83, One Person. The snow in the city hadn't fallen again since New Year's Eve. Teacher Tang Han said, good things in this world aren't meant to last long, but catching a moment of beauty is worthwhile too. Since tutoring Lu Jianxing alone was quite troublesome, one class content was split into 2 classes by the teacher. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Lu Jianxing took out the homework assigned by the teacher. After washing up, he would slump down and sit cross-legged. Often while doing his homework, he would fall asleep and stay motionless on the desk. Sheng Yexing would get off the bed when he saw Lu Jianxing sleeping, wake him up, and tell him to sleep on the bed. At least Lu Jianxing is tall, it's impossible for Sheng Yexing to carry him up the bed ladder. Li Dingxi participated in a New Year's Day event at the hospital where he was required to recite poetry. He recited with such fervor that the hand holding the video recorder trembled. He must have gotten slightly emotional, feeling great about himself after finishing the video. He even sent it to the WeChat group and asked his buddies to record a video clapping for him, allowing him to experience the joy of being treated like a star. When it came to taking special care of Li Dingxi, the group did not hesitate, recording a video specifically in the school corridor filled with applause and likes, which ironically got them mocked by quite a few friends on their social circle. Zhang Fei questioned on their friend's circle, why didn't you call me to film the video? Sheng Yexing replied, you should focus on your studies, the hope of the entire village. After passing the physical examination for recruitment, Zhang Fei became more important in the grade's eyes. They said whether or not they could produce someone this year depends on his results. Consequently, Zhang Fei abandoned all recreational activities and his studying zeal was even greater than Lu Jianxing's. At the beginning of the new year, Sheng Yexing brought Lu Jianxing to visit the temple in the northern part of the city, paying off a wish from last year. Time flew so quickly they were caught off guard. This time, neither carried the other. Silently agreeing, they ascended the stone steps step by step. With poor coordination, Lu Jianqing climbed until sweat broke out on his temples without stopping. Struggling to breathe, upon entering the hall, he straightened and knelt down, muttering something quietly. When descending the mountain, Shen Yexing tried probing what Lu Jianqing had wished for this time, but Lu Jianqing stayed quiet with furrowed brows, seriously saying, "It won't come true if I say it." Shen Yexing leaned towards his ear, slowed down his tone teasingly, and said, "Do you want me to keep sleeping beside you?" The person whose secret was guessed blushed red on their cheeks. To regain some dignity, Lu Jianqing imitated Shen Yexing's former delinquent demeanor with the school uniform, pulling his collar zipper all the way up, hiding half his face inside the collar, his tone brimming with arrogance. "Then what about you? Tell me. I'm wondering." Shen Yexing's throat sounded as if it contained a piece of candy, unexpectedly softening his voice. "When will you use your legs to measure my waist circumference?" Lu Jianqing choked on his words, taking some time to digest the meaning behind those words. Reflecting on what kind of scene measuring waist circumference with legs would entail, Lu Jianqing gave him a glare. Seeing an opportunity, Shen Yexing decided to back off. "Let me guess again, do you want to attend the same university as Shen Yexing?" Lu Jianqing. How does he know everything? So embarrassing. From your expression, I can tell I guessed right. Shen Yexing held back the upward curl of his lips. What if I only pass into a homebound university? Lu Jianqing was stepping down one level after another. Lu Jianqing was stunned. Garridan. Guessing he wouldn't understand, Shen Yexing explained, that means staying home, failing to enter university. Hearing this, Lu Jianqing paused for a moment, reluctant to speak. I'll be homebound too. You can't be like that. Twisting his wrist slightly, Shen Yexing grasped Lu Jianqing's little finger. Being my shadow isn't supposed to be like this. Lu Jianqing lifted his eyelids slightly, his voice hummed through the nostrils. Who is your shadow? I am your shadow. Shen Yexing pretended to sigh. All right now. Nodding, Lu Jianqing remained silent, smiling with closed eyes. Still pondering over how to measure the waistline. Is it like how it's done in the capital? However, he was truly somewhat unaccustomed to a life without Shen Yexing by his side. From last year to now, some aspects of their lives that once weren't valued are gradually changing. Shen Yexing gave him many things that even his parents couldn't. Isn't growing up just like this? Everyone around you imparts a lesson in their own way. Sitting on the back seat of Shen Yexing's motorbike, Lu Jianqing initiated hugging his waist once more with his arms. If hands can be used, why insist on using legs? The hunter traveled through the city's mountains and waters, and Lu Jianqing peered from his helmet at the vehicles passing on the road. His body felt light for the first time, giving him a sense of uneasiness. In the past, uneasiness would have made him anxious, even causing sweat, but now, the person he held in his arms could soothe much of his discomfort. The winter wind was cold, stinging as it hit his face. Before setting out, Shen Yexing had fastened Lu Jianqing's hat straps and covered him with a foam mask, saying that this was what celebrities wore. It was especially cool. Lu Jianqing couldn't understand why they needed a mask when they were already wearing helmets. After being fully armed, Lu Jianqing almost suffocated from being covered so tightly, wiping his helmet with wet tissues, and obediently gazed at the scenery outside. Lu Jianqing recalled how many people like to carry small pets, letting them peek out from transparent hemispheres attached to backpacks to explore the world. He thought about how well he and his high school roommate were doing, yet here he was, feeling like a pet himself. Despite this, he was feeling quite cheerful. The wind blew, and he closed his eyes imagining melodies, tapping lightly on Shen Yexing's abdomen and waist with his fingers, as if playing piano keys. Shen Yexing turned his head to ask, "What are you playing?" "Kiss the Rain." Lu Jianqing didn't say it. Back in elementary school, during dismissal time, the campus radio station always played this song. So, even after all these years, hearing it evoked the sensation of running on the playground in childhood. Lu Jianqing's thoughts often wandered off track, and now he focused on the street vendors instead of dwelling further on memories. Before returning to the dormitory, Shen Yexing took Lu Jianqing out for some grilled fish. Since he had been scared of getting stuck by fish bones as a child, his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, hadn't let him eat much fish, only feeding him catfish with large bones and making sure it wasn't spicy or too stimulating, turning it into fish soup for him to drink. Over time, Lu Jianqing got tired of it, refused to open his mouth when older, so the family eventually stopped preparing it. Shen Yexing was more considerate. He used 2 pairs of chopsticks at once, picking out each bone with both hands before serving the pieces to Lu Jianqing. They ate slowly, spending 2 whole hours for one meal. By the end of it, Lu Jianqing was so full that he squatted on the side of the road, unable to speak. As soon as he stood up, Shen Yexing started laughing, their laughter echoing throughout the night as they walked home. Eventually, they laughed until Lu Jianqing became breathless and couldn't stand, leading Shen Yexing to let him sit on the motorbike and push it for a bit down the road. At the next alleyway turn, they reached the school dormitories. The winter night was freezing, and there were few people around on the suburban streets at 9 o'clock. With the Lunar New Year approaching, the urban management staff had conducted another wave of general cleanups, driving away all roadside stalls. It happened every year, people returning home, strikes taking place. It seemed that come New Year, all the good and bad things people endured over the year dissolved into bubbles, troubles came to an end, and people typically embraced gratitude while looking forward to the following year. Lu Jianqing loved the vitality of his beloved second high school, and also cherished the lively in the neighborhoods around the school. The bitter cold wind swept the street, instantly dissipating all the human warmth, leaving only dim yellow street lamps and scattered figures. After having some digestive pills, Lu Jianqing felt comfortable again, clinging tightly to Xing Yexing. He noticed every manhole cover and roof eave on this road, as if visiting an old friend. Ha! He exhaled a warm breath, trying to grab at the rising mist with his free hand. Missing, he tried again. Ha! What are you doing? Xing Yexing laughed ahead. Hold on tighter, don't fall. Xiao Xing. A sudden shout came from far away. Slowing down the motorbike, Xing Yexing stopped to rest his feet. He removed his helmet and looked ahead to see Aunt Zhang standing by the road in a down coat, smiling brightly. Xing Yexing eyed the thermos box she carried. Are you visiting Brother Yu? Aunt Zhang's son was Brother Yu, who had been in a car accident last month, sustaining some injuries and still lying in the hospital. Before the accident, Xing Yexing often met him escorting Aunt Zhang back home on weekend nights. Yes, delivering some soup. Aunt Zhang nodded and then glanced toward the pillion seat of Xing Yexing's bike. Lu Jianqing was still wearing his mask and helmet, obediently waving and calling out, Aunt Zhang, hello. Oh my, Aunt Zhang really is old, she stepped back as if startled, patting her chest. Look at my eyes, I thought you had a girl on your motorcycle. It's my roommate. Xing Yexing grinned confidently. Jianqing, I know. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, reminded of Li Dingxi, and her voice slightly choked with emotion. You mentioned roommates. It made me think of Dingxi. Such a good and sunny child. I wonder when he will return. Xing Yexing suppressed a sigh and consoled her, he will come back eventually. Don't worry too much. Realizing it was getting late, Xing Yexing originally planned to ride Aunt Zhang to a nearby intersection where she could grab a taxi. But then, considering that Lu Jianqing wouldn't be able to leave his side, he decided to hail a cab directly from his phone to take Aunt Zhang straight to the hospital inpatient ward. After Aunt Zhang got into the car, Xing Yexing went around to the driver's side, tapped on the window, and gave detailed instructions. He said the passenger was elderly and asked him to drive slowly and avoid harsh braking. He also asked the driver about the estimated time of arrival. The driver said 40 minutes. Xing Yexing nodded and told him to call the passenger after 40 minutes to ensure safe arrival. After all arrangements were made, Xing Yexing watched the car drive away. He carried Lu Jianqing off the hunter bike, helped him remove his helmet, then carefully brushed aside his jacket lapels and hoodie to feel for the smoothness of his abdomen. He rubbed it gently. Xing Yexing said, let's push the bike back home together. You need some time to digest further. Your stomach is still protruding. Lu Jianqing remained silent. It had been only half an hour since they left the restaurant, how could he possibly have digested already? Chilled by the icy touch of Xing Yexing's hand, Lu Jianqing trembled and murmured, I'm cold. Look at your waist, it's skin and bones. Xing Yexing ran his fingers over Lu Jianqing's sides mockingly. From now on, you should eat this full every time. This remark made Lu Jianqing laugh lightly, then. I'll never be able to walk. Noticing Lu Jianqing still gazing toward the direction Aunt Zhang had gone, Xing Yexing started pushing the bike in motion for Lu Jianqing to follow beside him. He asked, are you unable to understand why we did that? Oh, Lu Jianqing paused. Do you know what gratitude means? Xing Yexing slowed down as they neared the dormitory entrance. Lu Jianqing nodded, But deep down, he didn't fully comprehend it. He often felt confused about what he should do for his parents, Teacher Tang, or Aunt Zhang and Uncle Ming. And even though he knew he didn't aim for reciprocation from Xing Yexing, this fact was clear to himself. Without any further response, Xing Yexing stayed quiet, and Lu Jianqing followed suit, keeping his head low as he observed their alternating footsteps. Together, they turned into the dormitory complex. The lighting under the dorm building was bright, and Uncle Ming, from the security booth, looked up, spotting them and marked their names in the roster. Parking the bike securely, Xing Yexing slipped the keys into his pocket, pulled up his windbreaker hood, and tugged on Lu Jianqing's sleeve, let's go upstairs. As they stepped into the dormitory building, Xing Yexing shouted, and the light came on via sound control. Standing still on the first step of the staircase, Lu Jianqing hesitated, asking softly, why? Why? Why had they treated Aunt Zhang that way? Though the question shouldn't arise, Lu Jianqing actually wanted to learn far more than this. With his cap on, Xing Yexing faced away from the light source inside the stairwell, leaving his face cloaked in darkness while his basketball shoes occasionally clicked rhythmically against the steps. Lu Jianqing couldn't make out his expression clearly. Because, to tell you the truth, I'm hesitant to discuss this with you, since it's those two words, thank you, that I taught you, Xing Yexing began slowly. Sometimes I wish you understood how to express gratitude, but sometimes, I don't. Lu Jianqing threw another question at him, why? I always feel like the world owes you something, you deserve all the good things, Xing Yexing replied. Lu Jianqing found himself speechless, needing considerable effort just to absorb these words. Xing Yexing continued, I think if you knew how to receive things, that'd be enough. You don't need to give. Doing so would tire you and cause anguish. Seeing Lu Jianqing stay silent, Shen Yexing pretended nothing had happened, stepping down 2 steps to pull his hand. Follow me back. Stop thinking. Surprisingly, Lu Jianqing stood firm there, resisting and clenched his teeth. I want to sit alone. Thinking he wanted solitude for different reasons, Shen Yexing immediately retorted, no. For a while. Having finished his sentence, stubbornness surged within Lu Jianqing as he broke free from Shen Yexing's grip and insisted on sitting down on the stairs. Shen Yexing tried to pull his hand again, urging him, come back upstairs, it's freezing outside. This time, it was Lu Jianqing whose tone became sharper, no. Shen Yexing seemed to lose his patience abruptly, attempting once again to drag him, go back. Although the two had similar heights, there were still differences in their builds and strength, making it difficult for Lu Jianqing to break free. It took a great effort to finally shake off Shen Yexing's grip. His wrist ached a little. Lu Jianqing looked down at his wrist, a red mark was already clearly forming. The sound-activated light in the dim stairwell lit up again. Shen Yexing stepped back up 2 stairs, staring down at him with a gloomy expression. Chapter 84, Impulsiveness. After the silence, the light in the corridor dimmed. Shen Yexing's heavy breathing was clearly audible in the pitch-black small space. He furrowed his brow, leaning on the railing of the corridor to choose calmness. A slight cough would make the light turn on again. Lu Jianqing also had a stubborn temper. He sat on the ground without moving, looking down at the floor, trembling with cold. He played with the shoelaces at his toes. You go up first. Go back, I'm tired. Shen Yexing said these words, then turned and climbed a few steps upstairs. When he moved, Lu Jianqing remained still, his hands resting on his knees. The wind from the vent blew, making it icy cold. This time Shen Yexing didn't care about him, directly returning to the dormitory. Not long after, footsteps sounded from the 5th floor, lighting up the corridor lights all the way. Lu Jianqing looked up as each floor's lights swirled like fireflies, until the light brightened back at the 1st floor. Shen Yexing finally stopped catching his breath. On his way back down, he carried a coat in his hand. He draped the coat over Lu Jianqing's shoulders and lit a lighter in the corridor, lighting a cigarette that he did not smoke. Instead, he placed the cigarette by his feet and stared as it burned. Both of them were sitting in the corridor, gasping for air, neither speaking. Their shadows blended together under the wind, resembling a scene straight out of a screen. Suddenly, Shen Yexing stood up. He stepped down 1 stair, slightly bending over, reaching out his arm to grab the collar of Lu Jianqing's shirt and forcibly pulled him up. Then, Shen Yexing exerted the same kind of strength he used to ride a bicycle over walls when he was 13 or 14. With muscles bulging, he positioned his head around Lu Jianqing's waist. With no wasted effort, he lifted with great force and hoisted Lu Jianqing onto his shoulder as if carrying a sack of rice. Shen Yexing is someone who gets unreasonably rough when angry. He raised his right foot and pressed it against the stairs, lowering his body, putting the half-smoked cigarette back into the corner of his lips. After biting the cigarette, Shen Yexing used another hand to securely stabilize Lu Jianqing on his shoulder while warning, don't move. Lu Jianqing truly didn't dare to move. This old-fashioned residential building was paved with cement. If they fell, both would be injured. Even with such strength, carrying someone upstairs still took effort. Shen Yexing relied on the railing, every step carefully firm. Only after several deep breaths and a sweat-soaked back could he ascend all the way to the 5th floor. With each ascent, Lu Jianqing held Shen Yexing's neck tightly, exclaiming, hey, and, ha, to illuminate the sound-activated lights. The dorm room door was not closed. Shen Yexing extended his leg to kick it open and suddenly said, you've been giving me the cold shoulder. No. Upon denying, Lu Jianqing instantly felt dizzy as he was gripped by the waist and gently lowered to stand face to face. The moment his feet touched the ground, he struggled to break free but remained tightly held by Shen Yexing, becoming flustered with short pants. Holding Lu Jianqing with one hand, Shen Yexing used his other idle arm to pull a wooden chair with a backrest from the dormitory and plop down on it. Though unclear about Shen Yexing's expression, Lu Jianqing could imagine the other probably looking like some dignified elder now. Before he could even speak, Shen Yexing hooked an arm around Lu Jianqing's waist and pulled him onto his lap face to face. Instead of sitting, it was more akin to being thrown. Regardless of how dull-witted Lu Jianqing might be, such an intimate action was enough to make him blush. His ears turned red truthfully, yet his expression remained unchanged, lasting for a few seconds as much as possible. The moment he sat on human legs, Shen Yexing's breathing quickened. He cupped Lu Jianqing's cheeks with one hand, forcing Lu Jianqing to lower his head. Shen Yexing was always dominant, but he hadn't disregarded whether it hurt the other party so much before. Their breathing collided once more, foreheads touching foreheads, noses brushing noses. Their mouths hadn't yet fully met in a kiss. All power sources inside the dorm room were off, leaving only the streetlights outside the dorm building as the lone light source. Shen Yexing acted recklessly, biting down on the zipper of Lu Jianqing's school uniform while pulling it down and forcefully pressing a hand toward the back waistline. Not willing to be submissive, Lu Jianqing instinctively curled his elbow to block, hitting Shen Yexing's neck with pain. However, despite severe coughing, Shen Yexing continued dragging Lu Jianqing back onto his lap. Since the school uniform's waistband was elastic, there was no need to loosen the front tie. One could simply reach inside through the back of the waist. Lu Jianxing had those two concave vortices, which were soft, and gently pressing them with fingertips caused tremors throughout his body. It seemed like he caught a chill in the corridor, making his voice somewhat hoarse. You're bullying me. How can you bully me like this? With a sudden exertion of force, his fingers pressed into Shen Yexing's neck, leaving a red mark as Shen Yexing instinctively retracted his neck from the sharp pain. The kind of pain that almost tore the skin. They stared at each other for a few seconds, startled. One grew red-eyed while the other blushed furiously. The once dry air became humid, every light source seemed to fade into ambiguity, each beam illuminating their flawless bodies like spotlights on a stage. In winter, humans most crave the warmth of another's body. Shen Yexing was accustomed to acting rashly. He stripped off his shirt without hesitation. With better lighting, Lu Jianxing could clearly see the contours of Shen Yexing's neck, chest, and abs, down to where the school pants slightly bulged, a hidden yet intriguing part, and suddenly, his throat felt parched. As if sensing Lu Jianxing's gaze, Shen Yexing arrogantly turned his head, deliberately showing off his chiseled jawline. That jaw was outlined by the night as soft but sharp edges, even dripping with sweat. Additionally, Shen Yexing's Adam's apple moved subtly. Lu Jianxing also moved. Swallowing saliva. Ha! This strange impulse began brewing again. Unfamiliar, yet not completely alien. After all, in more than a year, there had been those occasional moments of similar feelings. But how did it escalate again amidst laughter and roughhousing? Gradually, Lu Jianxing realized the spark between them relied on tenderness, compassion, and an equal capacity to subdue each other. The physical clashes among young boys could make them even more exhilarated. While still hugging on the chair, Shen Yexing stretched his arm toward the desk. He hooked the drawer with his fingers, pulled it out, and grabbed a small square-shaped item inside. This was something he'd never used before. It was given during his coming-of-age ceremony by some troublemakers from the grade, one unopened box in the so-called adult gift set. Shen Yexing hadn't paid attention to its scent. Anyway, it could be used. Once this taboo was broken, their youthful desires erupted like floodwaters breaching a dam, rushing through their entire bodies. After understanding each other's hearts for such a long time, Shen Yexing felt closer to Lu Jianxing than ever before. The other was no longer someone isolated on a lonely planet, nor was he. They could finally intertwine completely. After finishing, Shen Yexing lifted the limp Lu Jianxing from the desk. Lu Jianxing was very lucid, but his whole body felt weak. He hadn't fully recovered from the strange emotions of their first intimate encounter. Admitting it or not, one had to face it. He was somewhat addicted to the feeling of being entangled with the person he liked. Knock knock. The dormitory door rang again. Both involuntarily looked up and met each other's eyes. Shit. Shen Yexing cursed softly, raising his voice towards the door. Who? The door was tapped twice more, and Gu Kunshan's voice came from outside. Big brother, let me give you guys cupping therapy. Wait a moment. After responding, Shen Yexing quickly put on a short-sleeved shirt, wet a hot towel, and squatted down to clean Lu Jianxing's exposed lower half, from the abdomen, below the buttocks, and the inner thighs, all wrapped carefully with the warm towel. Lu Jianxing quietly watched him work, handing over tissues obediently while remaining calm. Gu Kunshan shouted again, Big brother. Are you done yet? Before Shen Yexing could reply, Lu Jianxing smoothly jumped off him and went to open the door. Shen Yexing sighed in relief. Good thing. If he couldn't walk properly, it would have been painful indeed. As soon as the door opened, Gu Kunshan immediately spotted the purple-red love bite on Lu Jianxing's collarbone. With an exaggerated exclamation of, ah, he covered his eyes. By covering his eyes, Gu Kunshan made Shen Yexing, still seated on the stool, cover his own face too. Caught red-handed for the first time. Even Shen Yexing, whose face was thicker than the school compound walls, felt a slight hint of shame. Although inexperienced, they were both already teenagers entering puberty. What video hadn't Gu Kunshan seen? A little thing like this kiss mark could inspire countless RMVB video files in his mind right away. But Lu Jianxing's eyes remained exceptionally natural, not resembling someone whose private affair was discovered at all. Gu Kunshan almost felt ashamed himself. Brother Lu, good evening. Gu Kunshan awkwardly waved his tools in hand. I'm here, really just to do cupping. Shen Yexing raised his voice. You. Cupping? Yeah. How much per session? Fuck, it's free. But if you two come back as regulars. Gu Kunshan continued, Teacher Tang says I need to focus more on my studies, but if I fail the college entrance exam, I can find alternative paths. Shen Yexing offered him a stool, commenting, your indirect route to saving our country is pretty wild. After high school graduation, Gu Kunshan scratched his head sheepishly. I'll find something to do first. Eyebrows raised as he glanced at the weapon in Gu Kunshan's hand. Shen Yexing painfully forced out, is it really cupping therapy? This was more like premeditated murder. Vacuum cups. Gu Kunshan dumped all the tools he bought online onto Li Dingxi's empty desk. Hurry up, who wants to lie down first? Shen Yexing looked at Lu Jianxing, noticing a hint of eagerness from him. But there were still his fingerprints on Lu Jianxing's waist. It wouldn't do. His Lu Binger shouldn't be seen half naked by others. However, Lu Jianxing was already unbuttoning his collar. Seeing that, Shen Yexing reacted instantly. It was time for action. Pulling up his shirt hem, Shen Yexing smoothly took it off, winning because he wasn't wearing much, revealing his perfect waist and abs. Me first. TSK, you always want to rush into good things, Gu Kunshan muttered. I'm afraid you'll mess up my precious one. Glancing at Gu Kunshan, Shen Yexing tied his long-sleeved shirt around his waist. I choose to die first. Gu Kunshan felt like they were showing off too much and said speechlessly, I shouldn't have come. Shen Yexing gave a cold snort, you know that. Seeing they were occupied, Lu Jianxing sat down with a supporting hand on his waist, opening his workbook to glance over some English. After fumbling around chaotically for a while, Gu Kunshan finally managed to fix the gadgets on Shen Yexing's back, then hurriedly grabbed his phone to check what to do next. Lu Jianxing seemed to guard against Gu Kunshan tearing off Shen Yexing's skin, constantly turning his head warily. If Gu Kunshan dared to pull out a knife the next second, Lu Jianxing would certainly smash his head again with a single raise of his arm. While practicing cupping, Gu Kunshan shared stories about NBA stars' life experiences with Shen Yexing. Sitting aside writing English essays and listening, Lu Jianxing found himself engrossed. After the cupping session ended, Shen Yexing went to the washroom to wash his face. Gu Kunshan hadn't left yet, leaning against the wardrobe trying to chat casually with Lu Jianxing. For such a long time, being able to chat freely with Lu Jianxing had been his not-so-glorious life goal. It seemed his WeChat group notifications weren't turned off as his phone kept vibrating non-stop. Annoyed by the noise, Shen Yexing told him, check your messages. Hey, Teacher Tang released the diagnostic test results. Gu Kunshan pulled out his phone and studied it. Shit, boss, you've made considerable progress. Did you secretly take extra lessons or something? Biting his toothbrush, Shen Yexing grinned charmingly, isn't all my free time spent with you? I want to start dating too. Gu Kunshan clenched his fists. If the person you're with makes you better, then you've chosen the right one. After saying that, Shen Yexing spat out the foam from his mouth, wiped his lips with a tissue, and continued smugly, like me and Lu Jianxing. He hadn't realized how wonderful it could be to fall in love before. Now, he thought nothing could be better than falling in love. Chapter 85, Men Not Pulling Strings. After the cupping was finished, the dormitory also announced the lights out slogan. In no more than half an hour, Uncle Ming who was on duty instead of Aunt Zhang tonight would come up to check on people. Shen Yexing lay sideways on the bed, watching Lu Jianxing awkwardly tucking himself in. Even in the darkness, he was too lazy to suppress his smugness and laughed as he planted a kiss on Lu Jianxing's face, pinched his waist, and asked whether it still hurt after washing certain areas like his buttocks in the bathroom. For their first mistake, Shen Yexing was not entirely at ease and kept asking, does your butt still hurt? Lu Jianxing remained silent, rubbing his sore lower back. Always asking about the butt, why didn't he ask about the waist? It's the waist that hurts. As for the butt, originally it didn't hurt anymore, but now it felt like it might again from all the questioning. I'll buy you some medicine tomorrow. I'll search on Baidu for what cream we need to apply. Shen Yexing started rummaging around for his phone on the pillow. Question mark. Lu Jianxing was puzzled. Restless, Shen Yexing hugged him from behind, blowing lightly against his neck while cooing, well, does your front side hurt? Lu Jianxing blushed red, his voice raspy as he muttered, sexual harassment. Where did I harass? Struggling not to laugh, Shen Yexing feigned seriousness, I didn't, yet you accuse me. If so, I guess I have to do something to deserve your accusation tonight. Hearing this, Lu Jianxing turned his back to Shen Yexing, closing his eyes pretending to sleep. No longer interested in looking up medicines, Shen Yexing locked his phone and tossed it to the foot of the bed, loudly declaring, all right, our late-night discussion is cancelled, I'm going to sleep. Don't. With one word, Lu Jianxing immediately turned around to look at him, hurts. You finally admitted it. First times always hurt, Shen Yexing anxiously sat up, where does it hurt? It all hurts. Where hurts the most? Let me rub it for you. Lu Jianxing shook his head. This completely baffled Shen Yexing, who had no idea how to help. What should we do then? Eye mask, Lu Jianxing blinked mischievously, let's play. Wanting to fool around with him, Lu Jianxing also threw the eye mask that was lying on the desk onto the bed, urging Shen Yexing to wear it. Unable to resist, Shen Yexing put the eye mask on and asked again, what's up? Lu Jianxing didn't answer but leaned down, kissing Shen Yexing's lips firmly but gently. The sensation of his lips being tenderly ground felt pleasant. From the corner of his mouth to his tongue, from deep kisses to licking his partner's lips, the feeling was soft and hot. Shen Yexing followed Lu Jianxing's rhythm, choosing retreat over advance as he surrendered fully to passive roles, realizing this was a kind of enjoyment unlike any other before. Unlike the past, Lu Jianxing's kisses weren't limited to just a peck anymore. Every time they kissed now, there was a gradual tendency toward hands roaming freely, evolving into symbols of unclear meaning. They were both growing up. Without sight, Shen Yexing concentrated all his senses on touch. So this is what losing one sense feels like. Lu Jianxing has been incomplete for a long time, and so is the current version of himself. Losing any sense heightens others even more. After the masked kisses before bedtime ended, Lu Jianxing slowly pulled aside the blindfold and smiled. Although the light inside the bed curtain was pitch black and neither could see each other's faces, Lu Jianxing was unusually quiet, but Shen Yexing knew he was smiling. Whenever Lu Jianqing bent the corner of his lips, Sheng Yexing's world seemed to glow. Let me go first. Lying down, Lu Jianqing closed his eyes, nervously gripping the blanket edge. Let me sleep first. You go to sleep first and then I'll sleep? Sheng Yexing asked. For reasons unknown, recently Lu Jianqing stayed awake much later, unable to fall asleep even when he closed his eyes. Opening them, he'd find Sheng Yexing sleeping quietly beside him, causing uneasiness and discomfort. Sheng Yexing remained silent, showing reluctance to agree. Supporting himself with an elbow, he mumbled vaguely, I'm very sleepy. And he couldn't let Lu Jianqing get away with being pampered anymore. He was constantly trapped in inexplicable restlessness, wanting to push Lu Jianqing to grow, but hesitant to actually follow through. Unaware of Sheng Yexing's displeasure, Lu Jianqing assumed his silence meant consent. Curling his bottom, he pushed his head into Sheng Yexing's chest, rubbing until he fell asleep within minutes. With high study pressure and cold weather, students from No. 2 high school struggled against the cold air, and it wasn't long before some showed up in class wrapped in quilts. Sheng Yexing, ever forgetful, often realized he hadn't worn his down jacket after leaving the door. Turning around, he saw Lu Jianqing standing there seriously, holding one in his hand. In various positions around the dormitory, sticky notes appeared more and more frequently, bearing words such as, thick clothes, take keys, take umbrella, fill hot water. As Lu Jianqing became increasingly worried about Sheng Yexing, he found it harder to voice his concerns. At the end of January, one day it rained in the city, and Sheng Yexing had forgotten his umbrella again, so he borrowed one from a classmate. Unexpectedly, when Lu Jianqing opened the umbrella, something clicked in his mind and he swung his hand, knocking it away. He knocked the umbrella aside, leaned against the wall of the teaching building soaked by the rain, dodging while saying, this is not our umbrella. Our umbrella, I forgot it. Just borrowing this for now. Sheng Yexing held the umbrella and approached. Lu Jianqing still avoided him, speaking with an irritated tone, umbrella. The umbrella is here. This isn't our umbrella. He stubbornly repeated this and then rushed into the rain. Sheng Yexing felt a dull pain in his heart, feeling defeated, immediately returned the umbrella to a classmate, took off his school uniform jacket, and rushed into the rain. Back at the dormitory after braving the rain with only the school uniform over his head, Lu Jianqing went straight to the balcony as soon as he entered, picked up the originally dried umbrella, and wiped his eyes. Lu Jianqing couldn't express his feelings. Even these feelings were something he himself didn't fully realize. It was like his throat was painfully clenched by darkness, but he couldn't shout, save me. His hands and face were full of rainwater, and with one swipe, all the dirty rainwater that wasn't very clean flowed into his eye sockets, inflaming them shortly after. Sheng Yexing was getting anxious. He hadn't noticed Lu Jianqing's eyes yet, pushed aside Lu Jianqing's school uniform, leaned forward, and planted a kiss on him, tasting all of the rainwater. Both of their hair was wet and messy. After the last bout of ear-scratching affection ended, Sheng Yexing saw that Lu Jianqing's eyes were red and swollen. Did you cry? Lu Jianqing didn't want to cry initially. But hearing that question, his sorrow deepened, and following the pain in his eyes, he squeezed out tears. The tears really slid down his cheeks just like that. You actually cried. Sheng Yexing felt deeply upset. Why are you crying? It's just because we didn't take the umbrella. Although the words sounded like reprimand and his expression fierce, his tone remained extraordinarily gentle. Lu Jianqing hastily wiped his face, struggling to lift his eyes. It's rain. I didn't cry, it's rain. From then on until winter break, City No. 2 High School did not see another heavy downpour. Occasionally, light drizzles would fall. Lu Jianqing didn't use an umbrella anymore and also stopped reminding Sheng Yexing to bring one. The two tacitly pulled their hoods over their heads and walked side by side under the drizzle. Perhaps having looked up some relationship tips online, Sheng Yexing spent money on couple outfits, pure blue and pure red long-sleeved hoodies. Sheng Yexing deliberately bought an XL size for himself and an L size for Lu Jianqing, avoiding any objections during distribution. The two handsome boys dressed in similarly bright colors naturally stood out more on campus. Gradually, not many people discussed it specifically. When asked in class, Sheng Yexing candidly admitted they were the same design. On the contrary, inside the teacher's office, other class teachers would sometimes peek in curiously. Tang Han, those two boys in your class who are inseparable, are they wearing something like a couple outfit? Tang Han took a sip of tea. That's called brother outfits. Girls can understand, but isn't it strange for guys? The teacher continued. Two good buddies. Tang Han was flipping through the newspaper, showing no discomfort at all, and it's not violating school rules either, right? The teacher who was chatting idly got cut off, sat quietly beside, and didn't say anything more. This year, the spring festival came late, coinciding with Valentine's Day. All sorts of internet jokes emerged, saying whether to stay with your girlfriend or parents became an issue, leading many to conclude bringing their significant other home would be the simplest solution. City No. 2 High School, located outside the third ring road of the city, had partial boarding facilities, and many students came from other provinces or cities. Considering holidays such as Mid-Autumn, Qingming, and Dragon Boat festivals weren't well observed, the school extended winter vacation by a week for them. This way, the winter vacation for the senior grade smoothly turned from 1 week to half a month. And before February even arrived, the break started. Before the vacation began, Dong Xia secretly returned to City No. 2 High School, visiting without letting his parents know. He said his parents didn't want him back in this place, fearing he might be influenced and triggered again, thus jeopardizing his high school life here once more. Dong Xia mentioned he particularly wanted to visit Li Dingxi at the psychiatric hospital, but his parents wouldn't let him. More than half a year had passed since the last time he'd been seen. Dong Xia looked significantly rounder now, his complexion better due to living under the care of his parents. Hey, boss, on the verge of leaving, Dong Xia shook while handing out cigarettes to Xing Yexing at the school gate. Without you guys, my high school life has become uneventful. What exactly constitutes fun? Xing Yexing countered. Having goals, stories, and excitement, laughing sheepishly, Dong Xia added, being sick. Xing Yexing lit a cigarette and muttered, there's nothing good about this. Dong Xia sighed, taking out a lighter to light his cigarette. Big brother, I really think you're smart. Why don't you take a year off to recuperate properly, stabilize yourself, and transfer to our regular high school next year? You might even be able to enter a good university. There's no point, Xing Yexing said flatly, I just need to focus on treating myself properly for the rest of my life. If he couldn't get better, so be it, let others go ahead. At least Lu Jianqing visibly had made some progress. As the atmosphere grew somber, Gu Kunchen, always ready to maintain an active vibe, stepped in. Gu Kunchen was puffing on an e-cigarette, speaking softly with a feigned tone, Big brother Yi Xing, I've heard that you scored exceptionally well last year. Could you share any advice for us underclassmen preparing for the Gaokao, college entrance exam? Xing Yexing's face was cold as he took the e-cigarette like a microphone and responded clearly, the college entrance examination isn't the only way out. You're doing it wrong. Your thinking is incorrect. How is it not correct? Gu Kunchen, don't you remember our slogan? Small we may be, broken we may be, but flowers bloom regardless. Xing Yexing snorted, how tragic. When everyone else is contemplating between Tsinghua or Peking University, I'm worrying whether I'll even get into any university at all. The older he got, the more imbalanced his mindset became. Sometimes, he tried to see things from a more open perspective. But sometimes, he hated himself deeply. Maybe this was the illness talking. All drugs have side effects, and years of medication have already affected much more than memory loss, penetrating every aspect of daily life. Back when he relied on drugs for stability, the doctor told him, you're still young now, you don't feel it yet, but you'll understand once you get older. Misfortune often harbors good fortune, and good fortune often hides misfortune. For him, both blessings and curses were dangerously intertwined. I want to ask you one more thing, Dong Xia interjected, I heard you guys are going to visit Li Dingxi next week, can you please not tell him that I came back to visit all of you at City No. 2? Everyone present could guess the reason, and Xing Yexing didn't say much, sure. Before dinner time even arrived, Dong Xia quietly returned home by bus. To avoid being spotted by his parents, Dong Xia left without having dinner. The boys decided to grab something simple somewhere. Few people were around in the rice noodle shop, and Lu Jianqing sat calmly in his seat without appearing anxious. The noodles were right in front of him, but he neither ate nor stirred them. Instead, he played with the vinegar bottle for several minutes. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Gu Kunchen, holding his own bowl of noodles, sat down beside Xing Yexing and remarked, hey, by the way, boss, I've noticed Jianqing has been eating a lot recently. My son is growing, Xing Yexing replied casually, glancing at him sharply before adding, and can you lower your voice? He doesn't process speech very well, but that doesn't mean he can't hear anything. I'm telling you, boys this age have extremely strong self-respect. Hearing his overly protective tone, Gu Kunchen found it quite strange. Gu Kunchen, boss, do you have some sort of kink? Xing Yexing, what kind? Like, making him call you, dad, stuff like that. Gu Kunchen's voice grew quieter and quieter until it faded completely. Gu Kunchen, Xing Yexing sneered, I can make you call me, dad. Not necessary, not necessary, Gu Kunchen hastily gulped down a mouthful of noodles, wiping his mouth. It would be so inappropriate. Xing Yexing reached over to pinch the back of his neck while keeping his eyes low and began stirring Lu Jianqing's uneaten noodles. Fresh noodles were always scalding hot, and typically after a quick stir, they would cool enough to eat. A man who lacks confidence is bound to lose everything. After saying this, Gu Kunchen glanced meaningfully at Lu Jianqing and then turned his gaze toward Xing Yexing. Can't you be a bit cooler? Look at Lu Jianqing, how cool he is. Upon hearing this, Xing Yexing actually turned to look at Lu Jianqing. The kid was sitting there with arms crossed, expressionless, looking like an elder waiting patiently to be served food, truly exuding an air of aloofness. Xing Yexing coughed lightly, lowering his voice as he spoke to Gu Kunchen, look under the table. Gu Kunchen lowered his head and peeked underneath, oh dear. He saw Xing Yexing's leg getting gently nudged by Lu Jianqing's foot, a sort of subtle affectionate action. When Gu Kunchen raised his head again to look at Lu Jianqing, suddenly he felt pity towards the boy, realizing that Lu Jianqing was truly hungry. His eyes seemed to plead, big brother, haven't you finished stirring yet? They were wide, innocent, and longing, eyes of Bambi. Like his big brother, Lu Jianqing was being bullied. Turning, Gu Kunchen leaned closer to whisper into Xing Yexing's ear, why doesn't he nudge you directly between your legs? Xing Yexing. How could that be? Chapter 86, Rose. The hospital where Li Dingxi was staying had good conditions. Looking out of the ward window, the weeds on the hospital lawn seemed to have just been weeded. In a sea of fresh green stood a carved stone with the word "Rebirth" inscribed on it. The curtain was forcefully closed, and Sheng Yexing turned his gaze back to Li Dingxi, who was eating wontons in bed. His good friend's hair had grown considerably longer, accumulating at the back of his neck and fixed with a black hair clip. Sheng Yexing remembered how Lu Jianqing once went for months without cutting his hair. When he finally entered a barber shop, it felt like walking into a slaughterhouse where he would claw at his palms until they were raw. Asking him why he didn't get a haircut yielded no explanation. Not until his bangs nearly covered his eyes did Lu Jianqing slightly lift his chin and make a scissors gesture. Li Dingxi irritably grabbed a handful of hair. He started to feel dissatisfied with the length that pricked his nape. Passing the soda he bought over, Sheng Yexing asked him, "Giving up on your image? Don't want a haircut?" Li Dingxi took a sip. The tingling sensation brought by the soda to his tongue made him uncomfortable. Raindrops tapped against his nerves, leaving his whole body numb and incapable of any thought. Seeing Li Dingxi frown, Sheng Yexing took the soda, which was only sipped once, and put it back on the bedside table, asking, "Why?" "No." "Well, your sick friend needs more care." Lost in thought, Sheng Yexing continued to look out at the green outside the window. Winter had passed, and another spring had quietly arrived. If the ward window wasn't closed, some leaves from the trees in the yard would be blown in. They spun like little swans above the pure white bed sheets. Li Dingxi kept feeling irritable, waving away a leaf. "Spring has come, summer won't be far behind. It gets hot and sticky all over, I don't like it." The leaf fell onto the floor of the ward. Seeing this, Lu Jianqing bent down and picked it up, spreading it on his palm and folding it into something unrecognizable. No one could guess what he folded, not even Sheng Yexing. Taking the unrecognizable creation, Li Dingxi still said to Lu Jianqing, "Thanks." Lu Jianqing's lips curved, and his brows carried a warm breeze. Li Dingxi admired how Lu Jianqing had a special ability. He always subtly softened the surrounding atmosphere and healed others in his own way. Thinking about how hard it was to find someone he could talk to, Li Dingxi picked up where he left off. "We'll go swimming in summer, right? You'll accompany me swimming after the college entrance exam, right? You used to love summer." Sheng Yexing gradually got used to his erratic conversations. Li Dingxi replied irrelevantly, "I'm fine now too." Excited, he wanted to sit up sharply from the bed. With a single movement, Li Dingxi's pillow shifted its position. Expressionless, Sheng Yexing pulled out a cigarette from under Li Dingxi's pillow, holding it between his fingers, twirling it in the air before pocketing it. Li Dingxi's eyes darted nervously around. He looked pitifully pathetic. "Big brother, this is all I've got left." Sheng Yexing sighed, "Not good, don't smoke it." As someone who had walked that road, he knew what cigarettes represented. Sheng Yexing had contemplated gathering all the cigarette butts he had smoked during his darkest days. They might have formed the shape of his past foolish self. Living in a smoky haze, escaping the responsibilities reality forced him to bear. This cigarette of Li Dingxi's was one he had painstakingly traded from a fellow patient. Difficult to obtain, so naturally he tried to fight back. "Just one stick, and you're taking it?" "Taking," Sheng Yexing rubbed the tip of the cigarette. "It's wet anyway, are you still going to smoke it?" "It's wet." Li Dingxi was extremely disappointed. "Probably sweat." Sheng Yexing was surprised. "Sweat? I have nightmares at night." Li Dingxi casually glossed over it. "The hospital turns off the lights and goes to sleep at 8 in the evening." Used to an owl-like schedule, he hadn't adapted yet, often waking up at 10 o'clock. The darkness gave Li Dingxi many fantasies: bats, ghosts, and spirits, or robbers sneaking into the mental hospital through the windows to steal things. Every night, having nightmares, he'd tangle his duvet into ropes of restraint, struggling as he was caught within them. After waking up gasping for breath, he wiped the sweat from his neck onto the bedsheet and cried silently into the quilt. God loves all people, he thought. After leaving the hospital that day, Sheng Yexing purchased an e-cigarette online and had it delivered to Li Dingxi. In February, Zhang Fei passed the second round of interviews and briefly informed everyone via the WeChat group, wishing everyone a happy new year. City Secondary School had already dismissed for winter break. On New Year's Eve, after learning about Sheng Yexing's family situation, Lu Jianqing's parents enthusiastically invited him to their home for the holiday. Sheng Yexing refused after much deliberation. Parents are people who have lived twice as long as them, and their protective instinct for their young is highly sensitive. No matter how daring or wild one might be, they still know their limits. Sheng Yexing didn't dare to joke about this kind of thing. That evening, the TV announced, "Out with the old, in with the new," and began a countdown from 10 to 1. In the city, fireworks were set off by citizens around the second and third rings, cluster after cluster lighting up the night sky. The city's night was dotted with star-like lights. The dazzling fireworks continuously dyed the horizon in various colors, and the light in Lu Jianqing's eyes also changed accordingly. But Lu Jianqing wasn't looking at the fireworks, his attention was completely focused downstairs. He leaned on the balcony of the rented apartment outside the school, gazing down. When one ended, Lu Jianqing heard his younger brother's babyish cheers, his parents calling him back into the house, countless fireworks bursting, and the ringing of his own phone. Sheng Yexing was standing downstairs, phone in hand, looking up at the building. The call connected, and Lu Jianxing quickly wished Sheng Yexing a Happy New Year, after which the conversation fell into a brief silence. It was quiet all over the world, as if only breathing sounds remained. Lu Jianxing said nothing. Did you see the fireworks? Sheng Yexing looked up. I'll let you watch me set them off next year. I don't like this. Lu Jianxing thought it was too noisy. Sheng Yexing blurted out unconsciously, then what do you like? You. Ah, was the single-syllable reply as Lu Jianxing used sound as a response again. Making a phone call was one of the most difficult things for him. Leaning heavily on the window ledge and straining to look down, more than half of Lu Jianxing's body was sticking out, giving the constant sensation that he might fall. At that moment, an odd thought popped into Sheng Yexing's mind, jump down. Jump down. End everything. After a period of silence on the call, Sheng Yexing looked up at him in the dark and said softly, Nessie. I can only see your silhouette, half-covered. Sheng Yexing thanked the fireworks, their brightness allowing him a glimpse of Lu Jianxing's illuminated face during those short moments. Do you remember? Last semester, Teacher Tang showed us a documentary. There was a video clip of Nessie. It also stuck its head out cautiously above the water just like you. Even a little cute. Oh. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianxing seemed to understand and tilted his head with a smile at the window. He imitated a monster's small roar, ow. Something only he could hear. Lu Jianxing didn't care what his parents shouted at him from the living room, nor did he care that midnight should be celebrated with cheers. He only cared that Sheng Yexing had been standing stupidly at the foot of the building for an hour and a half. Happy reunion of families during the spring festival, said the host on TV. Lu Jianxing instantly categorized this black rectangular box as something he disliked. He started counting his family members on his fingers. Dad, Mom, snotty-nosed younger brother. Sheng Yexing at the foot of the building. Lu Jianxing snapped to attention and leaned further out the window. This evening you will stay with Uncle and Auntie, be good, okay? Sheng Yexing coaxed him. Lu Jianxing nodded. He had forgotten they were on a phone call. Okay. Sheng Yexing asked again. Lu Jianxing opened his mouth but took a long while to respond, no. The moment these words came out, his face favored by heaven was illuminated by a purple-red firework. New Year. Lu Jianxing's black hair was cut very short, the eyebrows once hidden now revealed, and his paler neck was exposed as well. Turning his head to look at the fireworks, his gaze was indifferent. The whole town was lit with lights, every household celebrating together joyously. And his Sheng Yexing was under a residential building without a door to enter. Lu Jianxing felt a boulder pressing on his chest, unable to comprehend this feeling. He opened his mouth, closed it, breathed through his mouth, then through his nose, yet his sadness couldn't be alleviated. He leaned back on the window when his mother called him to return to the living room to eat fruit and responded with an mm. Sheng Yexing wore a thin red hiking jacket sent by his aunt before the new year, saying it would bring luck. From Lu Jianxing's point of view, Sheng Yexing looked like a pool of blood beneath his building. Unaware of Lu Jianxing's gradually quickening breaths, Sheng Yexing pulled down the collar covering his lips and took something out of his pocket. Lu Jianxing saw him squatting down from the 4th floor. Carefully placing the item on some waste newspapers, Sheng Yexing placed it on the ground. Letting out a long sigh, Sheng Yexing said, New Year's present. After saying this, he tiptoed to wave and pointed towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Sheng Yexing walked away. Lu Jianxing descended from the 4th floor, carefully navigating each step of the staircase with one hand gripping a trash bag. He told his mother he was going downstairs to dispose of the garbage. Once outside, Lu Jianxing accurately placed the trash into a large recycling bin and found Sheng Yexing's New Year's present waiting for him near the unit door. It was a wood-carved rose. The carving wasn't exactly perfect. And it hadn't even been colored. Still, Lu Jianxing handled it with utmost care as he slowly climbed back upstairs. Old Lu, look what your son has brought back. Lu's mother cast an eye on the wooden rose clenched in her son's hands and held out her soft palm. Can you show it to mommy? Lu Jianxing shook his head. He clutched the rose even tighter. Fortunately, Sheng Yexing hadn't carved realistic thorns due to perhaps insufficient skills. At this thought, Lu Jianxing smiled faintly. Lu's father, also curious because of his son's reluctance to share, took a few extra glances but remained silent as he continued feeding their younger child with the almost cold New Year's dinner. After returning to his room, Lu Jianxing retrieved his phone to check a WeChat message from Sheng Yexing. It was a long text. Lu Jianxing flipped open his draft notebook and neatly transcribed every word Sheng Yexing had sent. He copied at a snail's pace. So slow, in fact, that when his mother knocked and entered, she assumed her son was hard at work on his homework. After drinking some warm milk, Lu's mother turned off her son's bedroom light, wishing him a happy new year and telling him to rest early. Lu Jianxing quickly climbed onto his bed and pulled up his pajamas to press his entire spine against the cold wall, his eyes scanning the room for a closet where he could hide. There was none. An hour later, Lu Jianxing got up again. He switched on the desk lamp, sprawled on the bed, and copied Sheng Yexing's words once more. Since learning how to read books, Lu Jianxing often practiced copying sentences when analyzing literary texts. This helped give him some vague understanding. After writing down a few words, he paused. On the first day of the new year, he spent till 2 or 3 a.m. meticulously copying love notes. Toward the end, sleep overtook him. In his hazy state, he vaguely remembered one part saying, "I've asked you before, what color are we? You said you were transparent, while I was colorful. What I want to tell you today is, in your world, I will always remain transparent. Whatever color you are, I'll be the same." Like today's rose, it had no color. Our colors depend on each other. You're happy, so am I, you're in pain, so am I. 18-year-old Lu Jianqing still didn't fully understand that their current love was different from ordinary couples. It wasn't just about gender, it was about an interdependent relationship style. They were intertwined ropes, thin ice closest to the sun atop the snow peak. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, Class 7 reopened for the second half of the term. Lu Jianqing kept the wood-carved rose in his drawer, occasionally taking it out to admire, frequently smudging his clean hands black. The rose's stem would discolor. On the first day of the new year, Lu Jianqing dumped the entire bottle of ink from home into the wash basin, then dropped the wooden rose inside. He fished out the rose with his bare hands. While taking a photo, Lu Jianqing accidentally posted it on his social media circle. Li Dingxi, recuperating in the hospital, replied with curiosity, "Whose rose got struck by lightning?" Lu Jianqing's face became smeared like jungle camouflage, washing it off took 3 days. He wore those gray traces until school resumed on the 7th day. When Sheng Yexing came to pick him up, he was genuinely startled. On the way to school, Sheng Yexing sent a voice note to Lu's mother via WeChat, "Auntie, you should store all your paints properly, I'm afraid he might fall in love with body painting." Lu Jianqing opened his eyes wide beside him and asked, "Body painting? Never mind." Seizing a moment when no one was around, Sheng Yexing planted a kiss on his lips. What Lu Jianqing did not express was that he had never seen a black one in flower shops. Compared with the ubiquitous blood-red roses, this was undoubtedly the most precious. Chapter 87, A Sea of Stars. The wood-carved rose was dyed black. Lu Jianqing spent a few minutes every day washing his hands at the school sink. To remove the color from his hands easily, he carried a piece of soap in his pocket, carefully stored in a small bag, not caring at all about the hand sanitizers provided by the school. Those hand sanitizers were squeezed out and made sticky all over by mischievous classmates. Lu Jianqing disliked it. After repeated requests, Lu Jianqing finally agreed to place his one-of-a-kind, black rose, in the dormitory. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, he took it to the classroom. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, he kept it in the dorm. On the remaining Sunday, Lu Jianqing chose to take it to his rented apartment. He stared at the black rose while filling out exam papers. His vision unstable, his eyes ached. The black rose had replaced the red little snake spitting its tongue in the margins of homework notebooks as another mark of rebellion for Lu Jianqing. It was placed alongside its sibling, a wooden motorcycle carving. Carved into the back end of both the branch and the motorcycle frame was Sheng Yexing's birthday, like a declaration of paternity. If it weren't for their mother personally seeing her son merely throwing out the trash, she would have suspected this rose was gifted by an admirer who so valued her son. But it wasn't cherished to that extent. What Lu Jianqing didn't tell everyone was that the black rose could also bloom. The bad habit of bringing carvings to school temporarily left him, but the issue of carrying soap stubbornly persisted. The soap smelled good. Whenever Sheng Yexing got close to him, he could smell this pleasant fragrance. As a result, the two of them went to the restroom during class much more frequently. Sheng Yexing, with relatively decent self-control, just held on to Lu Jianqing's fingertips and touched the pads of his fingers with his lips. Finally, he placed a kiss on the back of Lu Jianqing's hand. He looked like a creepy older brother. In class, Sheng Yexing noticed him taking out the soap bag again. Reaching into the drawer, he pulled out a craft knife and said, "Give me the soap, big brother will carve something for you." Lu Jianqing froze, never having seen anyone carve little things out of soap. Soap flowers. Sheng Yexing muttered aloud, carefully positioning the soap in his palm. That was his only slightly impressive skill. Just as he began handling the soap, Gu Kunshan started rocking his chair in front of them. After rocking twice, Gu Kunshan's chair back accidentally knocked over Lu Jianqing's cup. The water spilled over the table, reminding Lu Jianqing of the stagnant water fountain outside his residential compound gate. The water spread too quickly, wetting Sheng Yexing's hand. The soap slipped out, turning slippery like a fish because it had been gripped too tightly. "Pick it up. Pick it up." Gu Kunshan shouted, bending down to grab it, but his own hands were slippery, making the soap slide even further away. "Damn. This soap can move. That's because there's water on your hands. Oh, gross." Half the class bent down one after another, joining the amusing chase for the runaway soap. Lu Jianqing sat frozen amidst the mess on the water-covered table. The classroom was in chaos, and the teacher pounded the blackboard fiercely with a teaching rod, yelling, "Quiet." "Ah!" A girl screamed in the commotion. Gu Kunshan intercepted the soap, then took it directly to the office. The subject teacher asked the class, "Whose soap is this? And why don't you bring remote controls for the air conditioner next time?" Without any emotion, Lu Jianqing stood up and felt through his pocket. He mistakenly thought the reprimand was a command. True to form, Lu Jianqing pulled out a compact air conditioner remote control and set it on his desk. Some classmates began suppressing their laughter. I'll try if it works. Sheng Yexing interrupted and took the topic. Casually pressing the button, Sheng Yexing activated the wall-mounted air conditioner hanging in the classroom with a beep. Everyone in the class burst into laughter. The laughter lingered, and the students laughed for a while. Even the teacher couldn't help but join in. Happiness surged like an early tide, temporarily drowning their stress and fear of the uncertain future. Sighing, Sheng Yexing pinched Lu Jianqing's pinky finger under the table and rubbed it gently. Gazing outside, sunlight filled the desktop perfectly. Following his gaze, Lu Jianqing looked down and reached out, placing his palm on the warm wooden table, watching as the sunlight illuminated his nails. As Lu Jianqing lowered his head, Sheng Yexing did too. Looking at his hand, Sheng Yexing remembered the gold taffeta dress hem that his mother used to dry in the yard when he was a child. At the school entrance, scratch and win lottery tickets were popular among students. The shopkeeper carried a money pouch, collecting cash with a smile as his waist bag grew fatter and fatter, eventually catching the attention of young prodigy Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing ripped off 6 cards in one breath. The students around who were scratching lottery tickets moved aside, some hanging their heads in disappointment, others beaming with joy. They were all paying a tax on their intelligence. Sheng Yexing thought this as he fished out a coin from his school uniform pocket and handed it over for an unknown card, quietly saying, "You scratch it." "Happy." Lu Jianqing added. Lu Jianqing focused intently on the few cards, like a student waiting for test results, ready to show off his skills. On the 6 cards were silhouettes of different animals, each corresponding to a prize amount. Sheng Yexing said he checked the conversion table inside the store. "Rabbit, thank you for your patronage." "Sheep, 5 yuan." Shaking his head as he walked out, Sheng Yexing stacked the money together and handed it to the shop owner, asking him to later award the money to Lu Jianqing. "The rabbit is worth 100 yuan, the sheep 50 yuan. You got 2 rabbits and 4 sheep, that's 400 yuan. Sheng Yexing spoke calmly, lying without hesitation. Lowering his head, Lu Jianqing scratched another card, revealing a 500 yuan grand prize. It was a panda. Sheng Yexing took the lottery ticket and went back into the convenience store to confirm the win of the 500 yuan. Beside him, the shopkeeper grimaced as he clutched his waistbag in pain. After receiving the winnings, Lu Jianqing happily swung his legs sitting on the motorcycle's rear seat. Sheng Yexing remarked that Lu Jianqing had been regressing lately. Clumsy when eating, sometimes dropping rice grains on himself. After cleaning up, Lu Jianqing would laugh awkwardly. On the bright side, Lu Jianqing's confidence had improved somewhat, naturally making him less cautious, sometimes even bumping into walls while walking, standing by the roadside holding his forehead in pain for a long while. Sheng Yexing felt both sorry for him and amused. Good news came, Lu Jianqing's volume and frequency of speech had slightly improved, but he still lacked tone variation. After a year of getting along, Sheng Yexing could understand his meaning pretty well despite any errors. Initially, Lu Jianqing had poor patience, and even now his attention easily drifted after chatting for a bit. In academics, whatever knowledge Lu Jianqing managed to delve into, he grasped firmly. For uninteresting or poorly received subjects, he couldn't even write half a punctuation mark. Tang Han said this marked improvement in the right direction. March passed quietly, yet there was turbulence between them. Sheng Yexing began learning how to send Lu Jianqing back to his parents' home overnight. Though their nights together became a luxury, it guaranteed both their sleep quality wonderfully. Crawling into bed drenched in sweat and entwining tightly until they panted heavily, leaving a metallic taste in their mouths, that's what they often did all night long. The feeling of merging with another self was excellent. Lying in bed, Lu Jianqing hugged Sheng Yexing tightly, tickled by the stubble on his hairline, the sweat running down his spine soaked the undershirt laid beneath them once more. He tilted his head to look at a tiny yellow night light hanging at the top of the dormitory curtain. At first, there was only one night light, then gradually it multiplied into 2, 3 as the speed of swaying increased. Double images overlapped, rough yet tender. Lu Jianqing closed his eyes, as if about to drift off into dreams. At its zenith, the nightlight splintered into countless lights in his vision. Inside the room, he saw a sky full of stars. For Lu Jianqing, Sheng Yexing also began replacing his motorcycle with an electric bike. The school uniform previously used for tying the waist gradually became replaced by Lu Jianqing's obedient arms encircling him, and snacks or drinks would casually hang from the handlebars, not cool at all. Yet, his beloved's murmurs replaced the wind sound Sheng Yexing had once sought. He lost his heart in this small world. Early April brought the cleanup of street vendors near the entrance of City Secondary School. The road outside the school was broad and straight, leading to another world. The newly ordered sensory integration training tools for the special class had started serving new purposes. Many children gradually began accepting this training, even wanting to actively improve themselves. Tang Han mentioned that the new junior classmates entering high school had adapted quite well. Tang Han also said that the best period for such training was before the age of 7, during which humans learned fastest. Perhaps due to empathy, Sheng Yexing often took Lu Jianqing to observe the freshmen. The desk of the homeroom teacher for grade 1 frequently had some snacks or drinks appear, mostly left by the students of senior 3 class 7. Love is reciprocal. They thanked everyone who had helped them. By the end of April, accompanied by 3 applause sessions, Lu Jianqing finally managed to not be the last to submit his exam paper in class. Because of this, Shen Yexing treated the whole class to a barbecue, spending 4 digits in total. He joked with Lu Jianqing that they'd have to eat noodles every day for the next month. Lu Jianqing excitedly looked forward to eating noodles. After school, he sat at a noodle restaurant and kept eating until the end of the month. Shen Yexing almost threw up from eating too much. In early May, Li Dingxi initiated a group call in the WeChat group, saying he had been transferred to another ward. The moonlight lamp shone every night. He told his fellow patients that he had an autistic brother with whom he was in love, but they didn't believe him. By the end of May, the weather grew hotter. In a fleeting moment, they were back to last summer. On the corridor of the teaching building at City No. 2 Middle School, the person accompanying Shen Yexing drinking soda changed to Lu Jianqing, one speaking, the other responding, then together raising their heads to look at clouds floating in the blue sky. Lu Jianqing said this cloud looked like a bear, and then said that one resembled a horse. Shen Yexing felt dizzy looking at them, so he turned his head to watch a sweat drop slide from Lu Jianqing's chin down to his neck. The temperature in the dormitory increased, and even the air conditioner could not cool it down. During the one-week winter break, the City No. 2 dormitories were renovated, and special cleaning ants came to tidy up. The 3-person shared sink used for washing faces was much cleaner now, with mirrors hanging on the tiles, all the cracks disappeared, and there was a fragrance of orchids between the beds. Back in the dormitory, Lu Jianqing placed the unicycle handcart he received separately from Uncle Ming behind the door. Actually, this thing hadn't been used since the start of the senior year. The school said everyone needed to focus on reviewing lessons, but Lu Jianqing was different from others. He required more effort. He rode several circles downstairs just now, almost smashing his foot with the unicycle. Lu Jianqing sighed and rolled up his short sleeves to take a shower. There was sweat on his eyelashes. His abs were more solid than when he first arrived last year, and he undressed more skillfully. Shen Yexing watched his waistline, the shape of his hips gifted by nature. Closing his eyes brought forth the image of Lu Jianqing's school pants slipping down to his ankles. After taking a shower, the orchid fragrance in the dormitory disappeared, replaced by the scent of Shen Yexing's perfume. Shen Yexing asked, "Do you still remember how you boiled my perfume?" "It was me who gave it to you," Lu Jianqing argued. "Then do you remember tying all the shoelaces in our dorm room?" Shen Yexing whispered breathlessly, as the dense air caused desires to rise within Lu Jianqing's chest. Lu Jianqing nodded, then shook his head. "You recorded videos for me to imitate." Next time, fingers sliding past the undone laces, Shen Yexing caught Lu Jianqing's wrist from behind with a mischievous grin. "I'll record something else for you." "Don't say anything more," Lu Jianqing tilted his head, exposing his vulnerable neck. "Let's stop talking." Shen Yexing bound his wrists with shoelaces. They leaned against the edge of the bed steps. From the top to the bottom of the bed, they kissed each other until colliding with the bed railings. Due to the pain, they tumbled together again. Lu Jianqing held his head, lifting his arms high. His unable to separate wrists bent upwards, forming a circle in the center of his arms. He pulled the other into endless kisses. City No. 2 Middle School had built a music room, specifically for students from grades 1 and 2 interested in music to use. Every Tuesday afternoon at 4 o'clock, guitar sounds would play regularly from there. Lu Jianqing always needed to go to the restroom around that time and would detour past the music room door without stopping, yet keenly listening. Every time they kissed, it seemed like those guitar sounds rang in his ears once again. The sound stirred nerves, emotions, and finally his spine, waist, and intimate curves of his hips. Shen Yexing said, "We can be like this every year in the future." His arms coiled like vines onto Lu Jianqing's tree-like frame. Lu Jianqing softly hummed from his nostrils, "I can go in." A sweat drop fell from Shen Yexing, blooming over Lu Jianqing's pulsating collarbone. "And you can come out." All was quiet again, and Shen Yexing deftly pulled prepared tissues from the bedside, smoothing out the covers before wiping away the stickiness. Perhaps due to fatigue after tidying the bed, Lu Jianqing had already curled up at the foot of the bed and fallen asleep. He closed his eyes tightly, with half of his face illuminated by the contour outlined by the night light. Sigh. The surrounding air became stifling hot once more. Shen Yexing adjusted his loosened pants and wiped sweat with tissues. He remembered just moments ago during their eye-lock encounter, when he was rash, Lu Jianqing softened, when he panted, Lu Jianqing exuded warmth until tears blurred his vision. The night light hanging on the bed curtain shattered again under desire. Throughout the entire year, the number of times Lu Jianqing shed tears could be counted on one hand. This time, Shen Yexing suddenly understood. So many seemingly lonely people haven't even cried a single tear. Chapter 88, The College Entrance Exam. On the night before the college entrance exam, everything was as usual as any other day. Every June 6th of every year was like this. Shen Yexing remembered how when he was in his first and second year of high school, the college entrance exam seemed so far away from him, and he didn't even care about taking part in such an exam. In previous years on June 6th, a group of nearly grown boys would ride their bikes through the streets at night, drink alcohol, get caught in the rain, soaking their dry bodies, and indulge themselves into the summer nights. This was his adolescent springtime. Fetching the dusty tracker motorcycle from the bike shed, Shen Yexing realized how old the motorcycle had become. Let's change it after the college entrance exam is over. Shen Yexing thought to himself with some reluctance. He wiped the seat clean with a cloth. The wind blowing, they raced swiftly past the auxiliary road outside the campus. A video call was ongoing, and WeChat notifications kept ringing along the way. The phone hung up for the 7th time due to no one answering, and Shen Yexing felt fortunate that he hadn't installed a large speaker on the back seat. Beneath the speakers were colorful running lights and streamers fluttering wildly in the wind. He could no longer imagine washing his car with liquor. Shen Yexing suspected his forehead had been hit by a high-pressure water gun back in the day. With a roar of the engine, all city roads became his main arena. Finding a dinner place, Shen Yexing led them to park neatly by the roadside. His phone continued vibrating in his pocket. Gu Kunchen took out a lollipop and popped it into his mouth. Should you answer it? What if something urgent happens? Shen Yexing pressed the answer button, his palm sweating onto the screen. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. We should have a celebratory drink tonight, Li Dingxi said in the WeChat group. Although school number 2 is great, I don't want to come back next year. Oh, school number 2 doesn't accept repeat students, a teammate said. Good luck on the exam everyone, another teammate said. Hold me a reserved seat on the 8th, Shen Yexing said. After having a late-night snack, Shen Yexing asked Lu Jianqing on the way back, how do you feel about taking the most important exam of your life? Huh. After a second's hesitation, Lu Jianqing answered faster than ever before, happy. Shen Yexing expected him to say something like, nervous. You're always so cheerfully foolish. But still, it's good. Yes, you're right. Nodding in agreement, Shen Yexing raised his hand and wrapped a single arm around Lu Jianqing, loudly saying, after the exam, we will own the summer, watermelon, soda, and ice blocks frozen in the fridge forever. Ice blocks. Raising his eyes, the summer breeze gently touched Lu Jianqing's eyelashes. Stowing his phone, Shen Yexing dropped off Lu Jianqing at the rental apartment before 9 o'clock. I'll pick you up at 7 tomorrow. Shen Yexing took off his helmet, I'll bring breakfast. After speaking, Shen Yexing mounted his motorcycle, whose engine noise drowned out even the loudspeakers outside the school gate advertising grilled meat shops. A bit too noisy. Observing Lu Jianqing's reaction, Shen Yexing offered an apologetic smile. Lu Jianqing pursed his lips, bye. Surprised by this light-hearted farewell, Shen Yexing wasn't quite used to him saying it this way. He wore his helmet carefully, winking through the transparent visor at Lu Jianqing, see you later. Lu Jianqing nodded and watched him leave elegantly in the darkness. June often stands out differently among the months of the year. This implies that half a year has passed, welcoming a new season ahead. What will happen? For the first time, he was so eagerly looking forward to a new life. On the night before the exam, Lu Jianqing opened his eyes in the dark, swinging his arms, not knowing what he was trying to catch. He tightly wrapped himself in his bedding, avoiding contact with the cold walls. Tossing and turning until 11 or 12 o'clock, drowsiness came late, fatigue stroking his eyes softly. On the day of the college entrance exam, the importance of the candidates transcends all. Shen Yexing, who usually needs half an hour to buy flour rolls, managed to get them in just 5 minutes today. The owner recognized him and liked his neat student appearance, quickly giving him a few more red bean-filled steamed buns. At 7 o'clock, Lu Jianqing promptly appeared downstairs, with stiff-looking parents beside him. Are you sure you want to take a motorcycle to the college entrance exam? Is the helmet hard enough? If it speeds up, will my son be thrown out? Is it really okay to ride a motorbike to participate in the college entrance exam? Reading the doubts in the parents' eyes, Shen Yexing defended himself, Uncle, Auntie, this is my own car, it's different from those wild motorcycles on the street. I ride slowly, very safely. My back seat is almost exclusively yours now. Of course, he didn't say this aloud. Impatient, Shen Yexing directly ignored the opinions of Lu Jianqing's parents, wearing a helmet, fastening the straps, and nodding for Lu Jianqing to get on, hurry up. Lu Jianqing was obedient, stepping onto the vehicle and immediately putting the helmet on his head. It was like educating a child. Shen Yexing nudged the person behind him with his elbow, say goodbye to uncle and aunt. Bye-bye. There it was again, bye-bye. Facing his worried parents, Lu Jianqing didn't say much more to them. He simply wrapped his arms tightly around Shen Yexing's waist, exchanging a reassuring glance with his mother. Take a deep breath, exhale. Teacher Tang Han had said this was a good way to relieve tension. The cramming behavior in the last half year couldn't help too much, and Lu Jianqing understood that. Studying was hard, but as long as he could perhaps continue studying alongside Shen Yexing, Lu Jianqing found motivation and confidence. He didn't care about anything else. The college entrance exam venue was located in a school not far from number 2 high school, an unfamiliar environment which made Lu Jianqing restless. When the bell rang, he somewhat awkwardly took out his admission ticket and stationery pouch, then stared at the white clouds floating in the blue sky outside the window, spacing out for a full 10 minutes. The next day's exam went the same way, staring into the distance before the test became a routine. After gazing long enough, he finally put pen to paper. For Lu Jianqing, the college entrance exam wasn't much different from ordinary tests, so he tackled it easily, writing until everything was filled without bothering to check. Having completed every blank was already his greatest victory. He had mountains of test papers and countless nights spent memorizing poems while swaying his head back and forth. For everyone else's effort, he had to double it to repay, yet there was no guarantee it would be effective. The teachers tried their best, and so did he. Putting all his effort into this segment of youth was sufficient. At the end of the final exam session in the afternoon, clutching the pen used to fill in the machine-readable card, Lu Jianqing left graphite marks on the wall by the classroom door, then wiped them away with an eraser. As candidates flooded out of the classrooms like a tidal wave, sweat dampened Lu Jianqing's temples under the hot summer weather in the crowd. He slowly walked to the staircase entrance, seeing Sheng Yexing wearing a short-sleeved blue shirt, holding an admission ticket, waiting for him at the foot of the stairs. Right at that moment, despite everyone heading downstairs, Sheng Yexing chose to go against the flow, politely pressing close to the handrail saying, "Excuse me." A year ago, Sheng Yexing stood on a higher step, looking extremely impatient. A year later, it was Lu Jianqing standing upstairs, crumbling the slip of paper in his palm excessively. Sheng Yexing. Descending one step voluntarily, he called out. Today, the weather was splendid. They turned their admission tickets into bracelets using glue sticks and walked side by side under the sunset painted with fiery red clouds. Sweeter emotions celebrated in whispers around their ears. His high school life ended right there. After finishing the college entrance exam, Lu's parents returned to the neighboring province first, saying they'd drive back after the scores were released and the graduation ceremony concluded to take Lu Jianqing home. Zhang Fei participated in the final selection for aviation recruitment, Li Dingxi prepared to be discharged in August, Dong Xia focused on her further education applications, and Gu Kunchen continued researching careers besides cupping therapy that might suit him. Summer rushed forward swiftly, carrying heat from south to north. Fresh air encircled the entire city and the entire Third Ring Road. Sheng Yexing's motorcycle seat burned under the sun, making him consider if he should get Lu Jianqing an ice cushion for his rear. In mid-June, Gu Kunchen leaked a bit of news saying teacher Tang Han had finally been set free. After finishing with their graduating class, she had gone on a blind date once. The boys ran to the cafe where Tang Han met her matchmaker partner, sitting at other tables to observe that strange man like surveillance cameras. Tang Han hadn't noticed them at first until Gu Kunchen let out a loud sneeze, giving them away instantly. Then she casually introduced the guy to, "These are my students, at the table over there. This is Sheng Yexing, this is Dong Xia, this is Gu Kunchen, this is Lu Jianqing." Upon hearing Tang Han name them, Lu Jianqing stood up first, only to be pushed back down by Gu Kunchen. With the matchmaking incident, Lu Jianqing gained new insights into relationships between men and women. On the way back to the rental apartment, he insisted that Sheng Yexing was his girlfriend. Gu Kunchen laughed all the way, while Sheng Yexing was utterly helpless and resigned herself, acknowledging, "Fine, I'm your girlfriend then." After taking a shower in the evening, the two curled up on the couch watching a color miniature movie projected onto the screen. The air conditioner was set at a high temperature, making Lu Jianqing unbearably hot, so he loosened his waistband and lay on the sofa, covering his face with Sheng Yexing's discarded short-sleeve shirt. Breathing heavily. Sheng Yexing was quitting smoking and now chewed a milk-flavored e-cigarette gifted by Gu Kunchen, a pink one. Leaning down, Sheng Yexing directed the swirling smoke toward Lu Jianqing's flat, smooth abdomen. She thought again of the clear blue skies and white clouds from the day of the exam. The saccharine smoke almost brought tears to her eyes. Sheng Yexing recalled the proposition again. Lu Jianqing was far from transparent or colorful, he should be the purest white. Even as this cloud of white clung to the hem of his short-sleeve shirt, performing actions that mimicked raising hips in a suggestive manner. "Today you learned quite a few new things. Tell me," Sheng Yexing leaned closer, unwilling to give up, "who am I to you?" Throat choked with extreme pleasure, Lu Jianqing stuttered, boyfriend. And he even knew what a boyfriend was. Sheng Yexing cleared her throat but couldn't hide her pride. "What is a boyfriend?" Lu Jianqing opened his mouth, "A male friend." Sheng Yexing lowered her head, looking for tape. She wanted to seal the mouth of this irritating Lu Jianqing. "I don't want a male, nor do I want a female," Lu Jianqing quickly straightened his tongue and licked his lips, "I just want you." "This feeling, is it like family affection, or romantic love? Are you sure you're clear about it?" Sheng Yexing asked, voicing a doubt she'd been reluctant to face, which now felt like a heavy stone being lifted off her heart. "Older brother or younger brother?" Lu Jianqing asked dazedly in return. Sheng Yexing closed her eyes, "Let's consider, an older brother. I don't want to be the younger brother." Lu Jianqing frowned. "There can only be the role of a boyfriend, nothing else. Being a male friend works too." Sheng Yexing brought her face close, trying to enhance the effect. After all, nearing 20, her voice had matured. Pressing slightly downward, it struck his heart like the ringing of a bell. Lu Jianqing's eyes and eyebrows curved upward, "Actually, not friends." Realizing she'd been teased, Sheng Yexing chose to cut off communication entirely. Not speaking, Lu Jianqing wouldn't talk either. After finding relief, he pulled up his pants, fastening his belt tightly into a knot, then bent down to play with a difficult jigsaw puzzle sent over by Gu Kunchen. Sheng Yexing despaired and glanced at his belt, beginning to recall where the scissors at home were placed. It would need to be cut open again. The puzzle was a city map condensed into 5 small rings. He had already pieced together the third ring, showcasing incredibly high skill levels, sharp-eyed and quick-handed, able to assemble the entire airport from just seeing a terminal building. To tell the truth, Sheng Yexing handed him the piece of the train station, "There's something I've been very curious about." Lu Jianqing misplaced the train station piece near the zoo. When did you start liking me? Sheng Yexing continued to prompt upon noticing his silence, could you tell me? At this question, Lu Jianqing's hands moved from a crossed position to gripping their palms together, concealing a puzzle piece in his palm. Sheng Yexing also held his hand, I want to know when you started liking me, it's very important to me. Hearing the question, Lu Jianqing froze. In his memories, there were many versions of Sheng Yexing. Sheng Yexing made a perfect basketball shot, entered through the back door of the classroom, picked up the card in front of him, and said that both of their names suited each other beautifully. Later on, they proved to be well suited indeed. She proudly rode her smelly motorcycle at night, solitary as the wind, yet carrying him behind her. So, she slowed down, transforming from a reckless daredevil into a treasure-carrying museum courier. She spared no effort in controlling her illness, even hurting herself, enduring pain, tears, bleeding, sweat, and meticulously documenting notes on his treatment. She shone brilliantly in every field, worthy of all the finest praise. She seized the gold trophy within his sight. The rapid thoughts came to a halt one by one, and the two leaned against each other, their gazes meeting like tobacco encountering an open flame. But the cigarette tip remained moist, resulting in mutual silence. Sheng Yexing waited for him to speak. Lu Jianqing neither expressed himself nor associated these scenarios with Sheng Yexing's question. Gazing into Sheng Yexing's hopeful eyes, he smiled faintly with his lips pressed tight. If you don't want to say, it's okay, I rushed it. Sheng Yexing couldn't conceal her disappointment but still went on, such things require taking it slow, I understand. She added, I hope my birthday present this year can be your answer. Chapter 89, The Blue Light. On the day the grades were announced, Lu Jianqing had a blue mole at the corner of his eye. Whenever the topic of grades came up, he would press his hand to his chest and smile while looking at Sheng Yexing. Fortunately, although neither of them made it to an undergraduate program, they both attended the same university, the 3-year associate's program at Jin University. They had plenty of time, be it 3 years or a lifetime, to stay together. For them, filling out their college preferences didn't require much effort. Tang Han looked over their applications once and said they could submit as is. Tang Han remarked, Sheng Yexing, if only you hadn't driven so many motorcycles, you might not have ended up in an associate's program. Sheng Yexing thought to himself, even if I hadn't driven any motorcycles, I still wouldn't have made it into a prestigious university. Zhan Fei received his military school acceptance letter early and decided to treat everyone at a decent local Chinese restaurant in the city. After exiting the subway, Sheng Yexing felt a bit cold from the wind. He was only wearing a tank top, and the scars on his back that had previously scabbed over now showed faint pink traces whenever he stretched. Lu Jianqing reached out and touched them, sighing deeply. Sheng Yexing smiled and pinched his lips playfully. Sometimes, I really do miss City No. 2 High School, Zhan Fei said, it feels like only here is the most genuine place. Everyone has different hopes. Then he continued, I used to think this group of people was far removed from me, but after actually interacting with them, I realized there isn't much difference among us. After the graduation ceremony, a team from the city who conducted interviews arrived again. One of them had met Lu Jianqing last year, so this time they prepared specific questions ahead of time and consulted with Tang Han, wanting to know if they could conduct an interview. After all, this was a special star who had managed to get into an associate program, and reporting on him alongside the graduation ceremony of City No. 2 could provide encouragement to many families facing challenges. Tang Han spent half an hour communicating with Lu Jianqing, explaining the purpose and content of the interview. But for the current stage of Lu Jianqing, an interview was still quite difficult. External information represented a qualitative obstacle for him, he selectively absorbed it. The simple question and answer session ended, and unlike the fear and rejection shown last year, this time Lu Jianqing sat quietly through the entire 5 minutes. Keep it up. Lu Jianqing simply said these 3 words. He didn't quite grasp the significance of those 3 words, finishing his statement before standing up and looking around the interview room, trying to locate Sheng Yexing. The person being sought was leaning against the doorframe, watching him with a complex gaze filled with joy, satisfaction, and indescribable emotions. The vast classroom seemed to transform into the deep sea, with sunlight refracting off its surface and ripples shimmering beneath. Every word uttered by Lu Jianqing was like a pearl shining within a clam shell, worthy of celebration by the surrounding fish. City No. 2 High School was exceptionally quiet in July, leaving only the new senior students engrossed in studying. Cicadas chirped and birds sang, the greenery brimming with luminous life. Within the campus of City No. 2, there appeared to be an endless vitality. Tang Han mentioned that several education centers were recruiting summer volunteers, offering free food and accommodation with pay calculated daily. It was a good opportunity for anyone interested. This information was passed along via Gu Kunshan to the grade level, but none of the students from Class 7 went. Instead, Zhan Fei and Zhuang Rou signed up. Zhan Fei needed to report to the university at the beginning of August, but he had ample time in July. He wanted to spend his free time doing something meaningful. Although he belonged to a regular class, after 3 years of hanging out with the guys from the special class, he developed his own perspective about such a group of people. And he was willing to do something for them. After learning about this news, Sheng Yexing and others visited Zhan Fei and Zhuang Rou at the education center where they were working. Zhan Fei was an assistant teacher, helping the teachers with some basic tasks. Being one of the rare young men at the education center, many children under 10 liked to play with him. Years later, Shen Yexing would still remember how it felt when he knocked on the door that day. Lu Jianqing and several teenage boys stood behind him, with a colorful, slightly open door in front of them. "Let's open the door and take a look," Zhang Fei suggested beside him. "I've already told them that a few older brothers are coming to visit." "Did you mention our issues?" Shen Yexing asked quietly. "Yes, I did," Zhang Fei smiled. "But it doesn't matter much." "Yes, it wasn't important." "Don't be nervous," Zhuang Ro whispered, her eyes shifting to Shen Yexing's hand holding Lu Jianqing's. "You." Shen Yexing noticed the glance and smiled. Zhuang Ro understood what his expression meant, shook her head, and said, "Never mind, let's go inside." Pushing the door gently, Shen Yexing held Lu Jianqing's hand in one hand and greeted the children with his other. "Hello, big brother." A few of the little angels softly called out. Others remained silent. Gu Kunshan trailed behind Lu Jianqing, looking somewhat nervous. They took turns with the microphone to briefly introduce themselves. They felt more anxious doing this than giving a confession in front of the entire school. Dong Xia carried a plastic bag and pulled out pre-bought blind boxes from it, handing one to each child sitting properly on their seats. Zhang Fei squatted down and patiently explained to them. Zhuang Ro leaned against the doorframe. Zhang Fei said that inside the blind box was a little toy meant to accompany them. He told them every toy might be different, but they should all like them, take them home, and take good care of them. Could they do that? Sure. The clear child voices rang out, like silver coins falling into a wishing well filled with hope. Sunlight quietly spilled through the classroom windows. Lu Jianqing stood by the blackboard, gazing at everyone in the room. His young frame was full of vitality, as lush green under a blue sky dotted with white clouds. Having already become adults, they were striving to grow into towering trees, seeking to protect others with their branches. The children seated in their places were like tender grass. They were soft, growing toward the wind. That was correct. Each family received a different treasure. New life, upon entering the world, should be greeted with the purest blessings. He would take care of himself, just as he would take care of Shen Yexing. Besides Zhuang Ro and Zhang Fei's education center, Gu Kunshan touched the address provided by the community, leading them to several other smaller-scale institutions. Community workers mentioned these places were hot, and some teaching qualifications even made it harder to get admitted here than to an elite high school. Zhang Fei asked for a half-day off, saying he wanted to go with them to check out other places. The boys carried several large bags filled with daily necessities and stationery up one floor after another, contacting the responsible persons of each center, then handing over these special gifts to them. Shen Yexing said they had problems of their own, could not offer much help, so they could only buy things as their way of contribution. It was insignificant. Some centers installed safety nets, anti-collision soft corners, and mostly wooden doors since many children tended to hit their heads against doors as a form of release. Throughout this, Lu Jianqing hardly spoke, slowly following them while reminiscing about his childhood. One center renovated from a kindergarten had decent environmental conditions, there were small wooden tables for kneading clay in its sensory integration training room. Shen Yexing said he would go out for a smoke, and Lu Jianqing sat cross-legged on a clean soft cushion, joining a shy little girl in shaping clay into various forms. "This." Lu Jianqing spoke up. The little girl crumbled the white clay, pinching arcs delicately with her fingertips, softly explaining, "Ah, dumpling." Lu Jianqing paused for a few seconds, pursing his lips, awkwardly rolling the clay piece back into a ball in his own way and described it, "Tangyuan." A moment later, Lu Jianqing received a sweet smile filled with innocence. Its fragrance surrounded his heart warmly. At the safety passage entrance, Shen Yexing leaned against the stairwell, smoking an e-cigarette together with Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei said that once August came, he would begin 2 months of hellish new recruit training, during which he wouldn't have time to smoke. Shen Yexing commented it was a path Zhang Fei chose himself, and he ought to stick with it for the sake of safeguarding the nation. Zhang Fei turned him around, scrutinizing the scars on Shen Yexing's back, shaking his head and sighing, "What a pity. Without the scars, I wouldn't have qualified anyway." Shen Yexing lowered his gaze, "I couldn't pass the mental illness screening." "Yet you're much better now," Zhang Fei raised his voice. Shen Yexing nodded, "It can't be completely cured, I've merely been lucky up until this stage." "You." Zhang Fei put away his cigarette, slipping it into his bag, "With your condition, you've chosen a boyfriend with autism. It seems we've both taken the road with no return." "That's different," Shen Yexing interrupted. Zhang Fei frowned, "How is it different?" "His issues are physiological, and you understand this. Hopefully, next time I come back, Jinxing will be more outgoing than now. Over the past year, he has shown me that his condition does not mean permanent silence or lack of perception. Regardless if he knows it or not, I love him deeply." Shen Yexing realized this might be the last time in the coming years he and Zhang Fei could have a deep conversation, so he casually brought up something he wouldn't usually say. "And what about him?" "Perhaps also, Zhang Fei responded, "If you think it's worth it, I've told you countless times already. He struggles with basic self-care and is almost incapable of independence. Before school broke for vacation, his uncle and aunt had a talk with me." "What did they say?" "They said, 'Yexing, you're Jinxing's best friend, his only friend. I denied it, saying he has more than just one friend. If we were in the same school, I would take good care of him. Shen Yexing paused and opened his hand to touch his shallow love line, smiling faintly. I plan to save this money for Jinxing. Zhang Fei felt that Shen Yexing had somehow changed, yet couldn't quite explain why. You're acting like a dad, an older brother, and also a boyfriend. Uncle and aunt wouldn't abandon him. They're simply worried about what will happen to Jinxing in the future if they're no longer around, Shen Yexing said. Many parents at my place worry about this too. Lifting his gaze, Zhang Fei looked at the rusty iron chain on the safety passage door and sighed deeply. They're worried their children won't have any place to go because there are so few who can truly integrate into society or be self-sufficient. Right, Shen Yexing fell silent. Zhang Fei patted his shoulder, good brother. You too. Working here for a while, it's like fulfilling one of your wishes, Shen Yexing continued after a pause. By the way, I saw something teacher Tang posted on his social media. He quoted, education itself implies one tree shaking another tree, one cloud moving another cloud, one soul awakening another soul. It was rare for Shen Yexing to open up like this. Exactly, Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. That quote is from Karl Jaspers, Shen Yexing added. Yexing, Zhang Fei called out. What? Zhang Fei said, when I report for training in August, I might only return once a year. If you have time, bring Jinxing over for a visit. Shen Yexing nodded, and you, carry my dream as well. From now on, they would be people belonging to two different worlds. One chasing ideals and ambitions, the other following love and hope. With his hands clasped together, Zhang Fei extended one hand upwards, wishing you a safe journey. Shen Yexing lifted his arm and reciprocated with a single hand grip. Their hands tightly held each other. I wish you a safe landing, Shen Yexing said. On their way back after finishing smoking, both Shen Yexing and Zhang Fei noticed Lu Jinxing still playing with the little girl. They didn't exchange many words but made their play separately while glancing at each other occasionally. The little girl blinked curiously, and Lu Jinxing shyly smiled. At that moment, dusk approached, and the orange-red light flowed softly inside the room. The scene was beautiful, making Zhang Fei somewhat believe in what Tang Han had said during a school lecture. Angels aren't always in the sky, sometimes, they reside among us. Angels shine brightly. That evening, Shen Yexing and Lu Jinxing returned to their rental apartment to pack up their things. August was just around the corner, and they needed to move to Shen Yexing's home in the southern part of the city. By mid-month, Jin University in the city center would begin its new semester. Upon hearing the news that the university had a riverside location where night walks could be enjoyed, Lu Jinxing was so excited he screamed and jumped around the rented apartment. Shen Yexing couldn't control him with just one hand. Late at night, they watched a projected movie together on the sofa for the last time. It was a youthful drama, and Shen Yexing believed it necessary for Lu Jinxing to be exposed to mainstream films. Being gay, Lu Jinxing also deserved to know how heterosexual relationships worked. On the screen, two figures in blue school uniforms cycled past lush trees. The short-haired girl laughed aloud while the boy behind her pressed the bike bell, ding ding ding, flying past her. At the end of the film, the protagonists walked together into marriage. Seeing the couple receive so much blessing, Lu Jinxing stared blankly. He suddenly wanted to grow up. As the credits rolled, the female lead hugged her bouquet tightly, her eyes brimming with tears, speaking clearly, I met you. Turning off the movie with the remote control, Shen Yexing flipped over and rested by Lu Jinxing's side, taking up the dialogue of the heroine. I met you, it's like, walking toward the brightest star at night. Lu Jinxing nodded, ah. What do you mean, ah? Tell me quickly, Shen Yexing kissed him, what happens? Lu Jinxing covered half his face, peeking out with his eyes blinking. The sun rises. Lu Jinxing couldn't help but laugh. He leaned back in Shen Yexing's embrace, his bottom sliding down until he semi-reclined. Lu Jinxing tilted his head and kissed Shen Yexing's jawline, pretending to recoil as if touched by ice. But Shen Yexing grabbed him back and deepened the kiss. Fail, Shen Yexing feigned anger, tapping his forehead with knuckles, say it again. I will love you. After waiting a bit, Lu Jinxing finally said it. Shen Yexing had expected some form of reciprocation, like, I love you, in return, but nothing came. Shen Yexing suddenly tilted his head up, forming an almost right angle between his jawline and neck, and remained motionless for a while. It looked like he was checking whether the ceiling was leaking. The ceiling wasn't leaking. But his eyes were. Lu Jinxing grew so nervous that he dared not to breathe. The air seemed still, and time paused. Ah, Lu Jinxing could hardly perceive Shen Yexing's emotions, so he dryly repeated, love you. Suddenly, he was hugged by Shen Yexing. After hugging for a moment, Shen Yexing didn't move, burying his head in Lu Jinxing's neck hollow, his broad shoulders trembling as violently as his breath. Whether it was physiological or emotional, Shen Yexing closed his eyes. Crying was such a strange thing to him. He couldn't even remember when it happened last time. But in front of Lu Jinxing, he had to take off all armor. When Shen Yexing finally let go, Lu Jinxing found a wetness beneath Shen Yexing's eyes. He couldn't understand the great significance of this sentence, but only cared whether Shen Yexing was sad now. Wrinkling his brows in panic, Lu Jinxing said, then I don't love you. You can't regret, you just told me you loved me. Shen Yexing couldn't help laughing through tears, wiping them with his sleeves. He lowered his head, and his lips touched Lu Jingxing's nose tip. Say it again. I need to record your voice and use it as an alarm clock every morning. When required, Lu Jingxing entered his rebellious phase. He sealed his lips tightly, refusing to say anything else. Cool and shy. Grabbing the tissue prepared at the bedside, Lu Jingxing awkwardly folded it into a triangular bandage shape, carefully wiping the transparent liquid on Shen Yexing's cheeks. While doing this, he emitted a sound from his throat, appearing genuinely happy. Smiles piled up at the corners of his eyes. Go to sleep. I love you too, Shen Yexing said, though I've never told you. Ashamed of expressing his feelings, Shen Yexing's face turned red after saying this sentence. Thankfully, it was dark and hard to see clearly, he thought gratefully. That night, they slept drowsily. In the middle of the night, the air conditioner temperature was set too low, and the window wasn't fully closed. The cold wind seeped into the room, making Lu Jingxing curl up his body, hiding beside Shen Yexing who served as a heat source. Remembering last year, it was also cold, but he insisted on having his back against the wall. This was his way of protecting himself. This year, there was a difference. Lu Jingxing woke up once in the early morning. Relying fully on the darkness, his mouth was like holding a soft, sweet piece of candy. Lu Jingxing whispered, I love you. You should love me more. Sleeping lightly as usual, Shen Yexing replied consciously. Much more. Lu Jingxing mumbled softly. I will love you much more too. Shen Yexing wrapped his arms around him and held the same posture. Lu Jingxing became more awake, using his fingers to emphasize, more, a bit. A little more would be fine. After saying this, he covered his eyes. Love made the senses numb. Past fragmented moments played in his mind like scenes from a movie. Heartbeats felt like capturing the best award in long shots. Their story started with a name and ended in infinite years ahead. Lu Jingxing settled down, allowing Shen Yexing to kiss his exposed shoulder blades. I love you. He emphasized and repeated it. With his finger, he lightly tapped 3 times on Shen Yexing's hand, then interlocked their 10 fingers. Lu Jingxing seemed to have figured out the hardest question in the world. Chapter 90, Looking Back Again. Shen Yexing also discovered that the blue stars represented a group similar to Lu Jianqing's. Blue should symbolize hope, not melancholy. Lu Jianqing still kept the habit of dotting moles, but the frequency of blue had already become very rare, almost non-existent. At the beginning, he would still dot blue moles for reasons like, peach soda with bubbles doesn't taste good, white shoes got dirty from mud, and, the clothes have been hanging out to dry for 2 days and still aren't dry. But his mindset was soon seriously corrected by Shen Yexing. In August, Zhang Fei went back to school, and Li Dingxi was discharged from the hospital. The moon lamp that had been beaten up was taken home by him, where it continued to be both abused and cherished. Shen Yexing and Lu Jianqing reported to university, while Gu Kunchen found a job with the help of his family members and began a 3-month probation period. In September, Shen Yexing applied for external accommodation at university. With solid reasons and a situation statement written by their high school, the school administration considered carefully and approved their request for external accommodation. By the end of the month, they had started their own little home. In October, on National Day, Li Dingxi brought his parents to thank them. Tang Han received the honor of outstanding teacher at the city level. Shen Yexing took Lu Jianqing back to his aunt's house for dinner. If not for seeing it with her own eyes, Wen Xiujuan wouldn't have believed her nephew had truly found someone who could accompany him through life. Shen Kai no longer watched cartoons but began watching documentaries, and gave Lu Jianqing a bag of mango chips. She bowed deeply in gratitude, thanking Lu Jianqing for staying by her brother's side day after day, year after year. The girl with butterfly knots tied in her braids twirled gracefully. The flowers bloomed. In November, Shen Yexing turned 20, inviting his old buddies for a hot pot meal. Lu Jianqing was spiced so much he drank several cans of cola, but still rolled up his sleeves and said he could eat more. That night, Lu Jianqing wrote down the answer to, "When did I start liking you?" on a slip of paper and secretly slipped it under Shen Yexing's pillow. By the end of the month, Shen Yexing finally noticed this unlucky slip of paper after Lu Jianqing had made so many efforts to hint at it. In December of the same year, the city saw snow again. Not too heavy, just enough to cover the heads in white. They no longer kissed squatting in the snow. Shen Yexing took Lu Jianqing skiing, walking hand in hand all the way because he was worried Lu Jianqing might fall on his butt. Other university classmates looked at them sidelong, and some boldly guessed about their relationship. Shen Yexing didn't deny it. In the new year, Shen Yexing turned 21, and Lu Jianqing turned 20. In January, during winter break, the former students of Class 7 in Grade 3 held their first reunion. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei did not return. That evening after the reunion, Shen Yexing and Lu Jianqing stood by the river they once strolled along. Lu Jianqing feared the river might have frozen over, leaning on the railing looking down curiously. Watching the quiet flow of the river, he recalled many scenes. The basketball court, dormitory 2 of City Secondary School, the barbecue shop, the wetland park, the subway, snapshots of their youthful times were firmly imprinted into time. The flickering lights and shadows of the city, willow branches trailing onto the banks of the river, and the ever-lit streetlights remained unchanged. Lu Jianxing gazed at the scenery, while Xing Yexing looked at him. 10 years ago, when he was 10, he lay sprawled on a dusty floor, lost in thought. His fingertips were bloody from scraping the paint off the walls. The world seemed to spin as pain became a shadow of his childhood. The dog barked loudly in the yard, while blood seeped from the corner of his forehead, dark red filling his pupils. He couldn't shout as loud as the dogs. Growing older, Xing Yexing learned to fight, to kick fiercely, and even beat the children mocking him until they couldn't get up. The other children chased after him, and his uncle grabbed their collars, telling them to scram far away. Xing Yexing climbed onto his uncle's bike, riding it like a motorcycle. He jumped off, inserting his defensive art knife into the dirt before slipping into an alley, sitting silently as he wiped tears from his face. The first motorcycle was black, and Xing Yexing could still remember it vividly. Perhaps due to his name or personality, he always favored the color of the night, often ignoring the glittering stars. After being in city secondary school for so long in high school, he had met many people and heard countless stories, indulging himself in every late-night adventure beyond the school wall. Hooded jacket, smoking cigarettes, riding motorcycles, dealing with wounds in the clinic that shouldn't exist, and then going back to class with a gloomy expression. He clenched his teeth, swearing to take control of his own life. When taking medicine for the first time, Xing Yexing asked his uncle why he had to take it. His uncle said, "You're sick, Yexing." Swallowing the medicine, Xing Yexing wiped the dust from his face. His eyes turned red and swollen. Pain struck him like venomous snakes and savage beasts, tearing apart his sanity and breaking down his last defense. He attacked his uncle, trying to smash the lamp base against his own head. Tears streamed endlessly, his prepubescent voice shouting hoarsely. Neighbors came knocking at dawn, asking if something was wrong with the young man in the Xing household. His uncle, with the strength of an adult, subdued him and said there was nothing wrong, just go play basketball, swim, or run to take care of himself. Right before being sent to the hospital and strapped down, Xing Yexing kept asking, "Why? I don't have any problems." His uncle said, "Look, you're sick but still say you're fine, this is a sign that you're very ill." Absurd and laughable. Xing Yexing disagreed and insisted he had no issues. Then, a diagnosis slipped into view. He picked up that page of paper, and fate broke his wrist. Later on, Xing Yexing started to like eating candy. Further along, Lu Jianxing picked up fallen leaves by the river and said, "Butterflies lingered on my fingertips." Thinking about this moment. "You shouldn't be a star," Xing Yexing had wanted to say for a long time, regardless of whether Lu Jianxing could understand or not, "you should be the moon." The moment he finished speaking, a classmate waving goodbye greeted Xing Yexing. "Yexing, are you heading home already?" "Yeah, he can't stay up too late," Xing Yexing nodded, smiling apologetically. The classmate continued, "It's quite a long road. You two walk slowly." Xing Yexing replied loudly, "Don't worry, we'll walk together, we won't get lost." They took the subway back again. Lu Jianxing was exhausted and leaned against Xing Yexing, falling asleep on the subway. Xing Yexing slightly adjusted his hat brim and refused strangers' requests to take photos, making a "shoo" gesture. The long night stretched endlessly, with stars hanging high in the sky. This year, they officially came together. The 3 words, "I love you," reached their conclusion, and a new chapter began. He became the sole lighthouse over lakes and seas, not letting go of the ships passing through the dark. Zhang Fei's clothes changed from sports jerseys to uniforms. He had little time to spare to contact family and friends, occasionally popping into the group chats mostly to assure everyone of his safety. After some time, Xing Yexing wrote lengthy messages about him and Lu Jianxing's monthly visits to the education center and sent them to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei replied with a "one" and then briefly said, "Safe, no worries." Life was filled with trivial matters. Occasionally looking at his phone, Zhang Fei's messages in the group were simple and straightforward, almost a weekly routine check-in to ensure peace. Xing Yexing sent Zhang Fei several pictures of Lu Jianxing drawing bulletin boards for children at the education center, along with photos of Zhuang Ruo and Lu Jianxing preparing Christmas gifts together. Xing Yexing said Lu Jianxing still remembered the Christmas gifts he received in past years and understood that apples symbolized peace. Xing Yexing added, "Zhang Fei, Lu Jianxing wants me to give you an apple." Zhang Fei sent back a photo of his military uniform with the shoulder insignia erased, the deep blue failing to lighten his tan skin. He said that when they parachuted, roughened grasslands and concrete grounds would always remind him of the sensation of riding bikes over bridges and roads with Xing Yexing. In the air, freedom gave him everything. Being young meant doing things that captured youth fully, love, hatred, naivety, maturity, and courage pushing every step forward, influencing lifelong paths. Xing Yexing framed this photo and placed it on the storage shelf at home. Besides Zhang Fei's photo, there were also souvenirs left behind from their time on the school basketball team, such as gold and silver medals, NBA star action figures, and the trophy won during a match against ordinary high school students. The folder storing Lu Jianxing's small notes and handwritten essays was placed in the most prominent position. Xing Yexing opened the file and required Lu Jianxing to practice writing neatly every day before placing the work inside. Their home was spacious, over 200 square meters, spanning 2 floors. Lu Jianxing found climbing stairs inconvenient, so all the planning shifted to the first floor. They shared a master bedroom where they slept together and a large study upstairs that housed shelves where Shin Yeshing stored retail items for his motorcycle business. That soon-to-be-retired Hunter bike was parked in the garage, with Shin Yeshing specially installing a high-pressure water gun. Lu Jianqing washed the bike as well, drenching Shin Yeshing who stood nearby in just a pair of basketball shorts. During college, Shin Yeshing learned how to cook and frequently tied an apron around his half-naked torso in the kitchen. Shin Yeshing's muscles grew increasingly attractive while Lu Jianqing's willpower grew weaker. Gu Kunchen often visited as a guest, shielding his eyes and shouting about breaches of decency. In 2022, Shin Yeshing turned 22, and Lu Jianqing turned 21, graduating from their third year of university. After graduation, they visited Tang Han once at the teacher dormitories of City Secondary School. Tang Han had married the person introduced to her years ago and was now pregnant at home. Lu Jianqing presented her with an infant care set he saved money to buy. Shin Yeshing and Tang Han talked a lot, covering 6 years, from 16 to 22 years old. When they left Tang Han's house, Lu Jianqing and Shin Yeshing passed by the student dormitories of City Secondary School and unconsciously stopped. Shin Yeshing took out his phone to check the time and coincidentally saw a new update from teacher Tang Han on his Moments feed. It was still those meaningful 5 words that many students would remember: City Secondary creates miracles. With another swipe, Shin Yeshing posted a new pure text status right after. Like me and Lu Jianqing. Click. He locked the screen, and Lu Jianqing put away his phone. He turned his head and took a deep breath, then looked back at Shin Yeshing. Shin Yeshing stood beside him, watching him, wiping away the tears Lu Jianqing hadn't realized he'd shed. Perhaps they were tears, or perhaps it was from a yawn, Lu Jianqing didn't know himself. There would be more miracles ahead for them. They painted their home's flower basket black and changed the 34 roses weekly. They carved wooden sculptures into the shape of City Secondary's basketball hoop, froze entire watermelons in the fridge, and set the lock code for the front door as the fixed date of intimacy. In winter, they ran barefoot, their kisses brought blood and sweat. They witnessed heavy rain pouring down in the small garden. Maybe one day, he could write a letter to Shin Yeshing. If he had to say when this liking began, Lu Jianqing truly couldn't pinpoint it. Lost in thought, he recalled the New Year's Eve gala from that year. On the school stage's large screen, there were endless blessings sent his way from everyone across the school. There were these unique teenagers' bright hopes for the future. All the students opened their phone flashlights, raised them high, and swayed them, creating a magnificent starry river even more beautiful than anything in a space documentary. At that moment, Lu Jianqing turned around, just to look at Shin Yeshing. His gaze was exactly the same as now. Thank you, my light. And thank myself for becoming your light. I am your moon. Or your star. The universe, the galaxy, the sun, they don't matter. Having your love is the most wonderful act of courage in my growth. The end.